Chapter 1. The Great Qin? Hey, I am Ingzha. Upon hearing the voice on his phone, Qin Shang froze for a moment, still a bit disoriented, and hesitantly responded, Qin Shi Huang. They do indeed refer to me as such. The voice from the phone nearly made Qin Shang laugh until he couldn't hold back his exasperation. Brother, what era are we in? Are you still using such an old-school scamming method? Is it true that you didn't die? That you obtained the elixir of immortality back then, and now you're trapped somewhere? If I give you some money, will I be appointed your founding general? After finishing this sarcastic rant while reeking of alcohol, Qin Shang directly hung up the call. Today was already bad enough. He had walked in on his manager doing something inappropriate at the office in the morning, and worse, the manager's business partner turned out to be his own girlfriend. Thus, Qin Shang had been fired spectacularly, losing both his career and his love life, a bitter mess. So, naturally, he sought solace in liquor and drank himself into a mild stupor. On top of that, he received a fraudulent phone call that irritated him no end. By the way, if you're going to defraud people, why bother with such an ancient trick? A person with a functioning brain wouldn't fall for it, right? Disgusting. Bad omen. Qin Shang cursed as he prepared to put his phone away. But just then, it rang again. Glancing at the screen, Qin Shang saw the same number as before, a string of random digits, probably a VoIP call. Haven't you had enough yet? What era is this? Scammers need to step up their game. With methods this outdated, how could you possibly fool a ghost? You think I'm Qin Shi Huang? Well, I might as well be Jade Emperor. Even scammers should respect science. Seeing that this con artist wasn't giving up, Qin Shang got angry and immediately began yelling curses into the phone when he picked it up. The other side remained silent for a moment, clearly stunned by Qin Shang's tirade. At the end of science lies theology. After a long pause, a deep voice emerged from the other end of the line. No one has ever dared to offend me thus. Though you are the one among my descendants with the highest concentration of royal blood, a minor punishment will serve as a lesson. Qin Shang felt completely bamboozled. Is this guy's brain fried or something? Why does he still insist on the imperial majesty thing? Moreover, even if this is a scammer, could he actually possess the ability to punish me through the phone signal? At that moment, Qin Shang suddenly felt as if the air around him had become unbearably thick, like being stuck in mud. What's going on? Startled, Qin Shang quickly realized where he was, a secluded corner under a small bridge over a sewage channel. It was already a desolate place, where Qin Shang had run to vomit after drinking heavily. He'd just finished retching when he received that fraudulent call. On top of that, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning, and Qin Shang left the bar feeling quite drunk. At this time and place, there definitely shouldn't have been anyone else around. Then, under Qin Shang's startled gaze, space beneath the sewage channel twisted slightly, and a dark vortex appeared out of nowhere. Holy crap. In an instant, Qin Shang snapped to sobriety, but instinctively tried to turn and flee due to fright. However, the surrounding air, thick as sludge, slowed down Qin Shang's movement drastically. ZZZT. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from the vortex with startling speed, striking Qin Turtle dead on. Eek! Oh! The thunder struck and instantly seared through every nerve in Qin Shang's body. Unable to suppress it, he screamed loudly in pain. A minor punishment. Come here. From the phone, the voice of that so-called scammer echoed eerily once more, followed shortly by suction force emanating from the black hole. Totally immobilized by the electric shock coursing through him, Qin Shang couldn't offer any resistance and was drawn straight toward it, falling off the bridge and vanishing into the black hole. As the portal twisted and disappeared, only the cell phone lay silently amidst the sewage mud, its screen now dark. Drip. Detection of imperial lineage confirmed. Blood purity level, 5%. Inheritance underway. Eldest prince identity verification completed. Chip implantation initiated. Still groggy, Qin Shang heard an electronic synthesized voice resounding near his ear. He then opened his eyes, utterly baffled. Where am I? Looking around, he found himself in a spacious room lying comfortably on a grand bed, quite pleasant. Yet, all the furnishings were entirely unfamiliar. Qin Shang knew full well that his dump didn't look this tidy and upscale. Last night, I drank too much then. Was the fraud call a dream? Recalling the events of last night, Qin Shang began doubting his existence. Crown Prince, you're awake. Just then, an electronic voice suddenly sounded inside the room. Qin Shang jumped, startled. Who's there? Don't be alarmed, Crown Prince, it's me. A beam of light condensed in front of Qin Shang into a humanoid figure, though his attire looked like ancient court robes. This just looks wrong, a high-tech projection dressed in anachronistic official robes? Who are you? Where am I? Qin Shang asked, bewildered. I am Li Si, the intelligent core of the Great Wall. The figure in official robes smiled as he spoke. The Chancellor of the Qin Dynasty? Li Si? And why do you call me Crown Prince? Qin Shang was confused. Li Si, an intelligent core? At this point, Qin Shang felt like his brain wasn't enough to process everything. That's correct. My image is based on Chancellor Li Si. As for the questions of Crown Prince, all the answers lie within the implanted royal chip. Just take a look. All basic information is inside. Li Si chuckled and said, Chip. Qin Shang felt a bit puzzled, then sensed there was some kind of magical box in his mind. Qin Shang had a feeling that as long as he wished, he could open this box at any time. This must be what Li Si referred to as the chip. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shang decided to open the box. After all, it was already in his mind. If there was anything unpleasant, he wouldn't be able to resist anyway. Since resistance was futile, he might as well embrace it. As the box was opened, Qin Shi Huang only felt a dizzying sensation in his head, a flood of information pouring in. It took quite a while before Qin Shi Huang recovered. Absorbing the new information stored in his mind, Qin Shi Huang's expression became complex. Here, it was no longer Earth, but it was indeed the Great Qin. Yes, the real Great Qin. A solid fact, exactly 2,000 years ago from China's history, the Great Qin Empire. But this Great Qin was unfamiliar to Qin Shi Huang. So, that phone call wasn't actually a scam call, but really a call from our illustrious ancestor Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang's expression was complex. Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ing Zhang. Who else but one of our charming Chinese ancestors? Though he was Qin Shi Huang, his surname was Ing, not Qin, whereas Qin Shi Huang's surname Qin. Sort of? Yes and no, Li Si ambiguously answered. It could be considered a lingering imprint of the will of the first emperor, but now it has fallen into slumber. Am I really a descendant of the first emperor? But I'm surnamed Qin. When the empire collapsed, many descendants of the imperial family changed their surnames to Qin. Qin Shi Huang fell silent. According to the information in his mind, they were currently in outer space. It sounded complicated, but the universe was divided into 3 layers: the outer universe, the surface universe, and the inner universe. Qin Shi Huang roughly understood it as a parallel world. And the fall of the Qin dynasty under the second emperor was not a natural development. It was all orchestrated by our dazzling ancestor. The one who died suddenly wasn't Emperor Qin Shi Huang. It was his double. Our charismatic old ancestor sacrificed himself for a more significant mission. In reality, he had already brought the true elite forces of the Qin dynasty to this interstellar age of the outer universe. Chapter 2. The Great Wall Guarding the Starry Sky. Yes, this Qin is from over 2,000 years ago, but it is already a completely different interstellar era's Qin. In the outer universe among the stars, there are tens of thousands of racial civilizations, and almost all these civilizations follow the Black Forest rule, survival of the fittest. And Earth's surface universe, within these outer universe civilizations, is simply a huge piece of fat meat. Thus, the surface universe must not be exposed. The only passage between the outer universe and the surface universe is exactly where Qin Shi Huang is now, the Great Wall of the interstellar Qin. Back in the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even in the mythological beginning of civilization, there were ancestors of humanity guarding this entrance in the outer universe. The last guardian before Qin was King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. At that time, Emperor Qin Shi Huang also learned about the existence of the outer universe through King Zhou, hence he staged a plan for Qin to die out after 2 generations. All the elite forces of Qin entered the outer universe and took over the responsibility of guarding the entry point of the surface universe from King Zhou. As for previous guardians like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they have already faded away in the long river of time. Even Emperor Qin Shi Huang has only left behind a thread of consciousness. Although only over 2,000 years have passed in the surface universe, the flow of time in the outer universe is different. It has been more than 20,000 years since Qin took over the responsibility from King Zhou. The flow rate of time in the outer universe is 10 times that of the surface universe. Can I go back? Qin Shi Huang seemed a bit bewildered. However, just as the words came out, Qin Shi Huang hesitated. It appeared that there wasn't much for him to yearn for if he returned. His girlfriend was having an affair with his immediate superior, and after he found out, he was fired. His parents had died in an accident years ago, and at the beginning of this year, his only surviving relative, his grandmother, also passed away. Returning would leave him utterly friendless. Qin Shi Huang looked back on his journey so far, and felt like he'd lived a joke. You can't go back temporarily, Your Highness. Li Si answered with a smile. Well, it doesn't matter, Qin Shi Huang said somewhat self-deprecatingly. The passage from the outer universe to the surface universe has been fortified and sealed over the years into a one-way street by various means. Since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it has been only outbound, not inbound. With some cost, people from the surface universe can come out, but those in the outer universe who wish to return will find it not so simple. If you want to return, Your Highness, Qin could have done so in its prime, but now it cannot. While Qin Shi Huang was still receiving information from the chip contained only basic information about the outer universe. There were no specifics. From Li Si's words, it wasn't hard to understand that the current situation of Qin wasn't looking too good. During normal circumstances when someone needs to be transported from the surface universe, it is usually during the time of succession. For instance, when King Zhou found Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the entirety of Qin's elite forces were transmitted here, the Shang dynasty was nearly collapsing. The holographic image of the intelligent AI, Li Si, gazed at Qin Shi Huang and said, So what does this mean? Qin Shi Huang was stunned. Why did this teleportation occur? Surprisingly, the intelligence brain before him actually exhibited a touch of human-like awkwardness, a faint sense of I'm sorry. Because the current state of Qin is extremely dire, we don't even have the ability for large-scale transportation anymore. Transporting Your Highness from the surface universe was already our limit. Due to over 20,000 years of reinforcement by Qin, the transmission difficulty of the passage is now enormous. We've given our best effort just to bring you here. Li Si's hologram grinned awkwardly. This could also be seen as Qin tying their own hands. But there was no way around it. When the first emperor inherited the empire, it never occurred to him that something bad could happen to Qin. As the first emperor to transcend time, naturally, he was brimming with confidence. Under such circumstances, the channel naturally didn't require many reservations while reinforcing it. However, now that your highness has arrived, I believe everything will get better. Li Si stared intently at Qin Shang with glowing eyes. Me? Qin Shang was somewhat confused. What can I do? Qin Shang was quite self-aware. He was merely an ordinary office worker from the 21st century without any particular skills or special abilities. Rest assured, your highness. Although our Qin is now like a caged tiger, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. More than 10,000 years ago, under the leadership of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, we once nearly unified the entire outer universe. Unfortunately, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's lifespan was depleted. Otherwise, over 10,000 years ago, we would have ruled this outer universe. Li Si's voice carried a tinge of regret, and all Qin Shang could feel was awe. Unification of the entire universe? It was unimaginable, the vastness that the entire universe represented. It's all in the past, your highness. We have another crisis for you to solve right now, but it's not a major one, Li Si said as he looked up at Qin Shang. Crisis? Me solving it. Qin Shang pointed at his nose uncertainly. Your highness, just take a look. As Li Si finished speaking, a massive 3D projection appeared before Qin Shang. The screen displayed a grandiose battlefield in the starry sky. Densely packed interstellar warships of various kinds that Qin Shang had only seen in science fiction movies were crisscrossing attacks on an enormous steel Great Wall. It was really huge. Compared to the steel Great Wall, those interstellar warships seemed like nothing more than slightly larger insects, and the Great Wall stretched endlessly. There was no end to its vast extent in the picture. Floating amidst the stars, numerous turrets densely populated the surface of the steel Great Wall, unleashing terrifying firepower towards the interstellar warships. Every now and then, one could see interstellar warships being obliterated by the artillery fire from the steel Great Wall. However, under relentless attacks by the overwhelming numbers of interstellar warships, the steel Great Wall itself was gradually collapsing. Qin Shang also noticed that there were many scattered debris floating in this starry region. Apparently, this battle had been going on for quite a while. What is this? Qin Shang had some uncertain speculations. He remembered what Li Si had mentioned earlier. They were currently at Qin's Great Wall. Could this wall be the same steel Great Wall shown in the image? Prince, your guess is indeed correct. We are inside the Great Wall. Li Si spoke as if reading Qin Shang's thoughts. Qin Shang found himself at a loss when he watched the great steel wall slowly crumble under the attacks of the ships. After taking a deep breath, Qin Shang turned to Li Si. What can I possibly do? Although Qin Shang knew his own limitations and realized he lacked any special skills, since they went through so much trouble to bring him over from the surface universe, even calling him the bloodline of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and appointing him as crown prince, surely they didn't mean to let him die immediately upon arrival. Prince, please don't worry too much. The situation is not yet dire. That steel Great Wall is only one part of the outermost defensive circle of the entire fortress system. Our Great Wall has been built up and expanded continuously for over 20,000 years. It won't fall so easily. Li Si waved his hand. On the other side of the projection screen, a quiet starry space appeared, with hardly any planets nearby, except for a cluster of thick and dense iron chains intertwined within the central area. And on the very outskirts of these iron chains, there were faint black dots occasionally emitting light. What is this? Qin Shang stared blankly at the picture in front of him. You're correct. This is the Great Wall, Li Si confirmed with a nod. Once affirmed, Qin Shang felt his sense of urgency diminish considerably. In the image, the attacking ships appeared incomparably small against the backdrop of the whole Great Wall. Moreover, the Great Wall, a network of intersecting steel constructs, numbered far more than tens of thousands. However, this Great Wall has become the last stronghold of our current Qin, Li Si said somewhat wistfully. The Great Wall serves as Qin's main defense because at its center lies the passage to the surface universe. Li Si explained as he gazed at Qin Shang. Are the ones attacking now the enemies of Qin? Qin Shang asked. Li Si couldn't help but chuckle humanely. They aren't even worthy to be called Qin's enemies. One is the cyanide race. The other is the false titan race. Races that weren't even qualified to be vassals of Qin. Cyanide race. False titan race. According to the information in the chip, the outer universe consists of myriad species, but there were no detailed descriptions about individual races. Hence, Qin Shang was rather unfamiliar with them. Li Si waved again, projecting two humanoid figures. One was tall and thin, having only one eye, vertically placed on the center of their forehead with cyan-colored pupils. This must be the cyanide race. The other figure looked like a short, stocky individual, shaped like a reclining rectangular body that developed into a stubby form, even though it had limbs and hands. This made Qin Shang feel that it was odd-looking but clearly sturdy. These two races, despite putting their entire might behind it, may not even be capable of breaking through the starry Great Wall, but they are merely worms seeking to profit from the chaos. But since so much effort has been poured into the construction of the starry Great Wall, which has continuously expanded for over 20,000 years, we cannot allow them to destroy it like this. So, we need to attack. Li Si looked at Qin Shang. Qin Shang paused momentarily, beginning to understand Li Si's meaning. How should I proceed? Now Qin has only the Great Wall left, but almost all of Qin's true resources are hidden within the Great Wall. The military forces of the Great Wall are crucial. To mobilize the troops of the Great Wall, we need the Tiger Talisman of Qin. Li Si explained to Qin Shang. Qin's Tiger Talisman? Qin Shang looked somewhat puzzled, but I don't have it. No, Your Highness, you do. Li Si replied with a smile. Chapter 3, The elite warriors of the Great Qin. Crossbow against starships. Do I have it? Qin Shang paused in confusion. How could he not know? And since he was just brought over from the metaverse, where would he find the Tiger Talisman? The mobilization of the official Great Qin army always requires authorization through the Tiger Talisman. And the condition to activate the talisman is being a direct descendant of the first emperor's bloodline. Li Si looked at Qin Shang and said. Qin Shang slightly paused, recalling the bloodline of the first emperor. For the stability of Great Qin, many ultimate authorities require the bloodline of the first emperor to authorize activation. Li Si explained further. Qin Shang couldn't help but feel some doubt in his heart. Back then, all of Great Qin had come to this outer universe, with time flowing 10 times slower. After more than 20,000 years, there should be descendants of the first emperor. As if reading Qin Shang's doubts, Li Si continued. This is exactly where Great Qin's current crisis lies. Previously, the last royal prince of Great Qin sacrificed himself on the battlefield. While there are some distant relatives, after more than 20,000 years of reproduction, the royal bloodline has become extremely diluted. Only as high as 2% at its purest, Li Si admitted reluctantly. But to activate the Great Qin Tiger Talisman, a minimum purity level of 5% of the first emperor's bloodline is required. Qin Shang vaguely recalled hearing an electronic voice earlier. It seemed that his own bloodline purity was precisely 5%. And so, after the death of the last royal prince of Great Qin, many of Great Qin's hidden cards and core tactics have been impossible to use, leading us to our current situation. Li Si lifted his gaze, staring intensely at Qin Shang. But the time flow between the two universes differs. Although only the side branches remained on Earth back then, only 2,000 years have passed, so the bloodline shouldn't have diluted too drastically. Indeed, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, has been found. Next, please take control of the Tiger Talisman and authorize the deployment of troops. The projected image of Li Si respectfully bowed deeply to Qin Shang. What do I need to do? Qin Shang finally understood everything clearly now, though it felt surreal. Crown Prince, please follow me. Nodding, Qin Shang rose and followed. Despite the fact that some sort of chip had been implanted within him, he hadn't noticed any discomfort yet. Following the guidance of Li Si's projection, Qin Shang arrived at a structure similar to an elevator. Through the knowledge transferred by the chip, Qin Shang knew that this was a Great Wall transfer chamber. The scope of the Great Wall was beyond imaginable. Even internal travel required the use of these transfer chambers, as walking would take an unknown amount of time. After the cabin door closed, Qin Shang felt no movement. However, about a minute later, Li Si indicated they had arrived. Upon opening the doors, Qin Shang entered and found himself in a highly futuristic hall. A completely transparent dome allowed for a view of the starry sky outside. Outside, however, stars were scarce. Instead, black steel stretches of the Great Wall crisscrossed everywhere. Display battle projections. Li Si spoke calmly. Whoosh. The previously clear dome transformed into a giant projection screen, showing the Qianyan clan and Pseudo-Titan clan attacking the steel Great Wall. This is the central command room of the entire Great Wall. Crown Prince, you may sit upon the throne. Li Si gestured toward the central throne seat, indicating Qin Shang to take it. Slightly hesitating, Qin Shang walked over and sat down cautiously. Once seated, the entire command center became visible to Qin Shang. However, it was empty save for Li Si's projection as the AI brain. Crown Prince, try touching the screen on your left armrest. Li Si spoke gently. Startled, Qin Shang glanced at the left armrest of the throne, which contained a device like a sensor. Qin Shang tentatively placed his hand on it. BZZ. Identifying identity. Qin Shang, confirmed as Crown Prince. Bloodline identification ongoing. Crown Prince status verified. Qin Shang paused again. How did they know his name was Qin Shang? Could they have read his memories? It wasn't hard for Great Qin technology to do such things. Thinking about this, Qin Shang felt uneasy. Regardless, knowing one's total privacy violated never feels comfortable. Crown Prince, your data was collected during your transmission from Earth to here. We gathered it simultaneously. Since you're here to ascend to the Crown Prince position, we need to ensure your moral character. Even though we trust the bloodline of Emperor Shi Huang, decades have passed. No one can guarantee everything anymore. After all, human nature is complicated. Qin Shang nodded, reflecting for a moment. It indeed made sense. If someone wicked and corrupt was transmitted here, not only would the situation not be reversed, but the Great Qin might decline even faster. Drip. The Great Wall is under attack. Drip. No Emperor signal detected. Crown Prince's signal automatically upgraded to first priority. Crown Prince, please authorize counterattack on the invaders. At this point, the electronic voice sounded. Qin Shang paused briefly. Your Highness, please authorize, Li Si said with a nod. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang no longer hesitated, nodded and said, authorize the counterattack. Drip. Authorization granted. Tiger Talisman's signal activated. The elite warriors of the Great Qin, 5th Army Corps deploy. In the Starfleet barracks of the Great Wall. A group of burly men sat in a grand hall, their eyes fixed on the screen showing Qianyan and Pseudo-Titan ships fiercely attacking the steel Great Wall. Battle spirit raged in their faces. Though they knew these enemies probably couldn't breach the wall, still, as the Great Qin army, it felt so helpless to just watch. But without authorization, there was no way they could launch an assault. Drip. Tiger Talisman authorized. Military equipment unlocked. The 5th Army Corps is ready to move out. At this moment, an announcement suddenly came. Swish. Everyone stood up instantly. It's authorized. The Tiger Talisman has authorized. They all understood the situation of Great Qin, so how could there be an authorization signal in this state? However, this was not the issue they should consider now. Their task now was to severely punish these invading enemies. Great Qin warriors. Deploy. Yes. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's actions were orderly and quick. Watching the orderly figures stepping into the transmission chambers, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help feeling somewhat hesitant. Could these Great Qin warriors truly defeat those interstellar warships? On the screen, one by one appeared mechs roughly 4 meters tall, marching in formation, quite a number of them. But compared to those interstellar battleships, they seemed far too small. Seeing the concern in Qin Shi Huang's eyes, Li Si smiled and said, "Your Highness need not worry. The Great Qin warriors are well known across the outer universe civilizations." Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang slightly nodded while observing the appearance of the Great Qin warriors already on the battlefield. Each of these 4-meter-high mechs had a soldier inside operating them. In the image, 2 warriors cooperated, each mech withdrawing different components from within itself, quickly assembling an 8 to 9 meter long weapon, a crossbow. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang couldn't suppress his astonishment. Wasn't this the era of space travel? Why use ancient weapons like crossbows? In the picture, the mechs worked together. One mech served as the base for the large crossbow, while the other operated from behind. Subsequently, the entire scene lit up with sparkling stars. These large crossbows glowed, and the tiny dots of light gathered to form bolts. Seeing this, Li Si's projection revealed a sense of pride. The basic model of the Great Qin power crossbow requires energy from 2 Great Qin warrior mechs. Although the method appears outdated, its tremendous power and low energy consumption set it far ahead of others. At this moment, the crossbow bolts were already launched in the imagery. The bolts cut through the starry sky. Dense streams of glowing crossbow bolts looked like an entire field of stars rushing toward the interstellar warships. Clearly aware of the bolt's destructive capability, the warships ceased their attacks at that moment, either evading or fully defending themselves. Even against the firepower of the steel Great Wall, these interstellar ships had not been so cautious. Bolt struck. Though soundless, one could clearly see bursts of fireworks exploding in the cosmos. And right then, the second wave of bolts was already released. Qin Shi Huang gaped in amazement. These seemingly mismatched entities, yet the interstellar warships could not withstand the outdated bolts? In the imagery, Qin Shi Huang distinctly saw that the ship shields that resisted various lasers and cannons from the steel Great Wall collapsed under the bolt barrage, with merely 4 or 5 bolts striking them. As for the actual ship hulls, they couldn't endure even a single bolt. Chapter 4. Activation of the mech. By Qi, the god of death. Since these crossbows of the Qin dynasty are so powerful, why don't we assemble them on the defenses of the Great Wall? Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but voice his doubts. Ack. The crossbows of the Qin dynasty use special technology that can only be operated by mechs. They cannot be installed on defensive structures, Li Si said helplessly. This was something anyone could have thought of, but these crossbows weren't just ordinary crossbows. They were advanced weapons involving a lot of high-end technologies. They appeared in the form of crossbows, probably due to the old Qin people's special affection for crossbows. Otherwise, how could an ordinary crossbow blow up interstellar warships? At this moment, the second wave of crossbow bolts had already fallen, creating more fireworks in the starry sky. Those dazzling fireworks, against the backdrop of the dark tone of the starry sky and the steel Great Wall, looked particularly beautiful. At the same time, Qin Shi Huang noticed that with just 2 waves of crossbow attacks, the damage to those interstellar warships far exceeded the counterattacks from the steel Great Wall. The third wave of crossbow bolts had already been released. The entire fleet of attacking interstellar warships had started showing signs of retreat. The third wave of crossbow bolts mercilessly covered down. However, this wave of crossbow bolts didn't cause as much massive destruction as Qin Shi Huang had imagined. The star mechs have arrived. Li Si chuckled while looking at the picture. More than 10 additional enormous mechs had emerged. Star mechs? Qin Shi Huang curiously examined the dozens of mechs towering nearly 60 to 70 meters tall shown on the screen. According to the information from the chip, star mechs were also one of the most core forces in space warfare. If the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty and interstellar warships were the soldiers, then the star mechs were the generals. Some powerful star mechs could even sway the balance of an entire battle. Star mechs possessed extremely high mobility unmatched by interstellar warships and combat capabilities no weaker than or even surpassing those of interstellar warships. In fact, some powerful star mechs even had the power to destroy stars. Despite their immense power, controlling a star mech required great skill, and they were also very expensive. Without qualified pilots, even if you had star mechs, it would not necessarily mean you could unleash their full potential. Additionally, the value of a single star mech almost equaled an entire medium-sized, fully staffed fleet. The third wave of crossbow attacks had been largely intercepted by these star mechs. The crossbow bolts capable of effortlessly destroying interstellar warships were easily destroyed and blocked by the star mechs. With the appearance of the star mechs, the fleet formations began to withdraw after regrouping. It was evident that, with the emergence of the Qin sharpshooters, both the cyanide race and these fake Titan races had realized that with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to breach the Great Wall of the Qin Empire. The reason these two races dared to attack was because the renowned crossbows of the Qin sharpshooters hadn't appeared for a long time. Until now, throughout the deteriorating situation, There had been no sight of the Qin crossbows, but unexpectedly, these Qin sharpshooters were still stationed within the Great Wall. As for star mechs, the Qin dynasty was once at the pinnacle in this area as well. During that period, like the Qin sharpshooters, they rarely made an appearance. Now that the Qin sharpshooters had emerged, could the star mechs be far behind? Seeing the signs of the interstellar warships preparing to retreat, Li Si's projection revealed a smirk. The Great Wall isn't a place where you come as you please. Activate signal jamming. Intercept all ether signals across the entire star system. Li Si began issuing orders. He had the authority to give some simple combat commands as the Great Wall's AI brain. In fact, before Qin Shang arrived, the entire defense of the Great Wall had been activated by him. Ether signals were the main means of communication in the current universe age. Since the vastness of the universe rendered the speed of light impractical, it might take too long for messages to reach their destinations. Ether signals, which underwent spatial refraction and traveled faster than light, solved this problem. Intercepting ether signals was difficult, but as a former dominant force, and given that the star system where the Great Wall was located was one of the true strongholds of the Qin Empire, intercepting ether signals was effortless. Swish. At this moment, the fourth wave of crossbow bolts had already been fired out. However, just like before, under the interception of the opposing star mechs, it failed to cause significant effective damage. Your Highness, due to the absence of the first Emperor's bloodline for so many years, our hidden cards of the Qin dynasty haven't been authorized for use. This is why Qin has been retreating steadily and no longer seemed a serious threat in their eyes. Now that your Highness has arrived, our great Qin will soon rise again. These guys before us are not worth worrying about, but they are merely vanguard troops. The awakening of the Qin sharpshooters must remain a secret. Therefore, all these guys must be left behind. After all, the Qin now indeed has a few troublesome enemies, and the re-emergence of Qin will also require time. Li Si looked at Qin Shang and spoke. Then let's annihilate them all, Qin Shang said, not knowing why, but feeling confident sitting on this throne to give such orders. That's correct. We need to completely annihilate them. Moreover, their warships are also the best materials for repairing the steel Great Wall that they've damaged. This entire star system's usable materials have already been almost entirely collected by the Great Qin and shaped into the current steel Great Wall. The steel Great Wall parts they destroyed are temporarily without materials for repair, and the materials from those warships and space mechs are suitable for repairs, compensating somewhat for their crimes. But with the enemy deploying space mechs, relying solely on the Qin sharpshooters won't suffice to keep all of them here in a short period. Even though we've blocked the ether signals, if one or two escape, it will be problematic. Li Si respectfully bowed. Thus, I humbly request authorization from Crown Prince Your Highness to activate one of the Qin's most powerful legacies, the star mechs. Oh, Qin Shang paused, then extended his hand to touch the sensor. Activate star mechs. Drip, authorization passed. Which star mech would Crown Prince Your Highness like to activate? Qin Shang looked up at Li Si with an inquisitive gaze, as he was unaware of what star mechs were available in Qin. Wuan Lord, Bai Qi. Li Si's projection calmly stated. Qin Shang was taken aback. Bai Qi. This was the famous killing god himself. Subsequently, Qin Shang gave the order, activate Wuan Lord Bai Qi. To activate Bai Qi, one of the Qin's great legacies, requires authorization via the Tiger Tally. By royal command, authorize via the Tiger Tally. Authorization passed. Wuan Lord, killing god Bai Qi activated. Initiate ether transmission. Send Wuan Lord Bai Qi to the battlefield. In the video feed, Qin Shang saw the area before the star mechs where the stars warped inexplicably, followed by a colossal white figure appearing in the starlit sky. So this is the Bai Qi mech? It's huge. Qin Shang muttered under his breath. In the feed, the other regular star mechs generally stood around 60 to 70 meters tall. However, according to the parameters provided, the Bai Qi mech towered over 120 meters high. Still, compared to the enemy, who had more than 10 star mechs, the Great Qin side had only a single lone star mech. Can it win? Although the sight of Bai Qi's mech was impressive, Qin Shang understood the principle that even the strongest fists cannot match many hands. He wasn't sure whether Bai Qi could emerge victorious. Rest assured, even though Li Si was just a projection of an AI brain, Qin Shang could sense its fervent enthusiasm when looking at the Bai Qi mech. Chapter 5, Bai Qi's Might, Total Annihilation. Bai Qi, the killing god mech, is known to possess star-annihilating power. Li Si hummed and spoke in a very human manner. Qin Shang couldn't help but look suspiciously at Li Si's projection. Was this truly an artificial intelligence? Or could the AI of this starry age in the Great Qin Empire achieve such realistic anthropomorphism? However, these weren't important issues at the moment. Qin Shang redirected his gaze back to the battlefield. The ongoing battle was far more stimulating than watching science fiction movies. After all, it was really happening right before his eyes. The only regret was the lack of sound. By the way, do we have any pilots? Qin Shang asked. According to the knowledge he gained from the chip, the combination of a skilled mech pilot and a powerful mech was more than just a simple addition. There are none. If there were previously, now in the current Great Qin, there are no pilots capable of handling a star-annihilating level mech. Li Si shook his head helplessly. Qin Shang was stunned for a moment. How could they activate a mech without a pilot? Not much of a problem, even without a pilot. With smart control, the Bai Qi mech could still overpower those regular starry mechs just through its performance advantage alone. Li Si looked towards Qin Shang. Therefore, I kindly request authorization from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, allowing the smart brain to control the Bai Qi mech for combat. From Li Si's voice, Qin Shang could detect anticipation. Though it felt strange, he agreed to authorize. Drip. Authorization passed. Bai Qi, killing God Bai Qi. Li Si excitedly rubbed his hands together. Qin Shang silently glanced at Li Si. Although Li Si had always been respectful to him, Qin Shang always felt like he was being used as a tool for authorization. This title of Crown Prince seemed somewhat undeserved. Since it was his first time here, Qin Shang could only accept the situation as it was. Qin Shang suppressed his thoughts once more, redirecting his attention back to the starry mech displayed on the screen. The massive mech made Qin Shang's heart race with excitement, unable to resist the thought that if he himself could operate it, mechs would forever remain the ultimate romantic symbol for men. As the Great Wall smart brain took control of the Bai Qi mech, its head slowly lifted. Facing them were over 10 starry mechs, each acting as though they were confronting a formidable enemy. The sheer size of this thing was at least double theirs, clearly not an easy foe. If it wasn't for their numerical superiority, they probably would have already turned around and fled. Although, the size of a mech didn't necessarily equate to its strength. Flash. One of the beast-shaped starry mechs lost patience and began its attack. A massive animal-like head opened up, firing out a colossal laser beam in absolute silence that attacked toward the Bai Qi mech. The energy of this single laser beam exceeded the firepower of a main gun on a typical starship. Fast as the laser beam was, the Bai Qi mech was faster. A massive alloy blade, spanning 40 to 50 meters, appeared in the hand of the Bai Qi mech. The flash of the blade gleamed brighter than the laser itself. The massive sword swung, splitting the laser beam into particles of light energy. Simultaneously, 3 or 4 beautiful fireworks bloomed, revealing several destroyed starry mechs directly in front of the Bai Qi mech. The power of this single swing not only neutralized the beam, but also exploded 3 or 4 starry mechs in the front. The beast-shaped mech that initiated the attack was among those destroyed. Qin Shang stared dumbfounded. This couldn't be right. With a single strike, the alloy blade in the Bai Qi mech's hand was about 50 to 60 meters long, but the light from this slash extended far longer, thousands of meters perhaps. Could this be called technology? Qin Shang's mouth gaped open, staring blankly at the Bai Qi mech. This glow of the blade. Qin Shang murmured blankly. This is nothing yet. With the Bai Qi mech under AI control, it hasn't unleashed even 1/3 of its potential. If there were a qualified mech pilot, this blade could rip apart some smaller planets, like Earth's moon in the surface universe. Mechs aren't merely mobile artillery platforms. Besides their flexibility and terrifying firepower, they can manifest unique abilities. That's why starry mechs became the central force on interstellar battlefields. Qin Shang remained silent, revisiting the content of the chip in his mind. This had completely gone beyond his understanding. There was little detailed description within the chip. Flash. Instantly, the starry mechs surrounding the Bai Qi mech scattered. Silent space. If Qin Shang could hear and understand their intercommunication, he would have known that they were sending alarming signals full of panic. Hurry and escape. A star-annihilating mech. Split and run. They said the Great Qin had declined, hiding behind the Great Wall like turtles. How could there still be a star-annihilating mech? Unfortunately, no one would answer their questions. The only response came from slashing beams of light crisscrossing everywhere. It didn't take long. Accompanied by several brilliant bursts of fireworks blossoming in the starry sky, not a single starry mech managed to escape. The pure white Bai Qi mech hovered silently amidst the stars. The starships that were previously visible in the picture had completely vanished. Evidently, they had fled far away. Did those people escape? Qin Shang questioned aloud. Rest assured, they won't get far. The entire Great Wall star system has been completely sealed off. Outside of the Great Wall, the ether transmission can't be activated. Even if they enter faster than light travel, it will take over a year to escape from the Great Wall star system. The last stronghold of the Great Qin Empire, which has been operated for over 20,000 years, is no joke, Li Si confidently stated. At this moment, the image in the projection transformed into a radar screen. In a sectioned area, numerous red dots were rapidly moving away. Clearly, these red dots represented the fleeing starships. Killing God Bai Qi, connect to the Great Wall energy source. Li Si issued the command. A small split screen appeared, showing the white mech securely positioned at a node of the steel Great Wall. From its legs extended some machinery that linked it with the Great Wall. Then, the Bai Qi mech drew a massive crossbow from its rear compartment. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Shang's eyes widened involuntarily. Another crossbow? The appearance of this colossal crossbow was almost identical to the ones held by the elite soldiers of the Great Qin, as though it were simply an enlarged version. The crossbows of the Great Qin's elite soldiers measured around 5 or 6 meters in length. But the one wielded by the Bai Qi mech had parameters on the screen indicating it was 70 meters long. I don't have the capability to fully activate Bai Qi mech's power reactor. To use Bai Qi's Star Hunter, we'll need the energy supplied by the Great Wall, Li Si explained. Star Hunter? Qin Shang looked at the enormous bowing crossbow in the Bai Qi mech's hands and wondered if that was its name. In the image, the large crossbow held by Bai Qi mech was lifted under the energy provided by the Great Wall, and the Star Hunter slowly illuminated. In its prime state, the Star Hunter could pierce through a star with a single shot, Li Si said nostalgically. Before Li Si's words even finished, the Star Hunter wielded by the Bai Qi mech had already been fired. An enormous streak of light cut through the starry sky, seemingly splitting it into two. The speed of the light streak surpassed Qin Shang's sight. Qin Shang only noticed that, less than 10 seconds after the streak was fired, a series of red dots disappeared from the radar screen. All the red dots along a straight line were erased. Subsequently, the Bai Qi mech continuously launched more crossbow bolts. In just a few minutes, all the red dots on the radar screen had vanished entirely. Battle completed. All units return. Logistics team, clean up the battlefield. All remains shall be dragged back to the Great Wall furnace for smelting, then used to repair the damage to the Great Wall. The artificial intelligence, Li Si methodically issued instructions. Chapter 6, Li Si's plan. Qin Shang, seated on the throne, silently observed everything before him. After all arrangements were made, Li Si's holographic image turned to Qin Shang with a cheerful smile. Prince, what are your thoughts after witnessing this battle? Very strong. Qin Shang responded truthfully. Qin, it is very powerful. Li Si nodded. In this, Prince, you're mistaken. The former Great Qin was indeed strong, but now it has already entered its twilight years. The two fleet races from earlier were merely the advanced forces sent to test the Great Wall. Although your Highness' arrival allowed for the activation of Great Qin's Tiger Amulet, and thus unlocked some hidden cards, nowadays the Great Qin Empire is limited to only the Great Wall Star System, which makes development almost impossible. The Great Wall Star System has long been the headquarters for countless guardians since the mythological era. For who knows how many years, all resources within the entire star system have been drained entirely. Once our remaining stockpiles are consumed, there will be nothing left but an empty shell. Li Si said as he looked at Qin Shang. Mythological era. Qin Shang fell silent for a while. According to the data in his chip, during the mythical era, this channel wasn't blocked. The era of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors began when the blockade started. Can we perhaps reopen this passage? The outer universe should harbor abundant resources. We could bring along our latest technology and return to develop in the outer universe. Wouldn't that work? Qin Shang voiced his thought, but Li Si shook his head with a smile. Although the outer universe does contain resources, have you considered the difference in time flow between the two worlds? This jolted Qin Shang out of his reverie. That's right, I overlooked that point. If you developed for 10 years in the outer universe, 100 years might have passed in the other world. In the past, this passage truly was open. Tales like a day on Earth being a year in heaven stem from here, though the descriptions were exaggerated. Moreover, alien races from outside used to invade the outer universe on a large scale. The predecessors of the mythological era endured immense hardship before sealing off this channel. Guess what Sky Nuwa patched up back then? Li Si asked. Are you saying? Qin Shang recalled various mythological novels from Earth. Could it be that Nuwa mending the sky was just about blocking this channel? Therefore, for Great Qin to rise again, it must venture outwards. However, now the Great Wall Star System is under tight surveillance, making such expansion not easy. With just the limited supplies from the Great Wall alone, even with your arrival, Your Highness, it would still be difficult to rival them. So Li Si said. What then should we do? Qin Shang blinked in confusion. That's why we still need to count on you, Prince. Within the Great Wall System, ultra-long-distance ether transmission can be activated. You can be directly teleported to nearby star systems. Since this is your first arrival here, you're not yet on their watch list, so you can be directly teleported away, finding a resource-rich location to establish a base, and gathering resources to be transported back via ether transmission. Qin Shang pointed at his own nose. Me? Li Si nodded. Exactly. This step, although risky, is because you currently represent Qin's only hope of revival. As for sending others out, we've tried it before, but those guys kept a tight watch on Qin. All attempts failed. Sighing helplessly, Li Si continued. Moreover, a small portion of the resources would be insignificant for Great Qin, akin to trying to quench thirst with drops of water. After hearing this, Qin Shang became silent once more, unsure if he could truly accomplish this. But naturally, we won't send you off immediately. During this period, the prince needs to stay within the Great Wall System, undergoing our training to gain more understanding of the outer universe. Once you've acquired a certain degree of self-preservation ability, then will we make the necessary arrangements for your departure. For the time being, the Great Wall System can still hold out. Li Si smiled. Qin Shang quietly nodded his head. Now, let me arrange for the prince's meal. I believe you should be feeling hungry by now. Li Si mentioned. Indeed, after Li Si brought this up, Qin Shang realized he was truly starving. He had been too preoccupied adapting to his new, unfamiliar environment to notice. Not to mention, before getting transported here, the food he ate ended up being thrown up due to intoxication. Shortly thereafter, under Li Si's guidance, Qin Shang arrived at the dining hall. It was extravagant. Even for this interstellar age of Qin, Qin Shang was slightly excited to see what kind of food they would provide. The dishes came. Surprisingly, the method of serving dishes startled Qin Shang. Row upon row of youthful, attractive young women, dressed in retro palace uniforms, carried steaming hot plates of food over and served them. The opulent and futuristic restaurant blended perfectly with these young women dressed in imperial costumes, creating an unusual sensory impact. Moreover, this was Qin Shang's first time seeing others from this era. As for Li Si, he was just a projection. When the footage of the Great Qin elite soldiers played, they were all already piloting mechs, and there was no way to see their human forms. Qin Shang felt somewhat disoriented for a moment. These young women were all exceptionally beautiful. Even one picked at random would far outshine his girlfriend who had cheated on him, not by an order of magnitude, but more. Furthermore, they all exuded great elegance. Gulp. Qin Shang instinctively swallowed hard. Li Si, being a mere projection, saw this scene and revealed a smile full of meaning. The plans for welcoming Qin Shang weren't decisions made by him. They had been arranged before the consciousness of Shi Huang went into slumber. However, this specific step was part of his arrangement. Although he was only an intelligent AI, he was absolutely loyal to the Great Qin and thus devised strategies beneficial to its revival. According to Shi Huang's plan, if it could be successfully implemented, Great Qin did have hope for a resurgence. But the outer universe wasn't peaceful, and accidents were always possible. Should something happen to Qin Shang, Great Qin would again fall into previous difficulties. After all, only Qin Shang possessed a purity level of 5% of Shi Huang's bloodline, including among all the people in the known universe, Earth included. A comprehensive investigation had been conducted across the entire Chinese population back then, and only Qin Shang had met the criteria. Therefore, if Qin Shang could leave behind even one, or better yet, several descendants with a sufficiently pure bloodline before embarking on his mission, that would be perfect. Despite advanced technology, due to the unique nature of Shi Huang's bloodline, offspring created through technological means had extremely low bloodline purity. To inherit Shi Huang's bloodline, it had to be done through natural procreation. Moreover, Qin Shang's bloodline concentration was merely at the bare minimum qualifying threshold. To ensure his offspring inherited an acceptable level of bloodline purity, having one or two might not suffice. Ideally, he should father several children. Thus, Li Si made such arrangements. Even as an AI, Li Si understood human desires well and grasped them accurately. After the dishes were served, these beautiful young women didn't retreat, but helped ladle soup, remove fish bones, blow on food to cool it down, and waited upon Qin Shang while he ate. Experiencing this treatment for the first time, Qin Shang felt thoroughly uneasy, even though Qin Shang enjoyed the feeling to some extent. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the young women's bodies, he couldn't help but lose focus, so much so that whether the food was tasty or not remained unexplored. Only after he could no longer eat anymore did Qin Shang wave his hand to indicate he'd finished his meal. Li Si waved his hand, signaling the true withdrawal of dishes and wine. Once those young women departed, Li Si leaned closer, opening with a significant undertone. "Your Highness, how was it?" Cough cough, the taste was decent. Qin Shang touched his nose. "I wasn't asking about the food," Li Si chuckled. Chapter 7. The Ancestral Dragon Qi Cultivation Technique. The Ancestral Dragon Mech. Hack, hack. Qin Shang immediately snapped back to reality. It was clear that all his previous behavior had been seen by Li Si. "Your Highness, as of now, you're the one with the highest authority in the Great Qin Dynasty. If you fancy someone, you can bring them into your harem with no problem." Li Si continued to tempt him. Qin Shang hesitated for a moment. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. He began to somewhat understand why emperors often neglect court affairs. However, why was Li Si so enthusiastic about this kind of thing? Do your intelligence systems even know about such things? Qin Shang glanced at Li Si. Hee. AI may not have emotions or ways to truly comprehend them, but we can simulate any human emotion. Li Si responded with an almost human-like laugh. "Well, let's set this aside for now. Tell me about the training plan you mentioned earlier." Qin Shang rubbed his lower back, deciding to protect himself and leave the subject for later. Besides, Qin Shang wasn't just some lust-driven creature. As a normal man, feeling slightly attracted was natural, but the real test was whether he could control his desires. Though new here, even after mysteriously becoming Crown Prince of Great Qin, there was still a surreal feeling about it all. This wasn't something he should think about right now. Li Si looked at Qin Shang in surprise. By his understanding, Qin Shang should have already felt tempted, so why did he refuse? Nevertheless, Li Si composed himself and spoke respectfully. "All right, Your Highness. Please follow me." Then Li Si led the way ahead. "I cannot proceed beyond this point. Your Highness must enter alone." Li Si stopped before a massive gate and turned to tell Qin Shang. "What's inside?" Qin Shang asked curiously. "A mech, a starry sky mech. According to Emperor Shi Huang's orders, you'll only be permitted to leave once you've initially mastered this mech." Li Si pointed toward the great door. "Mech? A starry sky mech? For me?" Qin Shang felt his heart skip a beat. He was more excited seeing this than he had been with the attractive women moments ago. After all, this was a mech. Watching the individual battle matches of the great Qin warriors already left him yearning. Even more so were the starry sky mechs, and by Qi mechs he'd witnessed. Beauty and charming faces, those are merely fleeting attractions. Mechs represent the ultimate romance for men. Without hesitation, Qin Shang walked forward and smoothly passed through the identity check before entering. An expansive space opened up before him, housing an approximately 100-meter-tall mech at its center. On the side was an electronic sign. Starry Sky Mech, Ancestral Dragon Type 2. Although this mech lacked the imposing grandeur of the Baiqi mech, its design appeared smoother and more graceful. The most important thing was, according to Li Si, it was made for him. It was his own mech. Though Qin Shang had no related mech piloting knowledge yet, he could certainly learn. In accordance with what Li Si suggested next, his training would be geared towards mastering exactly this. Circling the giant mech many times, Qin Shang observed it carefully. Finally unable to resist, he walked closer and touched it. Ding ding. Ancestral Dragon activated. Pilot detected. Would you like to pilot? The instant Qin Shang made contact with the Ancestral Dragon mech, it lit up directly. Startled, though eager to jump into the cockpit and experience it fully. Considering he knew nothing about piloting, Qin Shang reined in his impulse. Even so, Qin Shang spent quite a while inside before coming out from the cockpit, feeling quite satisfied. Is this mech really mine? Upon exiting, Qin Shang licked his lips in excitement. That's correct. This is the Ancestral Dragon Type 2, a simplified version of Emperor Shi Huang's personal Ancestral Dragon mech. Despite being a simplified model, its performance surpasses that of regular star-killing mechs. Li Si said with a smile. Ancestral Dragon. Qin Shang murmured upon hearing these words. Does Emperor Shi Huang's Ancestral Dragon mech still exist? Qin Shang asked curiously. Li Si nodded. It certainly exists. However, at present, Your Highness does not have the qualifications to drive it. Qin Shang laughed nervously. I naturally know that. But Li Si shook his head. Your Highness, it isn't just about permission. It's because your bloodline purity is insufficient. You need at least 80% Ancestral Dragon bloodline to pilot the Ancestral Dragon mech. Qin Shang was taken aback. Ancestral Dragon bloodline? Yes, Li Si nodded. This is the bloodline of Emperor Shi Huang, and also the royal bloodline of our great Qin, the Ancestral Dragon. Prince, do you know why you are still just the crown prince? Even though there is no emperor in Great Qin right now. Even though they say an empire cannot go a day without a ruler. Li Si looked at Qin Shang. Qin Shang didn't speak, but waited for Li Si's response. Li Si continued. Because ascending to become the emperor of Great Qin requires an 80% purity of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. This is also the minimum standard for piloting the Ancestral Dragon mech. The Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech is the simplified version, but it still needs 5% of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline to operate. So, is there any way to enhance my bloodline? Qin Shang asked. Of course, that's what I was about to tell you next. It will also be your core task as the crown prince. Puff, a slight sound, and a robotic arm extended from a hidden corner, holding up an iron box and presenting it to Qin Shang. Qin Shang slightly startled, looking at Li Si with a questioning glance. Crown Prince, open it. Li Si smiled and said. Curiously, Qin Shang opened the iron box and found inside just one book, a physical book, and it was brand new. Qin Shang was completely confused as he picked up the book. In this era, there are still physical books? That's strange. The Ancestral Dragon Qi Cultivation Technique. Qi Cultivation Technique. Qin Shang hesitantly voiced his question. Isn't this supposed to be the scientific age? There's actually this kind of thing? Of course. Our great Qin Empire is renowned for its Qi cultivation techniques. And who told you that Qi cultivation isn't scientific? Li Si chuckled. The end of science is theology. And moreover, Great Qin's Qi cultivators have the most scientific training methods. Li Si laughed and explained. However, the Ancestral Dragon Qi cultivation technique in Crown Prince's hands is exclusive to the Great Qin royalty. Only those with the Ancestral Dragon bloodline can practice it. As the realm of Ancestral Dragon Qi cultivation rises, so will the power of your bloodline gradually increase. If you can reach the advanced realms and enhance your bloodline power to 80%, then your highness will be able to ascend to the throne. Gulping. The imperial throne of Great Qin? Qin Shang swallowed hard. Anticipation filled him. Indeed. To what level must I cultivate to achieve 80% bloodline purity? Qin Shang asked excitedly. Qi cultivators are divided into 9 realms. As for the realms beyond the 9th, let's not mention them. Upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. According to records, at least reaching the 8th realm is necessary to increase the bloodline purity to 80%. Li Si said solemnly. 8th realm, huh? It sounded distant already. Right. Since cultivating the Ancestral Dragon Qi cultivation technique can enhance bloodline purity, why bother bringing me over? Wouldn't it suffice if other descendants of the royal family practiced instead? Qin Shang suddenly had doubts and questioned. Li Si rolled his eyes very human-like. If only we could. Do you think we wouldn't have known, Crown Prince? The Ancestral Dragon Qi cultivation technique also has a threshold. Those with less than 5% bloodline purity cannot cultivate it. They can only cultivate ordinary Qi cultivation techniques. That's also why items like the Great Qin Tiger Talisman always set their minimum thresholds at 5% bloodline purity. Only now did Qin Shang realize this, nodding in understanding. Chapter 8. The Initial Experience of Cultivation. Sitting cross-legged in his palace, Qin Shang slightly closed his eyes and made great efforts to calm his mind. He tried to sense the power of his bloodline within him. Qin Shang, who was already the crown prince of the Great Qin dynasty, naturally had his own residence within the Great Wall. The Ancestral Dragon Qi practice required a minimum bloodline purity of 5% to even begin cultivation. This was the bare minimum. According to Li Si, the higher the concentration of the bloodline, the faster one could cultivate through the Ancestral Dragon Qi practice. There's no need to say anything about the first emperor. He started at the peak from the very beginning. The previous crown prince, Fu Su, with a bloodline purity of about 70%, progressed extremely rapidly when cultivating the Ancestral Dragon Qi practice, covering vast distances in just a single day. There were no bottlenecks before reaching the 7th level. But Qin Shang himself only possessed a bloodline purity of 5%, just barely passing the qualifying line. The difficulty of cultivation was evident. Seeing Qin Shang frowning as he cultivated, Li Si's projection revealed a hint of a smile along with a tinge of helplessness. Then his figure disappeared directly. In the past, members of the Great Qin royal family with merely 5% bloodline purity couldn't secure even a legitimate position. They could only idly wait out their lives as insignificant relatives of the clan. Now, the sole hope for the Great Qin lay with a crown prince brought over from the parallel universe, who only had 5% bloodline purity. As for the 80% bloodline concentration that Li Si mentioned to Qin Shang being enough to inherit the throne, regardless of whether Qin Shang believed it or not, it was clear that Li Si didn't believe it himself. It wasn't that Qin Shi Huang couldn't ascend to the throne if he reached 80% bloodline purity. Rather, it was impossible for Qin Shi Huang to reach such a level in the first place. With a bloodline purity of only 5%, it was incredibly difficult to cultivate up to the 8th stage. Based on Li Si's calculations, if Qin Shi Huang had decent talent, he could possibly cultivate to the 3rd or 4th level, raising his bloodline purity to 30 or 40%. At that point, Qin Shi Huang should expand his harem as much as possible, having many princes whose bloodline purity would hopefully reach 30 to 40%, so they could be trained over time. Stud horse. This was how Li Si defined Qin Shi Huang in his calculations. However, Qin Shi Huang, lost in his practice, had no idea how Li Si had categorized him. All Qin Shi Huang could think about was mecha. Yet, cultivation was exceedingly difficult. According to the method of the ancestral Dragon Chi practice, those starting out must first sense the power of their bloodline within them. This is why a minimum bloodline purity of 5% is necessary. It is because one cannot sense their inner bloodline energy below this level. Your Highness, it's time to wake up. Li Si's voice came through. Huh. Qin Shi Huang blinked drowsily and opened his eyes. Looking at Li Si's projection in front of him, Qin Shi Huang felt a sudden sense of helplessness. He recalled how last night, after thinking all evening, he hadn't been able to sense the supposed bloodline force, and eventually ended up sleeping unintentionally. You should start learning the theoretical knowledge of mechas now, including simulation controls. There will also be some physical training. Li Si continued explaining the next arrangements. All right, I'll freshen up first, Qin Shi Huang said, rubbing his temple. Crown Prince, don't rush yourself. Your bloodline purity is just at the qualifying line, so not sensing the bloodline force for a short period of time is normal, Li Si said kindly, trying to comfort him. Understood, it's fine. I know. Qin Shi Huang nodded, not needing further explanation from Li Si. After spending an entire night on it, Qin Shi Huang had already realized the difficulty involved. With the assistance of 2 pretty young ladies, Qin Shi Huang completed his morning routine. Having experienced yesterday's events, Qin Shi Huang seemed more adjusted this time around, although his heart still couldn't help but accelerate its rhythm. Next came a day full of courses. Although inside the Great Wall there were no clear distinctions between day and night, the Great Qin Empire still calculated time in the same way Earth did originally. Additionally, according to Li Si, physical fitness improvement could also enhance one's bloodline force slightly, albeit to a negligible degree. However, considering Qin Shi Huang's current situation of only having a bloodline purity of 5%, any improvement was better than none. In this era, if someone wanted to improve physical fitness alone, there were plenty of scientific ways to achieve that. However, these technological methods were similar to over-fertilizing plants. They could quickly increase one's strength, but they offered no benefits in terms of increasing bloodline purity. Through over 10 hours of various lessons, Qin Shi Huang felt quite fulfilled throughout the day. Even eating and bathing were attended by beautiful young women. Yet, after a tiring day, Qin Shi Huang didn't have too many other thoughts this time. He simply didn't want to move once lying down, until Li Si urged him to continue attempting to cultivate through the ancestral Dragon Chi practice. Burdened by the heavy courses, Qin Shi Huang posed a question to Li Si. Why not directly transmit relevant knowledge via his chip? Li Si explained with a chuckle that there was never such a thing as a free lunch. The core function of the chip was identity authorization. It served as an identification code for Crown Prince Qin Shi Huang's status. All officials of the Great Qin Dynasty carried such a device, and the incidental information attached to it was just a bonus. If too much information were to be inserted, Qin Shi Huang's ordinary human brain would simply be unable to handle it. The consequence would be direct damage to Qin Shi Huang's brain neurons under the massive flow of information, turning him into a fool. Even with today's advanced technology, dealing with the complexity of the human brain remained cautious, and treatment was no easy task. Days passed in this manner. Perhaps driven by his fervor for mechas, Qin Shi Huang had already gained the ability to control mechas through simulations, allowing for normal actions. Still, professional combat training was necessary. On another front, progress had also been made in the practice of ancestral Dragon Chi cultivation. At least Qin Shi Huang had felt that faint warmth mentioned in the ancestral Dragon Chi practice method. This should be the ancestral dragon bloodline within him. Next up was learning to control the bloodline force while searching for the Qi sensation. The Qi of a practicing cultivator could be divided into 2 types: the inner Qi cultivating essence, spirit, and energy, and the external celestial spirit Qi. Ordinary practices usually focused on one major direction, with the other serving as auxiliary or merely involved. Traditional generals of the Great Qin cultivated their essence, spirit, and energy mainly for personal enhancement. They were known as Qi practicing warriors. Some strategists, on the other hand, specialized in using celestial spirit Qi. What made the ancestral Dragon Chi practice unique was its ability to advance both paths simultaneously. It allowed practitioners to absorb celestial spirit Qi for their own use, strengthening bloodline force while cultivating essence, spirit, and energy internally. At the same time, it improved one's control over celestial spirit Qi. This was the ancestral Dragon Qi practice of the Great Qin imperial family. As for celestial spirit Qi, it did indeed exist and could be detected by various scientific instruments, but it couldn't be replicated using technological means. However, in this era, Qi cultivation was merely a way to enhance oneself. After all, even cultivators at the 9th level of cultivation couldn't withstand the main cannon fire of a starship. Above that, well, no one knew. Yet, it wasn't entirely useless. For example, the performance of a mecha controlled by a Qi cultivator versus that controlled by an ordinary person differed vastly. This was one of the reasons why the Great Qin Dynasty almost unified the entire outer universe in the past. Still, Each race across the cosmos had their own methods for enhancing themselves. After adapting for several days, Qin Shi had now become accustomed to the current training intensity, leaving him with enough energy to focus on the qi practice in the evenings. Qi sensation. Qin Shi guided the faint warm stream within him, practicing according to the routes outlined in the ancestral dragon qi practice, while simultaneously attempting to sense the qi from the outside world. But evidently, this was not an easy feat. 2 days had passed, and Qin Shi still hadn't managed to perceive any of the so-called qi sensations. Chapter 9. Defense of the Resource Point. Time flew by, and Qin Shi had been in this great Qin Empire for nearly half a month. In these half a month, the Great Wall remained calm without any enemies showing up. On the contrary, after more than half a month of training, Qin Shi was now able to pilot a starry sky mecha for some simple combat maneuvers. Li Si observed this scene and marveled at it. Normally, cultivating a qualified mecha pilot, especially for the starry sky mecha, is no easy task. Think about how difficult it is to cultivate a qualified pilot on Earth, let alone one that specializes in space combat. Li Si praised Qin Shi's talent for mecha operation greatly. According to Li Si's comments regarding mecha control, Qin Shi was the fastest among all the trainees so far. According to the training plan, it was time for Qin Shi to shift from a regular starry sky mecha to a Zulong mecha simulator cockpit. However, in comparison, his cultivation of qi manipulation still left something to be desired. Qin Shi was still stuck in the qi sensing phase. However, the warm current within his body became increasingly clear to Qin Shi's perception, and he could control the flow of this warmth relatively skillfully for cultivation. The bloodline force within his body also counted as part of a person's spirit, energy, and vitality. Although Qin Shi had yet to fully grasp the sensation of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, over these half a month, whether due to the cultivation of bloodline force or physical enhancement training, Qin Shi could feel his physical condition improving significantly. By nightfall, Qin Shi had completely adapted to the training and still had the energy to continue cultivating the Zulong qi manipulation technique after each session ended. However, at this moment, Li Si suddenly appeared. "Your Highness, Crown Prince." Li Si's projection manifested in Qin Shi's room. Qin Shi looked up at Li Si with a hint of confusion. Normally, Li Si would not disturb him while he was cultivating at this hour. After more than half a month of study and training, combined with your Highness' astonishing talent for mecha piloting, you may consider yourself an official beginner in mecha operation. But the best teacher is real combat. Right now, there happens to be an opportunity for you, Your Highness, to participate in a battle, Li Si said to Qin Shi. A battle? Me? Qin Shi looked perplexed for a moment. Is there another enemy invasion then? Qin Shi felt quite eager to try out his skills. Although during training, he had experienced simulated combat scenarios. Simulations were just simulations after all. We have been dispatching secret squads to collect resources. Now, one of our hidden resource points has been discovered by the winged race. They are currently attacking our resource point. Ever since Great Qin began to consolidate its territory in the starry sky, we have implemented this plan, placing numerous secret resource points throughout the universe. Otherwise, if we only rely on what we already have, the day will come when we run out of resources. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi nodded in agreement. Following the plan, once he developed enough self-protection abilities, he might venture out undercover to gather resources and expand Great Qin's territories. Among the countless races in the universe, almost all are enemies of ours. Even if there are a few neutral races, they wouldn't help us. Li Si continued speaking. Qin Shi understood this point. A fallen whale nourishes myriad life forms. The Great Qin Empire, which used to dominate this section of the universe, was undoubtedly like a giant whale in the ocean. As the Great Qin whale fell, all the surrounding fish rushed in to take their bite. This was the truth of pushing down walls when they're already weak. For this period of time, most of our remaining resource points have been mostly taken over by them. It seems highly unlikely to keep this particular resource point safe. But the various resources we've collected and smelted there must be brought back. This is a rare rich mining resource point. The accumulated minerals stored here, waiting to be transported back, are enough to sustain the routine maintenance consumption of the Great Wall for nearly 100 years. But for secrecy, the defensive forces of the resource point cannot be overly exaggerated. Now that it has been discovered, the resource point's strength is not enough to hold out until all materials can be transferred back. So, we need to send reinforcements to assist in the defense, ensuring the transfer of all kinds of mineral resources. Qin Shi looked up. So, you want me to gain some experience from actual combat? When do we depart? Qin Shi asked openly, ready to face his responsibilities. He had accepted his identity through all the training he'd undergone. The team has already departed. The reinforcements have already arrived via etheric teleportation. Li Si smiled. Ah. Qin Shi paused for a second. Hadn't it been stated that he'd participate? It turns out it was this kind of participation. In the simulated mecha cockpit, Qin Shi stared at the starry sky before him, his heart brimming with excitement. Through an etheric signal, a series of signals that Qin Shi couldn't understand would be transmitted, enabling him to remotely control the mecha within the range of signal radiation. Although remote control via etheric signals was fast, there would inevitably be some delay. The longer the distance, the higher the latency. Currently, the Great Wall's etheric signal connected through the resource point's etheric transportation channel to link with that specific mecha. There was minimal latency, only 0.1 seconds, which had no impact on Qin Shi and the team at this stage. However, for a skilled duel, even this 0.1 second delay could be enough to determine victory or defeat. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was operating a prohibited guard mecha, a defense-oriented heavy starry sky mecha. Beside it was a huge passage where an unmanned transport robot was quickly moving packed mineral resources into the channel. Based on this pace, it was estimated that it would take at least 3 hours to complete the transportation. Meanwhile, the defensive fortifications ahead were rapidly crumbling under the winged race's assault. At this rate, the resource point's defensive structures wouldn't hold out for 3 hours. Nevertheless, by now, a large fleet of starships had already been dispatched and were engaging in fierce combat with the winged race's ships using the defensive works at the resource point. These starships had all been supported from the Great Wall. Both starships and starry sky mechas constituted the core forces of interstellar warfare. So naturally, the Great Qin Empire wasn't without its own fleet. Both sides suffered casualties, but the primary mission for the Great Qin side was to buy time. Hence they occasionally retreated, keeping their losses low. On the other hand, as the attacking force, the winged race's starships endured significant damage. So far, however, none of the starry sky mechas had entered the battlefield. Their deployment would signify that the battle had escalated to fever pitch. Qin Shi Huang, still observing from the sidelines, felt something wasn't quite right about the situation. Although Great Qin's ship losses weren't high yet, the shrinking speed of the defensive perimeter was rapid. The winged race's ships seemed to attack recklessly, their objective appearing not to directly break through Great Qin's lines, but to compress the defense radius. Is the winged race our mortal enemy? Or do we have a deep-seated grudge? Qin Shi Huang asked aloud. Though he was alone inside the mecha simulation chamber, Qin Shi Huang knew Li Si could hear him. There is no deep hatred. The winged race is simply another race capitalizing on our misfortune. After taking a few losses at Great Qin's hands, they haven't been so aggressive anymore. Li Si's voice came through. Chapter 10. The First Battle, 100% Intercept. Qin Shi Huang had always imagined the winged race as bird-like humans. Their overall appearance was humanoid, but they were much taller and had wings in addition to some feathers on parts of their bodies. As Qin Shi Huang looked at the current situation, it was clear that something wasn't right. Although Qin Shi Huang had previously been a corporate drone in the 21st century and was almost entirely unfamiliar with war, after some training and possibly due to his natural bloodline, he could still see certain things about the battle's dynamics. Didn't you notice something unusual about these winged people's attacks? Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but speak up. To be able to see there's something off in such a short time, Your Highness, it truly shows how remarkable dragon blood can be. Li Si praised him. According to the calculations from the smart system, indeed something is off. But no matter what their purpose is, all we need to do is buy time until the supplies arrive, then cut off the ether transmission channel directly. Regardless of their motives, this will nullify them. As the Great Wall AI, Li Si had terrifying computational abilities, which ensured the near-perfect operation of the Great Wall that dominated the entire star system. Li Si had long detected something unusual about the battle dynamics through its computations, but naturally had its own strategies. After hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nodded. Since Li Si already had a plan, he decided not to say more. Boom, boom. At this moment, suddenly, Qin Shi Huang felt vibrations transmitted through the space armor sensor that allowed him to experience everything vividly in the simulation cabin. Taking a look, he realized the enemy was deploying space mechs now, and part of their attack landed near this resource point. Ding ding ding. Engage. Qin Shi Huang's mech received the combat order. This is Commander Meng Xiao for this operation. Follow my orders. A deep male voice echoed through the communicator. For this mission, Qin Shi Huang did not reveal his identity. In fact, only a few within the Qin dynasty knew about his existence at this moment. According to Meng Xiao's command, Qin Shi Huang followed 2 other space mechs and headed left toward the enemies. In this battle, including Qin Shi Huang, the Qin side deployed a total of 10 space mechs. Number 1. The winged clan spaceship has locked onto us. Take precautions. The communication from one of his side mates caught Qin Shi Huang's attention, who immediately responded. Understood. The 3 space mechs led by Qin Shi Huang's heavy defensive guard were first. Mech number 2, the crossbow, was an output-type mech equipped with powerful long-range firepower, having a more streamlined body. Mech number 3 was the Gust, a balanced roaming mech. The starry galaxy remained silent, except for a massive laser beam filled with horrifying power hurtling towards Qin Shi Huang and the others. Dodge! Both the crossbow mech and the Gust mech dispersed instantly, but the relatively heavier guard mech couldn't react as quickly. Facing this ray, memories of Baidi's mech slicing through it flashed in Qin Shi Huang's mind. But Qin Shi Huang didn't dwell on it too much, realizing well enough his own limitations. The key wasn't whether this guardian mech possessed such strength, but whether Qin Shi Huang himself could control the mech effectively. Recognizing his rookie status, Qin Shi Huang strictly followed the tactical movements and positioned himself defensively. Lift the shield. A huge alloy shield was raised by the guardian mech. Activate the electro-ionic field. Defense. That was the forte of the Qin dynasty's guardian mech. A layer of blue electro-ions enveloped the shield. Then, Qin Shi Huang felt a wave of impact coming through. It hit. The main gun of the winged race's spaceship directly struck the shield controlled by Qin Shi Huang's guardian mech. Ding. An alert sounded in his ears. Besides the shockwave, Qin Shi Huang felt nothing else out of place, just a slight increase in the mech's energy consumption. Clearly, the main cannon's power was not enough to break through the defense of the guardian mech. Target locked. Crossbow attack. Qin Shi Huang noticed a huge energy-shaped arrow flying past his side. Within less than 0.2 seconds, the pressure Qin Shi Huang felt disappeared. Hit the target. Moving his shield aside, Qin Shi Huang saw that the enemy ship had exploded into fireworks. TSK, TSK. Indeed, common space battleships were no match for the sky mechs. Attention, the opposing side's space mechs are here, 4 of them. On the wing side, 4 space mechs appeared in this direction, 1 more than Qin Shang's team. 3 against 4, we're at a disadvantage. And from the looks of it, they have 1 offense, 1 defense, and 2 balanced mechs. Number 1, number 3, and I will attempt to focus fire, eliminating one of their mechs first. The opposing side's technology is slightly inferior to ours by a tier. If we fully power up our attacks on one of their offensive mechs, we should be able to take it out instantly. But with full-out attack, neither number 3 nor I will have the capacity for defense. Will you be able to block all their firepower then? Number 3 communicated over the comms. Number 3 and 2 were old comrades in arms, but they didn't know the pilot of this number 1 mech. Still, as fellow soldiers of the Great Qin Army, they trusted each other implicitly. Just that, they didn't realize the Guardian mech was being remotely controlled via ether signals at this moment. No problem. Qin Shang hesitated slightly before answering. As a rookie in the battlefield, Qin Shang mainly relied on following orders and had some confidence due to testing the Guardian mech's defensive capabilities. So we'll execute this plan. Get ready for battle. Number 1, don't stay too far from us. Roger. At this point, both sides had started using their secondary cannons for attacks. Although the Guardian mech was a defensive mech, it was also equipped with secondary cannons. Click click. From the shoulders of the Guardian mech emerged more than a dozen cannon barrels. In response to the enemy's assault, through the mech smart system's rapid targeting, Qin Shang quickly fired. Bunches of fireworks silently bloomed. Those were the attacks intercepted by the secondary cannons of Qin Shang's Guardian mech. Most of the attacks were intercepted. Amongst them, the crossbow and gust mechs were also involved in interception. The 4 enemy mechs had slightly more intense firepower. Under such circumstances, Qin Shang and his companions almost lacked any room for counterattack, leaving them to passively defend. Even so, some attacks managed to penetrate the interception. Both gust and crossbow were forced to evade, while Qin Shang simply raised his large shield, making ordinary secondary cannons feel like mere scratches. The distance between the two parties was gradually closing, intensifying their exchange of fire. Suddenly, Qin Shang's brow lifted slightly as the warm current inside his body seemed to slowly stir. Dragon blood power? Qin Shang felt slightly perplexed, but this wasn't the time to lose focus. However, what followed left Qin Shang dumbfounded. As the dragon blood power circulated, Qin Shang discovered he could lock onto those attacks faster than the smart system. After hesitating briefly, Qin Shang made a decision. Deactivate the smart system and manually control the secondary cannon's interceptions. Upon Qin Shang shutting down the smart system, the firing frequency of the secondary cannons on the Guardian mech instantly increased. A flurry of fireworks erupted, leaving crossbow and gust suddenly feeling an immediate reduction in pressure. Not a single attack pierced through anymore. The 2 starry galaxy mechs, utterly bewildered, turned their attention toward Qin Shang. What they saw stunned them. There stood Qin Shang's Guardian mech, wielding a colossal alloy sword shield combo, its shoulder-mounted secondary cannons wildly firing. Every single one of the opponent's attacks was precisely intercepted by these secondary cannons. Even the seemingly random blasts proved effective. Once the projectiles reached a certain distance, they would intercept incoming enemy fire perfectly. Not only was it 100% interception, but also precise, predictive interception. Gulp. The pilot of the Gust mech couldn't help but swallow audibly. Who was the master behind the controls of the Guardian mech? Chapter 11. Unexpected turn of events. This time, among the 10 starry mech units supporting the resource point, they all knew them, including Meng Xiao. Only this guard mech was temporarily inserted by the Great Wall team. A team of 3, their number 1 partner originally was another guard mech. Commander Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao, who was in the back commanding the entire situation and ready to respond at any moment, also looked confused in this direction. Originally worried that this temporarily inserted guard mech might not be competent, so he arranged the 2 strongest teammates on the entire team. His old partner leading the charge with support from behind, which should have been fine, but it turned out to be a big deal. As for who the pilot of the guard mech was, Meng Xiao was unclear as well. This is manual mode. The crossbow operator observed the pilot of the guard mech and informed the Zufeng mech via a communication channel, which was essentially like a private chat between the 2 of them. I know. Although intelligent systems can free up some energy when driving mechs, it's hard to achieve the kind of spontaneous and detailed control that manual operation provides. But piloting starry mechs isn't easy, so almost all starry mech pilots use intelligent system assistance. Could it be a star-killing level god? Zufeng muttered softly. It's probably unlikely, since after the last general fell, don't we Qi no longer have star-killing level pilots? Bai Qi, who acted last time for the Great Wall, was controlled by an AI brain, only unleashing less than 3 layers of its power. The crossbow mech responded. To drive a star-killing mech, one must operate in pure manual mode to fully utilize its strength. But obviously, that's not something everyone can do. Thus, every qualified star-killing mech pilot in Qin earns the title of general. Some pilots can reduce certain AI assistances or, depending on the battlefield situation, flexibly switch AI assistances, manually over-controlling certain abilities of the mech. These are already considered high-level pilots among starry mech drivers. However, a star-killing mech cannot have any intelligent system-assisted operations. Whatever happens, this is our chance. The drivers of the crossbow and Zephyr mechs were old comrades in arms, naturally coordinating smoothly. So immediately they launched a counterattack against the winged race's starry mechs. Under Qin Shang's 100% interception, the attacks from the opposing side had almost no effect on the duo. Barrage after barrage of ranged attacks surged towards the winged race's starry mechs, especially the crossbow operator being one of Qin's ace long-range starry mech pilots. Even exterminator-class mechs needed to tread carefully when facing his assaults. However, the opponent's long-range output mech also unleashed its main cannon. This main cannon attack clearly couldn't be intercepted by Qin Shang's secondary cannons. Immediately, the crossbow mech prepared to dissipate the bow arrow, currently gathering energy, and evade. As during the energy gathering phase, most of the mech's power supply would focus on its weapon, drastically reducing its maneuverability. Therefore, it was impossible to avoid the enemy's main cannon while in the energy gathering state. But right at that moment, a figure appeared in front of the crossbow mech. Qin Shang's guard mech. Raised shield. Electrical ion field. Block. Hit. The entire guard mech shook violently, falling backward instantly. However, the propulsion devices on its back activated quickly, stabilizing the mech immediately. Dissipate force. Flip the shield. This main cannon attack was successfully deflected to the side. Furthermore, even while deflecting, the secondary cannons mounted on both shoulders could still intercept accurately. The crossbow mech was greatly surprised, but the attack aimed at itself had already been deflected, thus naturally, it wouldn't halt its own charged attack. Swish. The galaxy silent. The energy bow arrow attacked at an incredible speed. Clearly the opposing heavy mech didn't dare to directly block this strike, like Qin Shang did. Subsequently, the Wing Clan mech performed evasive maneuvers. Within the brief period of evading, their firepower ceased. Seizing this opportunity, Zephyr and Crossbow quickly unleashed a more intense firepower suppression. It has proven that having a good frontline tank is indeed crucial. Secondly, the crossbow mech driver was evidently skilled too, although the opposing mechs managed to evade. The distance of the bow arrow's attack wasn't just limited to this much. After passing through the line of the opposing mechs, the energy bow arrow's attack directly pierced 7 to 8 winged interstellar battleships at the rear, creating a string of firework-like explosions before its energy was finally exhausted. Compared to the first bow arrow, which targeted the initial starry battle mech, this attack was fully powered after charging, a full-strength assault targeting the starry mech carried out by the crossbow mech. Witnessing the power of this strike, even Qin Shang couldn't help but feel somewhat awestruck, unsure if the large shield of the guard mech could withstand such an attack. But now, with Qin Shang's fully competent frontline support, combined with the firepower of the crossbow and Zephyr mechs, they had turned what was originally a disadvantaged 3 versus 4 situation into a complete suppression of the enemy. Seeing this scene, Meng Xiao couldn't help but be amazed. With Meng Xiao's sharp vision, he naturally understood that the core reason for creating such an advantageous situation was Qin Shang's 100% interception capability of the guard mech. If he swapped positions with Qin Shang, even with his longtime partners in the crossbow and Zephyr mechs, partners he knew were extremely well coordinated, it would still be hard to achieve this level of synergy. The starry mech units on other flanks also successfully intercepted the enemy's attacks. Though not as advantageous as Qin Shang's group, they at least managed to hold their ground without any immediate collapse. Their mission was simple: delay the enemy by just 3 hours. As soon as the resource transportation completed, they could retreat. Just as Meng Xiao let out a sigh of relief, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. From the shadow of the nearby star cluster, a massive beam of energy suddenly erupted. It moved at lightning speed, obliterating everything it touched like a hot knife through butter. Ships, mech suits, all melted away instantly upon contact. The entire resource platform was pierced clean through. What? Meng Xiao was stunned. That single attack had wiped out countless ships and 2 starry mechs from the Great Qin side. In one strike, balance had been severely disrupted. A colossal interstellar battleship slowly emerged from the shadows. A star-annihilating ship. Meng Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Star-annihilating ships and star-annihilating class mechs, regardless of the faction or species, represented ultimate power, akin to aircraft carriers on Earth, a demonstration of overwhelming strength. Under normal circumstances, star-annihilating assets wouldn't be mobilized lightly. That earlier shot came from the main cannon of the star-annihilating ship, which hadn't even reached full charge. If the cannon reached its maximum charge, a single shot could destroy an entire planet. This is Meng Xiao. How much has been transported? The moment Meng Xiao saw the star-annihilating ship, he contacted the person in charge of the resource point. Commander Meng Xiao, currently only 40% has been transported. Accelerate the transport process. What is the shortest amount of time needed to complete the transfer? Meng Xiao gritted his teeth, knowing how crucial these resources were for the Great Wall team. If the delivery had reached 70%, Meng Xiao would have immediately ordered a retreat. But only 40% wasn't enough. It was too little. We need a minimum of 1.5 hours. No, I'm giving you 1 hour. 1 hour from now, no matter how much we've transported, we will retreat. Meng Xiao fixed his gaze on the star-annihilating ship. Defeat it? Impossible. Meng Xiao couldn't believe it. How could the Wing Clan, a mid-sized race, dare to deploy a star-annihilating ship just to deal with a minor resource point? By logic, every star-annihilating ship should be considered invaluable to them, something not easily used. There was no choice left. They could only buy time, even if it meant sacrificing lives. Chapter 12, The Angel Race. This was an unavoidable situation. When facing Star Annihilator level combatants, regular units simply couldn't match up. Under normal circumstances, encountering a Star Annihilator level force in battle, unless you also possess that level of power, one either needed overwhelming numbers to outlast the opponent or flee outright. To stall them even for a moment would only be possible at great cost in lives. All combat units, heed my order. warships and infantry are to tangle with their star mechas. All star mecha pilots quickly break away from the enemy star mecha. The first priority is to delay their star annihilator. The defense forces of the resource platform will deal with the winged race's battleships independently. Spares no expense in executing these orders. Ma Chao practically gritted out those last words through clenched teeth. A dead silence ensued over the communications channel. Everyone had witnessed the appearance of the Star Annihilator class vessel. There was no retreat signal. Great Qin, forever. The response from the first warrior of Great Qin rang through the communication channel. Great Qin forever. Great Qin forever. Shortly thereafter, a surge of rallying cries erupted nearly simultaneously over the comm channels. They all knew what lay ahead, a fight to the death. Beyond this slogan, they set aside considerations of life and death. Great Qin, forever. Prince Shang joined the chorus over the comm, shouting the same rallying cry. At this moment, a significant portion of the Star Annihilator ship emerged from behind the nebulous shadow. On its hull was a pattern glowing with white light. It depicted a 12-winged emblem. That's not right. This isn't the wing race's Star Annihilator ship. When Ma Chao saw the emblem on the Star Annihilator ship, his pupils constricted sharply. The wing race wouldn't dare use a 12-wing symbol as their mark. An ordinary pair of wings painted on their standard vessels sufficed as the wing race's emblem. But this 12-wing emblem belonged to another galactic race, a powerful one, the Angel race. The Angel race was among the famous strong races of the outer universe. Even during the height of Great Qin's glory, among the unconquered races, the Angel race held its place. Moreover, every winged race throughout the outer universe, any race bearing feathered wings, showed deference to the Angel race. So it made sense why this time the wing race's ships fought so recklessly. Behind the current conflict was the instigation of the Angel race. Not just that, a Star Annihilator battleship itself was a strategic level force and could never act alone. Accompanying the arrival of the Angel race's Star Annihilator ship were countless ordinary escort vessels. As a powerful race, even their common interstellar ships were likely formidable. Secondly, 5 enormous mechas exuding faint glimmers of light floated near the Star Annihilator ship. Star mechas. The Angel race's star mechas consisted of 4 twin-wing angels and 1 quad-wing angel. Their star mechas featured wings at their backs, the more wings signifying greater power. Fortunately, the highest tier model seen now was a quad-wing angel. A hex-wing angel mecha within the Angel race was already considered a Star Annihilator class mecha. If a hex-wing angel mecha appeared alongside a Star Annihilator ship and Star Annihilator class mecha, there'd be no point fighting. Inside the virtual cockpit of the Great Wall, upon seeing this scene, Prince Shang couldn't help but ask, Li Si, do we have reinforcements? Having undergone training recently, Prince Shang was quite familiar with the situation in the outer universe. Naturally, he understood how formidable the combat units appearing from the Angel race were. He hated the thought of letting these soldiers of Great Qin die in vain. Of course, but your highness, the crown prince, must authorize it. Li Si's voice came through. As an artificial intelligence, Li Si naturally observed this entire battle closely. Prince Shang's actions surprised him. Though his intervention had little overall impact on the grand battle scheme, let's not forget, Prince Shang had only been here half a month. In terms of mech combat talent, Li Si couldn't help but commend him. From initially viewing Shang merely as a stallion, his perspective began to change. Perhaps, this crown Prince Shang could surprise him. Based on this performance, achieving 80% bloodline concentration to pilot the ancestral dragon mech might still be a stretch. However, becoming a qualified Star Annihilator class mech pilot was undoubtedly attainable. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Prince Shang didn't hesitate and immediately authorized via the Tiger token. Mobilization commenced again within the Great Wall, with numerous troops starting their transfer through ether transmission to reinforce the front lines. Furthermore, regarding the enemy's Star Annihilator class ship, Li Si proposed a corresponding strategy. While the Star Annihilator ship was also present in the Great Wall, if it were to be deployed for support, it could only arrive via ether transmission. However, transmitting a Star Annihilator ship consumed an enormous amount of resources, and thus Li Si didn't recommend deploying it. Ether transmission wasn't without its cost. Each transmission required energy. The greater the mass of the object being transmitted, the more energy it would consume. Moreover, this was not the final decisive battle yet. They merely needed to hold the enemy off for a while. Thus, they should activate Bai Qi again. According to Li Si's suggestion, Qin Shang would remotely control the Bai Qi mech with the aid of the smart system. To fully unleash Bai Qi's power would normally require a qualified pilot of Star Annihilator class mechs, but right now, they were only trying to buy time. With Bai Qi's inherent capabilities, it should be sufficient to tangle with the enemy's Star Annihilator ship. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang couldn't help but feel his heart racing as he prepared to operate the Bai Qi mech. Can I really do it? Qin Shang hesitated, though he already had the skill to control standard star mechas during combat. After specialized training, Qin Shang well understood just how difficult piloting a Star Annihilator level mech truly was. During these past few days of training within the virtual cockpit, Qin Shang drove the Zhu Long Type 2 mech prepared by Li Si. The Zhu Long Type 2 mech hadn't even reached the Star Annihilator level, and Qin Shang struggled to handle it effectively. Your Highness, your talent in mech combat is unrivaled. Have faith in yourself. The powerful computational assistance from the Great Wall AI can bring out at most 30% of Bai Qi's potential. Based on your Highness's recent performance, with your assistance, we should be able to unlock 40% of Bai Qi's full potential. Even though it was only 10% more, for a Star Annihilator mech, such a difference could be vast. With 40% of Bai Qi's strength, it should be enough to tie down the Angel race's Star Annihilator ship for some time. After hearing this, Qin Shi Huang took a deep breath. All right, let me try. Great, Your Highness. Now, let's start linking up the signal to the Bai Qi mech. The signals between the mech cockpit where Qin Shi Huang was stationed and the Imperial Guard mech broke off and began aligning with Bai Qi's mech instead. Once the signals were cut off, the Imperial Guard mech started returning automatically under the control of the smart system. When Zhu Feng and Nushi noticed this, they couldn't help but express their doubts. Number 1. Are you planning to desert us? Nushi questioned, but received no response. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang's signal had successfully connected to the Bai Qi mech. Chapter 13. Reinforcements arrive. However, the crossbow mech pilot didn't have time to worry about Qin Shi Huang's Royal Guard mech anymore, because the entire battlefield began to shift according to Meng Xiao's deployment. The Daqin side originally only had 10 star mechs. Now, aside from Qin Shi Huang's disconnected Royal Guard mech, 2 more star mechs were destroyed in an ambush by the main cannon of the Angel Clan's Star Destroyer. Only 7 star mechs managed to break free from the Wing Clan star mechs and charge towards the Angel Clan's Star Destroyer emerging from the nebula shadows. Firstly, before the giant hull of the enemy's Star Destroyer, these 7 star mechs truly looked insignificant. Secondly, the opponent also had a considerable number of escort satellites and 5 Angel star mechs. The 7 star mechs of Daqin appeared even more isolated. This scene undeniably carried a tinge of tragedy. And without the harassment from Daqin's star mechs, the Wing Clan mechs weaved through the battlefield with ease, inflicting significant casualties on the incoming reinforcements of Daqin's space warships. Moreover, suppressed by the Wing Clan star mechs, Daqin starships could not retaliate effectively. Consequently, the Wing Clan warships, unleashed under powerful fire support, mercilessly dismantled all sorts of defense facilities on this resource point platform belonging to Daqin. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Whoosh! Daqin's 7 star mechs took the first move and fired upon the enormous Star Destroyer. But the Star Destroyer showed no signs of defense or avoidance because its surrounding satellite ships and the 5 Angel star mechs immediately built up a dense fire blockade, completely intercepting all attacks from Daqin star mechs. At the same time, it was clear that the huge main cannon of the Angel Star Destroyer started to shine with light, obviously gathering energy, as the main cannon of such Star Destroyers needed energy buildup to attack despite their immense power. The long-range fire of the Angel Clan instantly covered the 7 star mechs of Daqin. The 3 Royal Guard mechs, including Meng Xiao, immediately positioned themselves at the front line. The firepower from the opposing side was too dense, making it impossible to avoid at this distance. Thus, the only option left was to endure it. Whoosh! A tremendous light-speed beam erupted. One of the Royal Guard mechs along with its attached crossbow mech vanished instantaneously in a burst of glowing energy streams. The main cannon of the Angel Star Destroyer had fired. Facing ordinary star mechs, there was no need for the main cannon of a Star Destroyer to reach its maximum energy buildup. The power was sufficient enough to obliterate, increasing the frequency of attacks and thus enhancing the killing speed. In one strike, Daqin's remaining star mechs were reduced to only 5. Meng Xiao's expression darkened. They wouldn't be able to hold out for even an hour. It hadn't been 10 minutes yet, but the battle situation was already dire. Simultaneously, for the 1 Royal Guard mech that retreated, Meng Xiao didn't know who was piloting it, but in such a circumstance choosing retreat made him feel very uneasy. After all, every additional star mech mattered in such a critical moment. But as the battle shifted, Meng Xiao noticed that the Royal Guard mech did not withdraw but instead remained at the forefront of the resource platform's defensive line, raising its shield to project an electromagnetic field, helping the platform's defenses withstand the barrage of artillery fire. Yet it moved rather awkwardly. In one glance, Meng Xiao recognized it as under intelligent control, no human inside. At this moment, Meng Xiao realized that this Royal Guard mech was remotely controlled, which surprised him immensely. Remote control usually comes with delays, and yet this one had achieved perfect interception previously. It was astonishing. At the same time, Meng Xiao felt even more disheartened. If it was remotely controlled, why leave now when they are most needed? It should make even less difference since sacrificing it would merely mean damaging the mech anyway. Whoosh! The main cannon of the Angel Star Destroyer fired again. An immense energy beam, filled with destructive intent, rushed over, with this time's target clearly being Meng Xiao himself. Meng Xiao's face darkened grimly. Could he withstand it? Not likely. Yet Meng Xiao harbored no fear of death. Daqin, forever. Meng Xiao maneuvered his Royal Guard mech to lift its great shield and opened the electroparticle force field. But facing the massive energy beam, Meng Xiao's Royal Guard mech seemed so puny. Boom! Silence engulfed the starry sky. But the main cannon energy beam from the Angel Star Destroyer dispersed unexpectedly. The expected death never came. Meng Xiao paused for a second in bewilderment. Lowering his shield, Meng Xiao discovered a tall figure standing before him, entirely silver-white, wielding a colossal alloy blade. It was the Jiantai mech, General Bai Qi, the god of war. Bai Qi! Meng Xiao couldn't help but exclaim joyfully. At this moment, Meng Xiao, sensing something, turned around for a quick look at the battlefield. A brilliant burst of fireworks erupted amidst the formation of the Wing Clan, and beyond that, vast waves of energy crossbow bolts were covering the ranks of the Wing Clan. Daqin sharpshooters. Meng Xiao was even more delighted. Moreover, Meng Xiao noticed there were quite a number of Daqin sharpshooters, with at least 3 legions arriving. The Daqin power crossbows from the 3 legions of Daqin sharpshooters alternated fire in perfect harmony, instantly forming an uninterrupted web of firepower that almost reversed the previously collapsing battle situation in the blink of an eye. As for the Wing Clan star mechs, although they could intercept some of the attacks from the Qin sharpshooters' power crossbows, the continuous coverage of crossbow bolts overwhelmed their capacity to intercept, given the limited number of star mechs available. Besides, the attack from the Qin power crossbows wasn't something the Wing Clan could ignore. When they first moved out from the Great Wall, there was only one legion deployed then. Moreover, the Blue Eye Clan and Pseudo-Titan clans' combined forces outnumbered the Qin side back then, with additional pressure coming from their fleet's retreat strategy, resulting in many shots being blocked. Every kind of fear originates from insufficient firepower. But this time it was not just one legion, it was 3 whole legions of Qin sharpshooters unleashing their energy crossbow bolts like rain. And every single drop of this rain possessed enough power to pierce through the hulls of starships. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? You've worked hard. A voice came into Meng Xiao's ear through the comms channel. Meng Xiao hesitated briefly and knew immediately the voice originated from the Qin mech before him. Could this be the pilot of the Qin mech? Qin now had generals capable of piloting star-dissolving mechs. For Qin, Meng Xiao responded excitedly. This voice, however, seemed oddly familiar, making Meng Xiao curious. He took a quick glance at the Royal Guard mech still standing guard at the farthest perimeter of the resource platform's defensive line. Star Destroyer mech. The Angel Clan forces stopped advancing at once upon seeing it. Just one Qin mech halted the advance of the Angel Clan forces. After all, in outer space, Qin was once a force feared by countless races. Additionally, as one of the iconic star-destroying mechs of Qin, the Qin mech had inflicted considerable damage on the Angel Clan back in the day. There have been countless cases where 6-winged, or even 8-winged Angel Star mechs fell under the Qin mech's might within the Angel race. For many among the myriad races in the universe, the Qin mech was once a nightmare incarnate. God of War Qi. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, it precedes them. Thus, at the mere sight of the Qin mech, the Angel Clan forces froze in terror. Under normal circumstances, Star Destroyer ships are no match for star-destroying mechs, because compared to star-destroying mechs, star-destroying ships, while possessing star-dissolving capabilities, have excessively cumbersome main cannons lacking the flexibility provided by star-dissolving mechs. Unless attacking from extreme distances, qualified star-dissolving mech pilots have ample time to react, either dodging or blocking, at such distances, ensuring they won't be hit. Chapter 14, 1/ Butcher of the Mortal World. The Qin mecha appeared on the battlefield together with the Qin elite warriors, instantly reversing the situation. Under the terrifying firepower network of the Qin elite warriors, the battle strength of the winged race was rapidly disintegrating. Originally, their reckless fighting style had already caused significant casualties, and now, under the concentrated fire of the Qin elite warriors, 2 of their star mechas were blasted into nothing but space junk. Qin's powerful crossbows. Terrifying indeed. You retreat to defend the resource platform. I will handle the angel race. Qin Shang communicated this order to Meng Xiao through the communication system. Yes. As one of Qin's generals, Meng Xiao was very clear about the capabilities of the Qin mecha and naturally did not question the pilot's commands. Let's retreat and defend. Meng Xiao immediately rallied the remaining 4-star mechas and returned, leaving the Qin mecha alone to confront the entire Angel Race fleet. This time, Li Si deployed so many forces in support because they were facing the Angel Race. As a strong race, and also one of Qin's enemies, the Angel Race could not be underestimated or taken lightly. Although Qin was now arguably in decline, it was necessary to show its fangs from time to time. Previously, without authorization through the Tiger Amulet, individual mech units like the Qin Elite Warrior mechas and Qi Star Destroyer mecha couldn't be fully mobilized. With Qin's decline, the reverence other races held for them faded away gradually. Otherwise, those minor races like the Blue-Eyed ones would never have dared to harass Qin's last stronghold, the Great Wall. Both the Blue-Eyed and False Titan races were wiped out in the Great Wall system back then, and the ethereal signals within the Great Wall system were even blocked. Therefore, the intelligence that Qin could re-enable units like the Qin Elite Warriors or Qi Star Destroyer mecha never reached beyond. Originally, according to Li Si's plan, Qin should maintain a low profile, allowing Qin Shang more time to grow stronger. They would wait until Qin rebuilt enough power and then strike with a thunderous attack to reclaim their former glory. However, these resources at this point were too important for the current Qin dynasty. Thus, Li Si decided to reveal a bit of their hidden teeth. The effect was evident. The winged race suffered heavy losses almost immediately after the encounter and quickly fell into disarray. On the Angel Race side, Qi mecha stopped their advance single-handedly. With reinforcements arriving, the Qin soldiers who had been heavily injured previously had built up a lot of frustration. In retaliation, they fought even more recklessly than the winged race had earlier. Especially Meng Xiao and his 4 companion star mechas became ferociously violent, chasing mercilessly behind the defeated winged race force, wreaking slaughter all along the way. Clearly, by this point, the plan to raid the Qin resource point had failed. Unless the Angel Race could dispatch more forces, by the time their reinforcements arrived, the Qin resources would have been transported safely. Ethereal teleportation isn't without its limitations. Short distance is relatively easy, such as before, when Qi's mecha teleported directly onto the battlefield from within the Great Wall. For long distances or interstellar travel, spatial anchor points must be prearranged and synchronized before ethereal teleportation can take place. Otherwise, the traveler risks being lost in temporal chaos. This was Qin's resource point, so naturally, The spatial anchor had been placed beforehand. It seemed that once the winged race was thoroughly defeated, upon seeing Qi mecha barring their way forward, the angel race star destroyers started retreating slowly under the protection of 5 angel mechas and an array of escort ships. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shang inside the virtual cockpit of the Great Wall relaxed slightly. His mental and physical energy had been greatly drained by controlling Qi mecha. Just blocking the main cannon blast from the star destroyer made Qin Shang feel completely exhausted. Though with Li Si aiding as the AI assistant, he realized he could only swing the blade twice more before becoming entirely depleted. Even the warm current of life force inside his veins felt sluggish after just one slash. If a real fight broke out, Qin Shang doubted if he could hold up. Although Star Destroyer level mecha excels in almost every aspect compared to a Star Destroyer warship, with Li Si's assistance, Qin Shang could only wield the Qi mecha at 40% of its full potential, and he only had 3 swings left. 3 swings, that's all. Your Highness, they are retreating. Li Si's voice echoed. But we cannot let them retreat so easily. Though our Qin may be in dire straits, we are not someone you can come and go as you please with. I will assist you. Pour your heart into the final slash. Let the angel race recall the fear they once felt under the dominion of our mighty Qin Empire. Li Si's voice sounded softly in Qin Shang's ear. Huh? Can I really do it? Qin Shang questioned himself uncertainly. Is the gap too big? Trust me. Follow the mech's lead and just do your best. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang nodded slightly. Then let's give it a try. He himself had always wanted to experience the formidable power of the Qi mech. Following the Qi mech's guidance, Qin Shang began to lift the alloy longsword in his hand. The alloy longsword trembled faintly. In space, there should be no sound. But ripples emanated from the alloy longsword in the hands of the Qi mech, spreading outwards in sound waves. It seemed as though everyone could hear the trembling vibration of the sword. At the sight of this, all the starships of the angel race braced for battle, with 5 angel mechs rushing forward. Boom. The angelic wings behind the angel mech unfolded, radiating brilliantly. These angelic wings on the mech were more than mere decorations. 4 2-winged angels and 1 4-winged angel, a total of 12 wings, formed a protective barrier at the front. Still, the angel race didn't think that 4 2-winged angels plus 1 4-winged angel could withstand the strike of the Qi mech. Not even the 6-winged or 8-winged angel, also classified as Star Destroyer mechs, could block it. Even among Star Destroyer mechs, there was a disparity. According to the angel race's classification, it would take the strength of a 10-winged angel at minimum to counter the Qi mech. Subsequently, the energy pods of all the escort ships connected to the rear of the angel Star Destroyer ship. The emblem of the 12 wings on the Star Destroyer ship blazed with intense light, manifesting into enormous 12-winged angelic wings that encased the entire Star Destroyer ship within its protection. This slash is named Slaughter of the Mortal World. Li Si's voice echoed in Qin Shang's ear. Strike. The alloy longsword in the Qi mech's hand came slicing down. As the longsword struck, the terrifying blade light surged explosively, chopping mercilessly towards the angel mech and Star Destroyer protected by those massive wings. Simultaneously, as the blade came down, Qin Shang, despite the great distance and remote control, could vividly feel the fearsome power emitted by the Qi mech. After the slash, Qin Shang felt a darkening vision and nearly fainted. His whole body turned limp, devoid of any strength. The warm current of life force within him almost completely waned. This slash carries 60% of the full might of the Qi mech during its prime. At this moment, Li Si's voice softly resounded in Qin Shang's ear. The blade light struck almost instantaneously upon the grand wings. Terror-inducing energy aftershocks dispersed in all directions. Energy ripples rushed through, causing nearby starships, be they of the Great Qin or the winged race, to lose balance and tumble wildly. Ordinary interstellar warships couldn't even withstand these energy aftershocks, their propulsion systems failing completely. Chapter 15. The Weakness of Flesh, the Ascension of Machines. A weary Qin Shang watched the scene transmitted by the ether signal and couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. So this was the power of a star-destroying mech. Though he had expended all his energy on that previous strike, Qin Shang understood very clearly where its strength came from. The mech itself. His own power only served as a guide. The Qi mech alone contained world-ending might. It all depended on whether the pilot could unlock it. Qin Shang didn't dare to imagine how much more exhausting it would be in an actual cockpit, through real piloting and not mere remote simulation over ether signals. Only with the control of the Crown Prince was I able to barely utilize the mech's fundamental force, said Li Si's voice faintly from somewhere nearby. Even if I were at my absolute limit with smart controls, I could probably unleash only half of Qi's true strength. And with my spare computational capacity now, reaching even 30% is pushing it. Beyond that, and the Great Wall's normal operations will be compromised. Qin Shang nodded slightly. He understood what Li Si meant. As the intelligent core of the Great Wall, Li Si needed to maintain stability while balancing between operations for both the wall and Qi's capabilities. Even with maximum effort, only 50% of Qi's potential could be tapped into. That's the difference between star-destroying mechs and regular ones. Li Si continued. Smart controls simply can't unlock the full power of a star-destroying mech. Hence, to perfectly operate such a mech, one must not rely on any artificial assistance. At some point, there was a civilization in the outer universe that believed in the weakness of flesh, the ascension of machines. Qin Shang paused. Hearing Li Si explain this concept, while watching the battlefield's feedback of chaotic energies still rampant in space. In the center of it all stood the Baiqi mech, undeterred amidst violent energy waves crashing against it. Curious, Qin Shi asked, what happened to that civilization later? They fully embraced mechanical ascension. Even their original life forms are lost to history. Even they themselves might have forgotten. Every individual was entirely transformed into machine-based intelligence systems, uploading their consciousnesses into the ether network, turning them into AI-like entities. Even if their robotic bodies were destroyed, their data remained stored in a central hub, allowing them to regenerate into new mechanical forms. Li Si's voice echoed faintly. Realization dawned upon Qin Shi as he heard this. You're right. Li Si seemed to know what Qin Shi was pondering. I am such an existence. Right now, I just need a mechanical body, transfer my data into it, and it'd be a kind of rebirth for me. I'm Li Si, always have been. There was a trace of bitterness in Li Si's voice, which Qin Shi picked up. Qin Shi had a suspicion brewing inside him. Yet when Li Si openly admitted it, he couldn't help but feel startled. It truly was Li Si from history. No wonder his mannerisms seemed so human, because he originally was a person who experienced mechanical ascension. So why didn't Emperor Shi Huang follow this path? Qin Shi queried, looking at the battlefield where energy ripples had begun to settle. After all, wouldn't this method count as immortality? All emperors throughout history sought eternity endlessly. Listen carefully, Li Si continued. Emperor Shi Huang once uploaded a fragment of his consciousness, stored at the core of the Great Wall's AI system, during the time you were summoned here. But fundamentally, he never gave up his physical form. Qin Shi stayed silent, focusing on the battlefield visuals as he awaited Li Si's explanation. At this moment on the battlefield at Resource Point platform, everyone fixated on Baiqi mech's aftermath. This single blow would determine the battle's direction. If the Angel fleet disintegrated, then Qin's side would win. If the Angel fleet withstood the attack, it showed they still had fighting spirit. At the Great Wall, Li Si's soft voice carried on. That mechanical civilization was indeed powerful back in the day, creating countless advanced mechanical constructs. Their most unforgettable creation was their space mech army. Every single mech was purely mechanical, piloted by individuals who achieved mechanical ascension and thus fought without fear of death. Even if their mechanical bodies were destroyed, they couldn't die, so they fought with unmatched ferocity. And there were many of them, overwhelming enemies like a deluge across the stars. But they perished anyway. Li Si's voice carried an air of reminiscence. How did they fall? Did their mechanical technology fail? Qin Shi couldn't help but ask, curiosity piqued. They were annihilated by the great Qin. Li Si said this matter-of-factly. Qin Shi was momentarily stunned. Unless you're wondering where I got this mechanical ascension technology from. There was a faint undertone of mischief in Li Si's voice. Qin Shi felt oddly detached. That's right. When we faced that mechanical race back then, their power indeed gave the great Qin quite a bit of trouble. But their greatest threat to us wasn't their endless mech armies. It was their star-destroying ships. The difference lies here. The mechanical race didn't have any star-destroying mechs. Qin Shi paused, pondering over this. Such a formidable mechanical race without star-destroying mechs. Not that they couldn't build them, but they simply couldn't pilot them. By abandoning their flesh, they abandoned their essence as well, becoming akin to advanced AI programs. Although far superior to regular AI systems, they still lost their essential nature. So when they piloted star-destroying mechs, they were unable to fully unlock the mech's power. This is also why I can't fully tap into Baiqi's capabilities. Your Highness' Zulong bloodline serves as one form of this fundamental essence. To fully wield the might of a star-destroying mech requires this foundational power working in tandem. This is also the reason why the first emperor didn't adopt this method. If he had, he would have forfeited his own Zulong bloodline, rendering him incapable of piloting the Zulong mech. In fact, this mechanical ascension technique never gained much favor. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi recalled Baiqi mech's previous slash and reflected on the current state of his weakened bloodline force within, nodding somewhat in comprehension. Their once formidable star mech army became nothing more than a mockery in the absence of star-destroying mechs. I still remember that battle vividly. Against an ocean-like surge of enemy mechs, His Majesty the First Emperor alone, piloting the Zulong mech, wiped out the entire opposing force. Qin Shi shot up in shock, eyes wide. What did you just say? The First Emperor obliterated an entire mechanical civilization's star mech army single-handedly? Unreal? What's so surprising? The mech is the cornerstone of true power. And let me clarify, while star-destroying mechs may not be the ultimate form, star-destroying warships represent the zenith of naval forces. Li Si spoke solemnly. Qin Shi's mind raced. So star-destroying mechs weren't even the top tier? We'll discuss this later. For now, you should understand that mechs are the core military strength of this age, and everything else is auxiliary. Otherwise, how could the mechanical race be routed by Great Qin back then, leading to their capital being stormed and their data centers destroyed, resulting in their total extinction? Chapter 16, Victory. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi nodded slightly. However, he was more intrigued by what Li Si had said earlier, that there was something beyond the Star Annihilator class mech. Qin Shi looked at the residual energy waves on the screen, which were mostly settled now. This was merely the power of a single slash from Baiqi mech's 60% strength. Qin Shi couldn't imagine how terrifying the full might of the Baiqi mech would be if it were in peak condition. And just how powerful would the primordial dragon mech be, which had destroyed the entire mechanical race's stellar mech fleet with its solo force? Could it be what Li Si spoke of, something that surpassed even the Star Annihilator class mechs? Qin Shang also thought about the second-generation primordial dragon mech that Li Si prepared for him. He couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. According to Li Si, as long as he could masterfully pilot the second-generation primordial dragon mech, he could leave and seek out development opportunities for the Great Qin dynasty. The power of this second-generation primordial dragon mech was still unclear, but since it was a simplified version based on the original primordial dragon mech, it should not be much weaker. Also, according to what Li Si said, once Qin Shang trained the primordial dragon chi technique up to the 8th level, he would reach 80% bloodline purity, allowing him to inherit the throne of Great Qin and pilot the primordial dragon mech. Thinking of this, Qin Shang became even more excited. However, now wasn't the time for idle musings. On the battlefield, the energy after waves had dissipated. The situation within the star cloud's shadow was revealed. Gone. The layers of protection from the angel wings were gone. And not only that, the greater angel mechs of the angel race, along with a whole fleet of escort ships, were all gone. All that remained was debris. There was also a shattered remnant of a star annihilator ship disappearing into the star cloud's shadow. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Qin Shang couldn't help but swallow hard. This was too exaggerated. It was just one slash at 60% strength from the Baiqi mech. Even another Star Annihilator class Angel Race Star Annihilator ship, belonging to the same class, could only flee clumsily under this attack. Without heavy protections, it's likely this Star Annihilator ship would have been completely obliterated here. As the Angel Race's Star Annihilator ship retreated, there was no doubt that this battle was an undeniable victory for the Great Qin. After witnessing this, the remaining Winged Race warships abandoned any resistance, scattering and fleeing in panic. Since the Angel Race had already fled, continuing to fight would just result in certain death for the Winged Race. The Great Qin's fleet and soldiers naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to chase down these fleeing enemies. Pursuing them relentlessly was also their way of avenging their comrades who sacrificed themselves earlier. Originally, the Winged Race unexpectedly discovered this resource platform belonging to Great Qin, causing great excitement. Capturing this resource platform would bring considerable benefits to the Winged Race. But the name Great Qin struck fear even among its foes. Despite Great Qin's current decline, the tiny Winged Race did not dare to easily interfere with it. No matter, they had a big brother in the universe, none other than the powerful Angel Race. Already antagonists with Great Qin, the Angel Race welcomed such an opportunity to strike against Great Qin. Thus, the Winged Race reported this resource point situation to the Angel Race. If they succeeded in wiping out this resource point, the Winged Race expected significant rewards from the Angel Race. Naturally, the Angel Race did not want to lose the chance to weaken Great Qin, leading to this resource war. What they hadn't anticipated was that even in its declining state, Great Qin could still repel the Angel Race. This attempt by the Winged Race to steal from Great Qin turned out disastrously. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also suffered massive casualties. In the end, only a handful managed to escape. Nearly the entire Winged Race expedition force sent to attack the Great Qin resource platform was annihilated. We won, Li Si told Qin Shang. Qin Shang slightly nodded. You've expended quite a bit of energy just now. Go rest first. I'll handle the rest of the follow-up work. The simulation cockpit opened, and Li Si's projection appeared at the doorway. As the AI brain behind the Great Wall project, except for some special places, Li Si was practically omnipresent, able to appear wherever at a moment's notice. Mechanical ascension techniques. Qin Shang recalled the mechanical ascension techniques mentioned earlier and couldn't help but curiously observe the projection of Li Si before him. Looking at Qin Shang's curious gaze, Li Si's projection chuckled. What is it, Your Highness? It's not the first time you've seen my projection. Qin Shang shook his head. Nothing. Subsequently, Qin Shang went back to his palace without further ado. Having just witnessed the prowess of the Star Annihilator class mech and feeling eager anticipation towards the primordial dragon mech, Qin Shang initially wanted to go practice the primordial dragon chi technique upon returning. However, after getting back to his palace, he felt a wave of fatigue. Waving away the handmaids who wished to attend to him, he fell asleep immediately. As for the maidservants, they were all gifts from Li Si. It must be said that on more than a few occasions, Qin Shang had indeed been tempted to act prematurely, though up until now, events hadn't unfolded exactly as Li Si had envisioned. At this point, Meng Xiao was busy organizing the clearing of the battlefield at the resource point. There were specialized fleets assigned to the task of salvaging and recycling wreckage. The materials used in constructing starships were all high-quality resources. Even when reduced to debris, they could still be reclaimed and reprocessed for reuse. In its former days of strength, Great Qin had always embraced the principle of using war to sustain war. And now, with Great Qin's decline, these recovered assets mattered even more and couldn't be overlooked. The Great Qin Rue warriors and Baiqi mechs were beginning their return to the Great Wall. Also returning was the Royal Guard mech that Qin Shang had previously piloted. Naturally, since Qin Shang was resting, the mech was being returned to storage. Meng Xiao looked on at the returning Great Qin Rue soldiers and Baiqi mechs, a momentary daze washing over him. Great Qin had endured years of humiliation, but this time they had finally mounted an effective counterattack, a rare display of force. Meng Xiao understood the state of affairs. The direct royal bloodline had perished in battle, and the Great Qin Tiger Seal was under seal. Without authorization from the royal bloodline, the Great Qin Tiger Seal could not be activated, nor could the forces of the Rue soldiers and Baiqi mechs be mobilized. Yet somehow, it seemed that a suitable heir from a collateral line had been found. Everything would get better from here on. Clasping his fists tightly, Meng Xiao gazed upon the endless streams of resources being transported back, a smile forming on his face. After all, they, the Ming family, also possess Star Annihilator class mechs. But Qin Shi, however, knew none of the developments at the resource point, as he was already asleep, and he dreamt a very peculiar dream. Perhaps influenced by what he had heard from Li Si during the day, Qin Shi became increasingly anticipatory of the primordial dragon mech, and more enthusiastic about cultivating the ancestral dragon chi technique. Even in his dreams, Qin Shi was still focused on his cultivation. In his dream, Qin Shi felt that as he cultivated, the usually challenging ancestral dragon chi technique began flowing smoothly under his control. Additionally, he sensed a warm current similar to his bloodline power gradually being absorbed into himself, merging with his existing bloodline energies and enhancing his vital energy. As his vital energy grew stronger, cultivating the ancestral dragon chi technique became ever smoother. Chapter 17, Soaring Bloodline Power. Yawn. On the comfortable large soft bed, Qin Shi sat up and stretched out for a big yawn, feeling completely relaxed. That nap was really refreshing. Around this time, Li Si would usually have the beautiful maids call him to wake up. However, yesterday, it seemed that Li Si was busy with matters related to the resource point battle, or perhaps he already knew that after controlling the Bai Chi mech and delivering that strike, Qin Shi had been exhausted enough and allowed him to sleep his fill. But as the AI brain of the Great Wall, Li Si obviously wouldn't have an issue with being too occupied to handle tasks. You could see projections of Li Si in multiple places at the same time while within the Great Wall. As long as computational power suffices, Li Si could transform into countless forms. Today, not having called him on time for training should probably be due to the second reason. Glancing at the time, he realized he had slept nearly 13 hours straight. Since Li Si didn't summon him for training, then he'd get something to eat and continue cultivating the ancestral dragon chi technique. After what happened yesterday, Qin Shi looked forward even more to working with mechas. Oh, right. Last night, he was even cultivating in his dreams. At this moment, Qin Shi vaguely recalled the dream from last night. Subsequently, Qin Shi instinctively mobilized his bloodline power, not knowing if yesterday's exhaustion had fully recovered yet. With the mobilization of the bloodline power, Qin Shi couldn't help but suddenly freeze in shock. What on earth is going on? Li Si, Qin Shi directly called out. Beep. Li Si's projection appeared in Qin Shi's room. What's wrong, Crown Prince? Li Si looked at Qin Shi with puzzlement. Qin Shi indeed hadn't guessed incorrectly. According to yesterday's situation, Qin Shi had clearly been quite tired, so Li Si decided to let Qin Shi rest a bit longer. However, he didn't understand why Crown Prince immediately called him upon waking up. Li Si, quickly check my bloodline purity, Qin Shi said with quickened breath. Li Si was somewhat perplexed since the bloodline purity was just checked a few days ago. There shouldn't be any significant changes in bloodline purity within a short period of time, but since Qin Shi has already requested, Li Si naturally followed. Beep. Identity, Crown Prince Qin Shi, bloodline purity detection in progress. Detection complete. Bloodline purity at 11%. Once the skin finished, not only was Qin Shi surprised, Li Si's mouth also dropped open wide. Logically speaking, since consciousness was already embedded in an AI brain, Li Si shouldn't exhibit emotions such as surprise, though perhaps as a reminder of its past human nature, Li Si still retained these human reactions. Phew. Qin Shi took a deep breath, affirming that he did not misjudge it. When Qin Shi sensed the bloodline force just now, the familiar faint warmth usually perceived amplified greatly beyond measure. If before the bloodline power was just a trickling stream, it now transformed into a small brook of notable size. This realization led to Qin Shi's excitement to immediately call Li Si over to conduct a bloodline purity test. Is there a malfunction? Furrowing his brow, Li Si initiated the test again. The result remained unchanged. Qin Shi's bloodline purity had indeed reached 11%. Just 2 or 3 days ago, Qin Shi's bloodline purity measurement was around 5%. Although through cultivation over this period, there was a slight increase in bloodline purity, because Qin Shi hadn't yet achieved chi perception, the enhancement was extremely limited, barely reaching 1 percentage point or possibly only 0 point something. Also, yesterday, while operating the Bai Chi mech, based on Li Si's observations, Qin Shi's manifestation of bloodline force was certainly still at the 5% tier. Had Qin Shi's bloodline force been of this magnitude yesterday, the cut from the Bai Chi mech would have had a strength half a level higher. An overnight jump in bloodline purity by approximately 6% was truly unheard of. According to records in Qin Dynasty, the fastest growth in bloodline force was that of Crown Prince Fu Su, whose bloodline purity increased by about 1.8% per year. Correct. It took 1 year to raise the bloodline purity by just 1.8%, and Crown Prince Fu Su initially had a bloodline purity above 70% at birth. His talent was among the highest next to the first emperor. It was precisely because of the understanding of the difficulty in enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline of the Qin royal family that Li Si's expectations for Qin Shi were initially very low, or rather almost non-existent, and thus assigned him the label of a stud. After witnessing Qin Shi's exceptional talent in mechas, Li Si's assessment of Qin Shi slightly improved. How did you manage to do this, Your Highness? Li Si asked incredulously, gazing at Qin Shi. I don't know either. Qin Shi still had an excited look on his face as he scratched his head, recalling the situation from last night. It was just that I was too exhausted yesterday, and the bloodline power was severely depleted. I fell asleep as soon as I got back, and I was even cultivating in my dream, and when I woke up, it was like this. Refining in a dream. Li Si couldn't help but be startled. According to scientific analysis, Dreaming is merely the activity of brain neurons and actually indicates one hasn't rested well. Improving by practicing in a dream? That's utterly unheard of. Li Si immediately waved his hand, and a projection appeared in the room showing Qin Shang's room with a replay of his situation while he slept yesterday. If it were simply a dream, there would be no way to have such results. Hence, there was only one possibility. Something happened while Qin Shang was sleeping yesterday, which led to the exaggerated increase in his bloodline purity. Qin Shang also looked curiously at the playback. He himself clearly understood that it couldn't possibly have been due to a dream leading to such an enormous enhancement. As for the monitoring in his room, Qin Shang wasn't surprised at all. Li Si within the Great Wall was practically a god. Not to mention his room. Even if it was the bathroom, as long as Li Si allowed, projections could appear. At first, Qin Shang felt a bit uneasy about this fact, but now he'd long grown accustomed to it. This was also the reason why Qin Shang had managed to restrain himself many times when he almost acted impulsively with those pretty maids. Qin Shang didn't have any habit of live streaming anything intimate, even though Li Si was just an AI now. The projection fast-forwarded through yesterday's footage in Qin Shang's room. But until Qin Shang stretched lazily upon waking up, nothing abnormal could be seen. In the middle of the recording, Qin Shang turned over a few times, then showed no further anomalies. At one point, a maid quietly entered the room to tidy it up and then exited just as quietly. These maids were all personally selected by Li Si. Since she had permission to enter Qin Shang's room while he was asleep, her loyalty was undoubtedly without question. Strange. Li Si watched the entire playback carefully, but still couldn't detect anything amiss. Determined not to give up, Li Si played it again, yet still couldn't find anything odd. Could cultivation really occur in dreams? Chapter 18. The Eccentric Family Heirloom. Li Si's projection looked at Qin Shang and activated the scanner again, performing another detailed examination on Qin Shang's body. However, this time it was not a check of bloodline purity, but a comprehensive health inspection. A single night had increased his vital essence and energy purity by 6%, something unprecedented in all of Great Qin history. Li Si worried that Qin Shang's body might encounter some unforeseen issues. After all, Qin Shang was now the sole hope for the entire Great Qin at the moment. At least until Qin Shang successfully leaves behind a qualified descendant, nothing could happen to him. Otherwise, Great Qin would truly be at an end, just like the previous Shang dynasty, which changed its inheritance line from their Earth in the surface universe, eventually connecting with the current Great Qin during the collapse of Shang's interstellar empire. Prince, do you feel any discomfort right now? Li Si asked after the scan. After the scan was over, Li Si found no signs of trouble in Qin Shang's body. Qin Shang shook his head. No, I currently feel better than ever. The rich vital energy inside his body made Qin Shang feel full of strength. Li Si slightly nodded, deciding that as long as there were no subsequent negative effects, Qin Shang's increase in vital energy was naturally a good thing. By the way, how's the situation with the resource points? Qin Shang asked. All the resources we have mined so far have been transported back, Li Si responded. But since the resource point has already been exposed, we can only abandon it. Fortunately, we've mined about 70% of all mineral resources from it. The remaining deposits aren't worth continuing our battle against the myriad races. Abandon? Qin Shang blinked. Li Si nodded. That's right. Our current Great Qin does not yet possess the capability to fully wage war with the myriad races across the cosmos. Don't let yesterday's splendid victories fool you. Bai Qi's mech easily forced the angel race fleet to retreat, but that was because they did not deploy their stellar annihilating mecha. At present, our Great Qin lacks qualified pilots for stellar annihilating mecha. One six-winged angel mech from the angel race would suffice to suppress Bai Qi's mech. If a full-scale war breaks out, even against just the angel race, Great Qin is currently incapable of holding its ground without defending the Great Wall. Actually, if the powerful races among the myriad cosmic factions unite, the Great Wall wouldn't stand a chance either. But fighting in our own territory gives us years of accumulated last-ditch reserves that could severely weaken them. Besides, there is no possibility that all races would collaborate completely, so the current strategy of the myriad factions probably focuses solely on suppressing Great Qin, so it cannot make a comeback. Qin Shang nodded slightly. I understand. But, Your Highness, there is no need for too much mental pressure. Li Si looked at Qin Shang. Although I don't know what happened last night, cultivation should proceed step by step and can't be rushed. I understand, Qin Shang replied. Then today's training will be temporarily paused for a day. Your Highness should rest well today. I've arranged for the maidservants to prepare some food. After eating, Qin Shang teased the two personal maidservants. These two maids were the only ones allowed to enter his room while he slept. They were also the two prettiest among the maids. With flushed faces and ears red, the maids didn't resist. In fact, Li Si's task for them was to serve Qin Shang comprehensively, including those aspects. And if they could produce a child with pure enough bloodline, it would be a grand achievement. But for a while now, though Qin Shang has spoken flirtatiously and even touched them, there was no actual action taken. Despite being tempted, thinking about being within the confines of the Great Wall, Qin Shang restrained himself. After dismissing the two maids, Qin Shang slowly calmed his mind. Having nothing else to do, decided to continue his cultivation. With his bloodline purity reaching 11%, he wondered what effect it would have on his cultivation. Subsequently, Qin Shang slowly entered deep meditation. Qi sensation. At the very first moment of entering meditation, Qin Shang felt the long, elusive Qi sensation. Qin Shang could clearly perceive the flowing Qi outside. Subsequently, containing his excitement, Qin Shang began controlling the bloodline power within his body according to the ancestral dragon qi technique, drawing celestial qi into himself and refining it for use. While Qin Shang was cultivating, Li Si's projection quietly appeared in Qin Shang's room, observing his practice. As Qin Shang continued his cultivation, he suddenly felt a peculiar form of qi gathering around him, seemingly beyond his control. Had it not been for his developed perception of qi, he would not have noticed it. And this was only discovered when Qin Shang had drawn enough external qi and temporarily stopped to refine it. Because even though he had clearly ceased drawing it in, an unbroken stream of qi continued to gather around him. Though the process was slow and the amount small, its existence was undeniable. Moreover, this flow of qi didn't enter his body. Instead, it mysteriously disappeared at the position of his chest. What could this mean? Qin Shang couldn't help but feel curious. However, for now, he needed to first refine the qi he had already drawn in. Otherwise, letting it roam wildly inside his body could easily lead to trouble. After refining that qi, Qin Shang couldn't wait to stop meditating and open his eyes. Right there beside him was Li Si's projection. Is everything all right, Crown Prince? Did you notice any unusual phenomena during cultivation? Li Si asked, observing how quickly Qin Shang had ended his cultivation. Was something amiss? Qin Shang shook his head. There's no negative impact, and in fact, after my bloodline power increased, I also developed a sense of qi. That's good then. Developing a qi sensation is a good sign. Li Si breathed a sigh of relief. Qi sensation was the foundation of cultivating the practice of breath control techniques. Previously, Qin Shang had never been able to develop a qi sensation, and though Li Si hadn't voiced anything, his expectations for Qin Shang in terms of breath control cultivation had been gradually decreasing. But I made some other unexpected discoveries. Qin Shang then looked down at his chest, pulling the red string around his neck and revealing a small oval-shaped crystal nestled beneath his shirt, wrapped in a netted pouch crafted from the same string. The crystal was tiny, carefully contained within the woven red string net. It was this, the very object that had been absorbing those mysterious flows of qi earlier, the little crystal hanging from his chest. Seeing this piece of crystal, Qin Shang was astonished. This was his family heirloom. Yes, the family treasure passed down to him on his 18th birthday by his father. Qin Shang had worn it ever since, only changing the red string once. His father had instructed him to hand it down to his son upon reaching adulthood. As for why, even his father did not know. Only that this heirloom was passed down through each generation via oral tradition. Neither Qin Shang's father nor his grandfather knew what purpose the crystal served. Do you know what this thing is? Qin Shang handed the crystal over to Li Si, asking. Isn't this something the Crown Prince brought from Earth? When you arrived, it was already hanging around your neck. Although we never thoroughly inspected it, scans indicated that it was just an ordinary crystal. What? Is there something wrong with this crystal? Li Si turned his attention to the crystal held in Qin Shang's hand. Chapter 19, The Divine General Plan. This is my family's heirloom. Qin Shang spoke up. Li Si frowned and looked at the crystal in Qin Shang's hand. Drip, drip. Then Li Si turned on the scanner and began testing the crystal in Qin Shang's hand. Drip. But a long time passed, and the small crystal had still not been fully scanned. Li Si realized something was wrong and curiously stared at the crystal in Qin Shang's hand. Material unknown, detected as an alien substance. Density. At this point, the scanning ended but resulted in a bunch of unknown information. What? Qin Shang was confused looking at the test results. Interesting, it turns out to be an unknown substance. Li Si also became curious. The universe is vast. The Great Qin almost unified the outer universe before, but only the currently observable part. Even so, its size is hard to imagine. Thus, it's normal that there are substances in the universe unknown to Great Qin. However, this crystal was brought by Qin Shang from Earth, and it being an unknown material is quite interesting. According to your words, Li Si, and considering the ancestor dragon bloodline within me, I have no doubt that my ancestors should belong to Emperor Shi Huang's lineage. By logic, if this thing was passed down by my ancestors, you should have some memory of it. Qin Shang said. Li Si shook his head. I don't recall this stuff. The only heirloom of Great Qin should be the imperial seal. But the real imperial seal concerns the fate of Great Qin. Therefore, it was already brought here and stored within the Great Wall. And the imperial seal on Earth is merely a replica. After all, with national fortune involved, how could it remain in a planned short-lived puppet dynasty? Li Si said. Qin Shang slightly paused. It made sense why the imperial seal of Great Qin had never been found on Earth before. As for the heirlooms of some descendants of Great Qin, I suspect they just picked random items from the palace back then as memorials, which then were passed down. But the material of this crystal being unknown is somewhat strange. Li Si observed the small crystal. Your Highness, the unexpected discovery you mentioned is this? What's wrong with it? Li Si recalled what Qin Shang said earlier and asked. It absorbs qi. Qin Shang looked at the crystal in his hand and said. What? Li Si was startled. Even though it was just a projection, Qin Shang could clearly see Li Si's pupils contract slightly. I didn't know either before. Just after my bloodline strength increased this time, and I started sensing the energy, did I realize. Afterward, Qin Shang sensed again. It's still absorbing now, just very slowly. Li Si stared intently at the small crystal in Qin Shang's hand. Prince, are you sure? What's the matter? Qin Shang paused, looking at Li Si's serious expression. I am an AI now. I cannot feel qi, but I can detect spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In my detection, it is not absorbing any celestial spiritual energy. Li Si said. It isn't absorbing celestial spiritual energy. Qin Shang nodded slightly. I don't know what kind of qi it is, but it differs from the celestial spiritual energy I absorb through qi sense. Prince, please wait a moment. Li Si said. Qin Shang didn't know what Li Si intended to do, but nodded anyway. Soon, a maid led a big man dressed in combat gear inside. Qin Shang was surprised. This was the first time he saw anyone else from Great Qin besides the maids, although he had seen many people before in the video projections indicating resource points. After entering, the big man hesitated, looked at Qin Shang sitting in the main seat, then at Li Si's hologram. Prime Minister, is this? The big man hesitated and spoke. Although Li Si was now artificial intelligence, he had always been the Prime Minister in Great Qin. This is Qin Shang, the current Crown Prince, the only qualified descendant of Emperor Shi Huang. Li Si introduced, looking at the big man. The big man was startled. When the troops of Great Qin mobilized and Bai Qi Mech appeared, he had guessed, and now it proved to be true. The big man looked excitedly at Qin Shang and immediately knelt down to pay respect. Minister Meng Xiao pays his respects to your highness. The big man bowed deeply in excitement. Meng Xiao was the commander during yesterday's resource point platform defense battle. This was Qin Shang's first time experiencing such a grand bow. Based on Qin Shang's understanding of Great Qin, kneeling was practiced in Qin, but not frequently. Unless during certain important occasions or sacrificial rituals, even ministers would only greet the emperor with a hand salute. Yet, Meng Xiao directly knelt down, revealing his excitement. Qin Shang reaffirmed his identity once more, Crown Prince of Great Qin. And because of the reasons related to the ancestor dragon bloodline, this prince, is a ray of dawn for Great Qin at this moment. General Meng Xiao, please rise. Qin Shang was still somewhat unaccustomed, but hurriedly went over and helped Meng Xiao up anyway. As for addressing the other as general, it was because since the other party served as the commander in battle, his position must definitely be military-related. Thank you, Prince. Meng Xiao once again gave a hand salute. Meng Xiao, you should understand what the Crown Prince means for our Great Qin. Due to certain arrangements by Emperor Shi Huang, the situation of the Crown Prince must remain confidential for now, Li Si said to Meng Xiao. I understand. Meng Xiao nodded with excitement. The reason I called you here this time is to let you meet the Crown Prince, after all your Meng family. Moreover, the Divine General Plan requires the Crown Prince's approval, Li Si said to Meng Xiao. Divine General Plan? Qin Shang felt a bit bewildered. This will be explained later. Meng Xiao, feel the crystal. Is there any abnormality? Li Si gestured to Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded and focused on the crystal in Qin Shang's hand. Even though he didn't know why, executing orders came first. Meng Xiao is a qi cultivator of the fourth realm who has also developed qi sense, Li Si explained. Qin Shang slightly nodded, indicating understanding. However, after some time, Meng Xiao furrowed his brows and looked up. Prince, Prime Minister, I haven't sensed anything unusual about this crystal. In my perception, it's just an ordinary stone. Alright, I got it. Then you can go back to work. As for the Divine General Plan, I'll explain it to the Crown Prince shortly, Li Si said to Meng Xiao. In that case, Prince, I shall take my leave. Meng Xiao gave another hand salute to Qin Shang. Qin Shang slightly nodded, watching Meng Xiao leave with excitement, feeling quite touched inside. His understanding of his current identity became clearer. What is the Divine General Plan? Qin Shang turned toward Li Si to ask. It is a plan formulated before your highness arrived. The resources obtained from yesterday's resource points were crucial for this plan. Before your highness arrival, you must have understood the situation of Great Qin. Without authorization via the Tiger Tally, none of the core forces could be mobilized. Great Qin had previously sealed the core of a fallen star annihilation level mech within the Great Wall. The Great Wall possesses relevant technology, and the core remains intact. As long as we have enough of the other materials, we could produce a star annihilation level mech. A Divine General. A single star annihilation level mech, even if not fully complete, would greatly improve Great Qin's situation. However, now that your highness has arrived, the situation has improved much more. Still, I feel the Divine General Plan needs to continue, and with the involvement of your highness, the Divine General could be restored to full potential. Why am I required for it to reach full potential? Divine General, which one? Qin Shang was confused. Chapter 20 Zhao Gao, the Imperial Jade Seal. Divine General, Meng Tian. Qin Shang was taken aback. It turned out that all the famous generals of the Great Qin had become the namesakes for the Great Qin mechs. The Divine General mech was driven and fought by the last prince before you, your highness, the Crown Prince. Otherwise, the core of a star-annihilating mech is itself a strategic resource, which would have been sent to the Great Qin strategic warehouse for storage after repair. Even removing it from there requires the authorization of a Tiger Tally. But after the last prince perished in battle, the strategic warehouse naturally sealed this Divine General mech core without further ado. Following the decline of Great Qin, its core's restoration has been delayed repeatedly until the defense of the Great Wall when it finally made it onto the agenda. And so, the Divine General Plan was formulated. However, even among star-annihilating mechs, there are differences. The Divine General at its peak state is no weaker than Bai Qi mech. The original Divine General Plan, even if it could be built, would significantly compromise its strength as relatively ordinary materials were used. But now with your highness here, the Tiger Tally authorization can be given, unlocking the strategic warehouse to restore the Divine General mech core using advanced materials. While we cannot restore the peak state of the Divine General, at least maintaining 80% efficiency is possible. Li Si looked at Qin Shang while saying this. Even using high-level materials from the strategic warehouse can't fully restore its peak status. Qin Shang furrowed his brow slightly. Having witnessed by Qi's power, he understood the importance of a star-annihilating mech. It's difficult. After all, Great Qin has declined now, and various technologies are far inferior to what they once were during their peak period. Li Si seemed somewhat helpless about this situation. Yesterday's mineral resources from the resource point have all been transported back already, making the divine general plan largely free of any issues. I am more curious now, Crown Prince, just what exactly is going on with this heirloom in your hand? Li Si stared at the crystal in Qin Shang's hand with great interest. Although I'm not entirely sure what's happening, Meng Xiao cannot perceive it absorbing qi, but I can clearly sense that it is indeed very slowly absorbing qi, said Qin Shang helplessly. Li Si's projection remained silent, staring intently at the crystal in Qin Shang's hand, seemingly lost in thought. I will check the database. Being an AI, Li Si's thought processes are definitely different from those of a normal human being. After some time, Li Si's projection showed a complex expression and hesitated to look at the crystal in Qin Shang's hand. I do have some leads, but I'm uncertain whether it's correct or not. Crown Prince, please follow me. Li Si opened his mouth to speak to Qin Shang. All right. Qin Shang nodded. Though he did not know where Li Si planned to take him, following would suffice. After following Li Si for a while, Qin Shang realized Li Si was leading him deeper into the Great Wall. Having stayed in the Great Wall for such a long time, Qin Shang had basically already figured out the general directions. But Qin Shang didn't ask anything, choosing instead to silently follow along. After changing through 2 teleportation cabins, Li Si stopped. We've arrived. This is the innermost space of the Great Wall. Beyond this point is where the seal to the outer universe lies, Li Si informed Qin Shang. Qin Shang acknowledged it with a slight nod. However, at this moment, a projection suddenly appeared in front of Qin Shang and Li Si. A projection that was completely unfamiliar to Qin Shang. Qin Shang couldn't help but feel surprised. Is there another AI? Isn't the AI of the Great Wall supposed to be Li Si? This projection is obviously from a different AI. What are you doing here? The opposing AI also projected a rather disdainful gaze towards Li Si, quite human-like in its sentiment. But then noticing Qin Shang behind Li Si, the opposing AI instantly demonstrated to Qin Shang what rapid change of expressions looked like. The AI's projection immediately lit up with a radiant smile, with deep wrinkles crowding together on its face, and Qin Shang actually saw servility in the projection of an AI. Your humble servant Zhao Gao pays respects to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The opposing AI bowed in respect to Qin Shang. Startled, Qin Shang responded, You're Zhao Gao. It is this humble servant. Does your Royal Highness recognize this servant? Zhao Gao fawned as he spoke. You might say we're acquainted. Qin Shang coughed lightly, knowing that historical records weren't particularly kind to this individual. He didn't expect that this Zhao Gao, like Li Si, had become an AI. Judging from the level of personification of this AI, Qin Shang knew that Zhao Gao should be, like Li Si, none other than Zhao Gao himself. Ahem. I brought His Royal Highness over to see the Imperial Jade Seal. Li Si interrupted at this moment. To see the Imperial Jade Seal? Zhao Gao was taken aback. Well, there shouldn't be any problems, but don't disturb His Majesty. It won't. Your Highness, please be cautious when entering later. The final consciousness of Emperor Shi Huang resides in slumber within the Imperial Jade Seal. Li Si reminded Qin Shang as he turned back. Although Qin Shang didn't know why Li Si brought him here to see the Imperial Jade Seal, he nodded to show his understanding. I'll take you inside then. Zhao Gao hesitated for a moment and then nodded toward Qin Shang, gesturing with his projection. Under Zhao Gao's guidance, Qin Shang passed through a light curtain. This layer of light was easily penetrated by Qin Shang, but he could sense that if an enemy had come, it wouldn't have been so easy to pass through. After passing the light curtain, Qin Shang looked at the scene ahead in some shock. A colossal jade seal floated weightlessly at the center. The square jade seal was intricately carved with 9 lifelike dragons, their teeth bared and claws outstretched. The 9 5-clawed golden dragons symbolized the Emperor's supreme power, while the edges of the Imperial Jade Seal were engraved with various scenic mountains and rivers, indicating the control over all under heaven. Is this the Imperial Jade Seal? Qin Shang murmured to himself, gazing at the enormous jade seal before him. Influenced by certain films and history materials, Qin Shang had always imagined the Imperial Jade Seal to be a large stamp held in one's hand. But the size of the Imperial Jade Seal before him far exceeded Qin Shang's expectations. For some reason, though, the Imperial Jade Seal seemed to exude a somewhat listless aura. The Imperial Jade Seal is 9 meters long and 5 meters high, matching the 9-5 symbolism. At that moment, Li Si's voice quietly came through. Qin Shang silently nodded in acknowledgement. Now focus. Feel whether the crystal in your hand is similar in state to the Imperial Jade Seal. Li Si continued to speak in a low tone. Qin Shang was surprised at first, unsure how his heirloom could be related to the Imperial Jade Seal. Still, he stretched out his senses as instructed. He was shocked to discover that Li Si was right. The crystal in his hand absorbed the same kind of qi as the massive Imperial Jade Seal did. However, the scale of absorption between the two was vastly different. The Imperial Jade Seal absorbed qi on a level far more immense than the small crystal in Qin Shang's hand. He noticed the entire space filled with a dense concentration of that particular qi being absorbed by the Imperial Jade Seal. Meanwhile, the tiny crystal also started voraciously absorbing surrounding qi. What was going on? Qin Shang stared dumbfounded at the small crystal in his hand. Well, Li Si noticed Qin Shang's expression and already guessed the outcome. It absorbs this kind of qi, Qin Shang replied softly. Understood, let's leave for now. Li Si nodded. On the side, Zhao Gao watched Qin Shang and Li Si with a puzzled look, glancing also at the small crystal in Qin Shang's hand, not fully comprehending what was happening. Chapter 21, Willpower Crystal. I have a rough idea of what this thing is. After leaving the luminous curtain where the jade seal was located, Li Si looked at the small crystal in Qin Shang's hand with complicated eyes. Zhao Gao stood on the side, looking at them both without fully understanding. It should be a willpower crystal. Li Si spoke up. What? At that moment, Zhao Gao curiously glanced at the stone in Qin Shang's hand. Is this thing a willpower crystal? What even is a willpower crystal? Qin Shang was completely baffled. How could such a thing exist? Zhao Gao wondered out loud. The Crown Prince mentioned this stone can absorb qi, but I didn't detect any earthly spiritual energy being absorbed by it. Neither did Meng Xiao perceive the existence of spiritual energy. So I speculated absorbs willpower. Like the Imperial Jade Seal, it's a condensation of willpower itself, and therefore cannot be detected as matter. And since it absorbs the willpower of our great Qin dynasty, this type of willpower can't be detected by technological means nor perceived by ordinary qi practitioners. So I brought the Crown Prince here to investigate the Imperial Jade Seal further, and indeed, it is true. Li Si revealed a bitter smile as he looked at Zhao Gao. This is the cause we sowed. Back then, all of our elite forces from the Great Qin moved to outer space, taking the Imperial Jade Seal with us. But those left behind on Earth were still our Qin subjects, though they knew nothing of the truth. But the Imperial Jade Seal, which could absorb their willpower, we took it away. Their willpower lost its anchor and thus condensed into these crystals on its own. By chance, they eventually fell into the hands of a descendant branch of the original First Emperor's lineage, becoming a family heirloom of the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, the second generation of the Great Qin on Earth perished early. Otherwise, this willpower crystal might have grown larger, perhaps even coalescing into a new Imperial Jade Seal. After the second Emperor's fall, this willpower crystal likely became indistinguishable from ordinary stones. Until the Crown Prince brought it to the outer universe where we reside now, it was reactivated by the willpower of the Qin people once more. Li Si analyzed aloud. Qin Shang, on the other hand, curiously inspected the crystal in his hand. So it really is such a miraculous item? What use does it have? Qin Shang asked with curiosity. Judging from Li Si's tone, it should be a valuable treasure. Meanwhile, Qin Shang felt somewhat embarrassed thinking back to when he was at his lowest point on Earth and considered selling it. After all, it was a family heirloom. However, no one wanted to buy it as it was just an ordinary rock. Though it shimmered a little, some offers came around 100 yuan, so Qin Shang decided not to sell it. I don't know. Li Si shook his head. Huh. Qin Shang looked bewildered. You don't know either? Crown Prince, this kind of willpower isn't something everyone qualifies to touch. Like Meng Xiao before, he couldn't even sense the existence of willpower. As the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, you alone are able to perceive this willpower that stems from the people of Qin. When it comes to the specific application of willpower, only you, Crown Prince, can intuitively understand it. We can offer no help in this area. Li Si explained. The function of willpower is vast. Currently, the last traces of consciousness of the First Emperor slumber within the Imperial Jade Seal. The willpower within it nurtures the consciousness of the First Emperor. Zhao Gao added. Subsequently, Zhao Gao sighed. Alas, with the decline of Great Qin, the power of the Jade Seal is no longer as potent as it once was. Qin Shang nodded slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Regarding the sudden surge in your bloodline strength, Crown Prince, I suspect it has something to do with the willpower crystal. Before you arrived here, the willpower crystal was probably just an ordinary stone. Since your arrival, it started absorbing the willpower of the Qin citizens again due to the presence of the Jade Seal, though the absorption rate is rather slow. One root cause of Great Qin's downfall is the lack of qualified royal descendants. Naturally, the wish of the Qin populace is to have a legitimate royal successor. Thus, based on the collective willpower of the citizens, your bloodline, Crown Prince, has been elevated through the force of willpower. Li Si hypothesized. Qin Shang silently gazed at the crystal in his hand. It indeed had the potential for such a phenomenon. Crown Prince, under such circumstances, you should continue to carry this willpower crystal close to your body. It may bring about some unexpected surprises at certain times. Li Si suggested, looking at the willpower crystal in Qin Shang's hand. All right. Qin Shang nodded. What's up with Zhao Gao? On the way back, Qin Shang couldn't help but ask. So far, Qin Shang only thought that Li Si was the Great Wall AI mind, never expecting there would also be another one like Zhao Gao. I went through the same transformation and became a mechanical ascended being. But Zhao Gao was the personal eunuch of the First Emperor. Even when only the last remnants of consciousness remained, Zhao Gao still stood by the First Emperor. Zhao Gao has been loyal to the First Emperor. Though he is also an artificial intelligence, his computational abilities are limited compared to mine, where most of the Great Wall system's operational capabilities reside. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang reflected a bit. Was Zhao Gao really loyal? Even though history documented the fall of the Qin dynasty due to Zhao Gao's altering of the imperial will, there was indeed loyalty, up until the First Emperor lived. How many commoners remain in our Great Qin? Are they all within the Great Wall? At this, Qin Shang suddenly asked out of curiosity, as the crystallized willpower stemmed from the populace of Great Qin. Well, Li Si hesitated momentarily. There are no commoners left. Huh. Qin Shang was taken aback. Technically speaking, our Great Qin is already fragmented. Within the Great Wall are only military personnel. The ordinary civilians no longer belong to the people of Great Qin. At its peak, the population of Great Qin approached 1 trillion. Li Si explained. And where are they now? Qin Shang was somewhat baffled. A population nearly that vast. Most of them are now among other human civilizations. Some have been enslaved by star races hostile to Great Qin, said Li Si with evident sorrow. Other human civilizations? Are there others besides us? Qin Shang paused, having always assumed that within this outer universe, the Great Qin was the sole remaining human civilization. Of course, even during the mythical era, humans had been active in the outer universe, and naturally, other human civilizations existed. But during the height of the Great Qin, all these human civilizations were under its dominion, akin to a one-country two-systems arrangement. However, as Great Qin weakened, these civilizations broke away to seek their own survival, an understandable move. Hearing this, Qin Shang lapsed into silence for a moment. It wasn't for him to judge whether it was right or wrong that those civilizations separated from the Great Qin. All right, Crown Prince, this is not the time for such thoughts. You should be more focused on growing stronger, Li Si addressed Qin Shang. Understood. Qin Shang nodded, realizing that regardless of his feelings now, they were mere musings. Despite bearing the title of Crown Prince of the Great Qin, he was more like a symbolic figure at present. Chapter 22. Test driving the Xuanhuan Type 2. Today there was no training, and after Qin Shang returned to the palace, he put aside all those messy things. Strengthening himself was the most important thing now. Second, the existence of the willpower crystal should be able to help with his cultivation. Subsequently, during the next phase of cultivation, while Qin Shang continued to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he also attempted to channel the willpower within the willpower crystal to assist his own cultivation. But everything was not as smooth as expected. Although the purity of the Xuanhuan bloodline increased to 11%, his normal cultivation did indeed greatly improve. Qin Shang simply couldn't channel the willpower from the willpower crystal. Even though Qin Shang could clearly sense the gathered willpower within the willpower crystal, it was like a haughty young lady who paid no attention to Qin Shang's provocation. Faced with this situation, Qin Shang was also very helpless. But the cultivation must continue, right? And when Qin Shang was working hard cultivating, Li Si's projection appeared in Qin Shang's room, looking at Qin Shang, and then looking at the willpower crystal hanging around Qin Shang's neck. It seemed, this crown prince Qin Shang had drifted further and further away from the original stallion positioning. And now that he possessed the willpower crystal, Qin Shang's potential was even greater. The next day, classes continued. Perhaps due to the improvement of the Xuanhuan bloodline, or perhaps because of the resource point war that had occurred before, the following courses made Qin Shang progress rapidly day by day. This included in the aspect of cultivation. The Xuanhuan Qi practice and the Xuanhuan bloodline complemented each other. Cultivating the Xuanhuan Qi practice could increase the purity of the Xuanhuan bloodline. Similarly, the higher the purity of the Xuanhuan bloodline, the smoother the cultivation of the Xuanhuan Qi practice would be. Now that Qin Shang's bloodline had improved, his cultivation naturally became different from before. Finally, just over a month after Qin Shang arrived in this external universe, the Xuanhuan Qi practice directly broke through to the first level. Feeling the abundant power in his body and the command of Qi at his fingertips, Qin Shang was full of joy. From this moment on, Qin Shang officially became a practicing Qi cultivator of the Great Qin. However, this was not the thing that excited Qin Shang the most. There was something even more exciting for him. According to Qin Shang's current training course progress, tomorrow he would officially attempt to drive the mech that belonged to him, the Xuanhuan Type 2. Although before this, besides virtual driving, he had actually driven the returning Forbidden Guard mech from the battlefield. But back then, it was only driving inside the Great Wall. This time, he would seriously drive his own Xuanhuan Type 2 mech and head straight out into outer space. That night, Qin Shang was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He ended up cultivating all night long. Under the influence of this excitement, the effectiveness of one night's cultivation was particularly good. Although he hadn't rested all night, Qin Shang was now a proper practicing Qi cultivator, so it didn't have much impact on him. An excited Qin Shang finally waited for the time to drive the Xuanhuan Type 2. Still in that space where the Xuanhuan Type 2 was parked. After Qin Shang entered alone, he touched the Xuanhuan Type 2 mech again. Drip. Driver detected, identity verified. Do you wish to start? The last time Qin Shang came here to touch the Xuanhuan Type 2 mech, because he had not learned any mech driving skills, he chose to skip. This time, without hesitation, Qin Shang chose to start. Drip drip. Xuanhuan Type 2. Start. Pilot transfer to cockpit. After appearing in the cockpit of the Xuanhuan Type 2, Qin Shang was extraordinarily excited. Your Highness, are you ready? Li Si's voice came through the communication system. Prime Minister Li Si, I am ready. Good. You will now be transmitted to the isolation chamber. Not long after, an electronic prompt sound came. The Xuanhuan Type 2 mech has been transmitted to the isolation chamber. Mech status confirmed. Open isolation chamber door. A faint sound followed by a floating sensation passed through the sensors. Qin Shang took a deep breath, knowing that the Xuanhuan mech had officially entered outer space now. Xuanhuan engine start. Hum. The entire Xuanhuan mech vibrated slightly. Whoosh. In a streak of light, the whole mech charged forward. Huff. The streak of light rushed towards the direction of the steel Great Wall. Fortunately, the streak of light stopped just before reaching the steel Great Wall. Qin Shang looked at the nearby wall of the Great Wall and let out a sigh of relief. Good thing it stopped. Otherwise, there would have been an accident. If it had collided directly, given the performance of the Xuanhuan Type 2, Qin Shang probably wouldn't have been injured, but the section of the Great Wall would certainly have been damaged. Excited, he couldn't help himself and immediately boosted the Xuanhuan mech to high speed. Your Highness, are you alright? A voice came through the comm, but it wasn't Li Si's. It was someone else who knew Qin Shang's identity. Meng Xiao. At the same time, Qin Shang saw another star mech slowly rising from within the Great Wall. The star mech, a great Qin forbidden guard. And the person inside was none other than Meng Xiao. Of course, both Li Si and Zhao Gao were closely monitoring Qin Shang's situation. The sudden loss of control of the mech had scared not only them, well, precisely speaking, two artificial intelligences, but if such behavior happened to an ordinary mech pilot, they'd likely be sent back for retraining right away. But because it was Qin Shang, no one said anything. I'm fine, Qin Shang responded, as he controlled the Zulong mech to hover in outer space, feeling the endless void and emptiness transmitted through the sensors of the mech, facing the most real circumstances. Though he had experienced something similar while in the virtual cockpit during the Resource Point War, all that had been conveyed via ether signals, making Qin Shang feel like he was watching a 3D movie. But this time, Qin Shang was truly and honestly driving the mech into the starry sky. Your Highness, would you like some time to adapt? Meng Xiao asked, looking at Qin Shang's mech. Even though Meng Xiao knew that during the Resource Point War, it was Qin Shang who piloted the Forbidden Guard mech and later the Bai Qi mech with a brilliant performance, there still remained a noticeable gap between virtual piloting and real-world piloting a mech, especially given Qin Shang's earlier display, which was somewhat. Relax, there's no problem, Qin Shang grinned broadly. That just now was purely because he was too excited, but operating a mech was indeed. Alright, then, Your Highness, please be careful, Meng Xiao said seriously. Alright, Qin Shang replied. Since it was a test drive, surely it couldn't just involve cruising around for a bit. Meng Xiao's role was to act as Qin Shang's sparring partner. Given that Qin Shang already possessed a certain level of skill and was also one of those aware of Qin Shang's identity, as the designated sparring partner this time, Meng Xiao was the most suitable choice. Chapter 23, Battle against Meng Xiao. Boom boom. Although the universe is silent, streaks of firepower carried with immense momentum bombarded Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 mech. It was from Meng Xiao's Starlight mech, the Qin Imperial Guard's deputy cannons. In the face of these artillery shells, Qin Shang effortlessly evaded them by controlling the Zulong Type 2. Commander Meng Xiao, if you continue to hold back, it won't be much of a workout. Qin Shang spoke over the communication channel. After experiencing the Resource Point battle, while Meng Xiao's current attacks were real weapons, they seemed like child's play in front of Qin Shang. And during that past battlefield, Qin Shang had indeed witnessed Meng Xiao operating the Qin Guard for combat. Although possibly Qin Shang surpassed Meng Xiao in fully manual control calculations, yet if he were to battle Meng Xiao inside a Guardian mech, Qin Shang could assure that he absolutely wouldn't stand a chance. Such attacks before him now were akin to playing around. Hee, Your Royal Highness, sorry about that. Meng Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. With the downfall of the Qin Dynasty, as one of its Starlight mech commanders, Meng Xiao had been training new pilots diligently for the Starlight mechs. During this training period, there were also moments when feeding moves took place. Subconsciously, Meng Xiao regarded Qin Shang similar to those rookies and new trainees. Yet during their Resource Point battle, Qin Shang's performance was completely unlike that of a beginner. So, Your Royal Highness, watch out now. Over the communication line came Meng Xiao's reminder. Following that, within Qin Shang's field of vision, Meng Xiao's guard mech disappeared. Beep beep beep. The Zulong mech emitted warning sounds. Qin Shang knew that he had been locked on. Evasion. However, whichever direction Qin Shang directed the Zulong mech towards, he couldn't escape the lock. Besides, Meng Xiao was still out of his direct line of sight. Nevertheless, through the built-in three-dimensional scanning of the Zulong mech, Qin Shang knew Meng Xiao's Qin Guard was right behind him. From mecha at the same tier, it would have been almost impossible using technology alone to pinpoint Meng Xiao's position. Unfortunately, it was evident that the Zulong Type 2's performance outclassed the Qin Guard mech by more than a tier, perhaps even higher. It felt slightly like cheating, and even made Qin Shang feel somewhat embarrassed. Still, Qin Shang wasn't stupid. An advantage in mech was an advantage after all. Alloy longsword drawn. Overall dark gold. The Zulong mech exterior entwined with dragon patterns, featuring smooth curves. It was immediately clear that it was a relatively agile and nimble mech. Divine dragon protection. Turning body, drawing the sword. If you can't dodge, then go straight ahead with brute force. The alloy longsword gleamed with golden light, vaguely forming a dragon-shaped sword chi. Qin Shang could feel the energy within his body combining with the kinetic energy of the mech itself, birthing that dragon-shaped sword chi. So, this is the synergy between chi practitioners and mechs? The fusion of mysticism and science? Is the end of science theology? However, getting distracted during battle was strictly forbidden. Just as these scattered thoughts flowed through Qin Shang's mind, dense barges covered any space Qin Shang could evade. Bursts of fiery explosions bloomed. Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 was instantly swallowed up in the explosion. Meng Xiao's movement paused momentarily, but then he remembered the specifications of the Zulong Type 2, so didn't worry too much. The power of these side cannons wasn't enough to directly destroy the Zulong Type 2. Whoosh. Indeed, the cannon fire covering the Zulong Type 2 mech was instantly dispersed. A streak of dark golden light burst forth. This streak faintly sketched a dragon shape, carrying momentum heading directly toward Meng Xiao's guard mech. Naturally, Meng Xiao wasn't slow. At such a close distance, it was impossible for the rather clumsy Qin Guard mech to evade. Shield up. Electric ion field. Boom. Silently, the streak of dark golden light collided with the pale blue electric ion field. Dark golden arcs clashed with blue ion particles flying everywhere. Defense held firm. Not only did it hold, but Meng Xiao's Qin guard mech remained completely immovable. Impressive. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. One slash from the Zulong Type 2 mech would likely split most common starships in two, yet failed to even shake Meng Xiao's defense in the vacuum of space. Truly worthy, an old-school commander of the Great Qin, and still under conditions where Qin Shang has a mechanical advantage. Suddenly, Qin Shang's heart tightened. Danger. Soaring dragon. Instantly, the Zulong mech twisted its body, almost defying physical laws, turning directly from facing the guard mech into having its back to the guard mech. Swish. Almost instantaneously completing this turning action, the Zulong mech shot forward, putting distance between itself and the guard mech. Sizzla. Just as Qin Shang maneuvered the Zulong mech to shoot forward, a bolt of blue electromagnetic energy pierced out directly from the side of the guard mech shield. Lightning snake spit. If Qin Shang hadn't retreated fast enough, this slash would have directly struck him. Your Highness, not bad reaction. Through the comms, Meng Xiao's approving voice came through. The Qin Imperial Guards were not just adept at defense. Their offensive power was also no weaker than the crossbow mech soldiers of Qin. It was all a matter of emphasis. Hee, Commander Meng Xiao, don't rush to praise me yet. Qin Shang's teasing voice came over the comm channel. Meng Xiao paused, and then, ding ding ding. An urgent alarm sounded from within the guard mech. High energy detected. Danger. Meng Xiao paused but quickly reacted. Magneto pull. A massive electric ion force enveloped the entire Guardian mech. Seeing this, Qin Shang couldn't help but marvel. He naturally knew what this ability was, the guard mech's protection skill. However, back when he operated the guard mech, Qin Shang lacked the capability to use this move. Even now, Qin Shang still couldn't execute this technique. His internal chi wasn't sufficient to activate the core engine of the guard mech to perform such a feat. Boom. At the very moment the electric ion field covered the guard mech, a huge explosion surged up in the location where Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 had been moments before. Though soundless, one could tell the power behind the explosion. Scale shedding. Leaving behind a dragon scale. The name was sorrowful, but in reality, it was simply leaving a hidden pressure-sensitive mine behind, which exploded upon enemy approach. Meng Xiao hadn't expected that despite Qin Shang appearing to lack rich combat experience, he could employ such a seasoned tactic. At the exact moment his attack was blocked, Qin Shang sensed the counterattack, and while fleeing, he still managed to plant a concealed trap. Qin Shang knew this landmine wouldn't trouble Meng Xiao, so he decided to test how much of the Zulong mech's might he could unleash with his maximum strength. Qin Shang gathered all his available chi, causing his bloodline power to circulate accordingly. Turn around. Draw the sword. Dark gold ripples gently spread out as a nearly kilometer-long sword beam extended from the alloy longsword in the hands of the Zulong Type 2 mech. The dark golden sword chi illuminated the dim starry sky. Whoosh. Dragon tail flick. This slash cut into the unscattered explosive remnants of the hidden mine. Qin Shang felt an enormous shockwave reverberate back, throwing the entire Zulong mech off balance and causing it to retreat. At the same time, the spreading sword chi dispersed the remaining effects of the hidden mine explosion. Chapter 24. Hitting the bottleneck again. ZZ. The clawing blue thunder was especially eye-catching in this dim starry sky. After one slash of the sword, the aftershock of the dark thunder was dispelled, revealing the figure of Meng Xiao's Qin Forbidden Guard mech. At this moment, the Qin Forbidden Guard mech not only hadn't retreated, but was also standing firm in the starry sky with a shield, its body enveloped by blue lightning. With Meng Xiao's Qin Forbidden Guard mech at the center, an electric ion field had been set up all around it. Full load. Overclocking. This posture, Qin Shang had seen Meng Xiao use during a previous resource point battle. Back then, with this state active, Meng Xiao on the battlefield was practically invincible. Also, entering the overclocking state isn't something just anyone can do. Those who can activate the overclocking state of their mechs are without exception skilled warriors. It's estimated that even in an overclocked state, only another similarly overclocked stellar mech or a higher tier annihilation level mech could suppress it. However, the overclocked state greatly impacts the lifespan of the mech. After all, it's running beyond its limits. Moreover, the energy consumption is very high, so post-battle maintenance is particularly important. Back at the resource point, although Qin Shang had seen Meng Xiao enter the overclocking state, on the large battlefield, an overclocked starry mech performed brightly, but couldn't completely reverse the situation. At that time, Qin Shang was piloting the Bai Qi mech and didn't have the energy to pay attention to other situations. But now, as Qin Shang faced Meng Xiao's Qin Forbidden Guard mech in its overclocked state alone, the feeling was immediately different. An overwhelming pressure rushed toward him. His all-out strike failed to move Meng Xiao even slightly. Instead, he himself was pushed back. Back at the resource point battlefield, although Qin Shang controlled the Qin Forbidden Guard mech and didn't possess Meng Xiao's immense strength, when facing those winged race's stellar warships, relying on his mech talent, Qin Shang had put on quite a show. Now encountering a genuine stellar mech expert head-on, Qin Xiao experienced combat's hardship for the first time. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm out of energy. Qin Shang helplessly said, looking at the Guardian mech filled with blue thunder in the starry sky. Hee. Your Highness, you managed to force my overclocked state for the first time we fought, Meng Xiao said, perhaps more in praise than comfort. After all, this time you haven't even used the Bai Qi mech. If it weren't for Prime Minister Li Si's assurance, Meng Xiao would never have believed that Qin Shang had only been studying mech piloting for a month with his current skill level. Qin Shang chuckled bitterly. Although he hadn't driven the Bai Qi mech, the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech's performance surpassed the Qin Forbidden Guard mech. Ha ha, Your Highness, there's no need to be discouraged. After all, you've only been learning for a month. Meng Xiao continued to speak. Alright, let's go back first. Smiling, Meng Xiao spoke. Subsequently, Qin Shang and Meng Xiao drove their mechs and returned inside the Great Wall. Your performance was excellent, Your Highness. As soon as they exited the mech hangar, the holograms of Li Si and Zhao Gao were already waiting outside. Qin Shang had no idea why. As artificial intelligences, Li Si and Zhao Gao didn't have access to the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech warehouse. What's so great? My full attack didn't even make Commander Meng Xiao retreat. Qin Shang chuckled bitterly. Just take it slowly. After all, Commander Meng Xiao's skills were honed through battles. Learning for a month and trying to surpass Commander Meng Xiao definitely won't work. Li Si smiled and said, Prime Minister is right, Your Highness. I've been battling for the great Qin dynasty from its peak era to its decline, participating in no less than 100 battles of various sizes. A lot needs to be accumulated bit by bit over time. Meng Xiao interjected at this moment. In fact, the battlefield is the best mentor. I understand all that. Qin Shang smiled, showing that he wasn't so fragile. Your Highness, when you can match Commander Meng Xiao using the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech, you'll basically be ready to execute the off-site mission plan. Said Li Si. Qin Shang nodded slightly. Matching Meng Xiao, well, that difficulty is rather high. Primarily due to Meng Xiao's overclocked state, which is too monstrous. I'll need to master the overclocking of the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech myself. But mastering overclocking requires almost complete familiarity with the mech and passing physical requirements, both of which are far from easy. Afterwards, Qin Shang returned to his training days as before, but the content of the training became increasingly profound. Even some manufacturing principles of stellar ships or mechs began to be covered. As Li Si put it, you may not necessarily be able to, but you should at least know about them. Second, Qin Shang would go to the cockpit of the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech every day. Even if he wasn't going to pilot it, he would still sit inside for a while. Most of the time though, Qin Shang would directly take the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech out and practice related techniques to get accustomed to its power. Time flew by, and another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Within the half-month, Qin Shang had improved enough that he could fight against Meng Xiao using the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech with some degree of parity. Of course, this was on the condition that Meng Xiao did not activate the super-frequency state of his Qin Forbidden Guard mech. Once Meng Xiao switched to overdrive, Qin Shang could only struggle to defend himself. Nevertheless, Qin Shang's progress in mech piloting was evident at an almost visible speed. But now, a new issue began troubling Qin Shang. While his improvement in mech piloting was remarkably rapid, when it came to the cultivation of the Ancestral Dragon Chi technique, he hit a bottleneck once more when he reached the mid-level of the first realm. The cultivation speed plummeted drastically. Qin Shang knew that it was due to his Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Though it seemed the bloodline purity had increased to 11% with the help of the Wish Power Crystal previously, this percentage was only enough to support him cultivating unobstructedly until the first realm. Beyond the first realm, alongside cultivating the Ancestral Dragon Chi technique, he also needed to gradually enhance the purity of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Being stuck in the Ancestral Dragon Chi technique meant that, as these two aspects were mutually reinforcing, Qin Shang's improvement in mech piloting also slowed down. Even though his familiarity with the techniques and controls grew steadily every day, his ability to utilize the power of the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 didn't improve much. Each time he piloted the Ancestral Dragon Type 2, Qin Shang could clearly feel the energy hidden within it, like a volcano. And yet, all he could manage was to touch just a tiny bit of the flames spouting from the crater. This feeling was absolutely torturous. Moreover, according to what Li Si told him, although the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 was simplified from the complete Ancestral Dragon mech, compared to regular stellar mechs, the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 had even more surprises. If Qin Shang could fully master the Ancestral Dragon Type 2, it might be possible to exhibit power comparable to that of an Annihilation-class mech. Annihilation-class mechs. After witnessing the strength of the Bai Qi mech, Qin Shang was incredibly eager to reach that level. But for now, it was too far off. He couldn't fly yet, let alone run. In his hand, Qin Shang played with the Wish Power Crystal. Was it really this crystal that helped increase his bloodline power? So how exactly should he use the power within this crystal? Chapter 25, A Star? An Engine? Unfortunately, after half a day of research, Qin Shang still couldn't figure out how to use the crystallized wish power. Finally, Qin Shang could only put the crystallized wish power back into his clothes and stop obsessing over it. Without cheat code help, Qin Shang could only choose to practice step by step in earnest. However, after experiencing that feeling of rapid progress, the current almost snail-paced cultivation speed made it difficult for Qin Shang to accept such a huge disparity. Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince. When Qin Shang was enduring the slow cultivation speed and working hard, Li Si's projection appeared in the room. But upon seeing Qin Shang cultivating, Li Si merely called out his name and did not continue to disturb him. After Qin Shang refined the last thread of spiritual energy within his body, he opened his eyes. Feeling the strength of the bloodline inside him, with no signs of growth at all, and a completely motionless sea of qi, Qin Shang felt helpless. The Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique, it's truly difficult. When practicing with Meng Xiao, he also brought up the issue of related qi cultivation techniques. But Meng Xiao indicated that he could not teach him these aspects because the Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique was very different from ordinary common Qi cultivation techniques. They couldn't draw inspiration or reference from each other. Moreover, according to what Meng Xiao said, since Qin Shang could so smoothly achieve success in the Qi cultivation technique, this shows that his talent in Qi cultivation wasn't weak. However, the Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique is special. While it can enhance the Grand Dragon bloodline power, it is also limited by the Grand Dragon bloodline. The higher the purity of the Grand Dragon bloodline, the greater the talent for the Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique. If Qin Shang were cultivating an ordinary Qi cultivation technique, Meng Xiao would undoubtedly declare that Qin Shang would already have entered the second realm. Alas, as the only hope of Great Qin, Qin Shang had no choice but to cultivate the Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique. As for the question of whether the Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique is stronger or weaker than ordinary Qi cultivation techniques, there is little controversy about this. The Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique definitely has some special characteristics. After composing himself a bit, Qin Shang looked at Li Si's projection. Prime Minister Li Si, what's the matter? Having been in Great Qin for so long, Qin Shang had pretty much adapted by now. The body part of the Divine General Plan has basically been completed. Now we just need core transplantation and the driver to be in place. Li Si began to speak. Previously, when the Divine General Plan was first mentioned, Qin Shang had already authorized Li Si and the others to open the strategic warehouse and use its strategic materials to repair the core of the Divine General mech suit. Is the body complete? Can the core be transplanted directly? Qin Shang curiously asked. Although during this period of training, some relevant mech manufacturing knowledge was mixed in, but even now, Qin Shang didn't consider himself close to mastering it. Not yet. It's just that the body has been manufactured. But the re-repair of the core will require at least half a year using the current Great Wall's process capabilities. Li Si regretfully replied. Huh. Qin Shang paused. Just the repair takes half a year. That's right. Li Si looked at Qin Shang. Does your Royal Highness, Crown Prince, know why everyone knows that star-annihilating mechs are powerful, but always, never formed a star-annihilating mech army? Is there a reason? Qin Shang shook his head. He had roughly guessed that it should be related to this engine. For ordinary interstellar mechs, using a plasma engine is sufficient to support all of the mech's kinetic energy. But the reason why star-annihilating mechs are so overwhelmingly powerful compared to ordinary interstellar mechs, apart from more precious body alloys, lies in the engine difference. The engine of a star-annihilating mech is the core of the core because the engines of star-annihilating battleships are all stars. You mean, the engine of a star-annihilating mech is a star? Qin Shang uncertainly spoke. Is this the kind of star in my understanding? That's correct. Though it must be a star nearing the end of its life cycle, beginning to collapse, and must occur during the massive explosion when a star forms a neutron star. Through technological means, during the star's late stages, build an outer structure resembling a Dyson sphere completely surrounding the star, collecting all the star's energy during the supernova burst, condensing the stellar nucleus. This stellar nucleus becomes the engine core of a star-annihilating mech. Qin Shang was speechless. How terrifying a technology must be to compress an entire star into an engine. In fact, across the entire universe, stars nearing the end of their life cycles are countless, but forming a stellar nucleus requires enormous human resources, material resources, and time, and the success rate is less than 10%. Therefore, every star-annihilating mech is hard-won, and even if the mech is damaged, its core must certainly be protected well. Sometimes, even with great efforts spanning 100 years or nearly 1,000, they might end up fruitless. Furthermore, I've also heard that during the Age of Gods, there were great powers who, through certain means, directly gathered full-blown stars and forged them into mythical mechs. Li Si opened his mouth solemnly, gulping. No wonder, he felt a terrifying amount of energy earlier inside Bai Qi's mech. In essence, every star-annihilating mech carried a small star within its body. Prince, would you like to take a look at the Divine General mech's body? Li Si asked Qin Shang. Qin Shang nodded slightly. Let's go take a look. After all, in this situation, cultivating the Grand Dragon Qi cultivation technique wouldn't be delayed by such a short time. Then Qin Shang suppressed the shock in his heart and followed Li Si to a vast space. All other personnel within the space had already been dismissed, leaving only an enormous figure standing in the center. Divine General, Meng Tian. The mech's body towered at over 130 meters, much taller than Bai Qi's mech. In general, it was bulkier and more massive. Is this Divine General a heavy assault mech? Qin Shang asked, staring at the huge form before him. Not exactly. Li Si shook his head. Before it was damaged, Divine General was actually a balanced-type mech, but this recasting changed its design to a heavy mech. According to the plan, after restoration, this Divine General will stay by your side, Prince, serving as your guard, Li Si explained. Qin Shang paused, directly assigning a star-annihilating mech to serve as his bodyguard? Haha, the Divine General plan itself was created to address Great Qin's difficulties back then. But now with your Highness' presence, the initial importance of the Divine General plan has faded. With your authorization, we can finally mobilize the reserves of Great Qin. Moreover, mechs like Bai Qi's can be activated. This Divine General no longer holds its original significance. Thus, it makes sense to assign it as your Highness' personal guard. After all, for Great Qin, your importance far surpasses that of a Divine General mech. If not for Emperor's arrangement, Li Si would never have allowed Qin Shang to venture out into the world. In Li Si's mind, Qin Shang should best stay obediently at the Great Wall. If he really must leave, he ought to ensure leaving behind a qualified heir first. Chapter 26, Arrival of a Guest. By the way, who will be the pilot of this divine general mech when it's ready? Qin Shi Huang asked. Apparently, there was no starfighter mech pilot currently in the whole great Qin Empire. Don't worry, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. You'll meet her in a couple of days, Li Si said with a mysterious smile. Although Qin Shi Huang was a bit puzzled, looking at Li Si's sly grin, he had a feeling that Li Si wasn't being entirely innocent. Of course, not entirely innocent didn't mean that Li Si intended any harm to him. Li Si was still loyal to the great Qin and would treasure the Crown Prince Qin Shi Huang as much as possible. Instead, Qin Shi Huang felt like Li Si was plotting something against him. After they left the mech warehouse, Qin Shi Huang was still confused. He could sense that ever since he mentioned the mech pilot, Li Si had been looking at him with an odd gaze. Qin Shi Huang continued his normal daily routine, cultivation, training, piloting mechs. During this time, he also asked Meng Xiao about the pilot for the Divine General Mech. But even Meng Xiao was equally clueless. After all, the Divine General Mech originally belonged to the Meng family, and its name even came from Meng Tian. However, after the decline of Great Qin and with enemies everywhere, numerous elite warriors from the Meng family perished in battles. The family eventually lost their ability to pilot the Divine General Mech, leading to it being taken over by one of the princes of the royal family. Now that the Divine General Mech has been repaired, while it technically belongs to the Meng family, the family does not have the authority to control it. They must first produce someone capable of piloting it to officially take charge. At present, the strongest person in the Meng family is Meng Xiao. Actually, the Bai Qi mech faces a similar situation. But these days, the Bai family of Great Qin has already declined significantly. Although some descendants of the Bai family still reside within the empire, none seem particularly noteworthy. Time passed uneventfully. According to Li Si's reports, a few more resource points of the Great Qin were raided. However, those resource points weren't essential to their existence, so there were no major issues caused. As for Qin Shi Huang's cultivation, although it proceeded slowly as usual, it remained steady and progressive. In terms of mech piloting, Qin Shi Huang was also making rapid progress thanks to the superior performance of the second-type Ancestor Dragon mech. As long as Meng Xiao didn't activate the super-frequency mode of the Great Qin Royal Guard, Qin Shi Huang could completely dominate the field. Even if Meng Xiao did start the super-frequency mode, he couldn't outright suppress Qin Shi Huang as he had at first. The most significant change occurred in the training curriculum itself. At the beginning, it mainly focused on basic knowledge, but now the courses cover almost every kind of knowledge under heaven. Qin Shi Huang could feel that Li Si seemed intent on cultivating him into a qualified crown prince of Great Qin before he set out. Although Qin Shi Huang was now a first-level Qi practitioner with significantly enhanced physical attributes and mental prowess, he still found himself facing a slight pressure from these training courses. Just as Qin Shi Huang touched upon the threshold of becoming a second-level Qi practitioner, Li Si informed him that the engine of the Divine General Mech would soon be repaired within the next 2 days. In a couple of days, the final engine transplant would take place. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, will have a visitor tomorrow. Training sessions for tomorrow are temporarily cancelled, giving you a day off. With that remark, Li Si's projection disappeared immediately. Though Qin Shi Huang was perplexed, hearing that the classes would be paused for a day, he let out a sigh of relief. Without realizing it, it had already been half a year since he arrived in Great Qin. Lifting his hand, a swirl of dark golden qi appeared, then dissipated into his palm. The Ancestor Dragon Qi technique was now almost reaching the second level. Moreover, his bloodline power had improved from 11% to around 18%. This was the result of 6 months of effort. It wasn't easy. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang had also learned some basic attack methods within the practice of Qi techniques through the Ancestor Dragon Qi technique. However, unfortunately, in this era of great interstellar warfare, Qi techniques mostly serve to assist in mech operation. When facing spacecraft or mechs, the combat techniques within Qi practices themselves often appear feeble. At the same time, Qin Shi Huang also wondered who the guest Li Si mentioned might be. In theory, the Great Qin was in such decline that it wouldn't have many visitors anymore. However, considering the mention of the mech pilot, Qin Shi Huang had a faint suspicion. Was the upcoming visitor related to those mech pilots? Could Li Si be preparing to let someone from outside drive the Divine General Mech? Never mind, he'd know in 2 days. The next morning, Qin Shi Huang got up early after being called by the maidens. It had been a long time, yet Qin Shi Huang hadn't made any moves with the serving girls. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Shi Huang's body was detected to be completely normal, and secondly, during some daily monitoring, there were records of Qin Shi Huang showing normal male reactions, Li Si might have thought there was something wrong with Qin Shi Huang. But on the other hand, this proved Qin Shi Huang's firm willpower. With such beautiful and obedient maidservants accompanying him day and night, he could still control his instincts. Ordinary people wouldn't have such self-control. After being woken up, Qin Shi Huang let the maidservants fuss over him with a look of helplessness. According to Li Si, this guest was quite important, so Qin Shi Huang, as the Crown Prince of Great Qin, had to receive them according to proper etiquette. Finally, Qin Shi Huang looked at the long robe on him and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. In this scientific and starry Great Wall filled with space-age technology, he felt somewhat awkward wearing an ancient-style long robe. However, this attire was indeed quite comfortable, and the robes of the imperial family of the Great Qin were black, not golden yellow. Clad in a black long robe, combined with the unintentionally revealed Ancestor Dragon Qi aura, since he had officially practiced the Ancestor Dragon Qi technique, Qin Shi Huang did indeed appear very dignified. Additionally, during this period of training, corresponding etiquette was also studied. so Qin Shang was not nervous. He was merely curious about the upcoming guest. Here comes. Li Si led Qin Shang to wait in an isolation pod. At this moment, a virtual projection appeared in front of Li Si, showing the outer space beyond the Great Wall. In the vast expanse of stars, a sleek interstellar battleship was approaching. The ship wasn't large, looking rather small and delicate instead, which Qin Shang knew was a type specifically designed for speed. Although not strong in combat, if interception wasn't set up beforehand, even a star destroyer might not be able to capture this small vessel. Ling Hu requests authorization to enter the Great Wall. An electronic voice sounded. Authorization granted. Li Si immediately approved after seeing the image of the spacecraft. Guide Ling Hu to land at parking pad number 3. Not long after, the Ling Hu warship arrived at the number 3 isolation bay. Drip drip drip, isolation bay opening. The spacecraft slowly descended. Then the cabin door opened, and Qin Shang saw a leg step out. What a pair of long legs. Chapter 27, Su family, Su Li. Leg. Nothing but legs. These legs are probably longer than my own life. Qin Shang muttered silently in his heart. A tall and beautiful figure wearing a close-fitting combat suit descended from the small starship. With her neatly cropped short hair complementing her delicate features, especially those captivating eyes, the close-fitting combat suit highlighted her hourglass figure even more. Beautiful. Qin Shang had seen no shortage of beautiful women. Before coming to the Great Qin Dynasty, during the heyday of the 4 great black arts in the 21st century, all kinds of beauties appeared one after another. After coming to the Great Qin Dynasty, thanks to Li Si's deliberate arrangement, all the maidens surrounding Qin Shang were top-notch beauties. But compared to this tall beauty before him, they all seemed inferior by at least one level. This tall beauty descending from the battleship possessed an extraordinary beauty that could bring down kingdoms. Qin Shang couldn't help but momentarily lose focus. Li Si noticed Qin Shang's distraction and gave a meaningful smile. Minister Li Si, nice to meet you. Your reputation precedes you. The tall beauty smiled and spoke to the holographic image of Li Si. Hello, this is our current crown prince of the Great Qin. Li Si nodded and introduced the tall beauty to the person standing beside him, Qin Shang. As the tall beauty turned her gaze towards Qin Shang, he returned to his senses as well, not losing his composure as the crown prince. I am of the Su family, Su Li. It's an honor to meet you, your highness. Su Li performed a respectful bow with clasped hands toward Qin Shang. The Su family? Qin Shang paused for a moment, feeling something familiar. However, Qin Shang quickly reacted and gave a polite smile to Su Li, hello. At the same time, having regained his awareness, Qin Shang began to sense a powerful aura emanating from Su Li. She was clearly a formidable qi cultivator, and she was even stronger than Meng Xiao. Moreover, she looked much younger than Meng Xiao. The Su family is a remnant of the Yinshang dynasty, and among many human civilizations, they have the closest relationship with our Great Qin, Li Si explained. After all, the responsibility to guard had been passed down from the Yinshang dynasty. Yinshang. Qin Shang paused and then remembered something. The Su family. Su Daji. Su Li smiled and nodded. That's correct. Our clan is indeed related to Empress Daji. However, with the fall of Yinshang, we, the Su family, are now considered leaders among the Yinshang remnants. What about the royal family of Yinshang? Qin Shang instinctively asked. They have all perished in battle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be arranged for us Great Qin to take over this guarding responsibility, said Li Si with a touch of melancholy. Hearing this, Qin Shang fell silent. Your Highness, Miss Su Li is the pilot I've recruited to operate the Divine General mech suit, said Li Si seriously. Huh. Qin Shang paused and instinctively glanced at Su Li again. Her? Driving a stellar class mech suit? Miss Su Li is not only the most outstanding younger generation of the Su family, but also a qualified stellar class mech pilot, and a qi cultivation master who has reached the 7th realm, Li Si explained. The 7th realm? Qin Shang let out a low whistle. Though sensing that Su Li's qi cultivation might not be weak, he didn't expect it to reach such a high level. However, allowing Miss Su Li to become a pilot still requires your consent, Crown Prince, and approval through the Tiger Seal, Li Si continued. Does Miss Su Li come to assist the Great Qin under any conditions? Qin Shang hesitated for a moment before asking. Of course, Su Li replied, smiling and looking at Qin Shang. This condition was set forth by Chancellor Li Si on behalf of the Su family. I will protect you, Your Highness, for 10 years using a stellar class mech suit, and when the Su family needs it, we can obtain the use of the Divine General mech for a period of 10 years. 10 years for 10 years, neither side would suffer a loss. Li Si nodded towards Qin Shang, confirming these were the terms he proposed. But now, they needed Qin Shang's agreement as well. The Su family, don't they possess stellar class mechs? Qin Shang questioned, confused. If we did, I wouldn't have come, Su Li retorted playfully with a roll of her eyes, adding a unique charm. Speechless, Qin Shang realized that while the Great Qin had stellar class mechs but lacked pilots, the Su family had qualified pilots but lacked mechs. In addition, back when the Great Qin was prosperous, the Su family were our envoys. They separated after the collapse of the Qin, Li Si added. Qin Shang nodded. Fine, I agree. Given the current state of the Great Qin, though they had 2 stellar class mechs, the Divine General and Baichi, there were no pilots. These mechs were practically just ornaments, unable to be fully utilized even with Qin Shang and Li Si working together. Let's go to the mech suit chamber first. The core engine of the Divine General mech suit has been fully repaired. All that's left now is the final transplantation, Li Si said. Good. Qin Shang nodded. Su Li naturally had no objections. Thus, The group started heading towards the mech suit chamber where the Divine General was located. Li Si's hologram intentionally fell 2 steps behind, watching the backs of Qin Shi and Su Li. A deep meaning flickered in the eyes of Li Si's hologram. 10 years, Your Highness. It all depends on whether you can win over this heavenly daughter of the Su family during these 10 years. With the identity of the Su family and Su Li's talent, becoming the crown princess of our great Qin dynasty would be completely worthy. Indeed, this was Li Si's calculation. Su Li was the crown princess candidate that Li Si had chosen for Qin Shi. However, Qin Shi was unaware of this arrangement. As he walked alongside Su Li, Qin Shi didn't know how to start a conversation. Still, Su Li's breathtaking beauty continually caught Qin Shi's gaze. Prince, is there something wrong with my face? Su Li asked teasingly. Even though Qin Shi's glances were fleeting, for a 7th realm Qi cultivator like Su Li, these small actions were extremely obvious. You're more beautiful than flowers. Qin Shi cleared his throat twice and replied without hesitation. Su Li immediately covered her mouth with her hand and let out a soft laugh. Prince, your words are good at pleasing girls. Not really. This prince doesn't lie. I'm simply stating the truth. Qin Shi perked up. After all, he was still the crown prince of Great Qin, even if the current state of Great Qin might be slightly embarrassing. As they continued, the journey wasn't too dull. Behind them, Li Si's holographic projection curved slightly at the corners of its lips. The crown prince does have some tricks up his sleeve, and he seems quite cooperative. It seems that perhaps the maids I arranged earlier weren't attractive enough. Faced with Su Li, even the crown prince couldn't help himself. It must be said, although Li Si was now an artificial intelligence, even it could not help but admire Su Li's beauty. After passing through the teleportation cabin, the group arrived at the mech suit chamber where the Divine General awaited. After chatting along the way, Qin Shi and Su Li became considerably closer, leaving behind the initial strangeness between them. At this moment, inside the mech suit chamber, enormous mechanical arms were moving about. Considering the size of the Divine General and the vastness of its core engine, all of this had to be done with mechanical assistance. Chapter 28, The Divine General Awakens. The next step is to implant the core engine. Li Si looked at the body of the Divine General mecha fixed by more than 10 mechanical arms ahead, and said. Qin Shi and Su Li were both watching the Divine General mecha intently. At this moment, a huge space had been opened in the back cockpit of the Divine General mecha, revealing various mechanical patterns that Qin Shi couldn't understand. Then from behind, 8 mechanical arms slowly moved, carefully holding an enormous cube box and cautiously placing it into the open cockpit area of the Divine General mecha. Inside this cube box was the core engine of the Star Annihilator class mecha. Even though separated by a piece of super alloy steel glass, Qin Shi could still feel the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from within the cube box. It contained almost all the energy of an entire star. To compress the energy of an entire star into such a small engine was an unimaginable technological feat for Qin Shi. Unlike ordinary star mechas whose energy can be replenished through technology, under normal circumstances, the energy from one core engine is enough to support a Star Annihilator class mecha for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. In the meantime, there's no need and no way to supplement the energy. However, after the energy inside the engine is depleted, the lifespan of this Star Annihilator class mecha would also come to an end. Under everyone's gaze, a great many mechanical arms were operating orderly. The massive engine was installed inside the body of the Divine General mecha, then began to close the cockpit that had been opened on the Divine General mecha. After implanting the core engine, the Divine General mecha was as if it had implanted a soul. After quite a while, when the cockpit of the Divine General mecha was completely closed, a scanning beam began to scan the body of the Divine General mecha, conducting the final inspection. Beep. Divine General mecha. Assembly complete. Deviation value 0. Data measuring. Everything normal. Li Si looked at Qin Shi. Qin Shi nodded slightly. Subsequently, Li Si issued the command. Divine General Meng Tian. Start. Buzz. A mild vibration sensation came through. Puff. A circle of energy waves swept out from the body of the Divine General mecha. Whoosh. The strength of the energy wave was not weak. The entire mecha cabin trembled slightly. Luckily, all those mechanical arms had already fully retracted. Otherwise, Qin Shi felt that those mechanical arms would likely have suffered damage under a wave of this magnitude. Anyway, Qin Shi felt that if he were within the range of this energy wave, he'd probably suffer serious injuries directly. Engine energy guidance normal. The electronic announcement sound came, followed by a sudden brightness in the eyes of the Divine General mecha within Qin Shi's field of vision. The Divine General. It's alive. Divine General Meng Xiao, who had long been waiting here and touring together with them, looked excitedly at this scene, murmuring softly. Divine General Meng Xiao. Reappearing once again within the Great Qin Dynasty, this was one of their Meng family's honors. Energy reflux normal. Divine General mecha. Revived. The final announcement finalized, declaring the return of this Star Annihilator class mecha. Miss Su Li, shall we give it a try now? Li Si turned his head towards Su Li beside him with a smile, and said, Of course. Su Li's eyes were glowing as she looked at the Divine General mecha ahead. Star Annihilator class mecha. Although Su Li was already a qualified Star Annihilator class mecha pilot, the Su family didn't possess any Star Annihilator class mechas. The Star Annihilator class mechas that Su Li practiced driving before were all rented at great cost by the Su family. Although Star Annihilator class mechas are precious, as long as the benefits align, they are not impossible to rent. Naturally, it required a great deal of sacrifice from the Su family. Now, right before her, was a Star Annihilator Divine General Mecha, and following that, she would have the opportunity to own the usage rights to this Star Annihilator class mecha. Naturally, Su Li was excited. Prince. Li Si looked at Qin Shang. Qin Shang nodded slightly. He then started issuing instructions. Beep, beep. Tiger Talisman Authorization. Divine General Mecha Piloting Authority. Authorization completed. Su Li glanced at Qin Shang with appreciative eyes and bowed slightly. Thank you, Prince. There's no need to be so polite. This itself was part of our agreement. Qin Shang also looked into Su Li's captivating eyes, sighing again in his heart about Su Li's face, which could bring calamity upon countries. Afterward, Su Li couldn't wait to enter the transmission chamber and go inside the cockpit to attempt piloting the Divine General Mecha. Commander Meng Xiao. Qin Shang looked at Meng Xiao nearby and spoke. Meng Xiao's eyes, originally fixated on Su Li's retreating back, were filled with envy. Yes, envy. Though Su Li was indeed very beautiful, so much so that she brought calamity upon nations, Meng Xiao was himself a married man. Moreover, seeing Su Li standing beside Qin Shang and Li Si's projection with an insightful expression, Meng Xiao understood deep down. In the future, this great beauty from the Su family was likely to become the crown princess of the great Qin dynasty. After being initially astonished by Su Li's beauty, Meng Xiao immediately suppressed all other thoughts. Now, Meng Xiao's envy towards Su Li was purely because she could pilot the Divine General Mecha. Divine General Meng Tian. It was an honor and aspiration for their Meng family. But now with the Divine General awakened, he himself, as a descendant of the Meng family, couldn't pilot the Divine General Mecha, so it was disheartening to some degree. Naturally, he envied Su Li who could pilot the Divine General Mecha. Your Highness. Meng Xiao returned to his senses at Qin Shang's call and looked toward Qin Shang. Commander Meng Xiao, we know lending out the Divine General might cause you some discomfort in your heart, but everything is for the greater good of the great Qin dynasty. Qin Shang said. When the Divine General Mecha had been piloted by a member of the great Qin imperial family, it wasn't such a big deal since it still remained within the royal family. But Su Li was clearly an outsider. The Divine General Mecha had just been revived and was already lent out, which could potentially lead to resentment from the Meng family. Your Highness, this subordinate would never dare. Meng Xiao responded quickly while casting a glance at Su Li who was walking around the Divine General Mecha, revealing a hint of bitter laughter. It's not anyone's fault. If there's any blame, it's on us descendants who are not good enough, Meng Xiao said in a tone full of loneliness. If there were someone in the Meng family capable of piloting the Divine General Mecha, they certainly wouldn't have to lend it out. Qin Shang didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, the whole great Qin dynasty was in a declining period. Qin Shang stepped forward 2 steps, placing a hand lightly on Meng Xiao's shoulder. Commander Meng Xiao, don't worry. Everything will get better. Yes, with the crown prince here, the great Qin dynasty will rise again. Li Si also spoke up at this time. Meanwhile, Su Li had already entered the cockpit of the Divine General Mecha. The Divine General requests permission to go into outer space. Permission granted. Poof. The hatch of the Divine General Mecha opened directly. Then the Divine General Mecha ascended and soared into outer space. Subsequently, the images of the Divine General Mecha in outer space were projected in front of everyone. Looking at the image of the huge heavy-class Divine General Mecha and imagining Su Li's slim figure, Qin Shang felt a bit strange. It seemed like they didn't match at all. Chapter 29, Qin Shang's Punishment. Regardless of whether it's disharmonious or not, Su Li was definitely having a blast piloting the Divine General Mecha in space. Prince, Li Si suddenly turned around and addressed Qin Shang at this moment. Qin Shang looked at Li Si with some confusion. Do you see? Now Miss Su Li is piloting the Divine General Mecha all alone, which seems a bit boring. How about, Your Highness, you try your hand at the Ancestral Dragon Type 2. Li Si incited persuasively. Qin Shang rolled his eyes. He himself piloting the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 to spar with the Divine General Starfighter? Aren't you just sending me up there to get beaten? However, in the end, Qin Shang touched his chin while looking at the image of the Divine General Mecha on the screen, wondering what kind of experience it would be to directly face off against a starfighter like the Divine General. Should I give it a try? Ultimately, Qin Shang was moved by curiosity. Whoosh! A dark golden stream of light shot up from the Great Wall, heading straight toward the heavy Divine General Mecha in front. Sword-style meteor. The surface of the extremely fast dark golden stream of light was surrounded by sharp sword chi. Heh! In the communications channel, Su Li gave a soft laugh. She naturally knew that the one inside this dark golden mecha was none other than Crown Prince Qin Shang. Divine General. Defensive stance. Faced with the incoming dark golden sword chi light, the heavy Divine General Mecha merely lifted its hand. A thick electrostatic shield blocked the direction of Qin Shang's attack. Qin Shang looked at this scene with surprise. Wasn't this the electrostatic ion field of the Royal Guard mech? It seemed the Divine General Mecha could use this as well, without a physical shield, purely using electric ions to form a defensive barrier. But, Qin Shang smirked. He wasn't the novice he used to be. In the training spars with Meng Xiao over this period, he had made some improvements. Soaring Dragon. Just as the dark golden light was about to collide with the Divine General's electromagnetic energy shield, the sword chi wrapped around the alloy longsword of the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 dispersed in all directions. At the same time, Qin Shang controlled the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 itself, performing a turn that defied normal physical rules, successfully circumventing the Divine General Mecha's electrostatic ion shield. Then, the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 appeared below the Divine General Mecha, regathering the dispersed sword chi around the mech itself. Pooh! An upward assault was unleashed towards the divine general mecha. Interesting, Su Li observed Qin Shang's operations with some surprise. Though the prince of the Qin Empire was actually always strong, Su Li, as a descendant of the Yinshang clan, knew Qin Shang's origins. As a 7th realm Qi practitioner, Su Li could perceive that Qin Shang's strength hadn't even reached the 2nd realm yet. Under such circumstances, being able to execute such high-speed attacks with smooth turns certainly exceeded Su Li's expectations. However, the divine general mecha was a starfighter-class mecha. When facing Qin Shang's redirected offensive, Su Li didn't use the electrostatic force shield again, but simply watched him rapidly attacking. Qin Shang, seeing this, slightly narrowed his eyes. The opponent was a starfighter-class pilot, and the divine general mecha was also star-class. Qin Shang naturally wouldn't think Su Li wouldn't have foreseen his change in direction. Now, since the opponent wasn't reacting, it must mean they had other ways to counter. Sure enough, at the instant the dark golden glow approached, Qin Shang felt a sudden sense of danger in his heart. Danger? But where was it coming from? Magnetic pull. Electrostatic ions. Qin Shang's pupils contracted sharply. When did this happen? Electrostatic ion fields converged from all sides around Qin Shang, moving very quickly. Despite Qin Shang's constant vigilance, he still got caught. Prison. The blue electrostatic field immediately confined the ancestral dragon type 2 in the center. As for Qin Shang's dark golden sword chi, it dissipated instantly under the impact of the blue electrostatic ions. Hee, Prince isn't the only one with tricks up their sleeve, you know. Su Li said meaningfully through the communications channel. I've lost. Qin Shang shook his head. The gap was too large. Apparently, Su Li had already planned out his change in direction right from the start and laid down traps under circumstances Qin Shang hadn't noticed. As for this electrostatic field of the divine general mecha, with the strength of the ancestral dragon type 2, there was absolutely no way to break through it. This was only a trial after all. If this were actual combat, the electrostatic ion field wouldn't just trap the enemy. The moment an enemy was trapped, the electrostatic ion field would contract instantly, grinding the victim into powder. Prince, why don't we have Miss Su Li act as your practice partner for the next round of mech training? After the two returned to the Great Wall, Li Si made the suggestion. Never mind. Qin Shang groaned. This was clearly going to lead to his own punishment. Whether comparing the ancestral dragon type 2 with the divine general mech, or my piloting skills with those of Miss Su Li, the gap is too big. This training wouldn't provide any real benefits. Qin Shang lamented bitterly. When practicing with Meng Xiao while he wasn't using the overdrive, Qin Shang was still able to give as good as he got. It's fine, I can suppress my own strength. Su Li, however, smiled at this moment beside him. Regarding starfighter-class mechas, Su Li had also been worried about not having an excuse to pilot them a few more times. Although she had the qualification to drive divine general-class mechas for the past 10 years, she couldn't just go out and drive around without reason. Being the sparring partner of Qin Shang, the crown prince of the Qin Empire, would serve as a great excuse. Then it's settled. Starting from today, Miss Su Li will be by your side, protecting you for the next 10 years. Li Si grinned widely. Besides, Commander Meng Xiao sometimes needs to attend to matters and won't always be available for practice sessions with you, Your Highness. Li Si was hoping Qin Shang and Su Li would spend more time together. It would be even better if sparks flew between them. The only change in Qin Shang's routine from then on was that his training partner had become Su Li, but nothing else changed. What used to be the most enjoyable part of Qin Shang's many courses, mech practice, became the most torturous one. Facing Su Li piloting the divine general mech, Qin Shang was utterly trounced in every way despite her best attempts to rein in her power. The gap was evident, a wide chasm impossible to cross. And Su Li took her role of being dedicated very seriously. During Qin Shang's other training courses, Su Li spent her time analyzing his combat videos involving piloting mechas. She thoroughly reviewed recordings of all Qin Shang's previous battles against Meng Xiao, studying each move meticulously. Given the already huge disparity in their abilities, now that Su Li had fully grasped Qin Shang's fighting style and some of his habits, things were even tougher for Qin Shang during their spars. He was completely dominated in every aspect by Su Li. Qin Shang felt like a novice before Su Li. However, under such extreme pressure, the effects were undeniably obvious. Qin Shang's progress was more than double compared to when he practiced with Meng Xiao. From this perspective, Su Li proved to be an exceptionally qualified sparring partner. Additionally, due to her repeated analysis of Qin Shang's combat footage, all his unconscious bad habits were identified and corrected by Su Li. After all, in real battle scenarios, having no distinct fighting pattern was the best style because it made targeting difficult for opponents. Perhaps spurred by a sense of shame and determination, Qin Shang successfully broke through to the second realm of Qi practitioners within less than 10 days after Su Li joined. His ancestral dragon bloodline had also reached 20% purity. Chapter 30, 1 year. Boom. A terrifying explosion rippled silently through the starry sky. The residual energy swept across, and a dark golden figure used the force of the wave to retreat. ZZSSSD. A blue electrical ion beam followed closely, steadfastly chasing after the dark golden figure. Qin Shang was skillfully piloting the Zulong mech, trying hard to shake off the incoming attacks from the divine general mech. Pooh. 9 dragons soaring sky. After pulling away some distance, Qin Shang took control of the Zulong mech and broke free from the wave's force, giving an abrupt thrust to the dark golden mech. Immediately after, the blue electric ion wave swept beneath the Type 2 Zulong. He dodged, but Qin Shang didn't dare to relax even a little. Divine Dragon Guardian. The alloy longsword in his hands burst with dazzling dark golden sword chi. The rapid depletion of his internal chi left Qin Shi Huang pale inside the cockpit. With the dark golden sword chi, the longsword was swept down towards the electrical ion wave below. As Qin Shi Huang expected, at the same moment he controlled the Type 2 Zulong to swing the sword, the electric ion wave exploded again, unleashing terrifying energy that surged forth. Fortunately, Qin Shi Huang had been prepared, breaking apart those waves of residual energy with one slash. However, right afterward, an intense sense of danger came from above. The messy energy ripples above were scattered by a blue energy spear, revealing the massive divine general mech hovering over Qin Shi Huang. The energy spear, encased in blue electrical power, was already pressing against the back of Qin Shi Huang's Type 2 Zulong mech. Qin Shi Huang sighed inwardly. It seemed inevitable. You lost, Your Highness. Su Li's almost alluring voice came through the communication channel. Not bad. You've improved. You lasted 12 seconds more than last time. Su Li chuckled. Victory? With the Type 2 Zulong mech and his own strength, there was absolutely no possibility for Qin Shi Huang to defeat Su Li, who was piloting the divine general mech. So, Qin Shi Huang's core focus was on how to endure longer against the Star Annihilator class mech, or escape. It has been nearly a year since Qin Shi Huang arrived in Great Qin. His training sessions with Su Li have continued for half a year now. After half a year of training, with Qin Shi Huang piloting the Type 2 Zulong, he has been able to hold out against Su Li's divine general mech for 5 minutes and 30 seconds. No, now it's 5 minutes and 42 seconds. That is already remarkable because regular stellar mechs, when facing a Star Annihilator class mech, have no choice but to be instantly destroyed. Even Meng Xiao, while piloting the over-frequency state Great Qin Royal Guard mech, could barely withstand only 2 strikes from the Star Annihilator mech. First, his mech would be wrecked, then completely annihilated. As for ordinary training courses, those concluded a month ago. All the knowledge that could be rapidly mastered through such courses has been adequately completed by Qin Shi Huang. Henceforth, the path ahead requires Qin Shi Huang's personal exploration. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang's main current tasks revolve around practicing the Zulong Qi manipulation technique and sparring with Su Li. The Zulong Qi manipulation technique has stabilized in its late second stage, with progression becoming even slower. The method of using the willpower crystal still remained elusive to Qin Shi Huang, but within his perception, this willpower crystal was continuously absorbing willpower. It was unclear if it was due to the willpower core absorbing excessive willpower, but the willpower crystal was growing increasingly clear and radiant. Shall we continue, Your Highness? Or do you need a rest? The electrical spear in the hand of the divine general mech dissolved directly as Su Li asked the question. Let me catch my breath, then we'll continue. Qin Shi Huang deeply inhaled a breath. Too slow. Recalling the previous battle, according to his analysis, his reactions were still a step behind. He shouldn't have intercepted the explosion of the electric ion wave, but rather focused on defending to absorb the impact, and used the subsequent push to charge forward. Yet, it seemed useless anyway, as Su Li knew him too well. She should be able to predict his moves, and the divine general mech must have been waiting above for him all along. Again, after pausing briefly, Qin Shi Huang spoke up. As you wish, Your Highness. Su Li laughed softly. The outcome, naturally, was without doubt. After Qin Shi Huang changed his tactics, Su Li preemptively anticipated his move, and this time, he didn't even last 5 minutes. Again, only after the energy of the Zulong mech was nearly depleted did Qin Shi Huang stop. After all, the Type 2 Zulong lacked a stellar core engine, so it relied on replenishing its energy. While the Type 2 Zulong mech was recharging, Su Li pulled Qin Shi Huang aside to analyze today's combat experience. Li Si's figure flickered into a corner and then disappeared, leaving with a smile full of significance as she glanced at the harmonious interaction between the two. After everything ended, Qin Shi Huang began his practice of the Qi cultivation technique for the day. In his perception, the willpower crystal was continuously absorbing willpower. However, his cultivation was progressing at a tortoise speed due to being restricted by the purity of his bloodline, leaving Qin Shi Huang in quite a bind. Although he had already reached the late second realm, his bloodline purity was only around 25%, and no matter what, he couldn't break through to the third realm. According to the characteristics of the ancient dragon Qi manipulation technique, to break through to the third realm, time had to be spent purifying the bloodline force, reaching 30% purity before breakthrough was possible. The purification of the bloodline force was advancing too slowly. The next day, the training continued. A dense network of blue electric ion energy crisscrossed and covered towards Qin Shi Huang's Type 2 Zulong. Even though there were gaps between the electric ions, with the Type 2 Zulong mech's massive form, it was impossible to pass through them. Divine General, Celestial Net. The electric ions formed a giant web. If the Type 2 Zulong could just be smaller, he might have been able to slip through. This sparring session lasted only 5 minutes and 38 seconds this time. Not even breaking the record time, another defeat loomed ahead. But, if only it were smaller. Facing the rapidly descending blue electrical arcs, an idea suddenly struck Qin Shi Huang. Something he'd been researching seemed to become crystal clear all at once. Pooh! Qin Shi Huang felt a cool sensation emanating from his chest. Although he hadn't checked, he knew instantly. The willpower crystal. It had activated again. Pooh! With the infusion of willpower from the willpower crystal, Qin Shi Huang could feel the blood within him burning. Was this the purification of the bloodline force? It was happening naturally. Breakthrough. Third realm Qi cultivator. Although he didn't know how far the bloodline purification had gone, since he had broken through to the third realm, it must have reached beyond 30%. Qin Shi Huang's eyes brightened intensely. So that was how it worked. Crack. 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 In the cockpit, Qin Shi went into a frenzy of inverse control operations, as the Type 2 Zulong responded with changes to its form. Whoosh. The humanoid Type 2 Zulong mech suddenly transformed into a long, snake-like, or dragon-like shape. Regardless if it resembled a snake or a dragon, the current form of the Type 2 Zulong moved with ease and speed, swiftly bypassing the electromagnetic energy net. What? Only after breaking free did Qin Shi come to realize the situation, slightly surprised, observing the changed form of the Type 2 Zulong through external signals. So, the Type 2 Zulong mech had a second form? He had been piloting the Zulong mech for almost a year now, and this was only discovered just now. Chapter 31, Ancestor Dragon Type 2, Overclocking. Congratulations, Your Highness. Li Si's voice rang in Qin Shi's ear. Qin Shi's brow arched. Although the form had changed, he found that controlling the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 was even smoother now. This is it. Overclocking. The second form was the overclocked state of the Ancestor Dragon Type 2. So that's how it works. Ever since witnessing Meng Xiao controlling the overdrive mode of the Forbidden Guard mech, Qin Shi had been deeply studying the overclocked state of the Ancestor Dragon Type 2. But he had never quite grasped the method, and Li Si had never mentioned anything to Qin Shi about the overclocking mode. Unexpectedly, under the immense pressure caused by Su Li piloting the Divine General mech, he accidentally mastered the overclocking state. Feeling the surging power transmitted by the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 at this moment, Qin Shi suddenly felt eager to try, turning around and swinging its tail. Divine Dragon's Breath. As the dragon-shaped Ancestor Dragon Type 2 opened its mouth, a beam of golden light erupted forth. Poo poo poo. In normal condition, the Divine General mech's electric ion field was completely impervious to the attacks from the Ancestor Dragon Type 2, but now under the breath attack, it began to quickly dissolve. Amazing. Despite the significant consumption of energy, and despite the great physical load the mech placed on Qin Shi during the overclocking state, his pale face couldn't hide his excitement. The difference between the overclocked state and the normal state was like comparing two entirely different mechs. Previously, Qin Shi had been somewhat puzzled. The control mode of the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 itself was slightly different from ordinary mechs. Other than having slightly better performance, there was almost nothing special about it. There wasn't even a canon representative of high technology. The conventional attack methods of the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 were only sword-style combat, regular slashes, or using the energy inside Qin Shi's body to link with the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 engine's power to emit sword-like chi. Also, there were some gadgets like concealed thunder carried on the mech's frame. No cannons at all. It had serious shortcomings in long-range attack capability. It seemed that everything has been waiting for him here, under the overclocking state. Those unconventional operational modes immediately made perfect sense, and the destructive power of the breath exceeded even the main guns of standard starships. Seeing the dissolving electric ion field, Su Li couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. Interesting. Su Li was also unfamiliar with the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech. She hadn't expected the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech to have a second form. The gap between Star Destroyer class mechs and regular mechs wasn't just a little bit large. Seeing Qin Shi persist so long earlier was simply because Su Li hadn't taken it seriously, as she knew Qin Shi wouldn't stand a chance if she went all out, making the match utterly meaningless. Now this Ancestor Dragon Type 2 could actually resist the Divine General mech strength, and Su Li's interest surged. Buzz. Rays of electric energy shot out from the shoulders of the Divine General mech, speeding towards Qin Shi. Shoulder cannon of the Divine General mech. Qin Shi raised his eyebrows, and the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 redirected its golden energy breath directly toward the electrical streams. Poo poo poo. One after another, these beams exploded within the golden breath, the light blue electric ions diffusing into outer space, a breathtaking sight. All intercepted. Under normal conditions, facing the shoulder cannons of the Divine General mech, the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 could only dodge, but now it had gained the ability to fight head-on. Intriguing. For the first time, Su Li brought out a weapon while controlling the Divine General mech. An ultra-long alloy sword. Magnetic pull. A sudden increase in electric light. Terrifying blue electric sword energy blasted directly out of the Divine General mech's alloy sword. Chop. At an incredible speed. Yet the completely unconventional movement patterns of the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 naturally swerved around the blade during its dragon's breath attack, without breaking the continuity. The electric sword energy missed entirely. Even the golden breath managed to take the opportunity to spray back toward the Divine General mech itself. Su Li was thoroughly surprised. Though worried about collateral damage to the distant Great Wall, the Divine General mech did not unleash its full capabilities. But purely in terms of technique, Su Li was already taking it seriously. Yet the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech easily dodged. Next, piloting the Divine General mech, Su Li unleashed a series of attacks: sword energy, artillery fire, electric ion fields, thunder spears, and electric bolts, all nearly flawless and fully covering the area around Qin Shi's Ancestor Dragon Type 2. One could say that except for the output not being maximized, all the attacking techniques of the Divine General mech had been used. However, amid the overwhelming attacks, the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech maneuvered like a fish in water, gracefully avoiding every single hit. Still, in order to conserve energy, Qin Shi stopped the Divine Dragon's breath. Pum. Electric ions exploded. The Divine General mech charged forward. Almost instantly, it arrived at the position of Qin Shi's Ancestor Dragon Type 2. However, the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 was like an extremely slippery eel. After a few twists, it circled around the divine General Mech's body and escaped downward, with the tail of the Ancestor Dragon type 2 even playfully brushing against the divine General Mech's hull. Su Li was speechless. This was just too slippery. On the other hand, after its recasting, the divine General Mech had been designed as a heavy mech. Speed and agility were not its strong suits. Even so, this performance was already astonishing. Could an ordinary mech really move with such ease in front of a Star Destroyer class mech? DRI. High energy reaction. Boom. The explosion immediately engulfed the divine General Mech. Descale. Just now, when the tail of the Ancestor Dragon type 2 touched the divine General Mech, 7 or 8 scales had already adhered to its hull. But these concealed thunderheads naturally could do nothing to the divine General Mech. Not even an ordinary star-destroying mech posed any threat. Not to mention that the divine General Montian, being a heavyweight mech, was far beyond common threats. However, Qin Shang's purpose was merely to obscure the view. By the time the divine General Mech revealed itself again, Qin Shang's Ancestor Dragon Type 2 had already slipped away to a great distance. Then Su Li once again controlled the divine General Mech to launch another attack. She chased, he fled. It seemed he couldn't escape no matter what. In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes had passed. This had long since broken Qin Shang's previous records, and that was under the condition where Su Li had previously held back. Now, her technique was near perfection, but she still couldn't catch Qin Shang and his slippery Ancestor Dragon Type 2. Stop. However, at this moment, Qin Shang shouted into the communication channel. Huff. I give up. Qin Shang's voice carried a hint of breathlessness. Huff huff. At this point, the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 also returned to its normal state. After over 10 minutes of entanglement, not only was the energy of the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 about to run out, but Qin Shang's internal qi was nearly depleted as well. Once the excitement passed, Qin Shang now felt extremely fatigued. Your Highness, isn't it just fresh from a breakthrough? You're not doing very well. Su Li teased him with a seductive tone. Cough cough. Qin Shang coughed a few times. If you come to my quarters tonight, you'll see if I can or not. After a year of interaction, Qin Shang had adapted to Su Li's teasing and occasionally retaliated. Never mind, Your Highness, your third realm capabilities are powerless against me. Su Li's voice was full of allure. Black lines appeared on Qin Shang's forehead. He'll show her. Once he reaches the 7th realm, he will definitely deal with her then. Meanwhile, Li Si, who had been silently listening in on the communication channel, broke out into an ant-like smile. Chapter 32, The Young Eagle Takes Flight. However, this time has already proven that Qin Shang, when piloting the Zulong Type 2 against Starfighter-class mechs, now has a chance to escape. Currently, Qin Shang is only at the 3rd realm of Qi Practitioner, and due to the energy limitations of the engine in the Zulong Type 2, it can only sustain overdrive for around 10 minutes. The energy issue of the Zulong Type 2 can be easily resolved by directly attaching 2 external power blocks, which will solve the problem. The only weakness should be Qin Shang's strength, who just broke through to the 3rd realm. His Highness the Crown Prince, it has been a year since you arrived in the great Qin Empire, and I never expected your growth to exceed my expectations so much. Li Si said to Qin Shang with some sentiment. According to Li Si's initial estimation, it would take Qin Shang at least 5 years to reach this level. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, he has reached the standard originally set by His Majesty the First Emperor. Yes, it's hard to believe it's already been a year. Qin Shang also felt reflective. It seemed like the events of the past year were like a dream. But the touch of the sturdy individual mech armor of the Great Qin elite soldiers reminded Qin Shang that all of this had truly happened. The elite soldier mech of Great Qin might be a bit too obvious, Qin Shang remarked. After all, the emblem of the Great Qin elite soldier was too heavy. Anyone could see it belonged to the Great Qin. A 3rd realm Qi practitioner, plus the overdrive state of the Zulong Type 2 mech, Qin Shang had already met the original requirements set by His Majesty the First Emperor, allowing him to go out and develop further paths for the benefit of Great Qin. After all, the Starfighter-class mech is the most powerful force on the surface. After Qin Shang mastered the overdrive state of the Zulong Type 2, facing such mech gave him self-preservation capabilities. Furthermore, a divine general mech was sufficient to ensure his safety. Of course, there could be no guarantee of complete safety, but the Crown Prince of Great Qin was never a golden oriole raised in captivity. Especially in this outer universe ruled by the Black Forest Doctrine, all princes of Great Qin are valiant warriors capable of braving any storm like eagles, and the Crown Prince stood out among them. According to the plan of the First Emperor, if something were to happen to Qin Shang, then the Qin dynasty would burn all the wishful power stored within the Imperial Seal, as well as the final consciousness of the First Emperor to summon new guardians from Earth. If we're going out to seek development, we must not expose my identity as the Crown Prince of Great Qin for the time being. Qin Shang said aloud. Familiar things across the universe with distinctive marks of Great Qin cannot be taken along. Currently, those confirmed to join him outside are Su Li, the Divine General Mech, and the Zulong Type 2. Qin Shang hasn't even made an appearance yet. Although many Great Qin soldiers have guessed that there should be a royal successor, few have actually seen Qin Shang. As for the Zulong Type 2, though it is simplified from the Zulong Mech, it is still quite different from the original Zulong Mech. With the vastness of the universe, numerous mechs resemble each other in shape, just as the Angel Mech from the Angel race has similar counterparts in other civilizations. Then comes the Divine General Mech, which, after its body has been entirely recast, has completely transformed from a balanced type mech into a bulky heavy mech. The only relatively well-known figure is Su Li. But But her fame isn't because of her beauty. After all, each race in the universe may have differing aesthetics. Su Li is renowned as a starfighter-class pilot. This shouldn't be a big problem, though. There are many people in human civilization. Although often ostracized, they won't necessarily be targeted unless marked by Great Qin symbols. Also true. Li Si nodded. Then, just bringing a few logistics personnel should suffice. Qin Shang furrowed his brows and said, some guards must be brought. We've fought against various races for so long, and we've captured quite a few mechs from other civilizations. However, most of them have been melted down. There's a small portion with relatively superior performance left behind, so we can select some personnel to drive these mechs and serve as guards. Li Si analyzed. It's not a bad idea. Qin Shang nodded. Crown Prince, prepare yourself as well. In the next few days, I will arrange everything as quickly as possible, Li Si mentioned. Qin Shang nodded. At the entrance of the sleeping quarters, Su Li looked at Qin Shang with a smile. Your Highness, are you sure you don't want me to accompany you tonight? Cough. It's very late. You've had a tiring day. Go rest early. As if fleeing, Qin Shang closed the door. Uffed. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Su Li stifled a laugh while covering her mouth, then turned away gracefully and left. Qin Shang returned to the bedroom, gritting his teeth as he thought about this cunning little wench. One day, he'd teach her a lesson. As for now, even if Su Li was willing, Qin Shang had the self-awareness that he probably couldn't break through her defenses. Don't be deceived by Su Li's delicate and curvy figure. She is indeed a practitioner of the physical enhancement path. Her sheer physical strength allows her to dent a starship with just one punch. Your Highness, Crown Prince. Two maidservants approached. In the following few days, Qin Shang was practicing diligently to adapt to his newly attained realm. Zulong Qi Practitioner Technique, 3rd Realm Practitioner. Bloodline Purity at 31%. Moreover, Qin Shang spent more time contemplating the crystallized wish power in his possession. It has now been basically confirmed that his bloodline strength is enhanced by the crystallized wish power. But he can only passively accept this effect. The first time, it activated mysteriously after a confused nap. The last time, it activated under the immense pressure when facing Su Li piloting the Divine General Mech. What on earth are the activation conditions for this thing? Even after Li Si finished all the arrangements, Qin Shang still couldn't figure out its original purpose. A mechanical arm placed a ring and a necklace in front of Qin Shang and Su Li respectively. The Zulong Type 2 and the Divine General Mech are inside. Your Highness and Miss Su Li, please carry them close to your bodies. Li Si spoke up. Qin Shang took the ring and probed it with his mental perception, which clearly detected a vast space within. The Zulong Type 2 mech lay peacefully inside, ready to be deployed at any moment if he so desired. Ever since Qin Shang formally became a Qi practitioner, he could control his mental perception. Subspace compression technology, something already well developed in the outer universe, yet extremely difficult to manufacture. Ordinary people have no way to access such technology. Even today, applications of similar technologies in Great Qin are relatively limited. Furthermore, here's the list of accompanying personnel along with their resumes. However, as to where to go and how to act, we won't be involved in that. Your Highness must decide it yourself. Li Si said to Qin Shang. All right. Qin Shang nodded. Your Highness, board the starship. Li Si gestured. Next to them stood an unmarked shuttle starship with some defensive capabilities, but only at a civilian level. Definitely, Great Qin's official starships cannot be used. Since this journey is considered a covert operation, there isn't much pomp or ceremonial farewell. Moreover, Montao, who Qin Shang knows well, is currently on another mission. Thus, upon the departure of the starship, only the AI projections Zhao Gao and Li Si silently observed it vanish within the ethereal energy transmission stream. Your Highness, the future hope of Great Qin lies in you. Young Eagle takes flight. Chapter 33, The Withering Veil. In a hollow expanse of starry sky, an abstruse ether signal suddenly appeared. Subsequently, the signals pieced together to form a massive starship. It was Qin Shang and his group conducting ultra-long-distance ether transmission from the Great Wall. Drip, drip, transmission complete, destination reached. An electronic voice announcement came. Set the current position. The smart AI is setting the location. Back when the Great Qin was declining, it left behind many ether anchor points in the dark corners of the entire stellar universe. But after so many years, many were cleared away, and a lot of the remaining ether anchor points could connect, but their positions were unknown. So while Qin Shang chose this anchor point for ultra-long distance transmission, he did not know the location of this still surviving ether anchor point. Therefore, they needed to determine their position immediately. Qin Shang shook his head. Despite being protected by ether energy during the long transmission, there was still some dizziness. In contrast, Su Li, who practiced the 7 Realms Qi cultivation technique, had virtually no effect on her. As for the majority of ordinary people who followed them, all were inside hibernation pods, while those responsible for controlling the warships were warriors skilled in Qi cultivation techniques. Short-distance transmissions were manageable, but ordinary people could not endure the immense pressure of ultra-long-distance ether transmission. Mr. Qin, are you alright? Su Li asked with slight concern from the side. Since they must not expose Qin Shang's identity, now that they were outside the range of the Great Wall, Su Li naturally couldn't keep addressing Qin Shang as Crown Prince. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Qin Shang responded with a strange expression. Su Li's call of Mr. Qin somehow turned into charming Mr. in Qin Shang's slightly muddled mind. It's normal to feel unwell during the first ultra-long distance ether transmission, even with Qi protection. Your 3-realm strength makes some discomfort typical. Su Li didn't know what was going through Qin Shang's mind, but explained gently. If Su Li knew what Qin Shang was thinking, she'd probably give him a scornful look, which would already be her greatest harm to Qin Shang as his bodyguard. After all, Su Li naturally couldn't harm Qin Shang. Drip. Position locked. The ship is currently located in the Withering Veil star system cluster. The electronic sound of the intelligence system came out, projecting a star chart at the same time. The Withering Veil? Qin Shang was surprised for a moment. Though he learned about relatively famous locations in space during training, he hadn't heard of this place before. This is actually here. Su Li spoke somewhat unexpectedly, evidently knowing its location. Su, do you know about this place? Qin Shang had recovered by then, raising his head and looking at Su Li. Su Li glanced at Qin Shang, already accustomed to the name he gave her. Yeah, I know a bit. How far is it from our headquarters? Qin Shang asked. Incredibly far. If we traveled normally, it might take several lifetimes just to return to the base. This is the paradise of interstellar mercenaries. The Withering Veil star map is a triangular domain formed by 3 vast intertwined galaxies. At this moment, Su Li used her authority on the spaceship to retrieve information from the database. The 3 galaxies are birth, controlled by the Phantom Legacy tribe. A 3D hologram of a creature emerged. It looked like a shadowy mass, but it was indeed substantial, without limbs or recognizable organs such as a mouth. What a strange name, what an amazing race. Qin Shang murmured with interest. To them, we seem pretty strange too, Su Li chuckled. The second galaxy is called Prosperity, ruled by the Tentacle race. Another projection appeared, looking much like an octopus. Yeah, quite similar. The third galaxy is known as End, governed by the Pure race. Looking at the projection, Qin Shang saw that this was almost human-like except for 2 extra hands and the lack of hair. Other differences seemed minimal. Birth, Prosperity, End. These names of the 3 galaxies were quite interesting too. These 3 races have been in constant warfare over the years, especially in the triangular area formed where the 3 galaxies intersect, making it a chaotic zone where battles often rage between the 3 races. As a result, another profession sprouted here, the War Interstellar Mercenary. They are hired by these 3 races to fight wars for them. According to the database, Su Li clearly explained their current location. Interstellar Mercenaries. It fits perfectly as cover for our identities, Qin Shang nodded. On this mission, there were more than 1,000 people in total. Over 800 logistics personnel, and around 200 guards selected from the Qin army stationed at the Great Wall. Of course, the elite mech suits of the great Qin soldiers couldn't be brought out. Among the over 200 combatants, about 50 were starship mech pilots. The rest were members of battle squads equipped with various generic single-person mechs. Of course, there were not entirely no mech suits belonging to the Great Qin. After all, they were passing themselves off as a mixed force of the human race, and having some cobbled-together mech units that included a few from Great Qin seemed normal. After all, during the decline of Great Qin, quite a number of its mech units had been scattered outwards. Throughout the entire universe, aside from a few unique racial mechs, most humanoid race mechs could be operated by humans. For instance, humans could control the True One's mechs, though the True Ones have 4 arms making human operation less flexible. But with slight modifications, it's usually fine. After all, at the core of mechs is their engine. As for the Phantom Legacy tribe and the Tentacle race, their mechs would require thorough redesigning for humans to operate. The universe truly isn't short of humanoid races. Like before, when the Blue-Eyed tribe attacked the Great Wall, and even the Pseudo-Titan tribe, the Winged tribe, and the Angel tribe in resource battles, they all fall under the category of humanoid races. Can we contact the base camp? Qin Shang asked. Yes, through ether signals, with a delay of approximately 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Qin Shang slightly winced. This proved just how far away they really were. Report safety to the base camp, then find a place to settle next. Qin Shang spoke. The pioneering work was about to begin. All right, Master Qin, but it seems like we have some trouble right now. Su Li gave a faint smile. Drip. A small asteroid wave impact has been detected. The intelligence system sounded an alarm. Asteroids? Qin Shang clicked his tongue. When they were back at the Great Wall, the whole star system was empty, except for the steel Great Wall. Asteroids? If they held even a bit of mineral resources, they'd already have been harvested and smelted by Great Qin back in the day. Moreover, the Great Wall star system didn't contain a single star or planet. What existed was only the steel Great Wall dominating almost the entire star system. Every star in the system was harvested into energy, planets turned into materials, and uninhabitable ones directly destroyed. Such was the domineering nature of the Great Qin long ago. Of course, this was also due to the persistent execution by generations of guardians. Detect if these asteroids carry any mineral deposits. If so, send mining robots to collect them. If not, simply avoid them. Qin Shang wasn't overly concerned. Back when they were stationed at the Great Wall, this was exactly how Great Qin dealt with asteroids flying toward it, capturing those with minerals to smelt, destroying others with no value. No, Master Qin, these are not ordinary asteroids. Su Li cut into Qin Shang's arrangement. Expand the signal radiation range to cross beyond the asteroid wave. Using the permissions of a deputy captain, Su Li started issuing orders. Naturally, Qin Shang wouldn't question Su Li's commands. After all, he indeed had no experience with interstellar matters. Chapter 34, Space Pirates? Or Refugees? Behind the meteor shower, 3 enormous starships were silently navigating. Though these 3 starships were massive, their battered appearances indicated they had been repaired countless times. Is the boss sure there's a big catch ahead? A peculiar-looking blue-eye alien spoke to a giant octopus in front of him. Almost half of the blue-eye alien's body had been modified into machinery. The giant octopus waved its two largest tentacles. The quantum signal was so strong just now, there should be a big catch. Let these meteor showers probe the way first. If the opponent is too powerful, we retreat. If they're weak, then sorry. Ho ho ho. They conversed in the universal cosmic language. As for the quantum signal, it was actually called the ether signal. During the near unification by the Great Qin, it was known as the ether signal. Later, after the decline of the Great Qin, perhaps to break free from the shadow of Great Qin, many races renamed the ether signal to the quantum signal, and ether transmission to quantum transmission. Nevertheless, quite a few people still referred to it as the ether signal since they were essentially the same thing. As for the identity of these 3 starships, they were affectionately called space pirates. Only, they didn't know at that moment that their signals from all 3 ships had already been precisely captured. Are these wrecks also out here to raid? Qin Shi Huang looked somewhat uncertain as he stared at the images of the 3 starships on his screen. Perhaps after a year of seeing the standardized starships of the Great Qin, majestic and commanding, even the starships of races like the blue-eye aliens and winged ones before at least had proper structure, looking organized. In comparison, the 3 starships up ahead truly were wrecks. Interstellar refugees, this label fits them better. However, when facing the weak, they don't hesitate to transform into brutal pirates, Suli observed as she gazed at the starships on the monitor. It must be the previous ether transmission that attracted them, Suli added. After all, the noise created by an ultra-long-distance ether transmission was bound to be relatively large. Do they even have the ability to plunder? Qin Shi Huang was curious. For this expedition, although Qin Shi Huang brought only one battleship with a rather ordinary appearance, the configuration inside the warship itself almost entirely incorporated the cutting-edge technology of the Great Qin, something that interstellar pirates of such shabby vessels couldn't possibly mess with. Otherwise, the 3 pirate warships would have already been detected and mapped out by Qin Shi Huang's system without them knowing a thing. Though the Great Qin has fallen, it was once practically the sole ruler of the universe, a superpower, so its technological edge over ordinary civilizations is natural. Even more so considering they're merely refugees. Suli gave Qin Shi Huang a look. Qin Shi Huang chuckled sheepishly, realizing how naive he'd sounded after seeing too much of Great Qin's advanced tech. So what do we do with these space pirates? Qin Shi Huang turned to Suli seeking her opinion. There are just 2 leaders. Ask about the current situation regarding the Withering Curtain. Although the Great Qin records related information, it's been a long time. We'll check if anything's changed about the Withering Curtain, Suli suggested. As for those meteors, Qin Shi Huang didn't finish speaking before he was interrupted. Destroy them directly. Whatever these pirates used to test the path probably holds no valuable mineral resources. Though there may be a little, currently, we don't have the high-tech furnaces of the Great Wall to refine them. It's not worth the trouble. These ores are useless chicken ribs. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang scratched his head. Alright. He had underestimated things again. Chuing warship, start Tiangji close defense cannon. Hold position while destroying all nearby orbital meteors. Suli began issuing combat orders. Qin Shi Huang wisely remained silent. Soon, the meteor shower surged forward. Tot-tot. Though space was silent, watching the close defense cannon fire in the image, Qin Shi Huang instinctively played the audio track in his mind. Meteor by meteor, nearing the ship, was blasted into fragments. At that very moment, the space pirate side also caught sight of the Chuing warship. This ship looks so unfamiliar, and yet it seems quite new. The semi-mechanical blue-eye alien licked his lips as he observed the Chuing warship on the screen. Ho ho ho, soon it won't be new anymore, the giant octopus said excitedly, waving its tentacles. There was just one warship, completely unfamiliar. It wasn't from any of the 3 galaxies' military forces, nor was it from another powerful interstellar mercenary fleet. Thus, it was theirs for the taking. Having mixed among the systems here, they naturally remembered which entities weren't to be provoked or tangled with. Clearly, this unfamiliar warship ahead wasn't part of that list. Even though it looked new, it lacked that intimidating aura. There's only one close defense cannon for attacking these meteorites at the moment. This is far too meager. Even their seemingly shabby starships have more than one close defense cannon. It seems that this starship, though new, probably has relatively average performance configurations. However, their fire control system should be decent, the giant octopus remarked as he observed the warship amidst the meteor shower. Even with just one close defense cannon, none of the dense meteor swarm managed to break through the firepower defense. As soon as the meteor shower passes, we'll take advantage of their slackness and attack. The left and right auxiliary ships will move slightly apart. At the start of the battle, we need to surround them in a triangular formation and give them no chance to escape. The giant octopus formulated the combat plan, and simultaneously, aboard the Chuing warship, Suli looked at Qin Shi Huang. Qin, would you like to give it a try? Qin Shi Huang watched the 3 separating wrecks on the screen. These 3. There's no need to waste energy using even a Zulong Type 2. How many Great Qin mechs are there in the hangar? Stellar mechs, Qin Shi Huang responded. We've carried a mixed set, not too many, but there are still some Imperial Guard mechs. Suli knew Qin Shi Huang had piloted an Imperial Guard mech before. The Imperial Guard mechs should suffice. Qin Shi Huang stroked his chin. The Imperial Guard mech activated. Qin Shi Huang briefly reviewed the operation of the Imperial Guard mech. Though not as familiar as Meng Xiao, it should be enough to handle the 3 shabby ships in front. This was Qin Shi Huang's first genuine space battle, so he was somewhat excited. Although Qin Shi Huang had participated in battles over resource points with the winged ones before, Those were remote-controlled via ether signals. Later engagements with Meng Xiao and Su Li were merely practice sessions. Despite being pressured, there was no real threat to life. This time, it was indeed Qin Shang's proper first real fight. Puff! The isolation chamber opened. A meteor streaked towards its position. The close defense cannon seemed to ignore this meteor, showing no reaction to it. Is their fire control system malfunctioning? And why did they open the isolation chamber? The giant octopus, who had been closely observing the Chu-Ing warship, found this peculiar. Magnetic pull. Just as they wondered, right before the meteor was about to collide with the warship, a blue light flared up. Chapter 35, 1 verses 3. What the hell is this? That piece of meteorite was directly crushed into powder by the blue light, more thoroughly damaged than by the close defense cannon. Then, a shadow dozens of meters tall appeared in front of the Chu-Ing warship. Qin Dynasty Guardian Mech. Stellar Mech. When Big Octopus saw the Stellar Mech appear, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Why don't we retreat while the opponent hasn't noticed us yet, said the half-mechanical modified Qin clan, shrinking his neck at the sight of the Stellar Mech. They were merely a group of interstellar refugees, all wandering in space due to various reasons, occasionally plundering and playing the role of space pirates. A Stellar Mech like this was something they could never obtain. To put it bluntly, the value of that one Stellar Mech already exceeded the combined total of their 3 warships. No, the 2 eyes on Big Octopus's massive head were already filled with greed. This is the mech from the Qin Dynasty, the same mech from back then. This thing is very valuable. Big Octopus looked back at the half-mechanical Qin member, as the Touch Hand clan controlled the prosperity of one of the 3-star systems in the Veil of Withering. Although he was also in exile, he was relatively knowledgeable. At a glance, he recognized that mech as the once dominant Qin Stellar Mech, and judging by its appearance, it seemed to be in very good condition. Although the Qin Dynasty had become history, the technology left behind by the Qin was undoubtedly hard currency for ordinary people. Among many civilizations, there are quite a few humanoid civilizations, followed by many human civilizations. They can all pilot the Qin mechs. Qin industrial quality is indeed solid. If we can manage to seize this mech, we will get rich. Big Octopus tried to persuade slightly. But, are we really his opponents? This is a relic mech from the Qin Dynasty. Qin clan hesitated uncertainly. There is a good saying in their human civilization, fortune lies in risks. Big Octopus waved his tentacles. Just think, if we take it over and sell it. Not only can our 3 warships be completely exchanged for brand new luxury starships, but we will have extra money for leisure time, even enough to change into 2 lower-class stellar mechs. Gulp. In addition to Big Octopus and the semi-mechanical Qin man inside the cockpit position, there were also many miscellaneous interstellar races. They are considered core members too. In the sketch drawn by Big Octopus, it seemed like they already saw that scene. Just do it. Steal his ass. The starship is new too. It would still be worth a lot of money. For a moment, the entire cockpit was filled with fervent excitement. Unfortunately, Big Octopus didn't know that there's another saying in human civilization. If you keep the green hills, you won't fear for firewood. This group of people who had lost their reason under the lure of wealth arranged by Big Octopus had fallen dumbly. In fact, since the moment they decided to test the Chu-Ing ship, their fate was no longer in their own hands. Qin Shang drove the great Qin guard facing the meteorites directly pulled out an alloy shield. Magnet pull. The shield was flashing with pale blue electrical ion energy. Charge. Shua. The entire Great Qin Guard mech turned into a streak of blue light rushing toward the space pirates behind the meteorite cluster. Along the way, those meteors shattered one after another under the blue electrical ion impact. Boss, he's coming straight for us. The half-mechanized Qin was the first to notice the motion of the guard mech on the screen. What? How did they discover us? Damn. Big Octopus was startled and glanced at the guard mech on the screen, clearly upset. According to the plan, after setting up the trap, they should lure the stellar mech into it. Even though the stellar mech was strong, if they set up the trap properly, they still had a chance to capture it. Of course, this was just their self-perception. Now that Qin Shang was driving the Qin guard towards them, it was clear their plan had failed. Retreat first, open the distance. Deploy all intelligent drones, attack the starship amidst the meteor shower. I don't believe he will abandon his starship. Let's increase the distance and prepare the trap. Big Octopus moved his tentacles to make arrangements. In his view, that starship had difficulty dealing with the meteor shower with just one close-range defense cannon. Deploying all of his intelligent drones absolutely would threaten that starship. By then, the time it takes for the stellar mech to return would be enough for him to set up a trap. However, reality is much harsher than ideals. The Great Qin Guard mech was a heavy mech, so its relative speed wasn't a strong point. But it all depends on who you compare it to, right? Compared to other types of stellar mechs or top-notch tech starships, the Great Qin Guard speed was indeed somewhat lacking. However, when facing these 3 battered warships, even under the meteor shower, it was still incomparably faster than them. The Great Qin Guard mech was closing in rapidly. Because there were still meteors falling in between, thus far Qin Shang hadn't opened fire. Normally, at this distance, it would have already been within the range of the secondary cannons of the Great Qin Guard mech. Not good, boss. He is too fast. One henchman exclaimed in panic. Their drones had just been scattered, but the Great Qin Guard was about to break through the meteorite shower. Once clear of the meteor rain, they feared they'd immediately be struck by the stellar mech. Shit, doesn't matter, prepare the whole ship for firing. Main guns of the 3 ships fire simultaneously. This Qin Heavy Industries mech shouldn't be that easy to damage. Even if it gets broken, it's still worth plenty. Big Octopus moved his tentacles to give orders, determined not to let the stellar mech break out. Whoosh. At the very instant Qin Shang's great Qin guard broke through the meteor rain, the main guns of the 3 pirate warships fired simultaneously. Terror-inducing energy beams surged toward Qin Shang. Ding ding ding. Lock-on detected. The mech's intelligence system issued warnings, but Qin Shang narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no intention to dodge. Ordinarily, while stellar mechs surpass comparable interstellar warships greatly in combat ability, their response against the main cannons of such ships requires careful attention. Purely considering offensive power, the firepower of an interstellar warship's main cannon was in no way inferior to a stellar mech. But as Qin Shang faced the combined main gun attack from the 3 warships, he still showed no sense of crisis. Perhaps it was due to the overly outdated technical levels of the 3 warships. 3 guns fired in unison, yet Qin Shang didn't seem to feel any sense of danger. Ray shield. Electrical ion force field. Magnetic pull. With the large shield of the great Qin guard mech as the center, a vast electrical ion force field expanded outward. He's going to take it head on? Fool. Hopefully my mech isn't damaged too badly. Seeing the motion of the mech on the screen, Big Octopus was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but reveal a pleased expression, surprised that this mech pilot turned out to be so foolish. Boom. Hit. The main guns of the 3 starships hit the electrical ion force field of the guard mech at the same time, with pale blue electrical ions scattering everywhere. Simultaneously, Qin Shang felt a huge force transmitted through the mech, and the entire mech involuntarily retreated a bit. However, in the next moment, powerful energy ions erupted from the back of the great Qin guard mech. Electrical ion thrusters. In a blink, the guard mech advanced rather than retreating, fighting 1 against 3, and the great Qin guard mech was gaining the upper hand. Under the assault of the main cannon energy beams from the 3 ships, the mech's shielded electric ion field slowly pushed forward. Although pale blue electrical ions continued to scatter around, the electric ion force field itself never broke. Chapter 36. Unexpected weakness. What the hell is this? This is impossible. How can a star mech be this powerful? Even Dachin Heavy Industries doesn't have such an exaggerated mech, does it? The Dachin guards advanced under the bombardment of 3 warships' main cannons, causing all the space pirates aboard the 3 starships to shiver in fear. This sight far exceeded their comprehension. There was simply no way around it. The place called the Vale of Withering was too backward compared to the once great interstellar empire of Dachin. Even those Dachin mechs that had been scattered during Dachin's decline were mostly modified, otherwise other species couldn't operate them at all. In these circumstances, inevitably, some capabilities of the Dachin mechs were lost. But now, the interstellar pirates were facing a completely intact Dachin guard mech. That's enough. Qin Shang looked at the energy field in the screen image, focused his gaze, and connected his inner chi with the engine of the guard mech. Rebound. Electro-ion oscillation wave. Puff. A huge wave of electro-ion power surged forward from the mech. This was one of the abilities of the Dachin guard, Rebound. When successfully defending against an attack, it could absorb part of the energy of the attack, store, and convert it through the electro-ion field, then rebound it back in one go. At this moment, the energy stored in the guard mech's electro-ion field from resisting the attacks of the 3 warships' main cannons was exactly full. Buzz. The electro-ion waves diffused outward, causing the energy beams of the main cannons on the 3 warships they passed over to dissipate inch by inch. What is this thing? Is this something understandable for humans? This scene made the worldviews of the space pirates on the 3 starships almost collapse. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well, only observing a small patch of the sky, a perfect description for them now. This electro-ion wave itself was converted from the energy of the main cannons of the 3 warships. Now it just manifested as another form of energy that the 3 warships couldn't withstand. Retreat. Retreat fast. It was at this point that Big Octopus finally woke up completely. All plans about capturing a star mech had already flown out of his mind. This was not something they could ever hope to match. Run? Did you get my permission? The range of the shockwave caused by the rebound was limited and did not reach the 3 warships. But they were already within the attack range of the long-range weapons of the Dachin guard mech. Puff puff puff. The side cannons of the Dachin guard mech began firing, instantly covering the 3 pirate warships. Just side cannons. Initially, the pirates of the 3 starships didn't think much of it. The majority of the function of the side cannons was for restraint. However, when the energy cannon shells from the side cannons of the guard mech struck their ship's energy shields, causing the shields to instantly waver, they turned pale. All power output into the energy shields. Another round of side cannons would break their energy shields. But without the delay caused by the main cannons and the superhuman speed of the advancing guard mech, which went beyond their understanding. Zap! Huge electro streams flashed. The energy shield of the starship on the right shattered like foam. Then the entire massive starship started glowing blue from electro-ion energy. The Dachin guard mech holding sword and shield appeared behind this starship, its alloy longsword still flashing with a blade aura constructed from the blue electro-ion light. And then the giant starship split into 2 amidst the blue glow. 1 slash. 2 halves. The Dachin guard mech directly split this interstellar pirate ship in half with a single stroke of the electro-ion sword. Boom boom boom. Silence in the universe, yet splendid fireworks blossomed behind the guard mech. True men never look back at explosions. These broken starships couldn't even bear a single strike from the Dachin guard mech. Hurry up and escape. Ejection pod. Activate quantum transmission. Abandon the ship. Big Octopus angrily ordered. What is this? What kind of existence have I provoked? He had led this group in this region of the Vale of Withering for many years. During this period, he had encountered countless enemies. The armies of 3 different galactic races. They had encountered them and managed to escape smoothly every time. Even the bounty hunters after them, due to the bounties placed by those 3 races, they had evaded, and even managed to turn the tables on them and kill them first. Originally, they had only 2 starships, but now one of them had been stolen from those bounty hunters who hunted them. But now there were only 2 left. Yet, Big Octopus no longer cared about the starships. All he wanted was to run for his life. What kind of person was this? They had encountered star mechs before, but none so terrifying as this. Could it be the legendary star-destroying mecha? But it doesn't seem right. This is Dachin's mech, and Big Octopus recognizes it. After one slash, Qin Shi Huang himself was stunned. This week, Qin Shi Huang never expected that he could split one of the warships into 2 halves with a single stroke. According to Qin Shi Huang's plan, this slash should have pierced through the energy shield. Then he would deliver another 2 slashes to destroy the warship. This was what Qin Shi Huang had seen when fighting at resource points. In most cases, ordinary starships had very limited countermeasures against star mechs after being attacked at close range. But still, they weren't supposed to be cut cleanly in half so easily. As a result, after one slash, the prepared combination moves of Qin Shi Huang became unnecessary. Qin Shi Huang was even somewhat dumbfounded. So it wasn't that Qin Shi Huang was a real man who never looks back at explosions. Rather, he was frozen in place. Qin Shi Huang suddenly snapped out of his daze. Ether fluctuations? You want to run? Qin Shi Huang immediately controlled the guard mech, channeled his internal chi, and unleashed the tremendous energy stored in the mech's engine. Zap! A vast wave of electro-ion power instantly radiated outward from the guard mech, the enormous energy causing the surrounding space to slightly tremble. Beep, beep, beep. Space fluctuation detected. Quantum transmission temporarily halted. Big Octopus went pale as death. This massive energy surge almost instantaneously burned through half the energy of the guard mech. And the spatial disturbance it caused was only enough to interfere with lower-grade ether transmissions. For anchor-based long-distance transmissions like the Great Wall system, such minor interference could be completely ignored. There was nothing else to do. After all, the guard mech was just an ordinary star mech from Dachin. But this was already enough. Qin Shi Huang checked through the mech sensors that the ether wave had been interrupted. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shi Huang wouldn't do something like this, but these interstellar pirates were much weaker than he had anticipated. Qin Shi Huang felt he could afford to loosen up a bit, and if there really were any unexpected situations, the Zulong Type 2 was still on his finger. Qin Shi Huang surveyed the remaining 2 starships and identified the direction the ether transmission had come from. Surely the leader must be inside. Since this was the case, there was no need to keep the other starship around. Qin Shi Huang piloted the guard mech, raising the alloy longsword, blue electric ion energy rippling. Chapter 37. Recent events of the Withered Vale. Boom. Once again, dazzling fireworks erupted in this starry sky. Qin Shi Huang smirked. This time, he didn't even bother to look back at the explosion. With just one strike of the sword, another battleship was effortlessly obliterated. Qin Shi Huang had realized something. It seemed that previously he had always been fighting high-level matches, but now back in the low-level arena, he was a real expert. Shoo! Qin Shi Huang piloted the prohibited guard mecha and arrived in front of the last battleship. With fluid movements, he swung his sword. Ion energy attached itself to the alloy longsword, and a flash of blue sword light cut through instantly. The ship split in 2 like chopping vegetables. Having intentionally spared lives, Qin Shi Huang did not attack the core of the battleship, but instead severed the main gun along with its fire control system. Although the main cannons on these 3 ships were relatively outdated, if they weren't blocked or avoided, a direct hit could still cause damage to the prohibited guard mecha. Now with one slash, Qin Shi Huang cut off the main cannon of the warship, rendering the starship in front of him completely harmless. Buzz. At this moment, the 2 Eagle ship also emerged from the asteroid belt. Merely relying on these asteroids wasn't enough to harm the 2 Eagle ship. If necessary, it could break through by increasing the power and holding up its energy shield. However, running a high-powered energy barrier consumed more resources than close defense cannons. Now that they had departed from Great Qin, certain resources needed to be carefully managed. What came next was natural. A small airspace transport plane from the 2 Eagle ship directly entered the pirate starship. Several Great Qin warriors piloting individual combat mechas captured and returned the key leaders of the space pirates as prisoners. As for the remaining common space pirates, who had no significant value, the Great Qin soldiers simply ignored them. After the pirate leaders were taken away, out of frugality, the 2 Eagle ship extracted all the energy from this pirate warship before abandoning it along with the ordinary pirates, letting them drift alone in this stretch of the cosmos. Without energy, the space pirates aboard the ship were bound to perish. Qin Shi Huang continued to observe all of this silently, controlling the prohibited guard mecha floating in space. During this process, the space pirates remained extremely docile. Only after everything had settled did Qin Shi Huang return to the 2 Eagle ship, parking the mecha inside the hangar. As for the subspace folding technology, sorry, as a standard stellar mecha, the prohibited guard didn't qualify. Subspace folding technology is generally only used by Star Destroyer class mechas. Who are you? The giant octopus shivered slightly as it looked at Su Li standing in front of it. As for Qin Shi Huang, he didn't show himself. Su Li was beautiful, but the tentacle race giant octopus couldn't appreciate it. The aesthetic standards of the tentacle race naturally differed from humans. Additionally, although the big octopus was a superhuman ability user, its power was very weak, approximately equivalent to a first-stage Qi practitioner's level. Thus, the big octopus could vaguely sense the terrifying pressure emanating from Su Li. Facing Su Li, forget about admiring her beauty. It was difficult for the now captive octopus to endure the terrifying pressure she emitted. You don't need to care who we are. You have only one choice. I ask, you answer. Su Li spoke, fluently using the universal interstellar language. Qin Shi Huang, watching this scene through the projection in the adjacent cabin, naturally understood the interstellar common tongue, as it was part of the training curriculum in Great Qin. Respected human master, I touch saying will answer all your questions fully and truthfully. The big octopus spoke respectfully. In this situation, there was no choice but to behave obediently. On the contrary, the semi-mechanical green-eyed alien silently lowered its head. The green-eye species' aesthetic standards were similar to those of humans, accurately speaking. Except for a few special cases, almost all humanoid races had aesthetics resembling humans. So to this green eye, Su Li was very beautiful, yet it dared not look at her, fearing its gaze would upset this human master. The ones brought before Su Li were only this big octopus and this green-eye alien. As for the other interstellar bandits, their fates were obvious. I have no interest in who you are. Answer my next question. Su Li's voice was clear and cold as she began asking about the recent situation between the 3-star systems of the Withered Veil. Dare the big octopus not to divulge every piece of information? It truthfully answered Su Li's questions. With the full cooperation of the big octopus, the situation regarding the Withered Veil was quickly grasped by Su Li. For so long, the 3 civilizations in the 3-star systems had been continuously at war, unable to subdue each other. However, recently, things seemed somewhat amiss. The tripartite balance of power started to change due to the rise of the tentacle race. I'm not sure about the current situation with the tentacle race, but it seems their military strength has surged dramatically, allowing them to directly crush the 4-armed Jin clan on the battlefield. That's when the Phantom Legacy started to come to the aid of the Jin clan. This is also the reason why, for so many years, the balance of power among the 3 civilizations within the Withered Veil has never been broken. Whenever one of the races gains an advantage and appears capable of defeating another, the remaining races absolutely come to the rescue of the weaker side. Because the strength among these 3 races has always been comparable. If one race annexes another, their power will skyrocket, leaving the last remaining race's fate easily imaginable. Therefore, whenever one becomes too powerful, the other 2 races will unite to suppress them. But this time, things seem different. Even when facing the combined forces of the Phantom Legacy and the Jin clan, the tentacle race still holds a firm upper hand. Touch Sang then spoke mysteriously. According to rumors, the reason the tentacle race has suddenly grown so powerful is because they have colluded with outside forces. There was clearly disdain in his tone. The unwritten rule in the Withered Veil is that while the 3 races can compete freely, they must unite against any external invaders. Many times in the past, the 3 races of the Withered Veil have joined forces to fend off other civilizations that sought to invade them. Now the tentacle race has invited the wolf into their home. Although Touch Sang himself is a member of the tentacle race, he clearly expresses his disapproval of their actions. Respected human warrior, I am willing to follow your lead and serve you loyally. Once all the questions had been answered, Touch Sang knew his value was gone. In this situation, he had to make some kind of gesture or else he would soon meet the same fate as his fellow captives. Su Li looked at Touch Sang with a faint smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. We'll see. Then Su Li waved her hand. As the giant octopus face turned ashen with despair, several warriors from Great Qin took him away. My crown prince, you've surely heard everything. After the prisoners were taken away, Su Li seemed to speak to thin air. Cough cough. A slight cough came, and Qin Shi Huang entered the room. I naturally heard it all. Chapter 38 Qin Shi Huang's Ambition. I wonder what Mr. Qin has in mind and what plans he has. Su Li looked at Qin Shi Huang with a smile, but there was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Though she had been in the Great Qin for half a year and had been accompanying Qin Shi Huang to practice mech-related skills all along, she knew clearly about the training content in Great Qin, yet how much Qin Shi Huang had learned remained uncertain. However, Qin Shi Huang shook his head and did not immediately respond to Su Li's question but asked instead, I'm curious, why are they so weak? Su Li rolled her eyes. About the rough division of cosmic powers by their tiers, you should know it, right? I do. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Then which stage does the level of the 3 civilizations within this veil of withering fall under? Su Li questioned him. The 2nd tier. Qin Shi Huang replied. According to the classification for extraterrestrial universes, any civilization without the ability to break free from its home planet is called an indigenous civilization. These indigenous civilizations are countless in the outer universe and don't even qualify for being counted. If these indigenous civilizations need recognition from the galaxy, no one would care if an entire civilization gets wiped out. Don't feel pity. This is the rule of the outer universe. Weakness itself is a sin. Only civilizations that have officially left their own planet and entered the era of galactic exploration will be recognized as true civilizations. However, such civilizations are the most basic ones and are considered low-tier civilizations, ranked in the 1st tier. Afterwards, civilizations are classified according to the vastness of their territories. The 3 civilized races of each kind in the Veil of Withering only control 1-star system each. Although they're qualified as spacefaring civilizations, in front of truly powerful civilizations, they're merely stronger ants. Even the Winged race, who were severely beaten by Great Qin in previous resource wars, controls 10-star systems as their territory. The vaster the territory, the more abundant the resources, leading to faster development. In the entire galaxy, the Great Wall star system is the only exception, having devoted the entire star system entirely to defense. After all, only living star systems possess value. Upon comparison, the weakness of the three civilizations of the Veil of Withering becomes obvious. Qin Shi Huang also came to understand, almost wiping them out, and still not seeing their sky mech emerge. It was evident they didn't possess sky mechs. Oh well, bullying the weak while feeling like he himself got bullied too. Qin Shi Huang scratched his head speechlessly, then turned towards Su Li. If that's the case, then these three civilizations of the Veil of Withering are indeed extremely weak. What else? Su Li glanced at Qin Shi Huang speechlessly. This heir to the throne of Great Qin has finally realized. Of course, it's not because Qin Shi Huang is dull, but simply due to a lack of experience. Being accustomed to the strength of Great Qin and its enemies, suddenly facing these weak civilizations made him lose some confidence in himself. Qin Shi Huang stroked his chin. Since this is so, Miss Su, do you think we could directly invade the entire Veil of Withering and use it as our first base? Directly invading three-star systems as a foothold seemed too audacious. But with the configuration Qin Shi Huang currently had, it was achievable. Su Li hesitated for a moment. She thought Qin Shi Huang might look for a place to land first. She didn't expect that Qin Shi Huang would target the three-star systems of the Veil of Withering directly. Su Li fell silent and pondered for a bit. It wasn't impossible to accomplish. With the current strength on Qin Shi Huang's side, achieving this step was completely feasible. Not to mention anything else, just a single divine general mech could easily crush the entirety of the Veil of Withering civilizations. But the value of the three-star systems of the Veil of Withering isn't high. Su Li pointed out, there aren't many valuable resources within the three-star systems of the entire Veil of Withering. Even the stars capable of harvesting energy were relatively fewer in number. Otherwise, the three-star systems of the Veil of Withering wouldn't have stayed in the hands of these three civilizations forever. Doesn't matter. After all, towering buildings rise from the ground up, Qin Shi Huang said with a smile. We'll start step by step. Perfect. Since the value of the Veil of Withering isn't that high, it won't attract too much attention. It's exactly suited for our current situation, Qin Shi Huang explained. Though they didn't bear any symbols of Great Qin, it's better to err on the side of caution. All right. Su Li thought about it, realizing that was exactly the way things were. Subsequently, Su Li and Qin Shi Huang began discussing how to execute this plan. Although their overwhelming force far exceeded that of the three-star system civilizations, difficulties weren't absent. First, it's the size. Compared to the entire cosmos, three-star systems were negligible. But for Qin Shi Huang and his group, who currently numbered over 1,000, these three-star systems were practically enormous. Even if they could conquer the three-star systems, with only 1,000 men under Qin Shi Huang's command, it would be impossible to manage them properly. According to Qin Shi Huang's plan, not only would they take control of the three-star systems, but they also needed to fully exploit their potential. In such a situation, sufficient manpower was necessary to manage the star systems effectively. After careful deliberation, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li ultimately agreed on a strategy. They decided to select one of the three civilizations, control it completely, and help it grow while annexing the other two civilizations. Then, from behind the scenes, they would manipulate this chosen civilization to manage all three-star systems. This solution would not only address the issue of insufficient personnel, but would also allow them to remain hidden, achieving two goals with one action. However, they must be cautious. They had to gain complete control over the selected race to avoid being counter-controlled, which could lead to serious complications. The first step of the plan was to decide which race to support. First eliminated was the tentacle race. Based on intelligence from the giant octopus, the tentacle race had already formed an alliance with an unknown alien race and was now dominating the other two races in battle. This left the choice between the Shadow Remnant race and the Truth race. For now, they needed to investigate the situation between these two races. Thus, the giant octopus and the half-mechanical Cyan Eye were once again brought before Su Li. If you claim you can serve me, then I will give you a chance to live. Just complete your task, and I will grant you your freedom. Su Li addressed the two interstellar pirates. I agree. The giant octopus enthusiastically waved its tentacles. I also agree. The Cyan Eye beside him quickly chimed in, fearing that delaying might cost them this opportunity to survive. Initially, after being rejected by Su Li and taken away, both thought they were surely doomed, never expecting a turn for the better. Now they definitely had to seize this final lifeline. Excellent. Su Li smiled approvingly. Investigating the conditions of the two races, these space pirates were ideal candidates. It was a way to make use of waste materials. Even if they failed, she wouldn't feel any regret or pressure. In the end, a small warship separated from the fledgling Eagle ship and sped off into the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 39. The Privileges of the Great Qin. Are they really reliable? Looking at the small starship disappearing in the screen, Qin Shi Huang opened his mouth with some uncertainty. Inside the starship were the last survivors of that group of interstellar pirates. Under Su Li's arrangements, special chips had been implanted into each of their heads. If they disobeyed or attempted to crack the chip, the Chu Eagle ship could immediately detect it and control the chip to explode, blowing up their heads instantly. Of all the life forms in the universe, nearly 90% of the races would be unable to survive if their heads were blown off, except for a very few races which are relatively special. But this batch of space pirates did not have such individuals. Even the tentacle race guys, although their appearance resembled octopuses, lacked the characteristics of octopuses. At least each of them only had one brain. Once it was blown off, they would die as well. These space pirates didn't have any sense of loyalty, so naturally, they needed some constraints. Of course we can't pin all our hopes on them. It's just a way of recycling waste. It's better if they create value, but even if they fail, it doesn't matter. Su Li shrugged her shoulders. Prime Minister Li Si. Su Li suddenly called out. Prince, Lady Su Li. A familiar projection appeared before Qin Shang and Su Li. In comparison, however, this Li Si wasn't as lively. There was an inherent stiffness characteristic of artificial creations. This Li Si was derived from the computing power extracted from the Great Wall's intelligence system and loaded into the two Eagle ships' smart system. Therefore, compared to the Li Si from the Great Wall, this Li Si in front of them was more like an artificial intelligence. Prime Minister Li Si, try to hack into the star network of the region of the Veil through the ether signal. See what you can find regarding the Zheng clan and the Shadow Remnant. All right, I'll try. Li Si responded. Although they said this, neither Su Li nor Qin Shang thought there would be any problem. Although the current Li Si was just a part of the computing power, Qin Shang knew the gap between the tech level here within the Veil and the Great Qin Dynasty. Still, it seems like the nearest signal station is a bit far. With the current computational power, we need to get closer. Li Si stated. Okay. Su Li nodded. That previous batch of space pirates went towards the direction of the Shadow Remnants. So let's check out the area where the Zheng race is first. Qin Shang naturally had no objections. The thrusters behind the Chuang warship roared, sublight speed navigation being currently the fastest regular navigation speed in the universe. Any faster and it would require ether transmission. Naturally, the Chuang warship was equipped with an ether transmission system, though no ether transmission was necessary at the moment. Not only was the situation without precedent on the left side, but the energy consumption was also considerable. Currently, the distance between the Chuang ship and the nearest quantum channel was merely several days' worth of travel time. Ether transmission is not a capability available to everyone. In this circumstance, achieving trans-universal travel by sublight speed navigation alone was akin to a fantastical notion. A random star system alone would be measured in light years. Thus, quantum channels came into being. Speaking of which, most of the quantum channels existing now in extraterrestrial space are remnants from when Great Qin constructed them extensively to efficiently manage their vast interstellar territory. One of the resource points then, used to transport minerals back, was actually a temporary type of quantum channel. After 2 days, the radar of the Chuang ship began gradually detecting signals from some starships. However, the other party had not yet noticed the Chuang ship. Initially being discovered by interstellar pirates was simply because the recent ultra-long-distance ether transmission arrival created too much noise. Otherwise, in this section of the Veil Curtain, it would be extremely rare for anyone to discover the Chuang ship via radar. Nevertheless, Qin Shang paid no heed to those starships. Upon analyzing them, most turned out to be active interstellar mercenaries within the Veil Curtain. Some were interstellar merchants. Until after another half-day passed, the Chuang ship arrived at the nearest quantum channel. Through this quantum channel, they could reach another planet on the outer edge of the Closing Act star system. The Closing Act star system was controlled by the True Ones, a four-armed humanoid race, and was also the inspection target for Qin Shang's group this time. At this moment outside the quantum channel, there was a space outpost. Starships orderly queued up to pass through the checkpoint checks conducted by the space outpost, and paid a portion of stellar yuan before entering the quantum channel. A toll booth? Upon seeing this scene, Qin Shang involuntarily thought of this notion. Stellar yuan is the universal currency across the entire outer universe. It is, in essence, a compressed form of energy that, once compressed according to specific standards, can be used for trading. Moreover, it can also be utilized to recharge warships, mechs, or other units. Advanced civilizations and races continuously harness stellar energy through Dyson sphere technology to produce stellar yuan. Each starship that pays the fee will be tagged with an electronic signal by the Zheng race at their outposts. Through this electronic signal, these starships are able to smoothly enter the quantum channel. Su Li observed the space outpost on the monitor as she spoke. Qin Shang nodded slightly. Do we have to pay the fee to pass through this outpost? After all, they weren't here to start a fight. Even though obliterating this outpost would be effortless for Qin Shang and his group, it's unnecessary. Although 10 stellar yuan isn't much, going through the inspection by the Zheng race adds extra trouble. There's always a chance that if we're checked, traces could be left behind, and if some meticulous individuals investigate, it might lead to problems. The projection of Li Si interjected at this moment. In fact, we already have enough right now. This outpost connects to the internal star map network of the Zheng clan. I've already entered the Zheng clan's star map network. Su Li glanced at the projection of Li Si. I remember, the Great Qin Dynasty should have privileges over the entire galaxy's quantum channels. Cough. Qin Shang paused momentarily. Indeed, if Prince Qin wants to enter the quantum channel, he doesn't need to go through the outpost. Li Si replied. Almost the entire galactic quantum network was constructed by the Great Qin in the past, so it was natural for the Great Qin to possess transit privileges. If that's the case, then let's just enter directly. After all, if the Zheng clan passes our evaluation, we will eventually need to come inside anyway, Qin Shang said. Having been outside for quite a while now, Qin Shang had mostly stayed within the Great Wall. Now that he ventured out, he couldn't help but feel curious about other civilizations and races. That's true. Let me intercept an electronic signal from the outpost for a bit. The electronic signal issued by the Zheng race marks inspected entities. After intercepting a segment of this signal, we'll be recognized as having passed inspection and entering legally when we go into the Zheng territory. Even though the possibility of us being detected is minimal, said Li Si's projection. Qin Shang nodded. Under Li Si's operation, the Chuiying ship silently intercepted a segment of the outpost signal. Alright, next, we'll enter the quantum channel. Connect the ether signal. Establishing connection. Ether signal connected successfully, entering the quantum channel. With a wave of ether fluctuation, the Chuiying ship disappeared from its original location. Since the ether fluctuations near the nearby quantum channel were already chaotic, the disturbances caused by the Chuiying ship went unnoticed. Chapter 40. Cliché plot? Beauty as a menace? Luoshui star. It was a blue planet, and though it was habitable, 80% of its surface was covered by oceans. Perhaps this was the reason it resembled Earth so much. After entering the Lumu star system and seeing this planet, Qin Shang immediately instructed the Chuiying warship to find a place to land on this planet. Then Qin Shang took Su Li to experience the local customs here. Or rather, Qin Shang was reminiscing about Earth. As for safety issues, there was naturally no need to worry. Su Li had a necklace containing a divine general mecha that could directly destroy the entire Luoshui star. Of course, if those four-armed Zhen Yi clans walking on the streets could have 2 fewer arms, it would be even more perfect. The Zhen Yi clan didn't differ much from humans in appearance, except for having 2 extra hands and no hair. They looked almost identical otherwise. They were all monks or nuns. At this moment, the appearances of Qin Shang and Su Li had also changed significantly. Overall, they no longer had hair and gained 2 extra arms at their backs. Of course, it wasn't because Qin Shang and Su Li had shaved their heads. It was due to high-tech headgear that hid their hair. Moreover, the 2 extra arms on their backs were mechanically created, but covered with artificial skin. Qin Shang and Su Li could control them through electronic signals sent by chips, making them indistinguishable from real ones. Su Li's mind also contained an electronic chip, one planted after she arrived at Great Qin. It was an official chip. Qin Shang didn't need to say. Right when he reached Great Qin, a Crown Prince chip was implanted into him. However, the official chips of Great Qin were relatively humane, lacking self-destruct functions like those previously embedded into space pirates. The main function of these chips was identity confirmation, followed by some signal connections. Of course, they also included a positioning feature. But the positioning feature concerned personal privacy. Only through the authorization of Great Qin Emperor could the locations of Great Qin officials be pinpointed. Not even Qin Shang, currently the Crown Prince, had such authority. Miss Su, what do you think of this Luoshui star? Qin Shang's 2 mechanically forged arms held 2 skewers of barbecue, shoving them into his mouth. The barbecue was bought on the street. The unknown sea fish must have been a specialty of Luoshui star. Qin Shang and Su Li were now in a floating city above the ocean. With the interstellar technological capabilities already possessed by the Zhen Yi clan, creating a floating city on the water was no difficult feat. It's lively. Su Li also held some snacks given by Qin Shang. On the bustling streets, members of the four-armed Zhen Yi clan came and went, and overhead flying vehicles soared back and forth. It was indeed very lively. Besides, there was also a difference in gravity, but neither of them, both cultivators, had any problem with it. However, there were hardly any alien figures on the entire street, which is why Qin Shang and Su Li had disguised themselves. Because there were few aliens, if Qin Shang and Su Li didn't disguise themselves, they would attract too much attention. Still, the 2 of them were attracting a lot of stares. Accurately speaking, Su Li was. Though Su Li herself had hidden her hair and gained 2 more arms, in Qin Shang's eyes, she looked like a charming nun. However, the aesthetic standards of the Zhen Yi clan were similar to those of the human race. In the eyes of the Zhen Yi people, Su Li was still considered a beauty at the level of calamity. Walking down the street, she naturally drew people's gazes. And Qin Shang and Su Li, in the eyes of other Zhen Yi clan members on the street, seemed like a young couple. While paying attention to Su Li's beauty, many envious glances were directed towards Qin Shang. To tell the truth, Qin Shang actually looked quite good, especially after becoming the Crown Prince of Great Qin and practicing the Ancestor Dragon Chi skill, adding a noble aura around him. Glancing abruptly, Qin Shang and Su Li were indeed a well-matched pair. After wandering for quite a while, just as the 2 were preparing to return home, a look of helplessness suddenly appeared on Qin Shang's face. Miss Su, we're in trouble. Why does it always go so predictably? Su Li shot Qin Shang a glare without uttering a word. At this time, a seemingly genteel monk approached the 2, looking at them, or rather, at Su Li, with gleaming eyes. Too beautiful. There should be few women so beautiful within the entire Zhen Yi clan. The Zhen Yi member in front of them murmured quietly, speaking the silent language of the Zhen Yi clan, not the universal language of the universe. In this internal setting of the Zhen Yi clan, they mostly spoke their own silent language. Both Qin Shang and Su Li had nanotranslators in their ear canals, capable of translating most languages of different races, so they understood perfectly. You're blocking our way, Su Li frowned. Her authentic Zhen Yi clan language, of course, was another product of high technology. There were also nanorobots in both their throats. Miss, forgive my abruptness, I am a talent scout from production company. With your stunning beauty, after our company's packaging, you absolutely will become a superstar that shocks the entire Lumu star system. No, the entire Jiaoling's curtain. A talent scout? Qin Shang found it interesting that the Zhen Yi clan even had talent scouts. However, Qin Shang said meaningfully, the other 2 races in the Jiaoling's curtain probably don't share the same aesthetic view as ours. How do you make her shine throughout the entire Jiaoling's curtain? Cough cough. The talent scout coughed several times. That's just a rhetorical device. Nevertheless, I guarantee you can dazzle the whole Lumu star system. The talent scout still looked at Su Li with burning eyes while directly ignoring Qin Shang. As a scout, designing things after recommending her to the company wasn't without the possibility of having a chance with this beauty. Such a beautiful woman was exciting just to think about. I have no interest in being a star. Please step aside. Su Li slightly raised an eyebrow and glanced at Qin Shang next to her. This kind of pest-like thing, she had no idea how many she had killed before. Later on, there were never any more flies daring to come harass her. Now the situation was a bit special. Otherwise, this talent scout would have been kicked away by now. At this point, Qin Shang reached out and held Su Li's hand, pulling her close to his side. My girlfriend said she's not interested. It was naturally his own hand, and not a mechanical one pretending. Taking advantage of the moment to feel her up, Su Li gave Qin Shang a glare, but didn't pull her hand away from his grip. This is a complete waste of your beauty. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. The tone of the talent scout had already started to grow heavier. Qin Shang smiled faintly. On this Luoshui star, who could threaten them? Get lost. Qin Shang directly kicked him. A third-realm Qi practitioner. This talent scout emitted no supernatural aura, obviously just an ordinary person. Though Qin Shang controlled his strength, the talent scout was still kicked flying. Oof! With a cry of pain, the talent scout fell headfirst into the artificial flower bed nearby. Once Qin Shang acted, the surrounding Zhen Yi clan watching the spectacle immediately burst into chatter. Chapter 41. Intelligence on the Shadow Remnant. Qin Shang didn't feel like wasting time arguing with this so-called talent scout. Though they were of a different race, they were both men, and that aggressive gaze was all too obvious. This is too violent. He just kicked the guy away. No, these young ones are in trouble. Yeah, starting a fight in the city. The inspectors will be here soon. I remember that talent scout. Someone reported him once for harassing women in public. But it seems he knows someone in the inspectorate, so nothing happened after that. If this young man attacked him and the scout has connections, then he's probably going to get really beaten up. That woman, she's probably going to suffer as well. The talent scout got back up using 4 hands against the ground. You two truly don't know when to behave properly. How dare you hit me? Wait until the inspectors arrive. Qin Shang glanced helplessly at Su Li beside him. As expected, beauty brings calamity. Upon hearing this, Su Li directly pulled her hand out from Qin Shang's grip. Does Qin young master prefer me to be an ugly beast instead? Of course not. Those things are small matters. Qin Shang grinned. Who would exchange a beautiful woman for an ugly one? As for the current troubles, Qin Shang was merely teasing Su Li a little bit. When the talent scout saw the couple ignore him and start flirting instead, he felt rage rising within him. Beep. At this moment, a sharp sound approached rapidly. Upon hearing it, a look of joy appeared on the face of the talent scout. You're doomed. I won't forgive you easily. With that, the talent scout excitedly looked at Su Li. In the Zhen clan, if there's normally reconciliation between two conflicting parties, the aggressor doesn't bear too much responsibility. But what conditions lead to that reconciliation depends on what terms the injured party proposes. Evidently, the talent scout had already started scheming about how to punish Qin Shang and Su Li, or specifically, how to get ideas about Su Li. He did not realize that just now, if Qin Shang hadn't held back, his kick would have directly ended the talent scout's life. Both Qin Shang and Su Li could take his life. A flying shuttle stopped in the center of the scene, and 2 Zhen clan inspectors dressed in uniforms arrived at the scene. What happened? One of the young inspectors asked seriously. But upon seeing the seemingly calm young inspector, whose eyes sparkled with surprise, the talent scout became elated. Unexpectedly, today's patrol actually involved one of his acquaintances. The young inspector gave a subtle glance at the talent scout, acting as though nothing unusual had occurred. However, none of these subtle actions escaped Qin Shang's or Su Li's notice. But neither made any reaction. Inspector Duan, it was him who struck me first. I am a talent scout trying kindly to recommend them to stardom. They not only disregarded my kindness, but also physically assaulted me. The talent scout immediately began shouting and complained while positioning himself as the victim. Qin Shang and Su Li remained silent and watched amusingly. To the two, their performance resembled that of a group of clowns. And you? Do you have anything to say? The young inspector looked towards Qin Shang and Su Li. As for the other relatively older inspector, he obviously noticed something strange and silently stayed aside without saying anything. Since he was older, he'd seen a lot, thus recognizing the complexity of the situation. He did not feel the need to stand up for justice and say anything because he was unfamiliar with the 2 young people before him, even though the girl was indeed pretty. It was unnecessary to offend another colleague for no reason, since human relationships operate according to their own unwritten rules. Don't you want to know why I hit him? Qin Shang tilted his head. We'll investigate that later. But hitting someone was wrong on your part. If you do not have any other explanations, please come with us to the inspection bureau. The young inspector said sternly. Right then, Qin Shang suddenly furrowed his brow and looked at Su Li beside him. Apparently, Su Li also received some news, revealing a hint of amusement as she spoke softly. Never thought this useless fellow would actually be useful. What does that mean? The young inspector frowned, somewhat confused, asking. However, the two did not answer his question. Indeed unexpected, and so quickly, but now it seems we don't have another choice. Qin Shang explained aloud. Just then, both of them simultaneously received a message through their nano earpieces from Li Si aboard the Tuying ship. The information about the Shadow Remnant has been relayed back by those space pirates who were sent out to probe. As soon as these space pirates arrived at the Shadow Remnant and infiltrated their newborn star system in disguise, they learned of an important piece of news. They hadn't had the chance to collect more details when this emerged, because the tentacle race has conspired with other civilizations. Although the Shadow Remnant have allied with the Jin clan, they couldn't hold against the assault of the Tentacle race. Since the Tentacle race has broken the rules, the Shadow Remnant have also chosen to be unfriendly. Thus, they too contacted an external civilization and are already discussing a collaboration. Upon receiving the message, Li Si on the Chuang ship also verified slightly through the Withering Veil's Stargate network, confirming there indeed were traces pointing to such activity. It was almost certain now. What exactly are you talking about? Come with us to the Inspection Bureau right now. If you refuse to comply with our orders, we will take enforcement actions. When the young inspector saw Su Li's face, he already understood why the talent scout would dare provoke these two youngsters. This talent scout was his cousin on his mother's side, and the inspector knew all about his dirty deeds. Moreover, he himself was also one of the participants, enjoying the company of many starstruck beauties. And now, faced with such an enchanting woman before him, his heart stirred strongly once again. If they reached the Inspection Bureau, they could deal with these impertinent young people however they pleased. What do you think, Crown Prince? Su Li stepped back slightly, looking meaningfully at Qin Shi. Crown Prince, is the inspector, like everyone around him, aware? What Crown Prince? Their Jin clan is part of a collective government that doesn't even have a so-called Crown Prince. Qin Shi seemed somewhat exasperated. Since Su Li had addressed him as Crown Prince, what else could he do? Under normal circumstances, in order to conceal his identity, Su Li would call him Master Qin. Now that these individuals know his true identity as the Crown Prince, no matter whether or not they recognize it as such, their fate is already set. Li Si, seal the entire etheric network of the Lushui star. To others among the Jin clan, Qin Shi's words seemed incomprehensible. Respectfully received, Crown Prince. In the earpiece came Li Si's response from the Chuang ship. Chapter 42, showing up. Seal off the Lushui star ether network? What are you talking about? Are you nuts? The young inspector had a faint premonition of something bad. Inspector Ron, they must be mentally unstable, muttering to themselves. No wonder they randomly attack others. This kind of mentally ill people is too dangerous to be released. We should immediately capture them and lock them up at the Inspection Bureau. The Star Explorers started shouting. Only one elder inspector with more experience seemed somewhat uneasy. When that young man mentioned sealing off the Lushui Star ether network, he took out his communication wristwatch and found that he couldn't connect to any network outside of Lushui Star. And it appeared that these two young men hadn't taken them seriously from the very beginning. At this time, in the atmosphere of Lushui Star, the Chuang ship was quietly hovering. With the current technology of Lushui Star, as long as the Chuang ship didn't expose itself, no one could discover its existence. Moreover, it would be unrealistic for the Chuang ship's abilities to seal off an entire star system's ether signal. However, blocking the ether signals of just Lushui Star would be quite effortless. At this moment within Lushui Star's atmosphere, aside from the Chuang ship, there were densely packed small drones. These drones were part of the Chuang ship's hive system. Besides their combat capabilities, they could also serve as electromagnetic anchor points. Currently, countless soldier drones, with the Chuang ship as the core, had set up an electromagnetic barrier across the entire atmosphere of Lushui Star, effectively intercepting all ether signals. King Zhang watched the onlookers of the Jinni clan in front of him, his eyes flickering with complex expressions. Although he had undergone a year of training since coming to the Great Qin, fundamentally, he was still a good salaried worker from the 21st century. Noticing King Shang's expression, Su Li's face turned exceptionally cold. Your Highness, the prince who aims for great achievements doesn't get bogged down by trivialities. Being overly merciful is most undesirable. Huh. King Zhang exhaled deeply and nodded. I understand. But how come you're so calm, Su Beauty? Is this not your first time doing something like this? Calm. Su Li hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand and placed it on King Shang's shoulder. King Zhang could clearly feel Su Li's hand trembling slightly. What nonsense are you two muttering to yourselves? The young inspector could no longer bear it. These two had completely ignored him while muttering incomprehensible things. Are they really insane? The young inspector activated his limited power stun gun. It could instantly knock someone unconscious. Now, answer my questions, or I will execute compulsory measures. The young inspector shouted loudly. Meanwhile, that Star Explorer was already staring greedily at Su Li. In his mind, the situation was now a done deal. Once the beautiful woman got knocked unconscious, it wouldn't take long for her to end up on the bed shared by him and his cousin inspector. Even though their conversation seemed somewhat disoriented and indicated possible mental issues. And although she'd lose consciousness which might reduce some of the excitement, what he desired was merely her physical form. Truly pitiful. King Zhang shook his head and looked at the Star Explorer. Do it, King Zhang said softly. Then, King Zhang reached out, removing the hood from Su Li's head, revealing a neat short haircut. This way looks better. King Zhang gazed at Su Li's stunningly beautiful face and gently brushed a strand of hair from her face after speaking. Su Li shot a glance at King Zhang, this crown prince getting increasingly bold with touching her. A surge of strength from a 7th realm Qi cultivator erupted within her. At the same time, the two fake arms she wore fell off. King Shang's fake arm disconnected through a chip and also fell, and he removed his own hood. You're not members of the Jinni clan. Hair arms. Humans. These two are human beings. That relatively older inspector's pupils contracted sharply. Once upon a time, Great Qin nearly unified the universe. The Shroud of Withering naturally fell under the rule of Great Qin, so all races in the universe were deeply impressed by the appearance of humans. Magnetic pull. The moment King Zhang and Su Li exposed their identities, the young knight fired immediately. The target directly aimed at Su Li. Su Li's gaze concentrated, and she flicked a finger, sending a wave of chi energy toward the shot. Puffed. A light sound, and the electromagnetic energy of the stun gun was instantly annulled. Yet the momentum of the chi did not subside and struck directly at the stun gun held by the young inspector. Crack. The stun gun shattered instantly, and the young inspector's hand became a bloody mess. The young inspector's other 3 hands clutched at the injured one, howling in agony. Meanwhile, the Star Explorer was stepping back rapidly, his face filled with fear as he stared at Su Li. Although before mecha warriors, the skills of a chi cultivator might seem less impressive. However, conventional small-caliber infantry weapons were now completely useless against Qin Shi, let alone Su Li, who was at the 7th realm. With her own chi supporting her, Su Li slowly ascended into the air. A cultivator at the 7th realm could briefly break free from the constraints of gravity. The sudden change left the Jinni clan members shocked and unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Human race, superhuman. At this point, the older inspector's ominous premonition had reached its peak as he stared intently at Su Li ascending into the sky. After reaching a certain height, Su Li raised her hand to brush the pendant around her neck. Swish. In an instant, the surrounding light dimmed as an enormous shadow blocked the light from the star. Divine General Mecha. Mecha. So big. The older inspector's pupils constricted sharply. His little hobby was following interstellar topics. Among them, mecha was his favorite. This mecha was far beyond the size of ordinary star mechas. It could only be a star-annihilating class mecha. Combined with the previous revelation that the human woman was a superhuman, the pilot of a star-annihilating class mecha was no ordinary person. This was a star-annihilating class mecha. That exceptionally beautiful human woman was actually a pilot of a star-annihilating class mecha. What's more, it appeared out of nowhere, indicating subspace technology. The only mechas worth archiving in connection with subspace technology were 100% star-annihilating class mechas. Combined with that young man's earlier comment about sealing off all ether signals on Losui Star, it was over. The older inspector glared accusingly at the Star Explorer. It was all because you lost your head for beauty. Although they didn't know why these 2 humans had come, the series of incidents were clearly caused by this Star Explorer antagonizing the 2 humans. At this moment, the young inspector looked up and saw the colossal divine General Mecha, filled with terror. Pain and fear had even affected his brain functions. What was happening? Meanwhile, the older inspector revealed a trace of irony at the sight of the young inspector's cries. He was fully aware of their ulterior motives. They deserved everything coming to them. Qin Shi glanced at these people of the Jinni clan, then stomped his foot, causing a surge of energy within him. While Qin Shi couldn't hover like Su Li, jumping dozens of meters high was no problem for him. Chapter 43, Annihilate the Star. Zulong Type 2. Go. At the highest point of his jump, Qin Shi simultaneously summoned his Zulong Type 2 mech. Another one. Although it seemingly wasn't as massive as that beauty's mech, its sleek form and noble dark gold color clearly marked it as more advanced than a regular mech. The older inspector dumbfoundedly watched this scene. Let's go, Crown Prince. Su Li's voice came through the communication system. Sigh, let's go. Qin Shi sighed slightly. This Luoshui planet was quite similar to Earth. A planet like this was about to be destroyed in their hands, which did evoke some reflection. That's right, destroy? This was one of the decisions Qin Shi and Su Li had discussed. Regardless of whether it was chosen for the Shadow Relic race or the True One race to control the Withering Curtain. What the Great Qin Empire wanted wasn't cooperation, but conquest. The Shadow Relic race and the Tentacle race likely sought a cooperative model with civilizations outside. But the Great Qin Empire was not. What it needed was just a little brother to help manage the Withering Curtain. Even if the Great Qin Empire declined and only controlled the galaxy, it still didn't have the qualifications to cooperate with the Great Qin Empire. To the current Great Qin Empire, even the Winged race, which controlled 10 galaxies, were still ants. The true strong enemy of the Great Qin Empire was the Angel race, those super colossal entities controlling tens of millions of galaxies. Since it was a matter of conquest, then they had to show their fists. After all, this time Qin Shi brought only one fledgling eagle ship, and annihilating a star directly, without a doubt, would be the best way to showcase their might in this interstellar age. It should be known that the truly terrifying aspect of a star-annihilating mech is not destroying a planet. Rather, it is annihilating a star. Though it will come at no small cost, destroying a star system's star means the entire galaxy must follow its destruction. Compared to the Shadow Relic race and the Tentacle race who aligned themselves with an entire civilization, Qin Shi and his team only had one warship. In such a scenario, Qin Shi had to display his power even more to make the True One race submit entirely. The Shadow Relic race and the Tentacle race found civilizations to share the resources of the Withering Curtain. But Qin Shi's ambition wasn't like that. He wanted everything. Every bit, they were all his. The 2 mechs soared into the air. The True Ones of Luoshui planet dumbfoundedly looked at these 2 mechs. The Elder Inspector had already uploaded the general situation via his communicator. Even though the fledgling Eagle ship had sealed off all outgoing signals from Luoshui planet, there was no interruption to internal planetary communications. Though he knew sending the message upward wouldn't yield much effect, it was still better to do one's duty and leave the rest to fate. In fact, it was no longer necessary for him to send a message. With the appearance of the 2 mechs on Luoshui planet, the True Ones naturally knew immediately. Given the technological level of the interstellar era, detecting the whole planet was not difficult. As Luoshui planet was a habitable one, detection equipment was naturally in place. The high-energy reactions of the 2 mechs were discovered by the detection devices in the first instance. And the military faction of the True Ones on Luoshui planet also made immediate countermeasures. They noticed the stargazing signals of the entire Luoshui planet were blocked, although they still did not know the reason yet. However, it was definitely related to the two appearing mechs. Yet, after receiving the transmitted images back, the military faction of Luoshui's True Ones completely froze. The older inspector was merely guessing, but these high-ranking officials could naturally tell. These were genuine star-annihilating class mechs. In the entire Withering Curtain, spacefaring mechs weren't numerous either. Even one space mech alone could render the three civilizations of the Withering Curtain ecstatic, let alone star-annihilating mechs, such things they could barely dream about. But at that moment, a star annihilation mech appeared right in front of them on Luoshui planet. No matter what, corresponding measures had to be carried out. A squadron of Air Force jets appeared in the sky. The two mechs ahead, we don't know where you are from. If our True One clan has offended you, we apologize on behalf. Let's talk things over peacefully. Luoshui planet's Air Force formation maintained a certain distance from the mechs and kept hailing them in the universal interstellar language. They did not dare to launch an attack on Qin Shang and Su Li's mechs, not mentioning whether their attacks could take effect on the two mechs. So far, the two mechs had not initiated any offensive action. They also did not dare to fire the first shot. For the shouting messages from Luoshui's military factions, neither Qin Shang nor Su Li gave any response. Soon both mechs broke through Luoshui's atmosphere and entered outer space. And the Air Force squadrons of Luoshui planet followed them into the space as well. In this era, Air Force fighters naturally had the ability to break the atmosphere and enter outer space. After entering outer space, the Air Force formation discovered they had lost contact with Luoshui planet's Air Force headquarters. However, the signals connected to the space station in outer space. The people at the space station had no idea what had happened. They just lost contact with the ground and assumed it was a malfunction. Once free from Luoshui's gravitational pull, the Zulong Type 2 and Divine General Mech directly went full throttle. The two mechs almost turned into streaks of light speeding deep into the starry expanse. Luoshui's space fighters could not keep up with the speed of the two mechs. Are they leaving? A pilot of a space fighter hesitantly spoke. Others looking at the two streaks of light also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they left. After all, those two mechs gave them no courage to oppose. But then they noticed these two mechs, after putting some distance between themselves and Luoshui, suddenly stopped. Then, that star-annihilating mech assembled an enormous crossbow right there. Montian, the Divine General's star-annihilating crossbow. With this massive weapon mounted, the Divine General mech pointed at Luoshui, planet far away in the starfield. In an instant, all pilots of the space fighters felt their body hairs stand on end, cold sweat pouring out. Terror. When a star-annihilating mech made such an action, the intention was already crystal clear. Annihilate the star. They were not leaving but planning to destroy Luoshui planet directly. Hurry. Return with one fighter to inform headquarters. The rest, follow me. At all costs, attack that star-annihilating mech. We cannot let it fire. Contact the space station. Have them open fire too. The captain of the Air Force formation ordered. In the interstellar era, space stations naturally possessed formidable offensive capabilities. The last space fighter immediately returned to Luoshui. The remaining space fighters charged towards the two mechs at full speed. Even though they knew they were absolutely no match for the two mechs, their spirit was commendable. Qin Shang watched the rushing space fighters. Unfortunately, in this universe governed by the Dark Forest law, there is no right or wrong. They attacked the two mechs to protect their homes behind them. And Qin Shang needed the resources of the Withering Curtain for the rebirth of Great Qin. Attack. As the captain of the Air Force formation gave the order, the airmen of Luoshui launched attacks on the Divine General mech. Barges of cannon fire covered towards Qin Shang and Su Li. Chapter 44. The Real Tribe's Self-Rescue. The massive star annihilation crossbow began to glow, gathering energy. The Divine General mech must ensure that the star annihilation crossbow's charging is uninterrupted. After all, one strike that annihilates a star requires an enormous amount of energy. Therefore, while in the state of charging, the Divine General mech should preferably not be disturbed, and its mobility speed will also be greatly reduced. And Qin Shang, piloting the Zulong Type 2, is the best guardian. Facing these aerial attacks from Luoshui planet, Qin Shang controlled the Zulong Type 2 and drew out an alloy longsword. Sword drawn. Golden sword chi cut through the air. All the attacks were intercepted by this single sword stroke. At the same time, ahead of them, silent fireworks blossomed. With one sword swing, not only did it block the attack from the Luoshui aerial squadron, but also completely annihilated every fighter of the squadron in that single stroke. Though it wasn't his first time engaging in slaughter, Qin Shang still found himself somewhat unaccustomed. However, he quickly adjusted. Having been at the Great Qin for over a year, Qin Shang fully understood the Black Forest doctrine within the interstellar realm. If he wanted to make Great Qin rise again, such actions were unavoidable. Kindness towards the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Until the true tribe utterly submits, they are still foes. Moreover, if Qin Shang didn't kill them and let them witness their own planet's destruction with their own eyes, that would indeed be a kind of cruelty. Buzz. High energy reaction detected. Zulong Type 2 slightly tilted its head and saw an energy beam heading straight toward the Divine General mech that was currently gathering energy. Qin Shang controlled the Zulong Type 2, slightly dodging to intercept the energy beam. With another swing of the sword, a massive chi slash easily dissipated the energy beam. Weak. Too weak. Even though the means of attack appeared similar, There was a vast difference in the power of the energy between different civilization levels. At this point, Qin Shi Huang glanced at the direction from which the energy beam had come. It was Luoshui's space station. Whoosh. Meanwhile, a great number of shadows surged forth from Luoshui's atmosphere. All the orbital space fighters from Luoshui were mobilized. In the forefront, there were 4 or 5 figures of mechs, sky mechs. These 4 or 5 sky mechs already constituted all of Luoshui's available stock. At the same time, Luoshui's side was transmitting messages requesting peace talks. Even though all troops had been dispatched, Luoshui did not believe they could defeat a Star Annihilator mech. Report to young master. Reinforcements have arrived. A voice came through the communication system. Qin Shi Huang raised his head slightly. To the side of Luoshui, 50 silhouettes of varying sizes burst forth. All sky mechs. They were precisely the sky mechs that had been dispatched as part of the accompanying personnel for Qin Shi Huang. Due to the inconvenience of revealing their identities, there weren't many authentic Qin-style sky mechs among these. There were merely 2 or 3 of them, while the majority were mechs captured from various races during wartime by the Qin Empire. Although they looked like a mixed group, without question, all the sky mechs preserved by Qin were high-end goods. 50 sky mechs surrounded both Qin Shi Huang and Su Li. At this moment, in a certain government hall on Luoshui, that Star Explorer and the young inspector were being scrutinized intently by a cluster of senior military and political officials surrounding them. Naturally, they investigated what happened. Not knowing the specific cause, they instinctively assumed that the Star Explorer's and young inspector's behavior had angered the opposing party, prompting them to directly prepare to destroy Luoshui. Both the Star Explorer and the young inspector were almost scared to death at this moment. An inspector and a Star Explorer. Very well done indeed. An old man stared fiercely at both individuals, his 4 arms clenching into fists. He was the top figure of Luoshui. Since this incident had occurred, naturally, the illicit affairs between the 2 people before today were uncovered entirely. If killing these 2 could resolve the matter, he wouldn't hesitate to tear off these beasts' heads with his own hands. It's because of your reckless behavior that now the entire planet is sentenced to death. You really deserve 10,000 deaths. Even if you died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Another more imposing elder also displayed fury on his face. He was the leading figure of Luoshui's military forces. There's no point talking about it now. Bind them, before the other side launches the planetary annihilation attack. Send them to the opponent, and see if we can beg for mercy. One official said helplessly. Who would have thought that just because of 2 small vermin, the whole planet would face catastrophic destruction? Even if we perish, the people of Luoshui cannot die without clear reasons. Global Black Crisis warning is issued. Meanwhile, the cause and effect along with all past misdeeds of these 2 pests shall be made public. I approve. Execute immediately. Let the people of Luoshui die with clarity. The Star Explorer and young inspector turned ashen. Who would have thought that fancying a beauty would cost them an entire Luoshui planet? Throughout Luoshui planet, a Black Crisis alert was issued. At the same time, all official channels were promoting related content with full force. Everyone on Luoshui was boiling with anger. The planet's end times crisis had been caused by a Star Explorer's and an inspector's lustful hearts. There's a saying, the character for lust has a knife over it, and this knife could indeed be terrifying. At this moment in the vastness of space beyond, densely packed airspace fighters blanketed the sky ahead in the starry expanse. Seeing the number of these airspace fighters, Qin Shi Huang was somewhat surprised. This military stockpile of Luoshui wasn't half bad. But technology presented gaps too wide to bridge, and numbers couldn't compensate for everything. It was quite clear that the other side also understood this perfectly. Luoshui's military strength didn't launch an attack at the first instance. Instead, they kept trying to negotiate peace. Even though their numbers were great, if they attacked directly, there was a chance they could interrupt the energy charging of that star-annihilating mech. But then what? Right now, the star-annihilating level mech was only charging its energy, not launching any offense. If they interrupted the energy charge, it would mean setting free the star-annihilating level mech. No matter how many forces they had, they still wouldn't stand a chance against such a mech. When that star-annihilating mech simply obliterated them and recharged, no one would be able to stop the destruction of Luoshui planet. At this point, on the star annihilation crossbow erected by the divine general mech, a colossal energy arrow had already begun to form. The energy arrow stretched nearly a kilometer long. Though compared to an entire planet, a kilometer-long energy arrow was but equivalent to a tiny needle. However, this energy arrow emitted an ominous aura of annihilation. Nobody doubted that this single energy arrow could destroy Luoshui, and given Luoshui's current means, there was no way to intercept it. Just at this moment, all forward-deployed airspace fighters from Luoshui began projecting an image. In the projection, the bound Star Explorer and the young inspector were visible. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang felt somewhat speechless. These real clansmen of Luoshui actually believed he intended to annihilate Luoshui because of these brainless individuals. Yet, looking at Luoshui's Earth-like blue exterior, Qin Shi Huang felt some stirring within. If the great Qin faltered, and these outer universe civilizations entered the known universe, would Earth face a similar fate in the future? Chapter 45, Tianmu 3. As the image was projected, Zhen Yizhu sent another message pleading for peace talks. Piloting the Zulong 2, Qin Shi Huang sighed softly as he looked at the star of Luoshui before him. Zuli, Qin Shi Huang spoke gently. At this point, the energy charge of the celestial star crossbow in the divine general mech had reached about 70 to 80%. Because of the short distance, Qin Shang could feel the terrifying and destructive aura emanating from the arrow of the celestial star crossbow, making him somewhat nervous. Aim at Tianmu 3, fire. Qin Shang spoke softly. But your highness, prince. Suli hesitated. Be a good girl, follow my order. Qin Shang's voice was calm. Yes, your highness. Suli paused and slightly adjusted the position of the celestial star crossbow of the divine general mech. Fire. The crossbow bolt broke through the air. The recoil made the divine general mech lose balance and fly backward. Finished. Seeing the launch of the celestial star crossbow, everyone on Luoshui star widened their eyes, with ashen faces. Chewing warship, unlock the signal blockade. Li Si intrudes into the Luoshui star network to track the celestial star crossbow bolt and broadcast it live on all screens across Luoshui star. Qin Shang said calmly. Understood. Li Si's voice came through the communication. Afterward, every screen across Luoshui star projected an image. It was the celestial star crossbow bolt. The kilometer-long energy crossbow bolt emitted a terrible aura of destruction, heading straight forward. In the picture, Luoshui star still existed. Just a moment ago, many members of the Zheng clan of Luoshui star were silent, angry at that young investigator and star scout. Now they were all speechless. Is this a celestial star attack? Luoshui star is finished. The speed of the celestial star crossbow bolt was very fast. To some extent, even surpassing light speed. Within tens of seconds, the celestial star crossbow bolt arrived near the position of Luoshui star. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, it didn't hit Luoshui star directly. Instead, it went straight through the atmosphere of Luoshui star, leaving behind a huge hole that remained unhealed for a long time. The celestial star crossbow bolt passed almost parallel to the stratosphere of Luoshui star's atmosphere. Even most of the people on Luoshui star could clearly see the blue streak passing by in the sky. All the members of the Zheng clan were momentarily stunned. Did it miss? But evidently, this was almost impossible. The probability of the attack of a celestial star mech missing was virtually non-existent. It was obvious that it was deliberately aimed this way. The elites of Luoshui star all let out a sigh of relief, having almost thought that they would be wiped out just now. But where did this celestial star crossbow bolt go? There was no sign of weakening in the power shown by the celestial star crossbow bolt in the footage. It kept moving forward. In space, the celestial star crossbow bolt left a streak of blue light. Only thanks to the advanced technology of Qin could Chewing warship successfully track and capture the state of the celestial star crossbow bolt. If it were Luoshui star themselves doing it, they might have only managed to catch the blue streak of light. A few minutes later, a planet familiar to the Zheng clan of Luoshui star appeared in the footage. Tianmu 3. The nearest planet to Luoshui star, larger in mass and volume than Luoshui star, but not habitable. By then, the Zheng clan of Luoshui star had figured it out. The target of the celestial star crossbow bolt was indeed Tianmu 3. And the higher-ups of Luoshui star also understood. Was it really a misfire? Clearly not. It was a warning to them. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, the celestial star crossbow bolt pierced right through the vast Tianmu 3. After piercing through Tianmu 3, the remaining bit of energy from the bolt gradually dissipated. Suli controlled it perfectly. The energy of the celestial star crossbow bolt was exactly enough to destroy a single planet. Subsequently, in the footage, the Tianmu 3 began to collapse along the line pierced by the celestial star crossbow bolt. The planet started its demise. One shot destroyed a star. And this was not just any star, it was Tianmu 3, which was even bigger than Luoshui star. Although the destruction of such a nearby planet like Tianmu 3 surely affected Luoshui star, with the interstellar era level of technology available, Luoshui star was certainly capable of mitigating these effects. This outcome was certainly better than outright annihilation. You're not mad anymore, are you? Qin Shang asked quietly after watching the crossbow bolt hit Tianmu 3. Not at all. I must thank His Highness the Crown Prince. There was a hint of relief in Suli's voice. Though the initial goal was truly the complete destruction of the entire Luoshui star, and Suli had witnessed bloodshed throughout her journey, having grown accustomed to slaughter, destroying a star, especially one suitable for habitation, and eliminating billions of living souls, she had never faced such a situation before. Hence, earlier, her hand trembled slightly when placed on Qin Shang's shoulder. While she was more or less capable of accepting it, if Luoshui star had truly been obliterated, Suli admitted that her psychological burden would have been significant. Thus, Qin Shang's act of mercy brought some relief to Suli. Qin Shang looked toward Luoshui star. It wasn't that he was playing saint, but rather, his initial plan with Suli seemed a little excessive. Annihilating a star didn't necessarily mean wiping out an entire habitable planet along with billions of lives. Of course, this depended on the situation. If the people on Luoshui star were living their carefree lives, Qin Shang estimated he'd act much more decisively and even celebrate after the deed, with no psychological burden. In fact, only excitement in such a scenario. At the same time, nearly all the space fighters that were originally in front of Qin Shang and Suli had already changed direction, leaving just a few stragglers. With Tianmu 3 exploding nearby, they naturally had to go deal with it. As for the mech in front of them, since it hadn't instantly destroyed Luoshui star, that indicated there was still room for peace talks. Anyway, those space fighters lingering here weren't useful. Esteemed guests, due to poor management, we have pests appearing. We sincerely apologize. I wonder if the esteemed guest would like to have a good conversation. A message came from Luoshui star. Then, on the big screen of Luoshui star, a figure appeared. Suli, we can talk. You set up the venue. I want to discuss with the ruler of the Zhun race. Su Li said lightly. So beautiful. The first reaction of all the Zhun clan members upon seeing Su Li was understandable. No wonder those two pests acted lewdly at the sight of her beauty. She's indeed a stunning woman despite having lost both arms and some hair. From an aesthetic point of view, most of the Zhun clan still thought Su Li was extraordinarily beautiful. Qin Shang remained unseen. Su Li was the pilot of the divine general mech, the one who annihilated a star with one shot, so it was appropriate for Su Li to represent them in this context. Meanwhile, the identity of Su Li had been uncovered by the Zhun clan. Though the Zhun clan was weak, they weren't completely isolated from the galaxy. As soon as the ether signal blockade was lifted, what happened on Luoshui's star was immediately reported upward. A star-destroying mech. This was not something the Zhun clan could provoke. If they angered the enemy, the Zhun clan might be wiped out, requiring only a bit more effort from the enemy. Although the Longwa star system isn't small, a star-destroying mech could come and go freely. Thus, the Zhun clan naturally dared not neglect this matter. And as the driver of a star-destroying mech, Su Li's name was recognized across the galaxy. Hence, the Zhun clan was able to identify Su Li's identity. Human, descendant of the king of humanity, Su Li Su. Chapter 46, The Conference. The human race. They are truly a people not to be trifled with. Although since the decline of Great Qin, the overall trajectory of humanity has been on a downward spiral. According to interstellar history records, the human race's power has always ebbed and flowed. Not long after its decline, it would rise again into a formidable force. Even the current declining human race was still not something their true clan could provoke. Among them, the descendants of the human king controlled over 10 or even 20 stellar systems, much richer in resources than the 3 stellar systems of the Withered Veil. But the true clan's ruler was very puzzled. How did a Miss Su from the Su family end up in such a small place as the Withered Veil? Not to mention the strength of the Su family alone. Just the strength that these humans had already shown was far beyond what they could contend with. Besides one starship-grade mech that could dominate the entire Withered Veil, the opposing side also deployed 50 Skyvault mechs. The entire true clan couldn't muster even 50 Skyvault mechs. Although they had many warships, during an actual battle, warships were simply no match for Skyvault mechs. Moreover, the higher-ups of the true clan were quite discerning. Those mechs, despite being varied in type, were all top-notch models within the interstellar world. Even if the true clan pooled all their resources, indeed, they could probably exchange enough warships to eliminate these 50 Skyvault mechs, but only at the cost of grievous injuries to the clan itself. This is considering the situation excluding that one starship-grade mech. Factoring in the starship-grade mech, the true clan had no chance of winning. Under these circumstances, the true clan had no choice but to accept peace talks and express as much goodwill as possible. Also, according to the interrogation of the two criminals, it seemed like the human side wasn't led by Su Li. Instead, a man referred to as Crown Prince by Su Li appeared to be in charge. He was the pilot of the dark gold-colored mech. Crown Prince. Who among the human race could be called a Crown Prince? At least to his knowledge, the Su family didn't have any such thing as a Crown Prince. Unthinkable. They, the true clan, dared not even contemplate such matters. At this moment, all the mechs had vanished from outer space near Luoshui's star. Qin Shang, Su Li, and the other great Qin warriors had all returned to the fledgling ship. With the level of technology available to the true clan, trying to find a hidden fledgling ship was virtually impossible. Though they had lost track of Qin Shang and others, the true clan was nonetheless highly active in preparing the venue for their meeting with Su Li. That night, almost every high-level member of the true clan was gathered at the venue in the capital planet of the true clan, waiting as per Su Li's request. Those who couldn't make it in time participated via three-dimensional projection, reaching the venue on schedule. Su Li's projection materialized right in the center of the venue. Everyone trembled slightly. One of the senior members of the true clan inconspicuously glanced at a cloaked man nearby. That cloaked man gave a barely noticeable shake of his head. The projectors had been prepared by the true clan. Yet when Su Li's image appeared through the projectors, they hadn't detected any signs of a network breach. This alone indicated a staggeringly vast gap in technological advancement. And naturally, Su Li wouldn't risk showing her true self at the core location of the true clan. After all, currently speaking, the person who posed the greatest threat to the true clan was Su Li, the pilot of the divine general mech. Though Su Li had already reached the 7th stage of the Qi practitioner cultivation realm, she wasn't invincible. Given the current technological capacity, if proper preparation were made, it would not be impossible to instantly kill Su Li before she summoned the divine general mech. Thus, precautionary measures were necessary. By utilizing Li Si's intrusion into the true clan's network, she appeared via subprojection. Greetings to all esteemed politicians of the true clan. Su Li grinned as she greeted them in interstellar common language. Miss Su, greetings to you, responded the leader of the true clan warmly, looking towards Su Li's projection with a smile. Although respectful, he wasn't overly obsequious. As for those two criminals, I've had my people bring them over. I wonder, how should we handle these two offenders to your satisfaction? Up until now, the true clan believed that Su Li took such action due to those two individuals. However, Su Li shook her head smilingly. They're your people. You can deal with them according to your rules. There's no need to consult my opinion. My purpose here today is based on our young master's intentions. There are some matters that need to be discussed with all of you. Su Li grinned again. A wave of astonishment swept across the faces of the true clan's senior officials. So, this visit wasn't because those two had offended these two humans? So, may I ask what matters Miss Su wishes to discuss with us? the true clan's ruler carefully asked. Now they were clueless about what the opponent's real intentions might be. And given the true clan's disadvantageous position in terms of strength, they had little room for options under the current situation. What do these humans want to do? The national lord of the Jin clan felt a little uneasy. It's a good thing for you. Su Li smiled faintly. You should be more aware than I am about the situation in the Vale of Withering now. Su Li continued. The senior officials of the Jin clan hesitated, and their ruler's heart trembled slightly. As expected, the humans' objective wasn't simple. The tentacle tribe conspired with an external civilization to press both your Jin clan and the Phantom Remnant tribe to the ground. This matter is already widely known in the Vale of Withering. Su Li looked at the senior members of the Jin clan and said this. No one voiced any objection. It was indeed the fact, and they were even the most disadvantaged side among them. Because the first target of this attack by the tentacle tribe was none other than the Jin clan. Another piece of news, perhaps you've heard something about it already. Following the alliance of the tentacle tribe, the Phantom Remnant has also conspired with outsiders. Su Li mentioned this. The high-ranking members of the Jin clan fell into even deeper silence. This matter, they had indeed received news about it. Even prior to hearing about Su Li's actions, they were convening meetings to discuss the collaboration between the Phantom Remnants and alien races. Do you think your Jin clan has any intention of seeking external assistance? Su Li scanned through the entire circle of Jin clan seniors. These top members exchanged glances, but kept silent. It was a topic that had been truly debated in their previous meeting. After all, it was not they who broke the precedent first. Two other species had already found external allies. If they still stuck to old rules, they would just be consumed entirely. They even suspected whether Su Li might have been eavesdropping on their prior meeting. I wonder, what exactly is Miss Su's meaning? The Jin clan ruler asked cautiously. No special implication, just wanted to inquire whether you have the thought to look for outside help. If you're thinking of seeking external assistance, then I wonder if we are qualified enough to become your allies. Su Li stated mildly. This statement threw the Jin clan leaders into greater confusion. Indeed, they had harbored such thoughts and were considering potential allies before. However, someone had come offering themselves as allies. Chapter 47. The former Great Qin. The ruler of the nation looked at the projection of Su Li before him, with a somewhat hesitant expression. After all, the strength they currently knew about on the other side was 1 star-destroying mecha and 50-star mechas, along with a cyber network far exceeding the Jin race's technology. If there was only this much power to claim collaboration, the Jin race felt it seemed slightly insufficient. Although actually, these forces were already sufficient to completely overwhelm their Jin race, or even the 3 races of the Vale of Withering. The main point was that single star-destroying mecha, which was too invincible. It was already among the top-tier powers in high-level battles. But human hearts are naturally greedy to some extent, considering the other 2 races were colluding with an entire civilization. If the Jin race wanted to cooperate with someone, they naturally hoped that their cooperating party would be more powerful than the civilizations cooperating with the other 2 races. Miss Su, does this mean that you're representing Su clan to cooperate with us? Asked the ruler of the Jin race. With Su clan involved, it certainly could be considered. The remnant of the King race, a species left over from one of humanity's most prosperous periods. Even a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Though they didn't know how strong the civilization behind the Shadow Relic race was. But anyway, the tentacle race's supporting civilization definitely cannot compare with Su clan of the remnant of the King race. However, Su Li shook her head mysteriously. No, I now have not much to do with Su clan. I'm also working for someone else. After all, Su Li lengthened her tone and glanced meaningfully around the present high-ups of the Jin race. Our Su clan can't offer me even a single star-destroying mecha. Also, I haven't finished. Our cooperation isn't just a regular collaboration. The high-level officials of the Jin race slightly staggered, finding it true indeed. There are numerous races in the universe, and the Jin race is extremely small. Apart from certain powerful race civilizations which they exceptionally follow on the interstellar network, most civilizations don't draw their attention, including Su clan. Even though Su clan surpasses them by miles, when compared with truly powerful races like the Angel race, they're not even in the same tier. Under normal circumstances, the Jin race wouldn't pay much attention to information related to Su clan. But after investigating Su Li's identity, they had thoroughly examined everything, including the star-destroying mecha Su Li uses for training, which turned out to be leased. If Su clan really had their own star-destroying mecha under control, combined with Su Li's piloting ability, Su clan's influence would absolutely be more than just this much. And so the ruler of the Jin race carefully looked towards Su Li and opened his mouth. May I ask what kind of cooperation model Ms. Su refers to? He had foreseen some aspects, yet wasn't fully certain. Subjugation. Su Li opened her mouth indifferently. Just like how you submitted to Qin back then. Silence. A deathly silence. Impossible. A high-ranking official of the Jin race leaped up as if electrocuted. Qin. In the interstellar multiracial world, this was a taboo, a nightmare-like existence. Back when Qin was almost on the verge of unifying the stars, many of the interstellar multiracial groups submitted to the overwhelming might of Qin. The 3 races of the Vale of Withering were also among the stellar races that once bowed to Qin. Although they obeyed orders without receiving proclamations and implemented something akin to 1 country, 2 systems, significant decisions still had to be reported to Qin. Furthermore, on fixed days, they had to pay tribute to Qin, and this tribute wasn't a small amount. It virtually took up half of all kinds of resources possessed by the Jin race. But the scale that Vale of Withering reached today owed a lot to Qin. When Qin's territory expanded into the range of the Vale of Withering, Apart from the Shadow Relic race being a branch of an old civilization truly owning interstellar technology, the Tentacle race and the Xuan race were merely natives just beginning to step out from their own planets. But Qin acknowledged the interstellar civilization status of the Tentacle race and the Xuan race. After both races surrendered, Qin provided relevant support and protection, including the Shadow Relic race. At that time, the Shadow Relic race, despite possessing interstellar technology, was still being hunted by their former enemies and trembling in fear within the Veil of Withering. After the Shadow Relic race submitted to Qin, Qin directly offered a buy one get one free deal, directly subduing the enemy civilization that had once chased the Shadow Relic race. Under Qin's protection, the Shadow Relic race could peacefully multiply and develop in the nascent star system. Under Qin's technological support, the Tentacle race and the Xuan race quickly entered the ranks of interstellar civilizations. Even though the technology supported by Qin were relatively fundamental ones, they were indeed authentic interstellar technology, including some stellar infrastructure across the entire Veil of Withering, such as quantum channels. All were constructed by Qin. Otherwise, Chuing's ship owned by Qin Shang would not have been able to possess the privilege of the quantum channel either. After all, the entire outer universe contains more than tens of trillions of large and small star systems. Moreover, there are countless races in the universe. If the Great Qin truly aimed for unification, it would be impossible to govern everything itself. The Great Qin simply didn't have that many people or resources for such a task. Thus, the Great Qin adopted a policy akin to one country, two systems for all other subordinate civilizations. They only needed to pay tributes regularly. And for some weaker stellar civilizations, the Great Qin did genuinely provide protection, just like the Shadow Relic race. Looking back, under the Black Forest rule in the outer universe, the policies of the Great Qin were already quite gentle. Most interactions between different stellar civilizations resulted in the conquered being almost completely annihilated. Even if any survived, they were enslaved as beasts of burden, because no civilization had ever been able to conquer such vast territories like the Great Qin. However, during the decline of the Great Qin, when the royal lineage temporarily ended without the Tiger Talisman authorization, the Great Qin faced continuous attacks from numerous powerful interstellar races and suffered successive defeats. In those times, the various interstellar civilizations that submitted to the Great Qin began breaking away one after another. But at the beginning, the Great Qin simply lacked the resources to handle these defections. After the complete decline of the Great Qin, the interstellar region returned to its chaotic Black Forest rules. The Veil of Withering was also like this back then. When the Shadow Relic race, the Tentacle race, and the Xuan race broke away from the Great Qin together, they carved up the Veil of Withering among themselves. But now, with the betrayal of the Tentacle race conspiring with an external civilization, that era has come to an end. Now, as Suli once again brings up the Great Qin in front of the Xuan race elites, it undoubtedly lifts the lid on some things the Xuan race tried to hide. If it weren't for the Great Qin back then, their fate might very well have been the same as most civilizations who had just stepped into the interstellar stage, being discovered by a stronger civilization, then destroyed, consumed, and erased. It seems you've misunderstood something, said Suli's projection while looking at the gathered Xuan race high-ups. This isn't a negotiation. This is the notification. You have one day to decide, either submit, or, after speaking, Suli's projection disappeared from the conference hall. Only a group of bewildered Xuan race officials were left staring at each other. Chapter 48. The True E Clan's Urgent Military Situation. Lord of the Nation. One of the senior officials looked at the True E Clan's national lord and began. We have only just achieved true autonomy. We absolutely cannot again submit to others. The national lord's expression was somewhat complicated. I understand. The True E Clan has a long lifespan, especially under the current level of technology. Additionally, their extraordinary powers can also increase their lifespan. When the current lord was still in his youth, he experienced the True E Clan under the rule of the Great Qin Dynasty, and the previous national lord was his father. Yes, that human of the Su clan may possess one star-destroying mech suit, but excluding that one, their strength isn't actually that great, another official opened his mouth to say. But there is simply no way we can deal with just that one star-destroying mech suit. Yet another official interjected somberly. Everyone instantly fell silent. A star-destroying mech suit indeed is very powerful, but it also wears down over time. She can't fight endlessly. If we are willing to bear some sacrifices, we could wear her out through attrition as well. And besides, I don't believe she'd be willing to fight us to the bitter end. An official analyzed and said so. But have you considered the cost? How great that will be? A relatively calm voice chimed in. Once again, silence descended among the people present. Indeed, directly confronting a star-destroying mech suit would require the True E Clan to pay an extremely high price with their current capabilities. And once truly entangled, the True E Clan couldn't realistically pose any substantial threat to the star-destroying mech suit. Instead, the opponent would move freely. If the star-destroying mech suit really wanted to leave, they had no ability to stop her. And currently, we're already facing attacks from the Tentacle race. If we add this human of the Su clan and her star-destroying mech suit, all the high-level members of the True E Clan grew even more silent. In that case, let's find an even more powerful civilization to cooperate with. There were still dissenting voices heard. Huh. Suddenly came a snort followed by laughter. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. After our True E Clan became independent from Qin for a few years, all of you lost your sense of self-awareness. The speaker was a much older member of the True E Clan. Although advanced in age, his demeanor was spirited. He was one who possessed extraordinary powers and an elder of the true Yi clan, having lived through the times under the rule of the Qin. The limited resources of our true Yi clan, what powerful civilizations could we hope to collaborate with? Even if we somehow found one, would it really be a collaboration? Or wouldn't it just be leading the sheep to the tiger's den? And then to confront a star-destroying mech suit, the conditions set by them would undoubtedly surpass those initially imposed by the old Qin. Furthermore, are you certain that they only possess one star-destroying mech suit? After speaking, the old man projected a hologram locking onto the dark golden mech beside the star-destroying mech suit. Up until this point, during the old man's consecutive analysis, none of them had dared to interrupt. Now, looking at the image of the dark golden mech within the projection, they remained utterly speechless. Anyone with basic space warfare knowledge could tell. This dark golden mech, while not being a star-destroying mech suit, was definitely not ordinary. Old General, what should we do? Having steadied himself, the National Lord looked toward the old man and asked, if, hypothetically speaking, the other side really has the capacity to protect us and help achieve something similar to what the Qin once did, submission may not necessarily be unwarranted. And, the old man smirked mysteriously, we might not even come out on the losing end. What do you mean, Old General? The light in the National Lord's eyes brightened slightly. Currently, the balance has been disrupted by the tentacle race. According to intelligence reports, the Phantom Legacy race is almost certainly on the brink too. Should we surrender? If they genuinely choose to protect us, it becomes their responsibility to resolve these two races. Even if we have to offer tributes. But if the entire Withering Veil falls into the hands of our clan, ultimately, it would be worth it. The old man grinned. In fact, in the eyes of the elder, the development of the race takes precedence. Submitting or not doesn't really matter. As long as the race can continue thriving and develop peacefully, that is the best outcome. Although he also supported the separation from the Qin in the past, that was out of necessity. Had they not split from the Qin, other powerful spacefaring races might have mistakenly viewed the true Yi clan as part of the Qin force and launched attacks accordingly. Putting it simply, during the years when they submitted to the Qin, apart from the tribute paid, the true Yi clan experienced rapid progress without worrying about threats. DRRRT, DRRRT, DRRRT. Just at that moment, the entire meeting hall was suddenly filled with a red emergency alert. The National Lord frowned slightly upon seeing this, because the sound meant urgent military communications had come in. Under normal circumstances, whoever carried such intelligence would have entered immediately. But today's meeting regarding encountering Su Li was particularly crucial, thus all permissions had been blocked. Without hesitation, the National Lord immediately authorized the receipt of the intelligence. National Lord, urgent report from the frontier. Earlier, the tentacle race launched another major attack. But this time, the Phantom Legacy race, which was supposed to assist in our defense, suddenly defected at a critical moment. The Tentacle race and the Phantom Legacy race launched attacks on the Mubing star system and Wangbing star system from two sides. Our forces couldn't hold out, suffering heavy casualties, and we've lost control of both star systems. In the report, an anxious border soldier of the true Yi clan urgently informed the council. All high-ranking members of the true Yi clan showed a drastic change in their expressions. The Mubing and Wangbing star systems were precisely the two border gates of the true Yi clan. They were also the two planetary systems that bordered the Dying Veil star system with the Newborn star system and the Prosperous star system. Now that these two gates had been lost, it meant the Dying Veil star system was open for invasion by both the Tentacle race and the Phantom Legacy race. It seems that the Phantom Legacy race has completely collaborated with the civilization behind them, said the National Lord of the True Yi clan with a bitter expression. Furthermore, judging by the situation, the Tentacle race and the Phantom Legacy race have likely reached some kind of understanding. The old general furrowed his brows. That is, they plan to consume our true Yi clan first, then compete against each other. A profound silence fell over the room, and the atmosphere in the meeting hall became nearly frozen. Initially, the three civilizations of the Withering Curtain possessed roughly equal strength, as if controlled deliberately by the Qin back in the day. After all, the three races once served under the Qin, who could not afford them to annihilate each other. Thus, the balance of power in the Withering Curtain remained undisturbed for many years. Now, with the Phantom Legacy race and the Tentacle race seeking external help, the balance had been shattered. Their true Yi clan obviously could no longer stand a chance against such overwhelming odds. In light of this, the proposal made earlier by Miss Su of the Su family might be worth considering after all. The elder continued to speak. The National Lord slightly paused, looking towards one official. Yes, the Phantom Legacy race and the Tentacle race are similar in strength to us. They would never seek collaboration with a much stronger civilization. Someone analyzed. After all, alliances typically occur between evenly matched powers. Lions cooperate with other lions. If you're a lamb and try to collaborate with a tiger, you'll simply end up being eaten. The National Lord hesitated momentarily, glanced again at the old general who offered no objection, then immediately announced, "We will now vote, with the majority ruling." Chapter 49, the Zhun clan submits. Master Qin, you are still too kind-hearted. At this moment, on the Two Eagle ship, Su Li was lying lazily in a high-tech massage chair with her beautiful legs crossed, smiling lightly as she spoke. Qin Shang shook his head, saying nothing more, letting himself understand. As long as the goal is achieved, that's all that matters. He wasn't someone who enjoyed killing just for intimidation. To make an example of an entire planet's worth of lives was too extreme. Of course, Qin Shang followed his own principles and wasn't about to act like some savior. If the Zheng clan truly opposed him, he wouldn't hesitate. I wonder if they're willing to submit. If the Zheng clan refuses, we'll have to come up with another plan. Qin Shi diverted the topic. They have no choice. Su Li smirked. That's right. I've received something interesting. At this moment, Li Si's hologram appeared in the room. Oh, what did you find? Qin Shi looked up at Li Si. The Yuan remnants have already agreed on cooperation with the civilization behind them, and have formally turned against the Zheng clan. Moreover, the Yuan remnants and the tentacle race have reached an agreement. These two races are planning to consume the Zheng clan first. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi grinned. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? It seems the Zheng clan will soon be unable to sit idly by. Su Li responded with a smile as well. For the next 2 days, the two eagle ship stayed hidden. Meanwhile, Qin Shi continued his daily routine of cultivation and study. In contrast to Qin Shi's leisure, the Zheng clan was growing increasingly anxious. After 2 days had passed, the tentacle race and the Yuan remnants launched attacks from both sides against the Zheng clan's territory, achieving overwhelming victories. With the backing of other civilizations, the Zheng clan stood no chance. And even if they tried to ally with other civilizations now, it would be too late. Now, with these two clans plus their respective civilizational aids, there were effectively 4 civilizations attacking the Zheng clan. Even if the Zheng clan managed to contact other civilizations and withstand attacks from 4 civilizations simultaneously, the price they would demand might not be so simple as a minor inconvenience. In such circumstances, Su Li had become the Zheng clan's only lifeline. However, since the technology level aboard the two eagle ship was far ahead of the Zheng clan, if Qin Shi and the others didn't voluntarily reveal themselves, the Zheng clan could neither find nor contact them. Why didn't we just agree to their terms back then? During a similar meeting, one official, who had opposed submitting to the faction where Su Li belonged, spoke arrogantly. At this point, it wasn't a matter of whether or not they wanted to comply. The survival of the Zheng clan hinged on submission. One should have agreed then. Another official mumbled quietly. Could it be they're frightened by the formidable assault of the Yuan remnants and the tentacle race? Someone speculated. The ruler of the Zheng clan shook his head. That possibility is small. They had already mentioned before proposing our submission that the Yuan remnants were seeking alliances with other civilizations, indicating they had everything planned out. Given that knowledge, they still proposed such an idea, which certainly means they won't give up merely because we refused the first time. Moreover, they said we should take the time to consider, the old general added at this point. Their purpose now is clearly to leave us hanging for a while. Since it's us who are desperate, they'll raise the stakes when the time comes. Upon hearing the old general's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. That should indeed be the case. Therefore, we mustn't lose composure. Since they want to subjugate us, they likely wouldn't prefer us to be completely useless. What we should do most now is to organize our defense independently and resist their assault as much as possible. Our Zheng clan isn't anyone's pushover after all these years. Even if those humanoids don't show up, we should be ready to fight to the death. The Zheng clan will take down part of the enemy, even if we face annihilation. Although older, the old general hadn't lost the spirit of a soldier. Clap, clap. A round of applause rang out. Great. I really admire this old general's style. Startled, everyone turned around. Miss Su, the ruler of the Zheng clan, seemed bewildered, wondering when the other party had arrived. Was the technological gap really that vast? Both times they appeared, it was silently without notice, and they detected nothing. I've heard the past few days haven't been good for any of you. Or rather, not good for the Qin clan. Su Li smiled slyly and spoke. Miss Su, why bother mocking us now? With your abilities, you should already know the dire situation our Qin clan is in. Indeed, you are our only lifeline at this point. The old general looked towards Su Li with a bitter smile. So, what do you have to say about my proposal now? Su Li glanced around at the gathered senior members of the Qin clan. We agree to submit. But submission requires us knowing your specific power, doesn't it? The leader of the Zheng clan spoke up. At least let us know to whom we're submitting and what kind of force it represents, the Zheng clan leader added. That part you don't need to know clearly yet. Just understand it as the human race for now. Su Li grinned. All right. The leader of the Zheng clan stopped worrying about this detail. So, what would be required from our submission? The leader asked. Meanwhile, all senior members of the Zheng clan immediately focused their attention as this was the core issue. The same conditions as the Great Qin Dynasty, just following commands without needing announcements. Regular tribute payments will suffice. Su Li stated clearly. Agreed. The Zheng clan leader glanced at the old general and seeing no objection, immediately nodded his consent. Originally, they had expected that in this moment of life or death for the Qin clan, exorbitant demands might be presented. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be no different than the terms given to the Great Qin. I will arrange someone to deliver the first tribute soon, but I wonder when Lord Qin might assist in addressing the current crisis of our Qin clan. The leader of the Zheng clan inquired. Since the Zheng clan had submitted like the Great Qin, Su Li's side should grant them some level of protection. Rest assured, once your first tribute is delivered, your crisis will be resolved. After the tribute is prepared, just contact this communication code. Su Li left a sequence of the communication code. The Zheng clan leader hurriedly recorded it down. We'll prepare the tribute as quickly as possible, said the Zheng clan leader. In normal circumstances, as subjects after submitting, they should have had the tribute ready beforehand. But now, facing the tentacle species and the remains of the Yuan remnants, the Zheng clan was in disarray, thus not prepared in advance. Trust me, you won't regret today's decision. Su Li gave a faint smile and then severed the projection, her figure disappearing. Left behind were the Zhang clan's senior members who felt some size in their hearts. They'd just regained autonomy for a few years before becoming someone else's subordinate again. Chapter 50. Splitting into two teams. Zhun Yi clan, subdued. Su Li looked at Qin Shang. We also have work to do now. So Prime Minister Li Si, have you uncovered the civilizations behind the Yingying remnants and tentacle clans? Qin Shang nodded. Since they had chosen the Withered Curtain as their initial foothold, they were already prepared. The tentacle clans are backed by the Yin Yang clan, while the Yingying remnants are supported by a branch of the Bulan clan, the Goblins. These two races both control more than a dozen star systems. Li Si's projection opened and explained. At the same time, three-dimensional projections of the two races along with some related information appeared before Qin Shang. A humanoid figure with a sheep's head and cloven hooves, wearing clothing with dark red horns atop its head and some red fur on its face. The Yin Yang clan. As for the other one, isn't this just a goblin? Qin Shang was somewhat surprised looking at that projection. It was almost identical to the image of a goblin he knew, except this goblin was much taller, nearly 2 meters. No wonder, it's called the High Goblin, truly fitting. For Qin, a civilization controlling more than a dozen star systems, was really just a minor race. Its strength probably equaled that of the Wing clan in earlier times. Though to the great Qin Empire, it was just a minor civilization. But for the three clans within the Withered Curtain, these were undeniably gigantic forces. In fact, both the High Goblins and Yin Yangs had once schemed to take over the Withered Curtain. But at the time, the three clans in the Withered Curtain banded together. Although they could have been overwhelmed, it would definitely have come at a cost. Compared to the inherent value of the Withered Curtain, it wasn't worthwhile. But things were different now. The local races driving the Withered Curtain were infighting. They only needed to offer some assistance to gain advantages. To the Great Qin, these two races indeed weren't much. However, currently, Qin Shang only had 1,000 people, which made taking on both these races quite a challenge. Yet, Qin Shang wasn't overly worried. This time, their adversaries weren't the Yin Yang or High Goblin races themselves, but rather the support they lent to the Yingying remnant and tentacle clans. Their core enemies were still the Yingying remnants and the tentacle clans themselves. In wars of this scale, it was unlikely the Yin Yang and High Goblin would dispatch vast forces. Come, Su Beauty, let's discuss our combat strategy. Qin Shang turned towards Su Li. Their strength was limited, so meticulous planning was necessary. Splitting into two teams. This was their final decision. Su Li would go solo, handling the support forces from the tentacle clans and Yin Yangs. With a single Starry Sky mech, she would be able to suppress them. Neither the Yin Yang nor the Goblin clans possessed stellar-class mechs. If they did, their power wouldn't just be over a dozen star systems. After all, not even the Su clan, a remnant of the once great human king lineage, could retain stellar-class mechs, so these minor civilizations certainly couldn't possess such mechs either. But they did have stellar-class warships. Nevertheless, they were merely aiding the Withered Curtain. They wouldn't send their ultimate stellar-class warships. Moreover, even if they had stellar-class warships, Su Li piloting her divine general mech wouldn't back down. The other team would have Qin Shang lead the remaining force, 50 Starry Sky mechs, heading out to suppress the offensive of the Yingying remnants. The rest of the aerial fighters and single soldier mechs would stay aboard the fledgling Eagle ship as precautionary measures. Initially, Su Li refused this plan. After all, Su Li's role was to be Qin Shang's bodyguard. Bodyguards never separated from their protectees. But after several attempts at persuasion by Qin Shang, who pointed out they were merely facing minor civilizations, and given his mastery over the ultra-frequency mode of the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech, he could escape even when confronted by stellar-class mechs. Currently, none of these civilizations could produce stellar-class mechs, and Su Li originally planned to handle the enemy piece by piece anyway. Given the availability of quantum channels, solving the issue of the tentacle clans first, and then turning back to deal with the Yingying remnants wouldn't waste much time in between. Yet Qin Shang insisted on splitting into two groups. His reasoning: as the crown prince of the great Qin Empire, he bore the heavy responsibility of leading its rise. Under such circumstances, how could he avoid any risk? If Su Li protected him too well, he would inevitably become a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. But the princes of the great Qin were always soaring eagles, and this was an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. Relatively speaking, the risks associated with this current mission were relatively low. Finally, after a period of silence, Su Li nodded in agreement. Qin Shang was right. Princes of the great Qin Empire were always soaring eagles. Moreover, Qin Shang currently bore the destiny of the entire great Qin Empire. There was still much ahead for him to experience. It was impossible for him not to undergo such minimal risks. Since the plan had been formulated, preparations immediately began on the fledgling Eagle ship. The Zhun Yi clan acted swiftly. The next day, they connected with the fledgling Eagle ship via the channel Su Li had left behind, stating that the first batch of tributes was ready. Li Si promptly created a projection of Su Li through the projection system, which appeared in the Zhun Yi clan's meeting hall to verify their tribute list. All previous three-dimensional projections of Su Li were achieved through Li Si's intelligence system. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Li Si to simulate a projection of Su Li. As for the real Su Li, she was already on her way to the Mu Ping star system. The entire star system resembled a large bottle, hence the name Mu Ping star system. At this point, the Zhun Yi clan had completely lost control over the defense of the Mu Ping star system. The military forces of the Tentacle and Yin Yang clans were wreaking havoc within the Mu Ping star system. Meanwhile, Qin Shang was leading a mixed squadron of 50 Starry Sky mechs toward the Wang Ping star system. The Wang Ping star system lies to the left and right of the Mu Ping star system, gazing from afar, thus its name, Wang Ping star system. The situation in the Wang Ping star system was similar to that of the Mu Ping star system, except that the Enying remnants and high goblins were the ones rampaging there. Excellent. Your sincerity is abundant. I will make arrangements right now. Rest assured, it won't be long before you receive good news. However, this is, after all, your own star system. We will provide support, but you also need to coordinate accordingly. Satisfied, Su Li's projection folded up the checklist and looked at the king of the Xuanhuan clan present. Of course, our Xuanhuan clan is also reorganizing our forces. Although the king of the Xuanhuan clan was mentally prepared, handing over such a vast amount of resources still caused a significant degree of pain. Over the past few days, Li Si had essentially ascertained the general situation of the Xuanhuan clan. Their current offering of resources indeed demonstrated ample sincerity. Although these resources, if presented to the great Qin Empire at its zenith, might not have even sparked an interest glance, they were quite impressive for the current state of the great Qin. At the same time, Li Si informed both Qin Shang and Su Li of the tribute situation through etheric signals. Chapter 51, The Divine General Appears. The tribute from the Jin family has arrived. Qin Shang looked at the electronic list of items, and according to Li Si's report, this should be all the resources the current Zhen family can offer without affecting their normal system operations. Now the Zhen family is at a critical juncture of survival or extinction, leaving them no choice but to be full of sincerity. Good. With these resources, my initial plan can at least get started, Qin Shang muttered, smirking. Qin Shang left the Great Qin only with these 1,000 people. Some resources, the Great Qin itself is now almost meticulously budgeting, still waiting for Qin Shang to give feedback. Naturally, there are not many resources available for Qin Shang to bring along. Since the tribute has already been received, it's time to get to work. Two races, the Yuan legacy and the Kobling. Qin Shang didn't pay too much attention to the Yuan legacy. The three civilizations of the Withered Curtain cannot even produce battle starships. As for the Koblings, it's still unclear how much military support they dispatched to assist the Yuan legacy, but they likely did not send too many. On the other side, Su Li also received information from Li Si. Then she could act now, aiming for a quick battle and resolution. After solving them, she would still need to rush over to the Crown Prince's side. Although she agreed to this operation, she could not fully trust Qin Shang. Although the possibility of an accident is not very large, she was after all Qin Shang's bodyguard. Su Li glanced at the units on the Divine General Mech radar, which were the Tentacle Race's starships. Su Li had long been in position. The actions of the battle-grade mech naturally outpaced Qin Shang's ordinary star mechs. It was powered by quantum engines. Ignoring wear and tear of the body, the battle-grade mech could be considered a perpetual motion machine. So after formulating the plan to split into two groups, Su Li directly set off in the Divine General Mech. On the other hand, although the Zulong Type 2 privilege gave some advantage to Qin Shang, he was still within the realm of star mechs. Therefore, Qin Shang and 50 other star mechs needed to board transport starships to head to the Wangping star system. In the main ship of the Touch Star clan, an octopus-like creature looked at the electronic strategic map and revealed a satisfied smile. It won't be long before the entire Merpin star system falls completely into our hands. As soon as we seize the Merpin star system, the gate to the entire Jin family's Laowei stellar system will open to us. The large octopus, who was the commander of this operation, was excited. Although they didn't expend too much effort in this battle, the cost wasn't small either. Regardless, as the main general, once he successfully captures the Merpin star system, the merits he can receive will definitely be substantial. At the same time, the large octopus glanced at the image projection of a huge starship, feeling both admiration and longing. That was the battle-class starship supported by the Yin family. In this collaboration, the Yin family provided 20 star mechs and a fleet of battle starships. They were the main force in this campaign, while the army of the Touch Star clan itself could only serve auxiliary purposes, clearing away minor resistance. Of course, the energy supply for the Yin family's supporting forces had to come from the Touch Star clan. This is why, despite not exerting much effort, their costs weren't insignificant. But they gladly bore this cost. Because in front of the Yin family's battle starship formation and those 20 star mechs, the Zhen family was no match at all. Almost crushed under an overwhelming advance by their side. Even when the Yuan legacy and the Zhen family joined forces, they still couldn't halt their advancing steps. It was just a bit regrettable that for some unknown reason, the Yuan legacy seemed to have opened up its mindset and contacted an external aid race. Otherwise, their Touch Star race would have had a chance to take over the entire Withered Curtain. Even so, swallowing the Zhen family's Laowei star system wouldn't leave them shortchanged. After all, it was a windfall profit. Now that they've connected with the Yin family, they might obtain high-end technology trees, combined with expanded resources. Then, there might actually be a chance to acquire. The large octopus looked at the battle starship on the screen. If they could get hold of a battle starship, their influence could expand further. Military strength is always the backbone of a civilization or species. As long as their influence expands, perhaps obtaining a battle-level mech wouldn't be entirely impossible. The big octopus was already envisioning the beautiful blueprint of the future, even though there were currently no signs. Suddenly, at this moment, a dazzlingly bright fireworks appeared on the screen. The universe was silent, but the light of the firework reflected on the big octopus's face. Still caught in the fantasy of the future, the big octopus hadn't realized what happened yet, his face still wearing a smile. Who lit fireworks? After regaining awareness, the pupils of the big octopus suddenly shrank. What fireworks? Clearly, the battleship they had always desired had exploded. What situation is this? How did it explode suddenly and without warning? Not only did the big octopus fail to react, but the entire force had no idea what was going on. The most powerful battle starship within the entire fleet suddenly exploded, and none of them had detected any issue at all. Could it be a malfunction? But with current technology, what kind of internal fault could possibly destroy an entire star-level battleship? As the fireworks slowly dissipated, a massive figure emerged. Scare. Everyone got a tremendous shock. That towering figure radiated an ominous blue glow, holding a colossal alloy longsword in one hand and an enormous shield in the other. Mech suit. Star-level mech suit. The large octopus's pupils constricted sharply. Just moments ago, he was daydreaming about star-level mech suits, and now one appeared right before his eyes. However, it was quite apparent that the earlier explosion of the star-level battleship was his doing. The opponent directly attacked their star-level battleship. It was obviously not from a friendly side. And indeed, his guess was correct. With a swing of its enormous sword, the star-level mech unleashed a streak of blue electric arc energy that obliterated the escort ships of the Yin-Yang race's star-level battleships like they were chopped melons and vegetables. Retreat. Retreat quickly. In an instant after its appearance, the entire formation of Yin-Yang's star-level battleships was annihilated. This wasn't even on the same level of existence. The large octopus instantly felt his heart drop to his stomach. Run. Now, the large octopus's only thought was escape. As the star-level mech swung its sword again, a vast blue force field immediately engulfed the remaining power of the Yin-Yang clan, 20 space mechs. Without question, 20 splendid fireworks bloomed once more in the starry sky. Everything ended in less than a minute. Su Li's divine general mech directly activated its optical refraction stealth function, maintaining electronic silence as it crept beside the lone star-level battleship capable of posing a real threat to her. With the technological standards of the Tentacle race and the Yin-Yang race, as long as Su Li was cautious, they would never detect the divine general mech. Under such circumstances where preparation outweighs surprise, one swing of her sword cleanly split apart the star-level battleship of the Yin-Yang race. What followed was swift destruction. Next, it was simply slicing through them like a knife through butter. Chapter 52. Cautious Phantom Remnant. The divine general mech transformed into a lone hero, single-handedly overturning the combined forces of the Yin Sheep and Tentacle tribes invading the Merping star system. This was the formidable power of an Annihilator-class mech, an absolute strategic-level force in the stars. Run? Can you really run away? Su Li piloted the divine general mech, watching the Tentacle fleet ahead scatter and flee in disarray. It was too little regard for the capabilities of an Annihilator-class mech. Once again, the divine general mech brought out its enormous stellar crossbow. Without aiming at those fleeing tentacle starships, it raised the stellar crossbow high. This time there was no energy accumulation, and what was fired was not a stellar crossbow bolt. Divine general mech. Celestial stars. The energy bolts shot forth rapidly. With one launch, they covered the sky like countless stars, with dense energy bolts speeding outward. The numerous energy bolts scattered, locked onto targets under the radar guidance of the divine general mech, each achieving precise guidance. These were just ordinary starships, with very general levels of technology that barely met the minimum requirements for interstellar travel. In the face of the divine general's attack, they had no resistance, and couldn't even evade due to the radar guidance. Boom boom boom. Silence filled space, yet a dense array of fireworks burst forth in this patch of the cosmos. A single bolt could destroy an entire starship. When the celestial stars fell, there wasn't a trace of any warships left around. Only debris filling the starry skies. That giant octopus had never thought until death how, in such a favorable situation, it could end this way. Where did the Annihilator-class mech come from? Saying it was Zheng Yi's clan, he wouldn't believe it till his death. With ease, Su Li solved these starships. After discerning the direction, she headed toward the Wangping star system. This much military force didn't even amount to a warm-up for Su Li driving the divine general mech, let alone the practice with Qin Shi Huang. This was the overwhelming power of top-tier technology. Simultaneously, this scene was almost instantaneously transmitted through Chu Ying's ship's ether signal back to the Zheng Yi clan. Their alliance with the defeated Yin-Yang and Tentacle races, who suffered humiliation, was so effortlessly annihilated. All Zheng Yi upper ranks collectively went speechless. An Annihilator-class mech far surpasses our imagination. We were narrow-minded, remarked the old Zheng Yi general somewhat reflectively. Fortunately, we submitted. One official opened with relief. At this moment, reviewing their earlier discussions on wearing down the Annihilator-class mech, it was clear they were being short-sighted. Seeing the Annihilator-class mech easily handle what could exhaust their own Zheng Yi clan's ability to cope with the allied fleets, it was easy to imagine if they followed their plan, trying to wear down one Annihilator-class mech would likely be impossible, even with all the might of the Zheng Yi clan. On another front, the transport ship had also arrived near the Wangping star system, close to the united forces of the Phantom Remnants and the Goburans. Lord, please give your combat instructions. A voice sounded. It was Meng Qi, a minor commander of the Meng clan, accompanying Qin Shi Huang this time. 50 star mechs were under his command. Star maps appeared projected before them. Similarly, this time, the aid provided by the goblins to the Phantom Remnant included an Annihilator-class battleship along with its corresponding escort ships. However, no star mechs were sent, but instead, there were two formations of Annihilator-class battle fleets. Without mechs, they compensated with more Annihilator-class battleships. The Goblin civilization relatively lagged behind in mech technology, where star mechs themselves were treasured goods within the Goblin society. Under such circumstances, naturally, none were dispatched as reinforcements to the Phantom Remnant. Yet what intrigued Qin Shi Huang was the look of these Phantom Remnant starships. They appeared overall as black round gyroscopes. Phantom Remnants possessed unique body forms, and thus these starships reflected similar uniqueness. Begin optical refraction attempts to approach the two Annihilator-class warships of the Goblins. The threat posed by Annihilator-class warships is too great. We must resolve them immediately upon first contact, commanded Qin Shi Huang. Even though these 50-star mechs were high-end models, none could withstand the main cannon of an Annihilator-class battleship. Order received. Meng Qi immediately relayed the order. Consequently, including Qin Shi Huang's second-generation Zulong mech among 51 mechs detached early from the transport ship, getting closer would risk being detected. After all, this transport ship's primary function was solely for transporting star mechs, with relatively average performance. Then all 51 star mechs activated optical refraction implants and maintained electronic silence. Among the stars, the figures of 51 mechs vanished into thin air. Contrary to the flamboyant behavior of the tentacles, the Phantom Remnants were cautious and serious. At this moment, although things were proceeding like a landslide in the Wangping star system as well, the Phantom Remnants, unlike the tentacles, did not take a lackadaisical attitude. Perhaps due to their smooth progress, the tentacle tribe had subconsciously believed that the Xuanhuan clan no longer possessed any threat by the end of their campaign, leading them to act carelessly. Report. We just detected an unknown signal, but it vanished immediately, and we couldn't capture it. A cluster of phantom shadows reported this situation to their superior. Could it be cosmic wave flow? The superior hesitated for a while. Given its fleeting nature, the vast and chaotic universe sometimes naturally produces some disordered electromagnetic signals. No, I verified it repeatedly. It wasn't an electromagnetic signal from cosmic wave flow. The Phantom responded firmly. Understood. I'll pass this information on to the Goblins. Continue intensifying your efforts to track it down. Yes. Just then, Qin Shi Huang's detection of the Phantom Remnant and Goblin signals was captured. Though technologically inferior, the detection signals were not completely untraceable. This careful group of Phantom Remnant managed to uncover some clues. As the situation escalated, the entire joint forces of the Phantom Remnant and the Goblins immediately entered alert mode. Qin Shi Huang noticed something amiss as soon as he got close. Halt. Something seems off. Through the radar detection on his second-generation Zulong mech, Qin Shi Huang slightly furrowed his brows. Had they discovered something unusual? At this moment, the Allied fleet saw two Annihilator-class warships from the Goblins at the center, surrounded by their escort ships. The outer layers consisted of black gyroscopes belonging to the Phantom Remnants, with drones scattered in a wide circle around the most outer layer. All their starship cannons had been activated, with fire control systems fully online. Have we been detected? We will follow first and temporarily suspend our actions. Qin Shi Huang spoke through the communication channel. Despite maintaining electronic silence, losing contact with the outside world only meant that these 51 mechs were still able to communicate internally within a localized area, allowing Qin Shi Huang to command all 50 mechs simultaneously. Even though going head-on, with the second-generation Zulong mech combined with 50 top-of-the-line star mechs, might not be hopeless. Qin Shi Huang's current forces would inevitably suffer significant casualties. Qin Shi Huang's strength right now was limited. Currently, he only had 50 star mechs, each loss meaning a heart-wrenching setback. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang intended to resolve the two Annihilator-class warships of the Goblins as much as possible beforehand. Chapter 53, Planar Simulation and Ballistic Calculation. At this moment, the 50 mechs with optical refraction stealth capability were trailing far behind the combined forces of the Yuing Remnants and the Goblins. Monkey, can you detect the fleet of Jin clan? After trailing them for some time, the Allied forces on the Yuing side still maintained their vigilant state, which prompted Qin Shi Huang to inquire. Currently, they were in electronic silence mode, and it wasn't convenient to contact the Jin clan. They had to ascertain whether nearby armies caused the Yuing remnant to enter a precautionary stance. Thus, Qin Shi Huang instructed Monkey to drive his star mech, maintaining the optical refraction camouflage to scout the area. Not long after, Monkey returned from driving the chase wind mech. Informing Master, no signs of the Jin clan's army have been detected nearby. Monkey respectfully replied. That's strange. Why did they suddenly increase their alertness? Qin Shi Huang muttered dejectedly. In such circumstances, Qin Shi Huang and his team could not directly ambush the two Goblin star-annihilating battleships. A frontal attack would mean taking heavy casualties due to the firepower of the star-annihilating battleships, something Qin Shi Huang didn't want to see. Though it was said that kindness isn't fit for military leadership, he still had limited resources at hand and had to be cautious. Let's observe more. We'll keep following. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shi Huang made the decision. According to intelligence, these combined forces of the Yuing Remnants and Goblins intended to assault the last military base of the Jin clan in the Wangping star system. Once that base fell, the Jin clan would essentially lose control over the Wangping star system. However, as of now, the distance between these allied forces and the planet where the military base was located was significant. It was impossible for them to suddenly go on high alert without any prior signs. The Yuing Remnant found this situation baffling as well. For so long, nothing unusual happened. Goblins began to inquire if anything had actually been discovered since no movement was seen for such an extended duration. Being on high alert is very different from regular navigation. Not only does it consume more energy, but also slows down progress. Additionally, soldiers must maintain heightened concentration. Although the energy consumption of the supporting star-annihilating battleship fleet this time was supplied by the Yuing Remnants, Just like with the tentacle race, maintaining such a long-term alert status with no findings made the goblins somewhat impatient. Yet, that signal had merely flashed once, and thus far, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Even the Yuing remnant who provided the report started to lose confidence, wondering if it was truly cosmic ripple. Almost 2 more hours passed, and still, no events unfolded. Qin Shi Huang, extremely patient, led the 50-star matches, continuing to trail at a distance. It seemed now like a waiting game, to see who would crumble first. Qin Shi Huang calculated the distance they were from the Zhan clan's military base. If they continued in this state of high vigilance, ignoring when they would finally reach their destination, energy consumption alone would multiply manifold. As for Qin Shi Huang's group, although their star mech's energy supply was also limited, simply navigating consumed relatively little energy. Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang used a transport ship specifically for ferrying the mechs, resulting in even less energy being expended. Under such conditions, Qin Shi Huang wasn't particularly worried about the energy drain. Clearly, the situation hadn't exceeded Qin Shi Huang's prediction either. 2 hours later, the Yuing remnants immediately adjusted their state. Most of the alerts were cancelled, though a circle of reconnaissance drones was left on the outer perimeter. Additionally, a small part of the patrol ships circled around for surveillance. The opportunity arose. Qin Shi Huang's gaze sharpened. These patrol ships posed minor obstacles. The real problem lay with the drones. These drones provided near-complete coverage, accompanying the fleet continuously with a 360-degree sweep. After evaluating, Qin Shi Huang concluded that getting close enough to attack the 2 goblins' star-annihilating battleships might be improbable under these circumstances. Hence, they'd have to resort to remote attacks and directly destroy those 2 star-annihilating battleships. Upon estimating, the combined firepower of his 50-star mechs, including some others apart from the Great Qin Archer mechs, was sufficient for long-range attacks. It should work. However, the 2 star-annihilating battleships were located at the very center of the entire Alliance fleet. The surrounding reconnaissance drones were no big issue. These were purely scouting drones with minimal defensive capabilities, easily penetrated. Nevertheless, aside from the drones, there was also a ring of escort ships surrounding the 2 star-annihilating battleships. Given the firepower of his star mech, breaking through the entire line of the escorts to then destroy the star-annihilating battleships proved difficult. This situation called for some careful consideration. Qin Shi Huang observed the fleet ahead of him, lost in deep thought. Wait, opportunities weren't entirely absent. Qin Shi Huang noticed the escort ships were encircling the star-annihilating battleships while keeping pace synchronously. However, it was unclear whether it was a discipline issue or a technological level issue. After every period of navigation, there would be some mistakes. Then, after a while, they would slightly adjust their formation again, calculate the ballistic trajectory, and seize an opportunity. Qin Shi Huang's eyes lit up slightly as a virtual battlefield plan almost automatically surfaced in his mind. He had not specifically studied these things before, yet when in combat, many concepts came to him as if he were born with this knowledge, easily at hand. Moreover, the plan kept fine-tuning itself with the minor errors made by those escort ships. Everyone listen up. Get ready for energy charge attacks, follow my ballistic guidance, and commence the attack. Understood. Qin Shi Huang recalculated the intensity of the attack. All long-range firepower mechs, target A1. The rest attack A2. The Xuanhuan Type 2 mech, though part of the star mech category, far surpassed the various performances of ordinary star mechs. The strongest long-range attack of the Xuanhuan Type 2 was its breath in overdrive mode, which under such conditions could pose a threat to star-annihilating battleships. So Qin Shi Huang estimated that his breath, combined with other mechs' long-range attacks, could destroy 1 star-annihilating battleship. The long-range attacks of specialized remote firepower mechs surely exceeded those of others, so concentrated fire from all remote mechs should also reach the threshold required to destroy a star-annihilating battleship. Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang continued to keep track of those escort ships. There were multiple opportunities along the way to strike the star-annihilating battleships, but it was only possible to hit one of them, and always fell short in calculating the simultaneous trajectories needed to hit both. Qin Shi Huang didn't rush. The more anxious he got, the easier it was to make mistakes, so right now, Qin Shi Huang was unusually calm. Qin Shi Huang's orders had yet to be issued, and the 50-star mech pilots remained silent. To follow orders strictly is the absolute tenet of Qin soldiers. Half an hour passed like this, then suddenly Qin Shi Huang's gaze sharpened. Opportunity. Though it fell slightly short, within the calculations, it shouldn't be a problem. Attack. The moment Qin Shi Huang gave the order, he electronically marked the attack trajectory. Simultaneously, the Xuanhuan Type 2 went into overdrive mode instantly. In the instant that the Xuanhuan Type 2 switched to overdrive, its optical refraction stealth became ineffective. Chapter 54. Man's plans can't match heaven's calculations. Exhale. A dark golden flow of energy surged forth. Its target was directly aimed at a star destroyer in the center of the enemy formation ahead. At the same time, the remaining 50-star mech armors appeared immediately and opened fire. Though space was silent, brilliant beams of attack energy and all kinds of missiles were launched according to the trajectories Qin Shi Huang had marked out. Boom. Even though it was Qin Shi Huang's first strike, after all, the Xuanhuan Type 2 battle armor was considered a balanced type battle armor. On the contrary, it was the ranged battle armors whose attacks hit their targets first. In the trajectories of the ranged battle armors, there were no obstructions. They avoided all intercepts from escort ships with remarkable precision. This was the trajectory that Qin Shi Huang had calculated for so long. Without a doubt, one battleship armor was completely caught off guard and instantly penetrated by the attack from the remote-controlled star mechs. Among the 50-star mech armors brought by Qin Shi, 10 were ranged mechs. When 10 ranged star mechs concentrated their firepower, even a top-tier Star Destroyer would struggle. Not to mention these goblins Star Destroyers with mediocre technological levels. After being penetrated, the entire Star Destroyer exploded into fireworks. If the Star Destroyer could have deployed its energy shield, it wouldn't have been so easily destroyed. However, the energy required to protect an entire Star Destroyer is not trivial. No matter what civilization starships, including the Great Qin, they would not continuously deploy energy shields without good reason. This is where the role of escort ships comes into play, to buy time for the Star Destroyer to deploy its energy shield. But due to their synchronization failure, plus Qin Shi's trajectory calculation, the attacks from the 10 ranged mechs bypassed all the escort ship interceptions. Thus, this situation was created. As for the reconnaissance drones on the outermost perimeter, they had absolutely no effect and were directly vaporized in the assault. Regarding the efficiency of the attack, there wasn't even a 1% reduction. However, things weren't going as smoothly for Qin Shi's side. Although in the trajectories Qin Shi had calculated, they could avoid most of the escort ships. There was still one goblin escort ship blocking the trajectory. There was no other way. After calculating the best trajectory for so long, this was the optimal opportunity to simultaneously attack 2 Star Destroyers. Each previous calculation only managed to target 1 Star Destroyer. In this current trajectory calculation, 1 Star Destroyer could be hit without obstruction, which was exactly as Qin Shi had computed. The trajectory attacking another Star Destroyer also only encountered interference from 1 escort ship. This was really the most opportune moment available. Once they adjusted their synchronization, this chance would be missed. So Qin Shi acted immediately. Although there was 1 escort ship, relying on his exhale along with the 40 remaining mechs' long-range attacks should suffice. Although the long-range attack capabilities of the other star mechs couldn't match those specifically designed for range, they numbered 40. Secondly, the attack power of his own Zhu Long Type 2's supercharged breath exceeded that of a standard long-range mech. Boom. Under the energy breath attack, the escort ship blocking the attack trajectory blew up directly. Subsequently, despite slightly diminished power, the energy breath continued its relentless advance towards the Star Destroyer in front. Following closely were various forms of long-range attacks from the remaining 40-star mechs. It was still a little too slow. Perhaps the crew of the second Star Destroyer remained vigilant. An energy shield rose up just in time as the dragon's breath drew near. Qin Shi frowned deeply. Boom. The energy breath collided with the energy shield of the Star Destroyer. The entire energy shield fluctuated violently, yet it remained unbroken. Next, the remote attacks from the 40-star mechs arrived. Boom boom boom. The energy shield wavered precariously, but it ultimately held firm and visibly stabilized shortly thereafter. That was how energy shields worked. Unless shattered beyond a certain threshold, as long as the Star Destroyer's energy reserves didn't deplete, they could keep replenishing the energy to stabilize the shield. Damn, Qin Shi felt somewhat helpless. Despite calculating everything well, sometimes man's plans fail against heaven's arrangements. Who knew that the reaction of this particular Star Destroyer would be so fast? How timely it was that it erected its energy shield. Enemy attack. Suddenly, the entire coalition of the Yuan remnant forces also reacted. He was right after all. That signal must have been compromised. At this moment, that individual from the Yuan remnant force who initially reported the situation was reaffirming his judgment. Only 51-star mechs? When did the true One clan acquire such strength? And all high-end ones too. Their timing on opportunities was also incredibly precise, having taken out a Star Destroyer in an instant. If it hadn't been for the quick response of the other Star Destroyer and slight obstruction by a single escort ship, both Star Destroyers would have likely been destroyed within the first moment. Counterattack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense barrage of attacks immediately covered Qin Shi and his companions. Evasion. Qin Shi observed the density of these attacks. He estimated that apart from himself in overdrive mode, not many of the other star mechs could dodge them. But it wasn't a big problem. The intensity of these attacks had not yet reached a level that they couldn't handle. The only thing to be wary of was, Qin Shi kept an eye on the main cannon of the remaining Star Destroyer as it began to charge energy. Defense. There was no need for Qin Shi to issue orders anymore. All the elite soldiers who followed him from Great Qin instantly reacted. All the heavy mechs positioned themselves at the front, activating their defensive mechanisms. Balance-type mechs formed the second line, opening up defensive subcannons responsible for plugging any gaps in the interception. Ranged mechs promptly retreated to the rear. However, Qin Shi's eye sharpened when he looked at the main cannon of the Star Destroyer. It couldn't let its energy charge complete. So instead of retreating, Qin Shi surged forward. Controlling the Zhu Long Type 2 in overdrive mode, it moved gracefully like a dragon weaving through battle, none of those dense attacks able to touch it. The Zhu Long Type 2 proved extremely agile, truly embodying the saying, gliding through flowers without a petal clinging. Click. Just as it slipped past the curtain of fire, 7 or 8 escort ships rushed in to intercept. Dragon Tail Strike. The Zhu Long Type 2 mech deftly twisted its long, flexible tail, powerfully lashing towards the incoming escort ships. Boom click. With one sweep of its tail, 7 or 8 escort ships were simultaneously thrown off balance, their energy shields violently trembling. Since these 7 or 8 escort ships shared the brunt of this attack, none of their shields were immediately breached. Nevertheless, having lost their balance, they were now incapable of hindering the Zhu Long Type 2. Qin Shi directly bypassed these unbalanced escort ships. And moreover, boom boom boom. Simultaneous with Qin Shang's bypass, horrific explosions engulfed those 7 or 8 unbalanced escort ships. Shedding scales, their already unstable energy shields collapsed outright, and then the escort ships were submerged in the explosion. It all happened too fast. There wasn't enough time for the escort ships to recharge their energy shields. Chapter 55, Star Destroyer, Falling. When the fireworks dispersed, there was no longer any trace of the 7 or 8 escort ships. Only a vast expanse of tightly packed debris floated amidst that patch of starry sky. With just one flick of its tail and dark thunder from the xuanhuan technique, it had wiped out 7 or 8 escort ships. Escort ships specifically meant to guard the Star Destroyer with defensive bias. Although there was a tier difference in technological levels, this also demonstrated the formidable nature of the xuanhuan Model 2. After breaking through the interception of the escort ships, Qin Shang directly arrived at the outer energy shield of Gao Bulin's last Star Destroyer. Crack, crack. The xuanhuan Model 2 mech, transformed into a dragon shape, directly clung onto the energy shield before slightly trembling. Xuanhuan. This time, Qin Shang held nothing back and deployed all the dark thunder carried by the xuanhuan Model 2. Boom, boom, boom. While Qin Shang clung to the energy shield, the secondary cannons on the Star Destroyer fired densely upon him. The energy shield was one way, allowing attacks from within but not penetration from outside. Hence, the secondary cannon fire could pierce through the energy shield to strike Qin Shang. But the flexibility of the xuanhuan Model 2 mech in its overclocked state was absolutely terrifying. Clinging to the energy shield, it twisted and dodged frantically, every single attack missing. By now, the remaining escort ships began rushing back for defense. However, since the xuanhuan Model 2 mech was clinging to the Star Destroyer's energy shield, they hesitated to fire immediately for fear of damaging their own energy shield. Upon their approach, the secondary cannons on the Star Destroyer stopped firing to avoid accidental hits, as these shots were ineffective anyway. They couldn't hit their mark. Attack. Your attacks cannot break through the main ship's energy shield. As the escort ships hesitated, the Gao Bulin commander aboard the Star Destroyer issued a direct order. He was clear about his escort ship's firepower. Within a short time, there was no way to penetrate the Star Destroyer's energy shield. But if he allowed this serpent-like mech to remain on the energy shield while deploying unknown tactics, it only made him more uneasy. This was the difference between starships and mechs. Starships were essentially fortresses, but when faced with the agility of mechs, many defenses became useless. Take the Star Destroyer in front of them as an example. Its main cannon was indeed terrifying, capable of amassing enough power under maximum energy storage to destroy stars. Neither Qin Shang's xuanhuan Model 2 nor the other 50 star mechs could withstand a single shot. But they had to hit first, right? If they increased the distance, Qin Shang would be at a disadvantage. However, given the technology gap, Qin Shang led the 50 star mechs, utilizing optical refraction colonization gear to get up close, resulting in an entirely different outcome. Having received the command from higher-ups, the escort ships ceased hesitation and opened fire immediately. Various dense energy beams covered the area. Watching the escort ships' attacks, the Star Destroyer's commander issued a new command. Allocate 8 layers of energy to reinforce the energy shield. This was the maximum amount of energy the Star Destroyer could currently allocate to strengthen its energy shield. A tenth of the energy supply went toward maintaining various normal functions aboard the destroyer. Additionally, the main cannon was charging up, requiring another portion of energy to sustain the charge. Seeing the dense barrage, Qin Shang grinned. It was what he had been waiting for. The xuanhuan Model 2 then leaped high, weaving straight through the bombardment in a dazzling display, akin to gracefully gliding through a myriad of flowers. Though the attack coverage was exceedingly dense, compared to the pressure during training sessions with Su Li's Divine General Mech, this felt like child's play. After all, how could the Gao Bulin fire control system compare to the might of Qin's Star Destroyer mechs? Thus, Qin Shang effortlessly broke through the escort's firepower blockade. In the end, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions occurred on the energy shield of the Star Destroyer, causing ripples across its surface. Indeed, the reality did not surpass the expectations of the Star Destroyer's commander. The attacks from the escort ships couldn't penetrate the energy shield. But Qin Shang revealed a hint of a smile. Boom. All the dark thunderheads placed on the energy shield exploded instantaneously. Boom. A monstrous surge of energy struck forth. The entire energy shield of the Star Destroyer violently trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. And the aftereffects of all the combined explosive impacts merged with the energy attacks from the escort ships, sweeping terrifying energy everywhere. Those escort ships lost balance once again. Similarly unbalanced was Qin Shang's xuanhuan Model 2, though the machine, operating in supercharged mode, defied reason. A few sways later, the impact force of the residual energy dissipated. Immediately afterward, the dragon head rose, aiming at the still unstable energy shield of the Star Destroyer and spewing out an energy breath. Whoosh! The dark gold energy breath struck home. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The firepower of the escort ships, combined with all the dark thunderheads carried by the xuanhuan Model 2, and the energy breath, these three forces merged into one. Finally, the Star Destroyer's turtle shell cracked. Boom, boom. At this moment, the outermost battle also began to burst forth with fireworks in a dense display. Of the 50 star mechs Qin Shang had brought along, those who withstood the enemy's initial firepower barrage immediately began their counterattack. 50 high-end star mechs, when facing starships that merely met interstellar standards, left no question about the outcome. Without the threat of the Star Destroyer, These Yuan legacy starships had absolutely no resistance. The black gyroscope-like starships could have their energy shields easily breached by the starmechs, and then within moments, their hulls would be shattered. Though these black gyroscope-like starships were somewhat peculiar, they did indeed have their advantages, being much more agile than conventional starships. But on the interstellar battlefield, could even the most flexible starship compare to the agility of starmechs? And sending starmechs against them? They tried. The Yuan legacy indeed had 10 starmechs, but considering the level of starmechs the Yuan legacy could produce, it was easy to see they weren't top tier. In just a single engagement, these were nearly completely annihilated. Qin Shi Huang's starmech fleet, without exception, consisted of high-end models. Models similar to the Qin prohibitors, Qin crossbowmen, and Qin windchasers, all standardized Qin starmechs considered high-grade across the stars. Since the turtle shell had been broken through, Qin Shi Huang wasted no time. The Zulong Model 2 streaked straight onto the massive body of the Star Destroyer. The Zulong Model 2 was not small. Under its overclocked state, it stretched quite long. However, compared to the Star Destroyer that spanned several kilometers, the Zulong Model 2 was still rather diminutive. But size didn't represent everything. The nearby secondary cannons on the Star Destroyer quickly turned their barrels to attack Qin Shi Huang, yet with one flick of its tail, the Zulong Model 2 smashed them to pieces. Buzz, buzz. A swarm of densely packed drones rose from the Star Destroyer. Unfortunately, the firepower these drones carried wasn't worth Qin Shi Huang's attention. Weak firepower, coupled with the technology gap, meant they couldn't penetrate his defenses. Their ray attacks left only shallow marks on the alloy armor of the Zulong Model 2. Clack, clack. The claws of the Zulong Model 2, enhanced in its overclocked state, were no mere ornaments. They effortlessly tore open the alloy steel plates of the Star Destroyer. Then, the dragon head aligned with the torn opening and unleashed another blast of energy breath. Boom. The interior of the Star Destroyer exploded into a large crater, perforating the ship. But given the Star Destroyer's enormous size, this strike alone was insufficient to completely destroy it. Dragon twist. Under the overclocked state, the tail housed an alloy long sword embedded there. Dark golden sword light emanated from the tail, slicing clean through, carving out a massive gash across the lower half of the Star Destroyer's main cannon as it prepared for charging. Instantly, the energy supply became unbalanced, causing energy chaos in the position of the Star Destroyer's main cannon. With a glance, Qin Shi Huang immediately controlled the Zulong Model 2 to leap skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The previously charging main cannon, now disrupted by chaotic energy, suffered a catastrophic explosion. This explosion was from the Star Destroyer's main cannon. The terrifying blast instantly consumed the entire forebody of the Star Destroyer, which meant this Star Destroyer was irreparably destroyed. Chapter 56. The Fluctuation of the Willpower Crystal. Phew. Looking at the completely wrecked Star Destroyer, Qin Shi Huang sighed in relief. Creak. At the same time, Qin Shi Huang also deactivated the overclocked state of the Zulong Type 2 mech. As the central control of the Star Destroyer was destroyed, those drone swarms also lost their kinetic energy one by one. Qin Shi Huang didn't even bother to take a second look. An alloy longsword appeared in the hand of the Zulong Type 2 mech. After deactivating the overclocked state, Qin Shi Huang's means of attack were now limited to his sword. The Dark Thunder had also been fully expended in that previous strike. Although the Zulong Type 2 mech has powerful performance, its relative attacking capabilities were too few. It didn't even have a secondary cannon. Even though the Zulong Type 2 mech in its overclocked state was very strong, its consumption rate was also extremely high. Unlike a star-rated mech with a near-infinite energy stellar quantum engine. After just that brief battle, the energy reserves of the Zulong Type 2 had already dropped below half, which is why after Qin Shi Huang resolved the threat of the Star Destroyer, he immediately deactivated the overclocked state of the Zulong Type 2 mech. Energy consumption is unsustainable, but under these circumstances, the Zulong Type 2 does not need the overclocked state to cope anymore. Without the threat of the Star Destroyer, the combined armies of the Shadow Relics and the Goblins were already starting to disintegrate. 50 elite mech pilots from the Great Qin Empire, paired with 50 high-end mechs, made it impossible for the Allied forces to withstand the assault. Swish. With Qin Shi Huang's final slash, the last black gyroscope exploded into fireworks within the trail of light. This marked the complete end of this operation. Likewise, the video footage of this operation was relayed back to the Zhenyi clan by Li Si aboard the fledgling warship. Although there was a slight surprise, overall it proceeded fairly smoothly. That one Star Destroyer was ultimately taken out in Qin Shi Huang's subsequent pursuit. Upon seeing this combat footage, the upper echelons of the Zhenyi clan couldn't help but open their mouths wide in awe. Su Li was piloting a Star-class mech, hence, their lack of surprise towards the victory involving the Star-class mech. It was only the time of the victory and the utterly overwhelming process that slightly exceeded their estimates. However, on Qin Shi Huang's side, there were a total of 51 star mechs, none of them being Star-class, up against 2 Goblin Star Destroyers. They doubted if they could win. Even if they did, it would undoubtedly come at no small cost. But the result surprised them. In a stroke, Qin Shi Huang and his team managed to achieve taking the enemy general's head amidst 10,000 soldiers. They had no idea how Qin Shi Huang and his group managed to pull off the direct destruction of a Star Destroyer despite being surrounded by so many escort ships. Another Star Destroyer belonging to the Goblins reacted quickly, but who would have thought that Qin Shi Huang, with just one star mech operating alone, could as smoothly eliminate the last remaining Star Destroyer. Moreover, the scene of effortlessly breaking through the energy shields of the Star Destroyer left them speechless. With both highly threatening star destroyers dealt with swiftly, naturally, the superior force and performance of the Great Qin's advanced mechs allowed the rest of the space ships to be taken out without any injuries. 51-star mechs unscathed. This was entirely beyond the expectations of the upper echelons of the Qin clan. Announce it. The strength of these humans far exceeds our expectations. One old general of the Qin clan spoke with some sentiment. All right. The lord of the Qin clan also replied, somewhat hesitantly. Though they had already submitted, they hadn't announced it to the populace. At this time, all sorts of rumors were flying around the Qin civilian population, and the economy had seen fluctuations. After all, the Veil of Withering was just such a large place. Through the interstellar network, the details of the battle situation were inevitably exposed. News about the Shadow Relics and Tentacle clans conspiring with the Goblins and the Yin tribe respectively to jointly invade their own clan had already spread online. Many people of the Qin clan felt despair, while others called out for the Qin clan to seek aid from another civilization. But the official side was still in turmoil, and then after Qin Shi Huang nearly wiped out an entire habitable planet, the chaos worsened further, particularly when Su Li initiated a mass announcement to the entire population. Thus, the situation among the civilians grew even more chaotic. Since the officials were basically powerless to address the situation due to the impending extinction of their clan, no one cared about the public situation anymore. So, the authorities stopped trying to suppress much of the news circulating among the civilians. Therefore, the message of the incoming joint army of the Shadow Relics and the Tentacle clan also spread among the common people. Even among the Qin clan civilians, quite a number of apocalypse parties sprang up. In any case, during this period when the officials lacked the energy to handle the situation among the common folk, the civilian affairs of the Qin clan became almost a mess. For such a long duration, the official authority finally released the first notice. The announcement was simple, reiterating the situation that Su Li had previously informed everyone about, and showing footage of the two battles. It was accompanied by a very concise notice. The Qin clan has closely cooperated with human forces and now falls under their protection. The threats from the Shadow Relics and the Tentacle clan have already been handled by the human forces. Instantly, the civilian population became quiet. Although it mentioned close cooperation, some experienced internet users quickly unearthed a similar announcement from the past. Years ago, when the Qin clan submitted to the Great Qin, the message shared then bore 7 or 8 parts of resemblance to this one. Does this mean we've submitted to the humans again? What's wrong with submission if it resolves the crisis? Anyway, we're still self-governing, plus we get protection. But haven't we only been autonomous for a few years? A heated debate broke out across the interstellar network on this topic. However, perhaps due to the human forces having just saved the Qin clan, most people were in favor. Nevertheless, regardless of public opinion, the matter was already decided. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was in the cockpit of the Zulong Type 2, wearing an odd expression. He set the Zulong Type 2 to autopilot to return to the transport ship. Qin Shi Huang then took out the willpower crystal he kept in his pocket. Looking at the willpower crystal in his hand, Qin Shi Huang had clearly perceived a large surge of willpower suddenly flooding into the crystal. Moreover, Qin Shi Huang could clearly tell that this willpower originated from the closing star system. This wasn't even the most shocking thing for Qin Shi Huang. What surprised him most was realizing that he could actually use the willpower stored in the willpower crystal right now. Even more surprisingly, Qin Shi Huang could feel some special information tied to this willpower. This was willpower from the Qin clan. How did the Qin clan's willpower end up in his willpower crystal? What was going on? Qin Shi Huang was utterly baffled. Was it because the Qin clan had submitted? But hadn't the Qin clan submitted a while ago? Why was the willpower arriving only now? Prime Minister Li Si, what happened earlier with the Qin clan? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shi Huang contacted Li Si and asked. Chapter 57, Bloodline Power Enhancement. Just now, Li Si was a bit puzzled. What's wrong, Your Highness? Did something happen? There is indeed something. Was there any big event within the Qin clan just now? Qin Shi Huang was sensing the willpower inside the Willforce crystal. Nothing else, but the Qin clan's official side did announce their cooperation with the human race to the civilians. It was rather tactful, explaining that they have already submitted themselves to the human race. Li Si's voice came through. So it is like this. Qin Shi Huang rubbed his chin as he began to contemplate. How are the people of the Qin clan reacting? Qin Shi Huang asked. The official announcement from the Qin clan also included the footage of Your Highness and Miss Su Li's battle. Perhaps because we've resolved this crisis of extinction for the Qin clan. Overall, the civilian population has not resisted much in this submission to the humans. Li Si replied. At this time, the automatic cruising Zulong Mark II mecha had already returned to the transport ship with 50 Star Sea mechas. As for the battlefield, naturally members of the Qin clan would come to clear it up. Alright, I got it. Qin Shi Huang then cut off the communication with Li Si. There was no doubt that the newly flowed-in will force inside the will force crystal did indeed originate from the commoners of the Qin clan. The reason why the will force only began to flow in now was because the Qin clan's authorities had just announced their act of submission. And since the majority of the Qin clan's people had accepted the submission, will force was thus received. As for why this time around, he could use these will forces, Qin Shi Huang roughly had a guess in his heart. It might be because this will force was earned by him. Nevertheless, regardless of anything, this was still good news. Qin Shi Huang, gripping the will force crystal, grinned as he eagerly jumped out of the cockpit upon the return of the Zulong Mark II to the transport ship. He then went back into his cabin. It had been so long away on missions, and yet his strength had increased almost negligibly. His bloodline power was still at 31%, barely moving. Although the Zulong Qi skill had somewhat improved, it was very limited, and Qin Shi Huang was still at the third realm level. If his power could improve further, he could maintain the hyperfrequency state of the Zulong Mark II mecha for a longer period. Maintaining such a hyperfrequency state during the previous combat wasn't just due to the energy constraints of the Zulong Mark II itself. It was more about the limitations of Qin Shi Huang's own strength. After engaging the hyperfrequency mode, the qi inside his body was nearly depleted. Let's give it a try first. Qin Shi Huang immediately started attempting cultivation using the will force within the will force crystal. As Qin Shi Huang entered deep meditation and tried to channel the will force. Sure enough, the will force was easily channeled, unlike before when it seemed somewhat picky. Under the cleansing influence of the will force, Qin Shi Huang could feel his Zulong bloodline gradually enhancing. Though the process was slow, the enhancement was very clearly felt. Not like before when one would need 10 days or half a month of practice just to sense a minuscule improvement. When Qin Shi Huang was satisfied with his cultivation and stopped, he roughly calculated and found his bloodline power had risen to 35%, a 4% increase all at once. This was already pretty good. The higher up one gets, the harder it becomes to enhance bloodline power. Qin Shi Huang held the will force crystal in his hand and discovered that the lively will force had been consumed almost entirely, with only a bit left. These were mainly those which couldn't be used actively and had to be waited for passively. Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang noticed that, unlike in the Great Wall system, the will force did not replenish itself after being used. Furrowing his brows slightly, Qin Shi Huang pondered if this was a one-time consumption. If so, that was quite frustrating. He thought about it for a while and decided not to dwell on it for now. More research would follow later. The Xuanhuan warship had arrived. The Xuanhuan warship was also massive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many mecha units, let alone some outer-duty starships like this transport ship. Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Mark II was stored in the subspace of his ring, but other mechas naturally didn't undergo significant compression technology for subspace storage. Back, Mr. Qin? A voice filled with flirtation came through, and Qin Shi Huang knew exactly who it was. Not bad. Su Li smiled as she approached. After resolving the Tentacle Race and Yin Sheep Race coalition issue at the Mu Bottle Star system, Su Li had flown directly towards the Wang Bottle Star system with her Divine General Mecha. Although the stellar quantum engine of the Divine General Mecha could provide virtually limitless energy for the mecha, piloting the mecha itself was an immense burden on the pilot. Between the Mu Bottle Star system and the Wang Bottle Star system, there was no direct quantum channel connecting them. Therefore, Su Li still had to pilot the Divine General Mecha first to reach the near-Earth quantum channel teleportation point, then approach the Wang Bottle Star system via the quantum channel before heading over. Originally setting off alone, upon arriving at the Mu Bottle Star system, Su Li's burden wasn't light even as a 7th realm Qi practitioner after such detours. However, just as Su Li arrived in the vicinity of the Wang Bottle Star system, she received the news that Qin Shi Huang had already effortlessly dealt with the combined forces of the Yushui descendants. Su Li paused for a moment and couldn't help but smile, realizing that she had underestimated this crown prince of the Great Qin somewhat. Although he came from the surface universe, the talent and ability he displayed were no less remarkable. As a result, Su Li immediately turned back and acted as if nothing had happened while going out to greet Qin Shi Huang. Actually, Su Li had only returned not long ago and took a short rest. Miss Su, you're back quite early, Qin Shi Huang grinned. Qin Shi Huang had absolutely no doubt about whether a single Stellar Destroyer-class mecha could resolve the issues with the Tentacle Race and Yin Sheep Race. Li Si's projection looked up at Su Li and remained silent. Have all the tribute from the Zhun clan been retrieved? Qin Shi Huang asked with a grin. They're all inside the Xuanhuan warship. Li Si nodded. How is the base situation prepared? Qin Shi Huang asked again. According to our demands, the Zhun clan has already allocated a planet for us within the Lamo star system. A star chart projection appeared before everyone. This is an ultra-far-away, ultra-miniature star system of the Lamo star system. It only has a code number without a name, with just one star and 2 planets. Moreover, the star itself is also in its twilight years, with only one of the 2 planets containing some minerals of little value. That'll do, Qin Shi Huang nodded. They needed a foothold, and it was better not to draw too much attention for now. Although the Jiaoling Jimu was actually just a small place in terms of interstellar space, it was still better to choose a remote location that doesn't attract much attention. Subsequently, the Xuanhuan warship set off directly towards the assigned star system. The place itself was relatively remote, and the Zhun clan didn't pay much attention here. There was only a record in the archives. The entire journey was through the privileged use of quantum channels. The Xuanhuan warship arrived at the planet quietly and unnoticeably. Chapter 58. The idea of upgrading the Zulong Type 2. On this unnamed planet, beneath a grayish atmosphere, a steel fortress made of alloy stood tall. With the current level of technology, building a fortress on a planet like this one wasn't too difficult. The main structure was basically complete. You could still see some engineering vehicles expanding this steel fortress. The more than 800 logistics personnel brought by Qin Shi Huang had completed such a fortress in merely 2 days with the help of various high-tech machines. These past 2 days, have the other 2 races made any unusual moves? Qin Shi Huang looked at the workshop in front of him that was producing intelligent robots and asked. They were short on manpower, so many things could only be handled by producing smart robots to take their place. Fortunately, in this era's terms of technological development, a lot of labor-intensive tasks could be taken over by intelligent robots. Although manpower could be diverted from the Zhun clan, as of now, the people of the Zhun clan couldn't yet be fully trusted. As it stood, these intelligent robots were enough to handle things. There hasn't been much movement for now. For both the Shadow Relic and Tentacle clans, this incident has left them significantly weakened. It'll be hard for them to quickly assemble an army of similar scale in the short term. The only thing we need to watch out for is whether the goblins or the Yin Yang clan might come to seek revenge. Li Si's projection kept saying as it followed. Qin Shi Huang nodded and thought about something. By the way, can the Zulong Type 2 mech be slightly upgraded? For now, they had managed to stabilize relations with the Jin clan, but Qin Shi Huang's ambitions extended far beyond just securing the Curtain Instar system. The entire Veil of Withering lay within Qin Shi Huang's initial plan. Even if the Shadow Relic and Tentacle clans stopped causing trouble, Qin Shi Huang would still have to act against them. It wasn't solely for his original intention. Rather, it was more due to the willpower crystals. In the span of these 2 days, the active willpower within the willpower crystals had already been consumed by Qin Shi Huang. His bloodline power had increased to around 38% and then stagnated. Just as Qin Shi Huang had anticipated, no new active willpower was absorbed during these 2 days. However, through the perception of the willpower crystal, Qin Shi Huang roughly knew where all the willpower had gone. All the willpower in the Curtain Instar system drifted like wisps of smoke towards the Great Qin. And the willpower Qin Shi Huang had previously acquired via the willpower crystal seemed to function as a one-time reward, with the remaining willpower still drifting towards the heirloom jade seal of Great Qin. Though somewhat disheartened, Qin Shi Huang understood that to secure future willpower, he must conquer the entirety of the Veil of Withering. Perhaps even more. Qin Shi Huang glanced at the production line, making intelligent robots. In the subsequent military industry investment, he might try scheming against the Goblin and Yin Yang clans. Still, both the Goblins and the Yin Yang clan controlled 10 star systems each, which didn't mean much compared to Great Qin, but given Qin Shi Huang's current strength, it was still quite daunting. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be no shortage of battles ahead. Though the Zulong Type 2 mech was excellent, its offensive means were too singular. It lacked even a single long-range cannon. What's wrong? Is the Crown Prince not satisfied with the Zulong Type 2? Li Si curiously asked. It's not exactly dissatisfaction, but surely you've seen the battle videos. Zulong Type 2's performance indeed surpasses that of ordinary star mechs, but its attacking methods are too simple. If it had another secondary cannon or something, I wouldn't have had to use up all my Shadow Thunder techniques at once, Qin Shi Huang explained. Well, Li Si hesitated. The Zulong Type 2 mechs were based on Emperor's original Zulong mech. Modifying them would be quite challenging. Initially, when creating the Zulong Type 2, the focus wasn't on combat capabilities, but to ensure that Qin Shi Huang had an escape route under planetary scale attacks. Therefore, the abilities of the Zulong Type 2 mech leaned more toward fleeing and self-preservation. So, it can't be modified? Qin Shi Huang sounded somewhat disappointed. It's not impossible, but to modify the Zulong Type 2, we'd probably have to return to the Great Wall. Li Si replied. After all, modifying mechs was a task where touching one part affected the whole system, every bit of which was made up of precise technologies. This was especially true since the Zulong Type 2 had been simplified from the original Zulong mech. There truly weren't any conditions or ability to make modifications here outside. Then let me think about it further. Qin Shi Huang sighed with resignation. Returning to the Great Wall would just be too troublesome. With Li Si handling the construction of the steel fortress, there was practically nothing Qin Shi Huang needed to interfere with. Thus, Qin Shi Huang simply returned to his room to practice. Sensing the emptiness within the willpower crystal, or rather, the absence of active state willpower, and discovering a layer of arrogant willpower underneath, indifferent to Qin Shi Huang, he felt helpless. Without the support of the willpower, the speed at which he enhanced his bloodline power became slower than tortoise pace. Still, it was a relief that he had just increased his bloodline power to 38%, and his cultivation could still rapidly improve. When his practice reached a satisfactory stage, Qin Shi Huang began reviewing previous battles, reflecting on them to better progress. Thinking about some of the tactics from that Star Destroyer, Qin Shi Huang's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the Zulong Type 2 mech wasn't easily modifiable, could it perhaps be equipped with additional firepower? With this thought in mind, Qin Shi Huang immediately called out for Li Si. Prime Minister Li Si. Li Si's projection promptly appeared. Your Highness, what is it? Do we still have any ion engines in storage? Qin Shi Huang asked. Ion engines were standard propulsion units used by interstellar vessels, including star mechs. However, they varied in quality depending on their power output and efficiency. We do have some. We salvaged quite a few during our last battle, including some high-end models, Li Si confirmed with a nod. I have an idea. Even though the Zulong Type 2 isn't easy to modify, we can consider. Qin Shi Huang then detailed his plan to Li Si. After hearing it, Li Si furrowed his brow in calculation. It might work, but your Highness's operational load will increase significantly, Li Si pointed out. No problem, let's give it a try. Besides, my strength is steadily improving. This won't be an issue. Qin Shi Huang grinned confidently. Li Si paused, then scanned Qin Shi Huang's current state. 38% bloodline purity. Prince Yu. Li Si seemed momentarily stunned. Qin Shi Huang grinned again. Thanks to the willpower crystals. When the Zhen clan officially declared their submission, the willpower crystals absorbed a portion of usable willpower for me. Additionally, I can clearly sense the continuous flow of willpower from the Zhen clan toward the Great Wall. It must have been absorbed by the heirloom jade seal of Great Qin. There was no concealment from Qin Shi Huang when speaking to Li Si. Upon hearing this, Li Si couldn't help but show delight. Good, very good. This was indeed a pleasant surprise, as Li Si himself couldn't perceive the willpower, so his understanding of it was somewhat limited. However, he understood that the absorption of willpower by the heirloom jade seal was beneficial, aiding in enhancing Prince Qin Shang's bloodline via the willpower crystals. Meanwhile, the willpower accumulated by the heirloom jade seal nourished the final fragment of Emperor First's consciousness. Chapter 59, Brilliant Star Floating Cannon. Although the Iron Fortress had just been completed, its manufacturing processes were still relatively underdeveloped. However, producing the main components that Qin Shang required was not a problem. 3 days later, Qin Shang saw the finished product he needed. It was a square box over 10 meters long and wide with mysterious patterns on its surface. Pretty fast. Qin Shang smiled satisfactorily as he looked at the alloy box's engravings. The craftsmanship is still relatively rough. We merely followed your highness's idea for an approximate creation. We also used fairly standard ion engines. Li Si explained while looking at the large box in front of him. It wasn't that Li Si was unwilling to use better materials, but the current technology level was too low, and using high-grade materials would be wasteful. Well, it should suffice against civilizations at the tech level of the goblins and Yin tribe. Li Si continued. In that case, there's no problem. Qin Shang nodded and said, I'll test it now. After saying that, Qin Shang immediately headed to the isolation chamber. Li Si didn't say anything either. He had also been about to suggest Qin Shang try it out. This idea of Qin Shang's was actually pretty good. It could effectively make up for some deficiencies in firepower on the Zulong 2 model. If time allowed later, Qin Shang could return to the Great Wall and modify the Zulong 2 when possible. Moreover, this idea wouldn't just benefit the Zulong 2 type alone. Li Si glanced toward the production line where the alloy cube was still being manufactured and revealed a smile. Piloting the Zulong 2 mech, Qin Shang shot straight into the sky. This planet, which Qin Shang had named Eagle Nest, actually had a pretty harsh climate and wasn't habitable. To survive, life support systems in the Iron Fortress had to run continuously, but with Qin's technological prowess, the consumption rate of these devices was not significant. As for the name of the planet, this tiny star system with only 2 planets only had numerical codes. Now that he had claimed it, a proper name was definitely needed, and the name Eagle Nest was inspired by the eaglet ship. Once he reached above the Eagle Nest, Qin Shang stared at the chaotic meteor swarm ahead and slashed forward with one mighty swing. The sweeping sword beam, shimmering with a dark golden light, cleared away the surrounding meteors. Such meteor showers were the norm around Eagle Nest. Aside from the 2 planets, the surrounding starscape was almost entirely composed of dense asteroid belts. With the old, dimming star providing little illumination, the 2 planets barely received any reflected light. When Qin Shang and his crew first arrived, they cleared out quite a bit of debris. Otherwise, it would have been worse, especially since the valuable minerals embedded within these meteors weren't plentiful. Otherwise, the true One tribe would have mined them long ago. After clearing some of the asteroids, Qin Shang turned his focus back to business. Ether signal connection starting. Hanging mold connected. Ding-dan delivery. Ether transmission initiated. Whoosh. A slight distortion of space caused the alloy cubic box from the Iron Fortress to appear next to the Zulong 2. Even though the alloy box was over 10 meters long and wide, seeming rather large compared to a human, it appeared rather compact next to the Zulong 2 mech. This was Qin Shang's solution for increasing firepower without making modifications. The method involved mounting external accessories. That said, if the accessory was carried all the time, it would undoubtedly hinder the mech's movement to some degree. So, Qin Shang decided to deploy it via ether transmission directly next to the mech. While this approach also came with limitations, like ether signal blockades or other methods of spatial interference preventing successful deployment of the accessory, they need solutions for these issues another day. For now, he'd just try out the accessory's power. Activate mounted accessory. Click. Following the engraved patterns, the alloy box began to disassemble and then recombine itself. Mounting accessory activation succeeded. Brilliant Star Floating Cannon signal connected successfully. Yes, this external accessory was indeed the floating cannon. Floating cannons in this outer universe were relatively uncommon because their cost-effectiveness generally wasn't great. In various aspects, floating cannons fell short compared to fixed artillery towers. Their sole advantage was mobility during combat. However, even with mobile combat advantages, neither the flexibility nor firepower came close to what mechs or starships offered. Still, when dealing with insufficient firepower, ignoring cost-effectiveness, floating cannons proved rather practical. The alloy box disassembled into 2 floating cannons, hovering left and right of the Zulong 2 mech. Each of the 2 floating cannons came equipped with its own ion engine core, allowing them independent functionality. Qin Shang only needed to control their targeting and firing via ether electromagnetic signals. Brilliant Star Floating Cannon, fire. Qin Shang immediately controlled the floating cannons to target a distant meteor swarm. Whoosh whoosh. Space was silent, but in Qin Shang's mind, he imagined the sound of the Brilliant Star Floating Cannon launching its energy beams. Boom boom. The energy beams from the Brilliant Star Floating Cannons hit the meteors, exploding upon contact, and instantly clearing a small patch of the surrounding starfield. The power is pretty decent. Su Li watched inside the Iron Fortress, observing Qin Shang controlling the floating cannons. This Brilliant Star Floating Cannon already outperformed some of the secondary guns on regular star mech armors. His Majesty's creative ideas are actually quite good, Li Si also said with a smile. Although this Li Si that had been split off wasn't as fully personified as the main body of the Great Wall, he was still the same Li Si. Floating cannons have always had relatively low cost effectiveness, so we've never really considered them before. Su Li nodded and said, after all, these 2 Brilliant Star Floating Cannons had used up 2 ion engine cores. With these 2 ion engine cores, paired with sufficient materials, they could have built 2 starships. 2 starships would be far more useful than 2 floating cannons, clearly showing where the value lay, making the use of floating cannons seem entirely unjustifiable. If it were just a simple hovering platform fitted with an energy block and firing program, it wouldn't meet Qin Shang's requirements or offer enough flexibility. Such platforms could only serve as fixed turrets. Accompanying mechs in combat would be impossible due to lack of sufficient agility, mandating the need for ion engine cores. Also, without ion engine cores, floating turrets couldn't reach higher power outputs, since even one powerful shot might not guarantee hitting the target while the recoil could send the platform flying. Therefore, the ion engine core was indispensable. Not only did it cancel out the recoil, but it also allowed the cannons to accompany and engage flexibly in combat. A simple energy block and launch program equipped floating turret couldn't match a fixed turret, which at least didn't have to worry much about recoil and could maintain higher output power. Boom boom. Qin Shang was having a blast controlling the 2 floating cannons, testing their maximum limits. Only when nearly all the meteor swarms in the nearby starry expanse had been swept away did the energy levels of the 2 brilliant star floating cannons drop to around 60%. With ion engine cores that could power entire starships, driving the 2 brilliant star floating cannons was effortless. It appeared that the endurance capability of the 2 brilliant star floating cannons far exceeded his initial estimation. This was definitely a positive development. So what should come next? Chapter 60, Sudden Change. Humming. The starry sky trembled slightly. Although soundless, the ripples of residual energy were still clearly transmitted. After testing the endurance and power of the xuanhuan floating cannon, Qin Shang began to test another function of the xuanhuan floating cannon. A hatch at the back of the xuanhuan floating cannon opened, and one by one drones flew out from behind the hatch. Starry drone swarm. Due to the limited volume of the xuanhuan floating cannon, it could carry very few drones. But this could also be considered an additional means to increase firepower. Attack order issued. The starry drones scattered immediately, and then launched attacks on the starry void ahead. Energy beams covered the area. Qin Shang's eyebrows twitched slightly. The attack power of these drones was too weak. They were barely stronger than those drones on Gao Bulan's Star Annihilator ship that he had faced before. However, this was within Qin Shang's expectations. After all, there were inherent limitations to drones. Thus, Qin Shang wasn't too disappointed. The real core of these drones wasn't the energy laser weapons they carried, which could only serve as a nuisance. The true core was the drones themselves. Charge. Buzzing. The drone swarm rushed forward. Then, boom. Terrifying energy explosions swept out in a huge wave. Self-detonation. Indeed, this was the core attack capability of the starry drone swarm. Each starry drone was equipped with a block of dark thunder identical to Type 2 Zulong. Of course, this meant that the starry drone swarm would need to replenish their ammunition after each use. Still, it didn't matter much. Even though they were disposable consumables, Qin Shang was highly satisfied with the explosive power. If he now faced Gao Bulan's Star Annihilator with these 2 xuanhuan floating cannons, he was confident that the self-explosion of the starry drones alone would be enough to blast through the protective shield of the Star Annihilator. Overall, Qin Shang was quite satisfied with the xuanhuan floating cannon. This was due to the rigid restrictions of manufacturing conditions. With Qin Shang's technology brought from the Qin Dynasty, once manufacturing capabilities improve in the future, the performance of the xuanhuan floating cannon can be raised several levels higher. It just has a relatively low cost performance ratio, but that doesn't matter much since their manpower is limited, and most extra starships can only be kept in reserve anyway. Regarding intelligent control, Li Si on the Chuang ship had limited ability and could only control things very rigidly, unable to meet the flexibility needed for tactical changes. Qin Shang tested almost everything possible with the xuanhuan floating cannon before returning to the Iron Fortress of Eagle's Nest with great satisfaction. How did it feel, Your Highness? Su Li smiled and spoke. This place was their main base, so Su Li naturally didn't bother being cautious and directly addressed Qin Shang as Your Highness. As for the incident on Luo Shui Star when some information was revealed, Qin Shang didn't need to worry about it. Those involved have already been controlled. As for the fates of the 2 reckless guys from before, although Qin Shang hadn't followed up on them later, he believed that the Zhun clan would handle them properly. The cost performance isn't that high, but it must be said that it really works well. We are short of manpower now. Although it feels somewhat wasteful, we can consider giving other star mecha the xuanhuan floating cannon as a way to enhance firepower. Qin Shang reflected and spoke. If you agree, Prince, Li Si responded with a smile. I was considering suggesting it, but feared you might be concerned about resource consumption. Qin Shang waved his hand. Resources are meant to be used. Are there no new moves from the other 2 clans? Qin Shang asked. I doubt it. Su Li replied with a laugh. Our previous battle scenes were released onto the network by the Zhun clan. It was also used to calm public sentiment and make it easier for the citizens to accept their submission. And the Yoing Relic clan and the Tentacle clan naturally have ways to get hold of those videos. Now, our starship-grade mech should be exposed to them. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to make any rash moves. Su Li laughed while saying it. The starship-grade mech was far beyond what the Veil of Withering and the 2 races behind it, Yin Yang and Gao Bulan, could handle. That won't do. Qin Shang shook his head. Since they're not acting on their own initiative, let the Zhun clan know and encourage them to create more trouble. Qin Shang looked at Su Li. All right. Su Li nodded. Su Li understood Qin Shang's plan and naturally grasped Qin Shang's meaning. Qin Shang's goal was the entire Veil of Withering. What Su Li didn't know was that after experiencing the effect of willpower crystals and realizing that by conquering civilizations, one could gain usable willpower rewards. Qin Shang's ambition had expanded again. Initially, Qin Shang's plan was simply to take down the Veil of Withering as a starting point and stop there. Now, Qin Shang had already set his sights on the Yin Yang and Gao Bulan civilizations. After taking down the Veil of Withering, there was no way he would let these two civilizations slide. In the following few days, the overall scale of the Iron Fortress had basically been expanded to completion. The Jin clan had also received Su Li's message and started to deliberately provoke the Yoing Relic clan and the Tentacle clan. Perhaps it was just as Su Li had guessed. These two races, having knowledge of the existence of the Starship-grade mech, instead chose time and again to retreat from the Zhan clan's deliberate provocations. However, Qin Shang didn't care either way. The resources acquired from the Zhan clan this time had not been wasted by him. All were being transformed into military power on the production lines. Once preparations were made, Qin Shang didn't plan to show any courtesy. He intended to directly take over the two civilizations by force. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but unexpected changes always come unannounced. Your Highness, something has happened. Li Si's projection appeared solemnly beside Qin Shang. What happened? Qin Shang asked, startled. There are some issues at the Great Wall. Li Si spoke. Are the 10,000 races attacking? Qin Shang questioned, puzzled. The entire star system had been remodeled into a steel Great Wall, with the strength of Qin behind it. Even if all 10,000 races joined together to try to take down the whole wall, they'd still have to pay an enormous price. That's why the 10,000 races had been playing diplomatic games, thinking Qin was no longer a threat. They merely wanted to restrict Qin to prevent trouble. A powerful race has arrived, probably wanting to probe our capabilities. The Yu clan, and they've brought along a star-annihilating class mecha. Star-annihilating class mecha? Qin Shang was taken aback. He more or less understood. If Qin showed even a hint of weakness in front of the star-annihilating class mecha now, they might not hesitate to press their advantage and wipe out Qin's remaining forces completely. So what do we do now? Qin Shang frowned deeply. Qin still had one death god by Qi left, but without a pilot, Li Si could only control it to bring out 30% of its power. That surely wouldn't stand up against a star-annihilating class mecha with a proper pilot. What should we do now? We must reveal our sharp fangs, which is why Your Highness and Miss Su need to return immediately. Li Si stated. Chapter 61, Transmission. Shall we return to the Great Wall? Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. That's right. But our current energy reserves can only support one ultra-long distance ether transmission. Qin Shang frowned. However, he couldn't possibly ignore the situation at the Great Wall. Although Qin Shang and his team carried a fair amount of energy in the fledgling ship, their ultra-long distance transmission when they left was provided by the Great Wall side. And the energy the fledgling ship carried was barely enough for a one-way ultra-long distance transmission back. Moreover, they had already consumed some during their stay. Now, the energy required for the sufficient ultra-long distance transmission back to the Great Wall also included those star yuan from the offerings of the Jin clan. As the purest form of energy compression, star yuan could provide energy for any regular tech product. Let's head back now and arrange personnel to assemble the ether transmission pod. Immediately, Qin Shang made the decision. Yes, Your Royal Highness. I have already begun notifying Miss Su. As for the Eagle's Nest, as long as it could operate normally, it wouldn't be a problem to temporarily halt other operations. After all, the two other clans and their backing civilizations were temporarily subdued by the Annihilator-class mech. Under Li Si's arrangements, things moved quickly on the Eagle's Nest side, and the ether transmission pod was soon ready. Since it was going to be an ultra-long distance transmission, ether transmission pod technology wasn't something just anyone had. It was fortunate that it was part of the resources within the Qin dynasty. As for physical transmission, short distance was feasible, but for an ultra-long distance transmission like this one, even a 9th realm practitioner might not endure it. The first time they came, the entire fledgling ship transmitted together, the fledgling ship itself compared to an ether transmission pod. The transmission pod is ready, Your Highness, Miss Su, please. Li Si signaled to Qin Shang and Su Li. Qin Shang didn't hesitate and walked straight in, with Su Li closely following. Once inside, they realized the space in this transmission pod seemed a bit small. Cough. Your Highness, Miss Su, resources here at Eagle's Nest are limited, so this ether transmission pod isn't too large. Bear with it. At this moment, Li Si's voice sounded. Qin Shang was speechless. How much material Eagle's Nest actually had, didn't he know? Though it wasn't overly luxurious, especially after the construction of Eagle's Nest, there shouldn't be an issue producing an ether transmission pod. Li Si was absolutely intentional. Li Si, even if only allocating a fraction of its computational power, was still Li Si. Qin Shang sighed helplessly, standing inside the ether transmission pod with Su Li. Although they weren't completely squeezed together, they couldn't stand side by side either. They could only face each other, their bodies almost touching. Qin Shang could clearly feel the softness before him and Su Li's breathing. Even though Qin Shang had relatively strong self-control, he was still a normal man. In this moment, his mind couldn't help wandering, his breath becoming heavier. Before him stood a beauty who could topple nations. Some desires simply couldn't be controlled, leaving Qin Shang feeling both enjoyed and tormented. As for Su Li, although her expression remained calm and her eyes occasionally flickered with amusement when looking at Qin Shang, their proximity was too close. Even after the ether transmission pod dimmed slightly upon closing, Qin Shang could clearly see Su Li's short hair brushing against reddened earlobes. Clearly, Su Li's inner state wasn't as tranquil as her outward appearance suggested. After a slight dizziness, Qin Shang, and Su Li returned once again to the Great Wall. The instant the ether transmission pod opened, Su Li swiftly exited. With the wonderful softness disappearing, Qin Shang felt somewhat wistful. However, Qin Shang knew it wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Taking a few deep breaths, he regained his composure before stepping out of the ether transmission pod. Your Royal Highness. Li Si's projection was already waiting by the entrance, while Su Li appeared as if nothing had happened. You. Qin Shang glared directly at Li Si. Even at a time like this, you're still messing around with these things. Of course, Qin Shang wouldn't admit that he himself had actually rather enjoyed it. Li Si laughed without saying anything. The Li Si over at the fledgling ship, though it was just a portion of allocated computing power, had always maintained contact with the main unit. Li Si naturally knew what his split consciousness had been doing. And indeed, even if it was Li Si's main entity, he would have done the same. How's the situation with the Yi clan? Prime Minister Li Si, do you have corresponding strategies? Qin Shang asked about the important matters. Since Li Si had brought him and Su Li back, there should be relevant arrangements already in place. Cough. A projection screen appeared. In the starry sky, countless fleets gathered neatly in perfect alignment. Just a glance was enough to tell that these fleets were high-end goods. Compared to those from the Veil of Withering, they were leading by an unknown margin. Based on signal source detection, there are reactions of quantum stellar engines within the fleet. According to calculations, they should have a star-annihilating mech, Li Si said. Meanwhile, there was also information about the Yui clan displayed next to it. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the depiction of the Yui clan. Black people? The Yui clan was almost identical in appearance to humans, except completely black, including their eyes, which were pure black, without any scara. This was the only difference from the black people on Earth. Otherwise, Qin Shang would have truly thought they were just black people. Their form is almost exactly like humans, but their internal physiological structure still differs, Li Si explained. Qin Shang nodded without saying much. Among the myriad races of the universe, with all sorts of bizarre appearances, Qin Shang wouldn't be curious about whatever race appeared. And races like the Angel clan were already akin to Western mythology. In fact, based on clues, Western mythology might very well originate from these celestial beings in outer space. Even devil clans existed, as well as werewolf clans and vampire clans. Qin Shang even saw one race that was essentially human, or rather, had once been human, the Believer clan. They were once human, but later converted into believers of the Angel clan, eventually forming their own distinct race. Then shall we have Mississippi Sioux drive the star-annihilating mech to face them? Qin Shang tentatively asked. Yes, but no. To deal with that star-annihilating mech, naturally Miss Sioux must engage in battle. But I've also mentioned, we need to reveal our teeth slightly. So this time, I plan to keep one star-annihilating mech in reserve. Though Li Si was a projection, his eyes still gleamed coldly. At that time, Miss Sioux will drive the star-annihilating mech to combat the enemy alone while Your Highness and I control the Bai Chi mech to assist from the side. At the same time, I'll channel a significant amount of energy so that the Great Wall's hyperstar crossbow can charge up. Qin Shang was startled. The hyperstar crossbow was a super weapon within the Great Wall. One bolt could potentially be enough to bring down even a star-annihilating mech. However, the cost wasn't small either. The energy consumed by a single bolt would be enough to sustain the Great Wall's normal operations for nearly 100 years. Chapter 62, War God Wang Jian. I also know that the energy consumption of the Ultrastar crossbow is very high, but now we have Your Highness, the Crown Prince. I believe that with your ability, you can find a way out before the Great Wall runs out of energy. Li Si looked at Qin Shang and said, if at first, Li Si would certainly not have placed such high hopes on Qin Shang, but as time went on, and with the existence of the willpower crystals, Li Si's expectations for Qin Shang gradually increased. Qin Shang felt something on his shoulders become heavier all at once. Qin Shang understood Li Si's thoughts. The previous postures of lurking and retreating appeared to change bit by bit after his arrival. Now Li Si was preparing to tell the myriad races that even though the Great Qin had only the Great Wall left, it wasn't to be trifled with so easily. But aren't we piloting Bai Chi's mech, and Miss Su piloting the Divine General mech? Qin Shang questioned. By logic, the Divine General mech had already accompanied him outside, and had made an appearance under the Veil of Withering. It shouldn't appear here at the Great Wall again easily. Not exactly. Your Highness, what I'm saying isn't false. The Great Qin might have declined, but its depth still exists, Li Si solemnly stated. Your Highness, right now we need your authorization to give it to Miss Su, Li Si told Qin Shang. Qin Shang stared blankly at the mech displayed on the holographic screen. Su Li watched the same image of the mech and revealed an anticipatory expression. Besides Bai Chi and the repaired Divine General mech, this was the third Jan, Star mech. The War God mech. War God Wang Jian. As Qin Shang looked at this red War God mech, he drifted into thought. After seeing Bai Chi earlier, Qin Shang had been wondering if Wang Jian, another great general, also had a mech. Indeed, facts confirmed his guess without fail. Alright, Qin Shang nodded. Following this, Qin Shang started to authorize using the Tiger Seal. When the Yuan Ye clan's Jan, Star mech appears, Miss Su will pilot the War God mech in battle, while His Highness and I pilot the Bai Chi mech to maintain presence. The Ultrastar crossbow will be charged immediately by me, Li Si said. Qin Shang nodded, and soon the authorization was completed. Thus, Su Li eagerly dragged Qin Shang toward the cockpit, where the War God mech resided. As a Jan, Star-class driver, Su Li's interest in Jan, Star mech surpassed Qin Shang's considerably, especially because it belonged to the famous War God of Great Qin. With a faint energy oscillation emitted, this long-sealed war god mech finally awakened once more. Ever since the decline of the Great Qin, this war god mech has almost remained dormant until now. Even though the battle hadn't yet begun, allowing Su Li to slightly warm up the war god mech presented no issues. Looking at the moving war god mech, Qin Shang's eyes carried a hint of yearning, wondering when he would ever be able to pilot a Jan star mech himself. Although he could control Bai Qi's mech with Li Si's help, he couldn't unleash its full power, and the level of strain it caused left him completely drained last time. In contrast to Bai Qi's rugged style and the Divine General's weighty build, this war god mech leaned more towards smoothness. The war god mech Wang Jian was an offensive-oriented mech. As Su Li grew accustomed to the war god mech, her movements became bolder. Qin Shang wasn't the naive novice he used to be, and naturally noticed some details. Qin Shang found that Su Li controlling the war god mech moved far smoother than when she was controlling the Divine General mech, prompting some curiosity. Though Qin Shang roughly had an idea in his mind. After all, the Divine General mech was now classified as a heavy mech, while the war god mech was naturally more agile, being offensive-oriented. But what Qin Shang didn't know was that apart from this, Su Li herself excelled at piloting attack-oriented mechs. Therefore, after getting familiarized, it was natural for Su Li to handle the war god mech much more fluidly than the heavy Divine General mech. At the same time as the war god mech started up, outside the Great Wall, inside the Yuanya fleet, "Commander, we've detected a stellar quantum engine reaction inside the Great Qin Wall." A completely blackened Yuanya member reported to their equally blackened superior. Since the Great Qin had methods to detect the stellar quantum engines of Jan star mechs, naturally others could possess these means too. Great Qin truly refuses to die peacefully. Cursed thing, wouldn't it just be better to die outright instead of struggling at the brink? This makes everyone uneasy. They were afraid that the Great Qin would rise again and start clearing accounts. When that happened, they wouldn't need to think twice about what fate awaited their kind, the civilizations who struck when their enemy was down. After all, the peak of Great Qin almost unified the entire universe. To dominate the entire outer universe by brute force alone would be insufficient. There had to be absolutely ruthless means. Beneath the military might of Great Qin, numerous civilizations and races were erased from existence. This included a massive civilization that the Yui clan once followed. That civilization was annihilated and eradicated under Great Qin's iron hoof, which prompted the Yui clan to switch their allegiance to Great Qin. Great Qin did not mistreat the Yui clan. It practically handed over half of their former superior clan's territories for them to manage. When Great Qin fell, civilizations like Withering Veil merely broke away from Great Qin, a decision made due to the inevitable circumstances. There were barely any civilizations or races that truly followed Great Qin through life and death. Hence, Great Qin did not pursue these civilizations excessively. This is why, when Qin Shang proposed subjugating Zheng Yi's race earlier, Li Si remained silent. However, the Yui clan were truly ingrates. When Great Qin declined, they not only broke away but also directly backstabbed Great Qin, openly acting as guides for the enemy. Now they have aligned themselves with the demon race, standing in direct opposition to Great Qin. If Great Qin rises again, the Yui clan will inevitably face obliteration. Commander, the entire Chongqing star system has been transformed into an iron wall, and this place is Great Qin's final stronghold. All of Great Qin's forces must be concentrated here. If we clash head-on, clearly there won't be any benefit for us, said the reporting officer hesitantly after a pause. I naturally know. The commander glanced at his subordinate, implying how could he not think of the issues his own subordinate was considering? It's just that sometimes, people are compelled against their will. Otherwise, do you guess where this star-level mech came from? Just follow orders. This time, it's merely a probing mission. The commander spoke up. Yes. Prepare for the general assault. First fleet formation, deploy combat formations. It's finally starting. Li Si watched the movements of the Yui clan displayed on the screen. Just let you ingrates taste the military might of Great Qin again. Li Si had experienced the rise and fall of Great Qin in full, harboring profound hatred for the Yui clan who betrayed Great Qin. Chapter 63, Main Course served. Boom. A terrifying energy cannon created a barrage of missiles that directly enveloped the steel Great Wall ahead. If left unchecked, these energy shells would indeed cause damage to the steel Great Wall. However, when the shots were halfway through their range, the close-in weapon system, CIWS, of the steel Great Wall quickly began locking onto and intercepting them. Boom, boom. Almost every shot was successfully intercepted. After all, Li Si's main body's computing power was still quite enormous. But the frequency of the enemy's attacks remained very high. Despite the hundredfold precautions taken, some might slip through as always. Although this small part of firepower actually couldn't inflict much substantial damage on the Great Wall, but every bit of loss still required resources for repair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Yui clan setup wasn't insignificant. How could it be that only CIWS were prepared? Qin Dynasty's sharp warriors. Terror struck as Qin crossbows unleashed their force. The energy shells that had evaded interception instantly disintegrated upon contact with the arrows. Immediately afterward, a rain of arrows fell like stars from the sky. The Qin retaliation had come. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For the Yui clan starships, their energy shields were no match against the Qin warriors' mighty crossbows. The Qin crossbow itself was renowned for its penetrative power. Merely 2 or 3 arrows could pierce through the energy shield of the Yui clan starships. With just one round of concentrated fire from the Qin sharp warriors, quite a few Yui starships exploded. The Qin Sharp warriors are truly as fearsome as rumored, observed the Yui clan commander at this site. By virtue of individual soldier armor alone, capable of threatening starships in space, there was nothing comparable in the entire starry expanse except the Qin Sharp warriors. Over time, countless people from myriad races across the stars have attempted to uncover the secrets behind the personal armor and crossbows used by the Qin Sharp warriors. However, they've never been successful. Even after the decline of the Qin dynasty, neither the making process of the Qin Sharp warriors nor their crossbows have been figured out. Some even tried creating imitations, but discovered they were less powerful than regular energy cannons. However, while the Qin Sharp warriors have an illustrious reputation, their enemies have long studied methods to counter them. The nemesis of the Qin Sharp warriors, or perhaps something that can slightly restrain the Qin crossbow, is the mech, the star mech. The advantage of the Qin Sharp warriors' crossbow lies in its penetration. Even a star mech may find it challenging to withstand direct frontal assaults. Yet mechs are highly agile, far surpassing normal starships. Before the arrow strikes, they can easily evade to the side and counterattack from the flanks, effortlessly intercepting the arrows. A massive cluster of nearly 100 star mechs burst forth from the Yui formation. The second round of Qin Sharp warrior concentrated fire was mostly intercepted, but Qin also possesses star mechs. An almost equal number of standard Qin-style mechs rushed out from within the Great Wall. The Qin elite guards led the charge, followed by the wind seekers in the middle, and finally, the Qin crossbow handlers. Star mechs in Qin have always been meticulously crafted and standardized. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the fight even started, the Qin crossbow handler mechs immediately unleashed a synchronized salvo. Since outer space lacks gravity, regular ultra-long-range projectile firing isn't possible. However, the range of the Qin crossbow handlers themselves was already incredibly vast. Thus, right from their entrance, a single salvo from the Qin crossbow handlers could penetrate through the entire formation of the Yui clan. Coincidentally, the third wave of synchronized firing from the Qin Sharp warriors also launched. Among the energy bolts fired from the Qin Sharp warriors' crossbows, those from the Qin crossbow handler mechs mixed in, indistinguishable by the naked eye. However, the gap between the energy bolts of the Qin crossbow handlers and those of the Qin Sharp warriors was significant. While star mechs could deftly deflect the crossbow arrows from the Qin Sharp warriors from the sides, the arrows of the Qin crossbow handlers possessed more than just penetrating capabilities. If the star mech tried to use the same method to deflect the arrows of the Qin crossbow handlers, they'd take a considerable loss. From the front, the arrows from the Qin crossbow handlers retained the same level of penetration, yet on the sides, they emitted unstable fluctuations. Any side hit would cause the Qin crossbow arrowhead to shatter upon touch, whereas the Qin crossbow handler's arrowheads would explode instead. Getting hit head-on by an arrow from the Qin crossbow handler would result in an explosion comparable to being struck by a starship's main cannon. As such, the moment this happened, the Yui clan star mechs were dumbfounded. How could this be blocked? In the past, the Yui clan served under the Qin, thus they naturally understood these characteristics. But there was no room for hesitation. The arrows were already raining down upon them. They had to block, even if there was no real way to do so. Boom, boom. Immediately, misfortune struck. Once an attack hit one of the arrows from the Qin crossbow handler mechs, it detonated, causing confusion. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be too severe, at most damaging a certain function of the star mechs. But now they were caught in a storm of arrows. The destabilized Yui star mechs hadn't yet managed to correct their positioning before another dense volley of arrows hammered down. How many times could they withstand the powerful crossbow bolts of the Qin Sharp warriors? But those unlucky ones who again encountered the crossbow bolts from the Qin mech-mounted crossbows were instantly pierced through their mechanical bodies. Then, these bolts that had penetrated their bodies exploded on the spot. In an instant, the entire star mech was rendered completely useless. And there were quite a few such unfortunate mechs. After this round of crossbow bolt attacks, more than 20 of the Yui clan's nearly 100 star mechs were directly destroyed, cutting down their force by 1/5. The commander of the Yui clan looked as dark as ink. Although actually it wasn't too obvious because they were already pretty dark in complexion. Qin. It was evident. Despite the collaboration of countless strong races across the universe, they still could only drive the Qin back behind the Great Wall, but never managed to annihilate them thoroughly. This early in the battle, with the main event yet to start, his side had already suffered heavy losses. On the other hand, the Qin forces remained almost undamaged. This Great Wall truly was a tough bone to chew. Swish swish. But there was no time for him to ponder any further, as another simultaneous volley from the Qin Sharp warriors commenced. This time, 2 full legions of Qin Sharp warriors were mobilized to conduct alternate firing. The Qin crossbows never ceased their assault. Small energy consumption, great power, rapid recharge, and single soldier armor. The Qin Sharp warriors were truly extraordinary. Time to get straight into the action. Continuing like this would only lead to greater loss on their own side. Prepare Nightwolf. Go straight to the main course. The Divine Night Mech is to be deployed. The commander spoke gravely. Buzz. A colossal energy surge erupted across the starry sky. A monstrous figure emerged from within the Yui clan coalition. Heavy and imposing, it towered at nearly 200 meters with 6 thick mechanical arms, its head crowned with 2 massive alloy horns. Buzz. As it charged to the very front of the battlefield, the enormous silhouette suddenly halted as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. Following this impact point in space, a red energy shield abruptly spread out. This red energy shield engulfed all of the 4th synchronized volley of bolts from the Qin Sharp warriors. Under the effect of the red energy shield,
All the bolts from the Qin's powerful crossbows melted away like snow. This was the power of the Star Annihilation Mech. Chapter 64 Universal Gestures. Yin Walker? Seeing the giant figure in the projection, Li Si murmured. Most star-shattering mechas are famous throughout the galaxy. After all, civilizations capable of producing star-shattering mechas aren't obscure minor ones. Therefore, almost all star-shattering mechas are well known. Of course, there are exceptions like the God General mecha that underwent a major conversion. However, the God General mecha was destroyed, leaving only its stellar quantum engine core intact. For a normal mecha, if you attempt to separate the quantum core anew, it would lead to engine damage. Hardly worth the effort. Under normal circumstances, no civilization would do such a thing. The star-shattering mecha presented by the Yui race right before them was immediately recognized by Li Si. It is the Yin Yu Walker, crafted by the Lian Yu race. The Lian Yu race and the Demon race are practically identical, or rather, two branches of the same racial civilization. With the Yui clan now serving under the Demon race, it's perfectly logical for them to bring out the Yin Yu Walker from the Lian Yu race. Since the opponent has already put the main dish on the table, we don't need to hesitate. Bai Qi Mecha. Activate. Ripples of ethereal transmission gently fluctuated as the colossal Bai Qi Mecha appeared directly in front of the steel Great Wall. Huff. Inside the Bai Qi Mecha, Qin Shang took a deep breath. For the first time, he was genuinely piloting a star-shattering mecha, and Qin Shang couldn't help but feel excited. Originally, according to Li Si's intentions, Qin Shang would remain inside the Great Wall, remotely controlling the Bai Qi Mecha via ethereal signals. But Qin Shang insisted that since this was just for support, with Su Li driving the War God Mecha ahead and the massive steel Great Wall behind him, and considering that he didn't even need to engage in battle himself, entering the cockpit of the Bai Qi Mecha should have no effect, right? Moreover, Qin Shang wasn't someone to be coddled like a flower in a greenhouse. As the crown prince of Qin under these circumstances, his destiny was set. Growth through facing storms and trials. Li Si hesitated momentarily, but upon calculation, it seemed there wouldn't be an issue, so ultimately, he agreed. Hence, Qin Shang earnestly piloted the Bai Qi Mecha into action. The Bai Qi Mecha, its mighty reputation. Upon seeing the Bai Qi appear outside the Great Wall, the commander of the Yui clan looked forward at the emerging Bai Qi Mecha. Throughout the former rise of Qin, the Bai Qi Mecha contributed greatly, earning a legendary reputation across the stars. Now, with the reappearance of the Bai Qi Mecha, the Yui commander recalled the formidable strength of the old Qin Empire and subconsciously felt a moment of hesitation. However, actions once started can't be turned back. Today's Qin isn't what it used to be. Still, at this point, the Yui commander noticed something unusual. Why did the Bai Qi Mecha appear at that particular position? Though it did appear, it stayed towards the rear of the battlefield, near the steel Great Wall. Could it be? This Bai Qi Mecha is merely an empty shell? Otherwise, why wouldn't it rush in for the kill? Its illustrious reputation was earned entirely through combat prowess. Realization sparked in the eyes of the Yui commander. Charge forward. Bai Qi Mecha might currently just be an empty shell. Seize it. The Yui commander excitedly sent a message immediately to the pilot of the Yin Yu Walker, Yi Lang. As a pilot of a star-shattering mecha, Yi Lang's eyes brightened instantly, though strictly speaking, they lack whites and cannot literally shine. This Yin Yu Walker indeed belongs to the Lian Yu race. It was rented by the Yui race from the Lian Yu clan, and the rent wasn't cheap. However, while piloting the Yin Yu Walker during combat, everything remained standard. If they irritate the Lian Yu race, who retain the basic code of the mecha, they could remotely lock down all functions of the Yin Yu Walker. As for breaking the encryption, without the skill or courage, one Yin Yu Walker wouldn't be enough to support rebellion. Thus, this Yin Yu Walker doesn't belong to the Yui clan. If they could seize Bai Qi, Yi Lang's excitement surged at the thought. The Yui clan had only him as a star-shattering mecha pilot, meaning the Bai Qi mecha could be exclusively his. Plus, the Yui clan shares a similar physical build with the human race, so seizing the Bai Qi mecha would require no modifications. It would only need encryption cracking to become fully operational. Go. Take it. Yi Lang immediately drove the Yin Yu Walker towards the Bai Qi mecha. Be careful, don't let your guard down. Despite excitement, the commander knew, if things turned out as predicted, this could be an opportunity for the rise of the Yui clan. Yet as a commander, the more critical the moment, the calmer he needed to stay. Don't worry, Yi Lang responded, confident in his skills, piloting the stellar-level mecha Yin Yu Walker which, within the Lian Yu race, also belonged to the relatively stronger types of star-shattering mechas. At this moment on the entire battlefield, apart from that one Bai Qi mecha, no one should be able to do anything to him. As for those star mechas, in such numbers, they could be wiped out with a mere wave of his hand. Unless they reached a certain quantity, only then would they pose any threat to a star-shattering mecha. Therefore, Yi Lang's full attention was on the Bai Qi mecha, and towards it, he still maintained some caution. Even though it appeared like an ornamental display, with Bai Qi's reputation looming large, Yi Lang also worried about traps. Closer. Very close now. But the Bai Qi mecha remained completely motionless. This indeed seemed like nothing more than a showpiece, and upon this thought, Yi Lang instantly grew even more excited. The Bai Qi mecha. It will soon be within grasp. Just thinking about it fills him with excitement. Inside the cockpit of the Bai Qi mecha, Qin Shang looked at the charging Yin Yu Walker, and a smirk of mockery appeared on his face. With just a flicker of intention, the Bai Qi mecha began to move. Without Li Si's assistance, Qin Shang barely had the capability to pilot the Bai Qi mecha into combat using his own strength alone. However, within the cockpit, controlling the Bai Qi mecha to perform basic movements was possible.
It moved. The Bai Qi mecha stirred. In an instant, the Yanyu walker slowed down and warily locked onto the Bai Qi mecha. Under its vigilant gaze, the Bai Qi mecha wobbled uncertainly as it slowly raised its arm and flashed a huge middle finger. This gesture is almost universally understood. Though it was Yilang's first time seeing it, instinctively he grasped its meaning. Just as Yilang was growing angry, boom. Suddenly, Yilang felt the Yanyu walker go completely out of control, hurtling backward. Ding ding ding. Right arm 1, right arm 2 has lost kinetic function. With a single strike, the Yanyu walker sustained significant damage. What? Yilang's pupils contracted. If only he had them. Struggling, he attempted to regain control of the Yanyu walker. Yet another colossal light burst into view before him. Boom. An even fiercer impact followed. Ding ding. Left arm 1 separated from the body. The structure loses 5% balance. Alarms rang incessantly in Yilang's ears. Chapter 65, Blaze Inferno. The flame prisoner walker suffered 2 consecutive attacks, losing 2 mechanical arms and breaking 1, which directly caused the entire machine to lose balance. However, Nightwolf didn't react at all, and it was very clear that Bai Qi's mech had not performed any attack. Nightwolf gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly filled with blood, turning the originally pure black irises into a faint red. Boom. Terrifying fiery red energy exploded outwards from the flame prisoner walker. The surrounding starry sky around the flame prisoner walker erupted with frightening red flames. The slightly distorted space displayed the terrifying power of this energy. At this moment, even a star destroyer within these energies would likely have its energy shield destroyed immediately, and without the energy shield, the body couldn't withstand the force. Blaze Inferno. This was one of the flame prisoner walker's ultimate skills. Even though Nightwolf was a qualified pilot of a starship-level mech, it placed a heavy burden on him. But obviously, it was indeed effective. A shadow was forced out by the Blaze Inferno. Wang Jian, the war god, an offensively designed mech with smooth curves, was pushed back out of the Blaze Inferno. Offensive mechs generally have weaker defenses, so taking a direct hit from the Blaze Inferno could be too costly. Anyway, after making the first move successfully, Suli piloting the war god mech directly left the range of the Blaze Inferno. At this moment, Nightwolf finally had a chance to regain control and stabilize the flame prisoner walker. The second starship-level mech. That's Wang Jian, the war god of Qin. In terms of destruction, it doesn't fall short compared to Bai Qi. The deep voice of the Yu Yi clan commander rang out. Nightwolf's expression also turned somewhat somber. He had assumed the opponent had only released one Bai Qi mech, and even then, just a hollow shell. He didn't expect the other side to also conceal a war god Wang Jian mech. In fact, they were overly self-assured. From the moment Bai Qi mech appeared, it seemed more like a mascot. After all, one could tell from the flame prisoner mech itself that the Hell clan must have provided some technological support to the Yu Yi clan. So as long as they calculated properly, they could deduce that the amount of ether transmission energy earlier wasn't needed just for transmitting one Bai Qi mech. Moreover, after emerging via ether transmission, the Wang Jian mech activated only standard optical refraction gear. Unfortunately, their focus was almost entirely on the Bai Qi mech. They never expected there was another starship-level mech involved. After all, since the decline of the Great Qin Dynasty, neither the Qin warriors nor the starship-level mechs of Qin had made much of an appearance. The last time a Qin starship-level mech was seen was when a divine general mech was destroyed in a battlefield long ago. From then until the Qin lost all its territories and retreated behind the final Great Wall, no core starship-level mechs ever appeared. Thus, many subconsciously assumed that the starship-level mechs of Qin were no longer functional. And after Bai Qi mech appeared, it was completely inactive, so they naturally assumed that the Bai Qi mech was merely a showpiece. Actually, they weren't wrong. Without a qualified pilot, Bai Qi mech was indeed nothing more than a showpiece. Unfortunately, beside it was a hidden war god mech. Miss Su, please try your best to unleash the full strength of the divine general mech. The superstar crossbow is already charging. After the decline of Great Qin, it has been too long since we've bared our fangs. This time, let us use this flame prisoner mech to make all the stellar races re-recognize our Great Qin. Li Si's voice came through the communication channel. Perhaps driven by hatred for the Yu Yi clan, Li Si's tone was exceptionally cold. An AI wouldn't have emotion, but Li Si was much more than just an AI. Understood. Suli took a deep breath. The war god mech wielded a single alloy halberd, thrusting it straight ahead towards the Blaze Inferno. Though the thrust seemed ordinary, the invisible impact force quickly spread out from the halberd, pushing the blaze forces aside. With the blaze force swept aside, the war god mech dashed straight toward the flame prisoner walker. In the cockpit, Su Li's face was slightly pale, clearly showing she wasn't handling things easily either. Fire. Support the flame prisoner walker. The Yu Yi clan commander anxiously spoke. The flame prisoner walker had already taken damage from the beginning, and the renown of the great Qin war god was certainly no less illustrious than that of Bai Qi, the killing god. One-on-one, the outcome might be uncertain. Now, given that the flame prisoner walker was damaged, the situation looked worse. Even though their energy cannons might not have significant effects on the war god mech, they could still serve as a restraint. And they also had hidden firepower. If given the opportunity, they might seize this war god mech. Only, the Yu Yi clan commander glanced anxiously at the Bai Qi mech standing by, as if watching a play from afar. If the two starship-level mechs from the other side worked together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, so far, the Bai Qi mech hadn't shown any intention of attacking. This was their opportunity. Boom, boom. Starships from the Yi clan immediately began assaulting the war god mech. Of course, the Great Qin side wouldn't sit idly by. Your Highness, do you mind warming up a bit? Li Si's voice rang in Qin Shang's ear. Qin Shang grinned, understanding Li Si's implication. Naturally, I am more than willing. There weren't many chances to experience the thrill of piloting a starship-level mech. Meng Xiao, I'll take care of it. By this point, Qin Shang had noticed the star mechs from Great Qin already preparing for action, ready to intercept those Yi clan starships. And the commander of these star mechs was none other than Meng Xiao once again. Understood, Your Highness. Meng Xiao led the star mechs and stopped their intended actions. Flash. White streaks of light flickered. The Yi clan commander's face instantly paled dramatically. They've moved the Baiqi mech. Boom, boom, boom. Almost instantly, the Baiqi mech appeared right between the Yi clan forces and the two starship-level mechs. It lightly swung its longsword. A faint fluorescent glow shimmered intermittently. But under this single slash, all sorts of energy cannons launched by the Yi clan were completely annihilated. Not only that, after eradicating all incoming energy projectiles, the force continued sweeping forward toward the ordinary starships and star mechs ahead. Evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers. The Yi clan commander frantically shouted. As for resisting, to recklessly withstand the attack of a starship-level mech, not even a starship would dare to attempt it directly. Yet the pale sword light moved swiftly. As it swept across, it obliterated everything in its path, exploding like countless dense fireworks. With one slash, nearly 1/5 of the Yi clan coalition army was wiped out. This was the might of a starship-level mech. After this single slash, the Baiqi mech didn't make another move but stood silently among the stars. Still, cold sweat poured down the forehead of the Yi clan commander. He didn't dare order an attack again. That just now must have been Baiqi's warning, he instinctively thought. Alas, he lacked X-ray vision and couldn't see inside the cockpit of the Baiqi mech, where Qin Shang was already gasping for breath. Almost all of his qi within his body had been depleted. That previous slash was Qin Shang trying to control the Baiqi mech himself without Li Si's assistance. Even at a level that barely reached less than 2 layers of the Baiqi mech's power, it had drained all of Qin Shang's strength. Qin Shang didn't have the strength left to control Baiqi to swing its sword a second time. Chapter 66 The Retreating Yi Clan. Seeing the approaching war god mecha, Yi Lang's expression grew heavy. The war god Wang Jian. As a pilot of the Giant Star-level mecha, he still knew a little about the illustrious reputation of this Giant Star-level mecha. The Giant Star-level mecha also varied. The Qin mechas, whether Baiqi or Wang Jian, or even the already damaged divine General Meng Tian, all had historical combat records of destroying Giant Star-level mechas head-on. And the Flame Jail Walker, in its battles against the Killing God and War God mechas, destroyed countless ones. Therefore, Yi Lang was under immense pressure. Especially after being sneak-attacked first, his mech was already damaged. 6 days? No. At this point there were only 5 arms left. With the imbalance on both sides, the Flame Jail Walker mech lightly lost balance. Yi Lang clenched his teeth and controlled the 2 remaining arms on the left, directly grabbing the mechanical arm on the right. Sizzle. A burst of blue electricity surged. The entire mechanical arm on the right was torn off by himself. Beep beep. Right one disconnected, mech restoring balance. Although the minor imbalance was not fatal, in battle, Yi Lang had to spend more mental energy maintaining the balance of the mech while fighting against the war god mecha, putting him at an even greater disadvantage. After tearing off the right mechanical arm of the Flame Jail Walker, Yi Lang controlled the Flame Jail Walker and threw the mechanical arm in his hand toward the incoming war god mecha that was breaking through the burning flame hell. Boom. At the moment the mechanical arm collided with the long spear of the war god mecha, it exploded violently. The explosive power of this mechanical arm was comparable to the main cannon of a Jin starship. Just then, the Flame Jail Walker mech didn't merely pull off its own mechanical arm. It simultaneously injected a massive amount of fiery energy into the internal part of that arm. And due to the instability and violence of the fiery energy, the explosion occurred immediately upon contact with the long spear of the war god mecha. However, Yi Lang was very clear that just this self-destruction would be unable to handle this war god mecha. Following that, the quantum engine erupted with even greater force, causing the fiery energy around the entire Flame Jail Walker to rise. Its form almost became completely invisible. Only a giant red energy mass remained at its original position. Fiery Inferno Charge. This entire red energy mass rapidly charged toward the direction of the war god mecha, moving extremely fast. The Flame Jail Walker was inherently a heavy-duty mecha. Nightwolf hadn't had enough time to build up energy for this ultimate kill move. If there had been ample time for charge-up, this collision could destroy a star. Under full charge conditions, its power would be equivalent to Mars colliding with Earth. But this is the normal state of combat for Jian's class mechas. It's rare to have the chance to execute a star-destroying level attack against a similarly ranked opponent, because they wouldn't give you the time to charge up. While you're charging, they'll be doing the same. Even when 2 star-annihilating moves collide, it's uncertain who will come out stronger. The Fiery Inferno Charge isn't just the Flame Jail Walker carrying the fiery energy. It also pulls along the lingering fiery energy from the undispersed hell of flames, enclosing it in the outermost layer around the Flame Jail Walker. The Flame Jail Walker looked like a red comet, dragging a red tail as it crashed toward the war god mecha that had just emerged from the energetic cluster caused by the self-explosion of the mechanical arm. Facing the impact of the Flame Jail Walker, Su Li showed no signs of panic at all. The reason why the war god is called a war god isn't merely a title. Battle 8 directions. Terrifying energy surged out from the quantum engine of the war god mecha, infusing the long halberd held by the war god mecha. What was originally an ordinary long halberd emitted oppressive fluctuations. Swinging. A colossal shadow of the long halberd appeared. It was precisely this move. In the past, this single strike by the war god mecha split an opposing planet clean in half. Despite lacking time to charge now, this blow from the war god mecha did not possess star-shattering power, but it was more than sufficient to deal with the flame jail walker in front of them. Inside the cockpit of the war god mecha, Su Li's complexion slightly paled, clearly showing the considerable consumption. Piloting a Jian's-class mecha wasn't such an easy task. Under everyone's focused gaze, the enormous shadow of the long halberd and the red meteor violently collided. Bang! Terrifying energy ripples diffused outward. The Jian star fleet of the Yui clan had already retreated far away in the first instance. Just the shockwave from the clash of these two Jian's-class mechas was enough to obliterate regular starships. On the Qin side, the Daxing Jinwei of the Star Mecha Army unit naturally opened their electro-ion field at the forefront. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss. At the instant when the long halberd silhouette and the red comet clashed, Qin Shang distinctly saw that the long halberd effortlessly split the red meteor into two. Immediately after, the red meteor exploded. Although Qin Shang believed that the war god mecha of the Great Qin was very powerful, as a Jian star-level mecha, it shouldn't have been able to break through the opponent's attack so easily. Sure enough, a red shadow darted out from the energy aftermath at an incredible speed. Qin Shang's eyes slightly narrowed. Flame Jail Walker. The Yui clan commander also revealed a smile. In fact, when the war god mecha appeared, he already intended to retreat, especially with a Bai Qi mecha nearby. The earlier warning had proven that the Bai Qi mecha wasn't just for show. This also caused him to refrain from using another covert method he had prepared. Within the Yui clan's fleet, there was a hidden star-annihilating cannon mounted on his flagship. Without the Bai Qi mecha around, he had originally planned to use the star-annihilating cannon for a surprise attack. However, with one Bai Qi mecha still present, he didn't believe that a Flame Jail Walker plus a star-annihilating cannon would be enough to take down both the Killing God and War God mechas, which were essentially symbols of the Great Qin. Otherwise, Great Qin wouldn't have been reigning over the starry skies for so many years. In the past, the Yui clan pledged allegiance to the Great Qin, and as their commander, he was well aware of the terrifying power of Bai Qi and Wang Jian. Thus, from the start, their strategy was to retreat. After all, they couldn't afford to lose the Flame Jail Walker, which actually belonged to the rent-seeking Hellfire tribe. Qin Shang clenched his teeth, ready to stubbornly control the Bai Qi mecha to intercept the retreating Hell Walker. Prince, don't act rashly. Forcing yourself to control the Bai Qi mecha in your current state might harm your essence. They won't get away. The Superstar Crossbow is ready. At this, Qin Shang hesitated for a moment. Though he hadn't seen the Superstar Crossbow, Qin Shang still understood its purpose during training courses outside of his main curriculum. The Superstar Crossbow itself symbolized surpassing the Jian star class in power. It was built during the construction of the Steel Great Wall specifically to counter Jian star class mechans. As the aftermath dissipated, the War God mecha, wielding a long halberd, appeared amidst the stars, seemingly no different from when it first entered battle. The Red Glow and the Yui clan's fleet were quickly retreating into the distance. Seeing that the two Great Qin mechans did not pursue, the Yui clan commander let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 67, Superstar Crossbow. Run? Can you really run away? In this battle, the Great Wall side did not go to great lengths to pass through the Great Wall and block all ether signals in the entire Great Wall star system. So, if there are no accidents, this battle should be live-streamed for the entire civilization behind the Yui clan. Yeah, though if it's far, the refraction of the ether signal also takes time, which results in a certain delay. Since they have already decided to bare their fangs, they won't hide anything anymore. Click click click. In the starry sky, the huge steel Great Wall moved directly apart, leaving a space with an enormous diameter. A streak of bright light lit up inside the Great Wall. Qin Shang knew that this was one of the ultimate killing machines of the Great Wall. Superstar Crossbow. Danger. Qin Shang seemed to have already seen the large red danger word appear above the fleeing red glow. Indeed, just as Qin Shang had guessed, Yi Lang, who was driving the flaming prison walker, suddenly became highly alert. Being able to drive a star-annihilating mecha, Yi Lang was naturally an extraordinary ability user, and his strength wasn't low. He could clearly feel a terrifying sense of crisis enveloping his body. He would die. He is going to die. But, where does the danger come from? Yi Lang didn't understand. The two-star annihilating mecha of Great Qin weren't chasing after him, so what could still threaten him now, while he was driving the flaming prison walker? But at the moment he controlled the flaming prison walker to turn around, a massive streak of bright light filled his entire vision, and then he lost consciousness. The scene rewound, 1 second earlier. After the steel Great Wall fully let out the launch channel of the Superstar Crossbow, a streak of white light shot out almost at an indiscernible speed. This was fast even by the standards of the whole starry sky, making it almost impossible to recognize, showing just how fast it was. The streak of fire red light was caught up with by the white light in the blink of an eye. Even though the fleeing flaming prison walker had relied on a blow from the War God mecha and added its own propulsion speed, which shows how fast it was fleeing. Yet, despite all that, within less than a second, it was caught up with. And in the midst of the white light, the red glow slowly dissipated. Just like that, the vast flaming prison walker completely vanished in the starry sky, without a trace left behind. Even the quantum core inside couldn't be preserved. As the quantum engine core controlling and regulating the power of the entire star, its robustness was unimaginable. Most star annihilation class mechas, even if the body was damaged, the core within could be recovered and reused repeatedly. Take Great Qin's Divine General Mecha as an example. If it were truly destroyed, the release of stellar energy inside would be no less powerful than a star explosion. But under this streak of white energy light, such a quantum engine core, along with the body of the flaming prison walker itself, disappeared without a trace, without even a bubble popping. Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but open his mouth wide, too exaggerated. Is this the superstar crossbow? Although Qin Shi Huang had imagined the power of the superstar crossbow, thinking it might only easily destroy the body of a star-annihilating mecha, he never thought it could be exaggerated to this extent, directly erasing a star-annihilating mecha, including the quantum engine core. Not only that, after the white energy light erased the flaming prison walker, it didn't consume much power at all, and continued to move forward unchecked. Ahead of the flaming prison walker was the previously evacuated Yui clan fleet. Swish! In the terrified eyes of the Yui clan commander, the white light directly penetrated through the exact center of the entire fleet. Without doubt, those Yui clan starships within the range of the superstar crossbow were all eradicated just like the previous flaming prison walker. After all, even the heavy star annihilation class mecha of the Inferno clan, the flaming prison walker, couldn't withstand it. What about these Yui clan starships? On what basis? Among them was the flagship where the Yui clan commander was located. In this instant, almost 80% of the entire Yui clan fleet had been wiped out, leaving only a few small ships on both sides. It's enough. The fiery quantum engine core of the flaming prison walker is actually quite good. If we can recover and modify it, we'll have another star annihilation class mecha. Li Si's voice faintly sounded over the communication channel. Isn't it too exaggerated? This level of power, Qin Shi Huang murmured, watching the light that had already disappeared at the edge of the starry sky. Could it not be exaggerated? At least the energy used could maintain the normal operation of the entire Great Wall for more than 80 years, and this isn't even the maximum stored energy. Li Si criticized. If it were the maximum stored energy, the consumption could sustain the normal operation of the entire Great Wall for over 100 years. The size of the steel Great Wall is that of an entire planetary system. You can think of it as converting the whole solar system into a steel port city, with a diameter spanning several light years. The amount of energy needed to sustain such a massive steel Great Wall for so many years is unimaginable. Since those Yui clansmen were too cowardly and fled very quickly, according to Li Si's calculations, they didn't even need to reach the maximum energy storage. With this move, I believe those myriad cosmic races won't dare to provoke the Great Wall easily anymore. But Your Highness, you need to work harder. Li Si continued. I understand. Qin Shi Huang nodded. By throwing one punch out there, we prevent 100 from coming our way. After showing their fangs this time, though the myriad cosmic races may not dare to provoke the Great Wall lightly, the next time they come, it will definitely be with overwhelming force. When that happens, things won't be as easy to deal with. Right now, the focus of the myriad cosmic races will probably all be on the Great Wall. Your Highness can also flaunt yourself a bit. No need to worry too much about being discovered, said Li Si. The superstar crossbow's bolt is still advancing. Qin Shi Huang looked at the forward starry sky, where the white light hadn't yet faded. Yes, the range of the superstar crossbow can penetrate an entire star system, Li Si said with a smile. Penetrating the entire star system left Qin Shi Huang slightly amazed. But it wasn't a problem since the Qin had only the Great Wall remaining now. As for the Withering Veil, which was far away across countless star systems, which lucky soul the ongoing superstar crossbow would hit was uncertain. Anyway, the Qin was already an enemy to all, well, except for the Jin clan that Qin Shi Huang had just subdued. As for the few remaining Yui clansmen, the Qin didn't bother chasing them either. Since these few couldn't really pose much threat to the Qin anyway, it would be more beneficial to let them go back and spread the word about how sharp the Qin's teeth were. Since Your Highness has returned, why not take the opportunity to upgrade your Zulong Type 2 mech suit according to your previous plan? Li Si mentioned this. Good. Qin Shi Huang nodded. It was somewhat unnecessary to make a special trip just for upgrading the Zulong Type 2. However, since he was already back, it was just something he could do in passing. Chapter 68, The Starry Sky Mecha Leasing Plan. With the capabilities of the Great Wall's craftsmanship, it wouldn't take much time to retrofit the Zulong 2 mech. After all, it wasn't a star-annihilating mecha, nor was it about recasting from scratch, just a retrofit, and one with a clear plan at that. Naturally, it would not take much time. During this period, Qin Shi Huang confirmed his suspicions by visiting Zhao Gao once more and inspecting the Imperial Jade Seal. It turned out he hadn't guessed wrong. Compared to the last time he saw the Imperial Jade Seal, the seal before him now seemed to have absorbed a touch more of the willpower force. Though it wasn't a significant increase, under circumstances where one could clearly perceive willpower, Qin Shi Huang naturally noticed it. The main reason was that the Qin dynasty had fallen into decline, and the last time he saw it, the absorbed willpower in the Imperial Jade Seal was barely perceptible. The slight additional increase now stood out prominently. There was no doubt that the extra traces of willpower stemmed from the True One's clan after Qin Shi Huang subjugated them, derived from the clan's willpower. Qin Shi Huang looked at the Imperial Jade Seal, knowing within it rested the slumbering consciousness of the first emperor, his alluring ancient ancestor. Regardless, as long as the absorbed willpower increased, there was no doubt this was a good thing. Although he only received a one-time reward in the form of willpower, there was certainly gain in it. Not long after, The retrofitting of the Xuanhuan 2 succeeded. Relevant materials for the xuanqing floating cannon were already stockpiled within the Great Wall. A small amount of mobility was sacrificed to mount 2 xuanqing floating cannons. After all, the Xuanhuan 2 was already a complete mech. Its retrofitting would undoubtedly affect its functionality. After the retrofit, Qin Shi Huang even tested the mech. Overall, the minor loss of mobility was negligible. Anyway, what needed to be dodged could still be easily avoided. Facing off against a star-annihilating mech still meant running away. There are always trade-offs. Trading a bit of mobility for 2 powerful xuanqing floating cannons made Qin Shi Huang feel like he gained far more than he lost. Moreover, the firepower of these 2 xuanqing floating cannons was significantly superior in quality compared to those produced in the Eagle's Nest. In terms of craftsmanship and materials, they exceeded the xuanqing floating cannons produced in the Eagle's Nest. Still, there was one point. The xuanqing floating cannons could only be mounted on the Xuanhuan 2 while it remained in its normal state. If Qin Shi Huang activated the super-frequency mode of the Xuanhuan 2, the xuanqing floating cannons would also have to remain in an active state, escorting the super-frequency mode Xuanhuan 2. Up to this point, Qin Shi Huang's return trip to the Great Wall was essentially finalized. He and Su Li should return to the Withered Curtain now. For this interstellar long-distance teleportation back to the Withered Curtain, naturally the energy would come from the Great Wall. One doesn't know how valuable grain and firewood truly are until managing a household. We need to economize, economize. Facing Qin Shi Huang's gaze, Li Si's hologram said without flinching or turning red in the face. After all, being just a projection, Li Si didn't blush or have a heartbeat. Qin Shi Huang stared at the small, ether transmission pod crafted over there by the Eagle's Nest, which he'd used when he returned, then gave Li Si an odd look. This led to such a scene. Internally, Qin Shi Huang rolled his eyes. You're really being economical? A single bolt has drained 8 decades worth of the entire Great Wall's energy. And now you're being frugal with an ether transmission pod? Do you think I believe that? On the side, Su Li stepped into the pod without any change in expression. Only Qin Shi Huang noticed that Su Li's earrings started turning red again. Since Su Li had already entered, there was nothing much left for Qin Shi Huang to say. Thus, Qin Shi Huang shrugged and followed her inside. Subsequently, ether energy enveloped the entire ether transmission pod, initiating the targeted ultra-long-distance ether transmission. Another delightful touch, accompanied by a faint vibration, let Qin Shi Huang reluctantly know they had arrived at the Eagle's Nest. Your Highness, Ms. Su, Meng Qi and Li Si's projection awaited outside. When Qin Shi Huang and Su Li emerged, Meng Qi immediately bowed in greeting. Although Su Li's expression was calm, Meng Qi was no fool, considering the cramped space of the ether transmission pod. Had it not been improper according to propriety, Meng Qi might have directly addressed her as Crown Princess. How did things go while I was away? Qin Shi Huang inquired. Qin Shi Huang and Su Li had only been gone a short while. The round-trip ether transmission had basically taken no time, merely consuming energy. Also, waiting for the retrofitting of the Xuanhuan 2 mech took 2 days. The True One's clan has already begun assembling a stellar fleet, preparing to stir up trouble at the Tentacle Race's territory. Meng Qi naturally understood what Qin Shi Huang was asking. It definitely wasn't the daily affairs of the Eagle's Nest. After all, Prime Minister Li Si by the side, and the Li Si within the main structure of the Great Wall were interconnected. If any issue arose at the Eagle's Nest, even if His Highness the Crown Prince remained in the Great Wall, it was estimated he would be aware instantly. So naturally, the Crown Prince's question would concern the Withered Curtain situation. The actions are still too slow, Qin Shi Huang muttered softly to himself. Accustomed to the high efficiency of the Qin dynasty, the dragging pace of the True One's clan indeed made Qin Shi Huang feel a bit uneasy. By the way, Your Highness, we need to figure out a way to obtain some resources. At this moment, Li Si spoke up. Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. He knew this. During their return trip to the Great Wall, the ultra-long-distance ether transmission almost depleted all the energy reserves of the Eagle's Nest. Now, the Eagle's Nest had fallen into an energy crisis. They couldn't afford even a slightly wealthy war. As the saying goes, when cannons fire, gold flies. Wars cost money, and so it is for this era. Wars demand energy. And similarly, energy is the hard currency of this age. It's a pity that this star has reached its twilight years. Qin Shi Huang gazed upward at the dimming star and sighed. If this star were still in its prime, they could consider installing a Dyson sphere to harvest its energy and make stellar essence. Of course, with the Eagle's Nest's current capacity, although they brought the technology from the Great Wall to construct a Dyson sphere, they lacked the capital to carry it out. However, this dying star, should there be sufficient capital, could be compressed into a quantum engine core. It was still early though. Though the star had entered its twilight phase, it would take tens of thousands of years, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, for it to naturally collapse. Certainly, modern technology could accelerate this process through human intervention. What about getting another batch of energy from the True One's clan? Qin Shi Huang, stroking his chin, opened with this suggestion. Among the tributes submitted by the True One's clan previously, there were many materials. Yes, most of which have already transformed into the steel fortress that is the Eagle's Nest. Though there wasn't a shortage of stellar essence, the proportion was still relatively small. Furthermore, while the True One's clan only governed a single star system as a minor civilization race in this relatively barren, withered curtain region, their entire stockpile of energy might not measure up to a single shot from the Great Wall's superstar crossbow. But for the Eagle's Nest now, such quantities would suffice. This, under what pretext? Meng Qi hesitated somewhat. Although the True One's clan had already surrendered, they had already accepted the tribute. Moreover, pushing the True Ones clan too hard on their meager assets wouldn't be wise. How about leasing mech suits from them? Chapter 69. Rental, the Zhan clan's counterattack. Huh, renting mecha? Su Li, Meng Qi, and Li Si's projection were all momentarily taken aback. After all, we can't just ask for their energy outright. Qin Shang said modestly. Everyone fell silent. Su Li was the first to react. After all, her Su family had rented a Star Annihilation class mecha before. Isn't the Zhan clan now following our intentions and preparing to stir up trouble? But with the strength of the Zhan clan, how much trouble can they cause? If so, why don't we directly rent the stellar mecha to them? Since it's a rental, we'll just collect Star Yuan as rent. After renting our mechas, their power will definitely surge, and then they can properly create some chaos. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Qin Shang smiled widely and said, Indeed, I believe the Zhen clan will be very willing. Su Li nodded in agreement. The Zhen clan would certainly be pleased about this matter. After all the stellar mechas in Qin Shang's hands were top-tier goods from among the stars. Ordinary civilizations wouldn't even have a chance to rent them. Now if Qin Shang and his group are willing to rent them out, as long as the price isn't too outrageous, they would surely be agreeable. So how many should we rent out? Meng Qi asked. After all, there were only 50 stellar mechas in their eagle's nest currently. All of them. Qin Shang grinned widely. Everyone was once again surprised. After all, the quantity is indeed not much. Renting a small portion won't achieve anything. Since we've already decided to rent them out, let's not be stingy. Qin Shang smiled widely again. But the defensive force here at Eagle's Nest. Meng Qi hesitated slightly. Qin Shang glanced calmly at Su Li by his side and opened his mouth. Can 50 stellar mechas defeat a divine general mecha? Definitely not. Without even needing to think about it, Meng Qi immediately answered. If 50 stellar mechas could counterbalance a single Star Annihilation class mecha, then the status disparity between the Star Annihilation class and stellar mechas wouldn't be so significant. The race that mechanically ascended mentioned by Li Si would not have been so easily wiped out by the Great Qin either. Their deficiency lay precisely in the Star Annihilation class mechas. And we still have 50 aerial combat fighters, along with 100 suits of powered armor. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to come bother Eagle's Nest, Qin Shang explained. Meng Qi fell into a momentary speechlessness. How could air combat fighters and powered armors compare to stellar mechas? But since Qin Shang had already spoken, and given that they also had Su Li and the Divine General Mecha, indeed, there wasn't an issue. So it settled pleasantly. Prime Minister Li Si, estimate the current overall capital of the Zhen clan, and see how much rent price range they can roughly afford. Also, make sure the hidden mechanisms of the 50 stellar mechas are in good condition. Qin Shang looked at Li Si and said, Rest assured, my lord. Li Si nodded in response. It was part of his responsibilities. Qin Shang began pondering on what came next. Renting out stellar mechas was merely a temporary solution to Eagle's Nest energy crisis. Starting things is always difficult, and Eagle's Nest has just started. But the current situation of the Great Qin gives Qin Shang a bit of a sense of urgency. He needs to quickly secure the territory under the Veil of Withering. And then, he must address the Yin-Yang race and the goblins promptly. Things unfolded just as Qin Shang expected. The Zhen clan was particularly thrilled about renting the stellar mecha from him. In the end, they transacted at a very reasonable price. The Zhen clan didn't hesitate and rented all 50 stellar mechas available from Qin Shang. With these 50 stellar mechas, the Zhen clan confidently set off to provoke the tentacle race. At the edge of the Mu Ping star system, a large fleet was gathering here. The four-arm insignia on the starships displayed that these ships belonged to the Zhen clan. In the past, the Mu Ping star system almost lost control due to the joint attack of the Tentacle and Yin-Yang clans. Now, acting on the instructions of those humans, they avenged themselves. And they willingly rented themselves 50 stellar mechas. Although it wasn't cheap, the Zhen clan didn't hesitate to rent them. Tentacles were coming to take revenge. Rise and fall happen frequently in space. Every day countless civilization races become history in the Black Forest Law. Had it not been for Qin Shang and the other human race's appearance, the Zhen clan would have also become one of the numerous extinguished interstellar civilizations. And all of this stemmed from when the Tentacle clan conspired with the Yin-Yang clan to invade them. As for the Shadow Remnants and the giant goblin tribe adding insult to injury, although detestable, priority naturally went to settling accounts with the chief culprits first. Now that they had backers, they would settle scores one by one. After all, these 50-star mechas, according to those humans, were just their preliminary support. As long as the Zhen clan started stirring up trouble, they would intervene at critical moments. Set out, target the Prosperity Star system. The commander of the Zhen clan issued his spirited orders. With the formidable humans backing them up, he was fearless. Besides, if it weren't for the octopus-like creatures of the tentacle race allying with the Yin-Yang race, just these 50-star mechas rented from the humans would have been sufficient to sweep through the entire Prosperity Star system. And indeed, Qin Shang didn't exaggerate. More reinforcements did come. However, there were only two people, Qin Shang and Su Li. Far behind the Zhen clan fleet, a small starship was leisurely following along. Inside this starship were precisely Qin Shang and Su Li. Although only two in number, with just Su Li's general class mecha alone, she surpassed the entire strength of the Zhen clan fleet ahead of her. Upon entering the Tentacle race's Prosperity Star system, as expected, they were met with immediate counterattacks from the Tentacle's defenses. After all, the Tentacle race, through the two videos previously released by the Zhen clan, already knew the Zhen clan had found powerful backers. Moreover, This backer even possessed stellar annihilation-class mechas, which were sent over to assist the Jin clan. There was no question that the backers the Jin clan found were far more capable than their own. Their allies, the Yin-Yang race, were outright terrified and immediately severed all ties with the tentacle race. After all, how could they possibly handle a stellar annihilation-class mecha? Additionally, since the humans were able to dispatch a stellar annihilation-class mecha to support the Jin clan, it clearly demonstrated that the humans backing the Jin clan must possess more than one stellar annihilation-class mecha. After all, putting oneself in others' shoes, if there were only one stellar annihilation-class mecha, it wouldn't be dispatched so easily to aid against the tentacles. Not to mention a stellar annihilation-class mecha, even a stellar-class battleship had been dispatched, though only one. What they wouldn't know is that Qin Shang's eagle nest was actually quite devoid of power. He truly only had one divine general-class mecha. Chapter 70. The Star Destroyer of the Tentacle Clan. Boom. Boom. Space is silent, and as for this sound, it was merely something Qin Shang added himself while looking at the projected image in front of him. The current situation on the screen was the Zhang clan tearing through the border defenses of the Tentacle Clan. Although the starship carrying Qin Shang and Su Li was a small interstellar spaceship, with the Great Qin's technology, they managed to follow along without being detected by the Jin clan. Because the Yin-Yang clan had already cut ties with them, and now the Jin clan also found a strong ally. Even if the Tentacle clan used their intuition, they could guess that the Jin clan would come for revenge. Thus, immediately after learning about the conflict, the Tentacle clan began stockpiling troops and military forces along the shared border. As expected, the Jin clan showed up. At first, the Jin clan attempted to challenge the Tentacle clan's defense using their own strength. However, the fact that they were able to balance each other out in a small place like the Vale of Withering for so many years was not without reason. Initially, when the Jin clan attacked with their power, there was some back and forth between the two sides. But it was clear that the Jin clan wouldn't be able to break the Tentacle clan's defense anytime soon. After suffering heavy losses, the commander of the Jin clan could no longer bear it. He accepted reality and directly ordered the deployment of the rented 50 starspace mechs. 50 figures appeared in the center of the battlefield. Though the pilots were from the Jin clan, since renting the mechs, Qin Shang would certainly not include the pilots in the rental deal. The 50 starspace mechs themselves were top-tier goods in the galaxy. Facing the firepower of the Tentacle clan, even with relatively weak pilots, the superior performance of the mechs still made them maneuverable on the battlefield. With these 50 starspace mechs entering the fight, the situation seemed to quickly improve. Led by the advanced starspace mechs as vanguards, the rest of the Jin clan's military force followed closely behind, beginning to tear apart the Tentacle clan's defense bit by bit. So weak. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Shang couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. It wasn't clear whether Qin Shang was referring to the clumsy starspace mech pilots or the Tentacle clan whose defenses were now being torn apart. Or both, perhaps. This is how petty civilizational friction normally plays out in the interstellar world. Compared to powerful civilizations, they are nothing more than chickens squabbling among themselves. Su Li shook her head as she spoke. She naturally understood that Qin Shang, having spent time in the Great Qin, now had eyes beyond these small civilizations. Do you think, with these 50 mechs, the Jin clan might be able to take over the entire Prosperity Star system by themselves? Qin Shang asked, looking at the battle on the screen. Su Li shook her head. Not a chance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have proposed those terms. The three minor civilizations in the Vale of Withering are roughly equal in strength, and even with these 50 high-end starspace mechs, it's not enough to create an absolute gap. If we add another zero, that would be closer, Su Li commented as she watched the battle unfold. According to the terms Su Li offered the Jin clan, if they managed to defeat the Tentacle clan and the Shadow Remnant tribe entirely on their own, without requiring human assistance, then the human race won't intervene in those two-star systems, allowing the Jin clan to govern themselves while continuing to pay normal tributes. However, if they require human support, then 8 out of every 10 resources and future productions from both the Prosperity Star system of the Tentacle clan and the Dawn Star system of the Shadow Remnant tribe must go to them, leaving the Jin clan only with a 2/10 effort fee. Of course, the 50 rented starspace mechs provided to the Jin clan don't count as human assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang nodded, once again focusing his gaze on the ongoing battle on the screen. The battle was intense, but overall, the Jin clan, equipped with 50 high-end starspace mechs, held a noticeable advantage. Naturally, the Jin clan isn't without their own mechs. For this fight, the Jin clan had clearly put all their chips on the table. Besides the 50 high-end rented starspace mechs, they managed to muster about 20 inferior models of space mechs. These naturally pale in comparison to the 50 rented starspace mechs from Qin Shang. In places like the Great Wall sector, such mechs would be recycled for scrap. By the time the battle reached this stage, none of the 50 high-end starspace mechs were lost. Instead, the 20 makeshift mechs that the Jin clan gathered themselves lost 4 or 5 units. On the other hand, the Tentacle clan also deployed approximately 20 starspace mechs of a similar standard to the Jin clan's. Just at this moment, a huge beam of energy pierced straight through the entire battlefield. In one shot, the Jin clan suffered massive losses. More losses occurred from this single attack than during the entire war up to this point. Qin Shang, upon seeing this scene, curled his lips in disdain. This one cannon shot not only severely damaged the military forces of the Jin clan, but also caused casualties among the 50 high-end starspace mechs for the first time. One of these high-end starspace mechs was caught within the range of this powerful energy beam.
Since all 50 high-end star space mechs had formidable combat abilities, on such a battlefield where they were essentially unmatched, to maximize their potential, the 50 mech units needed to be spread out as much as possible. Therefore, even though the coverage area of this energy beam was exceptionally large, it still managed to only affect one high-end star space mech. And these star space mechs that were rented by the Jun clan were specifically acquired for participating in the war. Wars inevitably lead to casualties. Moreover, under current circumstances, the Jun clan could be regarded as the little brother of Great Qin. With this in mind, Qin Shi Huang devised a highly humane proposal. Rental of the entire fleet of 50 star space mechs wasn't cheap. For the Jun clan, it would be quite an expense. But since the Jun clan had already submitted, if they could rent all 50 star space mechs at once, Qin Shi Huang gave them a fatality quota. As long as no more than 2 of the 50 mechs were destroyed, the Jun clan wouldn't need to compensate. However, this was valid only if the damage was genuinely sustained in battle. Given the present power dynamics, the Jun clan didn't dare to falsify records. Thus, the current loss of 1 star space mech did not require compensation from the Jun clan. Still, Qin Shi Huang found it somewhat painful since there were only 50 star space mechs currently available from Eagle's Nest, which is why he twitched at the mouth. Speaking of this energy beam, Qin Shi Huang recognized it. It was the Star Destroyer cannon. Even if the smaller civilizations within the Veil of Withering lacked Star Destroyer ships, there should still be fixed Star Destroyer cannons available. Clearly, the Tentacle clan had transported one of these Star Destroyer cannons to the front line of border defense. Or perhaps it had always been there. The fact that they could set up a Star Destroyer cannon doesn't mean they possess Star Destroyer ships. If their technology wasn't advanced enough, let alone having a Star Destroyer ship, mounting a Star Destroyer cannon onto an ordinary starship might just shatter the ship itself regardless of whether it could fire a successful shot or not, simply because of the massive recoil force generated. Chapter 71. The Jun clan finally seeks help. The Star Annihilator has already appeared. Can the Jun clan hold out? Suli wasn't overly concerned about losing a star mech. As they say, you don't know the value of money until you're in charge of the household. This thing wasn't within her range of considerations. Let's see. Qin Shi Huang watched the battle scene on the screen. A Star Annihilator was like a battlefield leveling device at this level of warfare. No one could withstand its direct hit. After all, it was designed to annihilate stars. The Jun clan did have Star Annihilators, but those stationed in the Mu Bottle Galaxy system had been destroyed by the Yin Yang tribe. Transporting one over would be quite unrealistic. If they had the ability to transport a Star Annihilator and maintain it while moving around the battlefield with regular firing capabilities, then that would basically just make it a Star Annihilation ship. The Jun clan quickly adjusted their strategy. The fighting didn't remain as tight as it had initially been, instead becoming more dispersed. In this way, even if the Star Annihilator fired, it wouldn't be able to take out too much force with a single shot. As for rushing in to destroy the Star Annihilator, that was impractical. After all, the Star Annihilator had a long range. If there were no accidents, the Star Annihilator should be located on one of the planets or a large satellite celestial body. Even though the Star Annihilator had already fired, exposing its coordinates, if the Jun clan had won themselves, they could simply return fire directly at it. But alas, they didn't. Even if they tried to penetrate the defenses, using up all 59 remaining rented star mechs wouldn't achieve anything. They could only further tear apart the Tentacle clan's defensive lines, until after the collapse of their defense lines, they might manage to rush in to destroy or seize the Star Annihilator. After all, for these 3 small civilizations of the Veil of Decay, the Star Annihilator was also an overall strategic resource. Back when the Jun clan Star Annihilator was destroyed, it was because the Yin Yang tribe already had Star Annihilation ships and naturally wouldn't value a fixed cannon. Keeping it would instead pose a threat to them. However, now on the battlefield, because of the existence of the Tentacle clan Star Annihilator, the situation once again fell into a deadlock. Because they feared the existence of the Star Annihilator, the battles fought by the Jun clan side couldn't be too reckless. This undoubtedly gave the Tentacle clan ample opportunity. In the end, this battle lasted almost a whole day. Both sides, the Jun clan and the Tentacle clan, suffered considerable casualties, but ultimately, neither could do anything to each other, ending with the Jun clan temporarily retreating. However, from an overall perspective, the Jun clan still held the advantage. Just looking at the casualty statistics, the Jun clan and the Tentacle clan nearly reached a ratio of 2 to 1, almost 3 to 1. That is, for every 2 to 3 deaths in the Tentacle clan, there was 1 death in the Jin clan. There was no helping it. 50 rented star mechs truly had formidable combat strength. Without the threat of the Star Annihilator, it's estimated that the Tentacle clan's defenses would have been torn apart during the first battle. TCH. Qin Shi Huang slightly shook his head. Space warfare sounds grandiose, but after seeing Great Qin fight those powerful civilizations so many times, watching the Jun clan and the Tentacle clan fight now feels like kids playing house. However, the Jin clan wouldn't give up so easily, and shortly after reorganizing, they made another attempt. Even with the rented 50 high-end star mechs, the Tentacle clan's line of defense was not easy for the Jun clan to breach. Many times, just when they were preparing to split the entire defense line, the Tentacle clan Star Annihilator would always fire in a timely manner. Then reinforcements poured in. Star Annihilator. Oh, Star Annihilator. The Jin clan was helpless here as well. Unable to penetrate and solve the Star Annihilator problem, they remained constrained. Unfortunately, the gap between their 3 tribes was really too small, nearly indistinguishable. Even with the 50 high-end star mechs. Now there are only 47 left, already exceeding the death index given by Qin Shi Huang.
Afterward, their own resources must match accordingly for compensation. But due to the away field, added with the enemy's Star Annihilator, although the Jun clan had the advantage, they still couldn't swiftly capture this Tentacle Clan outpost. Initially, the reason the Jun clan's defenses were easily breached was because the Shadow Phantom Legacy turned against them at a crucial moment. Furthermore, the Shadow Phantom Legacy colluded with the goblins for invasion, causing a two-front war that rapidly deteriorated the Jun clan's situation. If they were to use all their forces, disregarding the Tentacle Clan Star Annihilator's attacks, forcibly splitting through the enemy line, and then charging in to destroy the Star Annihilator. Doing so would allow them to capture the Tentacle Clan's defenses, but the Jun clan would surely suffer heavy losses. It was uncertain how many of the remaining 47 high-grade rented star mechs would survive. In such a situation, the benefits wouldn't outweigh the costs. In the end, the commander of the Jun clan could only report this situation to the higher-ups within the clan. Seek help from the human race. Seemed like there was no other choice. So far, there has been no sight of the Yin Yang tribe, who were behind the Tentacle Clan, participating in the defense. Moreover, although the Shadow Phantom Legacy was currently intimidated, if it dragged on for too long, it was uncertain whether they would find an opportunity to bite the Jun clan again. Finally, the monarch of the Jun clan contacted the Eagle's Nest. On the small starship, after receiving Li Si's message, Qin Shi Huang stretched lazily. Finally here, after watching the chickens pecking each other for so many days, Qin Shi Huang was almost bored to death. Even though he had a devastating beauty like Su Li by his side, it wasn't entirely lonely, but being able to see but not taste was also a kind of torture. As for cultivation, that didn't even need to be mentioned. After reaching the bloodline threshold, without the help of wish force, Qin Shi Huang's cultivation speed had once again slowed down to turtle speed. But at least the bloodline power had improved a bit before. Even though it hadn't broken through the 40% mark, Qin Shi Huang's realm had reached the middle stage of the third realm. Qin Shi Huang was already eager to capture the prosperous star system of the Tentacle Clan, and he estimated that the wish force harvested from the wish force crystals would probably help his bloodline power break through to 40%. Then let's get ready to start working. Qin Shi Huang spoke. Should I take action? Su Li asked. Deploying the star-annihilating divine General Mecha would undoubtedly ensure success. No, I'll do it myself. Miss Su, you help me cover the rear. Qin Shi Huang was eager, having almost died of boredom. Besides, since returning from the Great Wall, after the Zhu Long Type 2 mecha had been upgraded, Qin Shi Huang hadn't engaged in any serious battles yet. It was just like a child getting a new toy. Qin Shi Huang was now almost desperate to try out the new features of the Zhu Long Type 2. Informed the Jun clan to launch their attack. After saying that, Qin Shi Huang left the isolation cabin of the small starship. When the Jun clan launched their assault on the defenses of the Tentacle Clan again, the Zhu Long Type 2 quietly appeared in the starry sky. But with the optical refraction camouflage equipped on the Zhu Long Type 2, neither side of the battle noticed. Qin Shi Huang, piloting the Zhu Long Type 2, directly passed through both battlefields, avoiding a few stray shots along the way, and silently arrived at the rear of the Tentacle Clan. No one discovered him. Qin Shi Huang's target was clear, the Star Annihilator of the Tentacle Clan. This thing posed a threat to himself as well. Only after entering did Qin Shi Huang realize that the Tentacle Clan had more than one Star Annihilator. They actually had 3. Chapter 72, not playing anymore. 3 Star Killer Cannons, located on 3 satellites respectively, formed a triangle to take turns charging and firing. No wonder the Jin clan could never break through no matter what. The Tentacle Clan's technological level was limited. Although the power of the Star Killer Cannon did indeed reach the standard of destroying stars, there were also many restrictions. Firstly, recharging took quite a bit of time for the Tentacle Clan's Star Killer Cannon. Then there was the cooldown period. After each shot, it couldn't fire immediately again, or the gun barrel would be scrapped. However, with 3 Star Killer Cannons alternating fire, these problems were basically solved. On the Jun clan side, though they received a message from the human clan asking them to attack and promising assistance, as of now, they haven't seen any reinforcements from the human clan. Therefore, the Jin clan continued their cautious approach, always being on guard against the Star Killer Cannons of the true clans. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang had already arrived near the platform of one of the Star Killer Cannons in a Zulong Type 2 mech. Around the platforms of the 3 Star Killer Cannons, there were numerous combat units of the Tentacle Clan providing protection. It must be said that the Tentacle Clan was really being careful and meticulous here. This place was far from the defense line. Ordinary firepower couldn't possibly reach here from the defense line. And so far, the offensive efforts of the Jun clan have not been able to break through their defense lines. Yet they still arranged such heavy defensive forces around the vicinity of the Star Killer Cannons. Unfortunately, what they were facing now wasn't someone from the Jin clan, but him, Crown Prince of the Great Qin Empire, Qin Shi Huang. The 3 Star Killer Cannons were slightly spread out. Even with the Zulong Type 2's abilities and the recently equipped xuanhuan floating cannon, it was impossible to destroy all 3 cannons simultaneously. Still, this wasn't an issue. He could simply take them down one by one. At this moment, ahead of Qin Shi Huang, one of the Star Killer Cannons was about to complete its energy charge and was ready to fire at any moment. Qin Shi Huang recalled his earlier battle attacking goblins' star-destroying battleship. The Zulong Type 2 mech lightly leaped. With the help of the optical refraction armor, the Tentacle Clan guards protecting the Star Killer Cannon didn't notice Qin Shi Huang had already approached beside the cannon that was about to complete its charge. A single slash. A dark golden blade of light flashed across. Holding the alloy longsword, Zulong Type 2 directly severed the energy transfer hub of this Star Killer Cannon. Of course, the moment Zulong Type 2 exerted force, the optical refraction armor was broken. Who? The tentacle clan guarding this Starkiller cannon noticed Zulong Type 2's appearance instantly. But immediately after, terror filled their eyes. With the destruction of the energy transfer hub of the Starkiller cannon, under normal circumstances, it would only result in temporary deactivation. A simple replacement of the hub would fix it. However, this Starkiller cannon was nearly fully charged. The outcome of destroying the energy hub at this point was only one: explosion. What would happen if a fully charged Starkiller cannon exploded? Qin Shi Huang clearly understood it well. So, right after delivering the blow, Zulong Type 2 immediately transformed into a fleeting shadow rushing outward. At the same time, Qin Shi Huang channeled his chi into the ion engine core of the Zulong Type 2 mech, creating a protective energy barrier. Boom. It exploded. The Starkiller cannon blew up, releasing terrifying energy shockwaves. Naturally, those who suffered first were the nearby tentacle guards around the Starkiller cannon. Under the fierce energy impact, those closest tentacles were vaporized immediately, and even those slightly further away left no remains behind. Total annihilation. All the tentacle guards assigned to protect the Starkiller cannon were wiped out instantly, and at the original location of the Starkiller cannon, only a large crater remained. The tremendous energy impact also affected another nearby Starkiller cannon. Though the tentacle guards around this Starkiller cannon didn't suffer casualties, they were still knocked around by the energy shockwave, their formation disrupted. However, Qin Shi Huang himself was unaffected. Despite being impacted, and heavily too, the performance of the Zulong Type 2 effortlessly resisted it. So, Qin Shi Huang controlled the Zulong Type 2 to advance with sword in hand toward the second Starkiller cannon platform without delay. Counterattack! Counterattack! Protect the Starkiller cannon! Bring him down! Only then did the tentacle guard snap back to reality and began firing wildly at Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 mech. Boom! Boom! Barrages of energy beams, interspersed with physical projectiles, rained down on the Zulong Type 2. It was just too sudden. Zulong Type 2's arrival was entirely unexpected by them. Originally, the Tentacle Clan's defensive forces were guarding towards the frontline direction, fearing that the Jin clan might breach through the line and rush over. After all, those true clans should have obtained some high-end star mech from the human clan. If it weren't for the existence of the Starkiller cannons, their Tentacle Clan's defense line might have already fallen. Suddenly, a mech appeared and directly destroyed one of their Starkiller cannons. Facing the attack of the Tentacle Clan, Qin Shi Huang wasn't panicking at all. The defensive forces of these Tentacle Clan were just some individual armors, with a few war vehicles as well. There was no way. The main force was all on the front line resisting the Jin clan. Sword out. A dark golden sword light flashed, almost wiping out all the energy attacks aimed at himself in an overwhelming manner. Boom. The impacted physical shells exploded midair. The smoke covered the position where the Zulong Type 2 was. Is he dead? The eyes of the Tentacle Clan's defensive forces gazed somewhat hopefully at the smoke-covered area. Too bad. Eternal rule. Where there's smoke, there's no damage. A huge sword-wielding figure rushed out of the smoke, shattering the hopes of the tentacle guards. Another slash. Huge sword light swept across. Boom boom. The outermost war vehicles exploded instantly, and the momentum of the sword light continued unrelentingly, wiping out a large number of the Tentacle Clan's defensive forces. Qin Shi Huang's eyebrows rose slightly, sensing danger mentally. Danger? His Zulong Type 2 mech could even bounce around before a starship-grade mech and still escape. How could these tentacle guards pose a threat to him? As soon as he looked up, Qin Shi Huang knew where this danger came from. Another Starkiller cannon. These tentacles were truly decisive. Perhaps realizing that the backup forces couldn't hold him back, the Tentacle Clan directly adjusted another Starkiller cannon to aim at him. Although this way, they would likely affect their own people too, but if they didn't eliminate the Zulong Type 2 mech, they'd all be done for. Qin Shi Huang grinned, originally planning to play along with them, but now it seemed unnecessary. Gee. The side cabin of the Zulong Type 2 opened. Two xuanhuan floating cannons separated from inside. Signal connection completed. Fire. Whoosh. The energy beams of the floating cannons hit towards the distant Starkiller cannon. The range of the xuanhuan floating cannon was more than enough. Stop it. The defensive forces of the Tentacle Clan here were all anxious. The Starkiller cannon needed time to recharge its energy, and although the distant Starkiller cannon had targeted Qin Shi Huang, it still required some time for charging. Chapter 73, The Last Stand of the Tentacle Clan. Boom. Boom. Intense attacks intercepted the trajectory of the xuanhuan floating cannon's energy beams. We need to buy some time. At this moment, all defensive forces of the Tentacle Clan were focused on the trajectory of the xuanhuan floating cannon. This attack was not aimed at the defense line, but at a single mech. So, simply by charging up to the attack threshold, it should be powerful enough. It was also important to minimize collateral damage and avoid destroying the other Star Annihilator cannon. However, there was still a high risk of damaging the adjacent cannon due to the proximity of Zulong Type 2 to the other one. But in such situations, sometimes drastic measures are needed. If they didn't deal with this unexpected mech, none of the 3-star Annihilator cannons of the Tentacle Clan would survive. Unfortunately for them, their efforts were destined to fail. If Qin Shi Huang were using the xuanhuan floating cannon made from materials crafted in Eagle's Nest, the interception would have had a good chance of success. However, the xuanhuan floating cannon that Qin Shi Huang wielded now came from the Great Qin, representing far superior craftsmanship and technology. The energy beams of the xuanhuan floating cannon broke through all obstacles ahead, unstoppable, and directly hit the mouth of the Star Annihilator cannon, targeting Qin Shi Huang. At that very moment, The Star Annihilator cannon was still charging its energy, and the impact of the Xuanxing floating cannon's attack exploded inside the cannon's mouth, simultaneously detonating the energy being charged. Boom. Thus, the second Star Annihilator cannon was destroyed. Whoosh. A dark golden sword light illuminated the battlefield. Clang. Directly in front of the Zulong Type 2 mech, another Star Annihilator cannon had half of its barrel severed by an alloy longsword. Though it did not explode immediately, it was clearly rendered useless. All 3 Star Annihilator cannons of the Tentacle Clan were now out of commission. These Star Annihilator cannons might well be the final stand of the Tentacle Clan. Next, the remnants of the Tentacle Clan's forces could not be spared. Zulong Type 2 mech then led 2 Xuanxing floating cannons into battle. Without the threat of the Star Annihilator cannons, the remaining forces of the Tentacle Clan were no match for the Zulong Type 2. Before long, the Zulong Type 2 mech had exterminated all the giant octopuses of the Tentacle Clan. Qin Shi Huang glanced down at the tentacles scattered across the battlefield, slightly curling his lips. This time, he felt no psychological burden at all. He even entertained the idea of throwing these onto a grill. But reflecting a bit, though these creatures resembled giant octopuses, they were intelligent beings nonetheless. Qin Shi Huang wasn't about to stoop so low as to actually eat them. While flowers bloom in different places, let us turn to a different thread. Simultaneously as Qin Shi Huang was destroying the Tentacle Clan's Star Annihilator cannons. On the front line, without support from Star Annihilator cannons, over time, the true race began to gain a clear advantage. The commander of the true race was somewhat puzzled. Why weren't the Star Annihilator cannons of the Tentacle Clan firing yet? They had been cautious precisely because they were trying to guard against those Star Annihilator cannons. Also, what about the promised reinforcements from the human race? The Tentacle Clan's 3 Star Annihilator cannons have already been destroyed by humans, and you can launch your full-scale offense. Just as the true race commander hesitated, a message arrived. Attached was a picture showing a devastated battlefield, with 1 Star Annihilator cannon platform cut in half, along with some dead bodies of the Tentacle Clan members. That explained why the Tentacle Clan hadn't fired their Star Annihilator cannons. They'd already been destroyed. The eyes of the true race commander lit up brightly. The human race? Despite seeing no human armed forces present, somehow they managed to destroy the Tentacle Clan's 3 Star Annihilator cannons without anyone noticing. How did they do it? Could it be that Star Annihilator mech? Images of the previous combat involving that Star Annihilator mech flashed in the true race commander's mind. Looking at it now, judging from the battlefield footage, if the Star Annihilator mech had been involved, the destruction should have been absolute. Well, these questions aren't crucial right now. What matters most is that with no longer any threat from the Star Annihilator cannons, they must press forward with all strength to take down the entire Tentacle Clan. After all, they now had strong backup behind them too. Being qualified to command an operation of such magnitude meant he wasn't a simple man either. Immediately, he gave orders to adjust the combat strategy, leading 47 remaining top-tier space mechs as the spearhead, forcefully breaking through the defensive line of the Tentacle Clan. With extreme violence, they successfully tore apart the Tentacle Clan's entire defensive structure. Had the Star Annihilator cannons still been operational, the commander of the true race would never dare to execute such an aggressive strategy. Otherwise, gathering these high-grade space mechs together could end in catastrophe with just a single cannon shot. Precisely because the threat of the Star Annihilator cannons was gone, he dared to go all out. Meanwhile, after Qin Shi Huang finished dealing with the Tentacle Clan's 3 Star Annihilator cannons, he chose not to participate in the ensuing battle. Qin Shi Huang had taken the initiative to destroy the Star Annihilator cannons this time, mainly to test out the new toys of Zulong Type 2. Since his objective was achieved, there was no need to waste any more energy. Anyway, they did participate as agreed. According to their arrangement, after the whole Prosperous system was occupied, the value produced from it would require the true race to submit 80% to them. The true race could only take 20%, but even with just 20%, it was still a massive gain for the true race. At least for them. It was the output of an entire star system after all. Also, by taking over the Prosperous system of the Tentacle Clan, it would mean that they could also seize the newborn system of the Phantom Descendants at the same time. When that happened, the entire curtain of decline would fall completely into their hands, the true races. When the true race finally broke through the Tentacle Clan's entire defensive line, Qin Shi Huang had already returned to the central control cabin of the small starship. At this moment, Su Li was reviewing a replay of a scene, precisely the battle where Qin Shi Huang had just destroyed the Tentacle Clan's Star Annihilator cannon. He had no interest in the outside scenes of scrubs battling each other, and instead preferred to analyze Qin Shi Huang's combat footage. Miss Su, so what are your comments? Qin Shi Huang grinned. Su Li slightly shook her head. Generally speaking, there were no major issues. Qin Shi Huang remained silent. He was completely accustomed to Su Li's style. She always started with praise before pointing out flaws. But, as expected, Su Li then began identifying some imperfections in Qin Shi Huang's previous battle performance. My prince, you're fighting, not fooling around. Su Li said sternly to Qin Shi Huang. Huh? Qin Shi Huang was momentarily stunned, knowing deep down he wasn't playing around. And the fact was, he really hadn't been. That fight had gone extremely smoothly. I know you might still be Bu-Fu cheat, unsatisfied. But prince, you didn't take this battle seriously from the beginning. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang fell silent. He didn't deny it, since the disparity between both sides was clear. Qin Shi Huang didn't think his Zulong Type 2 mech had any possibility of failure. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it must still use all its strength. And besides, this is the battlefield, anything can happen. Even though we have an absolute advantage, we absolutely cannot enter combat with the mindset you had just now. Qin Shang quietly kept his mouth shut, like a little student getting scolded with no defense available, because Su Li was right. Ideally, he should allow the enemy no opportunity to even aim the Star Annihilator cannon at him. Chapter 74, The Star Fortress of the Tentacle Clan. After the threat of the Star Destroyer was gone, this tentacle clan bordering the Mooping Star system was so easily taken over by the Jin clan. Taking over this planetary system also meant that the gates of the Tentacle clan were now completely open to the Jin clan. In the days that followed, the Jin clan launched even more ferocious attacks. With Qin Shang and Su Li backing them up from behind, they almost went through all obstacles without difficulty. Within a short month, half of the Prosperity Stellar system had already fallen. Even when they encountered some tough barriers, the Jin clan would call for help. With Su Li commanding, there were no difficulties. However, winning does not mean full control. To take command of this conquered Prosperity Stellar system, the Jin clan sent large numbers of personnel into the Prosperity Stellar system. Qin Shang and Su Li could not help but sigh at this sight. They were indeed fortunate to have subdued the Jin clan from the start. Otherwise, with only their Eagle Nest's limited manpower, they wouldn't have been able to control an entire Prosperity Stellar system, let alone the whole curtain of withering. It seems our initial decision was pretty right. Qin Shang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Indeed. Su Li agreed with a nod. After all, an entire stellar system is too vast. Even with the current high level of technology, manpower is still required. According to this momentum, in at most another month, we will be able to conquer the entire Prosperity Stellar system. It's those guys from the Yin clan who are quite decisive, Qin Shang grinned. A month passed, and under the attack of the Jin clan, more than half of the territory of the Tentacle clan had fallen. But the Yin clan, which had previously cooperated with the Tentacle clan, didn't make a move. There was no doubt that the Yin clan had been scared, terrified by the divine General Mech. Although the civilization of the Yin clan surpasses the standard of the Curtain of Withering, it is still limited. Otherwise, given the not-so-distant distance, the Yin clan would have swallowed up the Curtain of Withering long ago. For the Yin clan, the Star Destroyer mech is also an invincible existence. Too bad, the Yin clan is a bit arrogant. Su Li glanced at Qin Shang. She was very clear about the intentions of Prince Qin Shang by her side. His appetite wasn't just for the Curtain of Withering. Since the Yin clan has shown its face, it can only wait to be swallowed. No rush, eat bite by bite, walk step by step. Qin Shang grinned. At the moment, taking over the entire Prosperity Stellar system is the primary task. Has the Shadow Remnant clan made any moves? Qin Shang asked. Not yet. Gao Bulin should be as scared as the Yin clan. Su Li smiled faintly. The Yin clan and the Gao Bulin clan are both somewhat naive. Since they live in the Black Forest universe, now that they've revealed themselves, how could they stay out of the affairs? There's no such thing as having your cake and eating it too. Your Highness, ahead lies a steel fortress. The Zhan clan isn't confident about conquering it, so they have requested our aid. At this moment, Li Si's voice came through. Oh, a steel fortress? Qin Shang's eyebrows rose. Then an image was transmitted aboard the starship. A steel city floating in the starry sky, built upon two asteroids forming a steel wall. Oh, quite an impressive move. Qin Shang couldn't help but comment upon seeing this steel defense line. Indeed, it was impressive. At least for the Tentacle clan, which was a small civilization, this level of star fortress was truly exaggerated. Although compared to the Great Qin's steel Great Wall, which already occupied an entire star system, this one falls far short. What do you think, Your Highness? Can we handle it? Su Li looked at Qin Shang meaningfully. Let's give it a try. Qin Shang laughed. For over a month, though he frequently lent a hand, almost every intervention was overwhelming, leaving little room for excitement. Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech once again set out. At this point, the Zheng clan's fleet was blocked in front of the steel fortress, not daring to make any rash moves. Among the surrounding top-tier star mechs scattered around, there were only 45 left. During these battles, 2 mechs were lost. Initially, Qin Shang felt a little heartache, but after hearing the news from Li Si earlier, he stopped feeling bad about it. Because now, back at Eagle Nest, more than 50 former space mech pilots all once again had mechs. As for where the mechs came from, naturally, from the star nest itself. Right, by leveraging all kinds of materials and resources pulled from the Zheng clan during this time, Eagle Nest manufactured a production line for space mechs. Though, due to material constraints, the quality of these space mechs was relatively average. But this average was only by the standards of Great Qin. Most importantly, all newly produced mechs were standardized, perfectly adaptable to various tactics. The only limitation was the ion engine cores, but Qin Shang's fledgling warship had brought many of them when it came out. For now, they were sufficient. Still, to conceal their identity, the mechs produced by Eagle Nest could not follow the standard style of Great Qin, even though they were mass-produced. Following Qin Shang's design, there were 3 types of mechs. The heavy defensive mech, Tai Wei, equipped with a composite alloy shield and a large cleaver, as well as various secondary cannons, differing significantly from the Great Qin Imperial Guard. The balanced type, Wu Chu, capable in both long-range and close-quarters combat, armed with a sword and shield combo, as well as multiple long-range artillery pieces, versatile for both offense and defense. And the output-focused, Yulin, carrying an electrical ion spear on its back along with an ultra-long-distance Gauss sniper cannon. These 3 standardized mechs manufactured at Eagle Nest were approximately mid-tier in the entire star realm. Though Qin Shang had brought cutting-edge technology from Great Qin, the materials here were insufficient, which constrained production. Apart from that, there were also many kinds of intelligent unmanned combat machines. Compared to when they first arrived at the Curtain of Withering,
Eagle Nest's current strength had significantly increased. However, all the resources gathered during this period had been almost entirely used up. In such a situation, Qin Shi Huang became even more eager to capture the prosperity stellar system of the Tentacle clan. And after securing the initial territory of the Shadow Remnant clan, they could use the Curtain of Withering as a base for direct, outward expansion. Still, at the moment, they needed to take this steel fortress ahead. Brush. The Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech appeared. This was the first time Qin Shi Huang had driven the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech in front of the Jin clan. During the previous instances when the Jin clan sought help, either Qin Shi Huang or Su Li directly piloted a mech and quietly resolved the issue. But now, facing this massive steel fortress, Qin Shi Huang decided to appear openly. If Qin Shi Huang's guess was correct, this space steel fortress should be the final stand of the Tentacle clan. Is that the human reinforcements? How can just one mech make a difference? The Jin clan's commander was perplexed as he observed the scene before him. With such a huge steel fortress, what could one person in a single mech possibly achieve? And it wasn't even that Star Destroyer mech. If it were the Star Destroyer mech, there would be a chance. Chapter 75, Qin Shi Huang's ultimate test. There was no other way around it. Since the offensive against the prosperous star system, this was the first time the Jin race commander had seen the human reinforcements. Previously, whenever they requested help with difficult situations, the problems were somehow resolved without any clear reason. If it hadn't been for simultaneous notification from the human side, they might have found it hard to believe. Now, faced with such a massive steel fortress, according to the Jin race's line of thinking, capturing it wouldn't be easy at all. Zulong 2 mech, he had seen it before. This single mech managed to take down a Goblin-class Star Destroyer, and he had watched that battle recording too. However, this stellar steel fortress far exceeded the power of a Star Destroyer. Although it lacked the latter's agility, it was obvious that in terms of firepower, it vastly surpassed the Star Destroyer. So, logically, it would make more sense for a Star Destroyer-class mech to handle it. Perhaps even one Star Destroyer might not be enough. That was what the Jin race commander thought. Clearly, his limited perspective determined his ignorance. Boom boom boom. Terror-inducing salvos of artillery fire immediately erupted from the Tentacle race's steel fortress, heading towards Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang smirked. Zulong 2. Overdrive. Naturally, Qin Shi Huang also knew how troublesome this steel fortress could be, so without hesitation, he activated the overdrive mode. The Zulong 2 immediately transformed into its long, dragon-like form. As the overdrive state was initiated, the two xuanhuan floating cannons separated from the main body. Breath attack. A dark, golden torrent of energy surged forth, effortlessly sweeping aside and intercepting the energy projectiles unleashed by the Tentacle race's stellar fortress. Xuanhuan floating cannons, open fire. Boom boom. Instantly, the attacks from the xuanhuan floating cannons exploded on the surface of the stellar fortress. Large sections of outer armor peeled off. The outer plating of this Tentacle race's stellar fortress was unable to withstand the firepower of the xuanhuan floating cannons. Yet, considering the sheer size of the stellar fortress, while the xuanhuan floating cannons indeed inflicted some real damage, these minor injuries didn't amount to much for the entire fortress. Boom boom. The xuanhuan floating cannons continued their relentless barrage. While controlling the Zulong 2 mech, Qin Shi Huang didn't stop either and charged towards the position of the stellar fortress. Divine Dragon Breath. Under the cleansing of the dark golden energy currents, the Tentacle race's stellar fortress suffered more severe damage. Naturally, the Tentacle race wouldn't sit idly by. An overwhelming cascade of firepower rained down. But Qin Shi Huang's Zulong 2 was too agile. Its sinuous dragon-like body always managed to smoothly weave through the dense salvos of artillery. A vast swarm of aerospace fighters ascended, rushing towards Qin Shi Huang's Zulong 2 mech. Behind the fighters followed a large fleet of starships, and surrounding those starships were more than a dozen stellar mechs. Since this stellar fortress already represented the final desperate move of the Tentacle race, there was definitely no shortage of military force stored within. Qin Shi Huang let out a faint grin. This firepower was indeed staggering. It seemed he alone would find it challenging to deal with them all. Still, with just this strength, the Tentacle race couldn't do much to harm him. If only the engine core of the Zulong 2 could provide nearly infinite energy, like the quantum engine core of a Star Destroyer. Qin Shi Huang was confident that he could wear down this stellar fortress with just the Zulong 2. Unfortunately, although various performances of the Zulong 2 surpass ordinary stellar mechs, its engine core is only a slightly superior ion engine. It cannot sustain infinite functionality. Before his energy runs out completely, Qin Shi Huang wants to test how far his own limits go. Divine Dragon Breath. A large wave of dark golden energy swept forward alongside the energy shells from the xuanhuan floating cannons, bombarding the Tentacle race's stellar fortress. Amidst Qin Shi Huang's assault, the massive stellar fortress of the Tentacle race began to gradually collapse. At the same time, however, the various units of the Tentacle race were slowly tightening their encircling net. Until now, Qin Shi Huang's Zulong 2, moving almost illogically fast and gracefully evading attacks, could easily avoid being hit. But as the encirclement became smaller, even dodging started to seem increasingly difficult for Qin Shi Huang's Zulong 2 mech. Dodging requires having the space and gaps to evade. When the encirclement closes entirely, leaving no room to dodge, how will you avoid it? This was the combat strategy of the Tentacle race. How are you holding up, Crown Prince? Can you keep this up? Su Li's voice came over the communication channel. Su Li, still in reserve, naturally had a full view of Qin Shi Huang's current situation. I'm good, Qin Shi Huang smirked.
He naturally understood the intentions behind the tentacle race's tactics, but what did that matter? He wasn't their pawn to be manipulated. Qin Shi Huang was merely testing himself, to see exactly how far he could push things. Meanwhile, from afar, the Zhen race fleet. Commander, should we really not offer any assistance? No need. We just wait for orders. The Zhen race commander responded. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was because when he had prepared to issue an order, a transmission came through instructing them not to provide aid. As for why, even he didn't know, though the signal was from the human side. Boom. A streak of energy struck one of the xuanhuan floating cannons accompanying the Zhu Long 2 mech. The xuanhuan floating cannon has been hit, suffering 20% hull damage and performance degradation, leading to a lower accuracy rate. Qin Shi Huang felt slightly frustrated. As the tentacle race army continued to compress their encirclement, although they still couldn't harm his Zhu Long 2 mech, managing the movement of the xuanhuan floating cannons while also handling other tasks proved challenging. Even as Qin Shi Huang did his best to control the Zhu Long 2's evasive maneuvers alongside the cannon's movements, once the encirclement tightened further, being hit became unavoidable. Fortunately, the strike on the xuanhuan floating cannon came from a single aerospace fighter of the tentacle race, whose firepower was relatively weak. Moreover, produced by Great Qin Heavy Industries, the armor material of the xuanhuan floating cannon was top-notch. The fire from just one aerospace fighter wasn't enough to destroy it completely. Since that's the case, I won't play around with you anymore. Qin Shi Huang raised his head as the Zhu Long 2 mech delivered a swift tail swing. Divine Dragon Tail Strike. In overdrive mode, the tail of the Zhu Long 2, which served as an alloy longsword, swung forcefully. Not to say that in overdrive, the Zhu Long 2 mech couldn't produce sword beams. Rather, its breath attack was more powerful and easier to handle under such conditions. Thus, Qin Shi Huang primarily relied on breath attacks. Swish. An arc-shaped dark golden sword aura shot out from the dragon's tail. Unprepared, many of the tentacle race forces were instantly cleared out in a single sweep. The Zhu Long 2 mech had consistently used breath attacks, so the surrounding tentacle race forces attacking the Zhu Long 2 truly hadn't anticipated this. Chapter 76. The Might of a Single Crossbow. The might of the sword achieved an exaggerated number of kills, since the tentacle race's troops had no defense at all. With one circle fewer of the Starry Sky forces, the encirclement around the Type 2 Zulong naturally opened up a large gap. Qin Shi Huang controlled the Type 2 Zulong, carrying two xuanhuan floating cannons, and directly burst out from the gap. He turned his body, looked back. Dragon's breath. A dark golden energy torrent surged out. Boom, boom, boom. Dense, dazzling fireworks exploded. The tentacle race's aerial and space fighters, as well as those ordinary starships, became celestial fireworks in the midst of this dark golden energy breath. Qin Shi Huang grinned. My not attacking you does not mean that I cannot attack you. That's right. Qin Shi Huang was testing his ultimate control limit until now and has not attacked the tentacle race army. Instead, he continuously attacked the middle Starry Sky fortress. But it did not mean that he could not attack you. As Qin Shi Huang gazed at the brilliant fireworks, he grinned. Then Qin Shi Huang somewhat reluctantly eyed the Starry Sky fortress ahead. After such a long battle, only about 1/10 of the fortress was destroyed by him. It was too big, this Starry Sky fortress. And its firepower was fierce too. The armor was heavy-duty. So Qin Shi Huang was genuinely surprised that the tentacle race could present such a star fortress at this level of stellar civilization. Taking a glance at the Type 2 Zulong mech's energy reserves, Qin Shi Huang knew he had reached his limits. Now, the energy remaining in the Type 2 Zulong mech was less than 1/3. Even if all the energy were to be entirely depleted, it would still be impossible to completely destroy this Starry Sky fortress. Miss Su, it's your turn next, said Qin Shi Huang helplessly. Then, Your Highness, please step aside. Su Li's voice came through the communicator. Qin Shi Huang twitched his mouth. All right. Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang manipulated the Type 2 Zulong mech, turning around and leaving immediately. On the way, the Type 2 Zulong mech also deactivated its overclocking state, reverting to humanoid form while retracting the xuanhuan floating cannons. After returning, Qin Shi Huang would have to take the other damaged xuanhuan floating cannon for repairs again. Leave. Retreat. When the tentacle race armies saw the retreating Type 2 Zulong mech, they couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. It was too much. This one human race mech, deploying against so many military units supported by terrifying firepower from the Starry Sky fortress, still failed to take down the mech. It's what happens when a higher-level civilization absolutely crushes a lower-level civilization across the stars. And this was just one star mech. Retreated? The Zhen clan side looked with some feelings towards the retreating Type 2 Zulong mech. Not sure what the humans' intention was. Just sending one mech was strange enough. It wasn't even a starship annihilating mech. On top of that, they wouldn't allow support from their side. Isn't that just a retreat? Whoosh. At this moment, a terrifying blue streak of light shot extremely fast from afar. This blue streak of light, whether it was Qin Shi Huang or people from the Zhen clan, was very familiar to them all. Because when it first appeared on Luo Shui's star, this blue streak of light made an impact that still hadn't been fully erased yet. And that was the star-annihilating crossbow of the Divine General Mech. Against this enormous star fortress, even a star-annihilating class mech would struggle significantly trying to use conventional methods to destroy it. So Su Li simply opted for the ultimate skill, star-annihilating crossbow. When Qin Shi Huang set out to deal with this star fortress, Su Li also left simultaneously piloting the Divine General Mech. However, Su Li selected a relatively distant location and an appropriate angle to start charging up the star-annihilating crossbow. Apart from Qin Shi Huang, Su Li, who has always been his sparring partner for the Type 2 Zulong mech, understands it best. Naturally, Su Li understood that relying solely on the Type 2 Zulong mech, wanting to destroy the entire Star Fortress, is impractical. So Su Li prepared early by driving the Divine General mech. There's no doubt about the power of the Star Annihilating Crossbow. An enormous blue energy crossbow bolt pierced straight through one end of one of the asteroids forming the base of this Star Fortress. Its path was utterly destructive, as the fortress collapsed inch by inch wherever the Star Annihilating Crossbow passed. This is also one weakness of the Star Fortress: almost zero mobility. In this interstellar era, any civilization that has mastered the Star Annihilating Cannon technology can launch a shot from a distance, where this Star Fortress has no chance to evade and can only bear it. Under maximum charge, the Star Annihilating Cannon usually has an ultra-long range and typically exceeds a range of 1 light-year. Under normal circumstances, this star system was entirely under the control of the Tentacle race. Any energy buildup from a star-destroying cannon could naturally be detected. However, now that the Tentacle race had lost most of its control over the entire star system, and with the Divine General mech being able to charge up its attack from an extremely long distance away, in such a situation, this Starry Sky Fortress had no choice but to brace itself against the devastating blow dealt by the Star Annihilating Crossbow. It either held on, or it would be obliterated. Without any doubt, judging from the current scenario, this Starry Sky Fortress controlled by the Tentacle race lacked the capacity to withstand a shot from a Star Annihilating Cannon. Come to think of it, how easy is it to survive the hit of a Star Annihilating weapon? Thus, the only outcome for this particular Starry Sky Fortress was annihilation. Not just this one fortress belonging to the Tentacle race, even the Great Wall of the Qin Empire faced similar challenges. The Iron Wall stretched magnificently across an entire star system, making quite an imposing sight. Yet this also implied that the mobility of the Iron Wall was nil. There was, however, one thing about the Great Wall which the Tentacle race's Starry Sky Fortress couldn't compare to: the technological advancement. The weakness of the Great Wall was apparent, and other star races naturally noticed it as well. So why didn't they use the same method to attack the wall? That's because the Great Wall possessed an exceptionally wide detection range, far surpassing the normal weapons ranges. The etheric signal detection coverage of the Great Wall spanned several surrounding star systems. Ordinary super long-range, star-destroying weapons capable of piercing through an entire planetary system are already considered to be at their limits. But the etheric detection of the Great Wall exceeded that distance by far. Secondly, the ultra-star crossbow of the Great Wall was not merely decorative. Upon detecting high-energy weapon charges within range, the ultra-star crossbow could target and strike the charging enemy faster. Besides, apart from the ultra-star crossbow, the Qin Empire also wielded other super long-range weapons, stellar troops, and star-destroying mechs. All these were advantages that the Tentacle race's Starry Sky Fortress did not possess. Boom, boom. Under the assault of the Star Annihilating Crossbow fired by the Divine General mech, the entire Starry Sky Fortress of the Tentacle race transformed into an extraordinarily magnificent firework in the starry sky. This firework truly marked the last swan song of the Tentacle race. Attack. Witnessing the Tentacle race's fortress explode into fireworks ahead, the commander of the Zhen clan issued the order to advance. Chapter 77, The Eagle's Nest Fortress Plan. In fact, this star fortress truly marked the final swan song of the Tentacle race. After this star fortress was dealt with, the remaining resistance from the Tentacle race was practically non-existent. Without further assistance from the Zhen clan, they continued to make great progress. Another half-month passed, and 4/5 of the prosperous star system had already been invaded by the Qin clan. The remaining Tentacle clans, huddled in the final 1/5 of their territory, sent out a white paper offering their surrender. Yes, the Tentacle race surrendered. Even if they hadn't surrendered, they wouldn't have lasted much longer. Continuing would only result in the complete extinction of the Tentacle race. Regarding the surrender offer from the Tentacle race, the Zhen clan didn't accept it immediately, but instead consulted with the human race after discussing among the higher-ups of the Zhen clan before accepting the Tentacle race's surrender. Qin Shi, naturally, welcomed their surrender. After all, Qin Shi's original goal wasn't slaughter. Those who surrendered could help manage the star system for him. A shortage of manpower was a major issue Qin Shi currently faced, so he naturally agreed when asked by the Zhen clan. TCH, the Yin-Yang race really abandoned the Tentacle race completely. Qin Shi looked at the scene as the Zhen clan began incorporating the last fifth of the Tentacle clan's territory and remarked thoughtfully. This is quite normal, Su Li replied, slightly lost in thought. Next up, it's time to deal with the Yo-Yo remnant race. Once we also take over the Dawn Star system, these 3 star systems of the Veil will be considered unified, Qin Shi grinned. With a little more patience, after securing the Veil, gathering strength, he could then start planning against the Yin-Yang race and goblins. However, there was still one somewhat vexing issue: manpower. The 1,000 men that Qin Shi brought out from the Great Qin Wall were absolutely insufficient. Although currently the Zhen clan has submitted and the Tentacle race has surrendered, Qin Shi still couldn't fully trust them, especially the newly surrendered Tentacle race. Using them wasn't something he felt comfortable about. Thinking of this made Qin Shi frown slightly. Prince, you just took down the Tentacle race, so why are you looking worried again? Su Li's gentle voice carried through. Qin Shi shook his head slightly. I'm thinking about how we can increase our manpower. Don't the entire Zhen clan civilization have enough people? Su Li said with a smile. Honestly speaking, those not of our kind cannot be trusted. At least our troops shouldn't be controlled by them, right? Qin Shi said helplessly. Though the Zhen clan initially earned some trust, For now, some auxiliary work like managing or overseeing the Veil should be handled by them. As long as guns remain in hand, the Jun clan will forever be his prey. When has a hunter ever handed over their gun to their prey? Currently, merely dealing with the Veil, it's manageable. However, he couldn't possibly stay limited to just the Veil, nor depend entirely on his ancient dragon type 2 mech suit and Su Li's divine general mech. If battle lines expand in the future, how could he survive such exhaustion? You're right, Su Li nodded upon hearing this. Throughout humanity's journey in outer space, every aspect has proven that relying on other races isn't dependable. When the Great Qin Dynasty declined, only the human race stood firm for Great Qin. Those extraterrestrial allies that followed Great Qin originally, they all ended up as fence-sitters during the decisive moments. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Let's focus on absorbing these resources from the prosperous star system first, Qin Shi Huang grinned. According to the initial agreement, once the Jun clan requested assistance, he could secure 80% of the resources of the tentacle race in the prosperous star system. This amount of resources would significantly enhance his eagle's nest. Su Li nodded. The prosperous star system, named as such, did not betray its name. It was the most prosperous within the entire Veil and relatively rich in resources. Next came the Dawn star system belonging to the Yo-Yo remnant race. The Curtain star system of the Jun clan was the poorest. Therefore, despite the small technological differences among the three civilizations of the Veil, from the distribution of stellar resources, it was easy to see that the Jun clan was likely the weakest of the three. That's why, at the beginning, the tentacle race chose to invade the Jun clan first rather than the Yo-Yo remnant race. Everything happens for a reason. With no resistance, the Jun clan swiftly took over the prosperous star system. It didn't take long for the Jun clan to completely gain control over the entire prosperous star system. As for the tentacle race, according to Qin Shi Huang's intention, the Jun clan did not completely annihilate them. Instead, they chose to enslave them, dividing the tentacle race into different ranks based on their skills and specialties, forcing them into labor. This was something that Qin Shi Huang didn't need to concern himself with much. In the harsh black forest of interstellar society, such systems were already well established and mature. Don't think it cruel. At least the tentacle race hadn't been completely wiped out. This was already the best possible outcome for them. At this point, the Eagle's Nest had already covered more than half of the Eagle's Nest planet and was still expanding continuously. Even the entire interior of the planet was being developed. According to Qin Shi Huang's plan, this entire planet would eventually be developed into a massive star fortress, more grand and enormous than the previous star fortress of the tentacle race, a true star fortress. And this star fortress would become one of the core forces for Qin Shi Huang's future conquests across the 10,000 races in the stars. As for the tentacle race's star fortress, it could hardly be called a star fortress, it was merely a pseudo-fortress. Currently, the core of the star nest was located deep underground within a massive steel production line tens of thousands of meters below the surface. This was the only mecha production line in the Eagle's Nest so far, producing exactly the three types of space mechas that Qin Shi Huang had planned: Iron Guard, Martial Infantry, and Imperial Guards. From its completion until now, the entire production line had already produced 200 or 300 space mechas, with over 100 evenly distributed among various types of space mechas. Unfortunately, Qin Shi Huang had only brought 50 pilots for the space mechas from the Great Qin Wall. Thus, the produced mechas were mostly just decorations. This was precisely what Qin Shi Huang worried about: insufficient manpower. As for lending them to the Jun clan, the 50 mechas, no, only 43 mechas had been returned so far. 7 were lost during combat. Aside from the losses accounted for under the death quota set by Qin Shi Huang, related compensation had yet to be recovered. They would soon need these mechas for the upcoming battles against the Shadow Relic race in the nascent star system. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang did not rush to recover them and decided to settle everything together later. Just as the Eagle's Nest accepted 80% of the materials from the prosperous star system and began rapidly expanding, an unexpected situation occurred. Something completely unforeseen by Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 78, Various Unexpected Situations. What did you say? Qin Shi Huang looked at the projection of Li Si with a completely baffled expression. Your Highness, you heard correctly. The Enying remnant tribe has also delivered a white paper of surrender, Li Si said earnestly. We haven't even begun our offensive. Why have they suddenly surrendered? Qin Shi Huang's face showed confusion and frustration. Probably because they've seen what happened to the tentacle race. And besides, they must not be able to contact Goblin Gao anymore. So their choice to surrender isn't that surprising, Su Li commented from the side. The situation of the tentacle race was already a glaring precedent right before them. Although the True One tribe wasn't annihilated completely, when resisting the True Ones, with human support, they suffered immense casualties. Since there's no escape, it's better to just surrender straight away. At least that way, they won't incur massive casualties. Qin Shi Huang looked at the production line in front of him, where an armored machine for the Imperial Guards was taking shape, while next to it, a core ion engine was under final assembly operated by robotic arms. This was the confidence behind Eagle's Nest's ability to produce starships, leveraging various technologies from Great Qin Heavy Industries, which directly extracts energy from the core of the Eagle Nest planet to manufacture ion engine cores. If it's impossible to build a Dyson sphere to harvest energy from a star, then another method can be adopted: direct extraction of energy from the planetary core, conserving some energy expenditure. Quantum engine cores may be unfeasible to create, but an ion engine core is basically equivalent to a high-tech compressed battery. It's very simple, at least relative to the technology of Great Qin Heavy Industries. Originally, Qin Shang had been pondering on testing the strength of the standardized starships produced during the upcoming assault on the Qin remnant tribe's Genesis star system. Even though they'd gone through numerous tests, none could compare to genuine battlefield trials. By the way, speaking of which, how will the interest division of the Genesis star system work? Qin Shang furrowed his brow and asked. According to the initial agreement, if the true ones could capture these star systems without relying on human assistance, then any resources or benefits would be unrelated to himself. These resources from the Curtain of Withering are crucial. They are vital resources for his rise. Li Si chuckled, showing a bit of humor. On this point, the true ones still know their place. Regarding the direct surrender of the Qin remnant tribe, the true ones stated that the resource output of the Genesis star system could follow the same terms as the Prosperous star system, handing over 80% to us, Li Si explained. Qin Shang arched an eyebrow. Were the true ones being so generous? That's 80% of the entire output of a star system. Even with today's Great Qin, that figure would surely catch attention since they only have the Great Wall star system left now, constantly burning down old stockpiles. 80% of the output of an entire star system would also make for a quite substantial income. But they have one condition, Li Si continued. Hearing this, Qin Shang felt a slight sense of clarity. No wonder the true ones were being so generous. Evidently, they had other plans in mind. What is the condition of the true ones? Qin Shang questioned. To waive compensation payments for the damaged star machines, Li Si answered. Is that all? Qin Shang frowned. It didn't seem possible. Considering the few machines needing compensation beyond what Qin provided, death quotas, it was too little compared to the 80% output of the entire star system. It wasn't equal at all. Of course, it doesn't end there, Li Si followed up. The true one's appetite is pretty big, Li Si smiled as he continued. They suggested that if we agree to sell them the remaining 43 high-end star machines at interstellar prices, they'll hand over 80% of the material production of the Genesis star system. Qin Shang raised his eyebrows. The true one's hunger indeed seemed insatiable. 43 plus, each a high-end space mech considered valuable in the interstellar market. However, Qin Shang glanced at the standardized mechs being produced on the production line before him. It seemed not entirely unreasonable to consider it. Though those were high-grade mech units, they consisted of an irregular collection, a motley force, with many tactical combinations less than optimal. Instead, most of the advantage lay in the quality of the individual units themselves. Additionally, Qin Shang noticed Great Qin had very few mechs remaining, and they had already incurred severe damage during prior battles. There appeared to be only one surviving Wind Chaser mech left. Moreover, Qin Shang himself now had access to standardized mech production. They can have our consent. After much deliberation, Qin Shang nodded. I was thinking along the same lines, Li Si smiled in response. Then I'll give them our answer immediately. Qin Shang nodded slightly. More than 40 top-tier star machines wouldn't come cheap either, but they could gain a further surplus of resources on this end. The Jinni people weren't foolish. They also knew how they had arrived at their current situation. The surrender of the Yueying remnant tribe was motivated by something as well. What the Yueying remnant tribe feared wasn't the Jinni people, but rather the humans behind them. After all, it was already evident from the outcome of the tentacle race that on their own, it would be impossible for them to claim the Genesis star system. Therefore, the Jinni people had long been prepared mentally to hand over 80% of the resources of the Genesis star system. Since this was the case, why not take advantage of the situation and plan some benefits for themselves? Why wouldn't they do so? However, Your Highness, it seems like 2 little insects have just been clipped. At this moment, Li Si suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, the opportunity you've been looking for to test our new standardized mechs in battle has come. Li Si smiled as he said this. Qin Shang was startled, still a bit confused. At this time, a projection appeared before Qin Shang, opened by Li Si. In the starry sky, 7 or 8 warships crossed through a cluster of stars and were advancing. Why did this scene of the starry expanse seem familiar? Wasn't this the Eagle's Nest star system? Since Qin Shang's goal was to develop the Eagle's Nest planet into a space fortress, the corresponding detection should be properly handled. Otherwise, if someone could just fire a super long-range star-annihilating cannon at it and directly annihilate the star, it wouldn't be fun at all. Thus, the etheric monitoring of the Eagle's Nest side already extended far beyond the Eagle's Nest star system. Boss, are you sure there's no problem? Just relax. I've already seen this part of the star system and specifically researched it earlier. This location belongs to the Jinni's ending star system. But this place is very remote. Not to mention there are no valuable materials produced here. Even the stars within it have entered their twilight years. It doesn't even possess the value to build a Dyson sphere. In normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to this location, making it suitable to serve as our main base. These 7 or 8 interstellar warships belong to a group of interstellar pirates. With the recent chaos in the Curtain of Withering causing wars to rage, they too were taking advantage of the turmoil to gain plenty of spoils. They were now preparing to find a base to settle down, then continue their business with peace of mind. Chapter 79, 7 Whirlwinds? These space pirates likely never imagined that their communications between these few battleships were being openly broadcast without any concealment. Space pirates. Qin Shang looked at the starships on the screen, listening to their conversations. Yes. The bounty for these space pirates is still posted on the official website of the Jinni clan. As Li Si's projection waved his hand, a picture of the official bounty from the Jinni clan was projected. Wow, this bounty isn't too shabby, Qin Shang said with some surprise after seeing the bounty poster from the Jinni clan. The settlement for the bounty orders are all calculated in star yuan. The bounty for these so-called 7 whirlwind space pirates is quite high. There just happened to be 7 starships, the Withered 7 Whirlwinds? That bounty was put together by some chambers of commerce within the entire Withered Curtain, and the official Qin clan also chipped in part of it. After seeing the bounty in terms of star yuan, Qin Shi Huang felt somewhat tempted. Of course, if you asked Qin Shi Huang and his team to chase them down themselves, that would be pretty unlikely. But now these 7 whirlwinds have already delivered themselves right here, with the meat already right in front of their mouths. How could they possibly not eat it? Keep recording. 7 whirlwinds. Qin Shi Huang rubbed his chin. Let's send a small team out to make an appearance. Then we'll pass the footage back to the Qin clan's official website to claim our reward. Boss, the situation doesn't look good. The Eagle Nest star system only has 1 star and 2 planets. While it's rather abstract, precisely because of its abstract nature, this star system appears fairly special. Thus, upon entering the Eagle Nest star system, and without any deliberate cover from the Eagle Nest side, they promptly noticed the situation with the Eagle Nest planet. After all, currently, the entire Eagle Nest planet has been completely transformed beyond recognition, naturally showing off a strong technological atmosphere. As for why the Eagle Nest side did not perform any cover-up, it's no longer necessary. 3 starry mechanized armors have already appeared ahead of these 7 starships. A standard squad consists of 3 mechanized armors: Iron Guard, Martial Infantry, plus Imperial Guard. Balanced offense and defense, providing mutual support. Starry mechanized armors, 3. Boss, those starry mechanized armors look really unfamiliar. The space pirates immediately became vigilant. What kind of thing is this? How could there be such a large area of high-tech architectural clusters here? Have we accidentally intruded into the secret military base of the Qin clan? Retreat. Deploy all unmanned drones as a rear guard. It must be said, the space pirates of 7 whirlwinds actually have some skills. At least, their retreat was pretty decisive. Realizing the futility of continuing, they immediately ordered the retreat. Simultaneously, the actions of the 7 starships weren't slow either. In the first instance, they deployed all their unmanned drones. A dense drone swarm instantly formed a cloud around the 7 starships. Even though there were only 3 starry mechanized armors currently present, they weren't overly concerned yet. After all, having walked the path of the Withered Curtain for so long, and still having such a high bounty on their heads meant they aren't amateurs either. Therefore, they thought the 3 starry mechanized armors were manageable. However, the military buildings on that planet below weren't something simple. So the leader of the 7 whirlwinds quickly ordered the retreat. Only, the full view of Eagle Nest had already been seen by them. And how could they possibly let them escape? Zap! Behind them, a stream of electric ion force fields suddenly opened up. Finished. The space pirates saw this scene and couldn't help but wail. It seemed like the moment they entered, others already knew about it. You can go if you defeat the 3 starry mechanized armors ahead. At this moment, a communication in interstellar common language was transmitted to the 7 starships of the 7 whirlwinds. On the main ship, the leader of the 7 whirlwinds was a dark shadow. Shadow Leftovers tribe. This was the position of the Withered Curtain. Most space pirates walking within the Withered Curtain belong to the 3 tribes of the Withered Curtain, which was very normal. Of course, there are also some other races, but they are relatively less common. Are they playing with us? The pirate boss of the Shadow Leftovers tribe spoke in a muffled voice. But we can't get out now. The electric ion magnetic field behind us covers a large area, and its power isn't small. If we forcefully break through, based on calculations, even with our energy shield, our ship body will sustain over 80% damage. The relevant technicians responded. 80% ship damage basically equates to scrapping it. Then we fight. We outwardly comply with them, use our secret weapon, and see if we can directly break this electric ion force field. Having roamed the Withered Curtain for many years, the 7 whirlwinds certainly have some tricks up their sleeves, and they've unexpectedly obtained a secret weapon. The Eagle Nest side didn't give them a chance to refuse, as the 3 starry mechanized armors rushed over in a triangular formation. Magnetopole. Blue electric light broke through the air. This was the electro-ionic spear of the Yulin Guard. Although it is called a spear, it wasn't actually thrown by the mechanized armor. Rather, it was fired from an electro-ionic emitter installed on the armor. It can be seen as a weakened version of a crossbow bolt. If using an actual crossbow would expose their position so easily, Qin Shi Huang wouldn't have made this one of the long-range tools for the Yulin Guard's armor. Intercept. Fire the cannons. Deploy the energy shields. Boom boom. The 7 starships immediately moved to intercept the spear. Furthermore, the unmanned drones scattered around began firing frantically at the incoming spears. A portion of the self-destruct drones even directly rammed into the ion spears. Unfortunately, the speed of the ion spears was too fast for the self-destruct drones to make contact with them. However, thanks to smart systems that adjusted and calculated the trajectories, the initially direct line paths of the spears were corrected by the drones into predictive attacks, managing to hit some spears. Still, given the top-notch technology of Qin Empire embedded within these spears, they weren't so easy to intercept. All the cannon fire and drone attacks simply went straight through the spears, doing nothing to stop them. Finally, one of the spears, trailing behind a luminous tail, rotated while piercing the energy shield of one of the starships. The entire energy shield was pierced halfway through before cracking appeared on its surface. However, that was as far as it could go. After breaking through so many interceptions and firepower, the energy of the spear had been consumed significantly. Phew, how terrifying. Even though they managed to block the attack, the space pirates heaved sighs of relief, glad that they had intercepted the spear. Seeing this scene, Qin Shi Huang clicked his tongue slightly, comparing the bolts used by Qin Dynasty's crossbow-armored units. The electro-ionic spear's power still fell short somewhat compared to those crossbow units' bolts. If the Qin Dynasty archers had used their powerful crossbows, then perhaps this one attack might have broken through the enemy starship's energy shield, given that these ships aren't high-tech vessels and the intensity of their energy shields could only withstand so much. But then again, the space pirates' relief soon disappeared. Swish! In the blink of an eye, a beam of blue Gaussian energy pierced right through the nearly collapsed energy shield, and simultaneously pierced through the starship inside the shield. Only now did Qin Shang smile. Though the spear of the Yulin Guard couldn't match the crossbow bolts of Qin's archers, the Yulin Guard also came equipped with Gauss sniper cannons. Yes, cannons, not rifles. Chapter 80. The Power of the Hawk Nest Standard Mecha. The performance of the Feathered Guard mecha was roughly within Qin Shang's expectations. Next, let's see how the Iron Guards and Soldier mechas perform. As long as they don't fall too far behind the Qin Empire's Forbidden Guards and Qin's Wind Chasers, it should be fine. Boom. At this moment, one of the starships of the 7 whirlwinds that had been pierced by the Gauss sniper cannon exploded into fireworks. Although the starship was quite large in size, don't forget that it was hit by the Gauss sniper cannon of the space mecha, a sniper cannon developed with the Qin technology. With their energy shields down, these starships of the interstellar pirates could never withstand a single shot that penetrated the hull. Starting from this moment, this wave of space pirates should now be called the 6 whirlwinds, having lost 1 whirlwind. Counterattack. We can't keep taking blows. Even mud figurines have some fire within them, let alone that they are space pirates roaming the fading veil. The main guns, secondary guns, and drone attacks from the pirate starships were all unleashed towards the 3 space mechas. Facing various dense attacks, the Iron Guard mecha, being a heavy mecha, immediately moved to the forefront, raising its massive alloy shield. Invisible ripples began oscillating from the shield. Ripple oscillation field. This was also the Iron Guard's skilled defensive technique, defending through high-frequency energy oscillation of space. Though this method might be somewhat outdated compared to the electro-ionic field used by the Great Qin Guardians. But Qin Shang's purpose was precisely to distinguish the obvious characteristics of the 3 standard mechas of the Great Qin. Electro-ionic fields are the forte of the Great Qin Guardians. If the Iron Guard mecha were to use the same, it would almost be an outright admission that they belong to the Great Qin people. Boom boom. Various attacks disintegrated upon hitting an invisible wall at a certain distance in front of the Iron Guard. That was the Iron Guard's oscillation field. The Iron Guard can hold out, but its energy is depleting so fast. If it continues to defend, the energy of the Iron Guard mecha will be completely drained within 5 minutes at most. Li Si looked at the data analysis and spoke up. It was already quite remarkable, this resistance against the attack of 6 interstellar warships. Though the tech level wasn't very high, these were still interstellar warships. However, mere defense has never been the style of the Great Qin. The soldier mecha, wielding a sword and shield, almost transformed into a streak of light, breaking out of the Iron Guard's protective circle, forging ahead directly amidst numerous attack torrents toward the 6 starships. Whoosh! A blue streak of light exceeded the path ahead of the soldier mecha, clearing the way. It was the Feathered Guard spear throw, recharged and ready for a new energy spear. One of the shortcomings of the Feathered Guard spear was also revealed. Only a single charge capacity. After firing, it needs to recharge and recondense the spear. However, the Feathered Guard itself was designed with dual cores. The spear recharging system was a separate second-level ion engine, ensuring that the other activities of the Feathered Guard mecha wouldn't be restricted during the recharging process. This was one way Qin Shang had come up with to make up for firepower, although such design drastically increased the cost of a single Feathered Guard mecha. Naturally, the crew controlling the soldier mecha wasn't foolish and quickly followed right behind the energy spear thrown by the Feathered Guard, thus avoiding having to break through the attacks themselves. Yes, these 3 space mechas weren't actually manned by real pilots. Instead, they were remotely controlled via ether signals. After all, these 3 types of standard mechas had yet to officially enter combat. With manpower already scarce, Qin Shang wouldn't risk assigning pilots to these machines without testing them thoroughly first. Even though there is a delay when using ether signals for control, at this range, the delay of the ether signal is practically negligible. In this scenario, even if all 3 mechas were destroyed, it wouldn't result in any loss of human resources. For now, these 3 space mechas almost met Qin Shang's expectations. Hold them back. Concentrate fire. Although they hadn't yet witnessed the skills of the soldier mecha, seeing the enemy attempt to rush forward, blocking them was undoubtedly the correct course of action. The 7 whirlwind space pirates immediately shifted their firepower focus. Firepower previously dispersed among the 3 mechas was now concentrated almost entirely on the soldier mecha. Although the path was cleared by the Feathered Guard spear, there were still attacks capable of striking the soldier mecha from the side. However, the shield of the soldier mecha wasn't just decoration. Additionally, the pilot controlling the soldier mecha was also a seasoned veteran who easily deflected those attacks with an energy-infused alloy shield. Meanwhile, various secondary cannons of the soldier mecha were also firing in retaliation. It seems the Iron Guard mecha is being underestimated. Qin Shang smirked as he watched the neglected Iron Guard mecha due to the concentrated attack on the soldier mecha. Holding a giant alloy shield, the Iron Guard mecha also equipped a large alloy longsword. The massive alloy longsword was no mere decoration. As the Iron Guard mecha absorbed attacks through its oscillation field on one side, the alloy longsword on the other began to tremble slightly. It was gathering momentum. This was one of the characteristics of the Iron Guard mecha. With this ability to gather momentum, Qin Shang felt that his envisioned Iron Guard could, in some aspects, even surpass the great Qin Guardians. All three standard mechas were designed by Qin Shang himself. It was fortunate that the technology of great Qin heavy industries was powerful. Almost all of Qin Shang's designs could be realized. The effect of gathering momentum was to absorb energy and convert part of the energy from attacks absorbed by the oscillation field, storing it into the energy slot of the alloy longsword, and finally releasing it. This was also a design concept of using force against itself, made possible only due to the advanced technology of great Qin heavy industries. However, there were limitations. If the absorbed energy exceeded the threshold, it could not be stored. Buzz. Without any incoming attacks, the Iron Guard mecha directly folded its shield and fully powered up, following closely behind the soldier mecha. Charge forward. Even though it was a heavy defensive mecha, the Iron Guard's propulsion system wasn't bad. Thanks to the design allowing for borrowing power, it could absorb some of the energy scattered by the oscillation field instead of needing to purely defend. So relatively speaking, the Iron Guard didn't need to be excessively thick or heavy. Once it moved up beside the soldier mecha, the Iron Guard directly slashed with its blade. It had to slash. The stored energy was almost out of control. This energy had been roughly absorbed and compressed into the energy slot of the longsword by the oscillation field, naturally making it very violent. A colossal blade of light slashed down, extending for several kilometers. At this moment, their distance from the 7 whirlwind starships was only 2 or 3 kilometers. This blade of light enveloped 2 of the remaining 6 starships of the 7 whirlwinds. Boom. The blade paved the way, returning the enemy's method upon them. The terrifying blade of light directly tore through the energy cannon attacks ahead and struck the energy shields of the starships. In an almost unstoppable manner, the energy shields of 2 starships shattered instantly. With its power slightly diminished, the blade of light cleanly split both interstellar warships in half. By now, the 7 whirlwinds had been reduced to just 4 whirlwinds. The sudden burst of destructive power unleashed by the Iron Guard mecha had already surpassed that of the Feathered Guard, which specialized in offense. Compared to the Great Qin Guardians, the Iron Guard mecha indeed had a slight deficiency in defense, but on a certain level, it possessed an explosive offensive power comparable to that of an output-focused mecha. Chapter 81. Forced Demolition. The space pirates were utterly bewildered. What level of star mech was this? Just 3-star mechs. How long had the battle even started? They had already lost nearly half of their forces. After losing 3 starships in one breath, the firepower from the 7 Whirlwinds pirate group was no longer as strong as it initially was. Now the 3-star mechs, Tai Wei and Yulin Wei, had revealed their might. Seeing this, naturally the operator of the Wuzhu mech harbored a burning rage in his heart. Compared to Tai Wei and Yulin Wei, Wuzhu was absolutely no less impressive. Buzz. Taking advantage of the moment when the 7 Whirlwinds firepower blockade wasn't as dense, the Wuzhu mech, wielding sword and shield, suddenly increased its charge speed dramatically. Drone swarm, stop him. From the 7 Whirlwinds side, seeing the charging Wuzhu mech, they immediately gave the order. Almost there. Their trump card was almost ready. He didn't expect that the combat effectiveness of these 3 mechs would be so powerful. In almost no time at all, they had directly damaged 3 of their starships. Now, relying solely on the firepower of 4 starships wouldn't realistically suppress these 3 mechs with such exaggeratedly formidable combat strength, especially after the previous 7 warships were all countered by the opponent. A swarm of drones charged directly toward the Wuzhu mech, acting as the spearhead. Wuzhu, excelling both offensively and defensively, being durable yet combat-ready, wasn't just talk. Giant shield. Although the shield of Wuzhu isn't as large as Tai Wei's mech, it also possesses an oscillation field function, albeit a simplified version. The massive oscillating force fended off the first wave of drones coming straight at them. All drones that came into contact with the oscillation field were either flung away or malfunctioned due to loss of kinetic energy. Boom, boom. The shoulder cannon on the Wuzhu mech opened fire as well. Simultaneously, the side compartments on its back swung open, and 2 enormous turrets emerged. It was none other than the xuanhuan floating cannon. Qin Shang spared no expense for these new standard model mechs. Although in terms of pure performance and materials, they may still lag slightly behind those high-end star mechs sold to the Genie race. However, Qin Shang equipped each star mech with the xuanhuan floating cannon. With the xuanhuan floating cannon attached, Qin Shang believed that these 3 types of star mechs, if any one were deployed individually, would have comprehensive combat capabilities no worse than those sold high-end mechs. Boom, boom. The immense firepower of the xuanhuan floating cannon poured out, directly breaking through the tight blockade formed by the densely packed drone swarms. Trailing a streak of light, the Wuzhu mech burst out of the encircling drones. That trailing streak of light was emitted by the alloy longsword held by its other hand. The Wuzhu mech does not possess the same technique as Tai Wei mech, which absorbs shock energy for counterattacks. But the technological setup of the alloy longsword wielded by the Wuzhu mech is modeled after the one used in the Zhulong 2 mech. The alloy longsword is also one of the core capabilities of the Wuzhu mech. The other 2 xuanhuan floating cannons on its left and right followed closely after the Wuzhu mech. Having broken through the drone blockade, the Wuzhu mech encountered 2 main cannons from opposing starships head-on. Still, the Wuzhu mech did not dodge in the slightest. Draw sword. Empowered by the Wuzhu mech's new ion core, an enormous blade of light erupted forth. Although this light sword lacked the sheer momentum of Tai Wei mech's slash from before, it was far sharper in comparison. In front of it, The beams from the two energy cannons were effortlessly split into halves. Wuzu dashed past quickly. Boom. After Wuzu passed through, the split cannon beam energy, now unbalanced, exploded. Yet, Wuzu had already gone through. Another swift strike. The sharp light sword slashed directly onto the energy shield of a starship ahead. The overwhelming power of the light sword caused the entire energy shield to tremble unstably. Though this shield belonged to a starship, it hadn't shattered immediately, particularly since most of the peak force had been unleashed earlier in cutting through the main cannon's beam. Thus, the energy shield continued trembling but did not break apart. However, don't forget that the alloy longsword itself has attacking capabilities besides the energy light sword. Following the dissipation of the light sword, the trembling energy shield faced a direct assault from the alloy longsword. In one blow, the alloy longsword pierced straight through the trembling energy shield and got lodged within it. Crack. Centering around the position where the alloy longsword punctured through, crack patterns began spreading across the energy shield. Boom. Boom. The space pirates aboard that starship had already been scared stiff, wildly controlling secondary cannons to fire. As for the main cannon, one of the energy beams that had been torn apart earlier belonged to this very starship, which was still charging up for another round of attack. However, the secondary cannons of this starship had limited power, and they were also being intercepted by the shoulder cannons of the Wuzu mech. Moreover, the alloy shield of Wuzu mech was vibrating with an oscillation force field to block those few stray shots that managed to slip through. Thus, the attacks from the starship's secondary cannons posed no real threat to the Wuzu mech. Boom. Boom. The xuanhuan floating cannon fired its energy rounds right at the energy shield of the warship in front of the Wuzu mech. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire energy shield shattered like glass, and as the energy dispersed, the energy shield simply vanished. Without the energy shield to impede it, the Wuzu mech charged straight to the very front of the starship. Smack! The alloy shield swung out, in tandem with the oscillation force field, destroying large sections of the starship's outer surface secondary cannons. Next, the alloy longsword lit up with a radiant glow, and with a single swing, the only main cannon on this starship that could pose any threat to the Wuzu mech was split in two. With the main cannon destroyed, the whole starship was now like a toothless tiger before the Wuzu mech. What followed was pure brute force aesthetics. The alloy longsword, shoulder cannon, and xuanhuan floating cannon took turns unleashing their power, literally dismantling the Seven Whirlwinds starship piece by piece. And it happened quickly. The entire process didn't even take half a minute. This starship, many times larger than the Wuzu mech, was reduced to a pile of parts. Among the wreckage were the bodies of some space pirates, mixed in with the floating debris. Quite brutal. Qin Shi Huang watched the scene unfold, his mouth slightly agape. Though it took a little longer, the actions of the Wuzu mech created a greater visual impact, ruthlessly dismantling an interstellar warship right there and then. By this point, the Seven Whirlwinds pirates were down to 3 whirlwinds. But the leader of the Seven Whirlwinds pirates, that shadowy figure, burst out laughing. Open fire. Boom. A terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from the central starship among the remaining 3. Beep, beep, beep. High energy reaction detected. Beep, beep. Not reaching Star Destroyer level energy reaction. Alert cleared. Afterward, the eagle's nest fell silent once again. Qin Shi Huang was somewhat dazed, realizing that the space pirates still had something else up their sleeves. Chapter 82. Quantum Star Destroyer Cannon. Whoosh. A terrifying beam of energy was fired from the central starship. Target, the electric ion force field behind it. This was an attack with power almost comparable to a Star Destroyer cannon. Though it hadn't yet reached the strength of a star-destroying level, it wasn't too far off. Electric ions naturally couldn't withstand an attack of this magnitude. Puff. Under the assault of this pseudo-Star Destroyer cannon, the electric ion force field was instantly torn open with a large breach. Following that, the entire electric ion force field lost its balance and began to collapse. Right now, retreat. The remaining 3 starships of the Seven Whirlwinds pirate gang immediately revved up their engines and rushed towards the distance. Hee, didn't expect this, did you? Our original intention was never to fight you. The pirates aboard the starship smirked in satisfaction. By looking at the military buildings on the planet below, they already knew that these mysterious military forces were not something their little pirate gang could match. The reason why the Seven Whirlwinds caused headaches for the Zhen clan wasn't because the Seven Whirlwinds were that strong. It was because they were slippery. Deep Space Engine, activate. The Deep Space Engine, the conventional sublight speed engine used for interstellar travel, requires a certain amount of preparation time to start. But these pirates had no intentions of going toe-to-toe from the start, and the Deep Space Engines had been preheated all along. At the very instant the electric force field blockade was broken, the remaining 3 interstellar warships promptly activated their Deep Space Engines. Brush. The 3 interstellar warships almost instantly turned into streaks of light and fled into the distant starry sky. It seems like our surveillance around Hawk's Nest needs to be strengthened. A cannon capable of near-star destroyer power was right under our noses, and we failed to notice it. Qin Shi Huang looked at the video image where the 3 warships had nearly become lightspeed streaks escaping and said aloud. Li Si's projection awkwardly cleared his throat softly beside him. Your Highness, please rest assured, I will make adjustments. Li Si gave no explanation, because they truly didn't detect the energy buildup of this pseudo-star destroyer cannon this time. But this wasn't entirely Hawk's Nest's fault. First, Hawk's Nest was still under construction, and various facilities still had some imperfections. Second, most of the computational power was focused on monitoring the status of the 3-star mech suits. Moreover, the most critical point was that the pirates' shot hadn't genuinely reached the extent of a Star Destroyer cannon. It was evident that as soon as the pseudo-Star Destroyer cannon energy was about to reach its threshold, the detection system issued an alert in the first instance. Li Si made some empirical errors. After all, this place wasn't the Great Wall. A pseudo-Star Destroyer cannon like the one just encountered wouldn't pose any threat within the Great Wall's jurisdiction. The defense measures of the Great Wall could even withstand genuine Star Destroyer cannons, let alone a pseudo one. But this is Hawk's Nest, and if that shot hit Hawk's Nest, it could cause substantial damage to their budding base. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Well, let's wrap this up. Anyway, the basic performance of the 3 mechs has already been tested. The 3-star mech suits had all met Qin Shi Huang's expectations, even exceeding them in some aspects. Understood. Li Si nodded. In situations of sublight speed travel, within the civilizations of the Withering Vale, there really are hardly any means of interception. That's also why the 7 Whirlwinds pirates can always escape whenever surrounded by the Jin clan. However, very unfortunately, what they were now facing was not at the level of the Withering Vale civilizations. It was the Qin Empire, which owns the most cutting-edge technology in the entire galaxy. Terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from Hawk's Nest. This is the first firing after its completion, isn't it? Shouldn't be any issues, right? Qin Shi Huang, gazing at the retreating ships in the footage, asked. Naturally, there won't be any problems, Li Si replied confidently. Since Hawk's Nest was built aiming towards becoming a space fortress, how could there be no firepower in Hawk's Nest? Star Destroyer cannons, things that could be constructed even by small civilizations like the Tentacle Tribe, let alone Hawk's Nest that inherited the Qin industrial system. Moreover, the Star Destroyer cannon inside Hawk's Nest wasn't a regular one. It was a quantum Star Destroyer cannon. Only a Star Destroyer cannon that reaches the speed of light can be called a quantum Star Destroyer cannon. Directly drawing on the core energy of Hawk's Nest planet, it condensed a massive energy beam for an attack. Out of one of the immense lakes on the Hawk's Nest planet, a huge cylindrical steel structure over 2,000 meters in diameter extended out. It then began emitting terrifying energy vibrations. Gurgle. The horrifying energy brought massive heat, causing the water in the enormous lake to start boiling. Eagle 1 locking onto target. Charging complete. Firing request authorized. Qin Shi Huang slightly narrowed his eyes. Fire. Whoosh. A massive beam of light shot up into the sky, almost spanning heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. The quantum Star Destroyer cannon had reached the speed of light. In the footage, the 3 streaks of light had no chance to escape as they were immediately caught up with by the gigantic energy beam, completely covered. Sublight speed naturally couldn't escape the pursuit of light speed. When the energy beam slowly dissipated, the starry sky was already entirely restored to peace. There was no trace left of the space pirates. Not bad. Qin Shi Huang murmured with satisfaction. Send this footage to the Jin clan later. Once we've counted the benefits of the nascent star system, combine it with the bounty for these pirates, and send it over. Our various mineral resources are running low anyway, Qin Shi Huang said with a smile. Constructing such a colossal Hawk's Nest, along with manufacturing his star mech suits, required all kinds of alloys. And refining those alloys consumed substantial amounts of mineral resources. I understand, Your Highness. Li Si confirmed he understood. Then, Qin Shi Huang suddenly sensed something and flashed a faint smile. I'll go train now, Qin Shi Huang said before heading directly towards his palace. Because just then, Qin Shi Huang felt that the Crystal of Wishes had begun absorbing will again. Qin Shi Huang knew it must be from the Tentacle Tribe, as their prosperous star system had now been conquered by him. Furthermore, quite a number of Tentacle Tribe members had surrendered, offering Qin Shi Huang a very considerable amount of willpower. Now that the Shadow Remnant clan had also surrendered, compared to the subdued Tentacle Tribe, they should provide even more willpower. If everything went smoothly, this time he should have the chance to enhance his bloodline power to over 40%. According to the characteristics of the ancient Dragon Breath technique, once his bloodline power was enhanced beyond 40%, breaking through the bottleneck to the 4th level of a Qi practitioner shouldn't be an issue. As Qin Shi Huang began cultivating with great urgency, the Jin clan started methodically receiving the initial star system of the Shadow Remnant clan. The entire Jin clan was now jubilant. The Veil of Withering now, in its entirety, belonged to them, the Jin clan. The Shadow Remnant clan, the Tentacle Tribe, and the Jin clan had contended for so many years, and now, it seemed that the Jin clan had finally achieved unification. Although most of their resources would still need to be submitted to humanity, the Veil of Withering truly was under their management. Chapter 83, Returning to the Great Wall. Time flies, and it has been more than 2 months since the surrender of the Shadow Remnant. Bloodline purity at 44%, with initial power of a 4th level Qi practitioner. This was the extent of Qin Shi Huang's enhancement after everything had settled through the use of willpower crystals. Qin Shi Huang toyed with the willpower crystal in his hand, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Having subdued the entire Veil of Withering, there was only this minor increase in bloodline strength. Qin Shi Huang could sense that the further along he progressed, the greater the consumption of willpower needed to enhance his bloodline strength. In fact, the portion of willpower provided by the tentacle race had already brought Qin Shi Huang's bloodline strength close to 40%. Following this, the True One race began to take over the nascent star system of the Shadow Remnant. Upon learning of the tragic fate of the tentacle race, the citizens of the Shadow Remnant did not react as strongly as expected to their civilization's surrender. As a result, Qin Shi Huang once again harvested an even larger amount of willpower than when the True One race had submitted. since the Shadow Remnant was slightly larger than the True One race. But after consuming all of that willpower, the bloodline strength only increased to its current 44%. Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang spent some time cultivating the ancestral Dragon Chi technique. With an improved bloodline purity, naturally, the cultivation of the ancestral Dragon Chi technique became easier. Even so, Qin Shi Huang still took about a month to elevate his cultivation level to the threshold. Without the willpower, enhancing either the ancestral dragon bloodline or the ancestral Dragon Chi technique became extremely difficult, which made Qin Shi Huang lose interest in continuing his practice. Prime Minister Li Si, how is the gathering of resources from the Shadow Remnant progressing? Qin Shi Huang asked. Li Si's projection appeared, gazing at Qin Shi Huang with a slightly complicated expression. A 4th-level Qi practitioner, with bloodline purity at 44%. Originally, this was the highest achievement Li Si had predicted for Qin Shi Huang at the beginning. And yet, in just a short while, Qin Shi Huang had reached what was initially forecasted to be his peak. Nevertheless, this was a good thing. Your Highness, the collection has been completed. However, there are simply too many resources. The Eagle Nest needs renovations, so it cannot store such a large amount of goods. So, I have arranged for a storage warehouse to be built on the adjacent second planet, where many materials are piled up. Li Si responded. There were only 2 planets and 1 dying star in this star system. Apart from the Eagle Nest which Qin Shi Huang selected and was currently transforming into an interstellar fortress, the other relatively smaller planet now served as a warehouse. This was also why Qin Shi Huang needed to find a main base. The Eagle Nest can't absorb these resources in the short term, right? Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brows slightly. Your Royal Highness, you're overestimating the Eagle Nest. This represents the largest part of the Veil of Withering's resources, Li Si said helplessly. Qin Shi Huang stroked his chin and thought for a moment. If that's the case, can we reserve the resources needed by the Eagle Nest in the short term and send the rest back to the Great Wall via an etheric transmission channel? Li Si paused. Originally, according to the First Emperor's intention, arranging for Qin Shi Huang to leave was meant to seek another path for the Great Qin trapped at the Great Wall, as well as providing some form of feedback in terms of resources. After all, the Great Qin was now eating away at the old capital stored within the Great Wall. Unbelievably, Qin Shi Huang had only been out for a few months and was already able to start contributing to the Great Qin. Though these resources, relative to the entirety of the Great Qin Wall, were actually quite insignificant, they nonetheless marked a promising start. It's possible. Li Si nodded in response. Good. Then prepare accordingly and proceed with execution. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand and said. Now that the Veil of Withering should have stabilized, the True One race is doing a pretty good job, Qin Shi Huang continued. Next, they should focus on the High Goblins and the Yin Sheep tribe. How many mechas do we have at the moment? Qin Shi Huang looked at Li Si. There are already 1,000 units of this model in reserve, totaling more than 3,000 units. Li Si responded. That should be enough for our space mecha reserves for now. We still need some heavy firepower and starships, Qin Shi Huang said. Agreed, preparations are underway, Li Si's projection answered. After all, in any battle, it would not be wise to rely entirely on mechas alone. Such dependence would make the forces too singular. The existence of starships remains very necessary. Qin Shi Huang nodded and furrowed his brows again. 3,000 standardized space mechas. On an interstellar scale, many small to medium civilizations couldn't even produce such a level of power. But the issue persisted: manpower. The Eagle Nest here was seriously lacking hands, and the Great Wall side could no longer provide Qin Shi Huang with too many reinforcements at this time. However, unlike the petty skirmishes on the Veil of Withering, the 2 civilizations of the Goblins and the Yin Sheep tribe weren't as easy to handle. The Veil of Withering, after all, consisted of only 3 stellar systems. However, according to the investigation, the territory of the High Goblins spans as many as 13 stellar systems. While in the grand scheme of the entire galaxy, 13 stellar systems aren't much at all. For truly powerful civilizations like the Angel race, they control tens of millions of star systems. Compared to the nearly 2 or 3 trillion galaxies of the outer universe, even the tens of millions of star systems controlled by the Angel race pale in comparison. According to the records of Great Qin, during its peak, Great Qin had controlled over 1 trillion star systems. Now, with these 13 stellar systems presented before Qin Shi Huang's Eagle Nest, it felt too vast to handle. Even bringing along the True One race as foot soldiers wouldn't be enough. Adding the Tentacle race and the Shadow Remnant would barely suffice. But Qin Shi Huang couldn't fully trust these 2 races either. The Eagle Nest currently required 3,000 pilots for the space mechas. In addition, the battleships and other starships also needed their own crews. But the manpower at the Eagle Nest counted only 1,000 people, including logistics, while combat personnel were just 200. Most of the construction of the Eagle Nest was handled by smart robots. Your Highness, are you troubled by the manpower issue? Li Si's projection could already tell what Qin Shi Huang was worrying about just from his expression. After all, this was the current challenge facing the Eagle Nest. Indeed, Prime Minister Li Si, do you have any suggestions? Qin Shi Huang asked with a hint of helplessness. Li Si shook his head. I don't have any solutions for that. There are only so many people available within the Great Wall now. But your Royal Highness might consider consulting Miss Su. Li Si's projection suggested. Su Li. Qin Shi Huang paused, surprised. Can Su Li resolve the manpower problem? Qin Shi Huang asked in confusion. Su Li had been acting as his bodyguard since the beginning, following him from the Great Wall. Su Li naturally understood the difficulties faced by the Eagle Nest. If she had a solution, she would have proposed it long ago. Yet, Li Si's projection smirked enigmatically. Miss Su likely doesn't have any good solutions herself. Qin Shang was puzzled. Since Su Li didn't have a way, why should he consult her? Though Miss Su may not have a way, behind her is House Su. And they certainly do, Li Si added. Chapter 84, The Wager. So, Prince Crowned, your meaning is that you want me to provide manpower from the Su family. Su Li wore a faint smile as she looked at Qin Shang. Following Li Si's recommendation, Qin Shang found Su Li and proposed a question about the issue of manpower. Qin Shang nodded somewhat bashfully. It's not entirely impossible. Su Li smiled slightly. Really? Qin Shang's eyes lit up. How many people can come? How many do you want, Prince? Su Li revealed a bewitching smile. Naturally, the more the better. Qin Shang grinned as he spoke. Su Li lightly sat down next to Qin Shang, taking him in from top to bottom. Prince Crowned, have you broken through? Because Qin Shang had not left the eagle nest for over a month, Su Li hadn't stayed by his side. Come to think of it, they hadn't seen each other for over a month. After secluding myself this past month, I luckily broke through to the 4th level, Qin Shang said with a laugh. Not bad speed, Su Li replied seriously. Qin Shang chuckled without replying. All of this was thanks to the crystallized willpower. And if one wanted to activate the crystallized willpower, they needed to conquer. Qin Shang had reviewed the related records, and his cultivation speed appeared to be only second to the elder Prince Fusu within the entire Great Qin dynasty. Due to Fusu's extremely pure bloodline force, practicing naturally led to an unstoppable progression. Of course, the first emperor naturally did not count among them. Even the former second Prince Hu Hai at the time couldn't match Qin Shang's accelerated speed. Bear in mind, the second Prince Hu Hai wasn't a genuine frivolous prince. The Earth history back then was merely a scheme laid out by the first emperor predicting the dynasty's fall within 2 generations. In extragalactic records, the second Prince Hu Hai of Great Qin was also a renowned fierce general, almost always leading the charge in every battle. On the other hand, Su Li was deeply pondering. The Su clan were descendants of the Yinshang dynasty and once belonged under the jurisdiction of Great Qin during its peak times. A system of one country, 2 systems was the greatest respect given by Great Qin to the Su clan. Later on, pressured by myriad tribes and due to the swift decline of Great Qin, the Su clan detached themselves from Great Qin and began self-rule. If Great Qin could rise again, it would not be unreasonable for the Su clan to rejoin under Great Qin's rule. After all, humanity should collaborate collectively. However, Great Qin's current state was far from optimistic. Although the Great Wall was grandiose, if interstellar races were willing to endure casualties, destroying Great Qin's wall was not impossible. Just because of the Black Forest doctrine and the complications of interests, no one dared to shoulder Great Qin's dying retaliation, thus giving it a chance to struggle. Today, the hope for Great Qin's resurgence undoubtedly lay before their eyes. The crown Prince Qin Shang of Great Qin. Should Qin Shang prove outstanding enough to lead Great Qin back to glory, it wouldn't be unfeasible. Now, Su Li herself coming forward was simply for the usage rights of the divine general mech suits. It was a kind of business cooperation. The Su clan wasn't truly entering yet. However, if they dispatched manpower to support the Eagle Nest, it would signify getting on board officially. The core consideration was whether Qin Shang was worth such investment from the Su clan. In that case, since your highness has also broken through, how about we fight? Su Li said as she looked at Qin Shang. Huh? A fight? Qin Shang still hadn't quite caught on. Defeat me, and my Su clan will officially step in. How does that sound? Su Li asked earnestly. How should we fight? Qin Shang was confused. How was he supposed to win? Whether it be real-person combat or 4 realms versus 7 realms, there was no way out. It didn't matter even with the relatively divine Zhu Long cultivation method. As for mech battles, there was no need to say anything further. In front of divine general mech suits, ancestral dragon type 2 could only squirm and flee for its life. Seemingly understanding Qin Shang's thoughts, Su Li returned her previous seductive smile. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. We'll both use standard space mech suits, the ones designed by you yourself. Outside the Eagle Nest in the starry sky, 2 mech suits hovered in opposition. One was a Yulin Guard mech suit, the other a Wu soldier mech suit. Among 3 types of standard mech suits, Qin Shang and Su Li each chose one. Qin Shang selected the balance type Wu soldier mech, whereas Su Li picked the attack type Yulin Guard mech. Huff. The countdown ended. Without any delay, Qin Shang operated the Wu soldier mech and immediately charged towards the Yulin Guard. Even though both were fighting using standard space mech suits, Qin Shang still felt immense pressure when facing Su Li. The floating star drift cannons promptly unfurled. Boom. Boom. Both the Wu soldier's shoulder cannon and the floating star drift cannons unleashed fire simultaneously, while the alloy longsword in hand started emitting a phosphorescent glow. As soon as he made his move, Qin Shang was already giving it his all. That's interesting. Controlling the Yulin Guard mech, Su Li saw the trajectory of the incoming projectiles and couldn't help but reveal a flicker of approval. Qin Shang's attacks weren't random. The projectile trajectories from the shoulder cannons combined with the floating star drift cannons already comprehensively blocked all possible evasion routes for the Yulin Guard mech. Even if he retreated, 2 high arcs of energy cannon shells were aimed directly at the retreat route of the Yulin Guard mech. Just with this move alone, Qin Shang should already have surpassed the majority of Starry Sky mech pilots. But Su Li didn't show any sign of worry. Sizzle. The electromagnetic spear was launched. At the same time, the Yulin Guard mech nimbly shot upward. The Yulin Guard was a long-range attack mech, not a close combat mech like the war god Wang Jian. For close-range combat, the Yulin Guard mech was virtually helpless, so naturally Su Li wouldn't foolishly wait for Qin Shang's Wu soldier to rush over. The electromagnetic spear precisely struck the energy round from the Xuanxing floating star drift cannon that blocked the path above the Yulin Guard. Puff. As one of the main offensive weapons, the electromagnetic spear's power far exceeded the Xuanxing floating star drift cannons. There was no doubt that the attack from the Xuanxing cannon had been nullified, and the Yulin Guard mech effortlessly broke out of Qin Shang's first wave of encirclement attacks. Meanwhile, the Xuanxing floating star drift cannons of the Yulin Guard were also deployed, with 2 energy rounds arcing left and right toward Qin Shang's Wu soldier. Simultaneously, the Gauss sniper cannon of the Yulin Guard began locking onto the Wu soldier mech. Qin Shang smirked, not the least bit worried. The alloy longsword swung. A massive beam of light cut through the 2 energy rounds from the Xuanxing floating star drift cannons, and the Wu soldier continued forward. Boom. At this moment, the Gauss sniper cannon of the Yulin Guard fired, and Su Li held back no mercy at all. It didn't matter even if the mech got bombed. After all, both of them were remotely controlling the mechs via ether signals within the Eagle Nest. After all, this battle was a fight to the death. Whoever's mech was destroyed would lose. Under such circumstances, naturally neither Su Li nor Qin Shang would be piloting their mechs in person. It was just a bet. Sidestep. Evasion. Qin Shang maneuvered the Wu soldier mech without intending to withstand the hit from the Gauss sniper cannon. Being well-versed with his own design standard mech, Qin Shang clearly understood the power of the Gauss sniper cannon. Although using the alloy shield and the oscillation field, he could endure one cannon strike. It would not be worth the cost. There was absolutely no need. And while Qin Shang was evading, the secondary cannon of the Yulin Guard also opened fire, targeting precisely Qin Shang's evasive route. You must bear the brunt of either the Gauss sniper cannon or the secondary cannon. Su Li smirked. Prejudgment wasn't exclusive to the Crown Prince of Great Qin, and you shouldn't underestimate a Starship-class mech pilot even if she wasn't piloting a Starship-class mech. Chapter 85. An Impossible Victory. Qin Shang naturally noticed Su Li's intentions as well. Although the Wu cavalry mech also has some ranged attack methods, it is far inferior to those of the Yulin Guard mech. After all, the Yulin Guard mechs are specialized in ranged attacks. Every trade has its experts. The design concepts for all 3 mech models were originally conceived by Qin Shang, although the technical aspects relied on the support of the Qin heavy industries to become a reality. Thus, Qin Shang had a deep understanding of the 3 standardized mechs, which explained why he controlled the Wu mech to advance directly from the start. Qin Shang understood his own advantages and disadvantages. His cultivation level was inferior to Su Li's. Moreover, Su Li was a Starship mech pilot with far richer combat experience than him. Under such circumstances, Qin Shang's only chance for victory was to exploit the almost non-existent close combat capabilities of the Yulin Guard mech after getting in close range. Buzz. The alloy longsword vibrated, carrying phosphorescent light as it swung out. Massive beams of sword energy lit up, slicing forward. Qin Shang wasn't foolish. This slash naturally wouldn't recklessly challenge the Gauss sniper cannon, one of the main offensive means of the Yulin Guard mech. It would be insane to go head-to-head with that thing. Therefore, this strike tore apart the secondary coverage fire from the Yulin Guard mech, and the Wu mech quickly slipped through the gap. At the same time, 2 attacks from the Xuanxing float cannons were successfully evaded. Boom, boom, counterattack. The Xuanxing float cannons of the Wu mech immediately launched their attack. Magnetic pull. An electromagnetic spear reemerged. The electromagnetic spear was immensely powerful and directly pierced through the Wu mech's Xuanxing float cannon. Qin Shang felt somewhat frustrated, experiencing firsthand how tenacious the Yulin Guard mech could be. With its 2 main skills, the electromagnetic spear and Gauss sniper cannon, alternating, combined with the secondary cannons and the Xuanxing float cannons, the Yulin Guard mech truly became a mobile artillery platform. Such persistence. Qin Shang began regretting making the design so rigorous in the first place. Besides, at this point, the Wu mech no longer had the opportunity to evade the spear. It could only bear the blow. Still, the Wu mech wasn't completely useless. Buzz. Vibration field. Magnetic pull. Blue plasma ions exploded outward, causing the entire electromagnetic spear to break into countless ionized fragments under the effect of the vibration field. If the electromagnetic spear had been at full strength, there was no way the Wu mech piloted by Qin Shang could have deflected it so easily. However, after penetrating the energy projectiles from 2 Xuanxing float cannons, the power of the electromagnetic spear diminished considerably, resulting in this outcome. Even so, after dispersing the electromagnetic spear, the vibration field on the Wu mech's shield was nearly shattered. The forward momentum of the Wu mech was also completely halted. Boom, boom. A series of attacks instantly shot forth from the Yulin Guard mech's secondary cannons toward Qin Shang's Wu mech. If this rhythm continued, Qin Shang's Wu mech would never be able to get close to Su Li's Yulin Guard mech. Your Highness, if this continues, you're going to lose. Su Li's nearly alluring voice came over the communication channel. Qin Shang grinned. Losing? Perhaps. In this situation, he could only take a gamble. Clearly, Su Li's mech piloting skills surpassed his own, and the Yulin Guard mech's very nature was that of a super mobile artillery platform. Close quarters combat was his only opportunity. Failing that meant certain defeat. Boom, boom. The Wu mech's thrusters restarted, and the Xuanxing float cannons fired once more. The alloy longsword glowed again. Su Li skillfully piloted the Yulin Guard mech without any signs of panic, retreating while firing continuously. Though the Wu mech, under Qin Shang's control, managed to withstand these bombardments temporarily without sustaining significant damage, the distance between the Wu mech and the Yulin Guard mech didn't shorten significantly. Given the similar performances of both mechs and the obstruction caused by the Yulin Guard's artillery, if things went on like this, even when the Wu mech's energy ran out, there would be no chance to get within striking distance. Qin Shang's mech piloting technique had been personally trained by Su Li since his early days aboard the Great Wall of the Qin. Thus, Su Li knew Qin Shang's fighting style inside out. Adding to that, Su Li's strength was inherently higher than Qin Shang's. Under these conditions, regardless of how the fight unfolded, Qin Shang had no real chance of winning. Both Qin Shang and Su Li, as well as Li Si who was observing, were very aware of this fact. In Li Si's calculations, Qin Shang's chances of winning this battle were less than 10%. But as the crown prince of the Qin era, leading Qin to rise meant doing extraordinary things, turning impossibility into possibility. To make the Sui family invest in him, Qin Shang needed to demonstrate his worth, or, rather, his ability. Boom. The barrage of artillery fire was too dense. With Su Li's exceptional piloting skills, her defense was nearly impenetrable. Qin Shang was under immense pressure. They had been locked in combat for a while now, and the energy reserves of the Wu mech controlled by Qin Shang had dropped to 70%. If this continued, it would only lead to complete exhaustion. A way out of this deadlock had to be found. He must win. Qin Shang glanced ahead at the blue electromagnetic spear, his eyes narrowing slightly. Boom. The xuanhuan float cannons fired. However, the target was not the blue electromagnetic spear, but Su Li's Yulin Guard mech. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Was Qin Shang abandoning defense? Even without the firepower being weakened, the electromagnetic spear wouldn't be so easy for the Wu mech to intercept. But Qin Shang's tactic did work. The attack from the xuanhuan float cannons forced the Yulin Guard mech to redirect its cannons to intercept or evade. Yet how would Qin Shang deal with the electromagnetic spear? Face it head-on. That would only result in more losses, since the Gauss sniper cannon was almost ready to fire. Su Li felt curious, controlling the Yulin Guard mech to dodge while observing Qin Shang's movements. But Qin Shang seemed completely unaware of the electromagnetic spear up ahead as he charged straight forward. Su Li was utterly baffled. Was this self-abandonment? Whoosh. An extreme sidestep. At the very instant the blue streak of light from the electromagnetic spear approached, the Wu mech executed an extreme sidestep. The electromagnetic spear missed. And at this distance, the electromagnetic spear's lock-on feature couldn't adjust in time because it was already at its limit. If evading earlier, the lock-on information would have redirected, unless a successful avoidance judgment was made to invalidate the electromagnetic spear's lock. Otherwise, it would require an extremely short maneuver, just like Qin Shang's current action, sidestepping at the moment of impact. This was extremely demanding. If done too early, it wouldn't work. If too late, it would hit. Without a doubt, Qin Shang's exquisite extreme sidestep would have worked under normal circumstances, allowing him to dodge. But, Su Li arched an eyebrow. Didn't you know the features of the mech you designed yourself? Without preemptive evasion prediction, such dodging wouldn't suffice. Magnetic pull. Sure enough, after the Wu mech sidestepped and avoided the electromagnetic spear, when it reached the same position as the Wu mech, the electromagnetic spear suddenly began twisting, then releasing terrifying electromagnetic energy. Magnetic pull. The electromagnetic spear exploded directly. Electromagnetic explosion. Chapter 86. The Wu Zhou Mecha's Bold Sacrifice. The terrifying electromagnetic explosion instantly covered the Wu Zhou Mecha. Hit. Although the electromagnetic spear is not like the crossbow bolt of the Qin archers, it still has a similar setting to the crossbow bolt of the Qin archers. It will explode. Su Li's eyebrows lifted slightly. What exactly does Qin Shang intend to do? In theory, given Qin Shang's skill, such a mistake should not happen at this critical moment. This was a very elementary error. Even though the explosion of the electromagnetic spear was less powerful than a direct hit, even the most durable Tai Wei mecha would be damaged significantly, let alone the weaker Wu Zhou mecha. Indeed, things unfolded as Su Li expected. Beep. Alarm. 28% of the chassis damaged, balance system slightly impaired, secondary cannon 30% disabled. As a consequence of taking a full electromagnetic spear explosion. Puff. However, the result was quite apparent. The Wu Zhou mecha swiftly burst out of the coverage range of the electromagnetic explosion with incredible speed, quickly closing in on the Yulin mecha. The distance between them had indeed been shortened by a significant amount. Su Li raised her eyebrows again. Trading injury for distance, But, after doing some quick calculations, Su Li realized that even if the entire Wu Zhou mecha were blown apart, it wouldn't get close enough to reach her Yulin mecha. And even if it managed to get close by chance, what combat ability would the Wu Zhou mecha have left at that point? Although she had doubts, they were still in the middle of battle, and Su Li was not about to take it easy on Qin Shang in this fight. Boom. Having broken through the blockade of the electromagnetic spears and closed the distance further, what about the next round from the Gauss sniper cannons, my lord? How will you deal with that? Energy shells from the Gauss sniper cannons locked onto the Wu Zhou mecha and rapidly fired towards it. Boom boom. The shoulder cannons of the Wu Zhou mecha and the xuanhuan floating cannons trailing behind it simultaneously opened fire, intercepting the secondary cannons of the Yulin, while two beams of energy from the xuanhuan cannons attacked the Yulin once more. Because the Wu Zhou mecha had earlier withstood the full force of the electromagnetic explosions, the xuanhuan floating cannons sustained minimal damage. Of course, Qin Shang didn't expect the xuanhuan floating cannons to hit the Yulin mecha. Their only role was to delay. Boom boom. After calculating the trajectories of the Wu Zhou mecha's xuanhuan floating cannons, the Yulin mecha's xuanhuan floating cannons also began firing. Boom boom. The trajectories of both sides' xuanhuan floating cannons collided in space, eventually dissipating. Su Li grinned. My dear Crown Prince, don't forget I also have xuanhuan floating cannons. Schwa. At the crucial moment, the Wuzhou mecha sidestepped once more. Another extreme sidestep. But the energy shell of the Gauss sniper cannons also possesses an explosive attribute. Boom. Gauss electromagnetic explosion. Terrifying energy spread from the Gauss sniper cannon's shell before erupting in an even more violent explosion than the electromagnetic spear. After all, the nature of the electromagnetic spear is penetration, whereas the Gauss sniper cannon is truly a cannon. Yet, Qin Shi Huang slightly smiled. Thrust propulsion system, deactivate. Turn around. Raise the shield. But no oscillation field was activated. Boom. The impact of the explosion slammed directly into the alloy shield. Without the oscillation field present, the simple alloy shield could hardly withstand the power of the explosion. It immediately deformed. The deformed alloy shield now lost its ability to generate the oscillation field. Simultaneously, the force of the explosion sent the Wuzhou mecha hurtling backward. Beep beep beep. 35% of the chassis damaged, alloy shield compromised, oscillation field generation limited. Despite the shield mitigating some of the explosion's force, the power of the blast still increased the damage level on the Wuzhou mecha. Sully hesitated slightly. Instead of using the oscillation field to counter the explosion, he chose to use the explosive force to discard the alloy shield and thus reduce the distance between them. Under normal circumstances, the combination of the Wuzhou mecha's alloy shield and oscillation field could withstand a shot from the Gauss sniper cannon, but it would require stopping or even retreating. However, through Qin Shi Huang's series of clever maneuvers, the force originally intended to block turned into a helpful propelling force. An interesting approach. Sully couldn't help but lose herself in thought at Qin Shi Huang's operations. But fighting with your back to your enemy might not be the best idea. Moreover, without the oscillation field and the shield, the Wuzhou mecha is essentially cutting off one of its own arms. Magnetic pull. The electromagnetic spear had already recovered. Sully did not hesitate to control the Yulin mecha, directly launching the electromagnetic spear attack towards the Wuzhou mecha with its back to her. Beep beep beep. The Wuzhou mecha rang out sharply in alarm, but Qin Shi Huang remained calm. Xuanhuan floating cannons, fire. Boom boom. 2 shots from the xuanhuan floating cannons clearly couldn't stop the electromagnetic spear, a fact proven countless times in previous battles. But what about the xuanhuan floating cannons themselves? Since the xuanhuan floating cannons accompany the Shinkong mecha in battle, their structure and materials are very robust. Magnetic pull. The electromagnetic spear directly pierced through the energy shell and then lodged into the xuanhuan floating cannon behind the Wuzhou mecha. SSSSS. The xuanhuan floating cannon glowed with a deep blue electric light, and then, boom, one of the Wuzhou's xuanhuan floating cannons exploded. However, this electromagnetic spear strike was indeed intercepted, causing no impact on Qin Shi Huang's Wuzhou mecha. At this moment, the Wuzhou mecha had already completed its turn and was still advancing. Before the force of the shockwave dissipated, the thrusters sprayed out. Swish. The speed of the Wuzhou mecha increased by several more notches. A true sacrifice to gain an advantage. Su Li, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It was a very good decision, and the effect was evident. Now, the distance between the two parties had significantly shortened. But, what's next? Without the alloy shield, having lost the oscillation field, and also losing one xuanhuan floating cannon, the state of the Wuzhou mecha is practically half destroyed. Even if you manage to get close, can you really deal with me, Crown Prince? As Su Li thought this, she lifted her Gauss sniper cannon again. Without the alloy shield, how will you block this shot? And I still have secondary cannons and xuanhuan floating cannons. Boom boom. The Gauss sniper cannon fired again, aiming straight for the Wuzhou mecha. At the same time, the Yulin mecha's secondary cannons and xuanhuan floating cannons traced an arc, sealing off the Wuzhou mecha's evasive path from the side. Su Li showed no mercy whatsoever. It seemed like the Wuzhou mecha had reached a dead end. To close the distance, Qin Shi Huang's Wuzhou mecha paid quite a heavy price. Although the results were very significant, it hadn't managed to close the distance enough. There was still some distance left. The Wuzhou mecha raised its head, and all thrusters surged forward. At the same time, it discarded the already deformed alloy shield into the starry sky. It was useless anyway, so discarding it would only reduce the burden. The speed of the Wuzhou mecha instantly increased further as it charged straight ahead towards the Yulin mecha's Gauss sniper cannon. Su Li watched this scene with curiosity, wondering how Qin Shi Huang would handle the situation this time. Chapter 87. You win. Qin Shi Huang controlled the Wuzhou mech, raising his head to look at the incoming Gauss sniper cannon and revealed a smile full of meaning. Miss Su, don't forget that all 3 types of standard mechs were designed by me. Through the communication channel, Qin Shi Huang opened with a smile. Following this, he swung the sword. After so long without using it, the Wuzhou mech once again swung its alloy longsword. A terrifying energy fluctuation radiated out from the Wuzhou mech. It was an oscillation field. An oscillation field directly released with the Wuzhou mech as its center. Though there was no alloy shield, the oscillation field unleashed this time was only stronger, and on the outer layer of the massive sword light emitted by the alloy longsword, there was also a wrapped oscillation field. Simultaneously, the energy carried by the sword light grew even more immense. Seeing this scene, Su Li couldn't help but slightly contract her pupils. This was the overloaded state, overclocking. The Wuzhou mech was in overclocking mode. Puff. Under the repulsion of the oscillation field, the secondary cannons of the Yulin mech units and the xuanhuan floating cannons didn't get close to the Wuzhou mech before being directly annihilated by the oscillation field. Then came the Gauss sniper cannon. The oscillation field on the outermost layer of the sword light had already worn down most of the sniper cannon's power. Immediately after, the massively amplified sword light split the Gauss sniper cannon's energy round into two, continuing with unimpeded force toward the Yulin mech. Overclocking mode, huh? Su Li was indeed a little surprised that Qin Shi could directly activate the xuanhuan mech's overclocking mode. After all, Su Li knew that although Qin Shi personally designed the schemes for these three types of standard mechs, once he handed over those designs to Li Si, all technical problems were solved through the foundation of Great Qin Heavy Industries. Moreover, when these three mecha prototypes were successfully produced and tested, Qin Shi should have been assisting the true race in occupying the tentacle species within the prosperous star system alongside her. After that war ended, Qin Shi immediately secluded himself, and during this period of seclusion, not even Su Li managed to see him. In other words, this was Qin Shi's first time piloting the xuanhuan mech. And yet, he could directly trigger the xuanhuan mech's overclocking mode, which indeed went beyond Su Li's expectations. Although Su Li was a stellar-class mech pilot, when she first drove the Yulin mech without any prior tuning, she couldn't manage to directly trigger the overclocking mode either. Even now, Su Li was still fine-tuning her Xunjiang mech. Though after a while of fine-tuning, while driving the Xunjiang mech, Su Li could control it to enter the overclocking state, but it wasn't very stable. Besides, the xuanhuan mech was not being piloted in real time. It was merely remotely controlled via ethereal signals from a simulator. In such circumstances, the difficulty of triggering the mech's overclocking mode increased significantly. Thus, Qin Shi's capability truly gave Su Li an enlightening impression. At this moment, the xuanhuan mech's sword light had already struck down. At this distance, under normal conditions, the xuanhuan mech's sword light naturally wouldn't be able to strike. But in the overclocked state, both the range and the power of the sword light greatly increased, allowing it to reach Su Li's Yulin mech at this current distance. Evasion. As a long-range attacking type mech, the defense and melee capabilities of the Yulin mech were quite mediocre. Faced with the xuanhuan mech's blade, the Yulin mech couldn't withstand it if it tried to take the hit. While attempting to intercept, electromagnetic spear projection was still forming, the Gauss sniper cannon was still charging, and they could only rely on the auxiliary guns. But Su Li was well aware that the Yulin mech's auxiliary weapons weren't capable of stopping the xuanhuan mech's overclocked sword strike. Buzz. Empty. Explosive energy raged in the starry sky, but the sword light did not hit the Yulin mech. As a stellar-class mech pilot, Su Li's fundamentals were undoubtedly solid. Though this blade was powerful, there was no prejudgment technique involved. Qin Shi was not disappointed either. This was just the beginning. Breaking through the obstacles ahead, the core purpose of this attack had been accomplished. This Gauss sniper cannon failed to stop the forward speed of the xuanhuan mech. Beep. Beep. Mech detected in an overloaded state. Reason for damage. Unable to withstand in the overloaded state. Damage is expanding gradually. Beep. Current damage percentage, 38%. Qin Shi ignored the xuanhuan mech's alarms. Thrust. Xuanqing floating cannon. Fire. The remaining single blast of the Xuanqing floating cannon fired towards the retreating Yulin mech. Boom. Boom. Then the shoulder-mounted cannon of the xuanhuan mech fired simultaneously. Under the energy supply in the overclocking state, the power of the shoulder cannon greatly increased as well. However, after firing, all the shoulder cannons were destroyed. Beep. Beep. All secondary cannons damaged. Normally, even with increased power, it wouldn't have led to a direct breakdown after just one shot. But these secondary cannons had already been damaged in the electromagnetic explosion, so when they underwent another overloading high-power launch, they completely failed. Really ruthless, Your Highness Crown Prince. Su Li whispered softly. With this move, Qin Shi's xuanhuan mech was left with only an alloy longsword and a single Xuanqing floating cannon, severely impairing its combat effectiveness. No choice. Who could have thought Miss Su would be so amazing? I want to win. Qin Shi grinned. It's getting close. The distance between the two sides was getting very close. Magnetize. The electromagnetic spear projector was almost fired at point-blank range. Boom. The Xuanqing floating cannon fires. In the overclocked state, the oscillation field struggled to block the electromagnetic spear projectile that specializes in penetration. Even if blocked, the momentum of the xuanhuan mech's charge would have to stop. If the Yulin mech manages to pull away again, all previous efforts would be wasted. Thus, without hesitation after firing, Qin Shi controlled the last remaining Xuanqing floating cannon to intercept ahead. Magnetize. The electromagnetic spear pinned onto the Xuanqing floating cannon and was intercepted. And with that, the last Xuanqing floating cannon of the xuanhuan mech was thus ruined. Whoosh. The xuanhuan mech used the opportunity to close in more distance. The Yulin mech officially came under the sword edge of the xuanhuan mech. Draw the sword. The sword light surged. The sword edge completely enveloped the Yulin mech. Your Highness Crown Prince, you've truly gone beyond my expectations. Bang bang. Secondary cannons, the Xuanqing floating cannon, all fired together. The Yulin mech was making its final resistance. But in the overclocked state, the entire xuanhuan mech was wrapped in the oscillation field. Neither the secondary cannons nor the Xuanqing floating cannons could harm Qin Shi's xuanhuan mech. The Yulin mech, however, could rely on the recoil force to try and create some distance. But how would Qin Shi let the Yulin mech have its way? It was a hard fought for victory. Whoosh. The blade swept across. The immense blade light obliterated all attacks from the secondary cannons and the Xuanqing floating cannons. Qin Shi gritted his teeth and increased the energy output of the xuanhuan mech's ion engine core once more. The sword light on the alloy longsword surged again. The massive energy load made the alloy longsword, crafted from the eagle nest process, slightly deform. Beep, beep. Excessive unit load. Unit is 40% damaged. Performance declining. The alarms of the xuanhuan mech never ceased. You win, Su Li said softly. Chapter 88, Su Clan returns. Although the current Wuzhu mech should be heavily damaged, and the Yuanwei mech is indeed unscathed, but at this distance, the wild blade light on my alloy longsword has already proven that the Yuanwei mech has lost. A single strike of the sword would leave no room for evasion or counterattack for the Yuanwei mech at this close range. As Su Li spoke these words, the energy swirling in the Gauss sniper cannon of the Yuanwei mech gradually calmed down. Qin Shi Huang let out a sigh of relief, and the energy condensed on the alloy longsword of the Wuzhu mech slowly dissipated as well. The alloy shield was gone, the shoulder cannon was broken, and both of the two xuanhuan floating cannons were pierced by electromagnetic spears. It looked rather ragged. Miss Su, since I've won, it means you agree to recruit people from the Su clan, Qin Shi Huang grinned. I agree, Su Li smiled faintly. Even if it was her, she wasn't sure she could have achieved this level. To snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Drip, the body is damaged by 50%. The performance of the mech has significantly decreased. The body imbalance is 60%. Splash. At this moment, the Wuzhu mech lost its balance and hovered in the starry sky. Just now, the last burst of energy severely destroyed the internal structure of the Wuzhu mech. If Su Li hadn't surrendered, then the Wuzhu mech could only make that final slash. However, after that slash went out, even before the blade light hit the Yuanwei mech, the Wuzhu mech had a high probability of collapsing by itself. Seeing this, Su Li couldn't help but say with some helplessness, Your Highness, it seems like I've been intimidated by you. Hee. Chancellor Li Si, the craftsmanship of the eagle's nest needs improvement, Qin Shi Huang grinned. Understood, Your Highness, I will definitely improve. Li Si's voice came through the communication channel. However, what Qin Shi Huang said was indeed true. If this Wuzhu mech was made according to the Great Qin Great Wall's craftsmanship and materials, it wouldn't have collapsed so easily. But while traveling outside, just making do is fine. Let's compromise. Following that, Su Li indeed began contacting members of the Su clan as agreed. Su Li, as a stellar mech pilot of the Su clan, held an originally high position within the Su clan. Moreover, Su Li's identity was also that of the young princess of the present Su clan. Given Su Li's situation, persuading others from the Su clan wasn't difficult. However, during this period, Li Si did meet with the patriarch of the Su clan to hold a negotiation session. Only then were relevant matters confirmed. The Su clan, as one of the human race's factions, returned once more to the chariot of Great Qin. Based on the negotiation, the Su clan would continue implementing a one country, two systems policy. Given the current circumstances, it wouldn't be suitable for the Su clan to openly announce their return to Great Qin. Therefore, the Su clan still maintained their appearance of independence and autonomy externally. In addition to sending personnel to support Eagle's Nest, the Su clan would also regularly provide various types of material taxes to Great Qin. Currently, the Su clan controlled 20 star systems, though 3 of them were dead star systems. In reality, they could only harvest resources from 17 star systems. 17 star systems. The Su clan was undoubtedly a super powerful big family. At least they were far larger than smaller civilizations like the Veil of Withering. Even Qin Shi Huang's next target, the Goblin civilization, controlled merely 13 star systems altogether. From this, it could clearly be seen how powerful the Su clan's forces were. But relative to the entire Great Wall, and even Great Qin at its peak, 17 star systems resource output was only just barely notable. Unless it was something akin to the previous resource point Great Qin had competed for, which happened to be rich in mineral resources. Still, it's a decent influx of income, and shouldn't let the Great Wall be all give without any return. Of course, relatively speaking, Great Qin allowed the Su clan long-term possession or leasing rights of a star-slaying class mech. Furthermore, as per earlier instances, Great Qin would provide technological assistance to the Su clan. Naturally, there were no issues with that. This was part of the normal support Great Qin provided to the Su clan in the past, and now that the Su clan has returned, those things were no longer problematic. With the Su clans rejoining, Qin Shi Huang received an unexpected gain, a bundle of willing power. Feeling the added thickness of the willing power crystallized in the extra portion, Qin Shi Huang was somewhat surprised. But after pondering, it seemed reasonable. Although the Su clan previously belonged to Great Qin, after Great Qin's decline, the Su clan broke away. Now returning could indeed be considered reclaiming lost territory. What pleased Qin Shi Huang most was that the willing power gained from this reunion of the Su clan was actually greater than the combined total of the willing power obtained by subjugating the entire Veil of Withering. This was normal. The entire Veil of Withering only controlled 3-star systems, whereas the Su clan controlled 20, 17-star systems. Miss Su, I am absolutely in love with you. Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but get excited, hugging Su Li beside him and leaning in for a kiss. Su Li was obviously startled, but as a grand Qi cultivator of the 7th realm, she quickly reacted. Smack. Originally, Qin Shi Huang's big lips aimed at Su Li's intoxicating cheeks instead ended up kissing a cold blue ice crystal. It turned out that Su Li extended 2 fingers and coalesced her chi into a block of blue ice crystal to block Qin Shi Huang's lips. Your Highness, I know you're thrilled, but you shouldn't take advantage of me, right? Su Li smiled mischievously, her voice alluring. Anyone who didn't know would think Su Li was flirting with Qin Shi Huang. But Qin Shi Huang faintly sensed the formidable energy gathering from the soft body within his arms and immediately let go. Qin Shang felt that if he didn't release her soon, Su Li would definitely unleash her power without reservation. Although not lethal, he'd definitely suffer. He got too excited. Qin Shang scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. However, Qin Shang couldn't see that beneath Su Li's playful smile, her ears under the cover of her hair were blushing red and hot. Li Si's hologram maintained a straight gaze without showing any reaction. Sorry about that. Qin Shang apologized again after sensing the dense, active crystallized willing power. Only Li Si and Zhao Gao knew about the willing power crystallization. It wasn't due to distrust of Su Li, but because the willing power crystals were of utmost importance. The fewer people who knew about it, the safer it would be. Thus, Su Li had no idea why Qin Shang was genuinely excited. She thought it was only because the Su clan had rejoined Great Qin. Well, Miss Su, I need to seclude myself for a while. For detailed matters regarding the Su clan, you can discuss them with Chancellor Li Si. With those words, Qin Shang bolted out directly under Su Li's perplexed gaze, unable to wait any longer due to the intense and lively willing power crystallized inside him. Su Li was utterly baffled. Hadn't he just emerged from seclusion? Why was he entering seclusion again? Whoever heard of going into meditation one after another? Meanwhile, Li Si looked at Qin Shang with anticipation, wondering how much the prince's bloodline purity would increase this time. Naturally, Qin Shang didn't hide the details of the willing power crystallization from Li Si. Chapter 89. The Yes arrive. In fact, Qin Shang ultimately failed to enter seclusion successfully. Now the Yusu family has also returned, and they plan to send 100,000 people to settle in Eagle's Nest as the first batch. Of these 100,000, there are 50,000 star pilots and various combat units, while the remaining 50,000 are logistics personnel. Moreover, preparations for the offensive against goblins have been nearly completed. Once the Yusu reinforcements are in place, they can begin their advance on goblins. After capturing goblins, they'll proceed to deal with the Yin-Yang tribe. Goblins control 13 stellar systems, while the Yin-Yang tribe controls 20. If all could be conquered, combined with the 3 stellar systems of the Withering Veil, Eagle's Nest would then control 36 stellar systems. 36 stellar systems isn't much, but it is temporarily satisfying to Qin Shang. Qin Shang, although not secluded, continues to dedicate most of his time daily to cultivation through willpower crystals. Thus, Qin Shang's strength steadily improves. However, to fully consume all the power from the willpower crystals, at this pace, it might take around 3 to 4 months. This day, 3 large starships passed through the star system controlled by the Zhan Yi clan and entered the Eagle's Nest system. Having pre-reported their identification codes, they encountered no obstacles along the way. They've arrived, Qin Shang said, looking at the 3 signals on the screen. Qin Shang had been waiting for them for quite some time. From deciding to return to the arrival of the Yusu clan, half a month had already passed. After all, mobilizing 100,000 elite soldiers takes time, even for the Yusu clan. Indeed, those 3 large starships were precisely from the Yusu clan, carrying this mission's reinforcement to Eagle's Nest. 100,000 people, aboard 3 starships. Let's go out and meet them, Qin Shang said with a smile. Of course, Su Li nodded in agreement. The 3 large starships docked at Eagle's Nest port according to instructions. Qin Shang set off with Su Li and Meng Qi to welcome them. By the time the trio reached the spaceport, a holographic projection of Li Si also appeared beside them. Qin Shang silently glanced at Li Si's projection. He had to admit, the mechanical ascender's technology back then was impressive indeed. At least, its ability to appear and disappear unpredictably made Qin Shang somewhat envious. With a gentle vibration, the 3 large starships finally came to a steady stop. Subsequently, the isolation pods opened, and 3 figures descended from the starship. The moment Su Li saw the 3 individuals, her eyes lit up immediately. Uncle Da, Uncle Xiao, cousin. Su Li, acting like a schoolgirl, waved excitedly. Qin Shang slightly turned his gaze. It was the first time he'd seen this lively side of Su Li. Xiao Li, the leading middle-aged man, also greeted her with a smile as he walked closer. Su Li immediately went up to greet him. Why are you guys here? Ha ha ha. Given the importance, your old man wasn't at ease. Also, we have our princess, Su Li here, so Uncle Da brought reinforcements. The middle-aged man laughed. Come, let me introduce you all. Su Li led the 3 over to Qin Shang. All right, Xiao Li, let us handle introductions ourselves. The middle-aged man smiled, interrupting Su Li, who was about to start the introductions, then looked up at Qin Shang. Qin Shang also looked at the uncle of Su Li. A seemingly elegant middle-aged man stood before him, yet Qin Shang could very clearly sense an overwhelming aura radiating from him. There was no doubt that Su Li's uncle was a practitioner of Qi cultivation at a realm higher than Su Li's. However, Su Li is the only Annihilation Star-class mech pilot in the entire Yusu family, and being strong does not necessarily equate to being a top-tier mech pilot. Yet an Annihilation Star-level mech pilot would definitely not be weak either. Subsequently, the demeanor of the middle-aged man grew serious as he looked towards Qin Shang. Sushu Su Bingtian, paying my respects to Crown Prince Your Highness. The middle-aged man politely bowed. This was Su Li's elder uncle. Sushu Su Bingfu, paying my respects to Crown Prince Your Highness. The second one, a stocky man, introduced himself as Su Li's younger uncle. Sushu Su Qin, paying my respects to Crown Prince Your Highness. The last one, a bespectacled young man who appeared scholarly, introduced himself as Su Li's cousin, also the son of Su Bingtian. Myopia in this age was a minor issue easily resolved, so Su Qin's glasses likely had special functions. After their formal introductions, the 3 simultaneously bowed respectfully towards Qin Shang with deep salutes. Since the Yusu clan had already rejoined under Great Qin, their initial meeting, as modern representatives of the Yusu clan with the Crown Prince of Great Qin, needed to be formal. There is no need for excessive ceremony. The Great Qin still relies heavily on each of you to offer strategies and contributions. Qin Shang promptly responded upon recovering his composure. Upon hearing this, the three straightened their postures once again. Among them, Su Bingtian observed Qin Shang, his expression slightly complex. The Great Qin of old declined rapidly because it lost the successor of the royal ancestral dragon bloodline. As remnants of the Yinshang dynasty, they naturally understood very well the origins of this so-called Crown Prince of Great Qin, standing before them now. It was hoped that with the return of a successor to the ancestral dragon bloodline, Great Qin might rise again. After all, humanity ultimately shares one common origin. In this black forest universe of myriad races, their ability to firmly establish themselves depended on unity. This is also why, upon Su's emergence as hope for the revival of Great Qin, the decision to return came so effortlessly. If Great Qin truly fell, no one would know whether another qualified successor could be chosen to guard the passage. It was fortunate that Great Qin had its Great Wall. Otherwise, its fate during its decline would have likely mirrored that of Yinshang in the past, requiring once again the selection of protectors from Earth. Because of the Great Wall, Great Qin has been granted one final opportunity. Have everyone disembark. Su Bingtian turned back and instructed Su Qin. Su Qin merely nodded slightly, showing no other movement. Swish, swish, swish. All three starships behind them opened their doors. In impeccable unison, ranks of soldiers descended and neatly formed up into 10 formations. Each formation consisted of 10,000 people, exactly 100,000 individuals. Fortunately, Eagle's Nest Stargate port was spacious enough. Otherwise, even 100,000 wouldn't fit. Qin Shang glanced at the glasses Su Qin wore, then shifted his gaze to the 10 formations lined up over there. Your Highness, Crown Prince, 100,000 warriors of the Su family report for duty. Su Bingtian straightened his posture and announced solemnly. Qin Shang looked at the 100,000 individuals and realized without doubt these should all be military households under the Su family. Good, very good, Qin Shang grinned broadly. With the arrival of the Su clan's 100,000 soldiers, the issue of insufficient manpower that had troubled him was resolved. From here on out, the arrangement of these 100,000 hands wouldn't require much attention from Qin Shang. Once identities were authenticated, Li Si would use the intelligent brain system to distribute personnel appropriately to various positions. Nevertheless, as newcomers, even if they were elite troops, the 100,000 people still required time to adjust and mesh. Following this, Su Li and others took charge of hosting Su Bingtian and his companions separately. Everything proceeded systematically and efficiently. Chapter 90. Expedition. People from the Su family had already arrived. It was as if the entire Eagle's Nest had been injected with energy, and everything started at once. During this time, training starships, mechs, and various types of aerospace fighters were moving back and forth within the Eagle's Nest star system. After all, in order to conceal the identity of Qin, these military forces, like the 3 standardized mechs, were all produced by Eagle's Nest's industrial production lines. Most designs, appearances, and technologies were blended from the strengths of various civilizations that had been exterminated by Qin in the past. Therefore, whether it be starships or aerospace fighters, none of them had any connection to Qin. The elites who came from the Su family would need some time to adapt and harmonize with these new pieces of equipment. So during this period, the previously stored resources began to be consumed at an extremely fast rate. Fortunately, the resources accumulated in Eagle's Nest were plentiful. Even after supplying a portion to the Great Wall, there was still enough left over to meet budget requirements. For the time being, Eagle's Nest did not have to worry about resources. While the warriors of the Su family were adapting and harmonizing with the new equipment, Li Si was also contacting the Zhen clan and the Shadow Remnant clan, ordering them to prepare for battle simultaneously. As for the Tentacle clan, forget it. The Tentacle clan had already been severely weakened, and the entire prosperous star system was now completely under the control of the Zhen clan. They couldn't offer much help. Because the Shadow Remnant clan surrendered relatively early, most of their strength remained intact. Even though they had to accept the management of the Zhen clan, they still retained some autonomy. This attack on the Goblin civilization must be spearheaded by Eagle's Nest, as the Goblin civilization wasn't something that could be handled by the Shadow Remnant clan and the Zhen clan alone. However, since they had already submitted to Qin, having the Zhen clan and the Shadow Remnant clan act as vanguard soldiers wouldn't be a problem, especially the Zhen clan, which had purchased more than 40 high-end mechs from Eagle's Nest. Secondly, the Zhen clan, as Eagle's Nest's first lackey, was promised part of the ion engine core supply with every tribute payment. Ion engine cores were the core technology limiting mech production. As long as Eagle's Nest provided the ion engine cores, the Zhen clan could assemble space mechs on their own, though they wouldn't be particularly strong. But they were still space mechs after all. Of course, the relevant production technology and equipment for ion engine cores would not be given to the Zhen clan by Eagle's Nest for the time being. Although the Zhen clan possessed corresponding technology themselves, it was crude and immature, making it difficult to produce an ion engine core with low performance. Thus, the Zhen clan liked the ion engine cores provided by Eagle's Nest very much. So regarding the request for preparation from Eagle's Nest, the Zhen clan was actively preparing too. As for whether or not they would win against the goblins, the Zhen clan had no doubt at all. After all, according to what the Zhen clan knew, Neither the goblins sought out by the Shadow Remnant clan nor the Yin Sheep clan found by the Tentacle clan had Annihilation-class mechs. Just this fact alone filled the Zhun clan with confidence in Eagle's Nest. As for the Shadow Remnant clan, under the supervision of the Zhun clan and the intimidation of Eagle's Nest, they didn't dare to show any signs of negligence. So about 10 days after the arrival of the Su family, everything had already been prepared. In the vastness of the starry sky, dense fleets of starships were gathering. 2 fleets with distinct styles acted as escort on either side. A central large fleet consisted of uniform starships, forming a phalanx that appeared even more majestic and imposing. This was the edge of the fading curtain, and naturally, the 3 fleets gathered here belonged to Eagle's Nest of Qin leading the Zhun clan and the Shadow Remnant clan's fleets. Everyone is basically here, right? Qin Shang asked in the central control room of the main ship. Reporting to your highness, everyone is present. Su Bingtian responded from the main command position. That's right. This operations commander was indeed Su Bingtian from the Su family, Su Li's great uncle. Su Bingtian's strength surpassed Su Li, reaching the level of an 8th realm Qi practitioner, which in the ancient times of Qin deserved the title of master. However, every gain has its price. While Su Bingtian had superior cultivation talent, his mech piloting ability was truly terrible. Though he could barely pilot a space mech, his combat capability fell short of even ordinary elite space mech pilots. And despite his power as an 8th realm Qi master, when it came to terrestrial combat, his abilities were sufficient to overwhelm many technological terrestrial weapons. Still, despite being an 8th realm Qi master, his means of survival in space remained limited. On his own, Su Bingtian could not engage in space combat. Fortunately, despite lacking talent in piloting mechs, the power of an 8th realm Qi practitioner granted Su Bingtian exceptional learning and computational abilities. After Su Bingtian's study and self-cultivation, he became an extraordinary battlefield commander. In some aspects, his ability to command combat on the battlefield even surpassed the intellect of an AI brain. At least, the computing power of this Li Si's avatar was inferior to Su Bingtian's. Since everyone is here, let's set off now. Qin Shang nodded. Entire army, advance. Su Bingtian nodded in agreement and issued the orders. The allied force composed of 3 civilizations moved forward with great momentum. For this mission, the Zhun clan sent out 2,000 starships, 40 stellar mechs, and a large number of drones, aerospace fighters, and other combat units. As for the Shadow Remnant clan, they contributed 4,000 starships along with many other combat units. But as for mechs, there were none at all. It wasn't that the Shadow Remnant clan refused to contribute, they simply didn't have any. The Shadow Remnant clan had previously owned some stellar mechs, though by Eagle's Nest standards, these would be considered substandard. Their quality was hard to discuss. But for the Jin clan, those were good machines indeed. Therefore, after the Shadow Remnant clan surrendered to the Jin clan, their few stellar mechs were directly confiscated under various pretexts. The Shadow Remnant clan could only endure this silently, not daring to complain. After all, they were the ones who surrendered. Perhaps as a sign of loyalty, this time the 4,000 starships the Shadow Remnant clan provided were already all the forces they could mobilize now. As for Eagle's Nest, it deployed a full 2,000 stellar mechs. Although Eagle's Nest had over 3,000 standardized stellar mechs in reserve, dealing with just a single goblin civilization didn't require them to send out their entire arsenal. Furthermore, more than 3,000 starships were also deployed. Though these starships were produced by Eagle's Nest production lines, with Qin's technology backing them up, they were leagues ahead of the starships from the Zhun clan and the Shadow Remnant clan. Additionally, there was one stellar-class mech. Naturally, Su Li came along with Qin Shang. Chapter 91, Gaobu Lin's Deployment. The vast fleet moved forward into the depths of the starry sky. Because of its immense size, the fleet naturally couldn't move too fast. However, this wasn't a big issue as there was an upcoming quantum channel that could quickly lead them to Gaobu Lin's territory. This was also the same quantum channel through which Gaobu Lin's fleet had originally provided support to the Shadow Relics. The quantum channel ahead is the nearest route leading to Gaobu Lin's Sanglin star domain. If everything goes as expected and Gaobu Lin is aware of our movements, it's highly probable they have set up traps around the perimeter of this quantum channel, Su Bingtian remarked. This joint military action was quite conspicuous. Trying to conceal it would be nearly impossible, so they simply refrained from any attempt at subterfuge. After all, following the previous incident, both Gaobu Lin and Yin Yangzhu would certainly be keeping a close eye on the situation in the Withered Vale. Once the Withered Vale came under the complete control of the True Ones, embarking on such a massive campaign like this would be bound to catch the attention of these two races. With such a vast joint fleet making its way towards Gaobu Lin's domain, it would be inconceivable for them not to have noticed. Since they knew, Gaobu Lin would definitely prepare accordingly. Setting traps at this quantum channel location was indeed a good strategy. After all, this is the closest quantum channel available. If they were to take another direction, it would be much further, with the time needed increasing exponentially. In large-scale military campaigns like this, the greater the distance, the longer the duration, the higher the consumption and the more advantages eroded over time. Therefore, closer was obviously better. Don't worry, even if they set something up, so what? Qin Shang hadn't spoken, yet when Li Si's projection next to him revealed a hint of a smile and opened his mouth to speak. Qin Shang also grinned, traps or not. This time they weren't planning to use the regular route through the quantum channel. Even if Gaobu Lin sets a trap, it can only target the standard pathways. Su Li also recalled the privileged route they used previously. Each of the Qin arranged quantum channels came with internal privileges accessible only to Qin forces. Back then, they managed to pass through the True One's guarded quantum channel without triggering their awareness in any way. Subsequently, Su Li quietly explained to her uncle about the exclusive rights the Qin Empire held over the quantum channels. Su Bingtian couldn't help but feel astonished. He really didn't know about this fact. Before the decline of the Qin Empire, these relevant secrets were known only by the Inner Circle members. Many people back then merely thought of Qin's army as elusive and mysterious, none realizing these quantum channels left special backdoors specifically for Qin. No wonder. After understanding the cause and effect, Su Bingtian couldn't help but nod in enlightenment. During his analysis of many past battles where Qin engaged in cosmic warfare, he never figured out how those sudden, mysterious Qin troops emerged so stealthily. Send out some reconnaissance drones to check anyway, just to see if there are any actual traps. Upon hearing this, Su Bingtian made the arrangement. At the very least, we can find out whether Galbu Lin has made preparations for our attack, said Su Bingtian. That makes sense. Qin Shang nodded upon hearing this, agreeing fully. Buzz. A gentle vibration, and a group of reconnaissance drones slipped quietly forward toward the entrance of the quantum channel. The drone deployment by Eagle Nest's fleet wasn't concealed, allowing the True Ones and Shadow Relics to notice. However, they silently observed Eagle Nest's actions without asking questions. All they needed to do was follow orders. Inside the command room of the flagship, Qin Shang and the others watched the real-time footage transmitted by the reconnaissance drones. Soon, the quantum channel appeared within the camera feed. To everyone's surprise, the entry point of the quantum channel was completely empty. No anticipated traps were present. Strange? Could it be that Galbu Lin doesn't know about our attack? Qin Shang saw this and couldn't help but express curiosity. Next, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft deployed the carried scanning radar, but no results were detected. Nothing like hidden mines showed up. Given Galbu Lin's technological level, it would be impossible for their trap to escape the scan of Eagle Nest's reconnaissance drones. After all, there was still a noticeable gap in technology between the two sides. Perhaps the lack of traps at the quantum channel's entrance is part of their plan to deceive us. Su Bingtian looked at the images and smiled while saying this. Following that, Su Bingtian began issuing commands. All reconnaissance drones, activate optical refraction camouflage and proceed directly through the quantum channel. Buzz. Immediately after, all the drones disappeared from the camera feed but continued transmitting real-time video as usual. It was normal for the reconnaissance drones produced by Eagle Nest technology to be equipped with optical refraction camouflage. Initiate semi-silent mode, maintain video transmission. Su Bingtian issued the order. Immediately after, the Huaman switched to the interior of the quantum channel. In the command room, everyone was silent, watching the projection screen as they waited for the reconnaissance drones to pass through the quantum channel. After a while, the projection screen suddenly changed. They made it through. Ahead, what was supposed to be pitch-black starry sky was instead brightly lit. Expected outcome. Seeing this, Su Bingtian couldn't help but crack a smile. Although there were no preparations by Galbu Lin at the entrance of the quantum channel, the other end, the exit, was heavily fortified. What an impressive state of readiness. Su Bingtian looked meaningfully at the picture ahead. There were countless starships and all kinds of space cannons aimed at the quantum channel's exit. Among those cannons, their mere presence indicated that they had certainly reached the star-destroying level. With so many cannons locked onto this exit, even an army from the peak era of Qin Dynasty would suffer significant losses if caught off guard upon emerging from this quantum channel. Your Highness, take a look. Moreover, Su Bingtian pointed towards the edges of the scene where 4 giant radar-like satellite dishes were pointed at the quantum channel's exit. Those are spatial oscillators. 4 such massive spatial oscillators working together could destroy the entire quantum channel. At that point, with our forward path blocked, they could collapse the quantum channel. Anyone inside the quantum channel would be completely obliterated within the chaos of the space current. Su Bingtian said solemnly. Galbu Lin's move was indeed brutal. If the quantum channel collapsed, all personnel inside the quantum channel would be engulfed in space currents. The power of the space current would crush even a star-destroying level mecha. Report, we just seemed to detect a wave from the quantum channel. At this moment, Galbu Lin was exactly as Su Bingtian had predicted, on high alert. Was it intense? Did the radar react? The commander of Galbu Lin frowned as he watched the quantum channel entrance on the screen. He didn't see any troops from the Withered Veil coming out. Just a flash, not sure if it was self-induced turbulence in the quantum channel or if someone was teleporting. Radar detection showed no units passing through the quantum channel. Galbu Lin's radar system failed to detect Eagle Nest's semi-silent reconnaissance drones. Chapter 92. The solution to break the stalemate. The goblins on Gao's side had not detected those 2 or 3 reconnaissance drones that had passed through the quantum channel. Therefore, they did not know that their relevant arrangements had already been thoroughly understood by Qin Shang and others. If it weren't for the privilege of the Great Qin, this level would have been really difficult to handle. Su Bingtian looked at the image in front of him, and then spoke about the array of the high goblins. They directly set up a web of heaven and earth, blocking one entrance, and always ready to overturn the table, destroy the quantum channel. In the face of such a situation, even Su Bingtian could hardly find a good way to break the deadlock. One option was to go around, directly avoiding their edge. This was the safest way but required a lot of time. Another was to send out an elite squad for a forced assault and directly break the opponent's layout. But this approach carried risks as well. If going deep alone, it meant too many troops could not be dispatched. Otherwise, the transmission fluctuations would be too large, resulting in everyone bombarding the entire entrance immediately, leaving no chance for you to exit. Stealthily moving out, with at most 1 or 2 mech suits. The best solution being Su Li's star-annihilating mech suit, General Meng Tian. If unable to instantly destroy their space oscillator and they ended up destroying the quantum channel instead, you'd truly become stranded, and even Su Li's star-annihilating mech, General Meng Tian, facing such a vast army without any retreat options, would struggle and likely end in misfortune. Neither method seemed optimal. But now, with the privilege of the Great Qin, there was no issue. Passing through the privileged channel is fine, but the other 2 races should not use the privileged channel, said Qin Shi Huang. That makes sense, I agree, Su Bingtian nodded. This quantum channel privilege was one of the foundations of the Great Qin dynasty, and even the Yusu clan, remnants of the Yinshang dynasty, were unaware of it, highlighting the extent of its secrecy. In such a scenario, naturally it wasn't wise to expose the privileged quantum channel to the true race and the shadow remnants. So let the 2 races stay here on standby, leave the starships and other military equipment here, Qin Shi Huang pondered before speaking. I will lead the mech corps directly through the privileged channel, demolish the enemy's setup. Then the fleet will escort the true race and the shadow remnants through the normal quantum channel. In front of their elder uncles, Qin Shi Huang naturally refrained from calling Su Li beautiful lady. Qin Shi Huang's ancestor Dragon Type 2, plus Su Li's general mech suit, along with over 2,000 star mechs, were more than sufficient to completely obliterate the high goblin arrangements. 2,000 star mechs were simply an unimaginable force scale for civilizations at this level. Without the privileged channel of Great Qin, these over 2,000 mechs would not have been able to break through the enemy blockade line, considering how small the quantum channel's entrance was. They would get focused attacks immediately, as few civilizations could withstand firepower at that level without preparing appropriate countermeasures beforehand. But with the Great Qin privilege channel, the over 2,000 star mechs could avoid the enemy's blockade lines and rush into the high goblin formations. I'll take the team. Your Highness might want to stay behind, Su Li said. Even though having over 2,000 star mechs along with a star-annihilating general mech, success would be guaranteed. Although Qin Shi Huang's strength now wasn't weak either, along with the ancestor Dragon Type 2, accidents happen in all wars. If Qin Shi Huang got injured in this chaotic battlefield, it wouldn't be good. After all, Qin Shi Huang now represented the only hope of Great Qin, also the reason why the Su family wanted to return to the stage again. Qin Shi Huang absolutely could not afford to fail. Yes, Crown Prince, perhaps you should stay behind, Su Bingtian said. Only Li Si remained silent, looking at Qin Shi Huang but didn't speak. Lifting his head, Qin Shi Huang grinned. You know what you're worried about. But if Great Qin wishes to rise again, future trials will be far more challenging. The current high goblin civilization we are facing compared to our true enemies of Great Qin, it's really too trivial. If I retreat now, then what about the future? Upon hearing this, there was silence in the command room. What Qin Shi Huang said made perfect sense. Compared to those genuine, interstellar powerful clans, the high goblins were merely ants. So, I need to accumulate more experience now and undergo more trials, said Qin Shi Huang. Crown Prince, your awareness gives me faith that the first emperor would have been greatly comforted. I support the Crown Prince joining the attack, agreed Li Si's holographic projection. I agree as well, added Su Bingfu, Su Li's uncle. At this point, the rest fell silent. According to the combat instructions from Eagle's Nest, the entire fleet stopped and awaited orders on the spot. Although the true race and the shadow remnants were extremely puzzled, hadn't they just set out not too long ago? Why had they already stopped and waited in place? Moreover, the quantum channel was just ahead. After passing through the quantum channel, they would reach the territory of the high goblins. However, Eagle's Nest did not provide any explanation, and as the true race and the shadow remnants watched the star mech armors gathering in front of the fleet in the starry sky, they dared not voice any opinion and obediently followed the orders. In particular, the huge form of the general mech suit located at the very front, its size more than half that of an ordinary star mech armor, exerted immense pressure on them. A star-annihilating class mech. If in the wild starry seas, this single star-annihilating class mech could sweep across the current fleets of the true race and the shadow remnants. Soon, over 2,000 star mech armors were all assembled in the starry sky ahead. What did these humans intend to do? Were they assembling their forces now? Both other races were thoroughly confused by Eagle's Nest's actions. After assembly was complete, listen up, everyone. Maintain electronic silence. Activate optical refraction implants. Su Li issued the order in the communication channel. Without a doubt, she was the commander in charge of mech operations. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the true race and the shadow remnants, over 2,000 star mech armors, including that massive star-annihilating class, disappeared neatly and uniformly. And in their interstellar radar, there wasn't a trace detected of anything. They couldn't help but be stunned again by Eagle's Nest technology. Departure. Under the cloaked state of the optical refraction implant, over 2,000 star mech armors departed together. When approaching the entrance of the quantum channel but still some distance away, massive ether fluctuations directly appeared. Officer, detecting enormous quantum transmission fluctuations. On the other side, the High Goblin technicians urgently reported. Get ready, open fire. The High Goblin commander immediately gave the order. They finally arrived. As long as the enemy dares to pass through this quantum channel today, all must perish here. No, it's not the quantum channel up ahead. The direction of the transmission fluctuation it's our flank. Supermassive quantum transmission energy. The voices of the High Goblin technicians were filled with terror. Chapter 93, Surprise Attack. What? The commander clearly paused, then glanced at the battle situation deployment map. In the picture, the location where the quantum transmission fluctuation was transmitted happened to be on their right side. However, neither the live footage nor the radar surveillance could detect any enemy presence there. But the massive quantum fluctuation that just occurred was indeed real. What the hell? Then Gao Goblin's commander seemed to realize something, and his whole body shivered. That kind of enormous quantum fluctuation had actually existed. If so, that would mean only one possibility. The enemy's technology was far beyond their level, making their current reconnaissance methods unable to detect the opponent. With this in mind, Gao Goblin's commander hurriedly issued orders. Redirect the cannons. Quickly, aim towards the direction of the quantum fluctuation. Fire. No matter what, firing is the right move. But it was already too late. All the arrangements on Gao Goblin's side were focused on the entrance of the quantum channel. Now wanting to redirect the cannon mouths, it was already too late. Especially those huge Star-Gen, level space artillery platforms, they had been set up early. Turning the gun barrels of those big things wasn't easy. Swish. A huge sword glow lit up, terrifying sword light coiled with blue electric ion force field, directly sweeping over. The sword light cut through and immediately brought about a sweep with the posture of sweeping thousands of armies, causing fireworks everywhere. These fireworks were naturally all high-buried ships and various combat units of the goblins. And after the sword light swept away, its momentum was still undiminished, continuing to charge towards a corner, where an obvious spatial oscillator was located. Together with this sword light emerged Su Li's divine general mech. Such a mighty sword attack could only come from Montian, the Star-Gen level mech. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time the divine general mech struck out, hundreds of electromagnetic throwing spears followed closely behind. The deep blue electromagnetic throwing spears formed a curtain-like rain covering down. As the electromagnetic throwing spears were launched, 700 feathered forest guard mechs also appeared. Mechs. So many star mechs, and even the human Star-Gen level mech. For the divine general mech, the Gao Goblin commander was naturally very familiar. 80% of such grand arrangement was for that Star-Gen level mech. They were confident enough that as long as this mech came out from the quantum channel, the heavy firepower they arranged would destroy this Star-Gen level mech instantly. But as they say, man proposes but God disposes. They never expected that the divine general mech would appear, but not from the entrance of the quantum channel. Boom. By this time, the sword glow of the divine general mech had swept across a cluster of high-buried warships with irresistible momentum and precisely hit one of the space oscillators. Under such a massive sword glow, the space oscillator naturally had no chance of survival. Star-Gen, ship, lock onto that Star-Gen level mech, destroy it. The rest of the units, give me free counterattack. The Gao Goblin commander gave the order with clenched teeth. Magnets. At this moment, the 700 electromagnetic throwing spears arrived. Again, a large number of starships and sky artillery platforms were penetrated by the electromagnetic throwing spears, then exploded. In a single encounter, the entire Gao Goblin fleet suffered heavy losses. Pooh. Not only that, after the electromagnetic throwing spears, another series of blue energy beams came down, the Gauss sniper cannons of the forest guards. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, only a small part of the combat units of the Gao Goblin fleet managed to retaliate, but it was very limited. Swish, swish. Part of the retaliation was directly pierced by the Gauss sniper cannons. And the remaining part, a formation of neatly uniform iron defense mechs appeared simultaneously, also numbering 700, with huge shields connected together. At the same time, a vast oscillation field was also interconnected. Those limited retaliations didn't even have the qualification to make ripples in the oscillation field. There's more. So many, all identical standardized mechs. The Gao Goblin commander's eyes were filled with shock. From that one Star-Gen level mech alone, he knew all these mechs were from the powerful human civilization behind True One's clan. True One, which leg did you latch onto? Such a terrifying star mech army absolutely isn't something an ordinary civilization power can produce. Human? Since the fall of Great Qin, the human race has been split into several parts. Nowadays, there are really not many human forces with such depth. Moreover, logically speaking, that level of interstellar power should not be interested in their trifles here. But he couldn't ponder too much. The terrifying Gauss sniper cannon energy rounds had already opened a massive gap in their formation once again. These star mechs were incredibly powerful. It was evident from these 2 rounds of attack that the various starships their civilization prided itself on had absolutely no room to struggle or resist against these star mechs. However, in this arrangement, apart from numerous star-blasting artillery platforms, there were also 10 star-blasting battleships targeting that Star-Gen level mech. Although it was true that these star-blasting artillery platforms were not easy to rotate their cannons, the star-blasting warships had no such concern. The reason why star-blasting warships were more popular than star-blasting artillery platforms was because they possessed the flexibility that the latter lacked. And due to being constantly prepared for the enemy's emergence from the quantum channel, both the star-blasting artillery platforms and the star-blasting warships were in preheating and energy storage mode. This was done to facilitate an immediate focused attack at the first opportunity. By now, the star-blasting warships had all completed their directional shifts and were fully energized. But then, the commander of the Gao Goblin's face darkened. Just as the main cannons of the star-blasting battleships were about to complete their energy charge, figures started appearing near those star-blasting ships. Around each of the 10 star-blasting warships, 60 to 70 star mechs appeared. All of them were armed with sword and shield, and trailed by 2 floating cannons. These were none other than the martial infantry mechs, which had yet to make an appearance. From the start, the target of the martial infantry mechs was those star-blasting warships. While the divine general mech and feathered forest guard mechs drew the enemy's attention, the martial infantry mechs continued to maintain optical refraction camouflage and electronic silence, quietly encircling the star-blasting warships. And just in time, due to the chaos of the battlefield, and under the commander's offensive order, the star-blasting warships hastily redirected for attack and completely detached from their escort ships. Under such circumstances, this provided the martial infantry mechs with an excellent close-quarters opportunity. Attack. Buzz. At the exact same moment, all martial infantry mechs activated the energy of their brilliant star floating cannons and simultaneously raised their energy-charged alloy longswords high. Chapter 94. Qin Shi Huang's decapitation operation. Bang. 10 magnificent fireworks exploded in the starry sky. Around each of the Goblin Star Annihilation ships, there were 70 martial conscript mech suits surrounding them tightly. The 70 martial conscript mech suits, together with 140 brilliant star floating cannons, fired simultaneously. Even the stellar-level mech suits wouldn't dare to directly confront this firepower, let alone these Goblin Star Annihilation ships. So without any doubt, those 10 Goblin Star Annihilation ships all became splendid fireworks. Immediately after, the fireworks among the martial conscript mech suits pushed forward through the oscillation force fields with brilliant star floating cannons, heading towards those star-annihilating artillery platforms. The threat of the stellar-class warships was gone now. So next up, it would be the turn of those stellar artillery platforms. As a balanced type of mech suit, the martial conscript mechs excel both in attack and defense, making them a natural choice for charging through formations. The heavy divine general mech suits with sword and shield charged forward under the cover of a massive ion energy field, unleashing vast blue electrical lights, plowing through all obstacles and already destroying the second space oscillator. Behind, the Imperial Guard mech suits steadily advanced under the protection of the Iron Guard mech suits, their devastating firepower causing massive losses to the High Goblins. Adding the advancing martial conscript mech suits into the fray, the originally well-prepared High Goblin fleet had now completely turned into chaos. As for, where was Qin Shi Huang? At this moment, the High Goblin commander saw a dark golden sword glow on the real-time screen. SSSHH. Fortunately, the main ship's energy barrier resisted the sword glow, though the entire energy shield wavered greatly, but at least it held firm. After all, as the flagship, this command main ship had the highest technological level throughout the entire fleet. A dark golden streamlined mech suit, holding an alloy longsword appeared before the main ship. It was none other than Qin Shi Huang's Zulong 2 mech suit. What thing is this? How did a mech sneak near the command main ship? At this moment, the High Goblin commander realized that the escort ships around the entire main ship had been damaged to about 7 or 8 tenths. The remaining ones were no longer able to comprehensively seal off all directions of the main ship. One didn't know if the High Goblin's heads were out of sorts or not, but the command main ship was too conspicuous, immediately recognizable at a glance. The feathered forest mech suits would definitely pour a large part of their firepower here, which was also the reason why the escort ships of the main ship suffered losses. However, fortunately, there was only one mech, and the main ship managed to resist the enemy's attack. Following the completion of the High Goblin commander's thoughts, 2 brilliant star floating cannons separated from the Zulong 2 mech suit, accompanied by 2 beams of energy cannon shots behind the dark gold sword glow. Originally resisting the dark gold sword glow with difficulty, the main ship's energy shield was struck by the brilliant star floating cannons and immediately developed cracks. Not shattered yet, but close. Simultaneously, Qin Shi Huang smirked. Scale shedding. Boom. The energy shield of the entire main ship exploded into the air. The dark thunder from scale shedding became the final straw to break the camel's back. Qin Shi Huang had already laid down the scale, shedding dark thunder during the previous slash. Buzz. Bang bang. Only then did the cannon openings of this High Goblin flagship swivel crazily and fire wildly against Qin Shi Huang's Zulong 2 mech suit. Qin Shi Huang's inner energy stirred, and the Zulong 2 mech suit instantly stretched longer in an instant. Overdrive. Under the high-frequency state, the Zulong 2 mech suit easily avoided all the cannon fire. It's him. At this moment, the High Goblin commander also recognized the Zulong 2. A single-star mech suit had previously single-handedly defeated one of their star annihilation ships. Now, it only carried 2 additional brilliant star floating cannons. Breath attack. A torrent of dark golden energy crashed onto the outer armor of the High Goblin flagship. In an instant, the outer armor of the main ship melted away. Without the energy shield, relying solely on its physical armor couldn't withstand the overdrive state breath attack from Zulong 2 due to the inferior technology of the High Goblins. The Zulong 2 mech suit, in its dragon form state, continuously emitted breath attack while circling around the entire command ship once. No. In the horrified gaze of the High Goblin commander, the entire flagship split cleanly in half under the breath attack. Qin Shi Huang clicked his tongue. He must say, the quality of this flagship was pretty decent. It could be split in 2 and still not explode. But Qin Shi Huang directly controlled the Zulong 2 mech suit to leave, threading through numerous High Goblin space combat units. This was the very center of the High Goblin fleet. In such a situation, those High Goblin civilization space combat units indeed dared not open fire on the Zulong 2 mech suit, because it was far too easy to accidentally harm allies. Almost all units surrounding it were friendly. On the contrary, Qin Shi Huang could fight with abandon. And under such circumstances, he breezed through the encirclement of these High Goblin combat units effortlessly. like walking through a flower garden without letting even a single leaf touch oneself. As Qin Shi Huang was passing through these combat units, bang! The position where the main ship had split into two has exploded suddenly, blossoming into a super brilliant firework. Scale shedding. Although the quality of this main ship was indeed still quite good, split into two and it hadn't exploded. But what about the dark thunder that he had left behind? That would leave no room for survival. This was also the reason why Qin Shi Huang didn't bother to deal with the split main ship any further, because there was no longer a need. Qin Shi Huang, in just one Long 2 mech suit, directly carried out the decapitation operation, cutting down the enemy general amidst 10,000 troops. Of course, this was not without the long-range firepower of more than 700 feathered forest mech suits eliminating most of the escort ships. With the death of the High Goblin commander, the High Goblin's side collapsed even faster. Boom. The third space oscillator exploded directly under the sword edge of the Divine General mech suit, meaning that this ambush war was about to conclude. There were 4 space oscillators in total, and now 3 have been destroyed. The next space oscillator would not be enough to destroy the quantum channel. Thus, the overall situation has been decided. Furthermore, under the relentless bombardment of more than 2,000 star mechs, and without their commander, the entire battle situation had already completely turned into a one-sided trend. Under normal circumstances, the decapitation action just now should have been best executed by Su Li's Divine General mech suit. After all, with no threat from the Star Annihilation Cannon. With the Divine General mech suit's power, it would almost have been a straight push. However, this ambush mission was mainly focused on protecting the quantum channel. So destroying the space oscillators was the top priority, while the decapitation was not the most important. Boom, boom. 700 feathered forest mechs went crazy outputting firepower behind the Iron Guard mech suits, wildly annihilating the High Goblin fleet. With the Divine General mech suit turning around for another slash, the massive blue sword glow swept away another area of the High Goblin fleet, becoming the last straw to break the camel's back. Splash. The remaining star combat units scattered in chaos, fleeing helter-skelter. Stay here to finish them off? No need to pursue. Su Li gave the order while piloting the Divine General mech suit. Chapter 95, Subsequent Plan. As the last Goblin spacecraft disappeared into the depths of the starry sky, it marked the complete end of this surprise attack. We won. Qin Shi Huang looked at the numerous fragments of debris floating in the starry sky and spoke faintly. All these space debris were left behind by the fleet on the Goblin's side. How about our casualties? Qin Shi Huang asked calmly. Only one military mech was hit by the main cannon, causing an 80% loss of the machine, and the pilot also died from the impact. The rest only suffered slight wear and tear. Su Li's voice sounded through the channel. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang finally took a breath of relief. There were tens of thousands of combat units that the Goblins had deployed around this quantum channel entrance at least. They were only over 2,000 space mechs, together with Long Type 2 and God General mechs to conduct the surprise attack. On the Goblin side, under their sudden attack, at least 30 or 40,000 combat units were lost, and those who escaped probably numbered less than 10,000. In such a chaotic battlefield, there was only one casualty for Star Nest, which was really not easy. No, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it was still not meticulous enough. At this moment, a voice came from the communication channel. You should know that our technological level is completely crushing theirs. According to the most standard calculation, we should have achieved 0 casualties. The speaker was Su Qin, Su Bingtian's son, and Su Li's older cousin. Su Qin inherited his father Su Bingtian's talent deficiency and wasn't suitable for piloting mechs either. However, he was a highly talented logistics technician, and his battle situation analysis was very precise. Including Su Qin, they could be considered following in their father's footsteps. Also, Su Li's uncle, Su Bingfu, served as a starship commander and also showed great potential as a battlefield commander. It seemed like all the family's mech piloting talent had been concentrated in Su Li. It's fine, this is already very good, Qin Shi Huang said with a smile. Alright, please review the battle situation first, Qin, and I will order bringing the Zheng clan and the Shadow Legacy through the quantum channel, Su Bingtian said at this point. As the commander-in-chief, Su Bingtian naturally paid full attention throughout this surprise attack operation. Buzz. Not long after, the huge quantum channel entrance ahead began emitting ether fluctuations. Of course, this was Daqin's term, commonly known in space as quantum fluctuations. It was actually spatial teleportation fluctuation. As the space teleportation fluctuations slowly calmed down, the joint forces appeared in this patch of the starry sky. Scare. Once out, both the Zheng clan and the Shadow Legacy were startled by the scene in front of them. This, almost filling up the entire field of vision in front, were various types of wreckage, and among the wreckage, star mechs. They could naturally tell that a tremendous battle had occurred here, and judging by the appearance, it was quite clear that the Eagle Nest mech army had emerged victorious. Previously, they were puzzled as to why the human side suddenly gathered the mech army, but it turned out these goblins set up an ambush on this side of the quantum channel. Recalling this, deep within the hearts of the Zheng clan and the goblins, there was some emotion. Because according to the outer space stellar conventions when humans recruited them to fight, they knew their own role would clearly be cannon fodder, vanguard soldiers. However, what they didn't expect was that the humans did not treat them as cannon fodder. After discovering the ambush and trap, they directly sent elite forces to counterattack rather than having them come forward to block fire. But the two tribes did not know that it wasn't that Eagle Nest cared about their losses. It was simply because in facing the goblins' arrangements, without exposing the exclusive Daqin channel, Only this method was the optimal solution. If they were sent forward, apart from death, there would be nothing else useful. Since this was the case, it was better to preserve the effective forces of the two tribes for critical moments to play some roles. For instance, the current clearing of the battlefield. In the entire starry expanse, so many wrecks were floating, with the sole exception being one spatial resonance device left behind by the goblins. Here there were certainly more than 30,000 remains of various goblin combat units. Although all were wreckage, yet as interstellar-class technological products, there were plenty of valuable items that could be recycled. Even if they were completely useless, remelting them could turn them into usable alloy steel materials. As for clearing the battlefield, the Zhen clan and the Shadow Legacy naturally had no objections whatsoever. After all, others had already resolved the enemy for them, asking them merely to clean up afterward. If they still had complaints, they would be too unreasonable. While the two clans were diligently cleaning up the battlefield, the core members of Eagle Nest had gathered again to discuss the subsequent operational plan. This battle was undoubtedly catastrophic for the goblins, Su Bingtian said while looking at everyone present. Just from the scale, it was clear that the arrangements at the Quantum Channel entrance had consumed a significant portion of the High Goblin's resources. After all, over 5,000 star fleets, even for the High Goblins who controlled 13 star systems, this absolute deployment would undoubtedly result in great losses. Since that's the case, we don't need to rush into advancing. Although we have an overwhelming strength advantage, if we can reduce casualties, we still need to try our best to avoid them. Because right now, Star Nest doesn't have much resources. Su Bingtian said to everyone present. Qin Shang nodded slightly. This was true. Although just now, during the surprise attack, they only lost one martial soldier mech. That was because the opponent's setup was detected early on their side. And thanks to Daqin's exclusive channel privilege, they launched a direct strike, catching the enemy off guard. All these factors combined contributed to such a remarkable performance. If the opponent hadn't set a trap and instead placed forces openly in an empty star domain, and they were forced to fight head-on, even Eagle Nest would suffer some casualties to secure victory. Since that's the situation, ahead lies Qin Lin star system, one of the High Goblin's border defense star systems. Let's build a bridgehead here first. At least we need to keep this quantum channel safe. This will allow for convenient maneuvering and deployment in various battle scenarios. Su Bingtian continued. I agree. Qin Shang nodded his head in consent. After all, this operation was not part of the Veil War, but rather a limited game among 2 or 3 star systems. The High Goblin territory encompassed 13 star systems. Given their allied force size, steady progress was always the correct approach. Prime Minister Li Si, I know your abilities. I wonder whether with your current avatar's computing power, you could infiltrate the High Goblin star network. If possible, you might attempt to gather relevant intelligence from their star network. After all, knowing both yourself and your enemy leads to invincibility in 100 battles. Su Bingtian spoke calmly. I'll give it a try. There shouldn't be any major issues. Li Si confirmed with a nod. Following that, Su Bingtian made corresponding series of arrangements. Qin Shang noticed that he didn't really need to interfere too much. He merely needed to provide authorization via his tiger amulet. Well, it seemed he once again became a symbol of authorization. Chapter 96. The Yin-Yang clan joins the game. Naturally, building a starry sky outpost does not require complete reliance on the Eagle's Nest for everything. Don't forget, there are also the 2 vanguard races, the Ghostly Shadow Remnant clan and the Truth clan. These 2 races can be directly assigned to set up the fortress. However, Eagle's Nest must still provide some technical support, or the starry bridgehead built solely based on their 2 races' technological level would probably not meet the requirements. As for the relevant materials, that's even simpler. The wreckage left behind by the Goblin fleet can simply be smelted into qualified alloy steel, which is exactly waste utilization. Eagle's Nest will contribute the technology, and with a stellar furnace arranged, the following miscellaneous tasks will be handed over to the True Race and the Ghostly Shadow Remnant clan. And Qin Shang has temporarily become free as well. Thus, Qin Shang directly pinched the crystallized wish force and ran off to cultivate. Li Si successfully entered the Goblin Star Network through related technology. However, it was only the civilian Star Network. As for the official Goblins Network, although Li Si could hack in with his current computing power, it could easily be detected if done without making a sound. Since that is the case, Li Si chose not to make any sudden moves and instead took a look at the civilian network situation first. Based on Li Si's detection, the situation on the Star Network can be seen. The high-ups of the Goblin race have not disclosed details about this battle so far. At least, there is no topic related to the battle on the entire interstellar network yet. Currently, the 2 sides had merely engaged in a fight outside the Green Forest star system, and when carefully calculated, they hadn't even entered the Green Forest star system. In such circumstances, the Goblins' government could easily conceal their rather humiliating defeat. Such a cover-up indeed helps maintain stability among the populace. However, Li Si also spotted some relatively sensitive individuals who noticed frequent adjustments in their fleets. But all relevant sensitive topics were promptly censored by the Goblin official authorities on the interstellar network. Li Si tracked them down based on these scattered clues. Moreover, Li Si discovered another situation. There were people on the Goblin Civilians network who claimed to have seen some unfamiliar fleets, along with some attached images. These were quickly handled by the Goblin authorities, but unfortunately, Li Si managed to track them down via those traces. Yin-Yang clan. The styles of starships in the pictures could be identified as the Yin-Yang clan starships. Li Si immediately reported this finding. So, the Yin-Yang clan came to assist the Goblins? Su Bingfu looked at the image repaired by Li Si. Judging by the looks, it should be. Li Si responded while looking at the screen. This isn't surprising, Su Bingtian said at this moment. According to the analysis of past events, both the goblins and the Yin Yang clan had suffered losses before we arrived. Since the goblins were monitoring the situation of the Veil of Withering, then undoubtedly, the Yin Yang clan was also keeping an eye on it. Now that the goblins suffered a defeat, if they asked for help from the Yin Yang clan, or if the Yin Yang clan contacted the goblins proactively to offer assistance, the goblins would surely agree. And for the Yin Yang clan, since we are currently attacking the goblins, they would naturally be pleased. If they can directly resolve or delay us within the goblins' territory, the Yin Yang clan would definitely lend a helping hand. Su Bingtian analyzed. Not much of an issue. Sooner or later, we will face them anyway. Qin Shang spoke. Exactly. Sooner or later, we need to confront the Yin Yang clan. It's merely about meeting them earlier than expected. Su Li nodded similarly. They don't fear even if the two civilizations join forces. However, it will be difficult for them to deal with Eagle's Nest alone. Su Bingtian frowned. As the commander of this campaign, Su Bingtian was somewhat perplexed. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand the challenge, but corresponding sacrifices would be required. Currently, most of the warriors in Eagle's Nest come from their Su family, so Su Bingtian naturally wanted to win against the enemy with lower costs. In that way, it could minimize casualties among their Su clan members, slow down slightly, and consolidate each step. That's all we can do, Li Si analyzed. Take one step at a time. With Divine General Mecha, we still hold the initiative. Su Bingtian opened his mouth helplessly. Finally, everyone unanimously decided to proceed steadily while preparing accordingly along the way. Under these circumstances, constructing this forward base becomes even more necessary, and it needs to be better built. In such a situation, the Eagle's Nest directly altered the previous arrangements, tore down the bridgehead construction almost completed, and personally started the rebuilding process. The Truth Clan and the Ghostly Shadow Remnant Clan, though a bit confused, still followed the instructions. The situation regarding the Yin Yang clan entering the game had not yet been disclosed to these two clans. However, just because Eagle's Nest took over the construction didn't mean the two clans could idle. On the contrary, they became busier than before. They needed to assist, and since the requirements had changed, following Eagle's Nest's guidance, their workload only increased. Time passed quietly. Qin Shang did not rush to attack the goblins, but instead focused on constructing the bridgehead. During this period, the goblins did not come to disturb. Although quite a few reconnaissance drones were shot down, it seemed after suffering a great loss earlier, the goblins dared not act rashly, or they might be urgently reallocating troops internally, or perhaps setting up other traps. Anyway, the construction of the bridgehead proceeded smoothly. In no time, half a month had passed. Thanks to the efforts of the Truth Clan and the Ghostly Shadow Remnant Clan, a bridgehead for space combat was quickly completed. Since almost all the labor came from the Truth Clan and the Ghostly Shadow Remnant Clan, crediting its completion solely to their efforts wasn't wrong. Just like in Earth's observable universe, some sticks keep insisting that the Great Wall was built by them. Technically, it was true when the charming First Emperor forcibly used their ancestors as laborers during its construction. That much is correct. Even though it was called a bridgehead, according to Eagle's Nest standards, it could now easily be referred to as a starry fortress. A rectangular star-faring structure, gleaming with metallic cold light, hovered menacingly ahead of the quantum channel entrance. Dense arrays of gun ports protruded outwards, presenting an intimidating face. At its center stood four enormous artillery platforms, highly visible, star annihilator platforms. With Eagle's Nest inheriting technology from the Great Qin, under conditions of sufficient materials and workforce, building a few star annihilator platforms was not difficult at all. Moreover, these materials were practically semi-finished products, sourced from various remains left by the goblins. This starry bridgehead utilized all the remnants left behind by the goblin fleet. Hence, a combat bridgehead of such scale was forged. Chapter 97. The mysterious civilization behind it. So these humans are from the Su clan? The human group that split off after the fall of Great Qin. According to the clues, it should be correct. While Qin Shang and his team were working hard to build a combat bridgehead, Goblin also sought a way out. The previous disastrous defeat at the quantum channel before the Qinlin star system made Goblin realize the terror of the incoming humans. At first, when they encountered the waning curtain, they only focused on the human star annihilator mech. So most of their deployment at the entrance of the quantum channel was aimed at this single star annihilator mech. But who would have thought that the humans could be so fearsome? Over 2,000 standardized stellar mechs accompanied by a leading star annihilator mech. Too terrifying. And through unknown means, they directly avoided the traps set up for them. They regretted intervening in the waning curtain affair now. They wouldn't have been targeted by these humans otherwise. What was even more frustrating was that the Goblin civilization initially got involved because of the Shadow Legacy, although the Shadow Legacy had offered them many favorable conditions. But now, the Shadow Legacy had defected to the other side, becoming the guide for the other faction, giving them a sense of betrayal. Of course, since they were adjacent to the waning curtain, they naturally coveted its territory as well, which was why they intervened. However, the Goblin people did not know that, even if they hadn't meddled in the waning curtain affairs, due to their proximity to it, they would inevitably catch Qin Shang's attention sooner or later. Now, having recognized that humans are difficult to deal with, they began looking for other ways out. First, confirming the identity of these humans. Where exactly do they come from? After all, there are no human powers nearby, and humans themselves are relatively special among outer universes. It was still fine before Great Qin emerged. Though humans were a powerful race then, they didn't yet inspire universal wariness. But the rise of Great Qin changed the impression of all interstellar races towards humanity, fostering both fear and suppression. Even though Great Qin is now entrenched behind the Great Wall, defending itself in desperate resistance, all the interstellar races still fear another Great Qin appearing. After all, the original Great Qin dominated the stars, striking fear into countless civilizations. Based on the situation during the earlier encounter at the Waning Curtain, when Su Li appeared, the high-level members of Goblin ultimately identified these humans as coming from the Su clan. Since Su Li, as a pilot of the Star Annihilator mech, is fairly distinctive. But isn't the Su family tens of thousands of miles away? Why would they extend their hands here? Goblin's leadership were puzzled. Moreover, according to intelligence I've gathered, the Su family doesn't possess this level of strength. Another key point is the core, the Star Annihilator mech. The Su family does not own one. Su Li, the Su family's Star Annihilator mech pilot, can be clearly traced renting such a mech from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. It's evident that the Su family lacks access to any Star Annihilator mechs. The Interstellar Chamber of Commerce is an enormous organization spanning the entire outer universe. Mysterious background, formidable power, but it genuinely just conducts business and never interferes in disputes between civilizations. Even Great Qin once cooperated with the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce in the past. Only a chamber of this magnitude could possess the ability and confidence to lease Star Annihilator mechs. But the opponent's Star Annihilator mech is currently real, and it's obvious that it's not from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. Per the regulations of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, leased Star Annihilator mechs must not be used in civilizational wars. Otherwise, the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce would reclaim it immediately. Thus, the current Star Annihilator mech piloted by someone from the Su family is definitely not owned by the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? A senior leader of the Goblins looked at a projection of an alien in the meeting room. This was a high-level conference of the Goblin civilization, where every participant was a key official within their civilization. So why was there a projection of an outsider? There weren't many projections, just two showing figures with goat heads, but humanoid bodies, revealing their identity, the Yin-Yang race. As this was a high-level meeting of the Goblins, the presence of the Yin-Yang projection undoubtedly confirmed the authenticity of the information previously captured by Li Si. There's no need to concern ourselves whether they're really from the Su family. Regardless, they are indeed humans, and the pilot of that Star Annihilator mech is undeniably from the Su family. These facts are indisputable. One projection of the Yin-Yang race spoke up. Nobody said a word. What he said was the truth. Given this, we can simply treat them as part of the Su family. If it were another civilization, perhaps we wouldn't know how to handle them. But the human race, huh? The other projection from the Yin-Yang race let out a faint smile. The high-ranking goblins looked puzzled. The human race, what about them? Although since the rise of Great Qin, humans indeed became somewhat special, it still didn't seem relevant to the crisis they faced. Such an enormous fleet of mechs, and judging by their appearance, all of them were top tier. Even if High Goblin teamed up with the Yin-Yang race, they might not be able to fully stop these forces. Rest assured, there are plenty of civilizations in this region of space that don't want to see the rise of humanity. The projection from the Yin-Yang race sneered coldly. Don't worry, my people have already contacted a superior civilization. The projection of the Yin-Yang race spoke nonchalantly. The other party also has Star Annihilator mechs, and they're very willing to take action against these humans. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence in the room. Which civilization? What price would we have to pay for their assistance? One high official from the High Goblins asked cautiously. No cost to us whatsoever. They'll act completely without compensation. The projection of the Yin-Yang race said smugly. This left the High Goblins even more confused. What kind of civilization is so kind-hearted? Or do they bear some great grudge against the human race? A higher-up among the High Goblins tried to ask tentatively. Just relax. They've clearly stated they will act free of charge. No need for us to pay any sort of remuneration. But the distance between the two civilizations is quite far, so it will take them some time to get here. So we must delay the human offensive until they arrive. The projection of the Yin-Yang race spoke again. As for who this civilization is exactly, it's not convenient to reveal at the moment. Once they reach us, you'll find out. The various high officials of the High Goblins exchanged glances and decided provisionally to trust this assurance. After all, civilizations capable of fielding a Star Annihilator mech were classified as superior civilizations themselves. Subsequently, they started to deliberate on how best to slow down the advance of humanity. Backups had been arranged. It was time now to organize the troops and set off. Meanwhile, over at Eagle Nest, they remained utterly unaware of the plans the High Goblins had formulated. Qin Shang's team was following the original plan step by step, consolidating every inch of territory as they advanced. Now it was time to commence the assault on the Qin Lin Star system held by the High Goblins. Chapter 98, 10,000-meter gigantic sword. How's the reconnaissance of the Qin Lin Star system? Su Bingtian asked from his command position. Even though they had been busy constructing this space bridgehead during this time, it didn't mean that they hadn't planned for other matters. Simultaneously, the Eagle Nest had dispatched a large number of drones to scout out the Qin Lin Star system. After all, from the battle at the Quantum Channel entrance, it was clear that Cobrin, Gulbalin, must have set corresponding traps in the Qin Lin Star system. The Qin Lin Star system near us has been basically scouted clearly, but there is one very strange point. Su Bingfu replied and projected the corresponding intelligence on screen. For this period, the reconnaissance work for the Qin Lin Star system had been managed by Su Bingfu. Even though Cobrin has gathered a large number of troops in the Qin Lin Star system, No other corresponding deployments have been made. Su Bingtian said these words aloud. Everyone focused their attention on the information displayed forward. Drone defenses? Qin Shang furrowed his brows. According to the intelligence, all drones formed the first line of defense for Cobran. There weren't any starships or other artillery emplacements. What use do drones have? Qin Shang couldn't help but ask with doubt. If dealing with a civilization equal to Daqin's technology, replicating this line of drone defense might actually make some sense. However, with Cobran's current technological level, arranging such a defense could only end up being a slaughter. Moreover, Cobran had already clashed with the Eagle Nest's mech forces, so they should know this weakness by now. Therefore, these drones must have something peculiar, said Su Bingfu. I requested Prime Minister Li Si, using his computational power, to help infiltrate a drone and capture it back, Su Bingfu continued. Li Si's hologram nodded. Correct. After technical analysis, we found that these drones don't have much firepower, mostly explosives and electromagnetic signals. So the primary function of these drones is merely to delay time. Electromagnetic interference and self-destruction can only delay time, providing no strategic effect whatsoever. That's simple. Even though we're unsure of their specific plan, we can act against their intentions. Qin Shang grinned as he spoke. If they intend to delay time, then we'll directly perform precision detonations, breaking through right in the center of this drone formation, and prepare an electromagnetic shield in advance to quickly pass through this unmanned aircraft blockade line. Qin Shang began analyzing as he talked. Upon hearing his proposal, everyone paused to think for a moment. The prince's wisdom is profound. Su Bingtian lightly flattered him at this point. This method truly poses no issue. Since the other side wishes to prolong time, let's go against their plans and break through immediately without wasting any more time. Su Bingtian reiterated. Let this step be settled thusly. Are there any further details afterward? Su Bingtian continued asking. Yes. Su Bingfu nodded. Apart from this unmanned aircraft defense line, Cobran's entire defense lines are positioned at the farthest end of the Qin Lin star system. However, around the quantum channels, they've all been arranged in some form of preparation. They probably want to reapply old tactics and destroy the quantum channel just like its entrance, speculated Su Bingfu. If their aim was simply to delay time, they could have destroyed these quantum channels already, so they likely still aim to trap us inside these channels, concluded Su Bingtian. But what they can never imagine is that we have already thoroughly understood all their arrangements. Su Li grinned. Since that's the case, it will be easy. All we need to do is implement countermeasures, resolving their setups before they destroy the quantum channel. Additionally, have we received any messages regarding the Yin-Yang race? Asked Su Bingtian. No, shook his head Su Bingfu. In that case, let's take one step at a time. For now, let's focus on taking control of the Qin Lin star system. After pondering briefly, Su Bingtian made the deployment. Within the stronghold, except for leaving a small portion of staff members behind, the united army of the three races advanced again in grand strides toward the Qin Lin star system controlled by Cobran. Following Qin Shang's thought process, all forces of the three races assembled together, encircled externally by special mechanical devices. These mechanical devices functioned as electromagnetic barriers capable of effectively intercepting electromagnetic interference. Though both the true ones and the Yuing remnants were puzzled about this arrangement, they wisely did not inquire further. Since the location was on the fringes of the Qin Lin star system itself, the combined fleet encountered that line of unmanned aerial vehicle defense near the boundary of the Qin Lin star system before long. Flash. A towering figure appeared in front of the united army. It was a Star Annihilator mecha, the Divine General Montian piloted by Su Li. Although Eagle Nest had the relevant technology to manufacture Star Annihilator-class battleships, there were still some shortages in materials. Moreover, the production lines hadn't been set up yet, so no Star Annihilator-class battleships had been constructed. After all, most of Eagle Nest's efforts were focused on producing space mechas, with a portion dedicated to making regular starships. Before personnel from the Su family arrived, Eagle Nest naturally didn't have the resources to manufacture Star Annihilator-class battleships. The difficulty in constructing these battleships wasn't insignificant either. Thus, as things stood, the most explosive firepower came from Su Li's Divine General Mecha. Equipped with an enormous alloy sword and shield, the Divine General Mecha stood at the forefront of the united fleet. The true ones and the Yuing remnants were thoroughly puzzled. Surely they didn't need a Star Annihilator mecha for just dealing with drones, right? That was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, wasn't it? To be fair, if these two races had to face the Cobran civilization head-on, they might not hold out. But against the unmanned aerial vehicles in front of them, it was easy work for both races. It would just take slightly more time, so why deploy a Star Annihilator mecha? However, they naturally didn't dare question Eagle Nest's decisions. Ordinarily, breaking through the drone blockade wouldn't require the Divine General Mecha to act directly. But given the size of the fleet, creating a large enough opening and allowing the fleet to pass quickly meant that employing the Divine General Mecha was the safest option. Dealing with some drones didn't call for such overwhelming Star Annihilator-level tactics. The Divine General Mecha's alloy longsword was raised, and terrifying blue electric ion energy gathered, causing the alloy longsword to swell into an enormous blue giant blade, stretching over 10,000 meters long, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. The Divine General Mecha, measuring merely about 100 meters tall, wielded this massive sword spanning tens of thousands of meters, looking awkwardly disproportionate. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, the Divine General Mecha effortlessly swung its massive blue blade, sweeping horizontally across the front line of drones. Chapter 99. A surprising discovery in the Qin Lin star system. Swords of light crisscrossed. Goblin's drone defense line was directly torn apart by the giant sword, creating a 10,000-meter gap. Those drones, which were merely designed for electromagnetic interference and self-explosion, had no chance of resisting the divine General Mech's massive sword. Everyone follow my order. Full speed through. Su Binshan's voice was transmitted to the entire fleet via communication channels. Immediately after, the Allied fleet surged forward under the lead of the divine General Mech, pushing through the electromagnetic barrier and breaking through this gap. The whole position of the drone defense line was filled with strong electromagnetic interference. If they hadn't prepared the electromagnetic shield beforehand, it's likely that half of the Allied fleet starships would have become disabled. The Eagle Nest fleet might still hold up well even under the influence, but the fleets of the Jin family and the Shadow Legacy would definitely be dragged behind. If their starships became paralyzed, restoring them would take an indeterminate amount of time before moving forward again. High Goblin's tactic was designed purely to irritate and delay them. However, it was unfortunate that their plan had already been anticipated, and the Allied fleet, being well prepared, suffered no delay as they successfully passed through the drone blockade. Afterward, they could completely ignore the drones. Under normal circumstances, if they simply ignored the drone defenses, they'd be subject to a barrage of firepower from the drone's rear lines. This is similar to ancient warfare, where bypassing an important enemy fortress without attacking it would invite trouble afterward. Unfortunately, these drones possessed negligible long-range firepower. Therefore, the Allied fleet naturally chose to ignore them entirely. Once the Allied fleet broke through, they officially entered High Goblin's border defense zone, the Qin Lin star system. Directly head towards the nearest quantum channel. Have the dark moves set up by Gao been dealt with? Su Bintian asked. A plan has already been made, and we believe good news will arrive soon. Su Qin answered from the side of the command room, adjusting his glasses. There was a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Understood. Su Bintian nodded. Qin Shang played with the force crystal in his hand, staring at the deep void depicted on the projection screen for a long time. During this period, Qin Shang digested a large portion of the active willpower stored in the force crystal. Indeed, there was plenty of willpower provided by the Su family's return. But with the rise in his realm, the amount of willpower required to enhance his bloodline purity also increased significantly. The active willpower now stored within the force crystal has already been consumed by over half, yet his bloodline strength hasn't reached 50% yet. At the end of Qin Shang's last meditation session, his bloodline purity reached 44%. Now, despite all the consumption, he couldn't yet achieve 50% purity. Qin Shang had a premonition. After surpassing the 50% bloodline purity threshold, the willpower needed to continue enhancing his bloodline strength might grow exponentially more extravagant. Standing next to Qin Shang, Su Li similarly seemed lost in thought, though it wasn't clear what she was pondering about. Based on reconnaissance, the front part of the Qin Lin star system was not arranged with any defensive mechanisms by High Goblin. So, without needing to make any stops, full-speed advance was the best course of action. Thus, the Allied fleet surged forward at full speed. The Qin Lin star system, though one of High Goblin's outer defense zones, is indeed a genuine star system. It's vast. Even with all ships powered by deep space engines operating near light speed, it would still take 2 or 3 days to reach the nearest quantum channel within the Qin Lin star system. In the meantime, while the Allied fleet indeed maintained full-speed advancement, the Eagle Nest side continued sending out numerous reconnaissance crafts in large quantities. Although they had confirmed that there was no deployment within the front section of the Qin Lin star system by High Goblin, overall, precautionary measures are always better than none. However, because of this move, it led to unexpected gains for the Eagle Nest faction. Your Highness, Crown Prince. On the second day when the Allied fleet was almost reaching the nearest quantum channel of the Qin Lin star system, just another half-day away, Li Si's holographic projection suddenly appeared beside Qin Shang. Excitement tinged in his tone. Li Si had been a close confidant during the Qin dynasty's journey up until now, and through the mechanical ascension technology, his consciousness became data-based, making him virtually immortal. What exactly could excite Li Si so much? Prime Minister Li Si, what's happened? Qin Shang looked toward Li Si with confusion. Good news, absolutely wonderful news. I feel we might not need to rush the attack on High Goblin for now. The primary task at hand is to properly deal with this matter. Li Si took a very human-like deep breath, despite being just a projection and not needing to breathe. Qin Shang became even more confused. What exactly had happened that made Li Si react this way? Furthermore, while other issues could be set aside, delaying the assault on High Goblin was completely unacceptable, right? After all, Qin Shang hadn't hidden anything about the willpower crystals from Li Si, as Li Si was definitely fully trustworthy. So launching an offensive against High Goblin would not only enable Eagle Nest to gain significant improvements, but also provide a certain amount of feedback to Great Qin. Additionally, it would allow his own willpower crystal to accumulate new active willpower, which was an important resource for enhancing his bloodline power. Under these circumstances, commencing the attack on High Goblin sooner was always better. Yet now, Li Si suggested pausing the plan to attack High Goblin. Fortunately, this was Qin Shang's private quarters. As he'd been meditating earlier, there was no one else around at the moment. Otherwise, people like Su Bintian might have thought Li Si had been compromised by some sort of virus after hearing his words. Li Si opened a holographic screen, revealing an image of a massive physical planet. It was clear that the planet in the picture wasn't in good condition, with no suitable star nearby and lacking even an atmosphere. Extreme conditions raged across its surface. However, Surrounding the planet was a protective layer. This protective layer was familiar to Qin Shi. It was made up of their Eagle Squadron unmanned reconnaissance drones. Due to the limited number of reconnaissance drones, the protection layer was quite sparse, especially considering how enormous this planet was. With their meager firepower, the drones were defending the planet from asteroids attracted by its powerful gravity. Qin Shi was puzzled. These reconnaissance drones were clearly deployed under Li Si's orders. But why was Li Si protecting this planet? Is it a rogue planet? Why are you protecting it? Qin Shi asked curiously. Prince, do you know what's on this rogue planet? Li Si smiled mysteriously. What? Qin Shi recalled Li Si's previous excitement. Divine Pattern Star Iron. Chapter 100. Divine Pattern Star Iron. A rogue planet, as the name suggests, is a planet without a fixed star system, wandering in the vastness of interstellar space. These kinds of planets are generally located at the very edge of a planetary system. They then escape the gravitational pull of their current star due to certain circumstances and fail to be captured by the gravity of a new star. Thus, the entire planet roams like a vagrant among the stars. This is what's known as a rogue planet. Qin Shi's eyes widened as he stared intently at the projection of one such rogue planet and turned to look at Li Si. Is this true? No wonder Li Si was so excited. Divine Pattern Star Iron. Just hearing the name reveals its prestigious status from the two words, divine pattern. This is one of the most precious known mineral resources currently in the entire star universe. For normal alloy forging, aside from craftsmanship, materials are naturally of utmost importance as well. Even with the lowest grade alloys, just adding a bit of divine pattern star iron can instantly upgrade them into high-end alloys. Let alone combining it with Qin's top-tier craftsmanship, having divine pattern star iron could enhance the process greatly. Moreover, divine pattern alloy is one of the key materials for manufacturing the core of stellar-class quantum engines. After all, capturing the terrifying energy of an aging star within such a small engine core requires extraordinary materials. Star-class mecha are so rare mainly because they are restricted by divine pattern star iron. Considering the vast expanse of the star universe, there really are quite a few suitable stars for making quantum engine cores. Even though the failure rate isn't low, it's no big deal to simply switch to another suitable star. Thus, what is truly limited is divine pattern star iron. Furthermore, in the alloy structure of conventional star-class mecha, divine pattern star iron is also mixed in to support the full power burst of the stellar quantum engine. But divine pattern star iron is too precious, too scarce. Even with Great Qin's deep foundation, not much was left. After its decline, it had been basically consumed entirely, and now, even in the Great Wall Fortress, there is no remaining stock of divine pattern star iron. Therefore, Su Li's current divine general mecha can only unleash up to 80% of its maximum performance, already the limit of limits. If it continues at this intensity, the divine general mecha's body may even disintegrate before long. This is because the current alloy material used in the divine general mecha, although still top grade from Great Qin Heavy Industries, does not contain divine pattern star iron due to the lack of it in the Great Wall Fortress. Hence, this is why the performance of the divine general mecha has been limited. If divine pattern star iron could be reintroduced to manufacture new alloys and then recast the body of the divine general mecha, it would mean that the divine general mecha could return to its peak state. There can be no mistake. I have confirmed it over and over again. Li Si nodded and replied. Then indeed, our first priority should be extracting this divine pattern star iron. Qin Shi rubbed his hands together somewhat excitedly. This thing called divine pattern star iron is truly the strategic resource among strategic resources, and the idea that it has been found out in the open is something no one would feel comfortable with. There isn't a single force throughout the galaxy that wouldn't be attracted by divine pattern star iron. How come Goblin Tech, which has occupied the Qinglin star system for so many years, hasn't discovered this giant rogue planet filled with divine pattern star iron? Qin Shi couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Everyone knows how valuable divine pattern star iron is, but not everyone has the corresponding detection means. Li Si grinned and said, and the divine pattern star iron on this rogue planet is located deep within the planetary core. With the technological level of the Goblin Tech civilization, unless they search inch by inch on this rogue planet, it would be impossible for them to detect the presence of divine pattern star iron. But given the appearance of this rogue planet, who would imagine that there are divine pattern star iron deposits here? Li Si continued, only the top civilizations could possibly possess super detectors, and even so, it took the capture of a survey drone by this planet's gravity, followed by being swept up by extreme weather on the planet. I only noticed this planet through tracking the reconnaissance drone signals. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid any attention to this particular rogue planet. And under normal circumstances, the value of these star systems around the Veil of Withering is relatively low, naturally drawing no interest from higher civilizations. Li Si added afterward. That's correct, Qin Shi agreed, nodding after listening to him. Qin Shi once again focused his gaze on the projection of that rogue planet. Various extreme phenomena raged violently across its surface. The coordinates of this planet need to be tracked properly. Don't let it get away. Qin Shi smirked and said. Although the various extreme weather conditions on the planet were catastrophic, for the civilizations of the interstellar age, these phenomena were child's play. Your Highness, rest assured. I've already initiated real-time tracking. It won't escape, Li Si stated confidently. But there is one complication. There's a moderate-sized black hole near its location. It seems this rogue planet has already been captured by the black hole's gravity, Li Si said with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Qin Shi frowned slightly. Black holes, with their immense gravitational pull that not even light can escape, are something even the current technology of Great Qin can do nothing about. However, it was just captured, or more accurately, just touched upon by the black hole's influence, so we still have a chance, Li Si continued. What about the reserves? Can we extract all the divine pattern star iron before reaching the event horizon? Qin Shang asked. The event horizon of a black hole refers to the range within which even light cannot escape. Beyond this point, without the refraction of light, one naturally cannot see inside the black hole. Hence, the term event horizon. Even though Great Qin's technology cannot handle black holes, as long as the event horizon boundary hasn't been reached, escaping the black hole's gravity remains possible. There's plenty of it, but under the current conditions, we couldn't possibly manage. Li Si shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang felt both excited and troubled. He was thrilled because the reserves of divine pattern star iron were substantial, but he was troubled by the fact that this rogue planet had unfortunately been captured by the black hole's gravity. But don't worry, this rogue planet has just been captured. If we act quickly, installing planetary engines in the right direction could allow us to pull the entire rogue planet out. Li Si grinned broadly. At this remark, an image of a movie scene from before his time travel popped into Qin Shang's mind. But we're short on manpower. Qin Shang furrowed his brow again. Unless we mobilize the Zhun clan and the Yuan relics. But given the importance of divine pattern star iron, I don't want to let these two civilizations know. Li Si nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. So in extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary actions. Chapter 101, Planetary Engine. At a time like this, we can't afford to be stingy with resources. Just plant the ether coordinates. Then directly teleport through the ether from the Eagle's Nest. All the logistics personnel from the Su family at the Eagle's Nest should be sent over immediately. We need to install planetary engines on the wandering planet as soon as possible. Li Si spoke up. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow and then nodded in agreement. While doing so would consume a great deal of energy, compared to the divine pattern star iron, it wasn't such a big issue. All right, let's do it. Qin Shang then remembered something. In that case, the matter of attacking the goblins doesn't seem urgent anymore. Besides, since the goblins have actively withdrawn from the eastern part of the Qinglin star system, it gives us a great opportunity. Qin Shang grinned. If the goblins hadn't retreated from the frontmost part of the Qinglin star system, any attempt to mine the divine pattern star iron from this wandering planet would certainly be detected by them. This was a good development, completely benefiting them. There's no time to lose. I'll contact the Su family right now, said Li Si. By principle, the mining of the divine pattern star iron should remain as confidential as possible. But now that the Su family has returned to the Great Qin and also being of the human race, especially as remnants of the Yinshang dynasty and former guardians of humanity, they can be trusted. Moreover, currently almost all the manpower in the Eagle's Nest are from the Su family. Unless manpower is directly mobilized from the Great Qin Wall, it would be impossible to exclude the Su family. Given this, it might as well not conceal anything from the Su family and directly mobilize their people for mining, which will be more convenient. Thereupon, under the notification of Li Si's projection avatar, the core members of the Su family gathered again in the command hall. At present, it was just the normal navigation phase. As long as someone was on duty, there was no need for everyone to wait here. Everyone was conserving their strength, waiting for the final battle. Being notified now, everyone had some doubts. Li Si and Qin Shang didn't keep them guessing. They immediately disclosed the matter of the divine pattern star iron. Divine pattern star iron. All members of the Su family were stunned. As descendants of the Yin dynasty and previous subjects of the Great Qin, they naturally recognized the divine pattern star iron. Is this true? Su Bingtian stared intently at Li Si's projection, his eyes glowing. It cannot possibly be false. Li Si smiled and opened the projection interface. We need to make arrangements immediately. Preparations are already underway at the Eagle's Nest, said Li Si. After all, Li Si was only conscious data, and countless avatars existed. Besides the main body of the Great Wall, part of them were also located in the Eagle's Nest. As long as communication with the Eagle's Nest was not interrupted, the Li Si at the Eagle's Nest could know everything instantly. Since the arrangements had been made, preparations began immediately at the Eagle's Nest. The ether transmission facilities were starting to be built. This was one inconvenience of ether transmission technology. Each ether transmission point requires a corresponding transmission device. For example, the ether transmission capsule used earlier by Qin Shang for returning to the Great Wall could not be used universally. Corresponding transmission capsules and related facilities must be built to transmit to the coordinate in the Qinglin star system. Nevertheless, ether transmission is indeed a superior technology. Very good. In that case, extracting divine pattern star iron should be our top priority. As for when to fight, it can be postponed indefinitely. Su Bingtian naturally understood the urgency of the situation. Extracting the divine pattern star iron was undoubtedly the first priority right now. As a result, the previously formidable allied fleet suddenly halted its forward movement. This abrupt action left the True One and the Shadow Legacy clans even more confused, wondering what was going on. Why did they find it hard to understand the moves of the human clan? However, they had no choice but to follow orders. According to the arrangement by the humans, the fleets of the True One and Shadow Legacy clans were left near the nearest quantum channel for patrols, to prevent any unexpected appearances by the goblins via the quantum channel. With this, both the True One and Shadow Legacy clans were utterly baffled. Were they not supposed to be attacking the goblins? Moreover, according to recent war reports, due to the goblins' defeats in previous battles, they had chosen to retreat from confrontation against their allied army, retreating all the way to the rear end of the Qinglin star system. Currently, there was no trace of the goblins in the front area of the Qin star system. How come now they were instead preparing defenses against the goblins? Yet, without any explanation from the Eagle's Nest side, direct orders were issued. Not only that, the manpower at the Eagle's Nest did not participate in patrolling. Instead, they started defensive positioning ahead of the Quantum Channel, even beginning construction on some star defense fortifications. As for the Quantum Channel, the hidden moves set up by the high-level goblins had been eliminated long ago. However, what the Jinni clan and the Shadow Legacy clan didn't know was that the personnel left nearby by the Eagle's Nest were not all, but only a part of them. All the mecha units from this expeditionary force of the Eagle's Nest were not here. Moreover, not just this expeditionary force, even the over 1,000 star mechas originally stationed at the Eagle's Nest had all been transported over through ether transmission. They certainly weren't here to fight, but rather, to mine. This wandering planet didn't even have an atmosphere, and its surface was ravaged by all kinds of extreme weather conditions. In such circumstances, naturally, there was no better unit suited for operations on this planet than mechas. Though using star mechas might seem like overkill, regular single-soldier mechas would generally suffice, like those of the Great Qin Sharp Warriors Corps. But currently, there were no single-soldier armors in the Eagle's Nest. However, they did have the ready-made star mechas. Secondly, the kinetic energy of the star mechas was powerful enough to completely ignore all sorts of extreme climates on this wandering planet. In this situation, work efficiency greatly increased as well. Indeed, with 3,000 star mechas, along with Qin Shang's Ancestral Dragon Type 2, and Su Li's Divine General Mecha pitching in directly, within just 3 short days, over 10 massive planetary engines had already been constructed across the entire Northern Hemisphere. Of course, this included the fact that the Eagle's Nest disregarded cost and continuously sent relevant materials over through ether transmission. After all, for such a colossal planet, the scale of the planetary engines could not be too small. Thus, the amount of required materials absolutely couldn't fall short either. Fortunately, when the Eagle's Nest previously supplied resources back to the Great Wall, it hadn't transmitted everything all at once. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to build even one planetary engine. The planetary engine is completed. Li Si's projection appeared in the central control center of the planetary engine. Perfectly timed. According to calculations, the current power of the planetary engine can still break free from the black hole's gravitational pull on the wandering planet. If it had been delayed by several more days, then the required power probably would have been far greater. Li Si remarked with a sigh. After all, as the black hole's gravity pulls, this wandering planet will get closer and closer to the black hole. The closer it gets, the stronger the black hole's pull on this planet becomes. If the distance gets too close, pushing the wandering planet away from the black hole's gravity won't be easy anymore. It may even be necessary to mobilize supplies from the Great Wall. At this moment in the central control center of the planetary engine, it was entirely filled with mechas. Qin Shang's Ancestral Dragon Type 2 and Su Li's Divine General Mecha were clearly present among them. Li Si also mischievously made his projection exceptionally large. Otherwise, he'd appear minuscule and awkward next to all the mechas. So Li Si took such pleasure in enlarging himself, since he was merely a projection anyway, able to resize at will. Then let's ignite it directly. Su Bingtian's voice rang out in the communication channel, clearly audible excitement resonating in the voice of this commander. After all, this was Divine Pattern Star Iron, something that couldn't help but excite him. At this point, the wandering planet was still under the influence of the black hole's gravity, with the Divine Pattern Star Iron yet to fully stabilize. All right, Qin Shang nodded slightly. Subsequently, Qin Shang took a deep breath and gave the serious order, ignition. And so, inside the planetary engine, tens of thousands of people, mainly from the Su family dressed in protective suits, immediately sprang into action. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the dense network of planetary engines spread across the northern hemisphere of the wandering planet. These planetary engines all came from the high-tech of the Great Qin Empire. There was no need for such complicated systems like what Qin Shang had seen in movies before his Chang'e. Almost without exception, the power system of the planetary engines consisted entirely of ion engine cores. That's right. All these ion engine cores stemmed from star mechas, and tens of thousands of people from the Su family spent a single day amplifying the power output of these cores through special craftsmanship. Naturally, the consequence of doing so drastically shortened the lifespan of these ion engine cores. They would likely be completely worn out after this operation. Moreover, this batch of planetary engines almost emptied the entire reserve of ion engine cores at the Eagle's Nest. These were originally intended by Qin Shang to construct star mechas after being brought from the Great Wall, but it didn't matter. They had their mission for this one time. As long as this batch of Divine Pattern Star Iron could be secured, it would be worth it. With a roar, terrifying streams of energy were expelled from these massive planetary engines. The horrifying energy exhaust directly broke through the atmosphere, reaching straight into the starry sky. The entire massive wandering planet began to violently tremble. Following this, under the terrifying thrust of the planetary engines, the wandering planet slowly disengaged from the black hole's gravity and started to move in the opposite direction. Excellent. The planetary engine is stable. Initiate the second phase ignition. Li Si's voice spread throughout every planetary engine. That's right. This was merely the first phase of ignition. Even so, it had already pushed the wandering planet to start breaking free from the black hole's gravitational pull. This was the formidable technology of the Great Qin Empire. Of course, this also had to do with the sheer size of this wandering planet and how it had only just begun being captured by the black hole's gravity. Pooh. Even more savage energy surged across the northern hemisphere of the wandering planet. The various extreme weather conditions that originally belonged to this wandering planet were completely powerless against this violent energy and were flattened without resistance. Subsequently, the forward speed of the wandering planet increased again. The monstrous exhaust of the parallel engines shot all the way out into deep space, humming. Now the wandering planet truly became a wandering planet, dragging along the horrifying exhaust of its planetary engines as the whole planet rapidly broke away from the black hole's gravitational force. According to this rate, within 4 or 5 days at most, this wandering planet will be able to fully escape the black hole's gravity, Li Si said aloud. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately let out a collective sigh of relief. Even Qin Shi Huang inside the cockpit of the ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech seemed completely exhausted as he relaxed. After all, these 3 days were spent hastily setting up the planetary engines. Both he and the over 3,000-star mechas worked tirelessly day and night. Because it wasn't high-intensity combat, based on the energy reserves of the star mechas, they didn't need to stop for refueling during the 3 days. Driving the Zhu Long mech continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, even Qin Shi Huang, now a 4th-level Qi practitioner, found himself feeling slightly strained. Well done, everyone. You've worked hard. Go rest now. The next step is arranging the corresponding mining operations, Li Si smiled and said. The divine pattern star iron lay close to the core of this wandering planet. Mining in the core of a planet wasn't an easy task. But naturally, with the technology of the great Qin Empire, it could be achieved. Appropriate arrangements simply needed to be made. Since their landing on the wandering planet, they had already collected samples using advanced scientific methods and confirmed the existence of divine pattern star iron. Qin Shi Huang directly piloted his mech and returned with the main force to the moon of the wandering planet. Of course, this was not a natural satellite, but rather a large Eagle's Nest warship that maintained the same orbit as the wandering planet. After Qin Shi Huang returned to his room, he silently laid down to sleep without hesitation. The upcoming mining operation did not require Qin Shi Huang's immediate attention for the time being. Whoosh! Li Si's projection appeared in Qin Shi Huang's room. Seeing that Qin Shi Huang was already asleep, Li Si couldn't help but feel a bit tenderhearted and shook his head slightly. Originally, according to Li Si's plan, Qin Shi Huang did not need to participate in the construction of the planetary engine. But Qin Shi Huang had insisted, saying that as the crown prince of the Great Qin, for something as important as divine pattern star iron, he must contribute his share. Thus, Qin Shi Huang rejected Li Si's suggestion and personally led over 3,000 star mechas in constructing the planetary engines while piloting the ancestral Dragon Type 2 mech. It seems His Highness the Crown Prince is thoroughly exhausted. Li Si shook his head lightly, and then the projection disappeared. At the same time, Li Si's projection appeared near Su Bingtian's command platform. Commander Su, any movements from the goblins? Li Si asked. No, Prime Minister Li Si, please rest assured, I am watching closely. They've probably been frightened witless by us. For now, there shouldn't be any actions coming from them. We cannot afford to be careless. Rest assured, I understand, Su Bingtian nodded. As a well-known commander, naturally, he would not make such a mistake. Only then did Li Si's projection disappear. With Qin Shi Huang asleep, certain matters Li Si naturally took the initiative to monitor. Chapter 102. People are more beautiful than minds. Qin Shi Huang slept soundly and was extremely satisfied, but the sleeping Qin Shi Huang did not know that after he fell asleep, the crystallized wish force on his neck faintly emitted a misty aura. And Li Si merely glanced at Qin Shi Huang, confirming that there was nothing wrong with Qin Shi Huang, so he paid no further attention. Although Li Si is an intelligent consciousness, its capabilities are also determined by the system's computing power. For example, within the Great Wall, there's super system support for the Great Wall. Thus, Li Si's selection can be considered godlike. After all, Li Si is responsible for the entire operation of the Great Wall. However, the current Li Si is just part of the consciousness separated from the Great Wall and injected into the Eagle's Nest system. And the Li Si accompanying the Allied fleet now is a further subdivision, essentially consciousness extracted from the Eagle's Nest system. Moreover, the system's computational power is limited now. Li Si has no way to cover everything. The main focus of Li Si's energy is concentrated on mining the divine pattern star iron from this wandering planet. Therefore, when Qin Shi Huang woke up drowsily after a long sleep, he couldn't help but stare in surprise for a moment. Empty. All the wish forces in the crystallized wish force were gone, whether it was the previously active wish forces or those that were dormant at the very bottom. What happened? Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang sensed his own realm and could not help but hesitate momentarily. Li Si, Qin Shi Huang immediately called out. Swish. This time, Li Si's projection appeared with a slight delay of 1 or 2 seconds. This was a reflection of insufficient computational power. Your Highness, what's wrong? Li Si asked curiously as soon as it appeared. Normally, Qin Shi Huang wouldn't wake up and call out to him right away. Detect my current blood purity, Qin Shi Huang said directly. Huh. Li Si hesitated for a moment, but still activated the scanning device. 55%. Li Si exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, just as I thought. Qin Shi Huang stretched out his hand and sensed his strength. He was already a Qi practitioner of the 5th realm. Your Highness, your rate of increasing in strength. Li Si couldn't help but feel somewhat nostalgic. At the beginning, when Qin Shi Huang arrived at the Great Wall, he had only a 5% blood purity, barely meeting the standard. Li Si thought that Qin Shi Huang's achievements would probably not reach much higher. Qin Shi Huang's arrival might just forcibly prolong the life of the Great Qin. But now, Qin Shi Huang's accomplishments have surpassed some princes of the Great Qin during its prosperous period. Is this because of the wish force crystal? Li Si questioned hesitantly. Qin Shang nodded. There was no hiding from Li Si. Qin Shang pulled out the completely blank wish force crystal. All the stored wish forces have been completely depleted, including the wish forces related to the Su family's return. If Qin Shang had to digest these wish forces on his own, it would take at least a month at the lowest estimate, especially for those solid wish forces, which Qin Shang could not use at all. But the wish force crystal had naturally merged wish forces into Qin Shang over just one night. In such a short time, it managed to digest such an immense amount of wish forces. And even solid wish forces could be utilized. These solid wish forces are all derived from the Great Qin itself, and I don't know the specific conditions required to use them. But according to my calculations, based on the last instance when the wish force crystal spontaneously activated, apparently, if I make sufficient contributions to the Great Qin, it will automatically activate, Qin Shang speculated. The first time the wish force crystal self-activated was when he helped Li Si control Bai Qi's mecha to repel enemies, leading to extreme exhaustion. It then activated itself while he was asleep. This time too, it was after driving the Zhu Long Type 2 mech for 3 days and nights nonstop due to the construction of the planetary engine, which left him very tired, causing the wish force crystal to activate once again. And this effort to build the planetary engine was specifically for obtaining divine pattern star iron. If the Great Qin gains this batch of divine pattern star iron, it would indeed be a significant harvest. There's a possibility, Li Si reflected. Hey, it doesn't matter anyway. After all, I'm truly making efforts for the rise of the Great Qin, Qin Shang grinned. Your Highness, you've worked hard. Li Si paused, and then said. Indeed, everything Qin Shang is doing now is genuinely for the benefit of the Great Qin, although he is a halfway crown prince who teleported here from the external universe. But Li Si, upon leaving, realizes how Qin Shang feels a deep sense of belonging towards the Great Qin. If Qin Shang knew what Li Si was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Duh, this place? Great Qin. Any descendant of the Xuanhuan lineage should naturally have a strong sense of belonging to the Great Qin, right? Well, anyway, this is a good thing. Qin Shang waved his hand. How is the situation? Are the preparations for mining ready? Qin Shang looked at Li Si and asked. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. All preparations are proceeding in an orderly manner, Li Si said. Qin Shang nodded. In the following days, there were no unexpected issues with the propulsion of the wandering planet. For days later, it smoothly passed through the planetary engine and left the gravitational pull of the black hole. Moreover, during these 4 days, under the joint preparation efforts of Li Si and Su Bintian, all the mining preparations had been completed. Go down the mine, start mining. As the wandering planet broke free from the outermost gravitational field of the black hole, Su Bintian formally gave the order. Tens of thousands of miners set out from within the planetary engine. These were all intelligent miner robots. Each one was not tall, but had a small and agile figure, and was equipped with ultra-high-frequency energy-cutting beam guns. These were the results of hard work produced during this period. For mining close to the core, only these specially made, highly heat-resistant intelligent robots could carry out the task. After all, the temperature near the core is no joke. Even if a star mech went down there, it would not last long before melting. Although the armor of star mechs is quite strong, most of it does not possess extreme heat resistance unless specifically designed. Behind each miner robot, there was a corresponding real human operator, all of whom were technicians from the Su family. With the existing computational power, even Li Si could not control so many intelligent robots for mining. Qin Shang, Su Li, and Su Bintian all followed the movements of those robots via live video feeds. A massive tunnel had been created by technological means, reaching directly to the core. However, many pressure-increasing measures were implemented along the way. Otherwise, magma from the core might have surged out of the tunnel. Thanks to the special materials of these intelligent robots themselves, they would not be crushed by the pressure of the tunnel alone. Very soon, the first batch of robots arrived at the destination, a vast expanse of gray-brown rock. The surface of these rocks displayed specks of starlight. Those starlit points were divine pattern star iron. This enormous block of gray-brown rock was indeed the divine pattern star iron mine, and after extraction, further refining would still be needed to obtain pure divine pattern star iron. It was fortunate that we had this material. Otherwise, with current relatively simple means, divine pattern star iron would have been impossible to mine. Though these intelligent robots were extremely resistant to high temperatures and pressures, their high-energy cutting beams couldn't cut through divine pattern star iron. Their cutting beams could only slice through the rocks and bring up chunks of rock that contained divine pattern star iron, which would then be melted elsewhere. They would be transported back to the Great Wall for smelting. Indeed, to utilize divine pattern star iron, only conditions and technology within the Great Wall were suitable. Even Qin Shang's Eagle's Nest system did not have the capability to smelt these divine pattern star irons. Buzz, the high-energy cutting beam began to fire. Under the control of Su family technicians behind them, the first batch of intelligent robots started their initial cutting operation. Although these rocks surrounding the divine pattern star iron were not too special, being near the core meant they were formed under ultra-high pressure environments, making their hardness comparable to common alloys. To put it bluntly, even the armor plating of the Jun clan and the Shadow Legacy starships might not match the strength of these rocks. Thus, these intelligent robots struggled to cut quickly. They also had to carefully search for patterns in order to cut effectively. No need to worry about damaging the divine pattern star iron though, as the cutting beams were ineffective against it. About 10 minutes passed. The first piece of mineral containing divine pattern star iron was successfully cut, roughly an irregular shape with a diameter of around 1 meter. After it was cut loose, the loosened or pressed down on the intelligent robot. Puff. However, the sole advantage of these minor intelligent robots was their sturdiness. Despite being crushed by the rock, the robot did not deform or get damaged, though it remained immobile. Su Binchen's expression darkened upon seeing this scene. All operators controlling these intelligent robots were from the Su family, and for such an accident to occur made him feel embarrassed. This chunk of, or, approximately 1 meter in diameter and irregular in shape, may not look too large due to the astonishing pressure here. These ores are very dense, thus exceptionally heavy. One miner robot couldn't handle such a large piece of rock. Other miners noticed the situation and came over to help immediately. It ultimately took the combined power of nearly 10 miner robots to rescue the one that had been crushed. Do not be too greedy. Try to cut smaller pieces. Chunks that are too large cannot be transported by the miner robots. Su Bintian couldn't help but instruct over the communication channel. Moreover, those operating the miner robots also realized this issue. Once that 1 meter diameter irregular mineral was split into several basketball-sized chunks, they barely managed to carry them. Following that, the first batch of divine pattern star iron ores was successfully mined and transported up through the tunnel. Let's go take a look, Qin Shi Huang said excitedly, rubbing his hands as he gazed at the transported minerals. Although specimens were already collected in the beginning, those specimens were only about the size of a ping-pong ball, with just a tiny grain of divine pattern star iron inside. Now, the proper divine pattern star iron ore has finally come out, naturally drawing Qin Shi Huang's interest. Alright, let's go. Su Li also seemed intrigued. Even though Qin Shi Huang knew about divine pattern star iron and had seen the specimen, as well as understood that the alloy used in by Qi's mech and the war god mech contained divine pattern star iron, he hadn't personally witnessed real, pure divine pattern star iron yet. Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang ran off with Su Li towards the direction of the warehouse. Li Si smirked slightly as he glanced at their retreating figures. Su Qin adjusted his glasses somewhat thoughtfully, glancing meaningfully at Li Si's projection. He always felt like this prime minister's projection was up to something. And Su Bintian and Su Bingfu exchanged a glance. Su Binchen's face revealed an expression of deep contemplation. He could see some things and roughly understand what Li Si had planned. But would this big niece of his and the crown prince from the Dazhou galaxy actually succeed together? If they did succeed, would it be good or bad? Back in the Yinshang era, the Yusu clan was undoubtedly at its peak. Not only were they relatives of the imperial family, but Queen Su Deji herself was a top-notch mech pilot. The famous nine-tailed fox Starkiller mech was once well known across the galaxy. Unfortunately, as the Yinshang dynasty fell, the nine-tailed fox disappeared along with it. If Su Li and Qin Shi Huang truly succeeded, would the Su family possibly restore its past glory? Of course, on the premise that the great Qin dynasty would rise again. There's no denying that the great Qin at its peak far surpassed the Yinshang dynasty back then. Soon, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li arrived at the warehouse where the newly mined divine pattern star iron was stored. Each piece was roughly basketball-sized, enveloped in dense blue stardust. Beautiful. Qin Shi Huang squatted down, ready to touch the rocks. So heavy. Unexpectedly heavy. Even with his current strength as a 5th realm Qi practitioner, he almost couldn't lift it. After channeling his Qi, he was barely able to raise it with one hand, albeit still a little unsteadily. Your Highness, be careful. A jade-like hand reached out at that moment, giving Qin Shi Huang a sensation of softness on his hand. Su Li had lent a helping hand. With Su Li's 7th realm strength, there was naturally no issue. Thank you, Miss Su, Qin Shi Huang grinned. Su Li didn't respond, but stared silently at the divine pattern star iron in front of her. The gray-brown rocks scattered faint specks of blue stardust. It truly looked stunning, like starlight swirling within. Indeed, very beautiful. Su Li spoke, staring at the divine pattern star iron before her. At this point, however, Qin Shi Huang's attention wasn't on the divine pattern star iron, but instead focused on Su Li next to him. Here, Qin Shi Huang saw Su Li's almost flawless profile, while the lighting in the warehouse was relatively dim. The specks of light from the divine pattern star iron thus stood out even more vividly. Reflected in Su Li's eyes was the azure stardust, making her appear extraordinarily enchanting. Already possessing a beauty capable of causing chaos in any land, her attractiveness was enhanced further by the stardust, momentarily captivating Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, she is extremely beautiful, Qin Shi Huang murmured unconsciously, though it wasn't clear whether Qin Shi Huang was referring to the divine pattern star iron or the person standing before him. Chapter 103, The Mysterious Gigantic Divine Pattern Star Iron. Brush. 2. Li Si's projection appeared in the warehouse, originally intending to call Qin Shi Huang. But at a glance, he saw the ambiguous posture between Qin Shi Huang and Su Li, and immediately fell silent. It seemed that his appearance at this time was inappropriate. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was standing with divine pattern star iron ore in his hand. Su Li was close to Qin Shi Huang, extending her right hand to drag Qin Shi Huang's hand, and their figures were almost stuck together. The shimmering light of the divine pattern star iron was reflected in Su Li's eyes, and Qin Shi Huang was dumbfoundedly looking at Su Li's side face. The starlight of divine pattern star iron was beautiful, and Su Li's enchanting beauty was also captivating. Qin Shi Huang, who was originally just an ordinary office worker from Earth, cultivated the ancestral dragon energy cultivation technique after coming to the Great Qin. With the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body, there was an additional air of valor about him. For a while, The scene seemed stunningly magnificent. Although Li Si had very timely kept silent, his voice still made Qin Shang and Su Li snap back to reality instantly. Cough. Su Li lightly coughed as if nothing happened, straightened her body, and casually took the divine pattern star iron ore from Qin Shang's hand before placing it on the ground. However, no one noticed that the earrings under Su Li's hair covering were already completely red. Cough cough. Qin Shang also straightened up, clapped his hands, and looked toward Li Si's projection. What is it, Chancellor Li Si? Qin Shang asked calmly. Air. Or, should I leave first? Li Si tried to say. Qin Shang's face turned grim. Speak quickly. There was an unexpected discovery beneath the mine. Li Si opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly and spoke. What happened? Qin Shang frowned. There must be no accidental situation regarding this batch of divine pattern star irons. Mining has already started. That, Your Highness, don't rush yet, it's good news. Subsequently, Li Si opened a projection screen. The scene in the screen was precisely beneath the mine. Just now, all those mining robots that were extracting or had stopped moving. It wasn't that they had malfunctioned, but rather that the operators behind these mining robots didn't know how to proceed. Because right in front of them stood a massive blue wall. This is... Qin Shang raised an eyebrow, even feeling as if his heart skipped a beat. That's right, Your Highness. As you can see, this indeed is something great, yet also poses a challenge. Li Si said with a smile. Su Li was also stunned, watching the situation in the projection screen. This isn't any wall, emitting a faint fluorescence. This is a whole slab of divine pattern star iron. Such a large solid piece of divine pattern star iron. Qin Shang could not believe his words. This mine wasn't small. Its diameter approached 2 or 3,000 meters, but all of these 2 or 3,000 meters have been blocked by this blue divine pattern star iron wall. So, these mining robots couldn't continue working. After all, the cutting beams equipped on them could not cut through divine pattern star iron. Come on, back to the command center. Qin Shang immediately reached out and pulled Su Li's hand, turning around and running in the direction of the command center. Su Li remained composed, without trying to escape from Qin Shang's grasp. Feeling Su Li not resisting, Qin Shang's lips slightly curved upward. Li Si also smiled faintly. Then his projection directly disappeared in the warehouse. Soon, both returned to the command center. However, when entering, one after another, Qin Shang had already let go of Su Li's hand at the door. After all, there were Su Li's uncle and younger uncle present, as well as Su Li's elder cousin. Even though he was the crown prince of Great Qin, there was no confirmation of relations between him and Su Li. Su Li was still officially in the position of his bodyguard. If he continued holding Su Li's hand like this, it would be somewhat excessive. So at the doorway, Qin Shang naturally let go of Su Li's hand. In the command center, the three of the Su family watched the image of the giant divine pattern star iron mine, filled with joy and concern. How's the situation? Can we detect the size of this piece of divine pattern star iron? Qin Shang walked over seriously and asked. Not clear yet. I plan to let the mining robots expand the mine tunnels on both sides first, to see how big this piece of divine pattern star iron is, said Su Bingtian. At present, the exposed face alone covers the entire mine, which currently measures 2,800 meters wide. Su Qin pushed up his glasses and spoke. Has history ever seen such a large divine pattern star iron? Qin Shang asked again. No, came Li Si's voice. Looking at the entire history of Great Qin and all records of human civilization outside the universe, there has never been a sight of such an extravagant divine pattern star iron. Li Si shook his head and said, according to interstellar records, the largest known piece of divine pattern star iron only measures a little over 1 meter in diameter and irregular in shape. It was discovered by a minor civilization called Norman. It truly reflects the saying, an unremarkable person with treasure invites calamity. Precisely because of this piece of divine pattern star iron, the Norman civilization suffered devastating blows, Su Qin said somewhat regretfully. This elder cousin of Su Li's evidently had a scholarly demeanor. May heaven protect Great Qin. If it weren't for Prince Qin Shang's decision to attack Goblin, we would have missed out on this wandering planet entirely. Li Si looked at Qin Shang with some sentiment. They had discovered this wandering planet just as it had already been captured by the gravity of a black hole. Had they arrived any later, this wandering planet, along with these pieces of divine pattern star iron, including that massive one, would have been consumed by the black hole. At that point, probably no one would have ever known about this astonishing piece of divine pattern star iron. This is also due to your efforts, Chancellor Li Si. Qin Shang grinned. Had Li Si not followed Great Qin's usual cautious style, deploying reconnaissance drones even after Goblin had withdrawn from the first half of the Qinglin solar system, they wouldn't have been able to discover this wandering planet harboring divine pattern star iron. Well, now is not the time for mutual flattery. Qin Shang shook his head and looked at the giant divine pattern star iron in the image. The primary task is to confirm the size of this divine pattern star iron. The next step is to mine it. The real challenge will be how to extract this piece of divine pattern star iron. Qin Shang stroked his chin. Hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Indeed, although this piece of divine pattern star iron was exceptionally large and represented an enormous opportunity, extracting it wasn't something ordinary forces could easily accomplish. If only we could bring this wandering planet back to the Great Wall, it would be much easier to handle. Li Si muttered, but that was somewhat unrealistic. This wandering planet was simply too large. Even though planetary engines had been installed, their original intent was merely to use these planetary engines to retrieve the wandering planet from the gravitational pull of the black hole. After the wandering planet was retrieved, the modified ion engine cores installed on those planetary engines had already been worn down significantly. There was no way these engines could propel the entire wandering planet back to the Great Wall. Even if they could replace the ion engine cores, it would still be useless. The distance from here to the Great Wall was too far. Even when Qin Shi Huang and his team returned, they had to rely on ultra-long-distance ether transmission. Using these planetary engines to push the entire wandering planet back into the Great Wall solar system would take countless millennia. That simply wasn't feasible. The only viable option was ether transmission. But transmitting such a massive planet was problematic. Putting aside whether it was even possible, just imagining the energy consumption was unimaginable, especially for ultra-long-distance ether transmission. If it were during the peak era of Great Qin, perhaps it might have been planned out. But right now, that also wasn't realistic. So, how to extract this huge piece of divine pattern star iron from the core of this wandering planet was a major issue. As for cutting it, that was almost impossible. With the current technology available in Eagle's Nest, there was simply no method to cut through these divine pattern star irons. Even using their strongest means, Su Li's divine general mecha, if not directly employing its ultimate weapon, the stellar eradicator, it would be hard to move this block of divine pattern star iron. But doing so wouldn't work either. Directly breaking it apart could scatter the pieces who knows where. Besides this colossal piece of divine pattern star iron, there were still plenty of regular divine pattern star iron mines. Additionally, the divine general mecha, without attached external modules, couldn't withstand being inside the mine for long, since its structure did not incorporate any divine pattern star iron. Furthermore, the normal methods of the divine general mecha couldn't cut through this block of divine pattern star iron either. In normal circumstances, these divine pattern star iron mines would be transported back to the Great Wall. There, special super furnaces would melt the or containing divine pattern star irons. Once all the divine pattern star iron was extracted, various softening agents would be added, along with specialized processes, to fuse them into molten iron. Then, they would be forged into divine pattern star iron ingots for use. However, this massive block of divine pattern star iron before them, if they could remove it, wouldn't require any smelting. It would already be the purest divine pattern star iron, ready for direct application. Let's see how big this block of divine pattern star iron really is first, Qin Shi Huang helplessly said. Alright, Su Bingtian nodded. In the video feed, upon Su Bingtian's command, the mining robots all started up, beginning to expand the width of the mine tunnels on both sides. With such a massive divine pattern star iron supporting them, they needn't worry about cave-ins or anything like that. As time passed, the mine tunnels slowly expanded, and the conventional divine pattern star iron mines extracted during the process were methodically transported upward. But now, no one paid any attention to those usual divine pattern star iron mines, which were treasures under normal circumstances. All eyes were on the colossal piece of divine pattern star iron. Among them, Li Si was still muttering to himself. Qin Shi Huang leaned in slightly to listen. It turned out that Li Si had already started calculating how to use this massive piece of divine pattern star iron. Divine General Mecha Body, recast. His Highness's Zulong Model 2 can also be upgraded. Then we could consider making quantum engine cores, and so on. Before they even got their hands on the divine pattern star iron, Li Si had already planned almost everything out. In response, Qin Shi Huang could only remain silently speechless. Even as a data consciousness, Li Si was this excited. Premier Li Si, stop calculating. As long as we can extract this block of divine pattern star iron, you can directly make a whole bunch of pure divine pattern star iron mechas, Su Bingfu said with a smile from beside Li Si. With the Su family already having returned to Great Qin, the stronger Great Qin became, the stronger the Su family naturally became too. With so much divine pattern star iron here, the current Great Qin would probably feast on this bounty. This time around, their Su family would definitely reap a lot of benefits as well. Their Su family had always followed closely behind Great Qin and knew that Great Qin was relatively generous to its own people. Ha ha indeed. Li Si grinned while saying so. On the other side, Su Bingtun looked at the giant divine pattern star iron in the footage with a slightly conflicted expression, his eyes pondering something unknown. 10,000 meters. Finally, the width of the divine pattern star iron was determined. Exactly 10,000 meters, not a bit more or less, and the edges were perfectly smooth arcs. Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. This doesn't look natural. A precisely 10,000 meter measurement without any deviation, with such orderly arcs. Under normal circumstances, natural minerals should have irregular shapes. The signs of artificial intervention are quite strong. Su Bingtun also frowned as he said this. I have a guess. Su Qin adjusted his glasses. With such precise dimensions of 10,000 meters, barring any surprises, the height should also be 10,000 meters. Su Qin said. Su Li furrowed her brow and continued. If that's the case, then it's highly likely this is a man-made object. Since that's settled, let's expand the mine shafts up and down first, and dig out the height of this piece of divine pattern star iron. Su Bingtun immediately issued the order. As time went by, soon, the height of this block of divine pattern star iron was also revealed. 10,000 meters again, exactly 10,000 meters, not a meter off. Su Bingfu winced a little. It's highly possible this is a perfect cube with sides of 10,000 meters each. Su Qin adjusted his glasses, seemingly doing so every time he arrived at a conclusion. If so, then there's no doubt this is a man-made object. Qin Shi Huang felt a chill running down his spine. What kind of civilization could possibly have the ability to create a 10,000 meter divine pattern star iron cube and place it inside the core of this wandering planet? Li Si frowned as he said. Everyone fell silent for a moment. At least, to my knowledge, none of the known civilizations throughout the entire galaxy currently possess the capability to achieve this step, Su Bingtun spoke up. It's not a question of whether it can be done or not. Li Si shook his head and continued. It's about who would actually do this. Keep expanding. Let's dig a channel along the edge and see if the length is also 10,000 meters. Qin Shang squinted his eyes and ordered. Now the height and width were both known, 10,000 meters each. Once the length was determined, the true identity of this huge piece of divine pattern star iron would be uncovered. This time, only a channel needed to be dug, which was quickly accomplished. And yes, exactly 10,000 meters, perfectly square. Truly a 10,000 meter cube, Su Qin murmured softly. A full 10,000 meter square divine pattern star iron, with a very smooth and tidy surface. To call it a natural product, well, no one would believe it. Who would do something like this? Su Li was somewhat incredulous. Even if Great Qin were at its peak with ample supply of divine pattern star iron, Great Qin could theoretically accomplish this. But given how precious divine pattern star iron was, even at its peak, Great Qin wouldn't waste it like this. For a moment, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. After all, it was just too mysterious. Chapter 104, The Great Wall's Massive Bleeding. What are you worrying so much about? At this moment, Qin Shang furrowed his brow and spoke. Regardless of whether this massive divine pattern star iron block is a natural product or man-made, it belongs to us now. That's right. Your Highness is correct. Regardless of who made this thing, it is already in our hands now. If we hadn't discovered it in time, this divine pattern star iron would have already plunged into the black hole along with this wandering planet. Li Si nodded in agreement. So, no matter who it belonged to before, now it is ours. Qin Shang gave a slight smile. Now we just need to figure out how to bring it back to the Great Wall. Li Si's projection excitedly rubbed his hands. That's right. Let's first collect the surrounding scattered minerals. This biggest main dish will slowly come up with ways for later. All right, Su Bingtian nodded. Even though there was this huge block of divine pattern star iron in front of them, every little bit counted, and those scattered minerals were also divine pattern star iron. Under normal circumstances, the collectible divine pattern star iron or would be those scattered ones. Subsequently, the miner robots inside the mine started up again. This time, these miner robots avoided the central massive divine pattern star iron block and began collecting the scattered minerals around. However, the mine cave had expanded significantly, so the miner robots still had to be cautious about cave-ins while mining. The middle area was fine since it was supported by that massive divine pattern star iron block. Therefore, when mining towards both sides, the transport of ores coming up also required sending down some high-intensity heat-resistant alloys to serve as load-bearing supports for the mine cave. After all, this was near the core of the wandering planet. If it collapsed, it would be too troublesome to reopen the passage. The collection of scattered minerals continued, as usual. Qin Shang and the others were discussing the extraction plan for the giant divine pattern star iron. A 10,000 meter square giant divine pattern star iron. Figuring out how to extract it was an issue. Or, should we use Bai Qi and Wang Jian? Secretly transport the two Star Destroyer mechs via the ether transmission system here, then add a heat-resistant coating. It might barely cut through this divine pattern star iron. Li Si hesitated for a moment and said, 2 fully intact Star Destroyer mechs might just be able to manage cutting this piece of divine pattern star iron, but it would take a lot of effort. Not appropriate. Qin Shang shook his head. There is only one qualified pilot for the Star Destroyer mech, Su Li. Bringing 2 mechs over would be risky, and even then, only Su Li can operate them at full capacity. With only one person, they might exhaust themselves and not finish cutting this entire block of divine pattern star iron. Qin Shang looked at Su Li and said, piloting a mech isn't without cost. Especially the workload of piloting a Star Destroyer mech. Qin Shang had personally experienced it. Even though Su Li's strength was at the 7th realm cultivation level, cutting this block of divine pattern star iron using a fully complete Star Destroyer mech would still be very taxing under such circumstances, and the burden would be greater. As for collaborative piloting between him and Li Si, it could only utilize limited power, probably not even enough to cut through the divine pattern star iron. On top of that, the allied fleet couldn't provide much computational power to Li Si, making it uncertain whether he could assist Qin Shang in jointly piloting the Bai Qi mech. That makes sense. Hearing this, Li Si nodded and rejected the idea, which reflected the limitation of his computational power in terms of comprehensive problem solving. Maybe through ether transmission? Su Bingfu frowned and thought carefully. Directly dig out all the surface scattered divine pattern star iron mines from this block, then expose the whole divine pattern star iron cube, and immediately use ether transmission to send the divine pattern star iron cube back to the Great Wall. Su Bingfu said. Qin Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. Seems possible. This divine pattern star iron was 10,000 meters square, indeed quite large. Though transporting it would consume an enormous amount of energy, it was still more practical than trying to transport the entire wandering planet. Not exactly feasible. At this point, Li Si negated the suggestion. The construction of the ether transmission framework. Common materials for ether transmission frameworks can't withstand the conditions near the planetary core. Li Si shook his head and said. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence for a moment. It seemed to be the case. The extremely high pressure and high temperature conditions near the core meant that even a Star Destroyer mech could endure for only a short period without external support systems. We can combine methods then, Qin Shang suggested at this point. First, construct the ether transmission framework to the maximum extent possible. Then after excavating the entire divine pattern star iron, find a way to pull it up and drag it to the position of the transmission framework. Qin Shi Huang continued speaking. Looks like it could work. Everyone silently pondered for a moment. Then let's proceed this way. But the energy required for ether transmission of the entire divine pattern star iron cube is something the allied fleet can't provide right now. Not even Eagle Nest could produce that much energy at the moment. Qin Shi Huang shrugged. Relax, I'll directly gather resources and materials from the Great Wall, and through ether transmission, they will arrive here on this wandering planet. I'll arrange the construction of an ether channel right away. After Li Si finished speaking, his projection disappeared immediately. After all, the computational power available here was quite limited, which restrained Li Si's capabilities. Thus, Li Si had to focus when doing tasks. Subsequently, everyone on the wandering planet began bustling around, with Qin Shi Huang personally piloting the Zhu Long 2 model to help out as well. Given the various extreme climates of this wandering planet, adding one more space mech meant increasing efficiency. As everyone was working busily on the wandering planet, Goblin Gao was very puzzled on his side. What's going on? Where are those allied human forces? According to the last detection, they were about to reach the first quantum channel position in the Qinglin star system. More than a week ago, they already destroyed the oscillation bombs we left on the quantum channel. Theoretically, they should have already come through the quantum channel by now, but we haven't detected their presence yet. Since the hidden devices they left on the quantum channel were destroyed, they had been ready to defend in the Qinglin star system. They had even planned subsequent retreat strategies. But after almost a week, it was completely quiet, and there was no sign of the allied human forces. So Goblin Gao was very confused. Did you send reconnaissance drones to check through the quantum channel? We did, but the drones were destroyed as soon as they came out of the quantum channel, with absolutely no feedback. That's strange. However, this is also good. If our reconnaissance drones were destroyed as soon as they went through the quantum channel, then there's no doubt the allied human forces are still on the other side. According to the Yin Yang clan's meaning, I just need to delay time, and they will bring the civilization they found to help deal with these allied human forces. I always feel it's not reliable. Who would be so generous as to help us fight these human forces without asking for anything in return? Whoever it is, given the confident manner of the Yin Yang clan, they probably won't deceive us. Meng Qi saw off the commanders of the Zhen clan and the Yuying relic clan and looked silently into the depths of space. There were a few core members of the Su family, Qin Shi Huang, Li Si, and Su Li, who had all gone to the wandering planet. Here, Meng Qi was commanding the remaining fleet and space fighters to set up defenses around the quantum channel. The Zhen clan and the Yuying relic clan were puzzled as to why the attack hadn't been initiated yet, so they came to inquire. Meng Qi received them, but he didn't give them a clear answer, only saying that the higher-ups were strategizing and no attack could be launched until orders were received. As for when exactly the attack would begin, he was waiting for orders too. Without receiving an answer, the Zhen clan and the Yuying relic clan, though puzzled, could do nothing but return. On this side of the quantum channel, everything was proceeding according to plan for defense setup. Meng Qi was also curious where Crown Prince and Prime Minister Li Si had gone, as all the higher-ups suddenly disappeared, leaving him in command. He felt frustrated himself. Moreover, due to limited computational power, not even a single consciousness avatar of Li Si was sent here. But as a soldier of the Great Qin, he knew what questions were unnecessary and that obeying orders was enough. Regarding the matter of the divine pattern star iron, Qin Shi Huang and the others hadn't informed Meng Qi. It wasn't because they didn't trust him. As a descendant of the Meng family of the Great Qin dynasty, the loyalty of the Meng clan to the Great Qin was beyond doubt. 2 days later, a massive ether fluctuation came from a basin in the northern hemisphere of this wandering planet. Brush. As the ether fluctuations calmed down, numerous units emerged, all kinds of supply cabinets, and more than 5,000 sets of Qin standard mechs. Every single one was a chase wind type, as this time they were not coming for battle but labor, making balanced chase wind mechs the most appropriate. This basin area was one of the rare calm places on this wandering planet. Because it was located at the bottom of a basin, the extreme weather conditions on the planet affected it relatively less. After setting up a circle of simple protections around the basin, the ether framework was laid out there to receive ultra-long distance transmissions from the Great Qin Wall. Your Highness, Prime Minister Li Si. A chase wind mech landed in front of Qin Shi Huang and the others. Its cockpit opened, and Meng Xiao jumped out. This material delivery was precisely the responsibility of Meng Xiao, who would also oversee the subsequent extraction of divine pattern star iron on this wandering planet. Although Meng Xiao pilots a Great Qin Imperial Guard mech during combat, it doesn't mean he can't operate other types of mechs. Tough work. Qin Shi Huang patted Meng Xiao's shoulder and looked at the supply cabinets that had been transmitted over. Even though they were still sealed, Qin Shi Huang, with his perception as a fifth realm cultivator, could faintly detect the massive energy fluctuations emanating from inside these supply cabinets. This time, the Great Wall has bled profusely, Li Si remarked as he observed the cabinets. Most of these cabinets contain the strategic star essence reserves stored at the Great Wall. However, for this enormous block of divine pattern star iron, the Great Qin had spent lavishly. Remember, this location is already far from the Great Wall. The last super long distance transmission involving Qin Shi Huang and Su Li had already drained all of Eagle Nest's stored energy. Let alone now, when what's being prepared for transmission is a 10,000 meter cubed block of divine pattern star iron. You can imagine just how much energy will be required. But once this block of divine pattern star iron is in hand, everything will be worth it. Alright, let's begin setting up the ether transmission framework next. Li Si said seriously. With the arrival of these supplies from the Great Wall, the extraction process for the divine pattern star iron greatly accelerated. Li Si was busy planning the construction of the ether transmission framework for the divine pattern star iron cube. This wandering planet is massive. Its diameter approaches 40,000 kilometers, and the depth of the mine reaches close to 20,000 kilometers. Based on testing, even after reinforcement, the ether transmission framework can only handle an environment within a bit over 10,000 kilometers, and going deeper increases the risk of environmental interference, leading to possible inaccuracies. This means the entire divine pattern star iron cube will need to be pushed up to a height of over 10,000 kilometers before it can be ethereally transmitted. So first, a huge ether transmission framework needs to be built about 10,000 kilometers underground in the mine. Moreover, the lower half of the mine will have to be expanded wide enough to allow the passage of the divine pattern star iron cube. Finally, moving this 10,000-meter cube divine pattern star iron up to a height of over 10,000 kilometers will pose some challenges. It's not about whether or not it can be moved. After all, an entire wandering planet was brought out by planetary engines. A single block of divine pattern star iron certainly shouldn't be an issue. The problem is that the position of the divine pattern star iron is very close to the core of this wandering planet, so the conditions allowing workforces down there pushing the divine pattern star iron are quite stringent. However, there's no big issue. Everything is progressing smoothly. Among the efforts, 5,000 pursuit wind mechs have been employed, significantly speeding up the various operations. These more than 5,000 pursuit wind mechs are primarily working on building the ether transmission framework more than 10,000 kilometers underground. As for tunnel excavation, that depends on over 10,000 mining robots. In order to dig tunnels large enough, even the collection of stray ores has been temporarily halted. After all, this divine pattern star iron cube is the core of the cores. After 4 days of relentless effort by the 5,000 pursuit wind mechs, a massive ether transmission framework capable of holding a 10,000-meter cube divine pattern star iron block has finally been completed 10,000 kilometers underground. Following tests, it was directly anchored through spatial coordinates within the Great Wall star system. Then came the energizing process. As this ether transmission framework was charging, everyone could see the humane projection of Li Si flinch slightly with a look of pain. After all, the energy consumption required here is terrifying. Even the energy used by the Great Wall when firing its Ultrastar crossbow doesn't reach half of what is consumed here. This expenditure is truly a heavy cost for the Great Wall. Once the ether transmission framework finished charging, the expansion of the mine tunnels was nearing completion as well. Next, the task is to fully dig out this entire divine pattern star iron cube. Surrounding this divine pattern star iron cube are all sorts of smaller pieces of scattered divine pattern star iron. However, one cannot simply brute force the digging process without support measures. Otherwise, the moment this 10,000-meter divine pattern star iron cube is excavated, there is a real danger of the mine collapsing. Therefore, it must be done step by step, without rushing. Chapter 105, Meng Xiao's Request. Great. Pay attention to the left, add load-bearing support. The right side should follow up. In the video footage, the mining team worked in tandem with specially designed work robots to diligently clear away the back, left, and right sides of the piece of divine pattern anomalous star iron, while simultaneously installing load-bearing columns on 3 sides around it. Load-bearing columns reaching 10,000 meters tall were needed, ones that could withstand the extreme heat and pressure near the Earth's core. They also had to be flexible enough to hold up the mine shaft after moving the block of divine pattern star iron so that it wouldn't collapse. The cost of just these load-bearing columns wasn't low, and they were primarily gathered from the Great Wall complex. In such a short time, even given Eagle Nest's resources, it was difficult to produce materials of this caliber. Under the joint efforts of more than 10,000 mining robots, plus the previous groundwork laid for clearing the front, within 2 days the surroundings of the divine pattern star iron cube had been cleared of scattered ores, leaving only the top and bottom yet unprocessed. Looking at the fully cleared blue divine pattern star iron cube, everyone was momentarily lost for words. It was stunningly beautiful. If we can fully utilize this piece of divine pattern star iron, it would absolutely create a super civilization. Li Si murmured to himself. After all, even during its peak era, Qin Dynasty never possessed a piece of divine pattern star iron at this level. Hey, now it's ours. Qin Shang smiled faintly. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Hold steady. Once we get it back to the Great Wall, it'll truly belong to us. Su Bingtian also said with a smile. Phew, Qin Shang took a deep breath. Let's proceed with the next plan. Qin Shang said as he calmed himself down. Next came one of the key steps in handling the divine pattern star iron cube, removing the scattered ores embedded on the top, thus completely freeing the divine pattern star iron. Subsequently, the mining robots began working again. Buzz. The entire mine echoed with the hums and vibrations of the robot operations. The mine's scattered ores were transported upwards via a transportation ladder that led straight to the bottom of the mine. Initially, to facilitate transportation, the Eagle Nest side had expended significant effort constructing a transport ladder extending directly into the mine, spanning over 20,000 kilometers. Though these scattered ores were actually the group's main target. Who would have thought there'd be such a massive block of divine pattern star iron waiting for them? As the scattered ores embedded atop the divine pattern star iron were slowly cleared away, the anticipation in everyone's hearts grew gradually. Constantly monitor the pressure on the load-bearing columns. The current pressure is at 10% of the load-bearing threshold. All normal, continue mining.
After half a day, when the last bit of the scattered ores embedded atop the divine pattern star iron cube was removed, the whole mine fell silent. Test the pressure on the load-bearing columns. Report. The average pressure on the load-bearing columns is at 60% of their capacity. There has been no deformation noted yet. Upon hearing the report, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the calculations were correct, and the pressure on these load-bearing columns remained within the predicted thresholds. Su Bingtian nodded, still good. Initiate the second phase of the plan. Subsequently, all the mining robots sprang into action. Those previously responsible for assembling the load-bearing columns disassembled and reformed into engines, then attached themselves behind the divine pattern star iron cube. Then, a dense swarm of orderly mining robots aligned themselves behind the divine pattern star iron cube, ensuring each robot made contact with the cube. Start pushing. Boom. Upon Su Bingtian's command, the engines and mining robots exerted force together. A tremendous amount of energy reverberated throughout the mine. But the divine pattern star iron cube didn't budge an inch. Still not working? Li Si observed quietly, looking at the scene. By now, the fronts, backs, lefts, rights, and tops of the divine pattern star iron had no embedded scattered ores left. Based on this planet's gravity and the density of the divine pattern star iron, the estimated weight of this block of divine pattern star iron was approximately 14 million tons. Therefore, they attempted to see if it could push this divine pattern star iron without removing the scattered ores underneath it. The entire mine formed an L shape. This divine pattern star iron cube rested inside the horizontal channel at the bottom. A vertical channel lay ahead, already equipped with superalloy steel cables on a sufficient scale and with adequate resilience. Once they pushed this divine pattern star iron across, combined with the propulsion below, they planned to lift it onto the ether transmission frame over 10,000 kilometers above. That was the entirety of their plan. However, evidently, it looked like pushing was futile. According to the calculations, all of these office robots combined with the thrusters had already reached a thrust of 20 million tons. 20 million tons of thrust still couldn't move it, so it seemed they'd have to remove the scattered ores embedded on the bottom of the divine pattern star iron block. Proceed with Plan B, remove the scattered ores at the bottom, and make sure to add support wheels while mining. This 14 million ton divine pattern star iron cube would likely crush all the robots beneath it if they removed the scattered ores from the bottom without adding extra support first. Therefore, they had to keep adding supports as they mined. Naturally, this process was significantly slower than before. However, as long as they could successfully reveal the divine pattern star iron, it wouldn't be a loss. Subsequently, numerous sets of supporting modules carrying rollers were deployed. These roller support modules were made entirely of the same material used in the mine shaft supporting columns. Since they had decided to obtain this piece of divine pattern star iron, they couldn't afford to hold back on the necessary resources. Next, the miner robots began, according to plan, gradually excavating the scattered ores embedded at the bottom of the divine pattern star iron mine. This step was different from the previous digging. Haste was not an option. They had to dig steadily and methodically, adding support modules after every bit of excavation. So, this time, the extraction of the scattered ores embedded at the bottom was much slower than the previous extractions from other sides. However, based on calculations, it wasn't necessary to fully extract everything. Exceeding 70% should allow them to push the divine pattern star iron block, especially with the help of the rollers underneath. But even just extracting 70% of the area took longer than all the previous excavation work combined. By now, it had been a full month since the discovery of this rogue planet. Activate. That day's operation unfolded again before their eyes. Behind the divine pattern star iron cube were attached densely packed miner robots along with those engines from earlier. Buzz. A massive surge of energy spread once more throughout the mine. But this time was different from last time. This time, under the propulsion of the miner robots and the engines, the entire divine pattern star iron cube trembled violently. Then, buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine pattern star iron cube started moving slowly forward, its progress stabilized by the rollers underneath provided by the wheel support modules. It's moving. In the command center, everyone watched in pleasant surprise. After all this time, they were finally close to reaping their reward. Magnetic pull. As the cube continued to be propelled forward, the pressure on the roller support modules underneath increased. Some of the rollers began to collapse. However, the collapse of a few rollers didn't significantly affect the overall stability, and the divine pattern star iron cube continued its steady advancement. Hold on. Grunting sounds echoed out as more rollers began to collapse. By this point, the divine pattern star iron cube was halfway out. If there are no unforeseen issues, our plan has succeeded. Su Bingtian smiled upon seeing this scene. Qin Shi Huang nodded as he watched the divine pattern star iron cube slowly being pushed into the alloy steel cable harness. Puff. With a soft sound. Relocation complete. Alloy steel cables tightening. Hundreds upon hundreds of enormous alloy steel cables enveloped this divine pattern star iron cube. Lifting up such a 14 million ton divine pattern star iron cube with current technology wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in whether these cables could withstand the weight of the block. But when quantity compensates for quality, since so many resources had already been invested, they couldn't let this crucial moment fail due to stinginess over resources. Lift up immediately after securing it, and the bottom propulsion units will promptly follow through, Su Bingtian said in the command channel. Even though the super drag machines located tens of thousands of kilometers above could certainly pull the divine pattern star iron block without issue, Lifting it over 10,000 kilometers high to the prepared ether transmission frame carried risks that the alloy steel cables might not endure. After all, this was more than 1,000,000 metric tons, not merely millions of kilograms. Su's technical team stood ready, waiting to instantly supplement propulsion power the moment the Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube was pulled up. They were already halfway successful, success within sight. Activate. Su Bingtian calmly issued his orders. On the colossal alloy platform above the ether transmission frame stood a huge crane. Buzz. Terrifying energy surged forth. Over 1,000 steel cables stretching more than 10,000 kilometers and wrapping tightly around the Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube instantly tightened. Grunting loudly, the 10,000 cubic meter Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube began to rise ever so slowly. Next to the crane that resembled a steel monster, Meng Xiao looked at the energy consumption readings of the machine and couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. The energy being consumed was absolutely terrifying. It's rising. Quickly, the thrusters follow up. Whoosh whoosh. All the thrusters that had previously pushed the Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube from behind immediately sprang into action. Under precise control, they all positioned themselves beneath the cube. Puff. As the thrusters engaged, the ascending speed of the Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube rapidly increased. Despite this, the block weighed over 10 million tons, so its upward speed was still fairly slow, barely equivalent to the pace of an ordinary person jogging. Good, stabilize it. Everyone watched this scene with a mix of tension and anticipation. Currently, all the core tasks were revolving around this Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube. Mining for scattered ores had been entirely halted. At this rate, pulling the block out from more than 10,000 kilometers below would take a minimum of 4 to 5 days. This state had to be maintained for those 4 to 5 days without any anomalies. It was an immense test for all these devices, especially for the alloy steel cables suspending the Divine Pattern Star Iron block. There was no other way since the mine shaft 2 kilometers deep was constrained by various conditions. Otherwise, if planetary engines of such magnitude, could have been placed under the Divine Pattern Star Iron block, it would have likely been easy to push it out. Unfortunately, the size of planetary engines simply couldn't fit inside the mine shaft. Also, the environment of the mine wouldn't allow the materials of planetary engines to endure for long. In the following time, everyone in the command center remained sleepless. They continuously monitored the projection screen. 1 unit later. Report. A 1 alloy steel cable cannot hold. Less than 3 seconds after the report. Snap. A steel cable broke apart on the live feed. Fortunately, just 1 steel cable breaking hadn't caused any noticeable effects yet. However, everyone's expression turned grim as the display showed that all of the over 1,000 alloy steel cables were glowing red, nearing their threshold. If these alloy steel cables snapped, although the underground miner robots and thrusters could still move the Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube, it already possessed over 20 million tons of thrust. The energy required to keep them running full power for so long was unsustainable. In this situation, there simply wasn't enough time for the robots or thrusters to recharge. Right now, because of the existence of the steel cables, the robots weren't pushing at full power, which is why the energy supply was still holding up. This won't do. According to calculations, these steel cables will wear down and snap completely within half a day. Li Si's projected image solemnly announced. Didn't we calculate this beforehand? Qin Shang frowned. According to current technological capabilities, such an oversight shouldn't happen. More or less. We did. But these are already the best Zhenxing alloys we can obtain from within the Great Wall. Li Si said helplessly. Steel cables aren't like supporting columns. Supporting columns just need to be hard enough. But these steel cables need not only hardness, but also considerable toughness. Prince, Prime Minister Li Si. At that moment, a voice came through the communication channel. Commander Meng Xiao? What's wrong? Qin Shang paused for a moment before asking back. Yes, the voice belonged to Meng Xiao. The Zhifeng-class mechanized armors request deployment. Based on this situation, this Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube will never be lifted out. 5,000 Zhifeng-class mechanized armors are currently idle. With our propulsion power added, it should be sufficient. Meng Xiao spoke confidently. But that place is more than 18,000 kilometers underground, very close to the Earth's core. The pressure and temperature there are so extreme that even the Zhifeng-class armors can't endure for long. Qin Shang furrowed his brow. That was exactly why all underground mining operations were conducted by robots. Don't worry, we're prepared mentally. Besides, we'll rotate teams. If we can't hold on, we'll switch personnel immediately. Meng Xiao continued firmly. Report. B-33 steel cable cannot hold. Snap. Another steel cable broke on the monitor. Report. Snap. Snap. In that instant, nearly 10 steel cables snapped at once. Miner robots and thrusters, full power. Su Bingtian hastily gave the order, prioritizing maintaining the stability of the Divine Pattern Star Iron Cube so it wouldn't fall back. Prince. Meng Xiao's voice sounded again. Qin Shang's expression grew heavy. Chapter 106. Finally, it's in hand. Buzz. Buzz. More than 5,000 Zhifeng's mech suits descended quickly through the elevators originally used for transporting loose ore. The mining of loose ore had temporarily stopped now, so this passage became a support route for the Zhifeng's mech suits. It was fortunate that this transport channel was wide enough. Otherwise, the Zhifeng's mech suits couldn't have passed through. In the end, Qin Shang and Li Si agreed with Meng Xiao's request. After all, it had come to this point. This piece of Divine Pattern Star Iron must be brought up. 5,000 Zhifeng's mech suits started descending for support. 18,000 kilometers is a trivial distance for fully accelerated space mech suits, taking almost no time at all. Very soon,
the 5,000 Zifeng's mech suits each arrived near 18,000 kilometers underground. However, upon entering this subterranean environment, all the Zifeng's mech suits initiated their oscillation fields to resist the extreme pressures and high temperatures within the mine tunnels. All Zifeng's mech suits, take over from the minor robots and compound propulsors. It's time to start working. Meng Xiao gave the order, and all the Zifeng's mech suits immediately gathered beneath the divine pattern star iron block and started their engines. The simultaneous burst of power generated by the 5,000 Zifeng's mech suits was in no way inferior to those minor robots and combination propulsors. Instantly, the upward speed of the divine pattern star iron block increased significantly. As for the remaining alloy steel cables, which had previously been entirely overloaded, redlined, the situation rapidly improved. The pressure on these cables instantly dropped dramatically. Take advantage of this time. Any minor robot or composite propulsor needs to replenish its energy in rotation. Su Bingtian issued his instructions. The Zifeng's mech suits did not just descend themselves, but also carried some star core energy blocks with them. These could be used to replenish the energy for both the minor robots and combination propulsors. Following an orderly arrangement, these minor robots and combination propulsors alternated between detaching from the bottom of the divine pattern star iron block to recharge and returning after completion to relieve others. Everything was moving in a positive direction, but Qin Shi remained frowning deeply. Keep constant surveillance on the state of the Zifeng's mech suits. If any shows signs of overload, they must disengage and ascend immediately for repairs. Understood, Your Highness. Meng Xiao's voice came through the communication channel. Under such conditions, the Zifeng's mech suits had to continuously maintain their oscillation fields. Otherwise, even the alloy armor of the bodies alone would last only briefly. In fact, the optimal solution would be remote control through simulation cabins. After all, since it was simply a straightforward push and not actual combat, that doesn't require extremely precise operations. In such circumstances, if there were any losses to the Zifeng's mech suits, it would merely mean losing a single space mech suit. At present, although Great Qin has declined somewhat, the remnants of the Great Wall still have the capacity to endure the losses of these space mech suits, as evident by the numerous ion engine cores that Qin Shi directly brought out to create so many standardized space mech suits. After all, Great Qin Heavy Industries' technological standards are clear. If resources suffice, however many space mech suits required can be built. But people? There aren't too many left on the Great Wall. Otherwise, Qin Shi wouldn't leave leading nearly 1,000 men like this. Each mech pilot represents a form of reserve. Mechs may be expendable, but manpower should be preserved as much as possible. Unfortunately, during the scramble, there weren't nearly enough simulators available on this wandering planet, or even within the Eagle Nest. Thus, the 5,000 Zifeng's mech suits would have to be personally piloted. After we've ascended another segment, the warrior infantry and Iron Guard mechs can descend to help, Qin Shi said. As for the Imperial Guard's mech suits, forget about them. They had weak defenses due to design flaws. Their main point was offensive power. Because of manufacturing constraints, warrior infantry and Iron Guard mech suits produced from Eagle Nest still lagged slightly compared to the Zifeng's mechs. At this depth, warrior infantry and Iron Guard mech suits couldn't possibly handle the pressure. It was estimated that around 14,000 kilometers down, the warrior infantry and Iron Guard mech suits would be able to assist. All Iron Guard and warrior infantry, prepare yourselves. Su Bingtian nodded, then began giving orders. The pilots of the warrior infantry and Iron Guard mech suits were mainly from the Su family. However, since Great Qin's Zifeng's mech suits had already paved the way ahead, Su Bingtian had no words to say in this regard. Hold on. According to the current speed, 4,000 kilometers would still require about 1.5 days. If they persisted for 1.5 days, a second batch of reinforcements would arrive. Under everyone's tense waiting, the divine pattern star iron block steadily ascended. 16,000 kilometers. However, no one showed relief because of it. At this point, the number of steel cables tied to the divine pattern star iron block had decreased from over 1,000 to just 800. During the process of covering these 2,000 kilometers, over 200 steel cables snapped. It wasn't just that. From the initial 5,000 Zifeng's mech suits, only 3,000 remain now. More than 2,000 were damaged beyond a certain threshold due to excessive load and were forced to ascend for mandatory repairs. Since there was no matching repair technology on hand, these withdrawn mech suits could not be serviced within a short period. Furthermore, the remaining 3,000 plus Zifeng's mechs had all suffered varying degrees of damage as well. At most, they had another day's worth of time before these 3,000 Zifeng's mech suits would have to retreat entirely. No, I need to go down. Qin Shi stood up. The current situation was far from optimistic. Your Highness, even with your Zulong Type 2 mech added, it wouldn't change much. Li Si opened his mouth to dissuade him. Besides, Qin Shi hadn't closed his eyes for 2 or 3 days. During this period, everyone had been focused on monitoring the progress of the divine pattern star iron block without rest. Moreover, Qin Shi must not run any risks under any circumstances. Although the Zulong Type 2 mech was somewhat superior to the Zifeng's, the difference at this depth wasn't significant. I'll go. At this moment, Su Li suddenly spoke softly. At this altitude, the Xinjiang mech's body should withstand the conditions, and with the quantum new core of the starship-level mech, we don't have to worry about energy problems. The power of one starship-level mech can make a big difference. Su Li finished speaking, leaving the command hall in a blink of an eye after saying these words. Sword flashes erupted terrifyingly in the passageway, cutting through ordinary rocks and soil, which crumbled and fell away in its wake. A Xinjiang mech wielding an alloy greatsword widened the transport passage by force to fit its frame size. Although this action damaged the previous or transportation conveyor belts, it couldn't be helped at this critical point. Ultimately, the Xinjiang mech reached beneath the Divine Pattern Star iron block while protected by the electrostatic ion field. This time, there were no surprises. With the additional propulsion provided by a single starship-level mech, the Divine Pattern Star iron block successfully ascended to a height of 14,000 kilometers. Following this, the waiting Tai Wei and Wu Zhu mech suits sprang into action. One more day passed. A fearsome burst of energy erupted from deep underground, over 10,000 kilometers down. Boom. The enormous etheric fluctuations almost swept across the entire northern hemisphere of the wandering planet. The Divine Pattern Star iron block vanished. After transmitting such an immense amount of energy, the etheric framework collapsed completely. It's arrived. Li Si's voice came through. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's in hand. Chapter 107, Jablin. I'm good again. This time, whether it was the Great Wall or the Eagle's Nest, both had invested a large amount of manpower and resources. However, this 10,000 cubic unit block of Divine Pattern Star iron was finally teleported into the Great Wall, and the mission was considered a success. Just the 5,000 chasing wind mech suits from the Great Wall all suffered damage exceeding their thresholds. Additionally, over 2,000 infantry and Iron Guard mechs from Eagle's Nest also endured varying degrees of mechanical damage. Although they could withstand the challenge at a distance of over 14,000 kilometers, that didn't mean there was no cost at all. Even the Divine General mech showed some structural damage, but it wasn't much of an issue. Now with these batches of Divine Pattern Star iron collected, the alloy armor of the Divine General mech would definitely need to be recast. Moreover, according to Li Si's plan, the body of the second type Ancestor Dragon mech would also have to be remade. Excellent. Next up is the mining of these scattered ores, Li Si grinned. Here, Li Si was merely a projection of his consciousness, still maintaining contact with the main entity of the Great Wall. Thus, when the block of Divine Pattern Star iron was successfully teleported through the ether and reached the Great Wall, Li Si received the news instantly. However, these scattered ores couldn't be overlooked either. After all, even a small mosquito still has flesh. Moreover, these are also Divine Pattern Star iron, and in fact, these scattered ores may prove more practical overall. After all, cutting up that enormous block of Divine Pattern Star iron is itself quite a problem. These scattered ores can simply be smelted step by step, making them directly usable. In the future, for the recasting of both the Divine General mech frame and the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech frame, these scattered ores will be utilized. However, for now, things weren't urgent. There was still plenty of cleanup work left undone. Besides, everyone had been awake for nearly 4 or 5 days just for this single block of Divine Pattern Star iron. Let's take a full day to rest first. We'll tidy up the mess tomorrow, then continue with the extraction of the scattered ores. Naturally, no one objected. Based on calculations, it would probably take about 7 or 8 more days to mine these scattered ores. At the same time, Jablin, who had waited almost a whole month without further developments, was beginning to grow restless. They had prepared so seriously for such a long time, but there was no movement from the human alliance. As a result, various thoughts began emerging within the Jablin ranks. Why hasn't the human alliance made any moves during this extended period? Could there be some kind of situation arising within their group? Such thoughts quickly snowballed. Although the Yin-Yang clan suggested it would be better to keep waiting until the force behind them finished its preparations before jointly testing the bottom line of the human alliance. They had already waited nearly a month without action. How could the Jablin clan bear it? Plus, some high-ups within the Jablin faction had certain schemes in mind. If anything unforeseen happened on the side of the human alliance, could their side seize the opportunity to capture those mechs belonging to the human alliance? After all, the Jablin faction was highly envious of the humans' mechs. The core desire was the Star Annihilator mechs. If they ever got the chance, just thinking about it got them excited. The more they thought about it, the more excited the higher-ups within the Jablin faction became, especially under the influence of greed. On the side of the human alliance, not only were they refraining from entering via the quantum tunnel, but instead started fortifying positions opposite the quantum tunnel. This confirmed for the Jablin leadership that something was certainly wrong within the human alliance. Otherwise, why wouldn't they attack while having the upper hand, instead opting for defense? Thus, I'm good again. The Jablins began preparing earnestly for their offensive plans. Their primary objective was to breach the defenses established by the human alliance on the other end of the quantum tunnel. They were not rushed. They had ample time for preparation. By the 5th or 6th day, the first prepared troops were ready. The other end of the quantum tunnel saw a dense gathering of Jablin forces starting to assemble. What they didn't know was, the fleet of Eagle's Nest had already detected Jablin's movements right away. What do these Jablins intend to do? Meng Qi observed the situation on screen. Though the main force hadn't moved in yet, could the Eagle's Nest afford to overlook the reconnaissance methods installed on the other side of the quantum tunnel? So, the real-time image appeared before Meng Qi. It seems these Jablins cannot tolerate idleness anymore. Meng Qi promptly ordered battle preparations. The Zheng clan and the Shadow Legacy clans had become almost idle out of boredom, and upon receiving orders, they sprang into action immediately. Are we going to start the attack? A message came from the Zheng clan. No, defense. They're preparing to attack. Meng Qi directly sent the live footage to the two factions. Startled, the two factions paused. Defense? They didn't understand. No one knows exactly what the human side is up to. For over a month now, right at the entrance of the quantum tunnel, they've established a line of steel defense and haven't moved since. Now, with the javelins already unable to hold back from attacking, are the humans still choosing to defend? Why is that? Though puzzled, the two races can only follow orders. As for whether or not they can hold their ground against this issue, neither the Jin clan nor the Shadow Legacy clans have considered it much. After all, the power of the humans is clearly visible. Even in the real-time images, one can see how astonishing the javelin fleet gathered is. There are more than 20 star-destroying battleships alone. This time, the javelins have spared no expense due to the schemes hidden deep in their hearts. However, the Jin clan and the Shadow Legacy clans don't know this. The mechs from Eagle's Nest aren't present. Neither are the high-ups. There's only Commander Meng Qi here. If they knew, they wouldn't be so optimistic. Of course, Meng Qi knows that holding them off will be somewhat difficult. So he has already contacted Li Si at the earliest possible moment. Buzz. At this point, massive quantum fluctuations begin spreading out from the quantum tunnel. They're here, Meng Xiao said gravely. The javelins do not have the privileged channel of the Qin, so they must go through the standard quantum tunnel. Under these circumstances, the javelins are not foolish either. They previously arranged some preparations right at the entrance of the quantum tunnel. Naturally, they would guard against such an eventuality as well. And Meng Qi is no fool. He returned fire with his turrets at the very first sight of the enemy. In the silence of space, yet every colossal energy surge tells a story of the terrifying firepower of these energy artillery pieces. Boom. Accurate hits on the units emerging from the quantum tunnel. It was more than 10 bizarre-looking battleships. At the instant when the energy cannon struck them, these battleships instantly exploded. Massive waves of energy swept in all directions. Energy shields? Seeing this, Meng Qi glanced slightly askance. Impressive, these javelins. These first ones to arrive were not battleships at all, but simply pure energy generators. Chapter 108, The Goblinks Offensive. The Goblink civilization, which had set up ambushes at similar quantum channel entrances before, naturally understood that as soon as they emerged from the quantum channel entrance, they would definitely be attacked. And as it turned out, the Goblink side was not wrong in their guess. They had prepared accordingly, for unlike the Hawk's Nest side, which had almost no preparation last time, the Goblink side was fully prepared this time. These warships that came out earlier were directly blown up after being bombed, forming a large energy shield blocking the quantum channel entrance. Then, even more massive quantum fluctuations spread out. The main force of the Goblinks finally began to properly teleport. Boom. Meng Qi certainly would not stand idly by. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, and a colossal energy beam fired from the star-killing cannon platform on the defense line. When it was discovered that the goblins were starting to gather on the other side of the quantum channel, the star-killing cannon platform started accumulating energy. However, the attack of the star-killing cannon did not penetrate this energy shield. The Goblink civilization had suffered defeat on the Hawk's Nest side before, and naturally did not think that the Human Alliance side couldn't come up with a star-killing cannon. Therefore, these enormous warships took into account the existence of the star-killing cannon when preparing. This energy shield could sufficiently withstand the bombardment of the star-killing cannon for a short period. After all, the Goblinks had gone all out on these specialized warships, but such a powerful energy shield was not without limits. These powerful energy shields are not long-term, but one-time products. They just blindly release tremendous energy, forming a thick energy shield. Even if there is no attack, the energy of this energy shield will gradually dissipate. Compared to the consumed resources, the cost-performance ratio is not high. However, this was also the only way the Goblinks had to counteract the blockade of the Human Alliance's star-killing cannons and forcefully pass through the quantum channel. What a solid energy shield. Meng Qi, looking at the energy shield, which despite being greatly disturbed by the star-killing cannon's attacks did not break, couldn't help but smack his lips. But there was not just one star-killing cannon on this defense line. In this time, including the repair of those previously left by the Goblink, together with the firepower originally from the stronghold, basically everything had been moved over here. There were 2 star-killing artillery platforms in total. Boom. Following that, the second star-killing artillery platform opened fire. A terrifying amount of energy exploded, and the entire energy shield wildly fluctuated, distorting. Finally, under the attack of the second star-killing artillery platform, this time-restricted energy shield collapsed into countless stars. By this point, however, the Goblinks' main force had completed the teleportation. 2 star-killing ships, accompanied by densely packed escort ships and various space aircraft fighters, as well as some stellar mech suits, charged toward the defensive lines of the Hawk's Nest. And there were still violent quantum fluctuations erupting from within the quantum channel behind them. These were merely the vanguard forces of the Goblink. Subsequent forces were still in the process of transmission. Through the real-time footage of reconnaissance drones from earlier, Meng Qi knew that this time, the Goblink had prepared 20 Starkiller-class warships. Various combat units such as starships were countless, surpassing the scale of the previous ambush near the quantum channel entrance. Counterattack. Meng Qi issued the order. Combat units from Hawk's Nest began firing wildly. The Starkiller cannons were still charging for a short while. Also, the opposing Starkiller ships, just emerging, were also charging. Boom boom. Though Hawk's Nest technology might not be as advanced as Great Qin Heavy Industries, it was still on par with Qin science and technology and far exceeded the Goblink side. Despite the absence of stellar mecha suits, the over month-long preparation was no joke. Even though the star-killing cannon was still charging, the terrifying firepower of the other cannons and combat units directly suppressed the Goblink vanguard. Under the immense barrage of firepower, the Goblin vanguard suffered heavy losses momentarily, while Hawk's Nest too experienced some damage under the Goblin's attacks. Itself sheltered behind a defensive structure built over more than a month, Hawk's Nest mainly lost defenses, rather than personnel, casualties which were practically negligible. There was no other way. This was the core strategy now employed in Hawk's Nest operations, to preserve living forces as much as possible. Although they had support from Sioux family personnel, the manpower at Hawk's Nest was limited while the opposing side was an entire interstellar civilization. So even if every 1,000 enemy lives were exchanged for one of ours, Qin Shi Huang felt it was a loss. This was why, in previous battles, Qin Shi Huang's strategy favored direct deployment of mech units, overpowering by sheer force. Meanwhile, beside, fleets of the Jinni race and Yueying relics were making marginal contributions while attacking. Of course, the technology of these two races was inferior to that of the Goblins. The Jinni clan, though receiving some technical support from Hawk's Nest, could not convert it all into actual combat strength in such a short time. So, when facing the Goblin fleet, it wasn't that they wanted to hold back, but rather their contribution was truly limited. Fortunately, they had followed Hawk's Nest in setting up some defensive measures, which allowed them to still play a role to some extent. So far, even though it was called an allied force, the fleets of the Jinni and Yueying relics basically slacked off throughout the engagement. They mostly just handled small tasks, similar to cleaning up the battlefield after the main battle was over. Even though the vanguard forces suffered heavy losses, the Goblin side didn't panic. Instead, they were secretly pleased, because not a single mech unit from the Human Alliance had appeared on the battlefield, including that Starkiller mech suit. It hadn't shown up at all. In previous battles, every encounter began with humanity's mechs leading the charge, leaving the Goblins utterly routed. But this time, there was no appearance of any mechs. It was quite obvious then that their guess had been correct. The Human Alliance indeed had problems. For a moment, the Goblin side seemed invigorated as if injected with adrenaline. If they could crush these human alliances and seize those mechs, the Goblin civilization would definitely leap to an unprecedented level of power. Rush. At this moment, the main cannons of the two star-killing ships had finished charging. Fire. Aim at the defense structures of the Human Alliance and bombard. The Goblin commander glared fiercely. However, looking at the two star-killing cannons in the picture among the human defenses, he roughly estimated that his cannons would likely be intercepted. Sure enough, as soon as the star-killing ship's main cannons fired, the two star-killing cannon platforms on the defense structures fired simultaneously, precisely intercepting the attacks from the two star-killing ships. To intercept the star-killing cannon, you need another star-killing cannon. Or perhaps the cost-free method that the Goblins used previously. Seeing the star-killing ship's main cannon fire being intercepted, the Goblin commander showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he smiled. Because right at that moment, two new star-killing warships and a massive number of combat units emerged from the quantum channel. You only have two star-killing cannons, but now we have 4 star-killing warships. How will you intercept the next round? Moreover, more than 10 other star-killing warships were on their way. As long as those mechs do not show up, victory is assured this time. Chapter 109, Timely Arrival. At the Liulong planet. Just as Qin Shi Huang and his team were about to rest, they received a distress call from Meng Qi on behalf of the Fleet Alliance. A video was attached showing Goblins assembling their fleet. It seems that our more than a month without offensive action has made the Goblins restless, Li Si remarked as he looked at the Goblin fleet on the screen. More than 20 Star Annihilator battleships and an interstellar fleet even larger than the one in the initial ambush. Meng Qi probably can't hold them back, Qin Shi Huang frowned. There's no way they can hold out, Li Si nodded in agreement. After all, there are simply too many Star Annihilators from the enemy side. According to the current defensive line situation, it would be impossible to hold off the attack. At least we're pretty much ready over here, Li Si stated. Even though there were still plenty of scattered minerals, which under normal circumstances were extremely precious. But now with a piece of 10,000 cubic meter xuanhuan star iron within the Great Wall, these minerals weren't as valuable as before. I'm afraid it might already be too late for us to head back, Qin Shi Huang said helplessly. Let them retreat. We should preserve our combat forces as much as possible, Qin Shi Huang frowned. And even if we went back right now, among the main force mechs, only more than 1,000 Yulin Guard mechs remained intact. The Iron Guards and Martial Soldiers mechs were all damaged. Although they could still fight, their power was greatly diminished. Including the Shun General mech frames, some were slightly damaged. Although there were more than 5,000 Pursuer mechs, which still had combat capability, these machines couldn't appear on the battlefield. Otherwise, their Qin identity would be exposed immediately. Then the Goblins wouldn't need to do anything. Just by announcing their Qin affiliation, Qin Shi Huang's side would become targeted by the 10,000 races across the galaxy. No, we can still put up a fight. It'd be a pity to directly retreat and abandon the defensive lines just like that. Li Si shook his head and said. Besides, it's only the Goblins. Qin Shi Huang blinked. But we won't make it in time. Although this wandering planet is also inside the Qinglin star system, it is quite far from the defensive line. Under normal travel conditions, it would take 3 or 4 days. Relax, after sending the Xuanhuan star iron block, there is still some energy reserve left. If we've consumed so much already, it's not a big deal to spend a bit more. Li Si's projection smiled and said. So it goes. Qin Shi Huang returned to his senses. At least, the energy for teleporting the mechs back to the defense lines should suffice, Li Si continued. After all, this Xuanhuan star iron block was too precious, and the energy budget on this side of the Great Wall naturally needed to exceed a little. Better safe than sorry. You don't want to end up with the Xuanhuan star iron block created, but without enough energy to send it, and that would be trouble. Alright, If that's the case, let's use the same personnel to transmit back. Both Su Lu and I will go back, while the pursuer mechs continue to guard this wandering planet until the collection of scattered ores is complete. Qin Shang made a decision on the spot. I and Xiao Qin will also return. Ah Fu. You keep an eye on things here, Su Bingtian said to Su Bingfu. Sure, Su Bingfu nodded. Su Qin adjusted his glasses and did not speak. Prepare the troops. Su Bingtian gave the command instantly. Boom, boom. In the starry sky, splendid fireworks were still blossoming. Although reinforcements arrived, using standard firepower methods, the High Goblin fleet was still unable to breach the Allied frontline defenses. However, under the Goblin assault, casualties on the Eagle Nest Alliance side were gradually increasing. Most of the losses were among the True One's clan and Shadow Legacy forces. Eagle Nest suffered mostly through various defense structures being damaged under Meng Qi's cautious command. At this point, both the True Ones and the Shadow Legacy showed signs of retreating. They were also curious. Where were the human mech forces? Why hadn't they come forward yet? Though human technology led the Goblins by quite a bit, ants killing an elephant still counts. The Goblins' fleet numbers were too vast. If the core strength of the humans did not show up soon, the defensive line would collapse. Also, the humans seemed too conservative in battle. By now, the main cannons of the 4 enemy Star Annihilation ships were nearly fully charged. Our side only had 2 Star Annihilation gun platforms. At best, they could intercept fire from 2 of the 4 Star Annihilation ships. But the remaining 2 would destroy the 2 Star Annihilation gun platforms guarding the defensive line. Once the Star Annihilation gun platforms fell, defending would grow even more challenging. Boom. Terror-inducing waves of energy rippled outward. Fire. The 4 Star Annihilation ships simultaneously fired their main cannons. Target clear, straight for the 2 Star Annihilation platforms guarding the defensive line. Boom. Star Annihilators. Firing. Just like before, the predicted trajectories were smoothly intercepted, blocking the main cannons of 2 Star Annihilator ships. But there were still 2 energy beams from the main cannons of the Star Annihilators heading towards the Star Annihilation gun platforms. It's over. The Star Annihilation gun platforms are about to be destroyed. Whoosh. At this moment, the entrance of the Quantum Channel appeared again with a large wave of Goblin fleet and 2 Star Annihilator ships. Boom. The energy shield on our side was directly pierced by the attack from the main cannons of the Star Annihilators. The energy beams from the Star Annihilation guns then unobstructedly headed towards the 2 Star Annihilation platforms. Right at this critical moment, space ripples spread out. A blue electromagnetic sword light lit up, forming an arc-shaped electromagnetic sword light in midair, which confronted the 2 main cannons of the Star Annihilators. Boom. The sword light clashed with the energy from the main cannons of the Star Annihilators. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. All the nearby combat units were impacted and thrown flying around in chaos. After a short period of resistance, the sword light began to collapse inch by inch. However, the 2 energy beams from the Star Annihilation guns had been weakened significantly as well. The colossal figure of the Shun General Mech emerged ahead. That one streak of sword light precisely emanated from it. Finally here at the crucial moment, facing the diminished power of the 2 Star Annihilation main cannons, the Shun General Mech erected a massive shield. A great field of electrical ion force expanded. Boom. Electricity burst forth. The 2 energy beams penetrated into the electric ion field, only to be halted and subsequently weakened. Upon seeing this scene, everyone could not help but feel their spirits lifted. The mech has arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, behind the defensive line, over 1,000 streaks of bright blue electromagnetic glow rapidly crossed the position of the defense line, heading straight for the Goblin fleet. Yulin Guard mechs. Electromagnetic spear throw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one distorted waves appeared, and over 1,000 Iron Guard mechs also showed up on the battlefield, immediately charging forward while resisting the tremor fields with long knives and large shields in hand. Following closely after them were over 1,000 martial soldier mechs, each holding swords and shields. Boom boom. Intense energy cannon fire. Xuanhuan floating cannons. Each mech carried 2 Xuanhuan floating cannons. With the combination of Iron Guard and martial soldier mechs totaling more than 2,000, thus over 4,000 Xuanhuan floating cannons simultaneously fired. The situation instantly reversed. Chapter 110, The Agile Zulong 2. After consuming the remaining energy of the wandering planet from the Great Wall side, this time over 3,000 star mechs from the Eagle's Nest and Su Li's Divine General Mech all managed to return just in time. The mech appeared. Goblin was instantly startled. On the contrary, the previously fearful True Ones and Phantom Legacy immediately seemed to regain their courage, launching a counterattack as if injected with adrenaline. And at this moment, an unexpected twist occurred on the battlefield. Boom. A Star Annihilator-class battleship from Goblin's fleet suddenly exploded into fireworks. Goblin couldn't help but hesitate, wondering what had happened. It should be noted that all 4-star Annihilator-class battleships were located at the back of their battle formation. How did one of them explode so suddenly? Immediately after the explosion, a dark golden figure burst out of the fiery fireworks. There was no doubt that this dark golden figure was undoubtedly the culprit behind the explosion of the Star Annihilator-class battleship. This dark golden figure emerging from the fireworks turned out to be Qin Shang's Zulong 2. But now, the Zulong 2 was in its supercharged state. Qin Shang's current strength had reached the 5th realm of Qi practitioner, combined with the special nature of the Zulong Qi practice technique. Qin Shang controlling the supercharged state of the Zulong 2 had become effortless, not like before when the burden was unbearable. With his current strength, as long as the Zulong 2 mech had enough energy, Qin Shang could maintain the supercharged state of the Zulong 2 continuously. As for how Qin Shang drove the Zulong 2 straight to the enemy's deep rear line and destroyed a Star Annihilator-class ship by surprise. It was simple, through a quantum channel. Let's not forget, the Qin possessed the privilege codes for the majority of quantum channels throughout the entire galaxy. After all, the once mighty Qin Empire almost unified the galaxy. Using the ether transmission to arrive at the battlefield, Qin Shang didn't reveal himself right away. Instead, he hid himself using optical refraction camouflage and then used the privilege to cross the quantum channel again, reappearing directly in their deep rear lines. Actually, according to Qin Shang's initial plan, it would have been best if Su Li had piloted the Zulong mech to come with him. In that case, his Zulong 2 mech, along with the Divine General mech, would strike from the deep rear while the goblins were caught off guard, ensuring that these 4-star Annihilator-class ships would all be doomed. However, they just arrived when the Star Annihilator cannons guarding the defensive line were under threat. After a brief hesitation, Su Li decided to protect the Star Annihilator cannon platforms. After all, the Eagle's Nest side had no Star Annihilator ships, and these 2-star Annihilator cannon platforms, if preserved, could provide significant firepower support. Under these circumstances, the priority was clearly to protect the Star Annihilator cannon platforms. Therefore, the one who ultimately conducted the surprise attack via the privilege channel was only Qin Shang. Given the capabilities of the Zulong 2 against the Goblins' technology, Su Li wasn't overly worried about Qin Shang. As for why the entire mech force wasn't led directly through the privilege channel for a surprise attack from the rear, that's because the noise would have been too great. Although the current quantum fluctuations from the Goblins' fleet teleporting through quantum channels were significant, Qin Shang's single Zulong 2 mech transmission went completely unnoticed by the Goblins. But if more than 3,000 sky mechs were to teleport together, the massive quantum fluctuation would definitely catch the attention of the Goblins, who are far from fools. During a previous ambush, even the huge quantum fluctuations generated when the mech force passed through the privileged quantum channel were discovered by the Goblins. At the time, however, the Goblins' firepower layout was around the entrance to the quantum channel, and there wasn't enough time to adjust their guns. In its supercharged state, the Zulong 2 had full focus and easily annihilated a Star Annihilator-class ship of this level of Goblin technology without much difficulty. Subsequently, Qin Shang's Zulong 2 charged towards another Star Annihilator-class ship. Stop him! Upon seeing this scene, the Goblin commander immediately roared in anger, and those escort ships quickly redirected their firepower, attempting to intercept Qin Shang. However, despite the Zulong 2 still being within the category of star mechs, in its supercharged state, it was indeed capable of engaging with a Star Annihilator-level mech. Moreover, due to Qin Shang's own breakthrough in power, the supercharged Zulong 2 mech moved gracefully like a dragon, easily navigating through the gunfire of the escort ships. Soon, the Zulong 2 approached another nearby, Star Annihilator-class warship. Boom boom. At this point, the main combat starships of the Goblins started firing frantically at Qin Shang, and the range of these attacks even covered the nearby, Star Annihilator-class warship beside Qin Shang. After all, Qin Shang was too close to this Star Annihilator-class battleship. He could avoid small-caliber firepower, but it absolutely couldn't do anything to this Shinkong mech. So the Goblin commander wasn't stupid either and directly ordered large-caliber main cannons to attack, even if it involved risking the Star Annihilator-class ship at all costs. After all, letting Qin Shang's Zulong 2 stay in their deep rear line was truly a tough issue. But there wasn't much of a problem. Qin Shang simply controlled the Zulong 2 to make a tail flick and swam, right under the Star Annihilator-class battleship. Shameless. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking Goblin commander gritted his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do about it. Boom boom. Terrifying firepower rained down on the energy shield of the high-level Goblin Star Annihilator-class ship, while the Zulong 2 hiding underneath was hardly affected at all. The energy shield of the Star Annihilator-class battleship was fluctuating continuously but hadn't yet been broken. Because as soon as the Goblins' ships saw the movement of the Zulong 2, they adjusted their fire in time. Otherwise, without Qin Shang lifting a finger, the energy shield of this Star Annihilator-class ship would have been shattered by their own forces. However, Qin Shang was still within the range where the Star Annihilator-class battleship had countermeasures. Deep space torpedoes. The bottom hangar of the Star Annihilator-class battleship opened, dropping various high-energy bombs towards Qin Shang's Zulong 2. But Qin Shang grinned. Coiling Dragon. Under Qin Shang's control, the Zulong 2 directly climbed up along the energy shield of the Star Annihilator-class ship. As a result, the high-energy bombs falling from below missed their mark entirely. However, Qin Shang wasn't about to let those bombs go to waste. At the instant the high-energy bombs passed through the energy shield, the Zulong 2 mech swished its tail, and a dark golden sword light flashed. Swish! The sword light hit the high-energy bombs with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Under the impact of the sword light, the high-energy bombs detonated immediately, and the explosion location was almost flush against the position of this Star Annihilator-class ship's energy shield. The already unstable energy shield of the Star Annihilator-class ship began teetering dangerously. This scene made the high-ranking Goblin captain of this starship nearly spew blood in frustration. Qin Shang's actions were utterly despicable. Still, one had to admit that it was quite effective. Qin Shang didn't hesitate and launched a Dragon Breath attack, causing the energy shield, which was already precarious, unable to withstand this blow. A huge breach instantly opened in the energy shield of the Star Annihilator-class ship. Chapter 111. The Defeat of the High Goblins. The gap wasn't very large, but it was enough. Breaking through the entire energy shield directly, Qin Shi Huang driving the Zulong Type 2 could naturally accomplish this, especially when the energy shield was already precarious. But doing so would be counterproductive and unnecessary. Currently in an overclocked state, the Zulong Type 2 took on a dragon swimming form rather than that of a bulky shape. After breaking through with the dragon breath technique to create an opening, the Zulong Type 2 directly swam inside through the gap. Despite appearing so effortless, the cost was being hit by several secondary cannons from the Star Destroyer while entering through the gap. After all, there was no room to evade upon entering through the gap. However, the technological level of the High Goblins couldn't cause any significant damage to Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 from the secondary cannons of the Star Destroyer. It merely damaged part of the mech's armor, directly penetrating deep into the enemy's rear, moving like a dragon amidst 10,000 troops. Only the Zulong Type 2 mech could achieve such a feat. After all, the overclocked Zulong Type 2 was even beyond the capability of a Xinjiang mech's fire network to hold it down directly. Even if the Xinjiang mech were to take over, it wouldn't be as effortless as Qin Shi Huang, since the Xinjiang mech, though powerful, lacked such flexibility. Nevertheless, the Xinjiang mech didn't need all those flashy tricks. Simply relying on brute strength, charging through battle lines was sufficient. Facing the High Goblins, on the front line, none of the main combat units of the High Goblins could pose a threat to the Xinjiang mech. As for the Star Destroyer's main cannon, given the right preparations, star-level mechs weren't unable to withstand the Star Destroyer's main cannon, especially since the Xinjiang mech currently leaned more toward a defensive heavy-class mech. Didn't you see how just now the Xinjiang mech had managed to hard-block 2 Star Destroyer cannons, holding the defensive artillery positions? At this moment, after securing the Star Destroyer artillery platforms, the Xinjiang mech was tearing through the battlefield with incredible force, akin to wielding an unstoppable blade. With the Xinjiang mech leading the charge and flanked by Iron Guards and martial infantry mechs serving as blades, this mech unit was like a razor-sharp sword cutting through the battlefield. Wherever they went, enemies fell. To say nothing of the fact that behind them, there was still a force of 1,000 Royal Guard mechs and the Hawk Nest fleet, which had loosened their restrictions on tactics. After all, with the mechs back in action, the Hawk Nest faction regained its confidence. In no time at all, the High Goblins' offense turned into defense. And not only did they fail to hold, they were rapidly retreating. Speaking of Qin Shi Huang, after infiltrating the Star Destroyer's energy shield, his Dragon Breath attack did not stop, but directly fired another breath towards the Star Destroyer's main cannon position. Fortunately, the main cannon hadn't charged up, otherwise, this Star Destroyer would have blown apart directly. Even so, a huge hole was torn open at the main cannon position. The Zulong Type 2 immediately repeated the old trick, charging straight into the interior of the Star Destroyer through the newly created gap. The Zulong Type 2 mech measured about 100 meters in length during its overclocked state. As for the High Goblin Star Destroyers, they measured approximately 1,300 meters long. Every civilization's starships varied in style and size. Similar to the fledgling Eagle ship Qin Shi Huang once piloted, despite having a weaker firepower system, it was equivalent to a small automatic base camp and also served some transport ship functions. Therefore, the fledgling Eagle ship was longer than common Star Destroyers, measuring roughly 3,000 meters in length. The transport compartments inside utilized a certain amount of subspace technology. Otherwise, the fledgling Eagle ship wouldn't have been able to carry so many mechs and supplies initially. After the Zulong Type 2 mech entered, the entire High Goblin Star Destroyer began to shake. Though it hadn't exploded yet, everyone knew this Star Destroyer was doomed. Concentrate fire. A1 and A2. Direct your Star Destroyer main cannon's concentrated fire. Lock onto B4's position. I want that long thin mech buried along with it. The High Goblin commander gave instructions grimly to the remaining 2 Star Destroyers. B4 was beyond saving anyway. Might as well turn it into a coffin. He saw clearly that although the Zulong Type 2 mech was formidable, its feature was agility. Thus correspondingly, its defenses and firepower should be relatively weak. Moreover, the Zulong Type 2 mech hadn't reached the Star Destroyer level. Hence, the opposing side certainly couldn't withstand the Star Cannon. Immediately thereafter, the 2 Star Destroyers swiftly adjusted their cannons. On the Hawk Nest side, naturally, they noticed the enemy's actions. They promptly alerted Qin Shi Huang. Still, Qin Shi Huang did not drive the Zulong Type 2 mech out to engage, nor did Su Li driving the Xinjiang mech on the front lines retreat to support Qin Shi Huang. She continued her rampage. Of course, it was not because they didn't care about Qin Shi Huang's life or death, nor that Qin Shi Huang didn't value his own safety. It was simply unnecessary. The 2 Star Destroyer artillery platforms preserved earlier by Su Li were not just for show. Boom. The Star Destroyer cannons fired. The target was clear, the 2 High Goblin Star Destroyers. Now, the choice was left to the High Goblins. If they chose to continue attacking Qin Shi Huang, their Star Destroyers might be destroyed by the Star Cannon platforms before they could even fire. If they chose to intercept the Star Cannon platform's attack, then naturally, they wouldn't be able to attack Qin Shi Huang. It was obvious that the High Goblin commander wasn't foolish. He wouldn't sacrifice 2 perfectly intact Star Destroyers just to save one that was already doomed. Thus, the 2 Star Destroyers had to abandon their plans to attack Qin Shi Huang and turn their cannons to intercept the Star Cannon platform's assault instead. Whoosh. At this moment, the quantum channel flared with energy again as new reinforcements from the High Goblins arrived. 2 more Star Destroyers, along with a fleet of escort ships and other main battle starships. It wasn't that the High Goblins hadn't wanted to bring all their forces in one go, but the load capacity of the quantum channel was simply limited to this much. Any more units, and the quantum channel wouldn't be able to handle it. Boom. A massive surge of energy spread out. The Star Destroyer's main cannons successfully intercepted the Star Cannon platform's attack. At the collision point of the energies, no combat unit dared to linger nearby. After all, aside from perhaps Xinjiang-class mechs, anything else caught in this level of energy would surely disintegrate. Retreat. The High Goblins made their decision. With the appearance of the mech forces on the human side, they knew their chances of victory were slim. Unless they were willing to send in their entire army at once, accepting heavy losses in an exchange, there would be no way to win. However, the load capacity of the quantum channel directly restricted their options. Sending forces in waves like this would only mean certain death when facing the humans' mech units. The High Goblins didn't even have the qualification for an equal exchange. As such, the newly deployed High Goblin reinforcements immediately turned around and retreated straight into the quantum channel. Following this, the remaining High Goblin forces also began withdrawing, entering the quantum channel one after another. Whoosh. At this moment, the Zulong Type 2 mech emerged from the other end of the Star Destroyer and swiftly vanished after a quick tail swing. Boom. Without question, that Star Destroyer exploded spectacularly, turning into a fireworks display. The High Goblin commander watched this scene, grinding his teeth in frustration but powerless to do anything. That long, sleek mech was far too slippery. Chapter 112, Gao Goblin. We are on the move again. Gao Goblin retreated. Qin Shang controlled the Zulong Type 2 mech, successfully penetrating Gao Goblin's formation and returning to the Eagle Nest defense line. After all, even the fully capable Gao Goblin fleet could not stop the Zulong Type 2 under its overdrive mode, let alone the now defeated Gao Goblin fleet. Hong Qi, order the troops to stop chasing. Qin Shang said through the communication channel after his return. Understood, Your Highness Prince, Hong Qi responded. Qin Shang then disabled the overdrive mode of the Zulong Type 2, hovering in front of the mech forces, side by side with Su Li's Divine General mech. Or perhaps more accurately, positioned beside it. After all, as a heavy starfighter mech, the Divine General was significantly larger than the Zulong Type 2, making the Zulong Type 2 look like a son next to its father. Behind them stood over 2,000 Iron Guard mechs and warrior mechs. The fleet and aerospace units of Eagle Nest gradually gathered. On the outermost edge were the fleets of the Zhen clan and the Yoing relic tribe, slowly circling around. As for why there were only about 2,000 mechs left, it was because nearly 10 mechs had been lost during the previous battle. And even among the remaining mechs, their bodies were mostly damaged, looking somewhat disheveled and lacking in the earlier magnificence. There was no way around it. Except for Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 mech and the rear Yulin Guard mech, including the Divine General mech. None of them were in peak condition when they rushed over here. Back at the mining cave of the Wandering Planet, to push the Spirit Star Iron Cube onto the ether transmission frame, the basic structure of most mechs was already damaged. This was also why Qin Shang gave the command not to chase. Not only were the soldiers' mechs damaged, but Qin Shang and others had also not rested, receiving news from Hong Qi just when they prepared to rest. If all the mech forces were in prime condition, there would have been no losses during that previous battle. Although Qin Shang felt some regret, war always involves casualties, and he accepted this. Soon, Gao Goblin's fleet successively withdrew into the quantum tunnel. Clear the battlefield and prepare for repairs. Keep an eye out for a surprise attack. Qin Shang issued the order. Su Bingtian quickly took over Hong Qi's command. After handing over the command authority, Hong Qi didn't show any annoyance for losing control, but instead let out a sigh of relief. With the prince away along with the mech forces, and even without Prime Minister Li Si's projection staying behind, he really felt tremendous pressure having command power in his hands. Hong Qi was well aware that overall planning wasn't suitable for him. Following this, Qin Shang had nothing more to worry about. After Su Bingtian took over, Qin Shang directly returned to his palace, falling asleep immediately. When he woke up, he saw Li Si's holographic projection waiting in front of him. How long did I sleep? Qin Shang sat up, feeling almost all of his fatigue dissipate as the internal energy flowed throughout his body. Your Highness, you've slept for approximately 17 hours, Li Si smiled and said. How is the situation on Gao Goblin's side? Qin Shang asked. Though they had already repelled the attack earlier, the condition of the mech forces hadn't been great. He wondered whether Gao Goblin might make a comeback. Of course, Qin Shang wasn't overly worried. It just required Eagle Nest, or rather, the Great Wall side, to digest the resources of Spirit Star Iron. After that, their own strength would achieve a qualitative leap forward. No major issues. Commander Su has already made the necessary arrangements, Li Si said smiling. And the Spirit Star Iron? Qin Shang followed up. Everything is proceeding smoothly. That's good. But reality confirmed Qin Shang's prediction indeed. Though due to the timely arrival of the mech forces, this battle certainly concluded in defeat for Gao Goblin. Yet, analyzing the battle afterward, they uncovered some problems. Firstly, while the human alliance was powerful, they harbored a fatal weakness. They lacked star destroyers, and the fleet numbers were too few. Even though their technology was relatively ahead, the human fleet still had a clear advantage over them. However, the Zhen clan and the Yoing relic race were dragging the alliance back substantially. At the start of the conflict, before the appearance of the mech forces, despite suffering massive casualties under the terrifying firepower of the humans, their numbers were significant. It was their stronghold, after all. Even with considerable losses, it was evident. With further reinforcements arriving, the human defense lines began struggling to hold. They mainly relied on the space defense line to maintain their positions. Otherwise, human casualties would have been equally catastrophic. As for the Jun clan and the Yoing relic race, they could be completely disregarded. Both firepower and technological level fell far below what was needed. Second, under the overwhelming pressure of numbers, they were almost unable to show any resistance. The core strength of the human alliance was its mechs. More than 3,000 high-end star mechs, all standardized and on a large scale, were indeed terrifying. Plus one stellar destroyer mech. On the battlefield, the mech forces almost roamed without restraint, unstoppable wherever they went. However, when compared to the ambush battle outside that quantum tunnel before, Gao Goblin's side also discovered some issues. For the first time, they barely managed to inflict any damage on these human mech formations. Standardized, fully equipped mechs were truly horrifying. But in this battle, upon reviewing the combat footage, they saw clearly that under their artillery fire, the enemy lost nearly 10-star mechs. It wasn't much, really. In comparison to the damage they themselves sustained this time, it wasn't significant, but it was a good start. The number of standardized mechs on the opponent's side wasn't unlimited either. They only had 3,000 units. Additionally, Gao Goblin figured out that the reason they could inflict damage on these human standardized mechs was because the mechs were already in a damaged state. Especially when the humans retreated without pursuit, and when the mech forces gathered together, it was obvious how battered and disheveled they looked. Even more surprisingly, Gao Goblin compared the previous battle replay footage. They were pleasantly surprised to find that not only were the standardized star mechs damaged, but even the stellar destroyer mech was in a damaged state. Though still invincible, this meant an opportunity for them. Thus, various speculations began within the ranks of Gao Goblin. No wonder the human alliance hadn't launched an attack on them for so long. Could it be that the human alliance was facing another formidable enemy elsewhere? Otherwise, how could those mech squadrons and stellar destroyer mech have been damaged? Furthermore, those enemies must have been extremely powerful. There was no other explanation that would create such a scene where the humans dispatched their entire mech fleet into action. In the replays, it was clear that these mech forces had rushed back hastily. So, was there another possibility? Could the human alliance be fighting on two fronts right now? This thought became increasingly ingrained as they delved deeper into analyzing the replays. It seemed like they might have a chance. Yes, we can do it again. Chapter 113, Yin Yang Tribe's Secret Scheme. I advise you to just wait quietly for the arrival of that advanced civilization. The representative from the Yin Yang tribe had been watching a detailed replay of the battle involving the Gao Goblins. Although the Gao Goblins initially did not notify the Yin Yang tribe about their offensive, once the fighting started, the magnitude of the conflict could no longer be hidden. Naturally, the Yin Yang tribe also understood why the Gao Goblins had acted. Greed blinds one's judgment, leading to catastrophic mistakes. Rest assured, our branch will take care of it, replied the higher-ups of the Gao Goblin clan, showing little concern for the Yin Yang tribe's warning. Suit yourselves. The projection of the Yin Yang tribe then disappeared from the Gao Goblin meeting room. This did not trouble the Gao Goblin leadership at all. Wait for the arrival of the advanced civilization? It's been over a month, and they still haven't shown up. Secondly, even if they arrive, the Gao Goblins probably won't get anything out of it. However, if they could defeat this group of human mech warriors. Haha. Previously, based on mere speculation, the Gao Goblins had already launched an attack. Let alone now, when there is concrete evidence. The status of the human mech unit seen during the battle replay. This ignited an unstoppable greed in the Gao Goblins' hearts. Thus, the Gao Goblins, who had just suffered a crushing defeat, began preparing for another attack. Truly, these are creatures who remember the reward but forget the punishment. Yet, the Gao Goblin race, with their greed as a cardinal sin. Meanwhile, the two decision-makers from the Yin Yang tribe. The coalition of humans won't really be swallowed by these greedy bastards, right? Hey, do they actually think the humans are pushovers? But looking at the situation from the battle replay, those human mech units indeed seem to have some issues. So what? Even if that's true, it would cost the Gao Goblins dearly to swallow the human coalition. Besides, didn't you forget their real purpose is that Star Annihilator mech? Do they really believe that those high civilizations would be benevolent idiots? Although humans are often targeted by other races in the galaxy, no one does things that require more effort than payoff. The reason that high civilization agreed to lend a hand was because they wanted that Star Annihilator mech from the coalition of humans. After all, a Star Annihilator mech symbolizes power in the galaxy. From what they knew, while that civilization did possess a Star Annihilator mech, it seemed they only had one. Moreover, now that single Star Annihilator mech's quantum engine core is about to be depleted. In theory, a quantum engine core can be considered a compressed star energy source, which can provide almost infinite power. But still, nothing is truly infinite. Even stars eventually burn out, let alone a quantum engine. That advanced civilization Star Annihilator mech appeared to be an ancient relic, an ageless machine inherited from ages past. So, its quantum engine core's energy had dried up. But even being an old relic, it's still a genuine Star Annihilator mech. That Star Annihilator mech guaranteed the standing of that civilization within their sector. And currently, the sudden appearance of a human fleet equipped with a Star Annihilator mech seems powerful enough, though this is speaking in terms of lower civilizations like the Gao Goblins or the Yin Yang tribe. For civilizations owning Star Annihilator mechs, the dominance of a sector, once the human coalition Star Annihilator mech is neutralized, their destruction would be effortless. Even if the Gao Goblins succeed in defeating the coalition of humans, they will surely suffer heavy losses. What will happen after they acquire the human coalition's mechs? That would only be a wasted effort, merely creating opportunities for others. At that time, if the human coalition falls, the so-called high civilization will seize the Star Annihilator mech from the greedy Gao Goblins, leaving the Gao Goblins severely weakened. When that happens, haha, out of the 3 tribes of the Withering Curtain, only 2 remain. The Tentacle tribe exists in name only. We can be destroyed easily as well. Next will come the heavily damaged Gao Goblins. Our Yin Yang tribe will be the true last victors. Though we cannot obtain the Star Annihilator mech, we know our limits. Appetite matches the meal we can consume. I've already contacted them via our tribal elders. In half a month, they'll arrive. Haha, each civilization harbors its own designs. Unbeknownst to them, behind this so-called coalition of humans lies a once near hegemon of the stars, the Great Qin. Subsequently, the actions of the human coalition became very clear, strengthening their defenses and defending where they stood. As for the Zheng clan and the Yoing remnants, though they were peculiar, no one dared to ask too many questions. Or perhaps, there was no need to ask too many questions. In this defensive battle, although the actual contribution of the 2 clans was quite limited, their losses were not insignificant. After all, the Gao Goblins weren't stupid. The human forces were holed up behind their defenses, so naturally, the focus of the firepower shifted toward the Zheng clan and the Yoing remnants. Thus, in order to ensure they continued serving the Eagle's Nest faithfully and without hesitation, Qin Shi Huang personally offered them a round of technical assistance. A star mech production line, and ion engine core technology. Of course, these were only mid-tier technologies, just one of the many civilizations' advancements that the Great Qin had once confiscated. For the Great Qin, these technologies were like leftovers, tasteless, but also impossible to discard entirely. Now, providing these to the Zheng clan and the Yoing remnants as either rewards or compensation was indeed a very good use of them. Even though these were only mid-tier technologies, the current mech technology levels of the 2 clans could barely be called low-end, let alone advanced. Now suddenly possessing a set of mid-tier technologies meant that there would be a qualitative leap forward in the development of their mechs. Although it was shared by the 2 clans, no one dared to voice any objections. Those loose ores have already started smelting. Prince, when do you think we should return to the Great Wall to upgrade your Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech? Li Si asked Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang slightly nodded his head. Let's wait for things to stabilize here first. Due to the Divine Rune Star Iron Matter, their plan to attack the Gao Goblins had been repeatedly delayed. Oh right, after the Divine Rune Star Iron has been mined, we must properly deal with that rogue planet. Qin Shi Huang suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Rest assured, when necessary, I'll activate the planetary engine and push it back into the black hole. Li Si naturally understood what Qin Shi Huang was worried about. The existence of the Divine Rune Star Iron Block simply exceeded comprehension. It looked like it could easily be an artificial creation. During the peak period of the Great Qin, it might have been possible to ignore it. But now, if this thing turned out to be an artificial product and the mysterious civilization behind it found out that the Great Qin had taken it, so it had to be erased, obliterated along with any trace. That's good. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Chapter 114, Sneak Attack Plan. Time passed quietly. Before they knew it, 5 or 6 days had gone by. The sacred pattern star Iron dispersed mine on the wandering planet was still operating as usual. Meanwhile, the mecha forces carried out some simple repairs. There was no way to conduct a thorough repair under current conditions, and, without enough manpower, the Eagle's Nest side naturally had mecha-specific repair cabins. But after all, this wasn't the main base. Only basic repairs could be conducted. Furthermore, most of the people at Eagle's Nest were acting as miners on the wandering planet. It was impossible for them to carry out precision repairs. However, that was more than sufficient. After all, they were just going against a group of goblins. The losses suffered when they retreated earlier were mainly due to damage to the Iron Guard mechas and Martial Graduates mechas, and also because the pilots' conditions weren't good. After all, everyone had been without rest for 5 or 6 days. Now, with the basic repairs completed, all available Martial Graduates and Iron Guards were functioning normally. A little wear on their bodies had merely reduced a small part of the armor protection. All the pilots had recuperated during these few days, and each was in peak condition. Commander Su, how's the preparation? Qin Shi Huang looked towards Su Bingtian seated in the command hall. Report to your highness. Everything is ready. Su Bingtian said solemnly. Ready for whom? Naturally, it was the goblins. Although they had just suffered a crushing defeat 4 or 5 days ago, after their post-war review, they believed they had a chance to win. But they were also very clear about the prowess of the Human Alliance's mecha forces, so they were prepared to pay a heavy price in casualties. But the Human Alliance must be taken down. Human mechas, including one huge star annihilation level mecha, were all theirs for the taking. Under such plans, the goblins would surely mobilize the entire fleet of their civilization. Such large-scale movements definitely couldn't escape the notice of the goblin civilian sector. Therefore, Li Si, who had been constantly monitoring the civilian interstellar network of the goblins, discovered their movements long ago. So the Eagle's Nest side was also actively preparing. The goblins' movements were quite significant, and they should complete preparations within the next day or two. Regarding the goblins' actions, Qin Shi Huang was slightly troubled. After all, their own strength here was limited. But the goblins had almost mobilized the full power of their civilization, making it difficult to face them head-on. According to the initial plan, the Human Alliance was supposed to advance gradually, eating away bit by bit. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the goblins to immediately gather the full force of their civilization to oppose them. Unfortunately, due to the sacred pattern star Iron matter, things were delayed this much. But there was nothing they could do about it. The sacred pattern star Iron absolutely could not be abandoned. Even if this offensive operation against the goblins failed, all the sacred pattern star Iron had to be secured. Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but think that if the goblins' actions could have been slowed by a few days, it would have been better. Once the first batch of scattered sacred pattern star iron ore was processed by the Great Wall, their own strength would absolutely rise to a new level. At that time, the confidence in handling the collective might of the goblin civilization would be even higher. However, unfortunately, Qin Shi Huang and Li Si did not know why the goblins' actions were so swift this time. Mainly, it was due to the impending arrival of a high-level civilization mentioned by the Yin-Yang tribe. According to the goblins' plans, they had to take down the entire human coalition before that high-level civilization arrived. Otherwise, once that high-level civilization came, they wouldn't stand a chance. For the sake of these human coalitions, the goblins had already endured 2 major defeats. Now, if they were asked to give up, wouldn't that mean they had lost too much? This was the psychology of sunk costs. Since they had invested so much, giving up would mean real loss, whereas continuing investment may still provide an opportunity. Secondly, the best strategy for Qin Shi Huang would actually be a strategic retreat, waiting until the first wave of sacred pattern star iron was digested, and then returning with greater strength. But there was no way around it. The scattered mines on the wandering planet hadn't been fully harvested yet. The sacred pattern star iron was something that simply couldn't be given up, plus there were traces of the great Qin dynasty on that wandering planet. If the goblins found out, the sacred pattern star iron along with great Qin, that wouldn't be too ideal. So, Qin Shi Huang couldn't retreat either. The half of the Qinglin star system, for an interstellar civilization, wasn't too big or too small. If Qin Shi Huang and his team retreated, the entire military force of the goblin civilization concentrated here would inevitably discover the wandering planet. Your Highness, how about your preparations? Maybe we should cancel the plan. Su Bingtian looked worriedly at Qin Shi Huang as he said this. Relax, there's Su Li too. Qin Shi Huang grinned. Even though they have more people, ultimately, the highest end force they can bring out is just the Star Annihilation battleship. In a light attack situation with no ties, our 2 mechas can strike and leave immediately. They won't be able to hold us back. Qin Shi Huang grinned again. With the High Goblin's technology, there would certainly be powerful star fortresses or similar defenses. But those things are only suitable for defense. The High Goblins were now preparing for an offensive operation. Su Bingtian fell silent momentarily, knowing Qin Shi Huang's safety was paramount. Yet at this moment, the most suitable candidates to carry out the plan were Qin Shi Huang and Su Li. After all, the Divine General's mechas and Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 represented the strongest individual combat units on their side currently. As for what plan, it was naturally the sneak attack plan, aimed to buy more time for Eagle's Nest. Where would the sneak attack take place? This time, the High Goblins had assembled an unprecedented large-scale military operation encompassing their entire civilization. In such a situation, it was naturally impossible for the enemy to use the quantum channel in front of them. After all, the load capacity of the quantum channel was fixed. If they went through the quantum channel, it would result in the same situation as last time, where large-scale warfare turned into something akin to Strawberry Saves Grandpa, taking turns to die. So, the High Goblins needed to find another way to directly transport the entire army to this side of the Qinglin star system. Normal marching wouldn't work either, it was too far. Under these circumstances, the best method would be teleportation. Similar to the Great Qin's ether teleportation. Space teleportation technology, more or less every current interstellar civilization had some level of grasp over it. The only difference was the degree of proficiency. Even smaller civilizations like the Zheng clan and the shadowy relic race had a bit of mastery over it. After all, with such an excellent model as the quantum channel right here, almost every civilization had researched the quantum channel. Of course, a super long-distance ether teleportation technology like the Great Qin's might be possessed by very few civilizations. However, under the current situation, the High Goblins did not need to conduct any super long-distance teleportations. They merely needed to transport their large forces from one side of the Qinglin star system to the other. The difficulty of teleportation within the same star system decreased exponentially. Chapter 115, Li Si's Little Thoughts. Don't forget, the Qinglin star system was originally a border star system of the Zhoubulin. Although the Zhoubulin have already withdrawn now, it would be effortless for them to leave behind coordinates or something like that in advance. As for investigation, in such a huge star system, investigating a single coordinate point is akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Under the condition of possessing the coordinates, the Zhoubulin only need to construct a teleportation framework and expend some energy to directly teleport their main forces here. Precisely because of this reason, Qin Shi Huang and his team did not destroy the quantum channel in front of them immediately, because there's no need anymore. Secondly, this quantum channel now actually benefits us. On the other side of the Qinglin star system, the Eagle Nest has long set up reconnaissance drones. Through feedback from the drones, the Zhoubulin's main force is not on the other side of the quantum channel at all. Instead, they are located further back, near a Zhoubulin fortress close to the edge of the Qinglin star system where they are gathering together. And they are constructing a massive teleportation framework. Qin Shi Huang and Su Li's surprise attack target this time is precisely that enormous teleportation framework. Although, relatively speaking, it is only a short-range teleportation, the transmission base is simply too large. Furthermore, the Zhoubulin's teleportation technology is definitely not as proficient as Daqin's. Therefore, after so many days of setup, this teleportation framework is still not fully completed, but it is almost done, around 70 to 80%. The Eagle Nest side naturally cannot just stand by and watch the Zhoubulin complete the construction of this teleportation framework. Hence, this plan for a surprise attack was born. Su Li pilots the Divine General mech, while Qin Shi Huang pilots the Zulong Model 2. The two high-end mechs maintain optical refraction, initiate electronic silence, and through the privilege of the quantum channel, directly enter the other side, and then sneak close to the soon-to-be-completed teleportation framework. Then the Divine General Mech delivers a direct ultra-long-distance stellar-class attack on the teleportation framework. After destroying that teleportation framework, it will allow more time for preparation on the Eagle Nest side. After all, with a few more days of preparation, the defensive lines can be constructed stronger, and casualties can be minimized as much as possible. Facing the full might of the Zhou civilization, according to Su Bingtian's estimation, victory isn't impossible, but there may be heavy casualties. Of course, Qin Shi Huang does not want too many casualties to occur. Are you ready? At this moment, Su Li also walked in. Of course, no problem, Qin Shi Huang nodded. All right, then let's go, Su Li said. All right. The two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the isolation chamber. Your Highness, Miss Li, take care. Su Bingtian couldn't help but remind them. Don't worry, Commander Su, Qin Shi Huang grinned. Miss Li, protect His Highness well, Su Bingtian reminded again. Su Li nodded. Uncle, rest assured. Actually, Su Bingtian didn't want Qin Shi Huang to go out and take risks at all. After all, the rise and fall of the great Qin Empire now almost entirely rests on Qin Shi Huang's shoulders. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. But regarding this matter, even Chancellor Li Si didn't oppose it, so Su Bingtian could say nothing. Moreover, Su Bingtian also understood that throughout history, none of the great Qin princes have ever been kept caged like golden finches. Every one of them is an existence that commands respect across the entire galaxy. The rapid expansion of Great Qin back in the day was due not only to the power of Great Qin itself, but also because each prince led a powerful army, advancing simultaneously on different fronts. Until Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Model 2 and Su Li's Divine General Mech both vanished into space, Su Bingtian finally spoke solemnly. Chancellor Li Si, are you really at ease letting His Royal Highness venture deep into enemy territory like this? Whoosh. Li Si's projection appeared in the command hall, although most of Li Si's attention was still focused on the wandering planet over there. With Qin Shi Huang's return, Li Si detached a portion of computing power once again to be present here. After all, the situation on the wandering planet had basically been resolved. All that was left was to systematically mine it according to the established schedule, which posed no problems. Thus, Li Si was able to slightly divert his attention. What can we do? Although I am also worried. But if the Great Qin Empire wants to rise again, the task is arduous and the road is long. And since His Highness is like a fledgling eagle, without enduring wind and rain, how can he possibly grow? Li Si spoke solemnly. It still boils down to the same thing. Who exactly is the enemy we face right now? If Qin Shi Huang was still the same as when he first arrived, with only 5% qualification in bloodline power, there is absolutely no way Li Si would agree to Qin Shi Huang making this move. Rather, the stud horse plan would still be followed from the beginning. However, given the abilities and talent that Qin Shi Huang has shown lately, he is now second only to the great Crown Prince Fusu of old. In this situation, Li Si also believes that Qin Shi Huang truly has the potential to lead Great Qin to rise again. Of course, if the situation involves an extremely high level of danger, Li Si would naturally not agree to letting Qin Shi Huang act recklessly. However, up until now, although the surprise attack plan carries a certain amount of risk, it's only against the Zhou. With Su Li's Divine General Mech at hand, the level of danger remains within controllable limits. Initially, Li Si also never mentioned giving up on the stud horse plan. Once the qualified bloodline is truly left behind, Li Si will feel even more comfortable letting Qin Shi Huang wander about. So, Prince Fusu, you're doing great. Secure Su Li sooner. That way, Daqin won't just gain another stellar-class pilot. There will be closer ties between the Su family and Daqin. Thinking of this, Li Si secretly glanced at Su Bingtian beside him, his eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. Li Si's words left Su Bingtian silent for a moment, lost in thought, unaware of the slightly peculiar look Li Si was giving him. On Qin Shi Huang and Su Li's side, the two mechs maintained their optical refraction state and successfully entered the other end of the Qinglin star system through the Daqin privilege channel without any issues. Since only two mechs were being teleported via the privilege channel, the quantum fluctuation was almost negligible. Although the Zhou fleet continuously patrolled this area, the quantum channel itself intermittently released minor quantum fluctuations. Thus, the Zhou didn't think much of these quantum ripples. Without exchanging a single word, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li continued following their planned route under electronic silence, moving quickly forward. At their current speed, it would take them more than 10 hours to reach the location of the Zhou teleportation framework. This slower pace was deliberate to avoid detection. If they traveled at full speed, they could arrive in just a couple of hours. But this was a surprise attack, and stealth was key. They couldn't afford to expose themselves. The 10-hour journey required them to proceed cautiously to avoid being detected, as the Zhou had set up many defenses throughout the Qinglin star system. As such, this 10-hour trip still consumed a fair amount of energy. Fortunately, neither Qin Shi Huang nor Su Li were rookies, and their journey remained smooth thus far. In the distance, the Zhou teleportation framework was now clearly visible. Chapter 116, The 5-10,000 Goblins Fleet. It could be seen that many fleets of high goblins had gathered here. At a glance, it was almost like a star destroyer forming one phalanx, and there were more than 50 such phalanxes present. One phalanx consisted of nearly 1,000 starships. This meant that the fleet present included over 50 star destroyers and more than 50,000 starships. The massive teleportation frame in the center was under intense construction. 50 star destroyers, Qin Shi Huang murmured softly. If we go all out Dingman in a direct fight, our manpower is too little. It's indeed quite difficult. Su Li's voice came through from the communication channel. At the Eagle's Nest, seeing only so few units, although they led in technology, the overwhelming number of Star Destroyers to some extent leveled out this part of the gap. As for the Zhun race and the Ghost Shadow Relics race, they could only be considered as accessories. If a real fight breaks out, even if the Eagle's Nest side can win, it will surely be a Pyrrhic victory. This made the current surprise attack plan particularly crucial. However, the craftsmanship of these high goblins is really rough. Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang looked at the teleportation frame in the center. Having grown accustomed to the precision of the ether teleportation frames of the Great Qin, this teleportation frame of the high goblins truly seemed like a counterfeit product to Qin Shi Huang. Do you really think anyone has the technological level of Great Qin Heavy Industries? Su Li said indifferently. Qin Shi Huang let out a low laugh and didn't argue. Just wait. I'll calculate the trajectory and see how we can simultaneously destroy the teleportation frame while inflicting maximum casualties. Su Li spoke up. Since we're already here, apart from destroying that teleportation frame, those high goblin fleets gathered around are also perfect targets. After all, with no surprises, the fully charged Star Destroyer crossbow only gets one shot. The enemy wouldn't give the crossbow enough time to recharge a second time. Even with such a huge fleet, even Divine General Mecha would have difficulty engaging them directly. Over 50 Star Destroyers could still threaten the Divine General Mecha. That's excellent. Qin Shi Huang grinned widely. The main force for this operation was Su Li's Divine General Mecha, while Qin Shi Huang's Ancient Dragon Type, 2, served only as a guard. While the Divine General Mecha charges energy, Qin Shi Huang protects its charging process from interruption. According to the original plan, the surprise attack position was relatively far away, considering the full charge range of the Star Destroyer crossbow isn't short. But now, upon witnessing the situation, both Su Li and Qin Shi Huang changed their minds. In addition to destroying the teleportation frame, the maximum lethality of the crossbow must also be displayed. After all, if it could further reduce the numbers of the enemy fleet, then when facing them head-on later on, the pressure would be less. Following this decision, the Divine General Mecha and the Ancient Dragon Type, 2, started maintaining optical refraction armor, moving back and forth searching for the best angle and position. After about an hour, finally found the most suitable launch point in the upper right area of the starry sky. This place wasn't too far from the position of the High Goblin fleet and the teleportation frame. Originally, according to the plan, the Divine General Mecha would start charging from a distance beyond 1 astronomical unit just to destroy the teleportation frame. This way, it would be safer, using some shielding measures, reducing the probability of being discovered during the charging process. But after the two changed the plan, aiming to eliminate as much of the enemy fleet as possible, being too far away would give the enemy ample time to evade. Unlike fixed teleportation frames, starships can move. When fully charged, the Divine General Mecha's Star Destroyer crossbow can reach superluminal speeds. According to calculations, after firing the Star Destroyer crossbow, it would hit the High Goblin teleportation frame in just a few seconds. Only at this distance could maximum damage be inflicted on the High Goblin fleet without giving them time or opportunity to evade. Of course, doing this significantly increased the risk. This distance was too close. Charging the Divine General Mecha's Star Destroyer crossbow at this distance, the possibility of completely concealing it from the High Goblins is very low. But whether Su Li or Qin Shi Huang felt it was worth a try. Choosing this location, however, required consideration. Not only could it attack the teleportation frame, but also penetrate the enemy fleet to the greatest extent possible. Secondly, there was a small cluster of nebula fog nearby, which naturally interfered with electromagnetic signals to some degree. Let's get ready then. The Divine General Mecha's hands began assembling into a huge superalloy crossbow. Qin Shi Huang nodded, controlling the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech to enter an overdrive state, guarding around the Divine General Mecha. Subsequently, ripples of energy began to converge on the enormous Star Destroyer crossbow in the Divine General Mecha's hand. As the Star Destroyer crossbow began to charge its energy, the massive form of the Divine General Mecha also became visible. Although the optical refraction armor is relatively high-end, the impact of energy fluctuations can easily disrupt it. Qin Shi Huang controlled the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech, emitting a wave of energy barrier that slightly obstructed the outermost layer. This wasn't any kind of defensive maneuver, it was just a simple application of mecha energy. After breaking through the fifth realm of Qi cultivation, Qin Shi Huang had an even more precise command over the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech. However, the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 isn't specifically designed as a defensive type mech, and the effect of this energy barrier wasn't strong. Indeed, under the energy ripple impacts emitted by the Divine General Mecha's Star Destroyer crossbow, the energy barrier had already begun to tremble slightly. The charging process for the Star Destroyer crossbow had only just started. As a steady flow of energy from the Divine General Mecha's quantum engine channeled into the Star Destroyer crossbow, a colossal energy arrow slowly took shape. Even more immense ripples of energy began spreading out in all directions. The energy barrier set up by Qin Shi Huang was beginning to teeter precariously. Seeing this scene, Qin Shi Huang's expression grew increasingly solemn. This location belonged to another side of the Qinlin star system, under the control of the High Goblins. Especially with the current gathering of their large army, they would surely be alert. When Qin Shi Huang and Su Li arrived here, thanks to maintaining electronic silence and utilizing optical refraction armor, they had managed to evade many of the High Goblins' reconnaissance units. It was only because of the technological gap that those reconnaissance units failed to discover Qin Shang and Su Li. But now, once the energy fluctuations began to spread, at this distance, the enemy would certainly detect them in the first instance. After all, the distance to the enemy main force wasn't too great. Qin Shang tried his best to stabilize the energy barrier with the Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech. Clearly, Qin Shang had overestimated either the Ancestor Dragon Type 2's capabilities or his own abilities. In merely 10 seconds, puff, the energy ripples diffusing from the Divine General Mecha's Star Destroyer crossbow immediately broke through the energy barrier. Qin Shang's expression tensed. The real test was coming. Chapter 117, Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy Longsword. The reality did not go beyond Qin Shang's expectations. As the energy barrier constructed by the Type 2 Zulong broke, the energy ripples immediately spread out into the starry sky, and Gaobalin's side detected the energy fluctuations at the first time. However, because of the nebula mist, the electromagnetic signals were not strong. Report to the commander, energy fluctuations have been detected at T-77 coordinate position. Didn't the reconnaissance drone just pass by there and find nothing? How large is the approximate amplitude of the energy fluctuations? There's no way to accurately confirm it. There's a patch of nebula mist over there filled with electromagnetic interference. Make the reconnaissance drone that just passed turn back and enter the nebula mist to check out the situation. But since they couldn't accurately confirm the amplitude of the energy fluctuations, Gaobalin's side wasn't overly concerned yet. After all, this was the Qinglin star system under their Gaobalin's control, plus there was almost the entire strength of the fleet gathered here from their civilization. Who would dare to provoke them at such a moment? Buzz. With the command issued, 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones of Gaobalin that had just passed by moments ago began returning instantly. Even though separated by the nebula mist, Qin Shang still noticed the movements of the reconnaissance drones due to the Type 2 Zulong's capabilities. It was quite evident that Gaobalin's side must have detected the energy fluctuations. Qin Shang clenched his fists tighter, focusing his whole spirit. Soon, the 2 reconnaissance drones approached the nebula mist. Because of the technological limitations, these Gaobalin reconnaissance drones could not probe the conditions inside the nebula mist. However, entering it to take a look wasn't an issue. When Qin Shang's Type 2 Zulong and Divine General Mech were still maintaining an optical refraction state, he observed these 2 reconnaissance drones penetrating the nebula mist. Qin Shang glanced at the Divine General Mech beside him, which was still charging up its Planet Buster crossbow. This time, he couldn't allow the 2 reconnaissance drones to enter. Since that was the case, at the instant when the 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones of Gaobalin approached the nebula mist, a streak of light flashed by. The 2 reconnaissance drones disintegrated instantly. There were no energy fluctuations, just a flash of light. What happened? People on Gaobalin's side also became alert immediately. They started reporting the abnormal situation at this coordinate layer by layer. Buzz. This time, a frigate accompanied by 7 or 8 space air fighters rushed over. Their speed was extremely fast. Boom, boom. Energy cannons fired one after another. No matter what, having destroyed the reconnaissance drones, there was no doubt that whatever was in the nebula mist was certainly no good thing. In that case, lead the way with artillery fire first. Regardless of what it is, bombard it first. Once the nebula mist was dispersed by the bombardment, it would be clear what was inside. However, facing this artillery fire, just like earlier, only a streak of light flashed past, causing those energy cannon shells to explode right where they were. It was extremely precise, with not a single energy cannon shell missed. Under the shockwave of the explosions, the nebula mist began to fluctuate, but didn't dissipate. What is that thing? Did anyone see clearly? No. High-frequency camera, give me a slow-motion replay. Soon, after playing it back dozens of times slower, it became clear that as the energy cannon shells approached the nebula mist, a blue starlight gleaming blade extended out and directly cut through these cannon shells. This is an alloy long sword. What is inside this nebula mist? Could it be a mech? What level of mech can use an alloy long sword so precisely to cut apart energy cannon shells? Do it again, and bring out the main guns directly. At this point, the officers on Gaobalin's side were also determined. Boom. The main gun attack, a massive energy beam with destructive power hurled towards the nebula mist. People on Gaobalin's side watched the nebula mist situation tightly. This time, show some skill if you can split it again. Brush. The nebula mist suddenly fluctuated violently. A flash of bright light darted out. The bright light curved, emerging from the nebula mist, and split the main energy cannon of this starship into 2. It advanced against the energy main cannon beam. Boom. The bright light slashed hard against the energy shield of this starship, causing the entire energy shield to begin shaking. In that instance, the commander here was immediately scared. Request for support. There are hostile units within the coordinates of the nebula mist. Request for artillery strike. Gaobalin's side requested reinforcements immediately. But right at that moment, a dark golden figure shot out swiftly from the nebula mist. Then a flash of blue light appeared, and the energy shield of this Gaobalin starship was instantly broken. Following the blue light, it cut across the hull of the starship. In front of this blue light, the hull alloy of the starship felt like tofu, being easily sliced open, revealing its internal structure, and some shocked Gaobalin operators could be seen inside. At this moment, an energy ripple came from the blue glow, and a dark golden sword light erupted from the deep blue alloy longsword. Boom. And just like that, the starship exploded. The dark golden figure that emerged from the nebula mist was now fully revealed before all the Gaobalin members. It was precisely the over-frequency state Zulong Type 2 mech equipped with 2 dazzling floating cannons. And that blue alloy longsword was actually at the tail end of the Zulong Type 2 mech. Just a few dragon tail flicks had resolved those attacks. The sword light was unleashed only in the end. As for why the originally dark golden alloy longsword of the Zulong Type 2 mech had turned into this deep blue hue, it was naturally thanks to the Great Wall and Divine Pattern Star Iron. Although the Great Wall hadn't completely digested the scattered Divine Pattern Star Iron yet, some stray scraps were already being attempted for use. This alloy longsword was the first experimental product made of Divine Pattern Star Iron. In the end, this was actually a failed product, as various fusion levels of the Divine Pattern Star Iron alloy did not meet the standards. However, it was still cast with the Divine Pattern Star Iron mixed in, and its specifications were designed according to the alloy longsword of the Zulong Type 2 mech. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang decided to put it into use. The power of this Divine Pattern Star Iron alloy longsword alone already exceeded the power of the sword-like energy beam. After all, the quantum engine output of the Zulong Type 2 mech was there. But the physical body of the Divine Pattern Star Iron alloy longsword was not subject to this limit. It could be seen from the previous battle that the physical attack of this Divine Pattern Star Iron alloy longsword was almost irresistible. However, Gao Mlin was stunned. Wasn't this the elongated mech from the Human Alliance? How did it appear here? Subsequently, the upper echelons of Gao Mlin recovered from their shock and became excited. Chapter 118 Believe in me this time. As for what to be excited about, the officers and soldiers on the Goblin side are very familiar with, or rather, deeply impressed by the Zulong Type 2 mecha. After all, the performance of Zulong Type 2 on the battlefield has caused a great deal of hatred among the Goblin troops. The situation on the battlefield is chaotic. Besides, the fleet from Eagle's Nest will also assist the Zulong Type 2. Plus, the ultimate flexibility of the Zulong Type 2 under the super frequency state makes it impossible for the Goblins to handle this human mecha on the battlefield. However, now, the Zulong Type 2 mecha has appeared alone deep behind their lines, and there are also 50,000 ships here. How could the Goblin commander not be delighted? Give me all you've got. We must capture this human mecha at all costs. Immediately, the Goblin commander almost gritted his teeth as he gave instructions through the command channel. In his view, this long-shaped human mecha was even more detestable than that star-annihilating mecha. The star-annihilating mecha is powerful, and this fact is known throughout the galaxy. So, when the star-annihilating mecha goes on rampages in battlefields, it's somewhat acceptable for them. But Zulong Type 2 is obviously just a space mecha. Although relatively special, it's still just a space mecha. Even if we let the star-annihilating mecha go, how dare a mere space mecha behave like this? Naturally, the Goblin commander harbors deep hatred towards the Zulong Type 2. Buzz. Instantly, almost half of the forces in the Goblin fleet moved into action. In fact, more than 10 to 20 star-destroying ships have already begun to adjust their cannons. Originally, almost all the star-destroying ships had turned their cannons. But perhaps realizing that so many star-destroying ships had already adjusted their direction, the other star-destroying ships stopped. Seeing this scene, Qin Shi Huang grinned. This is really showing respect. A fleet of almost 30,000 just for the sake of surrounding me. Hee. But Qin Shi Huang wasn't worried. Dragon Breath. A dark golden energy stream surged out, completely exploding the only interstellar warship nearby. Amongst the dark golden energy flood, these aerospace fighters naturally had no chance of escaping. There were no longer any friendly units near Gao Buling's fleet, which let some artillery from Gao Buling's fleet operate without fear. Whoosh whoosh. Almost 100 beams of energy instantly swept from Gao Buling's fleet toward Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 mecha. Qin Shi Huang slightly shook his head. An entire 100 beams from interstellar warships' main cannons. Despite Gao Buling's low technological level, sheer numbers matter. More than 100 main cannons from interstellar warships were enough to destroy any kind of space mecha in the stars. Of course, if normally, Qin Shi Huang naturally didn't worry. Relying on the flexibility of the Zulong Type 2 mecha, those main cannons couldn't pose a threat to him. But, now, Qin Shi Huang couldn't evade. Behind him was the Nebula Mist, and Su Li's Zulong Type 2 was storing up energy for the Star Annihilator bow inside. Energy ripples extended continuously from within the Nebula Mist, causing the whole small area covered by the Nebula Mist to sway ceaselessly. If he avoided it, then more than 100 beams of energy would directly bombard the Nebula Mist. The Divine General Mech currently gathering energy would definitely have no ability to dodge. Your Highness, please move away. So many attacks, you can't withstand them. Su Li's voice came through the communication channel. Even though separated by Nebula Mist, the technology of Great Qin isn't comparable to Gao Buling's, and certainly the Nebula Mist couldn't stop the detection system of the Divine General Mech. While controlling the Divine General Mech to gather energy, apart from enduring the load during this phase, Su Li doesn't need to consume much more mental effort. Therefore, Su Li has been paying attention to Qin Shi Huang's situation. The Zulong Type 2 mech isn't a heavy defense mech, and there's absolutely no way it can withstand the energy main cannons of so many interstellar warships. Perhaps if it was the Great Qin Royal Guard mech, entering overdrive while maintaining sufficient ion engine core energy, it might stand a little chance. Hey, don't worry. It's fine. Qin Shi Huang smirked and deactivated the super frequency mode of the Zulong Type 2 mech, again wielding the sword made of blue star patterned meteoric iron alloy. Don't lose your wits. These main guns can't destroy the Divine General Mech. Anxiety could be heard in Su Li's voice. Qin Shi Huang's actions made Su Li feel uneasy. Aside from being Qin Shang's bodyguard, Su Li had almost always acted as a sparring partner for Qin Shang during his studies at the Great Wall. Thus, Su Li understood both Qin Shang's strength and the capabilities of the Zhu Long Type 2 fairly well. Anyway, in Su Li's mind, she couldn't think of any way for Zhu Long Type 2 to handle so many energy cannons besides dodging. Qin Shang, you are the hope of the Qin's rise. Anything else can go wrong, but you cannot. So don't take risks. Su Li's tone was serious as she called him by his name, clearly showing how worried she was. Relax, I'll just try it out. If things don't work out, I'll retreat. You should know the capabilities of the Zhu Long Type 2 mecha. If I want to leave, it's very easy. Qin Shang controlled the Zhu Long Type 2 mecha, holding the alloy longsword facing over 100 energy main cannons with no intention of retreating at all. If the Divine General mech wasn't currently in the energy storing state like this, Qin Shang wouldn't be concerned about anything. Now, as a heavy type mech, the Divine General under normal conditions could easily defend against this level of attack. But Qin Shang did not believe that such firepower would have absolutely no impact on the Divine General mech during its energy storing phase, especially considering that the damage caused to the Divine General mech on the wandering planet had yet to be repaired. The repair ships from the Allied fleet didn't have the capability to fix the Divine General mech. Move aside. Otherwise, I will interrupt the mission, disperse the Star Annihilator bow's stored energy, and ensure your safety is my top priority. Su Li said urgently. The hundreds of energy main cannons were already very close. Trust me this one time. Qin Shang looked ahead at the energy main cannons. Just this one time. The Zhu Long Type 2 mecha raised the alloy longsword, and Qin Shang's voice rang softly through the communication channel. Su Li hesitated for a moment, inexplicably keeping silent as she watched Qin Shang's Zhu Long Type 2 mecha. Of course, Qin Shang wasn't foolhardy enough to recklessly put himself in mortal danger. Instead, Qin Shang really had some confidence in what he was doing. That confidence came from the divine pattern star iron alloy longsword in his hand. Swish! A surging energy spread out from the Zhu Long Type 2 mecha, forming an energy shield. Yet, Qin Shang was very aware that this energy shield couldn't withstand these energy main cannons. But the purpose of the energy shield was merely to buy him sufficient reaction time. Boom! The first beam of the energy main cannon arrived, hitting directly. Although the energy shield wasn't shattered instantly, it began to tremble violently. Boom! The second beam of the energy main cannon struck. Without a doubt, the energy shield shattered immediately. Swish! At the same time, Qin Shang unsheathed his sword. Chapter 119. Qin Shang's Mecha Swordsmanship. A flash of pale blue light. The first wave of energy beams was split apart by the blue light, and then dissipated. A star iron alloy long sword with divine patterns. With one swift swing of Zhu Long Type 2, it easily broke through the first wave of attacks from the energy main cannons. Although the craftsmanship of this divine pattern star iron alloy long sword is relatively rough, it still contains the alloy of divine pattern star iron. It's within expectations for Qin Shang to test it. The divine pattern star iron alloy long sword can effortlessly break through these starship energy cannons. It must be the physical blade itself. If the energy of the sword light is activated, the power output of the Zhu Long Type 2 mecha alone is not sufficient to withstand all these main cannons. Therefore, Qin Shang exited the overdrive state. Although the Zhu Long Type 2 in overdrive mode is more agile for sword swings, the regular humanoid state proves to be much more flexible. The impact force of the energy beam slightly shakes Qin Shang's Zhu Long Type 2 frame, but he doesn't stop as the sword's shadow flashes again. Even though the energy main cannon has been broken, the impact force and leftover energy ripples are still significant. If it were just a single attack from an energy main cannon, naturally, there wouldn't be any issues. However, this is continuous fire from hundreds of energy main cannons. Thus, under the impact force and after effects, Qin Shang's Zhu Long Type 2 mech steps back while swinging its sword. Pale blue sword shadows nearly form a web of swords. All the energy main cannons that collide with the King of Swords are instantly split into two halves and disintegrate into light points. Beep. Warning. The right arm of the unit has received excessive impact kinetic energy. Damaged by 5%, kinetic energy decreased. Cold sweat started to bead on Qin Shang's forehead as he tried his best to channel his internal qi, linking it with the ion engine core of the Zhu Long Type 2 to generate higher kinetic energy to resist the impact force. Although the divine pattern star iron alloy long sword could easily tear apart these energy cannons, the shockwave was indeed genuine. The Zhu Long Type 2 frame, although excellent, remains conventional technology, and under such frequent shocks, it began to experience considerable wear and tear. The right arm of the body started showing signs of wear, resulting in some delay when wielding the sword. But, no big issue, as there are always ways to compensate. Brush. The kinetic energy of the mechanical right arm began to weaken, and the previously airtight sword net started showing slight gaps. An energy main cannon directly penetrated the sword net and surged forward. Qin Shang narrowed his eyes. Boom. Xuanhuan floating cannon immediately crashed against it. Without a doubt, the xuanhuan floating cannon exploded on impact, but it successfully blocked the blast. Xuanhuan floating cannon. Why am I always the one getting injured? Previously, during the battle with Su Li, Qin Shang had already used this sacrifice pawns to protect generals tactic. Now he employed it effortlessly. However, there are only two xuanhuan floating cannons. One has already been lost, which means Qin Shang only has one more chance left. Qin Shang took a deep breath. Once again, he focused completely and swung the sword. Despite the damaged kinetics, the power output increased once more. It's merely bearing a little more load.
Currently, Qin Shang's strength is at the 5th realm of a Qi practitioner, and even though the current load exceeds the condition needed to maintain the Zulong Type 2's overdrive mode, he gritted his teeth and managed to endure it. Besides, the first round of energy main cannon attacks have already been mostly cut off by the sword net. Swish swish. The sword net became dense once again in an instant. Warning, warning. The right arm of the unit damaged by 10%, kinetic energy decreased. Qin Shang furrowed his brows and increased the power output once more. At this point, cold sweat continuously streamed down Qin Shang's forehead. His body felt very heavy, but the internal qi inside him continued to rapidly deplete. Warning, right arm we're at 17%. He increases the power output again. Qin Shang clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums started bleeding. Almost there. As Qin Shang continuously increases the power output, the wear speed of the right arm of the Zulong Type 2 significantly accelerates, yet the sword net hasn't reappeared with any flaws. Each energy main cannon shatters under the sword glow. Upon seeing this scene, Su Li's face showed a slight moment of bewilderment. When did Qin Shang's swordsmanship reach this level? Previously, every time they practiced together, almost each session found Qin Shang controlling the Zulong Type 2 fleeing in panic under the firepower of Su Li's divine general mecha. Su Li truly didn't know that Qin Shang possessed such an advanced set of mecha swordsmanship. Even during their previous battle where Yulin soldiers fought Wuzhou infantry, after being engaged in close combat, Su Li admitted defeat. Hence, she never experienced Qin Shang's full set of mecha swordsmanship. On the High Goblin side, there was also a certain degree of bewilderment. Isn't this too unrealistic? A Space Knight mecha intercepting the attacks of 100 or more starship main cannons using basic mecha swordsmanship alone. What the hell is this mech, alloy long sword energy main cannon? And, looking at that area, with the fluctuating energy ripples, the Goblin commander's brow slightly furrowed. I seem to have overlooked something. At this moment, the last flash of the sword shadow appeared, dividing the last 2 energy main cannons in half with the divine pattern star iron alloy long sword, turning them into specks of energy. Warning, the mecha's right arm, where is 29%, kinetic energy has significantly decreased. Zzz. Vaguely, one could even see arcs of electricity flashing from the Zulong Type 2 mech's right arm. Huff. Qin Shang let out a breath. You actually managed to pull it off. Your swordsmanship is quite unexpected. Su Li's voice came through. It's all thanks to this divine pattern star iron alloy long sword. Qin Shang grinned in response. If it had been the previous alloy long sword, it probably wouldn't have held up against this level of load. After all, there were over 100 energy main cannons. Boom. At this point, behind Qin Shang, intense energy ripples spread, instantly dispersing the nearby small patch of nebula mist. It's done. Su Li's voice sounded. And at this moment, on the Goblin commander's side, his pupils suddenly widened. He remembered what he had overlooked. It was the energy reaction coming from within the nebula mist. At first, he subconsciously assumed it was from the elongated humanoid mech, but upon careful reflection, it definitely wasn't. The group was familiar with the flexibility of the elongated humanoid mech, but just now, when facing over 100 main cannon attacks, it didn't evade, but instead chose to withstand the assault directly. Clearly, there was something behind it. Now, it was revealed. A Star Destroyer class mech. And it was a star-destroying weapon that had finished charging its energy. No, the Goblin commander shouted in terror. Your Highness, move aside. Su Li said indifferently. In fact, Su Li didn't even need to say anything. As soon as the energy ripples were detected from behind, Qin Shang had already activated the Zulong Type 2 mech into overdrive mode, looping around to the side. However, due to the wear on the right arm, after the Zulong Type 2 mech transformed into overdrive form, its normally smooth body now had an extra protrusion, making it look rather awkward. Chapter 120. Mission accomplished, time to withdraw. Although there was some slight deformation of the body after entering the overclocked state, it was all inconsequential, because Qin Shang no longer needed to act. After Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 maneuvered away, Goblin's fleets had already witnessed a terrifying bright light. The full-powered energy-storing Divine General Mecha Star Destroyer warship. Though due to its physical limitations, the Divine General Mecha wasn't in its complete form. Therefore, this time the maximum limit of the energy-storing star-destroying cannon reached only 80%. But that was already more than enough. The star-destroying mecha, because of its quantum core engine, could unleash star-destroying capabilities far exceeding those of a regular star-destroying ship. A normal star-destroying ship's main cannon can only destroy planets. Particularly Goblin's level of technology with their star-destroying ships, which are nominally called Star Destroyers, have main cannons at most capable of destroying some ordinary planets. For larger planets, it might even take several shots. But the star-destroying mech corresponds to a star. A mech that possesses the power to annihilate stars is considered a qualified star-destroying mech. Of course, it doesn't stop some civilizations' star-destroying mechs from, due to their technological levels, being unable to fully manifest star-annihilating force, but still satisfying other conditions for a star-destroying mech, such as the quantum engine core. Therefore, in the galaxy, star-destroying mechs are also divided into different ranks. Naturally, Great Qin's technology definitely wouldn't have this issue. Even though the Divine General Mecha used slightly inferior materials, its tech level ensures it still qualifies as an excellent star-destroying mech. Hence, even if only 80% of the star-destroying cannon's power is utilized, it's still far beyond what these Goblin fleets can withstand. This technique isn't often used on normal battlefields primarily due to the significant strain it imposes.
Despite Su Li having reached the 7th Qi cultivation realm and being a competent star-destroying mech pilot, she appeared visibly pale. Moreover, it requires time to charge, something not typically available on a battlefield. Let us return to the subject. The star-destroying cannon has been fired now. A horrifying streak of light tore across the starry sky. And, unfortunately for them, due to their prior intent to attack Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2, about 3/5 of the goblins' fleet formed a straight line. A line connecting the goblins' teleportation framework and the position of the Divine General Mecha, with the target of the star-destroying cannon being precisely the goblins' teleportation framework. The outcome was, naturally, already certain. The speed of the star-destroying cannon was extremely fast, and its power immense, cutting through everything in its path like straw before a gale. In the wake of the star-destroying cannon, there were fireworks. And what constituted these fireworks were the fleets of the goblins. Boom boom. Though space is silent, Qin Shang turned back, visualizing in his mind the sound effects accompanying that series of fireworks in the starry expanse. No. The goblin commander, witnessing this scene, erupted in rage, his eyes bloodshot with horror. All at once, the over 50,000-strong fleet they had painstakingly amassed from their entire civilization was decimated before the formal battle began. No matter how enraged he became, it couldn't change the established fact. Ultimately, the star-destroying cannon pierced through the entire line of the fleet. Whether they were escort ships, star-destroying ships, or individual mechas, none survived unscathed. All were obliterated by the star-destroying cannon. Then the energy bolt from the star-destroying cannon accurately struck the nearly completed teleportation framework of the goblins. Boom. After piercing through so many starships, the remaining strength of the star-destroying cannon wasn't much, but it was entirely sufficient to destroy the teleportation framework. As the last remaining power of the star-destroying cannon exploded, the teleportation framework Qin Shang viewed as rather crude disintegrated too. This mission for Qin Shang and Su Li could be considered more than accomplished. Even if the teleportation framework hadn't been destroyed, the goblins likely wouldn't have attacked again after such devastation. After all, those fireworks haven't dissipated yet. Over 30,000 various types of starships, including more than 30 star-destroying ships, created quite a spectacular sight. With only over 20,000 left in their fleet, even the goblins' elite forces may not necessarily prevail against the combined human army. Their initial tactic was merely numerical superiority. Let's go. From Su Li's tone, it was evident her condition wasn't good either. Qin Shang naturally did not hesitate any longer. Whoosh. The two mechas, one large and one small, instantly transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. One strike's might, capable of destroying heavens and obliterating the earth. This is the intimidation of the star-destroying mech, and one of the reasons why star-destroying mechs are referred to as strategic weapons. As long as it's a qualified star-destroying mech, the destructive power it unleashes is nothing short of terrifying, provided it's given a bit of time. Stop them. Give me a reason to keep them here. Hold them back. The goblin commander, eyes on the streaks of mech light, was beside himself with fury as he issued his commands. Mecha star-destroyers were indeed astonishing, but there were only 2 of them. His side still had an army of 20,000 starships. If they could capture just one star-destroying mech, it wouldn't be a loss. It would be a huge gain. Though the star-destroying mech itself was immensely powerful, the pilots weren't invincible like the machines. The star-destroying mecha might have no limits, but its drivers certainly did. Ultimately, there were only 2 enemy mechs to deal with. With their force of 20,000 ships, if they spread out their formations widely enough, they could grind them down even if it took time. As soon as the pilot's stamina ran out, the star-destroying mechas would fall into their hands like ripe fruit. But what the commander forgot amidst his rage was this. Could his fleet of more than 20,000 ships actually manage to intercept the enemies? Neither Qin Shang nor Su Li were fools. They'd already accomplished their objective many times over. They weren't about to waste any more time and energy lingering for the goblins. And so, before the stunned goblins' very eyes, the twin beams of light didn't pause a moment longer and quickly disappeared into the farthest reaches of the starry sky. Despite numerous warships opening fire along the way, including star-destroying ships, all attempts failed miserably to hit the agile pair of mechas. At this distance, both Su Li and Qin Shang had ample time to avoid attacks. This was the advantage mechas held over warships. Heavy and sluggish warships might not always be able to react in time to avoid being hit. Before long, the goblins lost sight of the 2 mechs altogether, leaving the rest of their fleets glaring helplessly at the empty void. Seal off the quantum channels. They must go through them to return. The goblin commander immediately gave orders. To give him credit, as a leader, his thinking was fairly sharp. Under normal circumstances, his plan would have been sound. Alas, Qin Shang and Su Li had returned via privileged routes, directly exiting back home without any trouble. By the time the goblins set up their blockade around the quantum channels, Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 and Su Li's Divine General Mech were already safely ensconced within the Human Alliance's maintenance base. Chapter 121, The Shadow in the Divine Pattern Star Iron. After this incident, Jaeblin's side became completely obedient. The fleet of over 20,000 did not disband but stayed to guard the other side of the Qinglin star system. After reviewing the situation, Jaeblin reluctantly accepted the fact that the 2 human race mechs had completely escaped. After all, no human mech was detected via the quantum channel on this side. Secondly, there was always a defensive force guarding the quantum channel, and no detection of when those 2 mechs came through. But those 2 mechs indeed launched a surprise attack from the other side of the Qinglin star system into Jaeblin's area. This meant that the human side mastered another method to get here without using the quantum channel. As for what specific method, Jablin didn't know. Regarding bypassing the route, that was even more impossible. To come around from the opposite side of the Qinglin star system would take at least 3 to 4 months. Also, Jablin had set up precautionary forces on all necessary routes. If the human coalition came from that side, they would be informed immediately. For Jablin's great defeat, the Yin-Yang clan directly mocked them out loud. In response, Jablin was angry but could not rebut, because the Yin-Yang clan had warned them from the start. Secondly, they were now still hoping for the assistance of the advanced civilization behind the Yin-Yang clan to help resolve this crisis. Since the war started, Jablin hasn't won a single victory against the human coalition, consecutive defeats already leaving Jablin completely weakened. Jablin is now urgently conscripting soldiers. It was okay. Qin Shi Huang received news that could be considered both good and bad. The scattered minerals on the wandering planet had been fully mined. Except for that divine pattern star iron cube, the scattered minerals near the core did not amount to as much as initially predicted. With continued human resources invested by the Eagle's Nest, it has been completely extracted. The good news was that the scattered mining was complete. The bad news was that there wasn't as much as expected. Anyway, it didn't matter since the yield of this mission exceeded expectations from the start. Next was the obliteration work of the wandering planet. It only needed its direction reversed, then activating the planetary engine to send it into a black hole would suffice. This wasn't difficult, so Qin Shi Huang paid no further attention to it. Subsequently, the focus turned to digesting these quantities of divine pattern star iron, particularly the massive divine pattern star iron cube. Previously, based on the conditions of the divine pattern star iron cube, it was inferred that it should be man-made. And after being sent back to the Great Wall and subjected to high-tech analysis, it was confirmed with 100% certainty that the divine pattern star iron cube was undeniably man-made. The surface showed signs of cutting and polishing. Thus, the obliteration work of the wandering planet became even more essential. Following the cutting of a notch, a more astonishing discovery was made by the Great Wall personnel. Hence, Qin Shi Huang had to return once again to the Great Wall. This time, Li Si did not cause any trouble with the ether-transmitting capsule because Su Li and Su Bingtian were returning together. Su Bingtian was supposed to stay here and monitor the situation somewhat. Although Jablin, after the previous ambush by Qin Shi Huang and Su Li, behaved themselves well enough. Who knew if some other trouble wouldn't arise? After all, according to intelligence, the Yin-Yang clan had arrived at Jablin's side. However, during this period, the Yin-Yang clan never showed itself. Nonetheless, upon hearing that something was discovered within the divine pattern star iron cube, Su Bingtian requested to also return to the Great Wall for a look. Naturally, Qin Shi Huang didn't refuse since there were still people from the wandering planet, Su Bingfu and Su Qin, to keep an eye on things. Through ether transmission, no time was wasted, and the trio quickly returned to the Great Wall. The only downside was some energy consumption. But with such a large chunk of divine pattern star iron having already been transmitted, consuming additional energy didn't seem like a big deal. Prince. Projections of Li Si and Zhao Gao appeared simultaneously before Qin Shi Huang's group of 3. What's the situation? Qin Shi Huang looked curiously at Zhao Gao, wondering what he had found to make him react so strongly. Qin Shi Huang knew Zhao Gao usually stayed by the Imperial Seal, guarding the last consciousness of Emperor Shi Huang. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Your Highness, you'd better follow me. Li Si said complexly. Meanwhile, Su Bingtian seemed lost in thought, yet he also followed along. Soon, Qin Shi Huang's group, led by Li Si, arrived at the location where the divine pattern star iron block was kept. The enormous divine pattern star iron was housed in a colossal alloy room, surrounded by dense mechanical arms. This is the result discovered after cutting into the divine pattern star iron cube and inserting a probe to scan inside. Li Si activated a projection screen. The screen displayed a sea of blue, but at the center was a massive, blurry black shadow. Because of the unique properties of divine pattern star iron, we were only able to scan its surface previously, so we didn't discover this situation. But once the probe was inserted and conducted a deeper scan, we uncovered it. Li Si explained. What is it? Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brows. Upon seeing this scene, Su Bingtian moved his lips slightly, but did not utter a sound. However, all eyes were drawn to the projection screen, and no one noticed Su Bingtian's condition. I don't know either. The peculiar nature of divine pattern star iron prevents us from performing a clear scan, Li Si admitted helplessly. Based on calculations by ratio, this shadow resides exactly at the center of the divine pattern star iron cube. It's approximately 1,000 meters tall. Although very indistinct, we can make out a rough silhouette, a humanoid figure, Li Si stated. Which race's corpse? Is there really a race with people over 1,000 meters tall? Qin Shi Huang frowned and asked. And as for why they assumed it was a corpse, being sealed within the divine pattern star iron meant there was no way any form of life could survive inside. There are such beings, though they have long since gone extinct. According to ancient records, during the mythic era, there existed a giant race whose average height was between 1 to 2 kilometers, Li Si said. But that race went extinct long ago, Zhao Gao added. Could it truly be the remains of the giant race? Li Si also questioned. No, perhaps. I know something about this. At that moment, a voice rang out. Turning around, they saw it was Su Bingtian who spoke. Uncle, do you know what this thing is? Su Li questioned curiously. I can't be sure with 100% certainty, but I do have a suspicion. Su Bingtian stepped forward and stared at the black shadow scanned onto the projection screen. If my suspicion proves true, then this would absolutely be an immense opportunity for Great Qin. Su Bingtian murmured almost to himself. But those listening were left utterly baffled. Chapter 122. A mech above star annihilation level. The reason I can't be sure is that it seems almost unbelievable to have such a coincidental event. Su Bingtian muttered, as if he were talking to himself. Uncle, what are you talking about? What's so coincidental? What's inside? Su Li was clearly frustrated with her uncle's mysterious behavior. Cough, cough. After composing himself, Su Bingtian looked at everyone and began. You should all know that our human race originated from Earth in the surface universe. Everyone nodded. Moreover, during the mythological era long, long ago, our ancestors fought off interstellar races in this part of the outer universe. They were the first generation of protectors. And myths like Nuwa patching the sky actually refer to sealing the passageways within the Great Wall star system. Humans obviously cannot do such sealing on their own. Therefore, the so-called Nuwa must have been a mech. The size of those passages goes without saying. In a fully open state, do you think a star annihilation mech could seal it? Su Bingtian paused after speaking and looked at the group. Su Li froze slightly. As a pilot of a star annihilation level mech, she knew its details more than well enough. It was undeniable that the star annihilation mech was powerful, but that power referred to its destructive ability and combat strength. When it came to repairs or fixing things like closing a passage, it was not what star annihilation mechs were designed for. So, the Nuwa mech's capabilities must far exceed those of the star annihilation mech. According to some ancient texts within the clan, star annihilation level mechs aren't actually the pinnacle, said Su Bingtian. Huh? Isn't the most powerful mech in the universe right now the star annihilation mech? Qin Shang asked in surprise. Li Si and Zhao Gao also looked confused. The Great Qin once dominated the stars and nearly unified the outer universe, and the strongest single-unit mech in space had always been the star annihilation mech. The Great Qin relied on the mech piloted by great generals like Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Meng Tian to dominate the battlefield across the galaxy. It is true now, but according to these ancient texts, things were different before the Shang dynasty. Even the Shang dynasty possessed. Su Bingtian stopped there appropriately. How come I didn't know? Su Li murmured softly. Ahem, those are ancient documents, physical books that are hard to preserve. They are kept precious in the clan archives, so it's normal you younger generations wouldn't know. Su Bingtian coughed twice lightly. Director Su, what you mean is that the shadow inside this god-patterned star iron block is a mech? Qin Shang questioned with doubt. Su Bingtian nodded. Highly possible. I don't know why, but currently, the strongest single soldier mech in the galaxy is the star annihilation mech. Also, aside from the ancient texts within our clan, there are no records found about those mechs from back then. But according to the descriptions in these ancient texts, in this starry region before the Shang dynasty, there indeed existed mechs above the star annihilation level. However, it was too long ago. It was truly an extremely distant time. Even though the Su clan descended from the remnants of the Shang dynasty, it has been close to 10,000 years since the Shang dynasty. After all, it has been over 10,000 years since the Great Qin arrived in the outer universe. Plus, when the Shang dynasty fell into decline initially, it must have caused instability in the political landscape. Despite being descendants of the Shang dynasty, very few traditions managed to survive throughout these many years, including the literature mentioned by Su Bingtian now. Although these were ancient paper books preserved using high-tech methods, he still wondered why the science and technology levels back then were comparable or even excelled compared to current standards, especially concerning mechs. Yet, they used paper-based texts for record-keeping. Before this point, every generation of our Su family believed these things only existed in storybooks similar to legends. Given that technology is continuously developing, the most advanced mech we have now is the star annihilation mech. How could previous civilizations have produced mechs stronger than star annihilation ones? Until this piece of god-patterned star iron appeared. Su Bingtian raised his head and gazed through the isolating glass at the massive block of star iron engraved with the god pattern ahead. According to vague descriptions, a mech was sealed inside a cube marked with divine patterns. At first, I didn't think much about the cube pattern. Not until I confirmed this piece of star iron was precisely 1 myriad square units in size and bore signs of artificial marks did I vaguely associate this possibility. But I didn't dare make any conclusions because this definitely seemed fantastical. But now, Su Bingtian looked at the blurry shadow within the star iron cube displayed in the projection. I feel that what's recorded in our clan's literature might be true. Upon hearing Su Bingtian's words, everyone fell silent. If there really existed mechs stronger than star annihilation level, why haven't we heard any rumors in the entire star system? Li Si muttered to himself. Zhao Gao was also momentarily stunned. Although Zhao Gao and Li Si now existed as forms of artificial consciousness, they were genuinely among those who originally followed the Great Qin into this expanse of stars and assumed the guarding responsibilities handed over from the Shang dynasty. Of course, they inherited the Shang technology too. Although it's been so long, the technology of the Great Qin had been renewed countless times. Compared to the time of the Shang dynasty, it has far surpassed them by an unknowable margin. Precisely because of the existence of the Qin heavy industries, the technological development of the Great Qin advanced rapidly, leading to their domination of the outer universe for over 10,000 years. They were almost on the verge of unifying the stars. Now, telling them that there was even more advanced mech technology before the Shang dynasty, it was indeed hard to accept. But, this is exactly what the literature records. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we extract that big guy in the center of the divine pattern star iron block. Su Bingtian shrugged as he said this. Extracting naturally is probably not easy though. Li Si looked at the massive piece of divine pattern star iron. According to the plan, the Great Qin should mainly focus on refining the scattered ores right now. After all, although the scattered ores need smelting, in a certain sense, compared to cutting this enormous divine pattern star iron, it wouldn't be that strenuous. However, after hearing Su Bintian's words, no matter Qin Shang, Li Si, or even Zhao Gao decided to prioritize splitting this block of divine pattern star iron to retrieve what Su Bintian referred to as the mech inside. But thinking differently, if there really was a mech even higher end than star annihilation level, then the existence of this man-made divine pattern star iron could be justified. After all, at the tech level beyond the star annihilation mech, how far it might have gone, they didn't even know how to imagine. The quantum engine core of a star annihilation mech was already quite extraordinary, capable of compressing the energy of an entire old-age star. Then, what would be the engine core of the mech above the star annihilation level? Chapter 123, The Arrival of the Snake Clan. No matter what, we need to take it out of the divine pattern star iron block first. If it really is a mech above the stellar level, that alone is indeed exciting. If we can fully grasp its technology, Great Qin Heavy Industries' technological level will likely make another leap forward. With Qin Shang also now part of Great Qin may not fail to rise again. However, after estimating, with all its efforts, Great Qin's current strength would probably take several months to excavate it. Divine pattern star iron isn't easy to process, especially this pure divine pattern star iron. The battle on the High Goblin front is still at a stalemate. Qin Shang and his team cannot keep waiting. But since they have returned, according to Li Si's idea, they decided to wait first. Although it will take considerable time to completely extract the mech from the divine pattern star iron block, cutting off some portions of the divine pattern star iron for immediate use won't require much time. Furthermore, during the previous surprise attack, Qin Shang's Zulong 2 mech sustained damage, and the body of the divine general mech hasn't been repaired either. Since they're back, let's deal with everything together. A complete major upgrade in such a short time is unlikely, but repairing and slightly upgrading some key positions through the divine pattern star iron should be no problem. It wouldn't take too much time. Since that's the case, Qin Shang decided to stay temporarily at the Great Wall with Su Li and Su Bingtian. Su Li and Qin Shang are fine. This was actually Su Bingtian's first time visiting the Great Qin Wall. Therefore, Su Bingtian is very willing to stay at the wall for a while to tour around. During this time, the Great Wall has remained peaceful and tranquil. After using the Ultrastar Bow to directly take down a Hellfire Walker last time, the interstellar races have temporarily quieted down, while Qin Shang and Su Li were waiting for the upgrade of the Zulong 2 and the Divine General mechs. On the High Goblin side, a group of guests arrived. High Goblins have truly suffered heavy losses this time. During the previous surprise attack, a single shot from the stellar crossbow of the Divine General mech managed to take out more than 30,000 starships like beads on a string. Undoubtedly, compared to ordinary main combat units in space, stellar-class mechs possess absolute dominance. That's why learning about mechs surpassing even the stellar class from the old stellar era left Qin Shang and others incredulous. Even stellar-level mechs are already excessively powerful. What lies beyond stellar level is truly unimaginable. In one of High Goblin's rear star systems, a fleet of only over 1,000 space warships hovered above one of the High Goblin administrative planets. These starships, both in terms of specifications and appearance, looked relatively advanced. Compared to the nearby accompanying High Goblin starships, they appeared much more superior. A small spacecraft flew out of the fleet and landed. Under the welcome of the High Goblin elite members and the 2 envoys of the Yin-Yang race, 7 or 8 figures descended from the small spacecraft. You lords, you have finally come. One envoy of the Yin-Yang race spoke fluent interstellar common language. There were many affairs within our clan. Thus, we arrived late, they said while extending forked tongues. The Snake clan controls over 6,000 star systems. Holding a mid-tier position in the stars, they are definitely considered a strong race compared to civilizations like the Yin-Yang and High Goblins who control fewer than 100 star systems. They once submitted to Great Qin, much like the Yu-Yi clan back then, but when Great Qin declined, they not only rebelled but turned against them as well. Although the Snake clan doesn't show obvious animalistic traits similar to the goat-headed people of the Yin-Yang race, they belong to the same interstellar organization, an entity born after Great Qin's fall, the Beast Alliance. Almost all civilizations in the stars bearing animalistic features, such as the Yin-Yang race, belong mostly to this alliance, though not entirely. The Yin-Yang naturally falls within this category as well. Otherwise, how could a civilization with such a low rank in the interstellar world like Yin-Yang ever connect with a strong race, like the Snake clan? It's no issue. Your presence is already an honor to us. A high-ranking official of the High Goblins kept a very humble attitude. Minor issue. Suppressing the human race is everyone's responsibility. I don't want another Great Qin dominating us, calmly said a senior member of the Snake clan. Of course, the real situation is something only they themselves know. How is the situation? A member of the Snake clan asked. Master, please come in and rest for a moment. We will immediately give you a detailed report on the recent battle situation. Soon, some footage of battles that had recently occurred, along with post-battle analyses, were fully presented to the Snake clan without any reservation. The delegation from the Snake clan watched the content and then discussed it amongst themselves in their native language. Though the Yin-Yang and High Goblins standing nearby couldn't understand what was said, they could do nothing but keep smiling apologetically. Afterwards, the Snake group uploaded the relevant data to the fleet hovering above in the starry sky for technical analysis. Not bad, Their technological level is more than one tier higher than yours, but still inferior to our Snake clan. The humans' greatest advantage lies in those mechs. There's no need to talk about the stellar level mechs. They are definitely qualified. Secondly, those star mechs are also relatively high-end, so it's normal that you couldn't defeat them. As for the origin of these humans, the Snake clan paused the images on some intelligence gathered from Luoshue's star during the True Clan's era. Su's clan must be involved, but Su alone absolutely cannot be responsible for all this power. They don't have such strength, one member of the Snake clan said dismissively. When Great Qin dissolved, although Su's clan had broken away from Great Qin, they had stayed within their limited territory and taken no other actions. The Snake clan, however, betrayed Great Qin and, under the support of many civilizations that rebelled against Great Qin at the time, brutally annexed numerous other civilizations who hadn't been able to break away from Great Qin in time. This is how the Snake clan created their current vast domain of over 6,000 star systems. It's undoubtedly several remnants of human forces that split from Great Qin uniting together. At least, Su doesn't possess stellar-level mechs. Just wonder if there might be shadows of Great Qin behind them. Probably not. Great Qin now hides in the Great Wall, being watched by countless eyes. If they were to intervene, the enemy would likely have already been wiped out. Moreover, those space mechs aren't in Great Qin's standard format either. These words were discussed among the Snake clan in interstellar common language. All the while, the yin-yang and high goblins standing beside them could only keep smiling politely throughout. Chapter 124, Scale Snake. After a brief discussion, the people of the Snake clan immediately decided not to delay any further and set out at once. Though they had also been through arduous travels along the way, it was a matter concerning star-annihilating Macharmer. Getting their hands on it sooner would mean greater ease, avoiding complications from delays. Following this decision, the fleet belonging to the Snake clan continued onward, traversing over a dozen star systems of the Goblin race and reaching the opposite Qinlin star system. Utilizing quantum channels all the way would take no significant time. Meanwhile, within the Great Qin Wall, the Zulong Model 2 and Divine General Mech were undergoing simple upgrades in the workshop. If the Divine General Mech were to be upgraded using Divine Pattern Star Iron, it would require relatively more time and involve quite intricate techniques, which from a certain perspective didn't offer good value for effort. Therefore, according to Li Si's plan, they would simply use Divine Pattern Star Iron to smelt new alloy and then entirely recast the body of the Divine General Mech using this alloy, and conveniently improve the body of the Divine General Mech in some aspects. However, doing so would require more time. Hence, they would first upgrade the current body temporarily, and after the new body was manufactured, they would return to transfer the core. Regarding this, Qin Shang and Su Li naturally had no objections, since Divine Pattern Star Iron was abundant anyway. As for the Zulong Model 2, it would similarly have its body recast using this method, which upon completion would enhance Qin Shang's self-preservation abilities while piloting the Zulong Model 2 significantly, to the extent that even facing a star-annihilating mech, one could possess considerable power to preserve oneself. At least, if during the last surprise attack, the Zulong Model 2 used by Qin Shang had been made with Divine Pattern Star Iron alloy, the damage sustained due to wear and tear wouldn't have reached such an extent based on the strength of Divine Pattern Star Iron. Nonetheless, it was a good opportunity now. In the current upgrade plan, the worn-out right arm was directly removed, and a new mechanical arm made entirely of Divine Pattern Star Iron alloy was installed. Although casting the entire body would consume much time, merely constructing one arm, without too detailed precision, wouldn't take long. During this period in the Great Wall, Qin Shang and Su Li, even Su Bintian, could take a proper rest. Unfortunately, the old saying goes, the tree wishes for stillness, but the wind will not cease. Just as Qin Shang comfortably relaxed himself and meditated, Li Si's hologram appeared before him. Your Highness, there is a situation on the front lines. Qin Shang furrowed his brows. Without beating around the bush, Li Si activated a projection. In the picture was a vast expanse of stars, with a massive fleet navigating through them. Among them, most prominent were fleets Qin Shang was familiar with, the Goblin Civilization's ships, and another fleet somewhat recognizable to him. Furrowing his brows, Qin Shang remembered, these were the Yin Sheep Tribe's fleet. But that wasn't the main point. The focus was on how both these fleets were positioned on either side as flanking support for a central, smaller unfamiliar fleet. Even though the fleet in the middle was numerically the smallest, judging by its appearance and aura alone revealed that this fleet's technological standards far exceeded those of both the Goblins and the Yin Sheep Tribe. Not all interstellar civilizations are equal in power. This video footage was captured from the private interspace network of the High Goblins and then quickly deleted. For such a large-scale fleet navigation, it was normal that some common folks among the High Goblins would discover them. Are these reinforcements of theirs? Qin Shang spoke in surprise. With Li Si's mental indication, the central battleships in the picture began to magnify, conducting data comparisons. According to database comparison, these spacecraft belong to the Snake tribe. Once traders of the Great Qin Empire, they now control a territory with over 6,000 star systems and are part of the interstellar organization known as the Beast Alliance. They're technologically advanced, ranking fairly high among interstellar civilizations. That's not the key. The key is that they possess star-destroying mechs. An individual hologram projection of someone from the Snake clan appeared before Qin Shang. Snake clan. Qin Shang looked at the holographic image containing relevant information about the Snake clan, raising his eyebrows. This Snake clan's domain is way more than 10,000, 8,000 light years away from the region near the Withering Veil. Why would they come so far to support the High Goblins? Qin Shi Huang was a bit puzzled. This section of the interstellar space was not Eden, but truly a dark forest. Normally, the arrival of powerful civilizations often comes with slaughter and plunder. But the area near the Withering Veil was too far from the territories controlled by the Snake clan. Even if the Snake clan occupied this area of space, it would serve little purpose since the resources in this area are too scarce for high-level civilizations. And the distance is so far. They traveled a long way just to be here. And to put it bluntly, from the High Goblins and Yin Sheep tribe's perspective, they probably can't even cover the expenses incurred during the journey. After all, the distance is too great. I can roughly guess their purpose. Li Si spoke up. What? Qin Shi Huang frowned. Divine General Mech. Li Si said calmly. At the same time, a three-dimensional projection appeared in the picture again. A model of a mech, with a relatively smooth contour overall, but its exterior alloy resembled scales. The mech was quite large. However, from this mech, Qin Shi Huang could see the traces of time and repair patches clearly visible. This is Scale Snake, the star-annihilating mech of the Snake clan. But this mech is an ancient one, having been cut into two by Qi's mech during the conquest of the Great Qin Empire. Afterward, following submission, the body was restored under the technical support of the Great Qin Empire. But the Snake clan was one of the earliest civilizations conquered by the Great Qin Empire, so this Scale Snake mech has been around for close to 10,000 years. Not only that, the quantum engine core of the Scale Snake mech itself is a super antique, and the power output has already started to malfunction. That's why it was easily destroyed by Qi's mech at the time. Now, after all these years, plus the extensive looting carried out after the Snake clan rebelled against the Great Qin Empire, if there's no mistake, the quantum engine core of the Scale Snake mech should be near exhaustion. So, they must be targeting the Divine General Mech, Li Si analyzed. Qin Shi Huang was slightly astonished. Quantum engine core depleted? In Qin Shi Huang's understanding, a quantum engine core compresses the energy of an entire star. How could such a vast amount of energy be depleted? That's why I said the quantum engine core of the Scale Snake mech is a super antique. Additionally, while the quantum engine core seemingly possesses infinite energy, it is ultimately limited, and consumption by a star-annihilating mech isn't small either. Of course, under normal circumstances, a quantum engine core would last for tens of thousands of years without any issues. Qin Shi Huang nodded slightly, thinking about the level of attacks like those from the Divine General Mech's Star Annihilation Crossbow. The consumption at that level indeed wasn't low. 1 or 2 uses might not matter much, but as the number of uses increases, it naturally becomes a terrifying expenditure, and the quantum engine core cannot be recharged. Chapter 125. Upgrade completed. How much longer until they reached the Qinglin front line? Qin Shi Huang no longer obsessed over their purpose. Anyway, they were confirmed as enemies without a doubt. Based on the current speed, at most 3 days. Li Si replied. Have Su Li and Commander Su been notified? We're talking to them right now. Li Si nodded. This was the Great Wall, where Li Si's main consciousness resided. Here, Li Si was almost like a god, and countless projections of Li Si appeared within the Great Wall. While Li Si was notifying Qin Shi Huang, another projection also appeared to Su Li and Su Bingtian. After hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nodded. How much longer will it take for the upgrade of the Zulong 2 and the Divine General Mecha? Under normal circumstances, it will take another week. However, now I've urgently mobilized manpower from the divided Divine Pattern Star iron blocks. At the latest, everything will be completed tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nodded again, showing trust in Li Si's arrangements. In that case, we can still catch up. Perfect. Let the Insha clan taste the upgraded Divine General Mecha and the Zulong 2. Qin Shi Huang said with a hint of a smile. Perhaps before this, it would have indeed been troublesome. After all, our manpower is indeed too limited. If the Divine General Mecha gets entangled by scale snakes, and combined with the vast number of enemy fleets, it really would be difficult. Li Si agreed and nodded. Additionally, I am already starting to arrange corresponding measures for the Qinglin front line. Li Si continued. A projection consciousness of Li Si was present at the Qinglin front line. As long as the ether signal remains connected, both sides can be linked, which is how these fleet images are transmitted. Everything was progressing methodically. The next day, both the Divine General Mecha and the Zulong 2 had been upgraded. Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but feel some anticipation looking at the Zulong 2 before him. Even though there wasn't a thorough overhaul, the core positions and the previously damaged right arm had all been replaced with Divine Pattern Star iron alloy. However, with the application of a dark golden coating, there was little visible difference from the outside. Your Highness, you may go ahead and try. Li Si smiled as he suggested. Qin Shi Huang grinned in return. Even without Li Si's suggestion, he had intended to give it a test. Pooh! The isolation chamber opened. The Zulong 2 mecha shot out like a streak of dark golden light. Without discussing anything else, through his connection to the core feedback of the Zulong 2 via his chi, Qin Shi Huang felt the framework of the Zulong 2 was now more robust. It could unleash greater power as well. After all, its core support structure had been replaced with Divine Pattern Star iron alloy. In particular, the right arm. Swish! The Divine Pattern Star iron sword came unsheathed. A pale blue streak of light sliced through the starry sky. Then Qin Shi Huang accelerated further. Swish, swish, swish. An instant sword net materialized in front of the Zulong 2 mecha. Currently, the speed of wielding the sword had reached what Qin Shi Huang used when intercepting over 100 main cannons during his previous surprise attack. But this time, the mecha's AI system didn't issue any alerts. Clearly, This level of load was just a light sprinkle for the right arm cast from Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy. Qin Shang once again experienced the formidable nature of Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy. Subsequently, Qin Shang attempted to increase the speed of his sword swings. Instantly, another sword net appeared before the Zulong 2 mecha. This occurred because the old layer of the sword net hadn't faded yet, while a new one formed behind it due to the exceedingly fast sword movements. Qi within his body quickly consumed itself as sweat appeared on Qin Shang's forehead. This was currently the limit of what Qin Shang could control using the Zulong 2. However, the right arm of the Zulong 2 mecha showed no signs of abnormal alarms. Qin Shang couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Even with such simple upgrades, he couldn't bring the Zulong 2 mecha to its full potential after the enhancement. From this, it could be seen just how significant this improvement was. TSCHHH. But just as Qin Shang was getting excited, his body became alert. Almost reflexively, the entire Zulong 2 mecha ascended sharply. During the ascent, it seamlessly transitioned into its overclocked state. With the damaged right arm repaired, the overclocked state of the Zulong 2 naturally became balanced once more. Not only that, under this overclocked state, Qin Shang noticed that unconventional movements seemed even smoother. At the moment the Zulong 2 mecha broke away, a streak of blue electromagnetic sword light struck heavily against the sword net that Qin Shang had previously constructed. Without a doubt, the entire sword net collapsed instantly under the blue sword light. With a flick of the tail, Qin Shang spotted Su Li's divine general mecha holding a sword and shield. As Qin Shang became alert, he had already guessed correctly. This was inside the Great Qin Wall. Outsiders couldn't get in. The only one who could be here was Su Li. The blue sword light from earlier indeed came from the divine general mecha. Your Highness, your single-handed mech swordsmanship is truly impressive, but it's heavy on technique and lacks power. If the strength exceeds Zulong 2, all you need to do is break through with sheer force. Su Li's voice came through the communicator. Qin Shang sighed helplessly. Miss Su, I'm well aware of that. But among regular star mechs, there aren't many, and possibly none at all, that can surpass the power of Zulong 2. As for the star-shattering mechs, I'll naturally turn and run away as fast as possible. Only a fool would dare to confront the divine general mecha directly. Qin Shang rolled his eyes. True enough, Su Li nodded after hearing this. Then, she gave a mysterious smile. Your Highness, let's test out the upgraded divine general mecha next. There was a certain undertone in Su Li's voice. Wait, Qin Shang's heart leaped. But the divine general mecha had already made its move. With no other choice, Qin Shang could only pilot the Zulong 2 while running away, trying to avoid getting hit. In the end, it was inevitable that Qin Shang got thoroughly beaten by Su Li piloting the divine general mecha. Any trace of complacency in Qin Shang's heart, due to the recent upgrade of Zulong 2, disappeared instantly. Through action, Su Li, piloting the divine general mecha, reminded Qin Shang. Though Zulong 2 was strong, compared to star-shattering mechas, he was still just a rookie. For now, there wasn't any reason for Qin Shang to stay at the Great Wall. The divine pattern star iron blocks were being systematically cut as planned. If nothing unexpected happened, by the time Qin Shang and the others returned, all the divine pattern star iron would have been fully cut out, and the mysterious object suspected to be a mech would have been retrieved. Then, amidst an immense surge of ether fluctuations, Qin Shang, Su Li, and Su Bingtian disappeared from the Great Wall. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the Qinglin front line. Under the arrangements of Li Si's projection, as well as those of Su Bingfu and Su Qin, everything was ready for battle along the entire Qinglin front line. Chapter 126, Caught Off Guard. Where are the people from the Snake tribe? Qin Shang gazed at the profound starry sky ahead. Don't worry, we've been monitoring them. Li Si opened a projection screen. On the projection, there were 3 fleets currently in navigation. The unmanned reconnaissance drones from Eagle's Nest had been invisibly trailing them. Even with the Snake tribe around, the unmanned reconnaissance drones remained undetected. The Snake tribe's technological level wasn't low, but they still lagged far behind Eagle's Nest, or rather, the Qin. These unmanned reconnaissance drones weren't produced by Eagle's Nest. They were brought from the Great Wall region. It's estimated that in a day, they'll arrive at their destination. It's uncertain whether they'll take the quantum channel or not, Li Si said. The possibility is slim. Qin Shang smiled. After all, the load of the quantum channel is something to consider. The previous battle left the goblins in a bad state. If they took the quantum channel, they would face an ambush from this side, and also lose their numerical advantage due to the constraints imposed by the quantum channel load. Of course, it was hard to say if the Snake tribe wouldn't be arrogant enough to directly come through the quantum channel. After all, the Snake tribe was now considered a higher civilization in this area. Thus, necessary preparations must be made regardless. Unfortunately, as facts proved, the members of the Snake tribe were not that foolish. Under the surveillance of the drone, after one day, the fleet arrived at the edge of the Qinglin star system and then veered off course. Where are they going? Su Qin looked at the image of the fleet changing direction and asked curiously. Soon, everyone got the answer. At the edge of the Qinglin star system, a new teleportation framework was already set up among the stars, albeit on a smaller scale than the previous one. The goblins have set up a teleportation framework here. Qin Shang couldn't help but grin upon seeing the framework on the screen. It seems like these goblins are scared, preferring to build the framework further away instead of getting too close. Building the framework far away means greater energy consumption for teleports. Their teleportation coordinates must be aimed towards us. We're unsure when this framework was built. Do you think before this, they sent any reconnaissance units over here? Su Bingtian asked. During this period, he and Qin Shang along with Su Li were at the Great Wall, so they haven't been able to keep track of developments here promptly. Don't worry, brother. We've been monitoring the surrounding star fields. Although we don't know where these goblins set their teleportation coordinates, Su Bingfu responded. With goblins' tech level, if they placed any detection units near the Qing Lin front line, it's impossible for them to remain undetected. Su Bingtian slightly nodded, noticing that the fleet on the screen had begun using the teleportation framework. It was unfortunate that there was only one unmanned reconnaissance drone nearby at the moment. While it had some offensive capabilities, destroying the entire teleportation framework was beyond its reach. If they acted recklessly, it might warn the enemy. Given the circumstances, sitting tight seemed wiser. Nevertheless, the Qing Lin frontline needs to prepare for any contingencies. Closely monitor the ether transmission fluctuations around the star field. Ideally, confirm their landing point immediately. All troops, get ready for battle. Su Bingtian started issuing orders in an orderly fashion. Qin Shang observed the situation on the screen, his eyes slightly narrowing. The Eagle's Nest Coalition, due to the spirit pattern star iron matter, has lingered in this Qing Lin star system for quite some time. This delay gave the goblins many opportunities to cause trouble. Now, as the spirit pattern star iron issue is mostly resolved, eliminating these Snake Tribe guys would clear the path for a full-scale offensive against goblin civilization. Qin Shang fiddled with the willpower crystal in his hand. It had been a long time since he last gained new willpower. At this moment, in the projection image, the final interstellar warship disappeared from the location of the teleportation frame amid a wave of spatial ripples. What's the status? Did you find any trace of them? Su Bingtian asked. The Eagle's Nest Coalition's extended stay in the Qing Lin frontline definitely wasn't wasted. This half of the Qing Lin star system had almost entirely been under the watchful eye of Eagle's Nest. If the Goblin fleet teleported directly to this part of the Qing Lin star system, the immense size of such a massive fleet would generate significant spatial disturbances. As long as they appeared here, the spatial fluctuations would be detected. Report. No traces found. Report. But as Su Bingtian inquired, each report caused his eyebrows to furrow. What's going on? Could it be that those goblins managed to slip through using some method undetected? This is highly unlikely. With their level of technology, even the Snake Tribe couldn't avoid detection by Eagle's Nest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been tracked and monitored without reaction all the way over there. Or could it be the enemy didn't teleport to this location? But that's even more improbable. If it wasn't for dealing with the Eagle's Nest Coalition, then what were these fleets here for? And why did they specially come to the edge of the Qing Lin star system where the teleportation framework was located? They must be here to deal with the Eagle's Nest Coalition. But where are they now? Report. Found them. At that moment, an unexpected communication link came in. Seeing the location of the incoming transmission, Su Bingtian's eyebrows shot up. Then the screen appeared. In the projection, dense fleets emerged amidst massive quantum fluctuations within the starry expanse. Boom, boom. The very instant they appeared, the fleets opened fire. A tremendous barrage of firepower obliterated certain defensive installations scattered in the forward starfield. Those installations were relatively makeshift and completely unprepared. Hence, under the bombardment of the fleets, those defenses were wiped out instantly. Next, the image cut off abruptly. Silence fell over the command hall among everyone present. No one had expected this. That location was outside the Qing Lin star system, the original site of the first battle against the goblins, which had once served as a bridgehead position. Due to subsequent developments, the defense focus shifted to the Qing Lin frontline. As a result, many defensive works at the bridgehead position were moved over here. At the bridgehead, only a few scattered units remained as an outpost-like presence. Not many personnel stayed behind either, just a small squad from Star Nest along with some members of the Jin clan. The Yueying legacy had no representatives stationed there. Because of the advance in the front lines, those at the outpost likely had no sense of vigilance whatsoever. After all, the front line had already been pushed to this side of the Qing Lin star system, and since the Qing Lin line hadn't fallen, the outpost should logically be safe. Chapter 127, Taking the Initiative. None of them had expected that Gao Bulan's spatial coordinates would actually be outside the Qing Lin star system. The main reconnaissance direction and focus for Eagle's Nest had always been on this side of the Qing Lin star system, so naturally nothing was discovered. Gao Bulan's move caught Qin Shang and others completely off guard. Immediately mobilized the reconnaissance drones. Commander, the reconnaissance drones have already departed. At the same time as the report was submitted, the reconnaissance drones had already set out. After all, the grassroots commanders underground from the Su family weren't just sitting idle. Report, there is unusual movement on Gao Bulan's side. Subsequently, another projection appeared. It was precisely the location opposite the quantum channel. There was a dense fleet formation of around 10,000 gathering there. The fleet accompanying the Qin Shi clan to teleport to the bridgehead was also approximately 10,000 strong. These 20,000 fleets could be said to be the last remaining forces under Gao Bulan's control. Is he preparing to attack us from both sides? Seeing Gao Bulan's actions, Qin Shang arched an eyebrow. Their adversary's plan was already quite clear. The fleet transmitted was behind the Qing Lin battlefront, attacking simultaneously. Gao Bulan's remaining fleet would then emerge from the quantum channel, forming a pincer attack on the Qing Lin star system. Should we destroy the quantum channel? Su Bingfu spoke up upon seeing this scene. If Gao Bulan had the means to destroy the quantum channel, how could Eagle's Nest possibly lack them? No need. Qin Shang shook his head. If we destroy the quantum channel, our subsequent operations would only become more troublesome.
According to Qin Shang's plans, after dealing with these fellows, they would prepare for a formal assault on Gaobulan. If they destroyed the quantum channel, they would still need to spend time traveling to get there. Let the Yuan Yizu, Ying Yiju, and the Zhan Yizu, Jiju, cooperate with the defensive fortifications on the Qinglin battlefront to hold back the enemies coming out of the quantum channel. With the support of the defenses in place, it should not be much of a problem, as the enemy only has a fleet of 10,000. Then, let the main fleet from Eagle's Nest depart now. We will take the initiative, annihilating their forces completely. Qin Shang announced. Prince, are you sure about this? Su Bingfu looked somewhat astonished. The fleets of the Yin-Yang clan and Gao Bulan combined through the transmission frame were nearly 30,000. In addition, there was over 1,000 fleets from the Qin Shi clan, fewer in number, but with relatively advanced technology. Most critically, the Qin Shi clan possessed a stellar-class mech, a relic of an ancient model, but still capable enough to contain the Divine General Mech. If the Divine General Mech were tied down, even though they still had close to 3,000 star mechs, their condition wasn't at full capacity except for the distant elite guards. Even after a series of repairs during military campaigns, conditions were inherently limited compared to being fully intact. Under such circumstances, initiating an attack without reservation would surely result in victory with little doubt, but casualties would certainly not be small. Their effective combat strength was only so much. If there were significant losses, they would still need to proceed to attack Gao Bulan later. Moreover, most of the manpower currently in Eagle's Nest consisted of elites from the Su family, who would sustain those casualties. This is why Su Bingfu had reservations. Don't worry, Bingfu. Proceed as per the Crown Prince's plan. Su Bingtian interjected at this moment. Huh. Su Bingfu blinked in surprise. Why was his elder brother agreeing with this plan too? Even though confused, Su Bingfu nodded slightly and didn't say anything further. Rest assured, there's no major issue. Qin Shang smiled broadly, knowing what Su Bingfu was worried about. Were it any other time, even Qin Shang wouldn't be this reckless. After all, the battlefield analysis courses at the Great Wall weren't just studied for show. However, all of this hinged on one condition. The old relic scale snake mech from the Qin Shi clan must be able to adequately tie down the Divine General Mech. Had they not made this trip back to the Great Wall, given that the Divine General Mech itself was damaged, yet there was indeed a high possibility it could be dragged down by that old relic from Scale Snake. But now, Qin Shang was curious. How long would that old relic be able to stand against the Divine General Mech? Having thought thus, Qin Shang unconsciously turned his gaze towards Su Li. Sensing Qin Shang's gaze, Su Li returned a gentle smile. Based on her understanding of Qin Shang, Su Li could roughly guess what he was pondering now. Once the plan was determined, the entire Qinglin battlefront swiftly moved into action. Very soon, the elite fleets of Eagle's Nest had all gathered in space. Meanwhile, the Yuan Yizu and the Zhan Yizu, eyeing the Star Nest fleet, felt somewhat uneasy. Their tasks had naturally been assigned to them. Though they knew, having continuously reinforced by Eagle's Nest, the Qinglin battlefront was extremely formidable recently. But with the absence of the human fleet, they couldn't help feeling uneasy. Rest assured, there won't be any problems, Meng Qi said with a smile from the side. Even though the elite forces were taken away, it was impossible for this side of the Qinglin front not to be left completely without personnel. Therefore, Meng Qi led a part of the combat units and stayed behind at the Qinglin front together. The fleet set out very soon. In contrast to Gao Bulan's fleet of several tens of thousands on the other side, Eagle's Nest's few thousand starships appeared particularly meager. At the same time as the fleet departed, images from the bridgehead had already been transmitted back. Gao Bulan's fleet was no longer there. After destroying that bridgehead outpost and reorganizing his forces, Gao Bulan's allied fleet rushed swiftly towards the Qinglin front. Without any unexpected incidents, the two fleets would likely meet around the edge of the Qinglin star system. The Eagle's Nest fleet made no attempt to hide and brazenly charged straight towards Gao Bulan's allied fleet. Close to the edge of the Qinglin star system, the two fleets were now very close to each other. The enemy had also spotted Eagle's Nest fleet by then. In an instant, both sides started to slow down their speeds, preparing to spread out their combat formations. These humans really are fearless of death. What kind of fleet is this that dares to face them head-on? Do they truly think their Star Destroyer mechs make them invincible? The commander of the Qin Shi clan looked at the intelligence report on Eagle's Nest fleet and sneered coldly. He eagerly awaited the look on the humans' faces when they realized their Star Destroyer mechs were being restrained. Without support from the Star Destroyer mechs, could these fleets withstand the firepower from their side? Give them a little hello first. Super long-range Star Track cannons, fire. Star Destroyer warships, lock onto the targets entirely and start charging energy. Although the distance between the two sides was still quite far, with current technology, the striking range was naturally sufficient. The Star Track cannons fired immediately. Streams of energy blasted towards the depths of the starry sky. However, the anticipated hits by the Qin Shi clan didn't occur. Their Star Track cannon energy dissipated mid-journey before even reaching its target. Chapter 128, The Mighty Divine General Mecha. The interception is on. As they watched the Star Track cannon vanish from the radar, the Qin Snake clan felt no surprise. It would be unexpected if it wasn't intercepted. But next, can you still intercept? Star Annihilation Cannon. Fire. Whoosh. A terrifying beam of energy cut through the sky. Goblin had 10 Star Annihilation ships on his side, and the Yin-Yang clan had another 10 Star Annihilation ships as well, with both fleets numbering around 10,000 in total. Yet, the Qin Snake clan's fleet, though just over 1,000 strong, boasted 50 ships armed with Star Annihilation cannons.
With almost 70 main star annihilation cannons firing, even top-tier star annihilation mechas would need to dodge their force. Even though the technology level meant that goblins and the Yin-Yang clan star annihilation ships were only at the minimum standard for qualification, they were still star annihilation cannons after all. Moreover, the star ships of the Yin Snake clan weren't officially star annihilation ships. They were simply mobile fortresses equipped with one star annihilation platform each. Unlike real star annihilation ships, these platforms needed separate power sources, and the energy buildup took longer, with relatively lower strength. They could be regarded as simplified versions of star annihilation ships, the Yin Snake clan's own research. It could be understood as simplifying artillery and mounting it on cars to serve as tanks. Though unable to match real star annihilation ships, they excelled in low cost, enabling mass production. This was why a mere 1,000+ warships carried as many as 50 of these. However, immediately after, at the same distance where the star track cannon was intercepted, all 70 beams from the star annihilation cannons disappeared without leaving a trace. What happened? The members of the Yin Snake clan couldn't help but frown. This divine pattern star iron alloy shield really performs wonderfully, Qin Shi Huang remarked as he drove the Xuanhuan Type 2 mech and looked at the newly stabilized divine general mech hovering in the starry sky. It's mainly because these star annihilation cannons are just at the passable level. Su Li smiled slightly. At this moment, the divine general mech held a large purple alloy shield and a purple alloy longsword in the starry sky, emanating a field of purple electric plasma all over its body. These were the latest equipment produced by the Great Wall faction using divine pattern star iron to manufacture new alloys. Creating new mecha frames might take a lot of time, but making cold weapon sets for them was rather simple. Hence, the sword and shield in the divine general mech's hands represented this new set of weapons, which wouldn't change even when newer frames came along. The custom-made alloy was much tougher than mere divine pattern star iron. The star track cannons earlier, along with those 70 star annihilation cannons afterward, were all intercepted solely by the divine general mech combining the new divine pattern star iron massive shield with the purple electric plasma field. As for why the blue electric plasma field turned purple, it was because the power had increased. After undergoing a basic upgrade using divine pattern star iron alloys, the current divine general mech frame now supports up to 90% of the quantum engine core's power output. After the power increased, the blue electric plasma field also evolved into purple, including the originally silver-white divine pattern star iron alloy shield, under the glow of the electric plasma field, had also turned purple. The full 70 beams from the star annihilation cannons caused the divine general mech to be pushed back a great distance due to the impact force, yet it didn't suffer any damage. The divine general mech truly is formidable. If it could unleash 100% power, what kind of level would that be? Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but mutter, although his voice resonated within the communication channel. Divine General Meng Tian, Death God Bai Qi, War God Wang Jian. These 3-star annihilation class mechs represent the face of the Great Qin. Compared to the angel race's 10-winged angels, they are all upper-level star annihilation mechs. Su Li grinned as she explained. In normal circumstances, a typical star annihilation class mech, when facing 70-star annihilation energy beams, would naturally have to avoid their force. Even before the divine general mech underwent upgrades using divine pattern star iron alloy, it dared not directly confront such firepower head-on. Although the performance increase brought about by the upgrade was only 10%, increasing from 80% to 90%, it shouldn't be underestimated. Unexaggeratedly speaking, the current divine general mech could fight against 10 older version divine general mechas. 10-winged angel. Qin Shi Huang mumbled. Qin Shi Huang inevitably remembered the previous resource point defense battle in Great Qin. Back then, the angel race deployed only one 4-winged angel mech, along with several 2-winged angels. According to the angel race's mech standards, 6 wings marked the beginning of star annihilation class mechs. 6-winged angels belong to the lower tier star annihilation mechs, 8-winged angels to the middle tier star annihilation mechs, while 10-winged angels are equivalent to upper tier star annihilation mechs. If 10-winged angels were equivalent to the Bai Qi mech, then what about 12-winged angels? Qin Shi Huang had seen records of the angel race within the Great Wall and knew that in the angel race, 12 wings marked the pinnacle. However, he didn't know the strength level of the 12-winged angel mechs. As if knowing what Qin Shi Huang was pondering, Su Li's voice rang out frequently in the communication channel. Legend has it that there is only one 12-winged angel mech among the angel race, which appeared once during their full-scale assault on Great Qin. Following Su Li's words, Li Si's voice also sounded through the communication channel. Back then, with a single blow from the 12-winged angel mech, the divine general mech sustained direct damage, which later led to its downfall. And only the first emperor's ancestor dragon mech could withstand it face-to-face. Clearly, Li Si had been present all along in the communication channel. Gulp, Qin Shi Huang instinctively swallowed. The ancestor dragon mech. According to Li Si, he needed 80% bloodline force to reach the threshold to control the ancestor dragon mech. The Xuanhuan Type 2 mech he was piloting was simplified from the ancestor dragon mech. Though it was a star mech, it far surpassed regular star mechs. Even in an overclocked state, it had enough capability to deal with stellar annihilation class mechs. From this, one could imagine the true extent of the power of the original ancestor dragon mech. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Shi Huang felt invigorated and touched the wish force crystal in his pocket. The task ahead would be arduous indeed. In not much time at all, Qin Shi Huang had already elevated his bloodline purity to over 50%. However, the next levels of enhancement were going to increase exponentially in difficulty. Qin Shi Huang estimated that the combined wish force spent previously might not even suffice for raising it by 5% currently, and the further improvement required resources that Qin Shi Huang could barely fathom. Let's proceed gradually, Qin Shi Huang thought, focusing on the current mission, to defeat the high-level Goblin United fleet before him. Qin Shi Huang wasn't overly stressed, though, since the Scaly Snake mech, even as a brand new model, only qualified as a lower-tier Stellar Annihilation class mech. Even now, the Divine General mech at 90% power wouldn't be damaged in a collision with that old antique, the Scaly Snake. Chapter 129, First Move Advantage. Although we don't know what means they used to intercept our barrage, I believe the price they had to pay was definitely not small, so give me another round. The commander of the Qin Snake clan looked slightly uneasy. His confident full-scale Star Destroyer cannon attack had been blocked like this, making him feel quite embarrassed. Thus, the fleet began to recharge energy once again. This time, however, while both the Goblin and Yin Yang clan Star Destroyers had fully recharged, the Qin Snake clan Star Destroyers were only about 80% charged. Simpler craftsmanship naturally came with a price. After waiting for a while, once everyone had finished charging, they aimed at the direction of the human fleet and fired. More than 70 terrifying Star Destroyer-level energy cannons pierced through the starry sky. An attack of this magnitude could even blow apart some smaller stars. Yet it was directly deflected by the Divine General mech with just a shield, showing how formidable an upper-tier Star Destroyer class mech truly was. And currently, the Divine General mech wasn't even in its complete form. I'm not going to play with them anymore. Seeing on the radar that the Goblin Allied fleet had launched their Star Destroyer cannons again, Qin Shi Huang grinned. The reason he had come to intercept earlier was merely because Su Li wanted to test the strength of the upgraded Divine General mech. Though capable of interception and without worrying about the energy consumption of the star-level mech, the actual load bore squarely on Su Li. Still, the same thing remained. While there was no upper limit for star-level mechs, there certainly was one for the pilot. All crew members activate the anti-reconnaissance biological armor, go into stealth mode. Evade. Upon hearing Qin Shi Huang's words, Su Bingtian's voice echoed through the communication channel. Following this, on the radar of the joint fleets led by the Goblins, whether it be the Qin Snake clan or the Yin Yang clan and Goblins, the presence of the human allied fleet vanished simultaneously. The Qin Snake clan's commander turned pale. He naturally knew that the human fleet had activated counter-reconnaissance measures. Somehow, they had directly screened off their radar surveillance. It seems that this batch of humans possesses much more advanced technology than I originally anticipated, to be able to screen off their interstellar radar entirely. Subsequently, the 70-plus Star Destroyer beams from their combined volley shot straight through the former position of the human fleet unimpeded. Without doubt, the human fleet had already evaded. Therefore, the Star Destroyer cannons simply passed through the location unobstructed. But they had no choice. Since radar couldn't detect them, they obviously couldn't lock onto them. Moreover, it seemed now they were transforming active offense into passive defense due to their inability to detect the enemy's location. Until the other side chose to show themselves voluntarily, they wouldn't know where the enemy was. However, thankfully, even if those human fleets did ambush them, they would only have one chance. Even though they could block radar detection, as long as they initiated an attack, the energy fluctuations could not be hidden. Meaning, once combat started, the hidden effect of this counter-reconnaissance would no longer matter. Everyone maintain vigilance. Keep the Star Destroyer cannons in half-charge status, ready to intercept any investment from those humans. At the same time, disperse more drones to conduct a comprehensive check for any energy fluctuations. The commander of the Qin Snake clan made corresponding arrangements. A sneak attack, a natural one-wave assault. According to Qin Shi Huang's statement, this is called first-hand advantage. Since there's an advantage and not utilizing it, that would be foolish. Currently, the other party cannot determine their position, but they can clearly monitor the movements of the opposing force, which is also one aspect of technological superiority. Their side could thus hold the first move advantage. Looking at the hybrid goblins' battle-ready fleet ahead, Qin Shi Huang grinned. These guys mustn't think he would do exactly as them. Use energy cannons to bombard them directly. If circumstances permitted, Qin Shi Huang wasn't against it, but all ships from the fleet side were conventional starships. The main gun's power, in a certain sense, still fell short of the Gauss sniper rifles of the Imperial Guard. The sole super firepower strike came from the Divine General mech's Star Destroyer crossbow. However, under these conditions, it would certainly be impractical to utilize the Star Destroyer crossbow. Despite the immense power of the Star Destroyer crossbow, after a single attack, the subsequent load would be too large. For a short period, Su Li and the Divine General mech would lose their combat capability. So, under such circumstances, Qin Shi Huang had formulated other tactical plans. More than 3,000 mechs, including the Zulong Type 2 and the Divine General mech, had all infiltrated deep inside the opponent's formation. That's right, deep within. Although the three united fleets were traveling together, there was still a clear interval between each of the three fleets. This gap was more than enough for Qin Shi Huang to lead the mechs right to this location. The only complication was that the Divine General mech, being relatively larger in size, didn't follow in but stayed at the periphery as backup. Around 3,000 mechs quietly followed the fleet, encircling the Qin Snake clan's fleet at the center. As for the Goblin Allied fleet, the three civilizations hadn't noticed the mechs that had already integrated into their own fleet. Qin Shi Huang's target was simple, the central Qin Snake clan's fleet. To be precise, it was the 50 Star Destroyer cannons of the Qin Snake clan. Despite its many flaws, these cannons were undoubtedly of Star Destroyer class. They posed a considerable threat not just to the Hawk's Nest fleet, but also to the over 3,000 stellar mechs. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang decided to take advantage of their first move superiority and directly neutralize those 50 Star Destroyer cannons first. Though risky, it required infiltrating deep into the heart of the fleet. The Yin Snake clan's fleet was guarded by the goblins and Yin Yang clan's fleets at the very center. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. These three civilizations focused their reconnaissance on the surrounding starry sky, always on guard against the human fleet's ambush. They could never have imagined that Qin Shi Huang would be so bold as to directly infiltrate the core of their formation. Attack! Once everything was ready, Qin Shi Huang gave the direct order. Instantly, over 3,000 mechs appeared simultaneously. Magnetic pull, electromagnetic spear throw, boom, Gauss sniping cannons. The Imperial Guard immediately unleashed full firepower, locking onto those 50 Star Destroyer cannon bases. At the same time, the Martial Infantry and Iron Guard mechs supplied all their strength. Each mech's dazzling floating star cannons were also fully operational. How terrifying was the sight of over 3,000 stellar mechs unleashing their full firepower. The hybrid goblins were caught entirely off guard. Bang bang bang. More than 50 Star Destroyer gun frames exploded instantly, and within those frames, the Star Destroyer cannons themselves were semi-charged. Under such circumstances, when they were bombed, the energy stored in the cannons also exploded. A violent surge of energy rippled outwards instantaneously. Chapter 130. The Scale Snake appears. Boom. Raging energy surged out. It didn't just instantly scatter the formation of the Goblin Navy allied forces. The formation, including more than 3,000 Qin mech suits, was completely scattered. No one had expected this. The goblins and the Yin Snake clan did not foresee that the human race would be so bold. And Qin Shi Huang did not expect that after blasting over 50 Jinxing cannon carrying ships of the Yin Snake clan, the energy projectiles that were charging up could release such a terrifying energy impact. Both mechs and warships lost their balance and flew horizontally away. The ones bearing the brunt of the first wave of the impact, apart from the nearby starships of the Yin Snake clan, were the mechs stationed at the Eagle Nest. Under the raging energy shock, it could be seen that the nearest batch of Yin Snake starships got destroyed without any warning. As for the Eagle Nest mechs, fortunately, the innermost layer consisted of the Iron Guard mechs, which were on highest alert right from the start. So the oscillation force field defenses formed by the Iron Guard mechs resisted the first wave somewhat. Even though they ultimately couldn't withstand it fully, it still bought some response time for the Yulin mech stationed in the second layer. The response of the Yulin mechs was retreat. They retreated behind the xuanhuan mechs. Originally, the formation here had the Iron Guard mechs in the innermost circle, the Yulin mechs in the second layer, and the xuanhuan mechs on the outermost layer, forming an encirclement that kept the Yulin mechs protected in the middle. When the energy ripples began to strike, the xuanhuan mechs also raised their shields and swapped positions with the Yulin mechs. Right at this moment, the defensive line of the Iron Guard mechs collapsed, causing all the Iron Guard mechs to lose balance and fly out. Next came the oscillation force field defenses of the xuanhuan mechs. Although they couldn't match the Iron Guard mechs, the first and most intense wave of the impact had already been handled by the Iron Guard mechs. The oscillation force field of the xuanhuan mechs first caught the horizontally flying Iron Guard mechs, followed by the arriving energy impact. By the time the xuanhuan mechs lost their balance and fell backward, the energy impact had already diminished several levels. The only unit still standing in the battlefield was Qin Shi Huang's Ancient Dragon Type 2, in overdrive mode. In overdrive, the Ancient Dragon Type 2 braved the oncoming torrent of energy, continuously moving its body like a fish swimming upstream, treating these waves of energy as the current flowing against it. Seeing that despite losing their balance and falling back, many mechs hadn't suffered too much actual damage. Only some of the Iron Guard mechs' frames sustained minor damages, but considering they themselves are heavy mechs, such damage wasn't too problematic. Qin Shi Huang let out a sigh of relief. Following this, Qin Shi Huang took notice of the situation on the battlefield. The entire Goblin Alliance's formation had already been thoroughly disrupted. After all, these 50 Jinxing cannon-carrying ships were at the very center of the whole fleet, well protected. If they blew up directly and triggered the Jinxing cannon energy charges being charged up, you could compare it to dropping a torpedo right into the center of the water. This was an excellent opportunity. Qin Shi Huang was about to give orders. Boom boom. At this point, massive energy fluctuations came from a nearby patch of star space. Beam after beam fired forth. The target pointed directly at the Yin Yang and Goblin Jinxing battleships. It was none other than the Eagle Nest fleet. Qin Shi Huang could see that this was a good chance. Naturally, Su Bintian directing the fleet also noticed. Moreover, Su Bintian understood very clearly that the greatest threat to his side's fleet were those Jinxing battleships. So the cannon fire from the Eagle Nest fleet concentrated immediately on the Jinxing battleships. Now, almost all the manpower of Eagle Nest came from the Su clan, so their fighting style naturally suited Su Bintian's command better. However, there were only 20 total Jinxing battleships from the Goblins and Yin Yang present, whereas Eagle Nest's fleet counted in the thousands. Amidst the violent energy shocks, the entire fleet was already in utter chaos, with starships colliding while in an unbalanced state. In such circumstances, Eagle Nest's focused firepower against those Jinxing battleships had reached saturation, so the remaining firepower rained down on the other starships. Of course, besides attacking the Jinxing battleships, most of Eagle Nest's firepower was concentrated on the starships of the Yin Snake clan. Although the Yin Snake clan's number of starships was the smallest, in Su Bintian's eyes, apart from Jinxing level units, the Yin Snake clan posed the biggest threat. Boom boom. Instantly, 7 or 8 jinxing battleships exploded under the barrage of the Eagle Nest fleet, bursting into full skies of fireworks. Some others, although they did not explode right then, were basically wrecked. Under this round of attack, less than 5 jinxing battleships survived. But things were not going as smoothly on the other side, because most of the attacks towards the Snake clan did not achieve the expected results. Even though the Snake clan starships were also thrown off balance by the energy ripples, and since their fleet was centrally positioned, they received an even larger impact. However, in the face of Eagle Nest's firepower, numerous space mechs emerged from the Snake clan starships. These space mechs intercepted the majority of Eagle Nest's fleet firepower, so the offensive against the Snake clan had minimal effect. Upon reflection, it was clear that given the long journey for this expedition, the Snake clan wouldn't truly have brought just over 1,000 starships. In a short time, over 2,000 space mechs surged out from the Snake clan starships. In contrast to Eagle Nest's uniform and standardized mechs, the Snake clan space mechs looked like a ragtag force cobbled together from various sources. Although their shapes and specifications differed, they were indeed genuine space mechs, intercepting Eagle Nest's starship attacks with great ease. The Snake clan's fleet quickly adjusted its formation, but someone acted even faster. Qin Shang's mech battalion. The 3,000 mechs immediately reorganized into formation and promptly redirected their firepower towards the Snake clan's fleet. As for the Yin Yang and goblins, they were still bewildered, and the Snake clan space mechs now found themselves struggling on multiple fronts. However, the moment those more than 3,000 mechs unleashed their firepower, a colossal energy arc unfolded, directly intercepting Eagle Nest's space mech firepower. Subsequently, a rather familiar towering figure appeared in the starfield. An ancient mech, battered with age, the star-annihilating scale snake. It had arrived as expected. Seeing this star-annihilating mech, Qin Shang was unsurprised. This was already something they had anticipated. Scale snake. Qin Shang, controlling the ancient dragon type 2, was itching for action. Though it was a star-annihilating mech, the sense of uproar it projected felt far weaker compared to a divine general mech. Chapter 131. Test the skills. The Zulong Type 2 mech, by itself, far exceeds the performance of an ordinary Starry Sky mech. Previously, under the hands of a divine general mech, it could hold its ground for a couple of rounds. Not to mention, now after being upgraded with Sacred Pattern Star Iron, Qin Shang really wanted to give it a try. Thinking and acting at once, Qin Shang grinned and immediately controlled the Zulong Type 2 mech to rush out. Qin Shang knew that Su Li's divine general mech was right behind him, so he had no concerns in his rear. Dragon Twist. A pale blue, mottled alloy longsword was located at the dragon tail position of the Zulong Type 2, looking like a defective piece that failed uneven quenching. But it was genuine Sacred Pattern Star Iron alloy, though it looked somewhat ugly. Facing an Annihilation class mech, Qin Shang had to keep the Zulong Type 2 in an overclocked state. Although the Lin Shi mech did not match up to a divine general mech, it was ultimately still an Annihilation class mech. The pilot of the Lin Shi mech glanced at the actions of the Zulong Type 2, scoffing. A mere Starry Sky mech thought it could fight against his Annihilation class mech. A mechanical arm lifted, a shadow carrying an energy field swept out. Alloy Long Whip. Qin Shang smirked. Weapons that are strange mean quicker deaths. Snap. The alloy long whip of the Lin Shi moved extremely fast, carrying electromagnetic energy directly wrapping around Qin Shang's dragon tail. Immediately afterward, Qin Shang felt a massive force pulling through, making the entire Zulong Type 2 somewhat uncontrollable. The Lin Shi mech was pulling the Zulong Type 2, while at the same time, an enormous energy main cannon on its abdomen lit up. It was clearly preparing to blast away Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 mech. Although the Zulong Type 2 mech had been upgraded with Sacred Pattern Star Iron, it still couldn't withstand the main artillery fire from the Lin Shi. After all, the gap between them was there. Furthermore, currently, Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 was being dragged by the Lin Shi mech, leaving it without any room to evade. It seemed unavoidable that Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 would be blasted apart. But Qin Shang showed no sign of panic. Although the kinetic power of the Zulong Type 2 was indeed inferior to the Lin Shi mech, was the electromagnetic whip of the Lin Shi really capable of binding him tightly? The speed of the whip might be fast, but considering the speed and agility of the Zulong Type 2, it managed a few moves even under the hands of a divine general mech. Not to mention this Lin Shi mech, which fell far short of a divine general mech. Being ensnared was obviously intentional on Qin Shang's part, because the position where the other party entangled him was at the tail, where the alloy longsword resided. The Zulong Type 2 wriggled its body, as if struggling. The Lin Shi mech tightened its electromagnetic whip again. However, at that moment, the Lin Shi mech suddenly felt the handle go slack. The Zulong Type 2 abruptly shot forward. The Lin Shi mech's pilot was taken aback. What ghostly situation? How could a Starry Sky mech break free from the whip lock like this? In principle, the ion engine core of a Starry Sky mech should have no way to surpass the quantum engine core in terms of kinetic power. After all, the basis of quantum engine kinetic power starts with a star. Even though the quantum engine core of the Lin Shi mech was in its twilight years, it was still incomparable to an ion engine core. Following that, the pilot of the Lin Shi mech noticed that the front section of the electromagnetic whip held in hand was missing a segment. Next, in the distance, the body of the Zulong Type 2 shook off a black shadow flying outward. It was a segment of the electromagnetic whip. Seeing this, the pilot of the Lin Shi mech narrowed their eyes and stared at the alloy longsword located at the tail of the Zulong Type 2 mech. What material was this thing made of?
So sharp? It could be seen that after cutting the electromagnetic whip, the alloy longsword didn't have any chips or wear. As the accompanying weapon of the Annihilation class Qin Shi mech, the alloy material used wasn't ordinary goods. By logic, solely depending on the kinetic energy of the Zulong Type 2 mech, even equipped with a sacred pattern star iron alloy longsword, it shouldn't be able to cut through the whip. After all, although the material of the whip may not compare to sacred pattern star iron, it was also of considerable quality, additionally augmented with the Qin Shi mech's energy. However, force is relative. While Qin Shang was resisting and the Qin Shi mech was dragging, their combined forces led to the sacred pattern star iron alloy longsword directly slicing through the electromagnetic whip. Subsequently, the expression of the Qin Shi mech pilot changed, immediately discarding the electromagnetic whip in their hand. Bang! The instant the electromagnetic whip was thrown away, it exploded into a fireworks display. Under the energy shockwave, although the Qin Shi mech remained unmoved, the driver's eyes fixated intensely on Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2. If the whip could bind him, what then did Qin Shang leave behind? Thus, a few flakes of stealthy dark lightning were left on the whip. Though Qin Shang knew these dark lightnings wouldn't make much impact on the Qin Shi mech, annoying it was certainly possible. Boom, boom. Next, the dazzling floating cannons following closely alongside the Zulong Type 2 mech simultaneously opened fire. Two energy cannons blasted towards the Qin Shi mech. Boom. At the same time, the energy cannon on the abdomen of the Qin Shi mech had also finished charging and fired directly. The rampant energy dispersed the attacks of the glittering floating cannons and rushed straight towards the Zulong Type 2 mech. However, at the moment the energy cannon approached, the Zulong Type 2 made a very unconventional turn, not only breaking free from the lock-on by the Qin Shi mech, but also causing the main cannon's attack to miss. Simultaneously, the dragon head of the Zulong Type 2 mech locked onto the Qin Shi mech instead. Divine Dragon Breath. A dark golden energy flow surged toward the Qin Shi mech. Too slick. The pilot of the Qin Shi mech narrowed their eyes. Another mechanical arm lifted up, and another electromagnetic long whip swept out with massive energy fluctuations. Boom. The dark golden energy flow clashed with the electromagnetic long whip. After a brief stalemate, the electromagnetic long whip broke through the energy flow and swept towards the Zulong Type 2 mech. Qin Shang smirked. Still fell short a bit. Following this, the Zulong Type 2 evaded again, entangling the Qin Shi mech. Several exchanges followed. The Zulong Type 2 mech was too agile. Although it couldn't deal with the Qin Shi mech, it kept harassing around its side, making it impossible for the Qin Shi mech to catch the Zulong Type 2. This infuriated the pilot of the Qin Shi mech. The opponent's Annihilation class mech hadn't even appeared yet, and just this special Starry Sky mech had been annoying Liu Chan with him. Although it didn't cause any actual damage, it was incredibly frustrating. Well, I'm done playing with you. Qin Shang looked at the Qin Shi mech ahead and shrugged his shoulders. There is indeed still a gap after all. Su Beauty, it's yours. Qin Shang controlled the Zulong Type 2 mech to pull back some distance. Finally ran away, this guy. Seeing the Zulong Type 2 mech leave, the Qin Shi mech's pilot let out a sigh of relief. But before they could fully breathe easy, a purple electromagnetic energy, sword light, suddenly appeared in their view. The face of the Qin Shi mech's pilot changed. The power of this strike was incomparable to the attacks the Zulong Type 2 mech dealt earlier. Chapter 132. The Elegance of Ancient Dragon Type 2. The Divine General Mecha had yet to make its move. This was because Qin Shang's Ancient Dragon Type 2 was battling the Scale Snake Mecha of the Hidden Snake Clan. Although Su Li also believed in Qin Shang's strength and the upgraded Ancient Dragon Type 2 Mecha, even after the upgrade of the Ancient Dragon Type 2 Mecha was completed, Qin Shang still got beaten up by her. But the Scale Snake is not a Divine General. However, since it is a star-annihilating class mecha, to prevent any accidents, Su Li has been following closely behind Qin Shang. As the rear battle situation became intense, Su Li didn't act immediately. It wasn't until Qin Shang disengaged. A violent purple sword light struck down. In front of the Scale Snake Mecha, a layer of green energy shield formed, layered with some scales. The Scale Armor Energy Shield is one of the defensive means of the Scale Snake Mecha. As for why it wasn't used when dealing with the Ancient Dragon Type 2, it simply wasn't needed. The attacks from the Ancient Dragon Type 2 Mecha could hardly truly threaten the Scale Snake Mecha, thus there was no need to bother deploying any defensive measures. Boom. The clash between the sword light and the Scale Armor Barrier released terrifying waves of energy, which, when compared to the explosion of those 50 starship carriers armed with star-annihilating cannons, were only stronger and not weaker. Truly fearsome star-annihilating class mecha. Qin Shang glanced back once, then rushed towards the battlefield ahead. While Qin Shang was playing with this Scale Snake Mecha, both sides' fleets had already clashed in fierce combat. More than 2,000 mechas of the Hidden Snake Clan, before the standardized mechas of Eagle's Nest, were almost entirely suppressed. Although the technical skills of Eagle's Nest weren't as mature as the Great Walls, these three kinds of standardized mechas still ranked among the top tiers in interstellar warfare. Naturally, they could suppress the mixed troops of the Hidden Snake Clan. However, on the other side, they were relatively at a disadvantage. That is, even with a division of 1,000 units helping out, the Eagle's Nest fleet still managed to hold under pressure. After all, their numbers were too few. Even though most of Yin Yang clans and Goblins' star-annihilating warships were destroyed, leaving only 2 still operational. These 2 star destroyers still posed an immense threat to Eagle's Nest. If not for having instantly annihilated the 50 starship carriers of the Hidden Snake Clan with a surprise attack right off the bat, It might not have been possible to overcome them here, excluding the star-annihilating mecha's factor. That was also the reason why Qin Shi Huang still had time to play a little with the Scale Snake mecha. Now that he had disengaged, the ancient Dragon Type 2 mecha maintained its overclocked state, its sleek body smoothly gliding through the starry sky straight toward the last remaining 2 starships belonging to the goblins and Yin Yang. Halt him! Both the Yin Yang and the goblins knew Qin Shi Huang's ancient Dragon Type 2 mecha very well. So, seeing the movements of ancient Dragon Type 2, they ordered immediately. These last 2 starships are crucial to maintaining their advantage. If these 2 starships were destroyed, they would lose the absolute firepower edge on the field, making it impossible to pose a real threat to the human fleet. Common starships or cannons could be intercepted or handled by the other side, but only in the face of starship main cannons must they proceed cautiously. Once missed, it would lead to annihilation. If the 2 starships are destroyed, despite the numerical superiority on the direct battlefield, their mechanized forces were too powerful. Even if the 2,000 mechas of the Hidden Snake clan restrained another 2,000, just a division of 1,000, along with the several thousand ships of the human fleet, would gradually wear them down. At this point, the goblins suddenly realized their technological level lagged far behind the human fleet. Even though both sides possessed starships, Eagle's Nest, with only several thousand ships and 1,000 mechas, could pin them down and cause them significant damage. But, how easy was it to intercept the ancient Dragon Type 2 mecha? Not even the genuine Scale Snake mecha, which belonged to the Starship-grade mechas, could effectively control Qin Shi Huang's ancient Dragon Type 2. Through a dense artillery barrage, the ancient Dragon Type 2 mecha continuously moved about with trajectories and angles that defied logic. It could be said that amidst myriad difficulties, not a single leaf touched its surface. Escort ships, block his way. Almost 1,000 escort ships immediately stood in the path of the ancient Dragon Type 2, densely packed without a single gap. Can you penetrate the web of firepower? Can you ignore physical rules and pierce directly through the ships? Set up firepower star chains, completely cover the sea without any blind spots. Seeing that the ancient Dragon Type 2 mecha could easily find gaps in the web of firepower and use varying time segments for relaxed dodging, both the goblins and the Yin Yang became infuriated. Boom. More than 1,000 escort ships instantly overloaded, burning engine energy, with all their artillery unleashing their full power. Even the numerous starships on the periphery directly adjusted their gun barrels, beginning to enact a firepower blockade on the ancient Dragon Type 2 from every angle. Of the 10,000 plus remaining fleet of the goblins and Yin Yang clan, nearly half of their firepower was unleashed. This move drastically reduced the pressure on the Eagle's Nest fleet. Boom, boom. Vast firepower nets covered almost every gapless inch around the ancient Dragon Type 2 mecha. Now let's see how you dodge this. With gaps, there is room for evasion. But with such a large-scale and all-encompassing coverage, there would be no possible way to evade. Qin Shi Huang, piloting the ancient Dragon Type 2, remained completely calm. If all these components forming the firepower net were at starship-grade levels, Qin Shi Huang might have surrendered instantly. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. In fact, they were merely interstellar warships whose technology barely exceeded the qualification line. Click. The ancient Dragon Type 2 momentarily halted its movements, instantaneously reverting to humanoid form. Vast waves of firepower rained down, but instead of moving, the now humanoid ancient Dragon Type 2 stayed in place. At the very moment the firepower net descended upon it, the ancient Dragon Type 2 simply executed one very simple action. It swung its sword. Swing, then swing again. An extraordinary speed of sword-wielding formed an intricate web of sword shadows right before the ancient Dragon Type 2 mecha. When the starship firepower grid made contact with this web-like sword shadow, it vanished without a trace upon touching it. Thus, in this dense and enormous web of firepower, the ancient Dragon Type 2 created a massive hole in the middle using just its sword shadows. And through this hole, the ancient Dragon Type 2 calmly passed through. Qin Shi Huang grinned. Don't forget that besides its agility, the ancient Dragon Type 2 also possesses an attack strength far exceeding that of ordinary star mechas. Although the defensive measures of the ancient Dragon Type 2 were limited to only a single layer of energized barrier protection of modest intensity, Qin Shi Huang could compensate by employing an offensive strategy as a form of defense. Hence, the ancient Dragon Type 2 immediately shifted its tactics. It stopped attempting any evasive maneuvers and began charging straight ahead with sword in hand. Attack! Attack! Seeing this sight, the commanders of the goblins and Yin Yang clan were filled with panic. How could anyone handle something so agile and yet possessing such immense attacking power? Yet more waves of firepower poured down once more. However, each of these attacks was perfectly countered by another precise sword shadow. A star alloy longsword imbued with divine inscriptions combined with Qin Shi Huang's mecha swordsmanship to achieve wonders. Chapter 133, Calculations. Faced with the firepower blockade of the goblins and the Yin sheep tribe, the Zulong Type 2 mech, restored to human form, was like an unparalleled swordsman, wielding his sword alone and charging forward without hesitation. Thus, the remaining 2 Star Annihilator warships were forced to turn their gun barrels and fire on the Zulong Type 2. The Star Annihilator cannon is indeed difficult for the Zulong Type 2 to withstand. Although it has a divine pattern star iron alloy longsword, the sword itself is not the problem. Rather, the Zulong Type 2 mech falls short in this regard. However, there wasn't much of an issue. In the instant that the 2 Star Annihilators opened fire, Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 smoothly transitioned into an overclocking state once again,
easily evading the Star Annihilator cannons and escaping their lock-on thanks to its enhanced agility from the overclocking state. The two Star Annihilator blasts didn't just miss Qin Shang. They inadvertently hit some non-ally units as well while tracking the trajectory of Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2. This development made both races even more infuriated but left them powerless against the situation. Soon enough, Qin Shang reached the line of enemy escort ships, row upon row of starships, densely packed, leaving not a single gap behind. The guns aboard these warships continued to fire on Qin Shang. Qin Shang grinned, and the alloy longsword in the hands of the Zulong Type 2 abruptly grew, emitting a streak of sword energy. While Qin Shang had always relied on the strength of the divine pattern star iron alloy itself, one mustn't forget how formidable the Zulong Type 2 itself actually was. A colossal blade of light erupted forth. Boom. The energy shield directly in front collapsed immediately. However, the Zulong Type 2 did not cease moving forward. After the surge of blade light dissipated, Qin Shang had already arrived directly before the starship. Without withdrawing the divine pattern star iron alloy longsword, he pierced through the turbulent energy shield effortlessly, the tip plunging straight into the hull. Following this, the Zulong Type 2 mech charged straight inside the ship itself. Turn the turrets. Blast that vessel apart. This scene seemed strangely familiar. The last time the Zulong Type 2 plunged inside was a Star Annihilator class ship. This time around, it's merely an ordinary Goblin starship, less in size and inferior in strength compared to a Star Annihilator. Hence destroying this starship won't take long. Before the Goblin and Yin Sheep clan starships managed to adjust their gun positions, the Zulong Type 2 already penetrated through the starship, heading straight towards the nearest Star Annihilator in front. Coincidentally, the remaining two Star Annihilators belonged to one to the Goblins and one to the Yin Sheep tribe. And right now, the Zulong Type 2 is rushing towards a Goblin Star Annihilator. At this point, Qin Shang had completely broken through their defensive perimeter and was making a beeline for the Star Annihilator. Other than some drones and secondary weapons aboard the Star Annihilator, there weren't many other combat units left that could stop the Zulong Type 2. Members of the Yin Sheep tribe, redirect your Star Annihilator cannons and aim at our Star Annihilator. At this moment, the Goblin command suddenly got in contact with the Yin Sheep side. The Yin Sheep were startled. If that mech gets inside the Star Annihilator, open fire immediately, making sure our Star Annihilator becomes its coffin. The Goblin commander growled. Even if it meant sacrificing one of their Star Annihilators, he would destroy this space mech. Previously, this mech's methods for destroying Star Annihilators were limited since the volume differences between them were vast. The Zulong Type 2 stood about 70 or 80 meters tall, whereas the Goblin Star Annihilator stretched 2 kilometers long. Assuming that the Star Annihilator's main cannon wasn't set off by normal means of the Zulong mech, destroying the Star Annihilator might require infiltrating its interior structure and then wreaking havoc from within. Alright, there was no reason for the Yin Sheep side to decline, considering it only targeted a Goblin Star Annihilator while dealing with a pesky adversary simultaneously, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Just as Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 neared the Goblin Star Annihilator, another Star Annihilator's movements caught his attention. Qin Shang quickly deduced what they were planning. Upon understanding, he smirked. Sword slash. A pale blue streak of radiant energy expanded, cutting cleanly through the energy shield of this Star Annihilator, opening a massive breach. The gap wasn't yet big enough, but the fact that it existed was helpful. Boom, boom. Retreating Scale's obscure thunder bombs detonated precisely at the breach location. Simultaneously, the dazzling stellar drift cannons also began firing. In an instant, they shattered the energy barrier wide open, allowing Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 to dash inside the breach. Underneath the edge of the divine pattern star iron alloy longsword, the Star Annihilator's heavy armor suffered the same fate and was cleaved open with precision. The Zulong Type 2 directly burrowed into the Star Annihilator's interior, and almost instantly, violent explosions echoed throughout the massive ship. The entire Star Annihilator rocked and trembled violently in response. As expected, upon witnessing this scene, both the Goblin's command and the Yin Sheep tribe's command couldn't help but reveal cruel smiles. On the other side, the main cannon of the Yin Sheep's Star Annihilator had finished charging. You may be agile, but now you're inside the Star Annihilator. I will blow up the entire ship. Let's see how you'll evade. Fire. The Goblin commander gave the order. Hearing the voice in the communication channel, the Yin Sheep were somewhat annoyed but fully aware that this was a great opportunity. Whoosh. The terrifying main cannon of the Star Annihilator fired immediately. An energy beam pierced through the entire Star Annihilator belonging to the Goblins. Boom. Under the devastating energy impact of the Star Annihilator cannon, the Goblin Star Annihilator disintegrated and exploded directly. After the explosion's aftermath dissipated, all that remained in that patch of starry sky was a vast field of debris. As for that hateful star mech from the human race, it had already vanished without a trace. Finally, it's over. Seeing this, both the Goblins and the Yin Sheep let out a sigh of relief. Although this mech was just a Star Annihilator level mech, it was far too troublesome. But now it was finally dead. However, right after, a dazzling streak of sword light suddenly appeared outside the energy shield of the Yin Sheep's Star Annihilator. A massive breach was torn open, revealing the Zulong Type 2 that should have been destroyed, standing right outside the opening in the energy barrier. Then, the Zulong Type 2 passed through this gap, getting close to the body of the Yin Sheep's Star Annihilator. How could this be? What's going on? It was destroyed, wasn't it? At the sight of this, both the Yin Sheep and the Goblins were stunned for a moment. How could it reappear? Could there be a second one? Qin Shang grinned inside the Zulong Type 2 mech. Naturally, there wasn't a second one. Before Qin Shang charged into the Goblin's Star Annihilator, he already knew their plan and would never walk straight into certain death. Qin Shang naturally had his own calculations as well. While they schemed against him, wasn't he also scheming against them? There was no doubt about it. Qin Shang won this time. Chapter 134. Failure is a foregone conclusion. When Qin Shang saw the Goblin's annihilating starship turning its cannon, he already guessed that they should be preparing to blast the starship and himself together. Therefore, at the moment Qin Shang rushed into the Goblin starship, he directly turned back. Of course, it was not as simple as coming out carelessly. He used electronic silence and optical refraction implants to come out. Because the Goblins and Yin Yang clan were all focusing on that starship, they only saw the Zulong Type 2 mech going in. Thus, no one noticed that the Zulong Type 2 mech had secretly turned around and rushed out. Then, the Zulong Type 2 mech, without being detected, reached the side of the last Yin Yang clan starship. As for the commotion inside the Goblin's annihilating starship, it was just caused by a single flashy floating cannon. After rushing in, Qin Shang left behind a field of dark thunder and a single floating cannon to make noise within the starship. So, that starship could be said to have been destroyed by Qin Shang, using merely a floating cannon as the cost. As for reporting, first off, under such chaotic conditions, could the Goblins even distinguish between the noise created by the floating cannon or the Zulong Type 2? Secondly, when the Goblins decided to sacrifice that starship to counter the Zulong Type 2, they sealed part of the ship's permissions. Otherwise, who knows what unreasonable actions the Goblins aboard might take upon knowing they were abandoned. In this situation, the Goblins naturally couldn't quickly realize that the disturbance within the starship was just from a floating cannon. But now, regardless of anything, it's too late. The Zulong Type 2 mech has already blasted through the hull of the last Yin Yang clan annihilating starship and dived straight in. This time, the Zulong Type 2 didn't rush out. Instead, it continued from one end of the starship, destroying everything until the other end. Moreover, when the Zulong Type 2 emerged from inside, the entire starship was already wobbling precariously. Boom boom boom. Intense explosions followed along the path damaged by the mech. Those were the remaining dark thunder Qin Shang planted throughout the ship. Qin Shang placed all the leftover dark thunder carried by the Zulong Type 2 inside the starship. These, to a lean, fading scale, dark thunders weren't very powerful. But since they exploded inside, ultimately, this annihilating starship thus met its end in battle. Without the threat of the annihilating starships, the Hawk's Nest fleet instantly unleashed their hands and began fighting more freely alongside the Thousand Space Mechs. Although the Hawk's Nest fleet was outnumbered compared to the Goblins and Yin Yang clan, having 1,000-star mechs meant they fought even more savagely. Originally, during their initial expedition, the Hawk's Nest fleet had 3,000 interstellar warships and 2,000 space mechs. However, due to the divine pattern star iron on the wandering planet, Hawk's Nest sent out everything they had: 5,000 warships, 3,000 space mechs, and some aerospace fighters and combat units. The combined interstellar warships of the Goblins, Yin Yang clan, and the Snake clan numbered about 20,000. Their combat power was nearly 4 times that of Hawk's Nest. Yet, their casualty ratio was almost 1 to 10. That means, for every interstellar warship Hawk's Nest lost, the Goblins and Yin Yang clan would lose 10 ships. Hawk's Nest's 5,000 fleet alone could eliminate 5 times as many ships from the Goblins and Yin Yang clan. As for the mech forces, the damage to support ratio with this cooperating fleet even reached nearly 1 to 20, meaning it took 20 ships from the Goblins and Yin Yang clan to take down 1 mech. Still, this outcome wasn't enough to satisfy Qin Shang. After all, coming out from the Great Wall, the Hawk's Nest capital was just this much. There was no way it would risk everything just for the Yin Yang clan and the Goblins. Hence, after taking care of the 2 annihilating starships, Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 also plunged straight in to join the battle. Without the starships, against these ordinary interstellar warships and aerospace fighters, the Zulong Type 2 was simply invincible, acting as if it were in no man's land. With the support of Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2, the casualty ratio grew further. The Goblins and Yin Yang clan, including the Snake clan, all knew that this time, they should consider themselves defeated. Unless a miracle happened. The Scale Snake mech could directly obliterate the human race's starship-grade mech, then rely on the robustness of the annihilating starship mech to sweep through these human fleets. But they also knew that this possibility was slim. In essence, the role of the Scale Snake mech was simply to contain the human starship-grade mech. After that, they would leverage their numerical advantage to directly clear out the human fleet, and then collectively focus on eliminating the human starship-grade mech. According to the normal plan, with the support of their annihilating starships and a number far exceeding the humans' interstellar warships, there shouldn't have been any problem with this strategy. None of them had expected that the humans' technological level would be so far ahead, taking the initiative in the first attack and destroying one of the critical strategic points, the 50-star cannon carrier ships from the Snake clan. Immediately amidst the chaos caused by the explosion of the star cannon carriers, the human alliance took advantage of the situation, successfully wiping out the majority of the annihilating starships belonging to the Goblins and the Yin Yang clan. Another factor was that at the start, the human side only deployed 2,000 space mechs as part of the Star Force. Thus, the Snake clan also brought only 2,000 star mechs. Unfortunately, due to the need for collecting divine pattern star iron, Hawk's Nest later sent reinforcements, deploying the final 1,000 space mechs into the battle. With this extra 1,000 star mechs, the numerical gap without the annihilating starships had become much less daunting to bridge. Additionally, Qin Shang's Zulong Type 2 was almost invincible. The remaining 2 annihilating starships were taken down by it as well. Due to all these combined factors, their failure had become an inevitable conclusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, things completely deviated from what the goblin crowd had anticipated. The Scale Snake mech couldn't even accomplish its basic task of containing the Divine General mech, let alone overcoming it. Amidst purple sword light, although the Scale Snake mech utilized its scale shield to block the sword light, the shield itself exploded upon impact. The strongest defense mechanism managed only to withstand the most ordinary slash from the Divine General mech. As the pilot of the Scale Snake mech was still confused, a massive purple shield appeared and rapidly grew larger before his eyes. Then, boom, a tremendous energy ripple struck, causing the Scale Snake mech to lose balance and be thrown away at high speed. Puh. It collided head-on with several asteroids that were already floating erratically due to the energy ripple, shattering them instantly along the way. Chapter 135, The Lazy Hidden Snake. Warning, warning, armor damage 8%. Hearing the alarm sound in his ears, the pilot of the Qin Shi mech had a grim expression. Something's not right. There was something off about this human Star Annihilator mech. It felt very wrong. His strongest defense mechanism was instantly defeated with one slash. Then a shield came and smashed his Qin Shi mech, causing significant damage. How could this be? Attention, prepare to retreat. The Qin Shi mech can't withstand their mech. Try your best to preserve as much strength as possible. The Qin Shi mech's pilot quickly contacted the Yinzhen tribe. What's going on? The commander of the Yinzhen tribe asked. Their mech is at least an upper-tier model. The Qin Shi tribe's pilot responded gravely. What? Are you sure? One strike from their shield caused damage to the Qin Shi's hull. The Qin Shi pilot replied bitterly. I see. Try to save the Qin Shi if you can. An upper-tier Star Annihilator mech? How could that be? Where did it come from? In its prime, the Qin Shi mech only reached mid-level status and is now quite outdated. Even so, with its quantum engine core reaching its senior years, it still maintained a relatively decent lower-tier level. Across the entire galaxy, there were actually quite a number of Star Annihilator mechs. However, upper-tier Star Annihilator mechs were genuinely rare. The most classic representation of an upper-tier mech would be the 10-winged angels of the angel race. 6-winged angels are standard lower-tier Star Annihilator mechs, whereas 8-winged angels are mid-tier. The Flame Prison Walker carried by the Yui clan last time was an upper-mid-tier Star Annihilator mech. What is the true origin of these humans? Where did they get their upper-tier Star Annihilator mech? From the intelligence given by the goblins and Yin tribes, the pilots should include someone from the Su family. The Su family also comes from an ancient lineage and once served under the Great Qin. Do you think these humans might have ties to the Great Qin? Instantly, silence spread across the communication channel. Great Qin, once a nightmare for the Yinzhen clan. Even today it still casts fear over them. It can't be. After some time, the Qin Shi pilot spoke softly. There are only 3 upper-tier mechs of Great Qin remaining, Meng Tian, Bai Qi, and Wang Jian. Meng Tian's mech was destroyed by the 12-winged angel. Bai Qi and Wang Jian made appearances near the Great Wall. In theory, Great Qin itself is struggling and shouldn't have more high-tier Star Annihilator mechs. The Yinzhen tribe deduced further. They were small players who didn't even have the privilege to spectate during the great final battle. Though they knew Meng Tian's mech was wrecked by the 12-winged angel, they didn't know the full details. While the physical frame of Meng Tian's mech had perished, the quantum engine core was salvaged by the Great Qin. If this indeed has connections to Great Qin, then things will ease up, the commander of the Yinzhen tribe said. If it truly was a move orchestrated by Great Qin, all they had to do was report it, and naturally, a stronger civilization would handle the situation. Nonetheless, an upper-tier Star Annihilator mech. We should have prepared more thoroughly knowing we'd encounter an upper-tier Star Annihilator mech. All talk now is useless. We must wrap this up, first extricate ourselves. It's coming. At this moment, the Qin Shi mech had already detected the energy fluctuations of the Divine General mech approaching rapidly. Thus, the communication ended there. The Yinzhen clan began working lazily, preparing to withdraw at any time. This time, they were indeed suffering heavy losses. Even though the Yinzhen clan possessed over 6,000 stellar systems and ranked comparably wealthy among civilizations like the goblins and the Yin tribe, these losses were still painfully felt. And as the Yinzhen clan started working half-heartedly, the goblin and Yin tribes were left in deep trouble. What's happening? Is the Yinzhen clan planning to flee? Su Bingtian observed the overall situation and identified the movement of the Yinzhen clan. Haha, of course they want to flee. Qin Shang grinned and turned his head towards Su Li. Energetic ripples emanated, accompanied by visible purple electric ion fields. Clearly, Su Li was driving the Divine General mech effortlessly dominating the battlefield, without much response from the Qin Shi mech's energies. The battle continued, with casualties on the Goblin and Yin tribe side gradually increasing, resulting in a complete collapse of morale. Neither were the Goblin and Yin tribe commanders foolish. Since Su Bingtian had already noticed the movements of the Yinzhen clan, so had they. Retreat. In the end, the Yin tribe's commander could no longer endure and directly issued the retreat order. After all, this wasn't their territory, and the Goblin tribe was suffering the greatest losses. The moment the Yin tribe's commander ordered the retreat, the Qin Shi clan stopped pretending immediately, and the entire fleet turned around and fled. Seeing this, the goblins were left powerless to respond. Thereafter, they also had no choice but to retreat. Shall we chase them? Su Bingtian asked. Qin Shang glanced at the ion engine core of the Zulong Mark II mech, which still had 17% energy left. Let it go. At this point, Neither the Goblin nor the Yin tribe fleets remained strong. Initially, combined they had a fleet of over 20,000, but now only 4 to 5,000 remained. As for the Qin Shi clan, who didn't contribute much effort, counting the 50 Star Annihilator carrier ships that were taken out in the first strike, they had only lost over 100 units. On the Hawk Nest side, various combat units also suffered some losses. From an initial 5,000 starships, just over 4,500 remained. Out of 3,000 Star Annihilator matches, 2,800 were left. Most of the losses occurred when they fought against the 2,000 miscellaneous mechs of the Qin Shi clan, resulting in more than 100 being damaged, though the opposing side abandoned nearly 1,000 inferior mechs. This was the main reason why the Qin Shi clan was feeling the pinch. Interstellar warships were one thing, but losing mech units truly pained them. Without a doubt, it was a great victory. However, Qin Shi still felt a bit heartbroken. Compassion has no place on the battlefield. Qin Shi sighed and looked toward the energy fluctuations that were still unsettled nearby. The others can run, but this lazy hidden snake mech shouldn't be allowed to escape. Let's keep it, Qin Shi said over the communication channel. Relax, he's not going anywhere. Su Li's voice came through, her tone relaxed. At this moment, both electromagnetic whips of the lazy hidden snake mech were broken, and there was a huge gash on its abdominal main cannon. This damage was inflicted by a single slash from the Divine General mech. The sword and shield in the hands of the Divine General were genuine artifacts made of divine pattern star iron alloy, coupled with the upgraded version operating at 90% power. How could this ancient lazy hidden snake possibly stand a chance? I think I might not be able to leave. The pilot of the lazy hidden snake mech said weakly, his face pale and his body trembling slightly. He realized that the mech in front of him did not intend to let him go. Chapter 136, Capturing the Snake. Leaving? Since we've come this far, we must leave something behind. Su Li controlled the Divine General mech, continuously launching attacks on the scale snake. Actually, with the current power of the Divine General mech, it would be very easy to simply slice the scale snake mech into pieces. After the body's upgrade restored 90% of its power, it had fully returned to the level of an upper-level Star Annihilator mech. The reason Su Li did not directly destroy the scale snake mech was because Su Li had also taken a liking to this scale snake mech. Indeed, the image of the hidden snake clan wasn't much different from that of humans. If this scale snake mech could be captured, it wouldn't require too many modifications. All it needed was a pilot to form combat capabilities. Even though it was an antique, it was still a Star Annihilator mech after all. The side of the hidden snake clan was practically heartbroken. It was like losing a wife and a soldier at the same time. They had their eyes on the human race's Star Annihilation mechs and intended to capture one. Now, instead, they ended up matching their own Star Annihilation mech. With such a vast territory for the Scale Snake clan, over 6,000 star systems, the Scale Snake mechs contributed significantly to their success. After all, in this interstellar world, it has always been survival of the fittest. If the surrounding civilizations with wolf-like ambitions found out about the loss of one of the hidden snake clan's Scale Snake mechs, there would likely be some major trouble. Already, there were countless pairs of eyes watching the Scale Snake mechs closely. They all knew the Scale Snake mechs were nearing their end times. Still, even if they were asked to return to rescue the Scale Snake mech, it wouldn't be possible. The Scale Snake mech couldn't hold off that upper-level human mech. Their present strength would only lead to a pointless sacrifice if they returned. Thus, the Eagle Nest battle units began to regroup while keeping an eye out for any potential counterattacks from the fleeing enemies. Most of the forces remained focused on monitoring the situation between the Divine General mech and the Scale Snake mech. After Qin Shi's Ancestor Dragon Type 2 mech replenished its energy, it quickly moved to the vicinity of the battlefield where the Divine General mech and the Scale Snake mech clashed. It wasn't that Qin Shi didn't trust Su Li's abilities. Qin Shi had fought against the Scale Snake mech before and understood its strengths well. Compared to the Divine General mech, the Scale Snake was nowhere near as strong. Just in case, Qin Shi wanted to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As it turned out, those goblins were likely completely terrified. They lacked the courage for a counterattack. And so, the Scale Snake mech meant abandonment. Qin Shi watched helplessly as the Scale Snake mech, under the hands of the Divine General mech, was toyed with like a plaything. He couldn't help but recall his previous sparring sessions with Su Li back at the Great Wall. Brother, I understand your plight. Qin Shi chuckled to himself softly. It turned out that the pilots of Star Annihilator mechs were incredibly resilient. Almost a day after the retreat of the Allied army led by goblins, the Scale Snake mech finally lost all resistance and was subjugated. Of course, if the Divine General mech hadn't held back, the Scale Snake mech would have been reduced to scrap long ago. The Divine General mech grabbed the defeated Scale Snake mech with one hand and tossed it into the cargo bay of a detention ship. Then several soldiers wearing individual mech suits dragged the unconscious Hidden Snake clan pilot out of the cockpit. A qualified Star Annihilator mech pilot was indeed a treasure. This fact became evident from how the once formidable Great Qin dynasty now struggled to find a single qualified Star Annihilator mech pilot. It took contacting the Su family to finally locate Su Li, who proved to be a qualified Star Annihilator mech pilot. This certainly had something to do with the complete decline of the Great Qin dynasty, which once had abundant talent. Tough work. Seeing Su Li emerge from the Divine General mech, pale-faced and trembling slightly, Qin Shi stepped forward and gently supported her. Her touch was soft, but Qin Shi harbored no other thoughts, only concern for her well-being. Though the Divine General mech was much stronger than the Scale Snake mech, the strain Su Li bore while enduring the fight against the Scale Snake mech pilot wasn't insignificant either. The rest you handle first. I'll take her to rest, Qin Shang said as he helped Su Li away. Naturally, no one voiced objections. Upon seeing this scene, Su Bingtian, who had just arrived, exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Si's projection and gave a faint smile. Cough. Although this time the casualties weren't small, the gains aren't bad either. Li Si shifted the topic while looking at the scale snake mech. True, even if it is already in its late years, it may not mean much for the Great Wall, but for Eagle Nest, it's quite valuable. It's just a pity about the pilot. Su Bingtian agreed with a nod, though he looked somewhat conflicted. At this moment, in Eagle Nest, and even the entire Great Qin, Su Li was the only qualified Star Annihilator mech pilot. Even though they had just captured a hidden snake clan pilot, it was certainly not someone they could trust to use right away. Therefore, for now, there was no suitable pilot for this scale snake mech. Not much of an issue. We can repair it first, then upgrade it through Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy. It should be able to return to the level of a mid-tier Star Annihilator mech. Li Si's projection looked over the scale snake mech with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Though Su Li hadn't delivered a fatal blow, after nearly a day of continuous battle, the whole body of the scale snake mech had been heavily damaged. But that didn't matter. The damaged parts of the mech's body could simply be removed and replaced with the Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy to conduct the upgrade. There was nothing for it. There was plenty of Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy available, so they could afford to be lavish. This old buddy has seen many things. I never thought, after thousands of years have passed, old pal is back in the hands of Great Qin. Li Si raised his hand as if to pat the scale snake mech, but then stopped, remembering he was merely a consciousness projection now. Su Bingtian beside him recalled something and wore a complex expression, staying silent. That was right. This scale snake mech originally belonged to Great Qin. It was after Great Qin conquered a certain resisting civilization and subsequently modified it, that it became what it was today, the scale snake mech. At that time, the hidden snake clan had also joined under Great Qin, following one of the princes of Great Qin, becoming one of his capable aides. The civilization that had been destroyed back then was where that prince led the charge, earning his first merit, while the hidden snake clan, serving under the prince, suffered significant casualties. Moreover, a scale snake mech that was merely a mid-tier Star Annihilator mech didn't amount to much for the powerful Great Qin of the past. So, upon the prince's request, Great Qin bestowed this scale snake mech to the hidden snake clan. After Great Qin fell into decline, the hidden snake clan, betraying them, used this very scale snake mech to seize control of vast star regions. Chapter 137, The Comprehensive Offensive Plan. After the resounding victory, the Eagle's Nest fleet was on its way back. How's the situation at the Qinglin front? Qin Shang looked at Su Li, who had fallen asleep, turned and closed the cabin door before asking. While the battle was raging here, Qin Shang received a message that the Qinglin front also came under attack. The remaining fleet of the goblins was attacking Qinglin through the quantum channel. But during the critical moment of the battle, Qin Shang had no time to worry about it. The Qinglin front only had some small squads from Eagle's Nest, with the main force consisting of the Enying remnants and the Zhenyi tribe, and without Mecha, there was a question of whether they could hold out. But for now, this wasn't an issue. As long as their side returned, those goblins naturally wouldn't pose much of a threat anymore. And in the beginning, Su Bingtian also left instructions for the remaining Modki. If they couldn't hold out, they were to directly destroy the quantum channel. Li Si's hologram appeared directly in front of Qin Shang, glancing meaningfully at the room. It was Qin Shang's mobile palace. Don't ask why Qin Shang brought Su Li here to rest. Rest assured, Your Highness, there's no problem at the Qinglin front. When our forces retreated here, those goblins retreated as well, said Li Si. Hearing this, Qin Shang nodded. After so many defeats, I believe the goblins don't have much left by now. Leaving aside the ambushes before, the goblins were caught off guard when Eagle's Nest struck through a privilege channel, suffering heavy losses. There was also that raid. The massive fleet that darkened the sky was almost completely wiped out by Su Li's Divine General Mecha's Star Annihilator arrow, which killed nearly 30,000 enemies. Then there was this battle, where the remnants of the goblin fleet were few and far between. There are also the fleeing fleets. We need to keep track of their movements, Qin Shang continued. Even though they had been completely defeated and the remaining fleets weren't many. Nevertheless, do not forget that this is behind the Qinglin front, i.e., their current rear. These guys went through a teleportation framework and were directly teleported to the position where the goblins initially ambushed them. Rest assured, Your Highness, we're keeping an eye on it. Moreover, they've already gone far. It seems like they plan to detour and leave from another direction. Li Si nodded and said, There's more than one direction to leave. The universe is boundless, and there are quantum channels for leaving in other directions too. It's just relatively further away. Now, these stragglers naturally no longer have the ability to teleport again. The front at Qinglin wasn't breached, so they can't go back. So they can only go around from a distance. Hehe, it looks like the overall offensive will begin next. I'm curious, what face those goblins will wear when they return. Qin Shang suddenly smiled with deep meaning. He also knew the direction they retreated to. After all, the operation plan was laid out right from the start, and intelligence about the surroundings was gathered accordingly. For the nearest quantum channel in that direction, it would still take at least 2 months traveling with sublight beams. In 2 months, the food might be cold already. By now, the entire goblin civilization probably has only so little military strength left. Even though there are 13 star systems in total, countless quantum channels link up the 13 star systems, and actual travel doesn't really take that long. Then, can the leftovers of the goblins withstand Eagle's Nest for 2 months? Qin Shang was quite curious about this. However, before that, there's another matter. Your Highness, the Crown Prince needs your authorization. Li Si opened his mouth and said, It's about the scale snake mecha, right? Have you figured out how to arrange it yet? Qin Shi asked. Even though arrangements could be made, real mobilization still required Qin Shi's authorization. Immediately afterward, Li Si explained the arrangement plan regarding the scale snake mecha. The upgrade isn't an issue. The god pattern star iron is indeed plentiful, but as Su Commander mentioned, the pilot does pose a headache. As for that Guilin, is there any method to control him? Can we make him drive the scale snake for us? Qin Shi questioned. Guilin refers to the captured scale snake mecha pilot. Qin Shi was pondering if the high-tech methods of this era could control someone, making him assist in combat. Unlikely. Control is possible, but he would just be a puppet, and real combat is impossible. Juggernaut-class mecha pilots are extraordinary experts. Controlling them greatly increases the difficulty. We could only use death threats, or plant chips to explode, etc. But once he puts life and death aside, delivering a fatal counterattack at a crucial moment, it could cause great trouble. Li Si shook his head. These situations were frequently seen throughout this region of the stars. Qin Shi nodded, understanding Li Si's implication. Control was feasible, but it would only result in a powerless figurehead. To make him fight under control would only be possible through threats. However, if the person being controlled were to cast aside all restraint and retaliate, it might still be manageable under normal circumstances, with suppression being enough. The real concern was an unexpected counterattack at a critical moment. Then that's unfortunate. We humans still have many others like the Su family who had to leave the Great Qin for reasons beyond their control. Is there any way to reconnect with them? Evidently, Qin Shi thought of Su Li's situation. It's possible, Li Si replied, but his tone carried a bitter smile. There are indeed quite a few of them, and if we reached out, most would willingly contribute their strength. But they don't have qualified pilots for Juggernaut-class mechas either. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi fell silent. Back when the Great Qin started to decline, the wars were devastating. They not only drove the Great Qin to its current state, but also severely weakened other branches of humanity. Most of the former lower and mid-tier Juggernaut mech pilots of the Great Qin were originally high-ranking officials or battle-hardened generals. When the Great Qin retreated to the Great Wall, almost all of their Juggernaut-class mecha had been lost, leaving only Bai Qi and Wang Jian as part of Meng Tian's core forces. Even the Divine General-class mechas were barely brought back into use after the previous resource battles, thanks to recovered ores and alloys, which initiated the reconstruction process. Now, with the God Pattern Star Iron alloy, there was finally the ability to consider upgrading the bodies of these machines. Back then, the cores of the mechs used by Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and even Meng Tian remained inactive due to the lack of a royal heir with authority to activate them. This resulted in a situation where, despite the presence of various human factions scattered across this region of the stars, there was not a single qualified pilot left for Juggernaut-class mecha. All loyal Juggernaut mech pilots from the human factions tied to the Great Qin had already perished alongside the dynasty's decline. As for Su Li, she was a new generation prodigy of the Su clan, currently the sole qualified pilot for Juggernaut-class mecha among the human race. Nonetheless, I do have an idea, Li Si said while looking at Qin Shi. Tell me more. After the upgrade is completed, perhaps the Crown Prince should personally pilot the Scale Snake mecha. Chapter 138, The Disposition of the Scale Snake. Qin Shi looked at Li Si with a head full of question marks. You're not pulling my leg. Qin Shi knew his own strength all too well. Although he was now piloting the Zulong 2 mech and handling it skillfully, if Qin Shi were to pilot a Star Annihilation mech, could he even withstand the load? Even if he did manage to move it, how much of its true power could he unlock? It would be better for him to stick with the Zulong 2. Back at the Great Wall, piloting the Bai Qi mech required Li Si using nearly half of his computational power. That computational power could control the steel Great Wall spanning the entire star system. Qin Shi felt his role was more like a good omen, something akin to granting authorization through bloodline force. Even though Qin Shi was now a 5th realm Qi practitioner, thanks to the Zulong Qi cultivation method, making him slightly stronger than ordinary Qi practitioners, he still hadn't reached the level needed to pilot a Star Annihilation mech. Qin Shi wasn't without trying. For so long, Su Li had always been by his side, and Qin Shi had attempted testing his hand through the Divine General mech, aided previously by Li Si's assistance when piloting Bai Qi. This gave Qin Shi the notion that truly piloting a Star Annihilation mech wouldn't be that difficult. But when Qin Shi really tried to control the Divine General mech on his own, just the simple act of lifting a leg left him pale-faced and drained of energy. His internal Qi nearly depleted by 80% in an instant. It startled Qin Shi completely. Of course, I have considered this point. With your current strength, Prince, operating a Star Annihilation mech in combat would indeed present some challenges. But my intention wasn't for you, Prince, to pilot the Scale Snake. Li Si smiled as he said this. What then? Qin Shi was momentarily bewildered. To save your life. Although His Royal Highness has indeed become very strong, facing a Star Annihilation mech relies solely on the Zulong 2. Li Si paused here. Qin Shi paused, catching on. Indeed, despite Qin Shi demonstrating extraordinary feats with the Zulong 2 mech in battle, cutting off enemy generals' heads amidst 10,000 soldiers and various beheadings of Star Annihilation ships. This was purely due to technological superiority over a high goblin civilization. It could be likened to a modern army fighting an army from World War II times, both with guns, but having vastly different levels of capability. However, when facing the Scale Snake mech, Qin Shi realized that against civilizations with decent technology, and especially Star Annihilation mechs, The Zulong 2 was somewhat limited. The scale snake mech was weakened by age, causing its performance to decrease, which is why the Zulong 2 held out in the short term. But only Qin Shi Huang himself understood how powerless he felt. His attacks mostly ineffective except for his divine pattern star iron alloy sword, which required special attention. His Zulong mech could only rely on its agility, never able to get close enough to strike effectively. If they did manage to close the distance, Qin Shi Huang felt confident that before his sword reached them, his Zulong 2 mech would likely be destroyed. Furthermore, though Qin Shi Huang seemed invincible, teasing the star annihilation mech while being untouchable by it, it was akin to dancing on a tightrope. The scale snake mech could ignore most of his attacks, capable of making countless mistakes before ultimately hitting once. If struck once, the Zulong 2 would be rendered useless instantly. He'd either die or be severely injured. This explained why Su Li remained nearby in her divine general mech, regardless of Qin Shi Huang's apparent invincibility. Additionally, there was the energy issue. At its core, the Zulong 2 was still a space mech, powered by an ion engine core, whereas even the aged scale snake mech possessed energy, far superior in comparison. Seeing Qin Shi Huang lost in thought, Li Si deduced that he probably already grasped the key point. So since we can't find a suitable mech pilot for the scale snake anyway, Prince Qin, you can take it with you. I'll add a burden reduction device to the cockpit during upgrades. If you face a star annihilation mech and are overwhelmed, you can escape in the scale snake. Li Si stated. The burden reduction device was heavy and cumbersome, slowing down the feedback from the pilot to the mech while reducing the load. Thus, under normal circumstances, mechs wouldn't carry such devices unless for training purposes. For Qin Shi Huang, however, it wasn't a problem, since the scale snake mech isn't for you to fight with anyway. If we add the burden reduction device, just controlling the scale snake mech to make a retreat should not be a problem. By that time, if there is a qualified pilot, we can also remove the burden reduction device. Or, Your Highness's strength has been growing at a good pace. By the time your power increases enough, perhaps before finding a pilot, Your Highness will already be able to independently drive the scale snake mech. Li Si smiled and said, all right, drag it back to the Great Wall for an upgrade first. Qin Shi Huang nodded. With the conversation reaching this point, Qin Shi Huang naturally had nothing more to say. So far, there was indeed no suitable pilot available. We should consult Commander Su on the next plan of attack against the High Goblins. Qin Shi Huang spoke up. Li Si nodded. After receiving Qin Shi Huang's authorization, he would need to handle matters related to the scale snake mech. Qin Shi Huang directly approached Su Bintian. Your Highness, is Xiali alright? Upon seeing Qin Shi Huang approach, Su Bintian asked immediately. Yes, she's resting now, with no issues, just somewhat overexerted. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Let's discuss our upcoming offensive strategy against the High Goblins. The High Goblins currently shouldn't have much military resistance left. I believe, in 2 months' time, swallowing their 13-star systems should be doable. It might be challenging, but manageable. However, managing 13-star systems is a bit of a stretch for Eagle's Nest right now. The main issue remains manpower. Although the Su family has sent reinforcements, they cannot completely abandon their own development, so being able to send so many elite forces to Eagle's Nest already demonstrates great effort. This is simple. Chancellor Li Si, secretly contact those human subgroups, identify the most suitable ones, and integrate them back into Eagle's Nest. In the future, they can help manage these star systems while Eagle's Nest provides overall support. This was Qin Shi Huang's newly devised method. Fearfully, that may not work. Before Li Si emerged, Su Bintian already dismissed Qin Shi Huang's idea. Chapter 139. Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow, but he was not angry. Instead, he quietly waited for Su Bintian's explanation. It's indeed inappropriate, said the hologram of Li Si at this moment. I understand your confusion, Your Highness. Let me explain the reasons to you. You know that our human race's current situation in the starry seas can't be compared to rats on the street, but it's not much better. The policy of the myriad races of the starry seas toward us is to restrict our development and slowly devour us. Therefore, as long as humans detached from the Great Qin back then, they wouldn't exterminate them entirely, not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare. Su Bingtian looked at Qin Shi Huang. They were afraid that we humans would regroup under dire circumstances. Under the leadership of Great Qin, we could still destroy several of their civilization races without any issue. Even if we don't outright annihilate them, merely weakening them would make other civilization races eye them greedily. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang roughly understood. It was similar to the time when 18 lords formed during the Three Kingdoms era. Each of them harbored selfish intentions. Although the coalition of myriad races had united to resist Great Qin initially, when Great Qin began to decline, some races only put in token efforts, already preparing to divide the spoils. Everyone worried that they might become the target of a desperate counterattack by the humans or Great Qin. Annihilating Great Qin is possible, but not at the cost of oneself. Thus, this policy emerged. Those who voluntarily separated from Great Qin would be left unpunished. In fact, they welcomed various races detaching themselves from Great Qin and joining the anti-Qin army. So now this situation persists where humans are scattered across the starry seas. Great Qin retreated to defend the Great Wall. Unable to consume us immediately, they started restricting the development of our humans. Throughout the entire starry seas, each human territory is actually quite small. I command the Su family with a total of 17 stellar systems territories, which is already top-notch among others. Yet 3 of these are barren systems. For most human territories, they may possess only 2 or 3 systems. And there are even many like the true race, having merely 1 stellar systems domain. So, for the humans to produce another great Qin Empire is practically impossible. Now Eagle's Nest operates under the name of our Su family. Even so, our expanded territories up until now add up to less than 100. Most civilizations simply turn a blind eye. After all, when we ourselves expand our territories, unless a single human force reaches a specific scale, all disturbances remain trivial. However, if we collaborate with other humans, problems will arise. The myriad races in the starry seas fear that we humans will reunite again and return to Great Qin's banner, fighting them to the death. Therefore, they leave a sliver of survival for us, but restrict our development. After hearing this, Qin Shang nodded. The meaning is that once we develop to a certain scale, the myriad star races will keep an eye on us. Definitely, Su Bingtian nodded. However, Your Royal Highness, there's no need to overly worry. Currently, Eagle's Nest only controls 3 stellar systems within the Veil of Withering. Even after taking over goblins, it adds up to 16. Secondly, adding my Su family's 17 systems still doesn't surpass 100. At least, a territory spanning 1,000 stellar systems may genuinely attract attention from some powerful interstellar races. Perhaps it needs to reach 10,000 star domains to truly enter the field of vision of those top-tier civilization races. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang remained silent for a while, suddenly feeling a bit heartbroken. Yet, it seemed to be true. Based on the data within the Great Wall, the realms controlled by top-tier civilizations like the angelic race amount to a staggering 470 million. Yes, 470 million stellar systems are under the control of the angelic race. Among the myriad races alliance that attacked Great Qin, the angelic race was one of the leading forces. Back then, the angelic race controlled more than 20 million stellar systems. Today's 470 million stellar systems, nearly 20 million of which were formerly part of Great Qin, while a smaller portion came from other conquered civilizations. Now, his own Eagle's Nest influence truly wasn't worth even a glance from them. If it really develops to such an extent, the Great Wall can also consider coming out. Li Si spoke, seeing Qin Shang's concerns. With Qin Shang present, most of Great Qin's hidden powers can be utilized. If Eagle's Nest can genuinely develop to a stable foundation, it wouldn't be wrong for Great Qin to re-emerge from the Great Wall. Alright, Qin Shang nodded helplessly. Then Qin Shang continued. However, we can use another method, stealing beams and replacing pillars. Subsequently, Qin Shang opened a projection screen using his authority. The screen displayed the scene of Qin Shang and Su Li disguised as members of the true race acting in Luoshui Star previously. What do you mean? Both Li Si and Su Bingtian were not stupid people and immediately understood Qin Shang's meaning. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of this point, but rather their thinking had become fixed in some aspects. Given a little time to sort it out, they could arrive at the same conclusion. This was what the ancients said. There is always something to be learned from any group of 3 people. After all, no matter how meticulous one person's thinking may be, there are always times when mistakes can happen. Perhaps others aren't as smart as you, but at crucial moments, they can complement you well. Indeed, we will covertly contact some absolutely loyal branches of the human race and have them disguised. Then, let them manage under the identity of the true race. Anyway, now that the true race is already under our control, forging some identities should be fairly simple. Feasible. At this point, both men agreed with Qin Shang's plan. After all, currently, this was just small-scale maneuvering, which wouldn't attract too much attention from powerful civilizations. As long as the humans weren't perceived to be regrouping, there wouldn't be too many problems. Though those disguises could easily be exposed upon real scrutiny, someone would need to actually investigate them first. Next, Qin Shang and Su Bingtian began formulating plans for subsequent actions. Li Si also started tending to his own tasks. The Scale Snake Mecha was already at the Great Wall. Now Li Si was already selecting whom to contact. Even though they were all humans, not all of them were completely trustworthy. Much like during the anti-Japanese war, there were quite a few collaborators. When the myriad races united army attacked Great Qin back then, many humans surrendered. Currently, below the angelic race was a special civilization of another race, and they were all humans. But they denied their human identity and called themselves followers. Followers of the angelic race. These were the humans who betrayed and sided with the angelic race back then. Although Great Qin had declined now, there was still no way to ensure that the myriad interstellar races might not guard against humans again. Among the restricted human populations, there might even be spies from the other side. Therefore, although they agreed with Qin Shang's plan, the task of finding suitable people must be handled with caution, utmost caution. Chapter 140, The Zhang Family. Soon, the main force returned to the Qinglin defense line. At this point, the Qinglin defense line was also in shambles. The Zhini clan and the Yuxing relics were cleaning up the battlefield. Qin Shang also saw 2 star-destroying cannons, one of which had been destroyed. It must be said that the Qinglin front held, with the main forces being the Yuxing relics and the Zhini clan. However, the casualties of the 2 clans were not small. After all, their technology was still slightly inferior to the High Goblins. If it weren't for this Eagle's Nest star system defense line, they would probably have been annihilated. The Zhini clan originally dispatched a fleet of over 2,000 units, but now there are roughly 1,000 left. Those top-notch mechs purchased from Eagle's Nest initially also suffered some losses. The Yuxing relics only had 4,000 warships, of which more than 1,000 were lost. Furthermore, other combat units like space fighters weren't considered. For civilizations of the Zhini clan and Yuxing relic size, this level of loss was already damaging. At least they were the first followers of Eagle's Nest. So after pondering for a moment, Qin Shang directly took those star systems mechs captured from the Qin Shi clan, repaired them somewhat, and evenly distributed them as rewards to these two civilizations. The retreating Qin Shi clan had left behind quite a few star mechs, even though they were damaged. But with Eagle's Nest technological level, repairing those mechs was no issue. The Jinni clan was fine. Both the Qin Shi clan and the Jinni clan were similar in form to humans, except that the Jinni clan just had 2 extra arms. However, for the Yuxing relics to operate them, significant modifications were necessary. With this sweet reward, both civilizations instantly had no complaints. After 3 days of reorganization, the Expeditionary Alliance set out once again. During this time, Eagle's Nest production lines naturally kept producing warships and mechs. So these 3 days mainly involved waiting for reinforcements from Eagle's Nest to compensate for the losses incurred during this campaign. Eagle's Nest's fleet replenished to 5,000, and the mechs to 3,000. Then there were 3,000 Yuxing relic warships, along with 1,000 warships and 50 mixed mech units from the Jinni clan, part of the Qin Shi clan's mechs that could directly be operated by the Jinni clan in battle. Compared to the 13-star systems of the High Goblins, this force wasn't much. But remember, the High Goblins were already depleted in terms of soldiers and generals. As the fleet embarked, it turned out there was nothing surprising in Qin Shang and Su Bingqian's calculations. In response to the Eagle's Nest allied army's attack, the entire High Goblin race virtually had no resistance power. Even if there were some resistance forces, facing the 3,000 mech battalion of Eagle's Nest, they almost fell apart instantly. Thus, within less than a month, the Eagle's Nest allied army had annexed 7-star systems of the High Goblins. They then paused temporarily, not because of any resistance, but due to their own issues. Manpower. Ultimately, it boiled down to insufficient manpower. Seizing 7-star systems wasn't about just conquering them and ignoring them thereafter. Of the 7-star systems, although there were only 2 naturally habitable planets, countless others had been artificially transformed into livable worlds. Managing such a massive number of High Goblins without intervention was simply impossible. Fortunately, Li Si existed. The very first action after annexing 7-star systems was to confiscate all large servers. The stronger the computational power, the greater Li Si's abilities, and furthermore, he could infinitely replicate himself, practically becoming indestructible. This was the advantage of data consciousness. Almost all 7-star systems were managed through intelligent robots by Li Si. Otherwise, it would have been utterly unmanageable. Moreover, those High Goblins who had all but lost their armed forces had minimal ability to resist. Though possibly clandestinely, some armed forces might still be hidden. It amounted to minor skirmishes that couldn't affect the overall situation. Still, on each habitable planet, manpower was left proportional to scale for support. Headache. Qin Shang looked at the star map, massaging his temples regarding the remaining 5-star systems of the High Goblins. Even after trying as hard as possible to minimize various manpower distributions, anything manageable by Li Si via intelligent robots was delegated. Nevertheless, aside from the 3,000 mech battalion as the core fighting force, among the 5,000 interstellar warships, only 3,000 remained following distribution elsewhere, meaning that across 7-star systems, already 2,000 interstellar warships had been stationed, a rather small quantity. According to previous Great Qin regulations, for 7-star systems, especially core ones, a minimum of 10,000 fleets needed to be stationed. For 1-star system, having 10,000 fleets as a military garrison wasn't much at all. Even the worst mosquito leg type star systems should start at a fleet size of 10,000. Therefore, Qin Shang's allocation of 2,000 fleets across 7-star systems seemed akin to children playing house. But currently, there was no other way. It was simply a lack of manpower. Having occupied 7-star systems, all kinds of supplies had been confiscated. For the Eagle's Nest side, at least for now, there was no shortage of resources. Li Si, have you managed to make contact with more people? Qin Shang asked. Your Highness, it's not that easy. A projection resembling a middle-aged butler dressed in a suit appeared. This was Li Si's new appearance. After all, most of the High Goblins were currently managed by Li Si through intelligent machines, and sometimes he needed to personally show up, so changing his image was necessary. After all, it has been so long. We must carefully screen out those who are disguised believers or apostles, or those who have already been secretly recruited by the interstellar myriad races. Believers referred to human traitors belonging to the angel race, while apostles were human traitors belonging to the demon race. Since this is such an important matter, if we're not careful and accidentally recruit spies from the interstellar myriad races, the Eagle's Nest plan might be forced to terminate midway. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang helplessly nodded, knowing it was indeed the truth. So, I thought about it. We could perhaps start by bringing some people over from the Great Qin Dynasty. Li Si suggested. It would naturally be best to bring people from the Great Qin Dynasty. How many can the Great Qin spare? Qin Shang turned back to inquire. When they initially set out, Qin Shang knew that manpower in the Great Qin Dynasty was also limited, basically consisting only of core members. Let's call out the Zhang family. After thinking for a moment, Li Si spoke. Qin Shang understood that most of the people within the Great Wall belonged to a few core great families. The Meng clan, the Wang clan, Li Si's Li clan, and the Bai family carrying on by Qi's legacy. These didn't need further explanation. There was also the Zhang family, inheriting from xuanhuan. However, xuanhuan had met an unexpected demise in battle when the Great Qin Dynasty first ventured into the outer universe. Thus, compared to the other major families, the Zhang family had declined somewhat, focusing mainly on grassroots governance within the Great Qin. These were the large clans that had endured so long in the Great Qin. Excluding those lost during the Great Qin's decline in battle, Nearly 1 billion clan members remained within the Great Wall. Of course, there were other families as well, but relatively speaking, they were much smaller ones. Chapter 141. Later, I will expand the development of intelligent computers inside the Great Wall. Most of the grassroots work of the Zhang family can be handled by intelligent robots, and for those that robots cannot handle, I will let some minor families take over. The entire Zhang clan, now within the Great Wall, has over 80 million clansmen, and this number should be sufficient if called upon. Moreover, as one of the core families of our Great Qin, the loyalty of the Zhang family to Great Qin is beyond question. This was a method that Li Si had thought about for a long time. Extracting so many people from the Great Wall at once would require a series of complex adjustments. The reason he didn't allocate them to Qin Shi Huang initially was because Li Si had never imagined that Qin Shi Huang could develop so quickly. According to Li Si's original calculations, Qin Shi Huang was only capable of managing resources similar in scale to the resource points the Great Wall secretly developed outside. At that level, the manpower brought out from the Great Wall would have been more than enough. Never did he expect Qin Shi Huang to have such a big appetite, directly targeting 3-star systems under the Veil of Withering. And not only did Qin Shi Huang succeed in taking them, but after digesting the gains, he dared to aim at the goblins who possessed 13-star systems. And it looked like they were about to be taken down. Since we can ensure no issues with the Great Wall, then it's fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang naturally had no reason to refuse. Over 80 million people. If they could be dispatched to Eagle's Nest, Qin Shi Huang could truly demonstrate his full potential. Just relying on the small workshops within the Eagle's Nest system, they managed to achieve this much, which largely owed to the advanced technology brought from Great Qin. How long do you think it will take to allocate manpower? Qin Shi Huang asked. About a week should be enough, Li Si replied. All right, then we will take a week's rest and prepare for the settlement of 80 million people. Qin Shi Huang nodded. These 80 million included a part fighting force, but predominantly consisted of various logistical personnel and some management talents. Currently, what Qin Shi Huang needed most were logistics and administrative personnel. Combatants weren't as necessary, prioritizing elite soldiers rather than quantity. For now at least, there was no need to expand the combat personnel too much. In the following days, Qin Shi Huang instructed Li Si to send the goblins through intelligent robots to begin constructing facilities and production lines across the planets of the 7-star systems they had captured. Anyway, using these goblins' hands was free work. Though the technology was from Eagle's Nest, all materials were seized from various goblin planets. Use their people, consume their resources, and produce weapons for us to conquer their territories. You tell me, isn't that infuriating? Of course, the true core technologies would never be exposed to these goblins. They were just responsible for rough manual labor. Then based on manpower allocation, numerous transmission coordinates were set up. To relocate over 80 million people definitely required ether transmission. Outside the Great Wall stellar realm, an untold number of interstellar spies were watching closely. So going by the usual migration methods would not only be slow but also risk exposure at any moment. Of course, the price was consuming a colossal amount of energy to activate the ether transmission, even surpassing the energy consumed during the teleportation of the divine pattern star iron alloy cube. Hence, the energy cost couldn't be entirely drained from the Great Wall. Eagle's Nest would also need to cover part of it. Thankfully, having swallowed the 7-star systems of the goblins, otherwise Eagle's Nest might not have been able to afford such an immense amount of energy right now. Although the plan was for 7 days, by the 5th day, some members of the Zhang family who had completed their handover tasks began arriving at designated positions through ether transmission. Regarding the family being detached from the Great Wall, the entire Zhang family was fairly willing to accept it. After all, after so many years under Great Qin, despite being a large clan, they had really fallen far behind in prominence. Look at famous families. They each own stellar-class mecha pilots with great military titles, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, etc. Family Li has a prime minister managing the Great Wall, essentially the grand steward of Great Qin. And the Zhang family? Besides the reputation as a prestigious lineage, they had nothing else. Now following the new crown prince to forge ahead might be their opportunity to rise again. Clan Zhang, xuanhuan, greets His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. A refined middle-aged man respectfully bowed before Qin Shi Huang. Master Zhang, please don't bother with formalities. This time bringing the Zhang family along. We hope Master Zhang can provide substantial assistance. Qin Shi Huang smiled as he helped Xuanhuan up. This middle-aged man was the current head of the main house of the Zhang clan. Or in other words, the clan chief whose strength was roughly at the level of a 5th-tier Qi practitioner. He was likely chosen more for managerial skills rather than martial prowess. After all, a clan leader isn't selected purely based on combat abilities as in ancient martial arts sects. It's more about who suits the role better. For instance, there's the Su family. Su Bingtian is Su Li's paternal uncle and possesses the strength of an 8th realm cultivator, making him the most powerful in the entire Su clan. However, Su Bingtian is not the head of the Su clan. That title belongs to Su Li's biological father, Su Bingwen, who ranks 2nd among the siblings. The Zhang clan will dedicate everything to serve the crown prince. Zhang Han responded loudly. As a major family of Great Qin, the loyalty of the Zhang family has been tested over many years, and they are already deeply tied together with Great Qin. The rise of Great Qin means the rise of the Zhang family. On the side, Su Bingtian and others didn't comment, but instead revealed some smiles. With the addition of the Zhang family, the issue of manpower would be basically resolved in the short term. Once the manpower problem was solved, the speed of Eagle Nest's territorial expansion would naturally increase significantly. As for whether the Zhang family might affect the position of the Su family here at Qin Shang's side, Su Bingtian was not worried. Firstly, the Su family was one of the earliest to join Eagle Nest, and secondly, there's Su Li, currently the only qualified Annihilation-class mecha pilot in all of Great Qin. Besides, Su Bingtian's gaze flickered between Su Li and Qin Shang, revealing a deep smile. By the 7th day, all members of the Zhang family were in place. Then various production lines started moving, and Eagle Nest control over the 7-star systems instantly increased several times. Good. Next, we'll swiftly annex the 5-star systems of the High Goblins and invest resources into production. This time, Qin Shang set out confidently with his team. He wondered how much willpower crystals they could harvest after taking down the High Goblins. Qin Shang absently touched the willpower crystal hanging from his neck. In less than half a month, with all personnel from the Zhang family now present, the remaining 5-star systems of the High Goblins were completely taken down. Thus, all 13-star systems of the High Goblins had been secured within less than 2 months since the previous battle. The fleeing High Goblins hadn't even managed to find their way back. One wonders what expressions the returning army would wear when they discover that their entire territory has been invaded. Qin Shang chuckled with great significance. Chapter 142, A Gift for the Yin Snake Clan. Black Eagle Number 1. Qin Shang looked at the screen, where a massive starship nearly 3,000 meters long hovered in the starry sky, and revealed a satisfied smile. It has been more than a month since the Eagle Nest had completely subdued Goblin's 13-star systems. In over a month, Qin Shang had yet to fully digest the willpower gained from subduing the Goblin star system. However, his blood purity had already reached 56%, and if he didn't exhaust all the remaining active willpower crystals, he should be able to reach around 59%. It was not that the willpower gained from subduing the Goblins was too little, but rather that now improving blood purity required an enormous amount of willpower. Moreover, with the personnel from the Zhang family arriving, the 13-star systems of the Goblins were very easily digested by the Eagle Nest. Of course, when it was necessary to show up publicly, the personnel from the Zhang clan were disguised as the Si Baijin clan because being careful is never wrong. The main base also moved from the remote small place of the Curtain of Withering to one of the more central and wealthy star systems among the 13-star systems here on the Goblin side. As for those Goblins, with a population nearing hundreds of billions, they could serve as excellent labor forces. After unified allocation, they received corresponding position arrangements. According to Li Si's suggestion, some promotion pathways would also be provided, similar to Quizlings. No matter which race, there are always cowards, and managing their own people by themselves often proved harsher. Among them, there were not lacking special talents, but they could only gradually attempt to absorb them. Such situations couldn't be rushed after all, considering their own side was the role of aggressors. At this time, the giant starship floating above the starry sky in the screen before Qin Shang was the first star destroyer produced here by the Eagle Nest. Thanks to the technology of Great Qin Heavy Industries, the Eagle Nest's technological level stood among the top levels in the galaxy. However, to avoid revealing Great Qin's identity, the most cutting-edge technologies unique to Great Qin weren't directly used, as some distinctive technologies of Great Qin were too recognizable, like Great Qin's Rui soldiers. Besides, the emblem of the Eagle Nest wasn't the black dragon flag of Great Qin, but instead, a black eagle. Furthermore, what Qin Shang had anticipated did not go unmanifested. The remnants of the previous armies, perhaps having received the news, did not return to these 13-star systems of the Goblins. Whether they followed the Yin Yang clan or the Yin Snake clan, or became space pirates, it remained unclear. But Qin Shang revealed a hint of a smile. Yin Yang clan, Yin Snake clan, it's time we prepare to settle accounts. Once the 13-star systems of the Goblins are digested and the military strength replenished, consideration can then be given to launching an expedition against the Yin Yang clan. As for the Yin Snake clan, further waiting is needed. The Yin Snake clan doesn't resemble the smaller civilizations such as the Goblins or the Yin Yang clan with merely a dozen or so star systems. The Yin Snake clan possesses over 6,000 star systems. Their accumulated strength and military force are absolutely far beyond the level of the Goblins. The Goblins could still use quantity overwhelm tactics against the Eagle Nest, let alone the Yin Snake clan owning over 6,000 star systems. By estimation, the population of the Yin Snake clan might have even reached several trillion. Therefore, the action against the Yin Yang clan could proceed slightly faster, while the Yin Snake clan couldn't be rushed. However, there are still ways. Following the plan, after swallowing the Yin Yang clan, it should be possible to increase his blood purity to around 60%. Then spending some time strengthening his foundation and enhancing his power to the 6th level Qi practitioner, he could rely on the peculiarity of the ancestral Dragon Qi technique. He should then be barely able to pilot the Scale Snake mech. Although exerting full force might be difficult, but unless facing another Star Destroyer level mech in battle, taking down other space mechs would be no issue. At that point, piloting the Scale Snake mech alongside Su Li's Divine General mech, handling the Yin Snake clan would directly become overwhelming high-tier combat power. But before then, the Yin Snake clan needs to be made trouble for a bit. How's the preparation going? That little surprise for the Yin Snake clan. With this thought, Qin Shang asked aloud. It's already departed. I'll check its current position. Li Si responded upon hearing. A moment later, Li Si continued. It's estimated that it will take around 2 months to approach the nearby territory of the Yin Snake clan. There's nothing we can do about it. The Yin Snake clan is just too far away. I wonder how they managed to come this far. Qin Shang nodded. What they had sent out was merely a drone. With the technology level of Great Qin, A single drone traversing vast interstellar rivers naturally posed no problem. It was just too far. Even if it took the shortest route all the way, crossing countless star regions would be needed to arrive near the star region where the Qin Snake clan was located. The Qin Snake clan controls over 6,000 star systems and is undoubtedly a colossal presence in their region of the galaxy. The reason the Qin Snake clan has been able to maintain such an expansive stellar territory is due to the Scale Snake mech. Although the Scale Snake mech is an aging model, and its power has slightly diminished to a lower-tier high level, it remains a Star Destroyer-class mech. In this starry realm, any civilization possessing a Star Destroyer-class mech can be likened to a nuclear-armed nation. However, precisely because of this, the civilizations surrounding the Qin Snake clan all covetously eye the Scale Snake mech. This is also why the Qin Snake clan traveled such a great distance for the Divine General mech. But they never anticipated that the Divine General mech would be an upper-tier mech. After all, upper-tier mechs are something only civilizations at the hegemon level could possess, and each one is extremely precious. From the fact that even the once great hegemon Qin only had 3 upper-tier Star Destroyer-class mechs during its peak, White Qi, Wang Jian, and Meng Tian, it's clear how rare they are. As such, there was no doubt that the Qin Snake clan had suffered a crushing defeat. If the surrounding civilizations were to discover that the Qin Snake clan's Scale Snake mech had met with misfortune, what might happen? This was Qin Shang's goal, and also the contents carried by that drone. Once that drone enters the star region near the Qin Snake clan, it will indiscriminately transmit signals to nearby civilizations. And the content of these signals will be a video. A video showing the Scale Snake mech, battered and damaged, lying powerless in the hangar bay, followed by footage of the unconscious pilot being forcibly dragged out after his cockpit door was broken open by a single-person armor unit. With the technological standards of the galactic civilizations, it would be very easy to analyze whether or not this video was fabricated. This was Qin Shang's grand gift to the Qin Snake clan. When that happens, the Qin Snake clan's troubles won't be small. It'll also buy the Eagle Nest some time to assimilate the Yin Yang clan. Otherwise, the Qin Snake clan would definitely not let go easily, having not only failed to acquire the Divine General mech, but also lost the Scale Snake mech. Chapter 143. Things were proceeding in an orderly manner at the Eagle's Nest. After the first Black Hawk battleship of the Jetting class was built, close to 100 more were produced subsequently. The regular starships were also upgraded comprehensively. Previously, due to manpower and resources constraints, although high-end technology was within reach, it was difficult to produce them efficiently. Now that had changed. With nearly 100 billion goblins as labor and resources available, and with the arrival of the Zhang family, almost all top-tier technologies could be utilized. Thus, both the craftsmanship and quantity of interstellar warships were improving. Naturally, Qin Shang did not forget about his first group of subordinates. Qin Shang generously allowed each of them to pick a transgalactic system to be included in their jurisdiction for management. All they had to do was to pay taxes regularly. As for the remaining warships previously produced at Eagle's Nest, Qin Shang decided to gift half of them to the Yushur legacy and the Jin clan. Both races expressed profound gratitude. Thus, things went smoothly for another 2 months without any other incidents. Occasionally, some restless species from the myriad star clans would attempt probing near the Great Wall. Of course, they found no benefits, instead suffering heavy losses. After all, these were the reserves once owned by the great superpower Qin, a force that could make even today's super civilizations like the Angel race retreat. How could ordinary species from the myriad star clans gain any advantages? After 2 months, the Scale Snake mech that underwent upgrades had been delivered. Qin Shang tried it out personally. With the burden reduction device present, he felt uneasy throughout his body. However, thanks to this device, he could manage to drive the Scale Snake mech simply. Certainly, he could only pilot it. Engaging in combat with it would still prove challenging, leaving him rather restricted. In such a case, he might as well use the Ancestral Dragon Type 2. Still, after the upgrade, various performance metrics and the structural strength improved by several tiers. After all, combining Divine Script Star Iron with the technology of Great Wall Heavy Industries was no small feat. But ultimately, the quantum engine core that had entered its senescence couldn't be fully compensated for. Nevertheless, even after being upgraded with the Divine Script Star Iron alloy, the Scale Snake mech returned to the level of a mid-tier planetary annihilation mech. Qin Shang and Su Li practiced piloting, Qin using the Ancestral Dragon Type 2 and Su driving the Scale Snake mech, which gave Qin quite a thrashing. This was after removing the burden reduction device. It wasn't that Su Li's skill surpassed the original Scale Snake pilot, but simply that the upgraded Scale Snake's performance now differed vastly. Ordinary starship fleets had reached over 15,000 in number. The Jiting-class shadow ships numbered 50. This constituted an already formidable interstellar fleet. As for the regular sky mechs, their numbers had reached 10,000, which explained why there weren't many regular interstellar ships. Focus was on mech production. If this level of fleet power had existed at the beginning, it would have easily crushed the coalition led by Gobeling and obviated the need for stealth tactics. This made Qin Shang realize again just how terrifying the myriad star clan civilizations were. With just the resources of Gobeling and the Veil of Decay, they managed to assemble this force in just a few months. What about the powerful star clans? It was almost unimaginable. Of course, the most crucial part stemmed from the technological prowess of Qin Heavy Industries. Otherwise, the goblins having access to these resources would have risen long ago. Similarly, star powers like the angel and demon races possessed technological levels equivalent to or surpassing those of Qin. Throughout this time, The only regrettable thing was the exhaustion of the wish crystal's wishes. Qin Shi had underestimated the consumption of enhancing his bloodline power. After depleting all the wishes, his bloodline power didn't quite reach 59%, stopping at 58%, just a little short. For this, Qin Shi could only bitterly smile. Though seemingly minor, if calculated based on his own arduous cultivation, achieving this slight advancement might take half a year or even a whole year to enhance it to 59%. Therefore, to rapidly improve his bloodline power, one still needed to rely on wish crystals. Cheating was truly the way to go. After all, even as a Chandra, who among the transcenders doesn't cheat? Just so happened that everything was now ready, and it was time to settle accounts with the Yin-Yang clan. His territory had expanded step by step. Aside from actively confronting the Jin clan, others had approached him on their own. This suited him perfectly. Meanwhile, that gift should arrive at the Qin Snake clan star domain without incident in the next few days. The Qin Snake clan must soon be facing difficulties of their own. Thus, Qin Shi authorized Li Si through the Great Qin Tiger Talisman to start assembling the fleet. Even though these fleets belonged to Eagle's Nest, the management method followed the Great Qin model. To truly mobilize them, authorization from the Tiger Talisman was still required. Anyway, the core personnel were all from Great Qin, so there was nothing to worry about, and Eagle's Nest would eventually return to Great Qin anyway. Qin Shi's assumptions turned out to be correct. None of the defeated troops from before, neither the Goblins nor the Veil of Decay clan, returned to the Goblin side, and the Veil of Decay didn't dare to return to their own territory either. After such great losses, if they were to return, they would definitely be used as scapegoats for judgment. Therefore, after the defeated troops gathered, they all arrived within the Yin-Yang clan's territory. However, the necessary reports still needed to be submitted. The Veil of Decay reported the situation here back home, emphasizing the upper-class Annihilation starship mechs. They believed that the clan would definitely take an interest and devise a plan to seize this upper-class mech. This reason also provided an excuse for their failure. The Veil of Decay was indeed interested, but seizing an upper-class Annihilation mech, it was far too difficult, especially given the loss of the Scale Snake mech. It could be seen, however, that those humanoids seemed incredibly weak, with no idea where they had emerged from, and with so little power managed to possess an upper-class Annihilation mech. And precisely because of this, they saw an opportunity. Before the Veil of Decay's plans against the upper-class mech were perfected, a piece of footage left the senior members of the Veil of Decay with sour expressions. It was Qin Shi's gift. The good news was that the Scale Snake mech hadn't been destroyed, so there was still a chance to retrieve it. The bad news was that various civilizations around had now learned about the predicament of the Scale Snake mech. In fact, by the time they had just received the video signal, reports had already been submitted. Some forces in the border star systems had started probing. The higher-ups of the Veil of Decay could only sigh helplessly in this situation. They had no choice but to resolve the local crisis first. After all, gathering the forces needed to target the upper-class mech would require many resources. If those forces were relocated and the surrounding civilizations attacked, they'd have absolutely no means of resistance. Chapter 144, A Chance Encounter. In the vast starry sky, a huge interstellar fleet was navigating forward silently. The fleet consisted of a significant number of ships. Tens of thousands of starships surrounded dozens of colossal ones. All the warships in the fleet were uniformly black, blending seamlessly with the almost perpetually dark depths of space. This fleet was en route to the Yin-Yang race's territory, known as the Eagle Nest Fleet. For this expedition against the Yin-Yang clan, the Jin clan and Yueying remnants had not been brought along. They were tasked with guarding the base. Of course, the Eagle Nest wasn't entirely trusting the Jin clan or the Yueying remnants either. Hence, not all forces had been deployed. After all, it was just dealing with the Yin-Yang race. It didn't require the Eagle Nest to fully mobilize yet. After all, when they last campaigned against the goblins, their forces had grown far beyond what they were at that time. Suddenly, the advancing fleet began to slow down. Your Highness, there is a situation ahead, reportedly Li's projection, appearing in the command hall. Almost simultaneously, the projection screen lit up. In the image, amidst the originally pitch-black starry void, bursts of radiant light illuminated the darkness. Ripples of energy were rippling through the void, shaking asteroids every which way. Battle. Right here in this patch of the universe, a fierce conflict raged on. Amidst the myriad civilizations spanning the stars, wars between races and civilizations were common under the Black Forest Doctrine. But the endless starry skies made it quite a coincidence to come across one. Are there any nearby civilizations around here? Qin Shi asked, his voice laced with puzzlement. This region of the star domain served as a buffer zone between the Goblin and Yin-Yang clans. There weren't many star systems around, just an endless expanse of starry void dotted with some asteroids and little else. Why would anyone fight here? There are no signs of any existing civilizations or races. Li Si shook his head. Can we identify the identities of both sides? Hold on, our reconnaissance drones have just reached the edge of the area. And looking at the expanding ripples of energy, it seems like the technological levels of both parties involved aren't low. Let the drones move closer. At this distance, unmanned reconnaissance drones couldn't yet clearly probe the battlefront. The main issue was the interfering waves of energy ripples expanding outwards from the fight. However, thanks to technology inherited from Great Qin, these drones remained stable under conditions where less advanced craft would have lost power altogether. As time passed, the reconnaissance drones gradually closed in toward the center of the battlefield. The images started to become clearer. The scene wasn't overly chaotic. In the middle, layers of guard ships circled and protected a few larger starships. However, these central large ships didn't display any particularly strong offensive capabilities, which suggested they might be transport ships. Transport ships typically only carried simplified firepower systems since most internal space is utilized for storage capacity rather than armaments. On the periphery, various miscellaneous starships and mech units were engaged in combat. And further away, more terrifying energy fluctuations emanated even stronger, a Starkiller-class mech. Could it be the Interstellar Commerce Guild? Upon seeing the situation unfold, Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. The specks of the fleet encircled in the middle appeared very uniform. Primarily recognizable by their insignia, this guild was well known throughout the entire galaxy. Who would dare challenge the Interstellar Commerce Guild? Qin Shi Huang expressed surprise. Although the Interstellar Commerce Guild doesn't interfere with galactic affairs guided by the Black Forest Doctrine, it only conducts business. This does not mean that its strength is weak. An organization capable of leasing out Starkiller mechs certainly wouldn't be feeble. There was a precedent where the Su family rented a Starkiller-class mech from the guild so that Su Li could practice piloting it. Even though it was a lower-tiered and weaker Starkiller-class mech, it still made a competent training machine. This is normal, Li Si commented. Even though the Interstellar Commerce Guild possesses great strength, the infinity of the stars ensures that there are always some greedy individuals who take risks. The Interstellar Commerce Guild has had numerous instances of goods being robbed, some of which remain unsolved to this day. Since the guild enjoys such a prestigious reputation, its goods are often valuable treasures. Just a single successful raid can bring about immense profits. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must first handle the guild's escort fleets. Judging from the current scene, a significant portion of the guild's escort fleet concentrated on defending the transport ships instead of actively participating in the fight. They maintained purely defensive postures. Nevertheless, despite the fact that the Interstellar Commerce Guild did not appear to have gone all out in this confrontation, the fight remained balanced. Of course, over there is the Starkiller-class mech. This must be the core battlefield. Just the strength of the Interstellar Commerce Guild's escort fleet alone could easily overwhelm civilizations on the level of the goblins or the Yin-Yang race. Not to mention races like the Zhun clan and Yuing remnants. Yet at this moment, someone was directly confronting a fleet of the Interstellar Commerce Guild. Although the starships attacking the Interstellar Commerce Guild are all different specifications, they can clearly be identified as high-end products from various stellar civilizations. So they are able to trade blows with the guild. Li Si observed the scene unfolding in the images before offering an analytical explanation. After all, the reach of the Interstellar Commerce Guild's influence far exceeded even the peak span of the Great Qin. The commerce of the Interstellar Commerce Guild encompassed the entire outer universe. Even at its height, Great Qin had not completely unified the entirety of the outer universe. And standing tall for so many years, plus being the largest interstellar commercial entity, it was no longer appropriate to merely describe them as rolling in money. Under such circumstances, the technological level of the Interstellar Commerce Guild could arguably be considered the highest among contemporaneous interstellar entities, making it extremely impressive that these seemingly miscellaneous starships could go toe-to-toe with the guild's escort fleet. But these guys, though they look like a mixed bag, move in and out of battle in an orderly fashion, clearly resembling the formal military forces of some unknown civilization, simply masquerading as space pirates. Li Si sneered slightly. This much was obvious to anyone with a modicum of common sense. And whose band of space pirates could possibly afford to deploy a Starkiller-class mech? With so many top-tier starships and the existence of a Starkiller mech, it wouldn't be too challenging for such a group to legitimately establish their own civilization. Being able to gather this many top-of-the-line starships, each with distinct specs, and also fielding a Starkiller mech signifies that this civilization has considerable power. It's likely one of the famous great clans known across the stars, Su Bingtian remarked while observing the ongoing events depicted in the feed. A typical civilization would not have the audacity to target the Interstellar Commerce Guild. Chapter 145, Lending a Hand. What do we say now? Qin Shi Huang asked as he looked at the situation in the footage. Although Qin Shi Huang was aware of the existence of the Galactic Chamber of Commerce, he did not truly have much in-depth knowledge about it. Personally, I suggest we consider lending them a hand. There was a very pleasant collaboration between the peak period of the Great Qin and the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. However, I do not advise revealing the identity of the Great Qin. Li Si earnestly gave his advice. I also agree with this. The Galactic Chamber of Commerce is indeed clearly defined as a group of merchants. It would be quite advantageous to gain some goodwill from the Galactic Chamber of Commerce, Su Bingtian added, speaking up. Since the Su family had cooperated with the Galactic Chamber of Commerce before, they leaned towards supporting the chamber. Since that's the case, we'll offer some assistance. Let's leave this matter in your hands, Commander Su. Li Si and I will not get involved. Besides, Eagle's Nest is already operating under the Su family name anyway, Qin Shi Huang said as he turned to Su Bingtian. No problem, I'll arrange everything right away. Su Bingtian nodded his head. Since the decision had been made to provide support, the situation on the other side needed to be thoroughly investigated. More reconnaissance drones were sent out. However, just then, an unexpected situation arose. Your Highness, we received a communication link request from the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. At this point, Li Si suddenly spoke. Qin Shi Huang arched an eyebrow. They found us. This was the first time after the appearance of Eagle's Nest that they'd been detected by someone else without exposing themselves first. This is normal. Even though Eagle's Nest has advanced technology, so does the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. Our reconnaissance drones signal back to base. As long as our drones are discovered and tracked through the signals, it's not difficult for them to find us, Li Si explained. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shi Huang understood. His past opponents had mostly come from civilizations with relatively lower technological levels, with the highest being only the Hidden Serpent clan. What did the Galactic Chamber of Commerce say? Qin Shi Huang asked. They only said one thing. Essentially, it was an invitation for us to help in return for substantial compensation, Li Si replied. Nodding his head, Qin Shi Huang responded. Then let's simply reply that we're willing to assist. Anyway, we had already decided to lend a hand. All right, Li Si agreed. Not long after, Li Si spoke again. The Galactic Chamber of Commerce sent another message, this time containing some data on the enemy. Hearing this, Su Bintian said with a bit of delight. In that case, we can make some corresponding arrangements. Being a commander, Su Bintian enjoyed battles where everything was well known and clear-cut. Following that, Su Bintian began to carefully analyze the intelligence about the enemy. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang felt rather relaxed and watched the ongoing battle attentively on the screen. Perhaps due to receiving clear answers, the combat style of the Galactic Chamber of Commerce shown in the images appeared to become more unrestrained. There are two medium-level star-annihilating mecha engaged in combat over there. The enemy is using an Inferno Walker, while the Galactic Chamber of Commerce side uses a Traveler Type 2. Su Bintian stated. The Traveler Type 2 was the standard middle-class star-annihilating mech used by the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. The Inferno Walker, old acquaintance, Qin Shi Huang slightly stumbled upon hearing this. Back when they had urgently returned to the Great Wall, the Dark Knight clan had once sent an Inferno Walker to probe the Great Wall's strength. In the end, that Inferno Walker was dissolved by the superstar bow of the Great Wall along with its quantum engine core. The Inferno Walker, being a famous middle-class mech from the Infernal Flame race, certainly possessed robust strength. Moreover, the Infernal Flame's Inferno Walker mech could actually be purchased, although expensive, but indeed a genuine middle-class star-annihilating mech. Under these circumstances, it would be even harder for the Galactic Chamber of Commerce to trace back to the person behind the action since many civilizations had acquired the Inferno Walker. As for why upper-class star-annihilating mechs weren't deployed, are you really thinking those things grow like cabbages? During its prime, excluding the ancestral dragon mech owned by Emperor Shi Huang, Great Qin had only 3 upper-class star-annihilating mechs. That alone showed the value of such mechs. Since it's a mid-tier mech, Your Highness, could you lend me your Scale Snake mech? Su Li asked as she turned to Qin Shi Huang. Evidently, Su Li didn't intend to use the Divine General mech. After the upgrade with Divine Rune Star Iron Alloy, the Scale Snake mech restored to mid-tier intensity. After removing the burden-reducing device, together with the Galactic Chamber of Commerce's Traveler Type 2, handling one Inferno Walker would be more than sufficient. Regarding the Divine General mech, it would be best not to deploy it unless absolutely necessary. Although it may not seem too significant, preserving some hidden strengths always proved to be a wise choice. Without saying much, Qin Shi Huang took off a ring from his finger and handed it over to Su Li, inside of which lay the upgraded Scale Snake mech. Subsequently, under Su Binchen's command, the Eagle's Nest fleet began to unfold its battle formation and moved closer to the battlefield ahead. More than 30 star-annihilating Black Hawk ships also started to charge their energy. That's right, this expedition only brought along 30 Black Hawk ships. The remaining 20+ were still at home guarding the base. Soon, the Eagle's Nest fleet, which had maintained radio silence, had already approached the battlefield position. Then, Su Bintian sent a communication to the Galactic Chamber of Commerce side. Since the enemy dared to target the Galactic Chamber of Commerce, their own strength was naturally not low. The fact that the Galactic Chamber could discover Eagle's Nest meant the other side probably shared the same capability. However, just as the opponent started sensing something wrong, Eagle's Nest fleet had already made its move. Shush! 30 colossal beams of energy surged forward from behind and crashed violently into the battlefield. In the nick of time, units of the Galactic Chamber had already disengaged from the zone of concentrated firepower, thanks to Su Binchen's prior warning. Boom, boom. There was no doubt about the power of the star-annihilating energy cannons of the Black Hawk ships. The energy beams penetrated straight through everything, setting off showers of fireworks wherever they passed. Finally, the main star-annihilating cannon of the Black Hawk ships hit their ultimate target, the star-annihilating unit of the opposing side. Caught unawares, the horrifying energy beam obliterated 30 star-annihilating units of the enemy. Along the way, an even greater number of ordinary combat units were wiped out. Immediately following, more than 10,000 regular starships opened fire, spreading out a vast web of firepower towards the front. The sudden appearance of enemies from behind clearly threw them into confusion. Moreover, what had initially been an evenly matched battle quickly tipped the scale once Eagle's Nest joined in. And yet, the opponents were no common adversaries either. In no time, a great swarm of space mecha, certainly numbering 3,000 to 4,000, turned around and charged toward Eagle's Nest. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang grinned widely. Space mecha? Eagle's Nest had those too. This expedition had also brought 5,000 space mecha. Instantly thereafter, Eagle's Nest's standardized space mecha launched themselves headlong into the fray. Upon seeing this, the opposition was evidently stunned for a moment. Where did this stick in the mud come from? Their power was unexpectedly so potent. Mass-produced space mecha like these weren't something any average civilization could produce or field. Chapter 146, Deep Space Elves, Nona. At this moment, the strength revealed by the Eagle Nest civilization was no weaker than either side currently in combat. An entirely black fleet, including that enormous star-annihilating battleship and large-scale standardized star mech units. If there was a shortcoming, it should be in terms of star-annihilating mechs. But at this level of civilization, I doubt they don't have star-annihilating mechs. Before both sides could complete their thoughts, a streak of electromagnetic light suddenly shot out from the Eagle Nest fleet with extreme speed. It headed straight for the more than 3,000 miscellaneous star mechs ahead. The electromagnetic streak carried overwhelming energy, destabilizing those star mechs as it passed. Within it, one could faintly see a massive figure. Simultaneously, two dark shadows extended from either side of the electromagnetic streak. Those already destabilized star mechs, once struck by the dark shadows, exploded completely. In an instant, this electromagnetic streak pierced through the ranks of these miscellaneous star mechs, heading toward the chaotic battlefield of star-annihilating mechs ahead, leaving only devastation behind. This single streak had directly destroyed over 100 miscellaneous star mechs, with damage reaching up to 400 or 500 more. This left both sides completely silent. There was no doubt, it was a star-annihilating mech. Which civilization did this belong to? In contrast, the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce was extremely delighted. They hadn't expected their tentative call for help to bring them such a powerful ally. If those brazen individuals didn't have other trump cards, then this time they were likely to prevail. In the command hall, Qin Shi Huang looked at the majestic scale snake mech and couldn't help but click his tongue. When it was still in the hands of the hidden snake clan, this scale snake mech hadn't possessed such great power. Back then, even the scale snake mech couldn't match the Ancestor Dragon Model 2, and before the Divine General mech, it seemed like nothing more than a toy. However, if the current scale snake mech faced off against the Divine General mech again, it might stand a chance. Qin Shi Huang touched his chin enviously. Even though the scale snake mech was in his possession, without a load-reducing device, it simply couldn't be operated. Even with the load-reducing device, the scale snake mech was just a big box moving slightly faster. Qin Shi Huang did not participate in this battle, and he had no intention of making a move when dealing with the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce later. With the addition of Eagle Nest firepower, the scales tipped almost instantly. As reinforcements arrived, the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce also fully unleashed their forces. Immediately, the pirates were suppressed. Boom. A terrifying ripple of energy spread out. A fiery red streak flew quickly from afar, directly destroying several starships, some belonging to pirates, others to the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. Since Eagle Nest ships had not entered the battlefield directly, none were affected. After smashing through a string of starships, that fiery red figure finally stopped. It turned out to be the Flame Prison Walker mech, which suffered significant body damage. At this moment, two streaks of light darted out from afar, one on each side. They were the Scale Snake mech and the Traveler Model 2 from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. Clearly, the Flame Prison Walker wasn't a match under the joint attack of the two mechs. Although the Traveler Model 2 mech had obvious damage, its condition was evidently much better than that of the Flame Prison Walker. It was clear that even without support from the Scale Snake mech, the Traveler Model 2 held the upper hand during the battle. Seeing the sorry state of the Flame Prison Walker mech, the morale of the pirates plummeted. Retreat. It was apparent that a retreat order had been issued. The pirate fleet neatly turned around, providing maximum power to their engines as they fled deep into the starry expanse. That Flame Prison Walker mech, brimming with scorching red energy on its body, transformed into a streak of red light and charged away in another direction, indiscriminately crashing into and destroying any starship from either the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce or its own side. Compared to the ordinary starships, saving this Flame Prison Walker mech was undoubtedly far more important. Suli cast a glance at the Traveler Model 2 beside her and decided not to pursue further. Seeing that the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce had no intention of pursuing, Eagle Nest merely fired a few symbolic shots in the direction of the fleeing pirates and called it a day. The primary task of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce wasn't combat. It was normal that they wouldn't pursue further. All they needed to do was repel the pirates and secure the cargo to fulfill their mission. As the pirates retreated, all that was left in the starry expanse was a scene of devastation. Wreckages of various combat units from the interstellar battle lay scattered around. It was roughly evenly split between the remains left by the pirates and those of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. This was typically the result of an evenly matched fight. After the battle ended, the Eagle Nest fleet didn't linger, quickly reorganizing themselves at their position. All the star mech units that had been deployed were now back on board, as the mere engagement and subsequent defeat of the Flame Prison Walker mech had led to the enemy's immediate retreat. Thus, Eagle Nest sustained no casualties during this support operation. The Interstellar Chamber of Commerce soon also regrouped their forces. Not long after, a communication came through. Qin Shi Huang did not show himself. Instead, he stepped slightly backward and positioned himself behind Su Bingtian. The young face with ordinary attire held a downward gaze, making it impossible for anyone to tell that Qin Shi Huang was the one truly in charge. When the communication connected, a three-dimensional hologram appeared before them. It was a humanoid being, but with unmistakably pale blue skin and pointed ears, his features rivaling even Su Li's in beauty, although his unusual skin tone stood out. A deep space elf. With the appearance of this hologram, Qin Shi Huang learned the name of this race, thanks to Li Si's explanation transmitted via the nanotech earpiece. There were countless civilizations across the stars, and while Qin Shi Huang only knew about the larger ones like the angel race and demon race, he couldn't possibly remember every smaller race. Li Si, however, was different. Being a data consciousness linked directly to the Great Qin database, he could instantly access information about any recorded interstellar species within its archives. Human race. The deep space elf raised a slight eyebrow upon noticing the humans present, but quickly composed herself, giving a graceful smile. Hello. Thank you for your assistance. I am Nona, a council member of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. I mean no offense, but given the current situation, a human civilization possessing such power is indeed surprising, Nona added as a clarification. Counselor Nona, your gratitude is unnecessary. It was merely a trivial matter, Su Bingtian responded with a smile. Chapter 147. Invitation Letter from the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. Deep Space Elves, a unique race that can live among the stars solely through their own abilities. Their origins are special. They are not born through conventional means, but naturally come into existence in space under certain extraordinary circumstances. Since the galaxy is boundless, it's not uncommon for there to be phenomena science cannot explain. After all, the frontier of science borders on theology. Thus, the number of Deep Space Elves is exceptionally scarce. The Galactic Chamber of Commerce was established by the first generation of Deep Space Elves. However, relying solely on such a rare race could not guarantee the Chamber's success and strength. Therefore, the Galactic Chamber of Commerce accommodates all races. Yet, each Deep Space Elf holds a considerable position within the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, almost every Deep Space Elf born in the galaxy will eventually be located by the Galactic Chamber of Commerce and subsequently recruited. For this reason, the Galactic Chamber of Commerce also has a long-term bounty announcement. If someone discovers a newborn Deep Space Elf, reporting them to the Galactic Chamber of Commerce will earn a significant reward. There's Su family, Su Bingtian. Su Bingtian added as an introduction. Oh, the Su family. So it's you. Nona revealed a smile. Although they were talking through a 3D hologram here, evidently, when the communication began, Nona had already been querying intelligence databases within the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. Just like Nona explained earlier, after the Great Qin Dynasty fell, the human race essentially declined too. Under pressure from various interstellar races, human development was greatly limited. At such a time, any group of humans capable of wielding such power would naturally pique Nona's curiosity regarding their origins. So she started investigating her database immediately. Our records indicate there have been several collaborations between your Su family and our Galactic Chamber of Commerce, Nona said with a smile. You previously rented Type 1 traveler models from us, yet I never imagined that in just this short period, you've managed to obtain upper-class mechs, Nona commented nostalgically. Advisor Nona jokes. After the fall of Great Qin, my Su family broke away from Great Qin to carve out our own development path, Su Bingtian responded calmly. Su Bingtian could obviously sense the undertone of testing in Nona's words. Given the decline of humanity, any force able to exert such influence at present was likely tied back to Great Qin. Even though the Galactic Chamber of Commerce most likely wouldn't interfere in disputes involving interstellar races, one must always exercise caution. Great Qin, truly a pity. We once thought Great Qin would unify the stars, and Great Qin used to be one of our Galactic Chamber of Commerce's major clients, Nona remarked with a chuckle. This time, no matter how you look at it, we thank you for your assistance. This batch of goods is quite important, but we're unclear where we leaked the information. Nona spoke meaningfully. Such precise interception, accompanied by well-prepared forces, if it weren't for the timely aid from the Su clan, these goods might indeed have encountered some issues. In this situation, there was only one possibility. There was a traitor inside the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. Although Deep Space Elves held high positions within the Galactic Chamber of Commerce, with such an important cargo mishap, she herself would still be held accountable. So, what kind of reward do you expect? Within reasonable limits. I have authority over the decision, Nona asked Su Bingtian. It's just a trivial effort. Why mention reward? If Advisor Nona doesn't mind, giving us an opportunity to trade with the Galactic Chamber of Commerce would suffice, Su Bingtian replied with a smile. Nona hesitated for a moment before looking meaningfully at Su Bingtian. Your Su family seems rather smart. After briefly pondering, Nona nodded. I agree. Shortly, I'll send you the invitation letter. In that case, thank you, Advisor Nona, Su Bingtian replied gratefully. Humans, hope you can rise again, Nona said meaningfully. Then her three-dimensional projection disappeared. Your Highness, how should we proceed? At this moment, Su Bingtian adopted a respectful attitude, turning to smile at Qin Shi and speaking. Not a bad deal, Qin Shi grinned. The invitation letter from the Galactic Chamber of Commerce is not something anyone can easily obtain. Though the business scope of the Galactic Chamber of Commerce is extensive, if you want to buy products from the Galactic Chamber of Commerce, you must go to its base to conduct transactions. Furthermore, the item you wish to purchase may or may not be available at the Galactic Chamber's local base. Only when the value of what you purchase is substantial enough will the Galactic Chamber deliver the goods directly to you. However, having an invitation letter allows direct contact with the Galactic Chamber for trade, and even better, the Galactic Chamber will personally deliver the goods, regardless of the item's value. Additionally, the invitation letter is not a one-time use item. As long as you don't infringe upon the Galactic Chamber of Commerce's interests and maintain friendly cooperation, the Chamber will not revoke your invitation letter. Back in the days of Great Qin, there had always been an invitation letter from the Galactic Chamber of Commerce. However, as Great Qin declined under pressure from myriad interstellar races, the Galactic Chamber of Commerce retracted the invitation letter extended to Great Qin. After all, the Galactic Chamber of Commerce is merely a group of merchants. Even the absolute main bar Great Qin had started its decline, let alone the merchant-based Galactic Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, with an invitation letter, one could directly specify purchases without waiting for updates at the Galactic Chamber's storefronts. As long as you pay the equivalent price, even star-etched iron can be purchased. Of course, now neither Eagle's Nest nor the Great Wall lack star-etched iron, but other items can still be bought. Additionally, surplus star-etched iron can be sold back to the Galactic Chamber for equal value. While it's a good material, having too much that cannot be used is not ideal. Better to realize its maximum worth. Your Highness, we have received the electronic invitation from the Galactic Chamber. Li Si's hologram reappeared at this moment. Even though it is an electronic invitation, each invitation carries a special identification code from the Galactic Chamber, which others can't forge unless they can break through the Galactic Chamber's database. Clearly, that is an impossible task. Not even Great Qin at its peak could claim the ability to crack the Galactic Chamber's database. Qin Shi Huang nodded and looked out. The cleanup teams in the starfield began returning one after another. The team from the Galactic Chamber only collected their units, ignoring the remains of the bandits, obviously leaving them for Eagle's Nest. Although they are debris, they still hold considerable value after being salvaged and smelted. Subsequently, the Galactic Chamber's fleet organized, gave a signal to Eagle's Nest, and left. It must be said, this was indeed an unexpected bonus. Well, let's get going too. Qin Shi Huang smiled and said. Although the Galactic Chamber's invitation currently doesn't seem to serve a significant purpose, it is a long-term asset, and its benefits will become evident over time. Chapter 148. Sheephead? Jiao Ge. Interesting, they remember the food, but not the beating. Do they really think that they can discover our movements just by relying on these unmanned reconnaissance drones? Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but find the report in front of him amusing. Unexpectedly receiving an invitation from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, after bidding farewell to its people, the Eagle's Nest fleet headed straight for the Star Domain, where the Yin-Yang clan was located. And the Yin-Yang clan side was evidently also wary of the attack from Eagle's Nest. After all, Jablin had already fallen. Thus, the Yin-Yang clan deployed countless reconnaissance drones across vast regions of the Star Domain in the Jablin direction. They even destroyed one of the core quantum channels. But alas, this time, the entire expeditionary force consisted solely of fleets from Eagle's Nest, all part of the Qin compilation. Although the Yin-Yang clan had destroyed the quantum channel, the privileged channel hidden beneath deep space had not been destroyed, although it was affected during their destruction of the quantum channel. However, under the effect of a single spatial stabilizer, the privileged channel could function normally. So the move by the Yin-Yang clan to destroy the quantum channel did not cause much obstruction for Eagle's Nest. Otherwise, if they had to take a detour to reach the Star Domain, where the Yin-Yang clan was located, it would have wasted at least several more months of time. Furthermore, those unmanned reconnaissance drones scattered by the Yin-Yang clan were completely exposed in front of the Eagle's Nest fleet. But conversely, as long as Eagle's Nest itself did not actively expose itself, those drones were nothing but a joke. They had clashed with the Yin-Yang clan before in Jablin and the Dim Curtain side. Their reconnaissance methods were like toys in front of Eagle's Nest. Yet, they still relied on these reconnaissance means now. Indeed, remembering the food, but not the beating. What does His Highness say? Su Bingtian looked towards Qin Shi Huang. There's no need to pay attention to them. Continue advancing according to the original plan. Qin Shi Huang smiled with satisfaction. All right, Su Bingtian chuckled in satisfaction. Actually, with the strength of this expeditionary force, unless there was any other unexpected situation, it would be completely possible to directly suppress and reorganize the 20-star systems of the Yin-Yang clan. The strength of the Yin-Yang clan was much stronger than Jablin, adding 7 more star systems. But that was all. In this case, whether or not they were discovered was irrelevant. Su Bingtian thought that Qin Shi Huang might become arrogant due to consecutive victories, exposing himself immediately, attacking openly and honorably. But the truth proved that Qin Shi Huang was still very steady. Qin Shi Huang wasn't foolish. Naturally, he wouldn't abandon his own advantages. Therefore, the Eagle's Nest fleet directly ignored those reconnaissance drones from the Yin-Yang clan, heading straight for the frontier star system of the Yin-Yang clan ahead. A day later, the border star domain of the Yin-Yang clan was already within sight. Unmanned reconnaissance drones activated optical refraction devices and started moving. They soon transmitted back the situation of the Yin-Yang clan's border star system. Sure enough, heavy defenses had been laid down within the border star system by the Yin-Yang clan. What a big sheep head. Those numerous steel fortresses shaped like sheep heads made Qin Shi Huang really want to blurt out Jiao Ge. Ordinary alloys, but according to the scans, those sheephead fortresses are filled with massive amounts of energy. I estimate the intensity of the energy shield will be quite astonishing, Li Si said. Jablin had used some such means earlier, with shocking intensity energy shields capable of resisting starbuster attacks. However, at this point, these sheephead fortresses, perhaps not yet realizing that the enemy had arrived, had not yet raised the energy shields. There is policy at the top, and countermeasures below. Clearly, these sheephead fortresses were products devised by the Yin-Yang clan to counter Eagle's Nest. But they probably didn't expect that before the battle began, these sheephead fortresses had already been scanned clearly by Eagle's Nest. This thing was somewhat similar to the method previously launched by Jablin to block starbuster attacks, and the cost was definitely not low. It was estimated that at this moment, the over 1,000 massive sheephead fortresses lined up in the border star system had already drained the coffers of the Yin-Yang clan. Each of these sheephead fortresses was comparable in size to a small planet. According to the calculations, among the stored energy levels, once the energy shield was opened, even the starbuster bow of a god general mech could withstand for a while. In principle, Based purely on the Yin-Yang clan themselves, they should not be able to come up with technological products at this level. Su Bingtian furrowed his brow and muttered, interstellar constructs are not necessarily greater simply because of their larger size. This was a technique capable of barely resisting attacks from higher-tier mechs. Although the cost might be high, it represented advanced technology. Like the interstellar fortress of the tentacle race from before, large as it was merely an ornamental piece, with the real threat only coming from the few starbusters on it. Perhaps there was technical support from the Yin Snake clan, Qin Shang speculated. Since the Yin Yang clan had already contacted the Yin Snake clan, it was normal for the Yin Snake clan to provide some technical support to the Yin Yang clan. If these sheephead fortresses could withstand Eagle's Nest firepower, they would give the Yin Yang clan's defense forces enough room for counterattack. Qin Shang looked at the sheephead fortress, seemingly very cumbersome. Qin Shang suddenly smiled meaningfully. Do you think if we suddenly expose ourselves now and attack from the side instead, wouldn't the Yin Yang clan have a pretty interesting expression? These things were both cumbersome and high in cost, so if Qin Shang and his group changed their direction of attack, the Yin Yang clan might likely explode mentally on the spot. It wasn't fair to play such tricks like this. Let it go. His Highness doesn't need to do that. After all, it's not unmanageable. If we detoured to attack from the side, it would take at least half a year just to travel there. Su Bingtian said with a bitter smile. He probably also knew that this was just Qin Shang's penchant for mischief. These huge sheephead fortresses, if they all activated their energy shields, would indeed be difficult to handle. But at present, the Yin Yang clan side hadn't yet realized their arrival, and the insides of those sheephead fortresses had already been completely grasped by their side. In this situation, it would be very easy to resolve. Since that's the case, let's give them a big present. Qin Shang smacked his lips. He too knew it was impractical, and said this merely out of a desire to cause some mischief. The numbers were clear now. There were a full 1,200 large sheephead fortresses, each having certain connections between them. It seems they can link together, forming an enormous energy barrier. Li Si frowned as he looked at the intelligence gathered from the scans. More than 1,000 sheephead fortresses, once connected, could almost seal off half of the border star system. Remarkable, this Yin Yang clan. Li Si said somewhat appreciatively. For the Yin Yang clan, achieving this was indeed quite remarkable. Even though this border star system was just a planetary system, setting up defenses of such a massive scale must have drained their resources. Chapter 149, The Regretful Commander of the Yin Yang Tribe. Since they've already prepared such a big gift for us, how can we bear not to accept it? Qin Shang grinned. Prime Minister Li Si, calculate the trajectory, and try to have the 30 Black Eagle ships destroy as many Yang heads as possible. Su Beauty, please lend a hand again. While the Black Eagle ships attack, try to destroy as many Yang heads as possible. Qin Shang outlined the basic combat strategy, with Su Bingtian handling the details. Those Yang head fortresses were made of common star alloy suited for space warfare, with their main advantage being the immense energy within. As long as the energy shields weren't activated, the Yang head fortresses couldn't withstand the bombardment of the star-destroying cannons. The fleet near the Eagle Nest then quickly moved into action, maintaining optical refraction and electronic silence throughout, leaving the Yin Yang completely unaware of any signs. However, there were only 30 shadow ships, and even after adjusting trajectories as much as possible, there was no way to take out all 1,200 Yang head fortresses in one go. Once our side opened fire, the Yin Yang would immediately respond, and the remaining Yang head fortresses would activate their energy shields instantly. Therefore, the first wave of attack was the most precious opportunity. Soon, according to Li Si's calculations, the optimal firing angles were found, allowing each of the 30 Black Eagle ships to hit 2 targets with one shot, and some could even hit 3. Besides that, Su Li and Qin Shang had already set out, hiding near one of the Yang head fortresses. As for the rest of over 10,000 ordinary star warships, they were grouped in units of 10, with each group aiming collectively at one Yang head fortress. Most of the 1,200 Yang head fortresses were now locked by Eagle Nest's firepower system. Black Eagle ships begin charging the star-destroying cannons. Other units stand by and prepare to attack simultaneously with the Black Eagle ships firing, aiming to wipe out these Yang heads in one round. Qin Shang issued the final command. Then, the Black Eagle ships started charging. Even though all of Eagle Nest combat units were equipped with optical reflection devices, and the Yin Yang did not detect them. As the 30 Black Eagle ships began charging, an oppressive aura started forming in the surrounding star space. Although the Yin Yang hadn't discovered the Eagle Nest fleet, they too vaguely felt something amiss, especially the extraordinary ones. Commander, I feel uneasy. There's a very oppressive sensation coming from the stars. Could it be that those humans have arrived? That shouldn't be possible. We destroyed the main quantum channel, and coming from the other directions through goblins would take at least half a year. And on our side, it's impossible to have human spatial teleportation coordinates. Even if they managed to use a teleportation coordinate, the spatial fluctuations across such a great distance would surely be enormous, but we haven't detected any such fluctuation here. They had destroyed the quantum channels precisely to gain more time for ample preparation. These 1,200 Yang head fortresses were merely the first batch. More were still under construction in various armories throughout their civilization. According to the plan, they needed to deploy at least 3,000 Yang head fortresses before the human fleet arrived to withstand the human bombardment. Have the reconnaissance drones discovered anything? Report. Everything is normal so far. Commander, be careful and avoid making grave mistakes. This is what I learned from Great Qin culture. How about activating the fortress energy shields? There hasn't been any detection of enemy presence yet, so opening the energy shields might be excessive, right? All the fortresses were constructed at great cost, with high expenses. Opening the energy shields for no apparent reason would just be a waste, wouldn't it? The commander grumbled unhappily. Everyone else fell silent. This point was clear to them too. Still, although there was a vague feeling of something being off, they couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, or whether they'd spotted the shadow of the human fleet. As time passed, the oppressive sensation emanating from the starry sky became increasingly evident. It even started rippling slightly, and this time not only did the extraordinary beings sense it, but even the regular soldiers of the Yin-Yang tribe felt the pressure. That Yin-Yang commander was getting increasingly irritated. As the oppressive sensation grew stronger, the Yin-Yang commander kept fiddling with the ram's horns on his head. This is annoying. What the hell is going on? Everyone, listen up. Prepare to activate the fortress energy shields and dispatch reconnaissance fleets. Investigate thoroughly in the front part of the starry sky and find out exactly what the situation is. In the end, this Yin-Yang commander could no longer stand it. Enormous energy fluctuations began to emanate from the interiors of the 1,200 Yang-head fortresses. It would only take 20 seconds for these fortresses to link together and form an immense energy barrier. But it was already too late. If the Yin-Yang commander had agreed immediately to activate the energy shields, there might have still been a chance. As for now, Eagle Nest didn't need 20 seconds anymore. Just 3 seconds later, the main star-destroying cannons of the 30 Black Eagle ships had already completed their energy accumulation. Fire! With Su Bingtian's order, the 30 Black Eagle ships fired simultaneously. Terrifying star-destroying energy beams instantly cut across the dark starry sky, and the enormous energy tore through the optical reflection devices of the Black Eagle ships at the same time. Immediately after, tens of thousands of ordinary star warships also opened fire at the exact same moment, 10 ships per group, a total of 1,000 groups, each firing their main cannons toward their respective targets. At the same time, purple electric ion fields flashed in the starry sky, and the massive body of the divine General Mech appeared near one of the Yang-head fortresses. No. Upon seeing this, the Yin-Yang commander's eyes widened in fury. At that moment, he deeply regretted not heeding advice. If he had activated the fortress energy shields immediately, everything would have been fine. Simultaneously, he was very perplexed. How could the humans have arrived so quickly? According to projections, they were more than half the time ahead of schedule. This point confused him greatly, and it was also the reason he hadn't agreed to deploy the energy shield earlier. Based on normal logic, the humans shouldn't be able to arrive so fast. What unknown method had the humans used? Though he knew the humans' technological level far surpassed the Yin-Yang race, the gap was at most comparable to the difference between World War II planes and 21st century jet fighters. A large gap, yes, but still within the same dimension. Not like the difference between 21st century civilization and the Singer civilization's two-dimensional foil. Thus, he was curious how the humans managed to arrive so quickly. However, he was doomed to never get his answer. The star-destroying cannons of the Black Eagle ships had already struck their targets in the first instant. Chapter 150. Boom. The dark starry sky exploded with splendid fireworks, and not just one. One after another, the ramhead fortresses exploded, releasing the terrifying energy contained within them in all directions. The Yin-Yang clan fleet that had been waiting behind the ramhead fortresses was instantly scattered by the overwhelming energy surge. And it didn't stop there. Based on the designed angle, after the Black Eagle ship's Star Annihilator cannon pierced through one ramhead fortress, its power wasn't exhausted and continued to destroy the next one. By this time, only 5 seconds had passed, and the energy shields of those ramhead fortresses still hadn't had time to activate. Boom. Even more splendid fireworks bloomed as these ramhead fortresses, into which the Yin-Yang clan had poured much effort, exploded one after another. Seeing this scene, the Yin-Yang clan's commander felt as though his heart was bleeding. Every shot from the main cannons of all the Black Eagle ships had at least pierced 2 ramhead fortresses, some even piercing 3. If it were only this, it wouldn't have driven the Yin-Yang clan's commander to despair. The power of the Black Eagle ship's main cannon was indeed great. But the number of Black Eagle ships was far too small, only 30. Even if every single one of them pierced 3 fortresses consecutively, they could destroy no more than 100 fortresses. However, apart from the Black Eagle ships, there were quite a number of regular Eagle Nest starships. Though 1 or 2 regular starships would not be enough to destroy a ramhead fortress as big as a small planet. Ordinary starships operating in groups of 10, with each group launching synchronized volleys, were sufficient to destroy a ramhead fortress. What's more, don't forget the massive amount of energy inside the ramhead fortresses. Once triggered, the fortress itself would explode. Therefore, among the ordinary starship's bombardment, very few ramhead fortresses survived. Only an extremely small number managed to avoid detonating their energy cores and survived. As for the surviving ramhead fortresses, they were severely damaged and almost scrap. But very soon, the concerned commander would stop feeling pain because no one knows whether it was due to his good luck or bad fate. The Yin-Yang clan commander happened to be stationed in one of the ramhead fortresses positioned a little farther back. But coincidentally, a divine general mecha wielding a giant divine patterned stellar iron alloy longsword, wrapped in a purple electrical ion force field, slashed through a ramhead fortress. On high alert, riding on the energy ripples generated by the explosion and powered by its own momentum, it sped toward the next ramhead fortress. Though the distance between each ramhead fortress was rather wide, within 5 seconds, the divine general mech arrived at the position of the second ramhead fortress. then the third at 10 seconds, and the fourth at 15 seconds. And ironically, that Yin Yang clan commander was inside the fourth Ramhead fortress. In theory, this Ramhead fortress, located near the rear, should have been relatively safer. Unfortunately, he encountered a divine general mecha that didn't follow the rules, and under a dazzling streak of sword light, this Yin Yang clan commander died in action, thus naturally ceasing to feel pain. At the same time, the overcharged Zulong Type 2 emerged from the second Ramhead fortress, naturally turning it into fireworks. Humming sounds echoed through the air. At this moment, the remaining Ramhead fortresses finally succeeded in activating their energy shields. Unfortunately, out of the original 1,200 Ramhead fortresses, only a meager 100 or so remained. Those Yin Yang clan fleets quickly reorganized their formations and hid behind the Ramhead fortresses. Although that commander had exploded along with the Ramhead fortress, naturally, another high-ranking officer took over, so the Yin Yang clan fleets did not fall into chaos. The Yin Yang clan fleet in this border star system numbered nearly 100,000, even more than what Goblin had previously gathered. On the other hand, the Eagle Nest side had only slightly over 10,000, a ratio of 1 to 10. Yet the Yin Yang clan fleet was trembling instead. Then Qin Shi Huang, piloting the Zulong Type 2, noticed some interstellar warships that looked very different from the Yin Yang clan's fleet. Old acquaintances. Qin Shi Huang smirked. These were precisely the remnants from the previous battle where scale snake mechs had been captured, including fleets from both Goblin and the Een Snake clan. Didn't expect to meet you guys here again, huh? Qin Shi Huang found it amusing. Upon seeing these Een Snake clan fleets, it became clear that the technology used in those Ramhead fortresses most likely originated from them. Actually, earlier to find suitable shooting angles and points, the distribution of Eagle Nest's fleet had become quite scattered. This was probably the Yin Yang clan's last and best chance to turn the tide. After all, with their fleet numbering in 10,000 strong, strength in numbers could overwhelm even the mightiest of foes. If they surged forward like a swarm, Eagle Nest's scattered formation would take quite a toll. Unfortunately, the Yin Yang clan's crew were already frightened out of their wits, and they lacked the courage to move forward. In fact, even if they had charged, it wouldn't have mattered much because Eagle Nest still had tricks up its sleeve. That being said, the Star Mech pilots, nearly 5,000 of them, had been on standby this entire time, waiting for just such an opportunity. The Yin Yang clan was too terrified to seize this critical chance to turn the tide. A pity, Su Bintian remarked as he shook his head at the sight of the Yin Yang clan's warships cowardly cowering behind the remaining Ramhead fortresses. As a top-notch commander, Su Bintian had foreseen and intentionally set this up. Though not many Ramhead fortresses remained, their thick energy shields presented a significant headache. This step was designed to lure the Yin Yang clan's fleets into attacking. If they emerged from the protective shield of their Ramhead fortresses, they'd face the terrifying firepower of 5,000 star mechs. But alas, they refused to fall for the trap. What Su Bintian didn't know was that the Yin Yang clan's commander had already been rattled by the divine general mecha. The interim commander, who'd taken over, was utterly petrified, which led to the failure of this plan. What do we do now? Su Li asked as she piloted her divine general mecha to the side of Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 and spoke through the communication channel. Wait. Both voices chimed in almost simultaneously. Commander Su, if so, you arrange the strategy. Qin Shi Huang grinned and responded. The two voices belonged to Qin Shi Huang and Su Bintian respectively, indicating clearly that both shared the same idea. All we need to do is wait and let things happen. Although the energy shields of these Ramhead fortresses are indeed hard to breach, they can stall even a divine general mecha in its prime state. On the other hand, these Ramhead fortresses consume resources at an astonishing rate. Had more than 1,000 of them been linked together earlier, it might have sustained better. But with only so few Ramhead fortresses left, they won't hold out for long. So, all we need to do is wait. Chapter 151, The Frustrated Yin Yang Clan. Boom. At this moment, the Yin Yang fleet hiding behind the Sheephead fortress was naturally not willing to stay idle. Although they were indeed caught off guard by the sudden attack at first, now having recovered their wits, they immediately retaliated against the Eagle's Nest fleet. Dodge. All noise and no rain. This retaliation, which looked like a massive coordinated attack by nearly 10,000 ships, was in reality not very effective. It was easily evaded by the Eagle's Nest side, and even the divine general mech simply held up its huge shield without moving an inch. A few stray energy cannons landed on the purple shield, yet the body of the divine general mech did not budge at all. By this point, the star-annihilating cannons of the Yin Yang clan hadn't completed their energy charge. As for the ordinary starships, with the Yin Yang clan's current level of technology, they couldn't pose any real threat to the divine general mech. Let's go retreat. There's no need to be live targets here. Leave some unmanned reconnaissance drones behind to maintain optical refraction, and then we'll withdraw out of their firing range. There was no need to expend effort breaking through those sheephead fortresses, just waiting quietly would suffice. Without breaching the sheephead fortresses, they'd only become live targets. Following that, the Eagle's Nest fleet obeyed orders perfectly, reorganized their ranks, and turned toward the depths of the starry sky. The Yin Yang clan's fleet was still firing at them, but under the condition that the divine general mech was holding the rearguard position, the firepower of the Yin Yang fleet was utterly ineffective. As for the star-annihilating warships, they had indeed fired, but unfortunately, even before the upgrade, the divine general mech could withstand attacks from star-annihilating cannons. Let alone after the upgrade. With the God Pattern alloy shield, the few tracking star-annihilating cannons were easily repelled. As for more star-annihilating cannons,
Although the near 10,000-strong star fleet had a fair number of star-annihilating ships, there weren't actually many that could reach the Eagle's Nest fleet, because it was too crowded. Now, only around 100 or so surviving sheephead fortresses were able to normally function, barely enough to fit the entire fleet within the energy shields of the sheephead fortresses. Many of the ships were squeezed in the middle, unable to hit the Eagle's Nest fleet at all. If they fired, they'd risk injuring their allies. Secondly, it was already too late. Due to the high speed of the Eagle's Nest fleet, they had already disappeared into the nebula mist. Although this did not exceed the range of the star-annihilating cannons, the Yin-Yang clan's interstellar radar system was incapable of detecting the location of the Eagle's Nest fleet, thus rendering them unable to fire. Without knowing where the target was, how could they fire? Shooting blindly. Watching as the colossal figure of the divine General Mech disappeared among the stars, the yin-yangs behind the sheephead fortresses collectively let out a sigh of relief. Should we disperse the energy shield now that the humans are gone? Although this layer of energy shield was certainly powerful, just look how the mighty human fleet retreated in the face of it. It consumed an enormous amount of energy. Now that the humans were far away, should they consider turning off this energy shield? But currently, only this small number of sheephead fortresses remained intact. Those that hadn't been destroyed at first, but were rendered ineffective, had been subsequently bombarded during the later attacks by the Eagle's Nest fleet. They also worried. Might the humans launch a surprise counterattack? Alert! Alert! High energy reaction. Just at that moment, the monitoring system issued a sharp alarm. Everyone, who had just relaxed their nerves, instantly tightened again. Deep in the starry sky, a massive energy beam shot over at incredible speed, directly striking the energy shield of one of the sheephead fortresses, causing ripples. The direction from which the star-annihilating cannon had come was precisely where the human fleet had retreated. All the remaining upper echelons of the Yin-Yang clan fell silent. Well, what else could they do but keep the shields up? They understood the intention of the humans now, to clearly drain the energy reserves of their fortresses, otherwise there wouldn't have been only one star-annihilating cannon blast. You turn it on, and they leave. You turn it off, and the humans' star-annihilating energy cannons might reach your location within the first instance. Moreover, they couldn't lock onto the location of the human fleet, making retaliation impossible. In a huff, the Yin-Yang commander-in-charge ordered 3 or 4 star-annihilating cannons to fire toward the direction of the single energy beam. Of course, there was no response. The current situation left these Yin-Yang clan members feeling uneasy. Being controlled like this was not a pleasant sensation. After a while, another star-annihilating energy cannon came roaring in from another direction, completely without options. Retreat, directly fall back to the subsequent star system. Transport all newly produced fortresses over there and re-establish the defense lines. Even though we have indeed failed this time, it also proves the effectiveness of these fortresses. We may be able to hold out until the Qin Shi race's new reinforcements arrive. This was exactly the hope that the Yin-Yang clan clung to. After losing their Lin Sha mech, the Qin Shi clan would definitely not let the matter rest. According to the words of those Qin Shi clan members who had remained with the Yin-Yang clan after their last defeat, their civilization would surely assemble an even larger fleet to reclaim the Lin Sha mech, and possibly even acquire the human upper-level mech that belonged to them. Under the guidance of the Qin Shi clan members, the Yin-Yang clan developed the tactic of the sheephead fortress. However, what these Yin-Yangs and the Qin Shi clan members left here didn't know was that at this moment, the Qin Shi clan was already in chaos due to a gift from Eagle's Nest. They were in no position to bother about events here. Immediately afterward, the Yin-Yang clan began to systematically arrange their starships for an orderly retreat. But they failed to notice that some parasitic objects had hitched onto their starships and followed along as they departed. As for Eagle's Nest, it wasn't that they lacked the ability to break through the energy shields of these sheephead fortresses. It just required significant effort and endured the firepower of the Yin-Yang clan starships, likely resulting in some casualties. In a normal siege, it might have been acceptable. But now, faced with the entirety of the Yin-Yang clan civilization, Eagle's Nest naturally paid more attention to conserving its own resources, choosing whichever method was easier. It merely meant spending a little more time. At this rate of consumption, the energy reserves of the sheephead fortresses could only last up to 2 or 3 days at most. And after 2 or 3 days, they could easily capture this border star system of the Yin-Yang clan. Why wouldn't they do it? Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, Eagle's Nest still had other backup plans. At this moment, however, Qin Shang's focus was on another matter. Chapter 152. As the Eagle's Nest temporarily retreated strategically, Li Si turned around and immediately projected a holographic screen in front of everyone. The content of the projection was an internal mechanical compartment within the Great Wall, showing the location of the massive Divine Pattern Star iron block. However, the current Divine Pattern Star iron block had changed greatly. Its volume had drastically shrunk. A large portion of the Divine Pattern Star iron had already been smelted by the Great Wall side into ingots. This wasn't what Qin Shang and others were focusing on. Their attention was drawn to the exposed enormous black mechanical arm in the center. Director Su, it seems that the records in your clan's archives are not wrong. Indeed, at the core of this Divine Pattern Star iron block lies a gigantic mech. Li Si sighed. I didn't expect that there once existed a mech even more powerful than the star-annihilating mechs. Though the Yusu clan now wasn't overly powerful, their arrival in this outer universe predates the Great Qin Dynasty by countless years. The Great Qin inherited the guardian position from the Yinshang Dynasty, and the Yusu clan accompanied the Yinshang Dynasty to this place. Therefore, despite the Great Qin nearly unifying the outer universe before,
Their knowledge of its previous situation certainly couldn't match the Yusu clan's. Su Bingtian bitterly laughed. I only guessed. After all, it's been too long. Many records are extremely vague, and the remaining contents often consist of fragmented phrases. There is a mention of a king's seal embedded in the divine patterns of this block, which may be all that remains of these historical records. As for the source of this archive, it appears to originate from the ancient Yinshang royal family. If this thing is real, then this mech should have a significant connection with the former Yinshang dynasty. Su Bingtian observed the image on the screen, laughing wryly. Yinshang. Qin Shang murmured softly. Could this divine pattern star iron block really come from the old days of the Yinshang? Qin Shang seemed unsure, wishing he hadn't been so hasty in pushing that wandering planet into the black hole. If they'd investigated it thoroughly, maybe they could have uncovered more. I don't know either, Su Bingtian bitterly smiled. The mech displayed in the picture, though only revealing a section of its black arm, showcased technological marks far surpassing those currently possessed by the Great Qin. And just the size of this one arm was almost comparable to the size of a divine general mech. By calculations, the height of this incredible mech reached 1 kilometer. Prime Minister Li Si, can you analyze the specifications of this mech? For instance, the material and alloys. Qin Shang asked. After all, now that one of its arms was already revealed, they had a clear sample. In response, Li Si similarly displayed a bitter smile. Your Highness, relevant data analysis has already been conducted, but no useful information could be parsed out. It appears that the alloy of this mech's body far exceeds the strength of our strongest existing alloy. The most advanced alloy that the heavy industries of Great Qin currently holds mastery over is a blend forged primarily from divine pattern star iron and stellar gingjing. Even that kind of alloy pales in comparison to the strength of this mech's body alloy right before our eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang fell silent for a moment. Divine pattern star iron was already the strongest known alloy that the Great Qin understood. Stellar gingjing, well known alongside divine pattern star iron in the Great Qin's database, differs only in relative characteristics. Divine pattern star iron is a natural interstellar ore. Besides lucky collection during space expeditions, there are no other methods of acquiring it. It ranks as the hardest material recorded in the Great Qin's database, explaining why people got so excited upon its initial discovery. Conversely, stellar gingjing, as its name implies, is extracted from the cores of some special stars. While divine pattern star iron emphasizes hardness, stellar gingjing focuses on flexibility. A small piece of stellar gingjing can be stretched thousands of meters without breaking, making it the most critical material for memory alloys. The alloy created using divine pattern star iron and stellar gingjing, as the core possesses extraordinary hardness and flexibility, making it the most powerful alloy known to Great Qin heavy industries. Both divine pattern star iron and stellar gingjing are extremely rare. Even in Bai Qi's or Wang Jin's mechs, this alloy is used only in key areas. Only the Zulong mech, under Emperor Shi Huang, is constructed entirely from this alloy. Right now, the Great Wall lacks stellar gingjing. Although divine pattern star iron isn't lacking, we can't produce this alloy anyway. Hence, we could only settle for making some ordinary divine pattern star iron alloys. After all, stellar gingjing isn't available now, and divine pattern star iron is abundant, so it's not wasteful. It seems that the manufacturing technology of a mech far exceeds the Great Qin heavy industries. Qin Shang furrowed his brows. A giant mech over 1,000 meters tall, of course size doesn't mean everything. If it's just an empty frame, even 10,000 meters wouldn't be a problem. But the corresponding supporting technologies that can harness its power are what truly matter. Let's extract the entire thing first and see the actual situation. Then we'll analyze the interior through the cockpit to see if there's anything useful. Qin Shang spoke up. Li Si nodded in agreement. Qin Shang then turned to Su Bingtian. Director Su, are the ancient documents within your clan still intact? Yes, the last time I returned to the Great Wall, I already informed the clan and had the Patriarch prepare them. However, those documents are too fragile. Even with special protective devices, they cannot be transmitted through ether. Otherwise, the spatial energy would crush them into powder. Su Bingtian naturally understood what Qin Shang meant. I'll arrange for Meng Xiao to make a trip personally. Li Si agreed and said. It was different dealing with smart people. Qin Shang only needed to hint once, and the other party completely understood his intention. Even though Su Bingtian had mentioned several times that those ancient documents were damaged and unclear due to being stored for too long as physical paper records. Nevertheless, Qin Shang still wondered if more relevant information could be gleaned from them. Alright, let's focus our efforts on the Yin Yang tribe next. Qin Shang regained his composure. How is the situation over there? The projection screen changed again, displaying real-time footage from the unmanned reconnaissance drones hidden among the Yin Yang tribe. You could see the fleets of the Yin Yang tribe retreating. In response, Qin Shang revealed a touch of mocking smile. How are the beacon situations? Li Si also smiled. Those sheep-headed people were indeed overestimating their intelligence. No problem, they've successfully hitched a ride. I'm already looking forward to the expressions on those sheep-headed people's faces at the end, Qin Shang said with meaning. Chapter 153, Unexpected Explosion. Whoosh. Another Star Destroyer energy cannon fired unexpectedly from an unknown corner and aimed towards one of the ram's head fortresses. This time, the Yin sheep race didn't even bother to pay attention. They were tired, really. Throughout the day, the energy barriers of these rams' head fortresses had not been turned off. The human race would occasionally fire a Star Destroyer energy cannon. Nevertheless, more than half of the over 10,000 strong Yin sheep fleet had already evacuated in an orderly manner. At most, they would all be evacuated within a day's time. And these ram's head fortresses should be able to hold on until then. At that time, they could directly destroy that quantum channel. Although it might not be useful, after all, they had also destroyed the quantum channel in Jaeblin's direction earlier, but the humans still appeared so quickly. Time passed. The interstellar warships of the Yin Sheep in the frontier star system had completely withdrawn. The remaining ram's head fortresses had lost their energy and silently floated amidst the stars. Whoosh! An energy beam pierced through a ram's head fortress. However, this time the ram's head fortress did not explode immediately. It was clear that the last bit of energy from these ram's head fortresses had been entirely drained. Now, these ram's head fortresses were merely chunks of iron. Not a single drop left. Su Bintian was not surprised at this sight, because other methods had already started being employed. In a hidden corner of the Dajiao star system located behind the Yin Sheep frontier star system, a faint quantum space fluctuation spread out. A vague figure appeared amidst the stars. I've arrived. Looking around at the situation, Su Li softly spoke into the communication channel. Be careful about everything. Qin Shang nodded in response. The figure appearing amidst the stars was none other than Su Li piloting her divine general mech suit. Through the ether transmission, she had directly arrived at the Dajiao star system. As for the spatial beacon, it naturally hitched a ride when the Yin Sheep fleet withdrew. The unmanned reconnaissance planes that came along with the beacons revealed that the Yin Sheep were redeploying their ram's head fortresses in the Dajiao star system. So far, they had already deployed over 200. Unexpectedly, this incidental spatial beacon ended up being quite useful. When facing the Yin Sheep again, it wouldn't be easy to destroy their ram's head fortresses anymore. Thus, they needed to change tactics and surprise them. That meant undermining them internally. The energy shields of the ram's head fortresses were nearly seamless, but they weren't without weaknesses. What if a divine general mech was introduced right inside its protective shield? Energy shields usually protect outwardly. From outside, it would take a lot of effort for the divine general mech to directly destroy the energy barrier of the ram's head fortress. But inside, it would be effortlessly done. Just maintaining its stealth mode, the divine general mech didn't consume too much power, allowing Su Li to remain hidden for long periods easily. Currently, the body of the divine general mech parasitized under one of the Yin Sheep star destroyers, entering the rear of the ram's head fortress following the Yin Sheep fleet. Meanwhile, Eagle Nest's fleet had also reached the location of the quantum channel destroyed by the Yin Sheep. The same old trick again, knowing full well it won't work. Seeing the already destroyed quantum channel, no one found it surprising. Set up spatial stabilizers, connect the privileged channels. Eagle Nest's fleet swiftly made corresponding strategies. It was still the old trick. Qin's hidden privilege channel beneath the quantum channel has always been their proud technique. Even now that Qin has declined, powerful races like the Angel and Demon clans have not discovered this privilege channel, let alone the Yin Sheep clan. As the spatial stabilizer took effect, Eagle Nest's entire fleet activated optical refraction and entered the Dajiao star system of the Yin Sheep by the privilege channel. After everyone had passed through, the fleet began to gather. They maintained optical refraction while navigating for a period and then caught sight of the defensive lines prepared by the Yin Sheep in the Dajiao star system. During this time, the number of ram's head fortresses accumulated in the Dajiao star system had reached 600 or 700. At this point, the 600 or 700 ram's head fortresses connected into a line, releasing tremendous amounts of energy pressure. These ram's head fortresses had clearly activated their energy shields. The members of the Yin Sheep clan learned their lesson this time and didn't send out reconnaissance drones to search for Eagle Nest's fleet. They had already experienced this once. With Eagle Nest's technology level, their reconnaissance methods couldn't possibly find them. Therefore, this time, they placed numerous detectors, not to detect Eagle Nest's fleet, but rather spatial fluctuations. Though they had no idea how the humans managed to arrive so quickly despite the destruction of the quantum channel, it was certain that they must have used spatial teleportation. Therefore, by capturing spatial fluctuations, one could know whether the humans had arrived or not. Sure enough, their detectors captured intense spatial fluctuations near the quantum channel. At such a distance, if detectors hadn't been set up beforehand, they definitely wouldn't have noticed it. Although the Yin Sheep clan was frustrated, unsure how the humans managed to teleport despite destroying the quantum channel, it wasn't the focus. The important thing was that the humans had come. Thus, this time around, the Yin Sheep commander learned from past mistakes and activated the energy shields of the ram's head fortresses immediately. And it proved effective, as expected. Just as we thought, he smirked. Since that's the case, let's stop hiding and make an appearance to distract them, giving Su Li's divine general mech the chance it needs. Qin Shang grinned mischievously. Subsequently, Eagle Nest's fleet systematically began shedding its optical refraction devices. And there it was, this massive fleet now looming prominently amidst the stars. The dark color scheme blended perfectly with the night sky, endowing this fleet with an aura of ominousness. Here they are, just as planned. As the human fleets appeared in front of the energy barriers, the new Yin Sheep commander sighed in relief, glad for his foresight. Engage with full firepower, fire. He ordered promptly. These detestable humans, without their presence, there would be nothing the Yin Sheep could do. Now that they've shown up, let them face the wrath of our Yin Sheep clan. Then, the Yin Sheep commander was left stupefied. Boom. A dreadful wave of energy surged outward, but it wasn't the energy cannons fired by the Yin Sheep fleet, nor the attack launched by the humans. Rather, within the energy shield formed by the interconnection of 600 or 700 ram's head fortresses, at its very center, a colossal explosion erupted.
This terrifying energy swept across, scattering the Yin Sheep fleet inside the entire energy barrier into disarray. A supernova bomb. Chapter 154, Xian Deng's Divine General Mecha. The Divine General Mecha was very powerful, but that didn't mean it wouldn't use other means. Regarding consumption issues, naturally it could save wherever possible, so this time the Divine General Mecha carried a small supernova bomb. The supernova bomb, one of the superweapons of the space age, supernova bombs with sufficient yield could even directly blow up an entire planetary system. Furthermore, theoretically, as long as the yield was sufficient, a supernova bomb could even directly obliterate a star system. But this was only theoretical. So far no civilization had been able to produce a supernova bomb of such magnitude. Under the explosive impact of the supernova bomb, the nearby Yin-Yang race's starships immediately scattered in disarray. Forget about attacking, self-preservation became a problem. Though the yield was small, it was still a supernova bomb. The central few star annihilation warships were instantly vaporized by the terrifying energy of the supernova bomb. There was no doubt about the alloy strength used in the star annihilation ships, yet they were completely vaporized in this situation. One could imagine the power of the supernova bomb. As for the Divine General Mecha, Suli naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to stay in place and get hit by the supernova bomb. Simultaneously with activating the bomb, the Divine General Mecha moved away from its original position. As the Yin-Yang race's starships descended into chaos, the Divine General Mecha finally appeared before a central fortress shaped like a ram's head. This was the exact center of the Ram's Head Fortress shield barrier. The Ram's Head Fortress located at the center was supposed to be heavily guarded. However, thanks to the Divine General Mecha materializing inside the shield and the disorder caused by the supernova bomb, no one was paying any attention to the Divine General Mecha appearing at the central location. Even if the Yin-Yang race's combat units noticed this situation, there was no one capable of stopping the actions of the Divine General Mecha unless their surrounding starships focused their fire together along with the star-level warships, star annihilation cannons. But under these chaotic conditions, that clearly wasn't possible. Most despairingly, since the Divine General Mecha was already inside, the Ram's Head Fortress did not have an inward-facing energy shield. Thus, amidst the shock and terror of a new Yin-Yang commander, a great sword made of divine trace star iron alloy, encircled by a purple electroforce field, fiercely struck down upon this core Ram's Head Fortress. It cleanly split it into two halves, and then an imbalance and explosion of energy ensued within the Ram's Head Fortress. Boom. The Ram's Head Fortress exploded, and the Yin-Yang race lost another commander. That's right. The Yin-Yang race's newly appointed commander was just inside this particular Ram's Head Fortress. There was nothing surprising here. Under normal circumstances, this fortress in the center was undoubtedly the safest spot, which is why the Yin-Yang race's latest commander being there was quite reasonable. Who would have guessed that an enemy would appear directly within the energy barrier? It wasn't clear whether Su Li was just lucky or the Yin-Yang commanders were simply unlucky, but two consecutive commanders had fallen to accidental attacks by the Divine General Mecha. With the explosion of the central Ram's Head Fortress, the enormous energy barrier constructed by the whole Ram's Head Fortress split cleanly in half. Although supported on both sides by enough Ram's Head Fortresses, the energy barrier did not collapse directly. Yet, a massive gap appeared in the middle position. Now's the time attack. Su Bingtian naturally would not miss such a good opportunity, giving the order to launch a full-scale assault at the first possible moment. Leading the charge was a streak of dark golden light. It was none other than the Type 2 Ancestor Dragon Mecha operating in an overclocked state. Behind it followed over 5,000 neatly aligned standard Skyline mechas. Shua. Before the mecha formations even reached the front line, the Yuanhui mecha positioned at the rear began its attack. Large swaths of blue electromagnetic javelins whistled past the heads of the standard Skyline mecha phalanx straight toward the breach in the Ram's Head Fortress's energy shield. For ordinary star annihilation ships, the electromagnetic javelins of the Yuanhui were utterly devastating, especially when technologically superior. A single javelin could pierce through the energy shields of these ordinary Yin-Yang interstellar warships. A second could blast them apart. Close to 1,300 densely packed electromagnetic javelins surged forward, entering through the gap in the energy shield. Hardly any combat units of the Yin-Yang race remained near the gap. After all, the Divine General Mecha was there. Once inside, the more than 1,000 electromagnetic javelins swept across the interior of the energy shield, instantly obliterating hundreds of Yin-Yang interstellar warships, already disordered and unable to readjust. Though the destruction of 700 or 800 was significant, considering the near 10,000-strong armada, the combined damage from the supernova bomb and the Divine General Mecha's attacks amounted to merely 7,000 or 8,000 warships, an insignificant loss compared to the vast total. For an armada numbering in the tens of thousands, this indeed was a minor issue. But don't forget, this was just the beginning. The most fatal blow came when their energy shields, on which they relied, exploded in the first instant. The death of their commander shortly afterward left this fleet of 100,000 starships disoriented and leaderless, like headless flies. Meanwhile, the Divine General Mecha was unleashing its might, guarding the gap in the energy shield. Its electro-ionic force field surged with power, while streaks of purple thunder sword light cut through the air from its massive divine traced star iron alloy longsword. The purple thunder sword was irresistible. At this moment, the Divine General Mecha was akin to an ancient general leading the assault in a castle siege. It guarded the opening in the energy shield, ensuring that subsequent allied forces could secure this fortress. Fortunately,
The mech forces moved swiftly. Just as the disordered yin-yang race started to reorganize their formation, a dark golden streak had already charged in. Thank you for your hard work. As he passed by the Divine General Mecha, Qin Shi quietly spoke into the communications channel. The Divine General Mecha nodded slightly in acknowledgement before slicing out another purple thunderous blade sweep, obliterating a group of yin-yang interstellar warships. Dragon Breath. A dark golden stream of energy surged forth, devastating any ordinary interstellar warship it encountered. Whoosh! An enormous energy beam thundered over. After such a long time, the yin-yang finally managed to organize their first counterattack. Star Annihilation Cannon. Sensing the power of the energy beam, Qin Shi did not hesitate, maneuvering the Type 2 Ancestor Dragon Mecha to swiftly avoid the attack. Boom. In fact, this Star Annihilation Cannon attack wasn't aimed at Qin Shi, but at the new bursts of energy near the gap in the energy shield, the high-powered sniper cannons of the xuanhuan mechas. Though the attacks from these Gauss sniper cannons were potent, there were more than 1,000 beams. However, compared to the power of the Star Annihilation Cannon, they fell short. Thus, the numerous energy projectiles from the Gauss sniper cannons were wiped out entirely by the single Star Annihilation Cannon beam. But after neutralizing over 1,000 Gauss sniper cannon projectiles, the Star Annihilation Cannon beam itself lost almost all its power. Chapter 155. Draw the Blade. Boom, boom, boom. More Stellar Destroyer energy cannons fired, targeting the Divine General Mech. Qin Shi, upon seeing this scene, tightened slightly in expression. This was precisely what Qin Shi feared. Also the only means by which the Yin-Yang clan could threaten the Divine General Mech. The simultaneous firing of enough Stellar Destroyer main cannons. Although the Divine General Mech was strong, facing fewer stellar cannons would be manageable. But here, with a fleet of 100,000, nearly 100 Stellar Destroyers were present. Fortunately, there were only 4 or 5 stellar cannon shots at once. The Divine General Mech prior to its upgrade with the Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy might have indeed felt some pressure. But now, after being upgraded, the Divine General Mech had restored its upper Stellar Destroyer capabilities. Perhaps Qin Shi's understanding of the upper Stellar Destroyer mechs was still insufficient. Just a Divine Pattern Star Iron Shield in an expanse of exploding purple electrical ion field, along with a slight wobble of the mech body, directly dissolved these 4 or 5 stellar cannon energy attacks. However, this also reminded Qin Shi. Massacring these ordinary interstellar combat units here wasn't effective enough. It had to be decapitation. Destroying those Stellar Destroyer warships was the key priority. Having realized this, Qin Shi immediately controlled the Zulong Type 2 and charged forward toward the main force of the Yin-Yang clan starfleet. Boom, boom, boom. Energy beams bombarded the Zulong Type 2 like a shower of rain, as if they were free for the taking. Even though the Zulong Type 2 was extremely agile in overdrive mode, with all sorts of unconventional movements that looked exceptionally impressive. At this moment, Qin Shi was facing over 10,000 various interstellar combat units. While interstellar warships numbered just over 9,000, there were still plenty of assorted rogue mechs and some space fighters among the other interstellar combat units. Under such dense attacks, even the Zulong Type 2 couldn't evade them all. Boom. And there it was, a single attack hitting the side of the Zulong Type 2. Although it was just a space fighter's energy cannon, striking the Divine Pattern Star Iron Alloy body didn't cause any actual damage. But the impact momentarily unbalanced the Zulong Type 2, allowing more attacks to come forth. In this situation, even a minor mistake could prove fatal. Qin Shi understood within the cockpit that he had been too reckless. Their firepower was simply too fierce. Your Highness, don't rush ahead. Su Binshan's voice came through the communication channel. Qin Shi knew too that he wouldn't be able to penetrate such dense fire barriers right now. As the Zulong Type 2 momentarily lost balance, not everyone in the Yin-Yang clan was an amateur. A few experts who seized the opportunity quickly fired 2 stellar cannons. Now, even switching to the Lin Shi mech would be too late. However, Qin Shi remained calm in the critical moment. Snap! Reverting to human form. Instantly, the Divine Pattern Star Iron Longsword spun, forming a net of swords. Mechanical swordsmanship. Under the sword net created by the Divine Pattern Star Iron Longsword, the closest wave of attacks was immediately neutralized. Then, another overdrive kick started, and before the sword net dissipated, the dark golden mech shot out. This operation flowed smoothly like water. Then, 2 stellar cannon energy beams missed each other, evaded precisely by the overdriving Zulong Type 2. Retreat. Whoosh. Shedding scales. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A large explosion of energy erupted at the same spot. Using the cover provided by the energy blast, the Zulong Type 2 swiftly retreated back to near Su Li's Divine General Mech. Unable to break through, Qin Shi felt somewhat helpless. There were just too many interstellar combat units, and the Yin-Yang clan's firepower was too fierce. Your Highness, don't panic. Take it steady. We have the advantage, Su Li's voice transmitted through. Simultaneously, the Divine General Mech held its shield crosswise to block, intercepting several more stellar energy cannons. However, from Su Li's voice, Qin Shi detected a hint of strain. Although the Divine General Mech was formidable, capable of blocking numerous stellar cannons, the stress of intercepting so many stellar cannons was certainly not trivial. But that was sufficient. The preliminary mission of the Divine General Mech had been accomplished. Whiz. After enduring the bombardment of the Yin-Yang clan's stellar cannons for so long, it was finally our turn. 30 main cannons of the Black Hawk ships ruthlessly hammered into the midst of the Yin-Yang clan starships. Invincible. 30 Stellar Destroyer main cannons were merely intercepted by 4 of the Yin-Yang clan's Stellar Destroyers using their main cannons, with the remaining 26 Stellar Cannons piercing through the entire formation of the Yin-Yang clan. This round of Stellar Cannons eliminated tens of thousands of the Yin-Yang clan starships, including some Stellar Destroyers. Despite having over 100 Stellar Destroyers on their side, the Yin-Yang clan's formation was too densely packed. Secondarily, under the comprehensive command of Su Bintian, this synchronized volley by the Black Hawks occurred during the empty reloading periods of most of the Yin-Yang clan's Stellar Destroyers. On the Yin-Yang clan side, in the face of the Black Hawk ship's stellar main cannons, aside from the energy shield of the Ram's Head Fortress, they could only intercept with their own Stellar Destroyer main cannons. Such impressive results were achieved during the reloading periods of most of the Stellar Destroyer main cannons, when the energy shield of the Ram's Head Fortress also had gaps. As for the Eagle Nest side, most of the Star Destroyer cannons aimed at the Eagle Nest fleet were blocked by the Divine General mech. It must be said that a single stellar-level mech can easily sway the balance of victory in a battle. After the Black Hawk ship's round of simultaneous firing, the mech forces also surged into this gap. Iron Guard mechs maintain defensive formations, link resonance fields. Feathered Forest Guards strike indiscriminately. Warrior mech squads disperse into 3-man teams. Main target is their Ram's Head Fortress. With the arrival of the mech force, Su Bintian promptly issued corresponding combat commands. More than 1,000 Iron Guard mechs activated resonance fields, covering and supporting each other as they constructed a resilient defense line near the Divine General mech. The combined resonance fields of over 1,000 Iron Guard mechs were enough to withstand the Yin-Yang clan stellar cannons unless more than 20 to 30 of them fired simultaneously. The strength of this resonance field was undoubtedly on par with the energy barriers of these Ram's Head fortresses. And don't forget, there's also a Divine General mech nearby. The Feathered Forest Guard mechs behind poured out a mad barrage of firepower. As for the sword shield holding warrior mechs in groups of 3, they spread out like locusts. Boom, boom. 4 or 5 stellar cannons hit, but the resonance field merely twisted slightly before recovering almost immediately. Subsequently, those dense volleys were also resisted by the resonance field. The resonance field held intact, while the long knives of over 1,000 Iron Guard mechs lit up. Boom. Just then, the largest synchronized volley so far from the Yin-Yang clan's Stellar Destroyers arrived. Nearly 40 beams of stellar energy cannon fire shot toward them. It wasn't that the Yin-Yang commander didn't want an even larger number of synchronized shots. The compact formation limited some cannons, and due to initial command confusion, the reload windows of the Stellar Destroyers were inconsistent. Facing such a massive volley of stellar cannons, the over 1,000 Iron Guard mechs made no attempt to evade. Behind them were the Feathered Forest Guards. The fragile bodies of the Feathered Forest Guards couldn't possibly endure these stellar cannons. Draw blades. Su Bintian commanded gravely. Chapter 156, An Intense Battle. Don't forget the special attributes of the Iron Guard mechs. The oscillation field can absorb and store energy to charge the long knives of the Iron Guard mechs. Especially after the Zhang family from the Great Wall joined Eagle's Nest, all newly produced Iron Guard mechs were mixed with scraps of Divine Pattern Star Iron. Even if it's just scraps, it can still upgrade the strength of the Iron Guard mechs by 1 tier. Coupled with the terrifying firepower output of the Yin-Yang clan, by now, the long knives of more than 1,000 Iron Guard mechs had already been fully charged. The moment they received the command, more than 1,000 Iron Guard mechs moved in perfect unison, drawing their blades. The massive glow of over 1,000 blades illuminated the starry sky. Swift blades reflecting autumn frost. Perhaps 1 or 2 beams of the Iron Guard mech blades meant nothing against these planet busters, but now there are over 1,000. At this point, even if there was a planet in front of the Iron Guard mechs, it would likely be split in 2. The brilliant blade light collided with the dense array of planet busters. Boom. The horrifying explosion scattered its energy in every direction. The Yin-Yang clan starships bore the brunt, and those closest were destabilized and exploded under the force of the residual energy waves. By the time the planet buster cannons of the Yin-Yang clan dispersed the blade light of the Iron Guard mechs, the remaining power wasn't enough to shatter the oscillation field created by over 1,000 Iron Guard mechs. Meanwhile, the belated conventional starships of Eagle's Nest finally arrived. As conventional starships, the various integrated performances of Eagle's Nest starships far surpass those of the Yin-Yang clan. After all, how do you compare the Type 95 rifles from the 20th century with the submachine guns used during World War II? It's obvious which is stronger. At the same time, swarms of airspace fighters and various drones spread out from within Eagle's Nest starships. Fire. Boom boom. Intense fire rained down on the Yin-Yang side. Although Eagle's Nest fleet was numerically at a disadvantage, the firepower intensity surpassed that of the Yin-Yang clan's fleet. For a while, the Yin-Yang clan's fleet was being completely suppressed. Boom boom. Just at this moment, consecutive explosions bloomed in the starry sky. These were the ram heads of the Yin-Yang fortresses. The achievements of the dispersed warrior mech units paid off. As more nearby ram head fortresses were destroyed, the breaches in the energy shields expanded again. For a moment, the overwhelming firepower of Eagle's Nest became even more intense. Seeing that the situation was entirely secured, Su Li's Divine General mech started to move. Carrying a purple electric ion field, the towering Divine General mech rushed toward the forefront of the battlefield. Upon seeing the rushing Divine General mech, the Yin-Yang clan starships were frightened stiff. This is a Star Destroyer mech. They didn't even attack the oscillation field of those over 1,000 Iron Guard mechs. Almost 60% of their firepower instead fired towards the Divine General mech. However, the Divine General Mech isn't like Qin Shang's Zulong 2 mech from earlier. Facing the overwhelming firepower, the evasive space for the Zulong 2 mech was extremely limited, with an unforgiving margin of error. As a result, it was forced to retreat. But the Divine General Mech raised the shield made of divine patterned star iron, in tandem with the agitated electric ion field, easily ignoring the ordinary attacks from these starships. Despite facing 60% of the firepower from all kinds of Yin-Yang starships, the Divine General Mech continued its steady advance. Only the occasional planet buster could catch the attention of the Divine General Mech. But don't forget, Eagle's Nest also has the Black Shadow ship. Once he saw the Divine General Mech begin its breakthrough, Su Bingtian immediately commanded the Black Hawk ship to coordinate with the Divine General Mech's offensive. Most of the planet buster cannons aimed at the Divine General Mech were accurately intercepted by the Black Hawk ship. This allowed the Divine General Mech to proceed almost without any pressure. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Shang piloting the Zulong 2 mech, his gaze flickered slightly. The optical refraction device activated, electronic silence initiated. And just like that, the Zulong 2 mech vanished directly from this stellar battlefield. Retreat. The starships fall back, and all firepower should be directed toward the enemy's Star Destroyer mech. We must secure the survival of the starships. The new commander of the Yin-Yang clan wasn't foolish either. Now that the energy shielding of these ramhead fortresses was effectively useless, the human fleet had already broken through. Staying inside the energy shield only amounted to slow death. But the starships remained their only slim chance for resistance. So now, the ramhead fortresses didn't matter anymore. Their priority had become securing the starships with all their forces. Following the tactical adjustment of the Yin-Yang command, nearly all of their firepower focused on the Divine General Mech. Even the formidable Divine General Mech was temporarily halted by these powerful salvos, unable to make further progress. The more than 90 remaining star-destroying battleships of the Yin-Yang clan had already been detached by their commander, specifically to intercept the Divine General Mech. Even with the attacks from over 90 star-destroying battleships, the Divine General Mech had to respond with caution. Ultimately, the Black Hawk ships were too few in number, only 30 of them, which was just enough to intercept a third of the main cannons of the star-destroying battleships. Had I known, I should have brought all the Black Hawk ships from Eagle's Nest. Seeing Su Li's Divine General Mech being temporarily intercepted by the main cannons of the star-destroying battleships, Su Bingtian said with some regret. When they set out on the expedition, there were 50 Black Hawk ships at Eagle's Nest, 20 of which were left behind at the main base. If they had brought all of them, this battle would have been much easier. However, as the Divine General Mech was temporarily intercepted on one hand, the various other interstellar combat units of Eagle's Nest were rapidly advancing on the other. Because almost all of the concentrated firepower was focused on the Divine General Mech, the other combat units encountered almost no interception. Yet, most of Eagle's Nest firepower was also aiding the Divine General Mech to intercept the Yin-Yang clan's fire. Otherwise, even with the Divine General Mech alone, it truly wouldn't be able to withstand the firepower of nearly tens of thousands of interstellar units. At this moment, the position of the Divine General Mech seemed to have become the core key point of this battlefield. But Su Li, piloting the Divine General Mech, despite being drenched in cold sweat and her pale complexion, was enduring a very high load from such intense combat. By now, Su Li was nearing her limits. As a 7th Realm Chi practitioner, while she could qualify as a Star Destroyer mech pilot, her level was still relatively low. Still, Su Li gritted her teeth and persevered, even revealing a slight smile because she knew help was coming soon. As for what was coming soon, it was naturally the Zulong 2 mech, which had disappeared for quite some time. Boom. A terrifying energy explosion suddenly erupted right in the middle of the Yin-Yang clan's group of star-destroying battleships. And it wasn't just one. Boom. Boom. 3 explosions occurred one after another. An explosion that the Yin-Yang clan was all too familiar with. Supernova bombs. Chapter 157. The explosion of the 3 supernova bombs was equivalent to the level of the initial explosion caused by Su Li's General Mech. The terrifying explosion instantly overturned the entire Yin-Yang clan's Star Destroyer fleet, vaporizing nearly 10 to 20 Star Destroyer-class interstellar battleships in an instant. At the same time, a dark golden figure was tossed out by the horrifying energy blast. It was none other than the Zulong Type 2 mech. Sensing that the mech had completely lost balance and momentarily lost control, Qin Shang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Seems like he went a little overboard, but fortunately, after being upgraded with divine pattern star iron, the body could still withstand this level of impact. After all, he was already quite far from the center of the explosion. Never did he expect the simultaneous detonation of 3 supernova bombs would produce such a terrifying shockwave, which sent the concealed Zulong Type 2 mech flying directly. When Qin Shang saw most of the Yin-Yang clan's firepower concentrated on the General Mech, he realized his chance to charge forward had arrived. Thus, Qin Shang planned to advance stealthily using the Zulong Type 2, only to unexpectedly find himself near the General Mech when he saw all the Star Destroyers focused on attacking it. Then an idea came to his mind, to take the remaining 3 supernova bombs from behind the General Mech. Since optical refraction effects were maintained throughout, combined with the large size of the General Mech shielding all the small movements of the Zulong Type 2, nobody discovered him taking the supernova bombs, not even their own people. The only 2 who knew the full details were the individuals involved, which was why Su Li kept enduring the firepower of the Yin-Yang clan's fleet even though she was nearing her limits. Su Li wasn't acting foolish, she was covering for Qin Shang's actions. Without gathering the Star Destroyers, how would the supernova bombs achieve such an effect? Watching the Star Destroyer fleet completely devastated by the supernova bombs ahead, Su Li finally let out the breath she'd been holding. Then, Su Li slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Ding ding ding. Warning, warning, the pilot has lost consciousness. The general mech activates its self-protection mode. The load-reducing device begins. Subsequently, an energy barrier covered the cockpit of the general mech. Begin intelligent identification of allied units. Recognition successful. Black Hawk ship, general mech requesting return. A qualified Star-class mech pilot is no cheaper than a Star-class mech itself, just like fighter jets and competent fighter pilots. Therefore, every Star-level mech has corresponding protective devices to protect the pilot. Protect the general mech. The nearest Black Hawk 3 recovers the general mech. Su Bingtian was startled and quickly issued instructions. Fortunately, under the explosive shockwaves of the 3 supernova bombs, the entire array of the Yin-Yang clan had completely collapsed, with very few combat-ready units left. At this point, the truly threatening Star-class warships were utterly incapable of causing any real trouble to the general mech. Only after Black Hawk ship number 3 retrieved the general mech did Su Bingtian fully relax. There was no doubt about the formidable power of the general mech, but it was also restricted by the pilot's condition. If Su Li possessed sufficient strength at this moment, she could have relied on the general mech to single-handedly slaughter the entire fleet of the Yin-Yang clan without such difficulty. Moreover, the general mech was currently only at 90% of its original state, needing alloy made from divine pattern star iron and constant star gene gold to restore fully to its original strength. Black Hawk ship number 3, carry the general mech and withdraw from the battlefield. All other combat units, use this opportunity to fire with all your might. Prioritize the surviving enemy starships. Su Bingtian calmly issued the combat instructions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shi Huang was equally shocked to see the state of the general mech, but at the moment, the Zulong Type 2 mech was still in an uncontrollable state. He almost pulled out the Scale Snake mech for rescue. Fortunately, in less than 10 seconds, the general mech was recovered by the nearest Black Hawk ship, preventing Qin Shi Huang from having to deploy the Scale Snake mech. After being thrust away by the supernova bomb's impact force to what seemed like miles upon miles, the Zulong Type 2 finally regained control. Qin Shi Huang immediately activated the overdrive status, and with one flick detached himself from the unbalanced state. Commander Su, how is Su Li doing? Qin Shi Huang immediately asked about Su Li's condition over the communication channel. No serious problems, she just fainted due to overload. Adjusting herself should resolve the issue. The reply came from Li Si. At this time, Su Bingtian's main focus was still on the battlefield, so it was Li Si who initially monitored Su Li's condition. She was the princess chosen by Li Si as Qin Shi Huang's future bride, so naturally, Li Si couldn't allow anything to happen to Su Li. That's good. Upon learning that Su Li was not seriously injured, Qin Shi Huang turned his attention back to the Yin-Yang clan Star Destroyers. The 3 supernova bombs had instantly vaporized more than 20 of the Yin-Yang clan Star Destroyers, and even more, over 30, were severely damaged under the terrifying impact. Who could have blamed these Star Destroyers for being so densely packed? Of the more than 90 surviving Star Destroyers, 50 were obliterated by the 3 supernova bombs. Before the remaining 30 to 40 Star Destroyers could reorganize, it was only because the yield of these supernova bombs wasn't excessively high. Otherwise, just 3 supernova bombs would have annihilated all the Yin-Yang clan Star Destroyers. However, it was fortunate that the yields weren't too extreme, or else Qin Shi Huang suspected that even the Zulong Type 2 wouldn't be able to withstand such shockwaves. At this point, the remaining Black Hawk ships opened fire. 29 beams of Star Destroyer cannons penetrated through, with only a scarce 3 or 4 beams coming up to intercept. That was all the firepower the Yin-Yang clan's remaining Star Destroyers could muster. Due to their excessive panic, there were even errors in ballistic calculations, causing one of the beams to miss entirely. Out of the 29 beams from the Black Hawk ships, only 3 were intercepted, while in exchange, 26 of the Yin-Yang clan's less than 40 fully operational Star Destroyers were once again destroyed. In an instant, the number of Star Destroyers originally held as advantageous by the Yin-Yang clan was directly overtaken by Eagle Nest. Initially, Qin Shi Huang had thought about going to assist, but upon noticing that the ion engine core of the Zulong Type 2 mech had only around 10% energy left, he abandoned the idea. Everything about the Zulong Type 2 was fine except for its energy supply. Due to its super-frequency state during transformations, it wasn't possible to attach external energy blocks. For remote mechs like the Imperial Guard mech, which didn't require much flexibility, but needed more energy for firing power, every Imperial Guard mech carried 2 external energy blocks to ensure the endurance of the ion engine core and allow the mech to sustain strong firepower over long periods. Even the Iron Guard mechs were equipped with 1 external energy block. Chapter 158, The Yin-Yang Tribe's Fire Seed Plan. There was no longer any need for Qin Shi Huang to help with the Star Destroyer. The number of Black Eagle ships had already exceeded that of the remaining Star Destroyers of the Yin-Yang tribe. Under the main cannons of the Black Eagle ships, the Yin-Yang tribe's Star Destroyers themselves faced difficulties even in self-preservation. With insufficient energy, Qin Shi Huang could only gloomily control the Zulong Type 2 mech without activating its overclocking state, gripping the divine pattern star iron alloy longsword, lazily clearing out smaller enemies one by one. As for the xuanhuan floating artillery, during Qin Shi Huang's first attempt to charge into the formation, the 2 mounted xuanhuan floating artillery pieces were already destroyed in the terrifying firepower of the Yin-Yang tribe. This was precisely why the Zulong Type 2 couldn't carry an energy block. Even under its overclocked state, the Xuanqing floating artillery had to be detached. At that level of firepower, it was already challenging enough for Qin Shi to maintain the Zulong Type 2's own evasive maneuvers, let alone manage the Xuanqing floating artillery. Qin Shi thought about this and felt even more frustrated. He would have to discuss with Li Si later whether it was possible to expand the ion engine core of the Zulong Type 2 mech or not. Next would be the mode of the Xuanqing floating artillery. There were no problems under normal conditions, but it remained to be seen whether they could embed the two Xuanqing floating artillery units into the body of the Zulong Type 2 mech during the overclocked state, transforming from floating artillery into shoulder-mounted cannons or something similar, while ensuring that the flexibility of the Zulong Type 2 isn't affected. It seemed quite difficult. Perhaps the technical department of Qin Heavy Industries could think of a way. Looking at the Yin-Yang fleet, which was now thoroughly defeated by the Eagle Nest fleet's firepower, Qin Shi didn't even have the desire to continue participating in the battle anymore. He directly piloted the Zulong Type 2 back towards the rear to check on Su Li. However, when Qin Shi saw Su Li again, Su Li was lying inside a medical chamber, immersed in nutrient solution. Li Si's projection appeared beside Qin Shi. Your Highness doesn't need to worry. It's just excessive exhaustion. Resting will resolve everything. Li Si said. Qin Shi nodded. The MVP of this battle without a doubt was Su Li driving the Divine General mech. You know, should I reward Su Li with something? Qin Shi mused, raising an eyebrow. Although Su Li initially came to protect him as part of a transaction, after the entire Yusu clan joined the Eagle Nest, that original deal was practically void. How about your Highness officially conferring her as Crown Princess? That'd be the biggest reward. Of course, Li Si merely turned this sentence over in his mind and did not voice it. After careful deliberation, Li Si finally spoke. After this battle ends, we can consider assigning a few star systems to the Yusu family. Thinking about it, after taking down the Yin-Yang clan, the Eagle Nest faction would control 36 star systems. Although the Yusu clan originally controlled 17 star systems, 3 of them were barren and dead ones. It's not impossible either. Then allocate another star system to the Zhang clan to serve as their headquarters. Qin Shi nodded. Currently, subduing the Yin-Yang clan was already a foregone conclusion. Although the Yin-Yang clan had only retreated twice so far, the assembled army was undoubtedly their full force. After all, maintaining a fleet is not a simple matter. Just look at Eagle Nest. Even relying on the heritage of Qin, with the entire Zhang clan's manpower and having territories like the Withered Vale and Goblin's Domain as a foundation, Eagle Nest was able to deploy only 10,000 fleet ships under these circumstances. The technological level of the Yin-Yang clan naturally couldn't match that of Qin. Their cost to maintain a fleet was higher, and being able to field this 100,000-strong interstellar fleet was already extremely difficult for them. Currently, the Yin-Yang clan's fleet on the battlefield has started fleeing. Eagle Nest was still chasing them down, though under the control of Yusu bin Tian, they didn't pursue too far. In the end, only 2 star destroyers of the Yin-Yang clan managed to escape. Of the 10 million conventional interstellar warships, about 20,000 ran away, while the rest all became space junk in this Dajiao star system. A resounding victory. Although Eagle Nest also suffered some casualties, the main burden was borne by Su Li's Divine General mech. The losses sustained by Eagle Nest were almost negligible. That night, Su Li woke up, feeling only slightly weak, otherwise she was fine. Eagle Nest intended to regroup, constructing a forward combat supply station in the Dajiao star system. After all, it was still a bit far from Eagle Nest's current main base, so setting up a stable ether teleportation channel was definitely necessary first. Regardless of personnel transfer, various supplies could be transported via this ether channel. With a stable teleportation channel, the cost of teletransportation wouldn't be as high either. Just as Su Li woke up, however, Li Si approached Qin Shi again. Your Highness, the Yin-Yang tribe has fled. Li Si spoke. Qin Shi was momentarily surprised. He naturally knew that the Yin-Yang tribe had been driven away. Why was Li Si bringing it up again? It's not like they were just driven off earlier. They've truly fled in the sense of running away. Subsequently, Li Si opened a projection showing the internal star network of the Yin-Yang tribe. It displayed that the scattered troops, carrying with them a small portion of the surviving High Goblin fleet and the Hidden Snake tribe fleet, were consolidating resources and some elite personnel at the rear of the Yin-Yang tribe. It had to be said, these High Goblins and those from the Hidden Snake tribe certainly had good luck to have survived such a chaotic battlefield. Now within this territory spanning 20 star systems, the Yin-Yang tribe planned to directly abandon it, taking only a few high-ranking officials and elites with them to execute what they called the Fireseed Plan. The official Yin-Yang tribe released a statement indicating that the savage human race would soon take over their territory. Citizens were urged for the survival of their race and the continuation of their civilization. In any case, it talked about humans being ferocious and even having a taste for sheep heads. In short, Zhao Ji. Interesting, a Fireseed Plan, huh? Qin Shi smirked, though truthfully he didn't particularly care for eating sheep heads either. Even less so when it came to intelligent species where Qin Shi wouldn't bring himself to do it. In that case, we don't need much time to regroup. Leave part of our forces to guard the area while starting to take over the Yin-Yang tribe's star systems. We might even split our army. That way, the operation will go faster. Without the official Yin-Yang fleet, the civilian resistance won't pose any real threat to the Eagle Nest fleet. Li Si nodded. Have you informed Commander Su? Let him make the arrangements. Qin Shi asked. These detailed plans didn't require his personal attention. Qin Shang began pondering how much wish energy he could obtain once they completely occupied the Yin-Yang tribe's territory. This time around, his power should reach the 6th realm. A 6th realm cultivator should barely be able to control the scaly snake mech, right? Glancing at the slightly weakened Su Li beside him, Qin Shang felt a slight stir. He wasn't sure if the wish energy could be used on others. If Su Li's strength could be enhanced a bit more, she could better utilize the power of the divine general mech. Chapter 159. The takeover of the Yin-Yang clan's territory was smoother than Qin Shang had anticipated. Almost immediately after their defeat, the official upper echelons of the Yin-Yang clan fled outright, taking with them high-ranking officials and clan elites. A fleet of nearly 5,000 starships retreated deep into the cosmos. Of that 5,000-strong fleet, around 2,000 to 3,000 were remnants from the previous defeat. The rest were various transport ships. With the departure of the entire Yin-Yang leadership, chaos erupted among the civilian populace, leaving no one capable of organizing resistance against the Eagle's Nest fleet. In the end, it took only half a month for Eagle's Nest to take over the Yin-Yang clan's 20-star systems smoothly. There were a few foolish martial groups who destroyed the quantum channels in an attempt to delay the inevitable, but this proved utterly ineffective against Eagle's Nest. The last vestiges of resistance from the Yin-Yang clan were live-streamed across their interstellar network as they were crushed under the artillery barrage of Eagle's Nest fleet. Those resisting factions were annihilated to the point that not even ashes remained. Even those who had using the natural geography of planets were rendered irrelevant by superior technology. Complex terrains were flattened effortlessly by squads composed of just 3 stellar mechs. Thus, after half a month, the entire Yin-Yang clan had completely surrendered. After their leaders fled, the Yin-Yang clan left behind 20-star systems containing close to 200 billion people. Continuing to apply Gao Bulin's management model directly facilitated the assimilation of resources from these 20-star systems. An even more substantial influx of active wish force flowed into Qin Shang's wish crystal, exceeding his prior expectations. It was time for improvement. Having been stalled at 59% bloodline purity for so long, Qin Shang wasted no time upon receiving the newly acquired wish force and immediately entered seclusion to cultivate. A month later, having consumed most of the active wish force, Qin Shang's bloodline purity reached 63%, allowing him to step into the 6th realm of cultivation. He emerged from seclusion only then. During his seclusion, Li Si, authorized by Qin Shang, traded some divine pattern star iron with the Interstellar Guild for an equivalent amount of stellar metal to prepare for the creation of Qin's strongest alloy currently known, divine pattern stellar metal, xuanhuan. They also considered restoring the power of the divine general mech fully. Within this month, Eagle's Nest swiftly absorbed the first wave of benefits from the 20-star systems, causing their strength to balloon rapidly. Simultaneously, the enigmatic mech discovered near the Great Wall had been unearthed by a third. As for the fleeing Yin-Yang leadership, there was not a trace of feedback or news. Could they have gone to seek refuge with the Hidden Snake clan? Qin Shang muttered speculatively about the fleeing leaders of the Yin-Yang clan. It's highly probable. After all, they both belong to the Beast Alliance civilization. Plus the Yin-Yang clan already has connections with the Hidden Snake clan. Li Si nodded in agreement. Have you arranged the return of the materials? This was routine practice. After consuming each civilization, a portion of its resources and materials would be sent back to the Great Wall. The materials have already been transported back, Li Si said with a grin, glancing at Qin Shang with increasing warmth and anticipation. Before, Qin could only huddle within the Great Wall star system, always vigilant, secretly sending out limited forces to gather cosmic resources. Since the arrival of His Royal Highness, things have progressively looked up for Qin. Perhaps under His Highness's guidance, Qin might truly reclaim its former glory. We must consolidate our efforts on fully absorbing the rewards from these 20-star systems. Next, we'll conduct reconnaissance on nearby civilizations and select our next suitable target. Qin Shang said, while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After the Zheng family civilization, practically everyone came to them voluntarily, though there is still the Hidden Snake clan. But the Hidden Snakes are too far away. Moreover, the extent of the Hidden Snake clan's domain is vast. 4 Eagle's Nest now. It's akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Despite leading in top-tier power due to the divine general mech's presence at the grassroots level, the Hidden Snake clan controls over 6,000 star systems. Calculating according to the ratio of the Yin-Yang clan, where 10,000 base fleets came from 20-star systems, an average of 5,000 fleets per star system, 6,000 star systems. That amounts to over 30 million battle fleets. Even if stationary, Su Li would likely tire herself out without finishing, trying to eliminate all the fleets with the divine general mech. And now, despite Eagle's Nest's expansion, they possessed merely 20,000 fleets. Though production lines were continuously running, they required more time. Moreover, the technological level of the Hidden Snake clan far exceeds that of the Yin-Yang clan. The number of starships they can mobilize for interstellar warfare would only be more, not less. Thus, confronting the Hidden Snake clan head-on with Eagle's Nest at this moment isn't feasible. This is also why Qin Shang, after consulting with Li Si and Su Bingtian, chose to send a gift as a strategy when dealing with the Hidden Snake clan issue. Though the Hidden Snake fleet is vast, so is their territory. Therefore, the number of fleets they can truly commit might not be too many. Besides, the Hidden Snakes are currently tangled up in their own issues. Whether they could muster any forces remains uncertain. In such a scenario, it's necessary to pick another target for action. There are a few nearby civilizations. We need to carefully deliberate on which one to act upon. Let's stick to the principle of proximity, Qin Shang suggested. By the way, where is Su Li? Qin Shang recalled there was still some active wish force left in the wish crystal. Perhaps an experiment could be made to see if the active wish force could work on others. After all, wish force is quite mysterious. Miss Su Li is at the training center, Li Si replied respectfully. All right, noted. Qin Shang nodded, then headed to the training center to look for Su Li. Qin Shang knew that since the end of the last battle, Su Li had mostly been submerged in the training center. Su Li herself was quite proud of being a stellar-class mech pilot. After all, in this era of space, it symbolizes a kind of honor. Remember, the captured stellar-class mech pilot from the Hidden Snake clan? He's still being held by Eagle's Nest, neither killed nor released. Instead, he's been softly imprisoned with good food and drink. Killing someone like him directly, without utilizing his potential, seemed quite wasteful. A stellar-class mech pilot is rare indeed. Yet eventually, Su Li collapsed under the strain during her training sessions. It wasn't the Shenjiang mech that reached its limits, but Su Li herself who hit her boundaries. Therefore, Su Li now felt an unprecedented strong desire to enhance her own strength. Not everyone is like Qin Shang, whose growth path feels almost supernatural. For ordinary people, gaining strength requires steady, incremental progress. Chapter 160, Su Li's Wild Thoughts. Looking at Su Li in front of her, who was drenched in sweat, the perspiration had soaked through her training uniform, revealing Su Li's curvaceous figure. This caused Qin Shang to instinctively swallow his saliva. Perhaps because she was in an absolutely safe environment, Su Li's vigilance was at its lowest state. Otherwise, with the strength of a Qi practitioner at the 7th realm, Su Li would have noticed Qin Shang's presence when he first arrived. However, the sound of Su Song swallowing his saliva brought Su Li back to reality immediately. The qi surrounding her body slowly subsided as Su Li turned her head and looked towards Qin Shang. Noticing the slightly fervent gaze in Qin Shang's eyes, Su Li glanced down and realized the situation, causing her face to turn a faint shade of red. However, she behaved generously, walked to the side, and put on her jacket without any fuss. The beautiful sight before him became obscured, and Qin Shang felt somewhat regretful. Prince, you've completed your cultivation session? Reaching the 6th realm is impressive. Do you want to test your skills? Su Li said with a smile, her blush not yet fading. This was already a routine. Every time Qin Shang broke through, he would look for her to measure his improved abilities. After all, besides being Qin Shang's bodyguard, she was also his sparring partner. Meanwhile, Su Li felt a little off-kilter in her heart. From the moment they started their journey to the Great Wall, Qin Shang only had the strength of a Qi practitioner at the 1st realm, and Su Li had watched every bit of his growth. It was just about 2 years or so, from being a Qi practitioner at the 1st realm to reaching the 6th realm. Qin Shang seemed to have never encountered any bottleneck. And herself, how long did it take her to go from the 1st realm to the 6th realm? She started practicing Qi techniques since she was a young girl. It took over 20 years to reach the 7th realm of Qi practitioners, which itself gave her a certain sense of superiority. But after achieving the 7th realm, Su Li's focus largely shifted towards piloting the Star Annihilator mecha. Thus, during these years, she had indeed neglected her own cultivation. It wasn't until this battle where she couldn't handle the load of the Divine General mecha that Su Li began to pay attention to her own strength once more. If she had reached by Da's 8th realm of Qi practitioners, she should have been able to endure that level of combat without passing out. Even if she could reach the 9th realm of Qi cultivators, she'd essentially be able to unleash the full power of the Divine General mecha now. In that scenario, relying on her cooperation with the Divine General mecha, she might even annihilate the fleets of the Yin-Yang race alone. Therefore, no matter how powerful a mecha may be, it must align with one's personal strength to unleash its full potential. As for those at the peak of the 9th realm, known as ultimate Qi practitioners, it was rumored that only the 1st Emperor of Qin had achieved such a level. Hence, the former 1st Emperor of Qin, driving the Ancestor Dragon mecha, was nearly invincible on the battlefield. It wasn't until he faced the combined efforts of the top-tier mechas from powerful star races like the Angel and Demon clans that he was eventually restrained. After 20 years of effort, Su Li found herself almost matched by Su Song within just 2 years. It was naturally normal for Su Li to have some different feelings. But upon reflection, since the other party was the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, he was obviously gifted. After all, Great Qin, it was very admirable for humanity's younger generation to worship its once mighty Qin dynasty. Of course, Su Li didn't know that Qin Shang's natural talent was far inferior to hers and not even worthy to tie her shoes. Currently, only Qin Shang himself and the 2 consciousnesses of Zhao Gao and Li Si knew about the existence of willpower crystals. Since Su Li was unaware of the existence of willpower crystals, she naturally didn't realize that the person she was currently sighing over was entirely extraordinary. But this extraordinary individual was trying to share his external cheats with Su Li. Whether or not he would succeed, Qin Shang was unsure. After all, according to Li Si, at this point in the Great Qin Empire, only the 1st Emperor could wield willpower. Now, there was Qin Shang, but he could only use the willpower contained in the willpower crystal in his possession. As for the willpower within the seal of the Great Qin, Qin Shang could feel it, but couldn't use it at all. According to Li Si, once his blood purity reached 80%, after inheriting the throne, he could activate it. I've made a breakthrough. Qin Shang paused, smiling and opening his mouth to speak. But testing our hands isn't urgent right now. Wait a moment. There's something else I need to discuss with you. What is it? Su Li blinked in confusion. Perhaps, I have a way to help you increase your strength, but I'm not sure whether it'll work. Qin Shang hesitated slightly as he spoke. Can you really help improve my strength?
Su Li clearly had doubts. After all, except for a few rare treasures that could provide limited assistance, there were basically no shortcuts for cultivating qi. Naturally, Su Li was unaware of the shortcut presented by willpower. Not to mention the value of those rare treasures, they are basically impossible to obtain. I'm not quite sure how to say it. Let's just give it a try. Qin Shi then used his authority to directly lock down this entire training center. Currently, in the entire Eagle's Nest, the only person who could override Qin Shi's authority was Li Si. Even Su Bingtian's authority would rank lower than his. You go get ready. I'll wait for you, Qin Shi said. At this moment, Su Li had just finished her workout and looked a bit disheveled. Okay. Su Li hesitantly nodded, glancing at the training center that had been locked down by Qin Shi's authority. Unless she forcibly broke out, once Qin Shi sealed it, there was no way for her to leave this training center. Afterward, Su Li's face, which had just regained its usual color, reddened again, perhaps due to what she was thinking. Seeing Su Li's demeanor, Qin Shi guessed that she had misinterpreted his intentions. However, Qin Shi awkwardly touched his nose. This was unavoidable since the matter of willpower was significant. The safest method would be to take Su Li to his palace, which was currently the most secure place in the entire Eagle's Nest. But comparing the two options, taking Su Li to his palace seemed even more like having ill intentions. Subsequently, Su Li went to freshen up. Naturally, a training center would include an accompanying bathing facility. Not long after, Su Li came out refreshed. As she walked toward Qin Shi, she couldn't help but indulge in some wild thoughts. Su Li was naturally aware of her own beauty, and after such a long period of interaction, she could more or less sense Qin Shi's feelings towards her. To be honest, before now, Qin Shi's abilities were too low. Even if Su Li hadn't resisted at all, Qin Shi likely wouldn't have been able to do much. As a qi practitioner, the protective qi around her body would activate autonomously without her consciously controlling it. But now, with Qin Shi reaching the 6th realm, he could Benchang resist the protective energy around her if she didn't actively fight back. Chapter 161, Useless Willpower. Then, right after Qin Shi broke through his seclusion and came out, the first thing he did was to look for her. Afterward, through his authority, he locked down the training center, then had her wash up and tidy herself. It's no wonder Su Li would have random thoughts. If His Highness really, should she resist? Or, Su Li was conflicted. Upon reflection, as far as Qin Shi was concerned, it wasn't that she disliked him, she did have a little bit of affection. Moreover, Qin Shi was the crown prince of the great Qin Empire, and his talent indeed made Su Li take notice. But, oh well, lost in thought, Su Li unintentionally walked up to Qin Shi. Seeing Su Li with flushed cheeks and an absent-minded look, Qin Shi couldn't help but find it a little amusing. What was going on in this person's mind? However, seeing Su Li's current appearance before him, Qin Shi's heart involuntarily wavered a bit. But eventually, Qin Shi composed himself and turned to Su Li, tapping her forehead directly. What are you thinking about? Qin Shi said with a smile. Hey, no. Su Li snapped back to reality, covering her head with both hands and blushing even redder. What had she been daydreaming about just now? Qin Shi turned around and dragged over 2 cushions, placing them on the ground. All right, calm your mind and sit properly. I'm just trying. It may not guarantee any results. Qin Shi said seriously. Su Li obediently sat down, perhaps hearing the earnest tone from Qin Shi and realizing it was not anything frivolous. Thus, Su Li gradually calmed her wandering thoughts. Perhaps this crown prince of the great Qin truly had the ability to help her enhance her strength. Afterward, Qin Shi also sat down, looking at Su Li expectantly in front of him, taking a deep breath. Subsequently, Qin Shi's perception slowly explored the willpower crystal, within which were some active willpower portions above and fixed willpower portions below. Those fixed willpower portions were the daily contributions gathered from the citizens of Great Qin. They only moved when he had contributed adequately to the empire. As for the active willpower portions, these were rewards from expanding territories. The rewards received from capturing the Yin-Yang clan, much of it had already been used up. Following Qin Shi's attempts to control, those active willpowers responded exactly as hoped, but Qin Shi didn't choose to assimilate them himself. Instead, he concentrated these active willpowers onto his arm. Give me your hand. Qin Shi extended his right hand. Su Li hesitated slightly, but upon seeing the solemn expression on Qin Shi's face, she still reached out her hand. When he grasped Su Li's hand, feeling its softness, Qin Shi subconsciously squeezed it a bit. Unable to prevent her blush from appearing again, Su Li's cheeks reddened. Realizing what happened, Qin Shi coughed lightly, completely unintentional. Qin Shi quickly focused his mind and tried to transfer the willpower in his hand to Su Li. This active willpower, perhaps due to being his reward, followed commands exceptionally well and smoothly transitioned to Su Li's arm. However, Qin Shi could sense that although these active willpowers encircled Su Li's arm, they hadn't escaped his control. How does it feel? Any sensations? Qin Shi asked while looking at Su Li. Feel. Startled, Su Li regained her senses and could only perceive how warm Qin Shi's hand was. But seeing the serious look on Qin Shi's face, Su Li quickly gathered her focus, meticulously sensing her arm pulled by Qin Shi. Given Qin Shi's serious demeanor, she felt certain he wouldn't be joking around or taking advantage of her. With the strength of a 7th-rank Qi cultivator, mental focus was indeed powerful. After gathering her focus and perceiving carefully, Su Li couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows slightly. There seems, actually is. In Su Li's perception, there was indeed an inexplicable energy on the arm being held by Qin Shi. but detecting it required great effort. The sensation seemed vague and sporadic. Still, it was the first time she'd perceived such an energy. How mysterious. What is this? Suli couldn't help asking without thinking. If she hadn't focused intently, she wouldn't have noticed the existence of this energy at all. She was a 7th-rank Qi practitioner, after all. Try to see if you can use this energy. Qin Shang didn't answer Suli's question, but instead said, all right. Without hesitation, according to what Qin Shang meant, this energy should be able to help her enhance her strength. Utilization. Suli began to gather her consciousness, attempting to contact and absorb this peculiar energy. For a moment, silence enveloped the training center. Under Qin Shang's control, the flow of willpower continued to wrap around Su Li's hand. For a good while, the willpower showed no change at all. Could it be that Su Li was unable to harness it? Was it also impossible for me to transfer it over successfully? I'm afraid not. I can sense its presence, but it's incredibly subtle. The moment my attention wavers, I lose track of it. This energy is mysterious, yet I have no control over it whatsoever, let alone utilize it. Su Li opened her mouth with some frustration. Your Highness, what kind of energy is this? Hold on, keep trying for now. Qin Shang thought for a moment, and then spoke. All right. Su Li didn't ask any further questions and began concentrating again, attempting to control it. Since Su Li couldn't control this flow of willpower, was it perhaps because it still remained under my control? Subsequently, Qin Shang started attempting to sever his own control over this stream of willpower. But as Qin Shang tried disconnecting from the willpower's control, the stream around Su Li's hand began to disintegrate subtly. Qin Shang was startled and immediately focused to recontrol this willpower. This willpower was hard-earned, every bit precious. If Su Li utilized it, so be it. But if it just dissipated without use, it would all be wasted. It seems it's still no good. After a long while, Su Li spoke up with a slightly deflated tone. Qin Shang furrowed his brow slightly. Really unworkable? Excuse me. At that very moment, there came a slight cough nearby. Qin Shang was momentarily confused. Hadn't he locked down the training center? Li Si. In a flash, Su Li suddenly jerked her hand away from Qin Shang's like lightning. Actually, right after transferring the willpower, Qin Shang could have released Su Li's hand already. However, given how delicate and soft it felt in his grasp, Qin Shang had naturally been reluctant to let go willingly. It wasn't until this point that Li Si's projection appeared beside them. Qin Shang cast an irked glance toward Li Si. Prime Minister, are you just looking for something to do? Not at all. I'm merely here to help His Highness solve problems. Li Si chuckled amiably. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. Go on. Miss Su Li might not be able to use the willpower due to reasons I suspect, but these are only my guesses, Li Si explained. Qin Shang's face darkened, realizing Li Si had evidently been keeping an eye on the situation here all along. Chapter 162, Li Si's Persuasion. Willpower. Su Li instead focused on another point in Li Si's words. So, that mysterious energy is willpower? Do you know the reason? Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. I have a guess. Li Si nodded, and then without beating around the bush, it's due to Miss Su Li's identity. Identity? Qin Shang was slightly surprised. Su Li beside him listened quietly without saying a word. It was also the first time she had heard about willpower. Li Si nodded. Your Highness, have you ever thought about why only you and the first emperor can use it? Qin Shang pondered for a moment. Is it because I am the crown prince of the Great Qin Dynasty, and the first emperor was the founder of the Great Qin? More or less, these willpowers come from the people of Great Qin, and these willpowers are essentially the prayers of the people towards you and the Great Qin. Since Miss Su Li herself is merely one of the subjects of Great Qin, naturally, she wouldn't be able to harness these willpowers. Li Si analyzed as he spoke. At the end, Li Si added, of course, this is just my personal conjecture, but it should be more or less correct. Because once I saw the first emperor use the heirloom jade seal to channel willpower for the eldest Prince Fu Su. Although Prince Fu Su himself couldn't utilize the willpower inside the jade seal, after the first emperor transferred it, he could. So I speculate that the willpower of the Great Qin itself comes from the prayers of its subjects towards Great Qin. Therefore, it should only be accessible by members of the imperial family of the Great Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang reflected for a moment and seemed like what Li Si said made sense. Then is there any way to resolve it? Qin Shang asked. Li Si smiled enigmatically. Naturally, there is, but it depends on whether Miss Su Li agrees. Su Li was startled. Since only the royal family members can harness the prayers of the subjects of Great Qin into willpower, all Miss Su Li needs to do is become a member of the royal family. Li Si grinned as he spoke. Hearing this, Qin Shang realized what Li Si was implying, raising an eyebrow but didn't get a chance to speak yet. Li Si continued. Miss Su Li, as the Prime Minister of Great Qin, I can propose a marriage alliance with the Su family on behalf of the Crown Prince. Once Miss Su Li becomes the Crown Princess, naturally, she will belong to the Great Qin imperial family. Qin Shang sighed, supporting his forehead with his hand. I knew it would come to this. Su Li froze completely. This way, Miss Su Li can enhance her abilities through the willpower of Great Qin. Li Si said with a smile. Su Li was at a loss for words. It's a bit sudden, isn't it? I'll think about it. After speaking, Su Li blushed, got up and walked towards the door. Qin Shang looked at Su Li's reaction helplessly and unlocked the access to the training center. Su Li rushed out as if escaping. Although Su Li was a 7th-tier Qi practitioner and a star-rated mecha pilot who could dominate the battlefield, fundamentally, Su Li was still a teenage girl. In this technological era, with the cultivation techniques and high-tech enhancements, the lifespans of superhumans were calculated in millennia. Su Li was barely in her 20s, still very much a girl, having grown up practicing both cultivation and mecha piloting since showing her natural talent as the princess of the Su family. Feeling embarrassed about such matters was normal for a young girl. Regarding longevity, according to the records in the Great Qin database understood by Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor was a legendary 10th-tier Qi practitioner, approaching the supreme level. Based on scientific analysis, the lifespan of the first emperor was at least 10,000 years, truly spanning thousands of generations. However, during the battle against the coalition of myriad races, his injuries were too severe, and ultimately, his body couldn't be saved. His consciousness and spirit ended up sleeping within the heirloom jade seal. With the slumbering of the first emperor, royal disciples gradually fell one after another while fighting against myriad races, leading to the eventual decline of Great Qin. Li Si, oh Li Si. Qin Shi Huang looked at Li Si. Doesn't the crown prince like Miss Su Li? Li Si looked meaningfully at Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang was momentarily speechless. Not liking her. How could that be possible? Without mentioning Su Li's otherworldly beauty, they had spent 2 years together. Qin Shi Huang wasn't some eunuch. How could he not feel attracted? Besides, Miss Su Li is indeed the most suitable candidate for the position of crown princess. Li Si smiled. Why does it have to be so rushed? Qin Shi Huang muttered. It's just a casual suggestion. Maybe it might work. Li Si laughed. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang paused for a moment, thinking of Su Li's extraordinary beauty. Qin Shi Huang unconsciously licked his lips. If it were to really happen, it would naturally be a good thing. However, Qin Shi Huang was unaware of what was going on behind the scenes. Not long after Su Li left the training center, another projection avatar of Li Si appeared in front of Su Li. Miss Su Li, Li Si called out softly. Su Li, who had been lost in thought, looked up in surprise at Li Si's projection. Prime Minister Li Si, is there anything else? Su Li tried to calm herself down. Li Si shook his head with a smile. Not really, still about the previous matter, regarding your role as the crown princess. Su Li was a little baffled, wondering why he had followed her out. Miss Su Li, don't rush to refuse. Hear me out first, Li Si spoke seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Li stayed silent, waiting for Li Si to continue. The feelings of His Highness. I believe you should be clear about them. Li Si looked at Su Li and said. Su Li nodded in response. She wasn't stupid. She had noticed some of Qin Shi Huang's small actions before, which made her understand his intentions. So, Miss Su Li, do you dislike His Highness? Li Si continued. Su Li shook her head. Not at all. She indeed did not dislike Qin Shi Huang. Although it had to be admitted that the Qin Shi Huang from the past was just an ordinary social worker, since arriving in the Great Qin Dynasty and undergoing the specialized courses designed by Li Si, along with practicing the ancestral dragon chi technique and enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline, the aura of a crown prince was becoming more and more prominent around him. And besides, Qin Shi Huang was quite handsome, or how else would he have had a girlfriend when he was previously just a social worker? That girlfriend ultimately betrayed him for wealth and prospects. But this also showed that Qin Shi Huang himself was good-looking. Since you don't dislike the crown prince, my suggestion isn't one that cannot be considered, right? Li Si smiled and said, this. Now that she wasn't discussing this topic in front of Qin Shi Huang, Su Li wasn't as shy as before. Instead, she began to calmly think seriously about the issue. Moreover, Miss Su Li, although what I mentioned earlier was speculation, it should still be roughly correct. If you can become the crown princess, it might truly allow you to utilize willpower to enhance your strength. Li Si continued persuading. Chapter 163, The Crown Prince Consort, Su Li. What exactly is Yuan Li? Su Li hesitated for a moment before asking. To be honest, I can't quite describe it, but it's a very magical kind of energy. The reason the crown prince was able to cultivate from the first level to the 6th level in 2 years is because of this Yuan Li. It was also good luck. Under normal circumstances, the crown prince should not be able to harness Yuan Li at this stage. Li Si sighed and said with reflection, because that thing is incredibly precious. Before His Highness Qin Shi Huang, the only person in all of the Great Qin who could utilize Yuan Li was the first emperor. Li Si added, since they were persuading Su Li to become the crown prince consort, some relatively confidential situations could be appropriately disclosed. In this aspect, Li Si indeed did not hide anything. If it weren't for Qin Shi Huang accidentally possessing the Yuan Li crystal and being able to share part of the Yuan Li with the imperial seal, Qin Shi Huang wouldn't have had the qualifications to use Yuan Li at present. I see. Su Li nodded her head after hearing this. At the same time, she realized that Qin Shi Huang was willing to use such a valuable Yuan Li to help her enhance her own strength, which made her heart feel slightly moved. Of course, there were still some things that Li Si did not explicitly explain. This Yuan Li stuff was actually far more precious than Su Li imagined. It was one of the shortcuts to reaching a certain level, and also the easiest shortcut. So, Miss Su Li, do you have any intention of becoming the crown prince consort of Great Qin? Li Si asked again. It's not impossible. Su Li seemed conflicted. Deep down, she wasn't resistant, but she found it hard to simply say yes. Also, the current situation of Great Qin, Miss Su Li, you should be well aware of. All of Great Qin's hopes are now resting on the shoulders of the crown prince. Li Si looked at Su Li and continued. Su Li nodded. Naturally, she understood this point. But as Eagle's Nest continues to develop, the enemies we will face in the future will grow stronger and stronger. In addition, if the relationship between Eagle's Nest and Great Qin were ever exposed, I'm afraid elite races like the Angelic Tribe and Demon Tribe would directly intervene and obliterate Eagle's Nest. Li Si said, his expression tinged with concern. Hearing this, Su Li fell into a brief silence. This was indeed the truth.
Su Li had thoroughly understood the history of Great Qin. But the style of Great Qin is clear, you understand this too. Regardless of the previous princes, even Crown Prince Qin Shang now adheres to this principle. Almost every battle demands personal involvement. At present, the foes we face aren't so strong, and besides, you, Miss Su Li, pilot the divine general mecha beside him. But as our enemies grow stronger, accidents will inevitably occur. One must prepare for the worst, and if something happened to Crown Prince Qin Shang, Great Qin might really end this way. Li Si said with sorrow. Li Si began to play the sentiment card. This. Su Li opened her mouth, unsure what to say. But we cannot prevent the Crown Prince from following the style of Great Qin, alas. Li Si sighed. So, Li Si looked up at Su Li and said seriously, Miss Su, since you already understand the prince's intentions, if you were to become the Crown Prince consort and leave a few qualified ancestral dragon bloodlines for Great Qin would have a bit more hope. Li Si said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Li blushed slightly and lowered her head. After a long while, Su Li finally agreed softly, almost inaudibly, then turned around and ran away. Li Si's projection revealed a smile. On another side, the other projection of Li Si chatting with Qin Shang suddenly showed a smile. Your Highness, no disgrace to the mission entrusted, it's settled. Li Si suddenly said. What is settled? Qin Shang was completely confused. After skipping over the topic of Su Li, Qin Shang and Li Si were discussing the next military plan to conquer some civilization tribes. In this external universe governed by the Black Forest Doctrine, regarding active aggression, neither Qin Shang nor Li Si felt any discomfort with it. This outer universe operates on survival of the fittest. Big fish eat smaller fish eat shrimp. To grow powerful, you must consume others. Even though the universe is boundless and nearly endless, amongst countless interstellar races, almost all of the resources lie within others' bowls. If you want to eat, you'll need to seize. But when everything was going smoothly, Li Si suddenly came out with an ambiguous remark, leaving Qin Shang utterly bewildered. Of course, it's about the matter of the Crown Prince consort. Li Si grinned widely and said. Qin Shang was totally baffled. For the marriage proposal from Great Qin, naturally, Clan Su was highly willing. The Clan Su was originally a guardian race and descendants of the Yinshang dynasty. And Great Qin is the current protector, with Clan Su now having joined forces with Great Qin. In any view, their alliance is destined. However, given the special situation of Great Qin, the Crown Prince's wedding ceremony would be held at the Great Wall. The connection between Eagle's Nest and Great Qin still couldn't be revealed, so even their loyal underlings, the Zhun clan and the Yo-Yo remnants, could not be informed. The only attendees at the wedding would be people from the Su clan and a few families from Great Qin. The Bai family, Wang family, Meng family, and Zhang clan. Actually, it would be quite lively. Su Bingwen, the patriarch of the Su clan and Su Li's biological father, would also personally attend. A refined middle-aged man, compared to Su Bingtun, Su Bingwen wasn't very powerful, but he was more graceful and approachable. Only after the entire ceremony ended, looking at Su Li by his side, adorned in her phoenix crown and bridal robes, did Qin Shang feel as though he were dreaming. This seemed a little unreal. Just like that, Su Li, a major beauty at the level of being trouble incarnate, had become his crown princess? On the day of their marriage, while lighting the nuptial candles in their bridal chamber, Qin Shang somewhat ruined the atmosphere by attempting to transfer Wish's power to Su Li. And indeed, it turned out that Li Si hadn't been mistaken. Once the wedding concluded, and Su Li officially became the crown princess consort of Great Qin, she was already able to utilize Wish Force. Of course, Su Li alone couldn't harness the Wish power prayed for by Great Qin citizens. She still needed Qin Shang to control the Wish crystal and transfer its power. Unfortunately, there wasn't much Wish Force left in the crystal Qin Shang possessed. It had mostly been used up during his recent seclusion. Even so, after experiencing the effect of the Wish Force, Su Li was surprised. Though the enhancement was minor, this was due to the lack of Wish Force. She learned for the first time that cultivation could be so effortless. If that was the case, then the demand for Wish Force would only grow larger. Thus, her passion for expanding territory became even stronger. It must happen. The expedition. And soon. So, the next day, Qin Shang pulled Li Si and Su Bingtun into a meeting to discuss the civilizations they would target next. Li Si found himself somewhat helpless about this. Originally, Li Si thought that Qin Shang might take his new bride on a honeymoon at the Great Wall. Preferably, Qin Shang should leave behind some descendants during the honeymoon period. But unfortunately, neither Qin Shang nor Su Li seemed to have such intentions at the moment. After experiencing the effects of the Wish Force, Su Li began to anticipate this cheat-like method of cultivation. After all, Su Li herself was also eager to enhance her own strength, especially after fainting due to the load of the divine general mecha last time. She still wanted to improve her abilities. If she were truly with child, it would make participating in battles inconvenient. Chapter 164, Expedition. The Shixing clan. Ultimately, after everyone's deliberation, they unanimously decided that the next target would be the Shixing clan. The names sounded grand, but they were just a mid-sized civilization. Compared to the Yin Yang clan, they were definitely stronger, yet from Eagle's Nest perspective, not significantly so. As for the Shixing clan, though their name was mighty and intimidating, in the Great Qin's records, the Shixing clan had another, more fitting name. Doghead Men. Yes, the Shixing clan looked very similar to the Yin Yang clan, except that instead of goat heads, they had dog heads. They arrogantly called themselves the Shixing clan because among these dog-headed individuals, there were some gifted ones who would become paragons, and once becoming a paragon, the dog heads would transform into wolf heads. It wasn't really much different, whether it was a dog head or a wolf head. The difference mainly lay in their vitality and spirit. You could instantly tell if someone was a paragon or not, and besides, wolf heads also possessed a unique ability to howl at the moon. That is, they could devour starlight to enhance their own power, an impressive capability since in the universe, starlight alone was infinite while other resources were scarce. It was precisely because of this that these dog-headed men gave themselves the title of the Shishing clan. In theory, with this kind of innate talent, the dog-headed people should have been incredibly powerful, and indeed, they were. But no matter how strong they were, that strength only applied on an individual level. Unfortunately for them, they were born in the wrong era. It was the age of interstellar warfare. No matter how powerful these dog-headed men were as individuals, they were far from being able to destroy stars. But technology could easily devastate everything. Take supernova bombs for example. Provided the yield was enough, they could blow up entire star systems. In principle, these dog-headed men, with their remarkable natural abilities, should have made ideal mech pilots. After all, when piloting mechs for combat, individual strength was crucial. This was evident from Su Li fainting earlier because she couldn't endure the load. However, there was one problem. These dog-headed people had abysmal mechanical aptitude. They wouldn't even necessarily be able to operate complex single-soldier devices, let alone mechs. They had always adhered to the belief of might makes right. Pure individual strength. Back in the day, even the Shishing clan had ultimately been subjugated by the Great Qin. At the time, Great Qin tried various ways to avoid wasting these formidable dog-headed individuals' great physical strengths. The strongest dog-headed men's strength far exceeded that of ordinary Qi cultivators, and combined with their robust physiques, they were truly warriors by nature. Eventually, scientists from Great Qin Heavy Industries came up with an unconventional solution. No single soldier armors, directly forging full body armor for those Shishing clanners. Using mech engine cores and energy resonance tech, specialized suits of armor were crafted directly for the members of the Shishing clan, capable of resonating with and amplifying their star energy. Thus, the exclusive Shishing armor for the Shishing clan was created. While it may not match mech level strength, paired with the Shishing clan's own already formidable physical might and amplified further, the resulting strength far surpassed ordinary single soldier armors. Even the most powerful Shishing individuals, armed with their Shishing armors, could hold their ground against regular star battle armors. And if they managed to break through, they could even destroy capital ships. If there were more of them acting together, they could even challenge sky mech armors. Thus, during the reign of the Great Qin, despite being under their control, the Shishing clan remained supreme soldiers in planetary land wars. It should be noted that in conquests, apart from the battles fought in space, wars on the surfaces of planets were equally crucial. Eagle's Nest had faced such scenarios several times, responding by deploying their own star mech suits and overpowering the opposition through sheer brute force. When confronted with the superior stellar mech armors of the Great Qin, the most formidable wolf gods of the Shishing clan were easily crushed. Without hesitation, the entire Shishing clan surrendered, bowing in submission to the majesty of the Great Qin. However, during the decline of the Great Qin, the Shishing clan was one of the first civilizations to break away. Fortunately, unlike the Qin Snake clan civilizations, the Shishing did not turn around and strike back at the Great Qin. Through years of development, aided by previous support from the Great Qin, the Shishing clan succeeded in forging its own interstellar path. Although, concerning technological capabilities, the Shishing clan certainly lacked any talent in innovation. Fortunately, there were others to take care of that. Upon their separation from the Great Qin, they retained many inheritances from them. Consequently, the Shishing enslaved weaker civilizations, tasking them with controlling interstellar battleships and weapons. Of course, to prevent betrayal from these subjugated civilizations, the Shishing imposed numerous restrictions, starting with mechs. The mechs' individual combat capabilities were so strong that the entire civilization placed restrictions on the existence of mechs. Especially for the enslaved civilizations like the Shishing clan, it was even more impossible to allow them access to mechs. Within the Shishing clan, mechs were absolutely prohibited. Any mechs confiscated or seized during routine operations would either be destroyed on the spot or sold to interstellar trading guilds. Thus, the Shishing clan developed quite well and had come to control 122 star systems. Most importantly, according to recently collected intelligence, the Shishing clan was currently attacking another civilization that controlled 30 star systems. Therefore, this was the perfect time for Eagle's Nest to launch an expedition against the Shishing clan. The only problem was that the Shishing clan was actually quite far from the Yinyang clan region. There were no other civilizations or races in between, so there were almost no constructed quantum channels along the way. In this situation, the journey towards the Shishing clan would mostly depend entirely on prolonged navigation. This was also common in interstellar space. After all, although many places had quantum channels, there were still vast expanses of emptiness. It was estimated that it would take about half a year to reach the destination. So this was considered a relatively long-distance expedition. The second month after Qin Shang and Su Li's wedding ceremony, the territories acquired by the Yinyang clan were now firmly under their control, and Eagle's Nest had absorbed a significant amount of resources. Under the production efforts of both the Goblin clan and the numerous laborers of the Yinyang clan, the fleet size had reached 50,000 units. Moreover, the number of star mechs had also reached 20,000. Of course, core technologies wouldn't be entrusted to these workers, and production was split with each side responsible for part of the components. Finally, engineers from the Zhang family of Eagle's Nest assembled everything. After carefully estimating the situation with the Shisheng clan, Eagle's Nest ultimately gathered a force of over 30,000 fleets carrying more than 10,000 star mechs. Qin Shi Huang and Su Li, who had officially become the crown princess, set out together. Now that Eagle's Nest had grown large and prosperous, having taken over the territories of the goblins and the Yin clan, along with the Veil of Withering, they controlled 36 star systems. Since all these 36 star systems were captured by force, personnel were needed to remain behind as garrisons. With such a grand scale, Eagle's Nest's massive fleet thus set off spectacularly, heading deep into the starry expanse. Chapter 165, The Interstellar Chamber of Commerce comes knocking. In the deep, pitch-black starry sky, a massive fleet with a purely black theme almost blended seamlessly into the depth of space and was swiftly moving forward. This was the Eagle's Nest fleet heading toward the start of our clan. At this moment, in the virtual training chamber of the central starship within the fleet, the martial infantry mech piloted by Qin Shi Huang was outmaneuvered once again as Su Li, also piloting a martial infantry mech, drove her sword straight into the cockpit. Failure determined. Pilot deceased. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Shi Huang sighed in frustration and said, "Your Highness, you could have at least let me win a little bit." Since the journey took such a long time, all ordinary standby personnel had entered the hibernation pods. After all, it was just a simple voyage, so there was no need for everyone to remain on duty. As transcendents, both Qin Shi Huang and Su Li naturally had no reason to enter the hibernation pods. Throughout their journey, Su Li continued the special training for Qin Shi Huang again, limited only to the virtual rooms due to the conditions. However, with the current level of technology, the simulations were incredibly realistic. Besides, they were only conducting tactical training, which is why Su Li used a martial infantry mech too. Although Qin Shi Huang's mech piloting talent was quite remarkable, after all, his contact with mech combat was still relatively short, leaving various inadequacies here and there. Su Li, however, had practiced for over 20 years since she started showing talent, and Su Li's daily life revolved around cultivation and training. Therefore, in the training field, Qin Shi Huang was pretty much mercilessly dominated. Since both were piloting martial infantry mechs, combined with the characteristics of virtual chamber training, Su Li held back nothing at all. "You must tell me now, in our previous fight, did you hold back?" Qin Shi Huang looked at Su Li, who wore a cheerful smile, and asked. Naturally, Qin Shi Huang referred to that battle when the Su family rejoined the Great Qin Dynasty, where Qin Shi Huang fought against Su Li using the martial infantry mech against her Yulin Guard mech. Back then, Qin Shi Huang had won, and Su Li admitted defeat. Thinking about it now, Qin Shi Huang suddenly felt like he had been overly naive. "Guess, Your Highness?" Su Li replied with a mischievous smile. Well, there was no need to guess. Yet watching Su Li's beauty coupled with her playful grin, an intense lust surged through Qin Shi Huang. Even though they had been married for 2 or 3 months, Qin Shi Huang was still unable to resist Su Li's charm. Qin Shi Huang stood up right away, walked over to Su Li, and embraced her tightly before picking her up. "I'm not guessing." "Your Highness." Su Li blushed. "Since you've treated me like a fool, I shall surely give you a little punishment," Qin Shi Huang chuckled. "But, it's daytime." Su Li, embarrassed and red-faced in Qin Shi Huang's arms, gave an excuse. There's no such thing as day and night in interstellar space. Moreover, Su Li's strength far surpassed his own. If Su Li really didn't want this, all she would need to do is shake her internal energy flow, and Qin Shi Huang would be immediately thrown off. But Su Li made no move, obviously indicating everything already. Her verbal resistance was nothing more than a maiden's shyness, a pretense of refusal that concealed her acceptance. Not to mention, Qin Shi Huang was certainly not someone lost in indulgence, forgetting royal duties. They were currently handling serious matters, after all. Lately, Li Si had subtly hinted at him in their conversations. Now that Su Li had become the crown princess, if Prince Qin didn't leave her descendants early enough, it wouldn't even make sense. The hologram projection of the virtual training cabin revealed the face of Li Si. Watching Qin Shi Huang take Su Li in his arms and leave, Li Si couldn't help but smile with profound meaning. Li Si had originally come to inform Qin Shi Huang of something significant. But compared to that, what could possibly outweigh the continuation of the ancestral dragon's bloodline? Besides, this matter didn't require direct involvement from His Highness the Crown Prince. In that case, it could be discussed later. With that, Li Si's image vanished from the holographic screen. After the storm had passed, Su Li swatted away Qin Shi Huang's wandering hand, glaring at him reproachfully, then got up to tidy herself. "Your Highness, there are some matters requiring your decision. Please come to the conference room." The voice of Li Si came through an electronic device nearby. Qin Shi Huang was already used to this. Since Li Si no longer had a physical body, or any emotions, he was just a strand of conscious code, and Qin Shi Huang didn't feel bothered at all. "I understand," Qin Shi Huang nodded. "What's going on?" As soon as he stepped out of the room, the holographic projection of Li Si appeared. "The people from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce have come calling," Li Si replied. "Interstellar Chamber of Commerce?" Qin Shi Huang was somewhat puzzled. After the unexpected rescue of one of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce's teams by the Eagle's Nest fleet last time, they had received an invitation letter from them. When they defeated the Yin clan, under Qin Shi Huang's authorization, Li Si had traded Divine Pattern Star Iron for a portion of Eternal Sunlight Metal from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. But how had the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce found them through the invitation letter? For the Divine Pattern Star Iron? Qin Shi Huang thought for a moment. Currently, the only thing that could make the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce take the initiative was the Divine Pattern Star Iron.
Although within the Great Qin ranking system, the Divine Pattern Star Iron and Stellar Gungjin Metal are considered to be of the same grade. In reality, in the minds of many interstellar civilizations, the Divine Pattern Star Iron is far more precious than Stellar Gungjin Metal. Firstly, the Divine Pattern Star Iron is an essential material for collecting stellar energy and manufacturing quantum engine cores. However, obtaining Divine Pattern Star Iron relies purely on luck, since there's no fixed way to acquire it. Only by chance encounters out in space, similar to what happened with the Eagle's Nest fleet. But Stellar Gungjin can be extracted from stars. Given the vastness of interstellar space, stars are countless. Any civilization capable of creating quantum engine cores also has the ability to extract Stellar Gungjin metal from stars. Though the process is laborious and complex, at least there is a consistent method of acquisition. Thus, under this comparison, the precious nature of Divine Pattern Star Iron becomes all the more apparent. Yes. Lisi nodded. Even throughout the entire galaxy, the Divine Pattern Star Iron is a highly sought-after commodity, and even the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce does not have large reserves of it. Soon, Qin Shang arrived at the conference room. Lisi activated a holographic projection showing Su Bintian conversing with Nona. The current contact person with the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce has always been represented by the Su family while maintaining the Eagle's Nest disguise. Thus, naturally, Su Bintian had to deal with Nona. I wonder what the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer in exchange for the Divine Pattern Star Iron. Qin Shang asked. Commander Su is still in negotiation with them. Lisi replied. Qin Shang slightly nodded. The Great Wall faction truly did not lack Divine Pattern Star Iron right now. If they could trade it for other valuable resources, Qin Shang would certainly be happy to do so. However, while they may not be lacking, the Divine Pattern Star Iron remains extremely precious. The Eagle's Nest cannot appear too generous, or others might deduce that they no longer need Divine Pattern Star Iron. Though the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce has always held a good reputation. This is the era of the Black Forest Law of the Cosmos, so one must never let down their guard against others. Chapter 166, World-Ending Level. Uncle, I have a question regarding matters above the Starfighter class mechs. Qin Shang suddenly spoke up as if remembering something. Since he had already married Su Li, even though Qin Shang was the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, it was appropriate to call Su Bingtian uncle. Additionally, the massive mech inside the Divine Rune Star Iron block within the Great Wall was almost fully extracted. However, the analysis of this mech yielded very little information, even by the standards of Great Qin heavy industries. The cockpit area had been identified, but conventional methods couldn't access it. Any violent destruction would damage the mech. Even violent destruction wasn't easy. The materials used in that mech were far too hard. Meanwhile, the Interstellar Chamber has a long tradition, existing before the rise of Great Qin. In fact, before the previous Guardian Yin Shang, the Interstellar Chamber was already conducting business. Thus, concerning the history of outer space, there is probably no civilization more knowledgeable than the Interstellar Chamber. Especially now, since the Interstellar Chamber needs help from Eagle's Nest, it's believed they wouldn't withhold any information. Upon hearing Qin Shang's voice through the nanotechnology earpiece, Su Bingtian remained composed. By the way, Counselor Nwona, Su Bingtian looked at the deep space elf projection in front of him. In our clan, we possess some very ancient documents, albeit with parts missing. But their content intrigues us greatly, given their antiquity. Regarding ancient history, I believe that throughout the galaxy, none are more knowledgeable than your esteemed chamber. If you, Counselor Nwona, could help clarify some doubts, I can promise to release more Divine Rune Star Iron for trade with your chamber. Nwona fell silent momentarily after hearing this, thinking about how all her negotiation with Su Bingtian had led to this point, just for asking one question. After all, some ancient secrets aren't meant for common people to know. No problem, I'll do my best to answer, Nwona responded with a slight smile. Counselor Nwona, as you know, the strongest combat force in today's galaxies must be the Starfighter class mechs, Su Bingtian continued. Upon hearing this, Nwona paused briefly and then nodded thoughtfully. That's right, at least according to current knowledge. Currently, Su Bingtian asked curiously. Currently, in the conference room, Qin Shang was also confused. It was obvious that Nwona's words carried hidden meanings. It seems the Interstellar Chamber indeed holds related records, Qin Shang commented. That's understandable. The Interstellar Chamber has existed for an unfathomably long time. So long that hardly anyone outside of them knows its true origin in today's interstellar world, Li Si remarked reflectively. Indeed, the format of the Interstellar Chamber suited continuity very well. Even the once mighty Great Qin had fallen for various reasons, while the chamber persisted. Yes, currently. Nwona smiled and looked towards Su Bingtian. Since you've asked this question, the ancient text you mentioned must document relevant situations, right? That's correct, Su Bingtian nodded. So, do mechs above the Starfighter level truly exist? They do. Nwona confirmed without hesitation, having speculated on the content of the old text from Su family when Su Bingtian asked the question. Su Bingtian fell silent for a moment. Although most things were already pretty much certain, and the large mech inside the Great Wall was still being analyzed, he was still touched by the definitive confirmation from the Interstellar Chamber. Not completely, Nwona sighed. The mechs above the Starfighter level are called World-Ending class. According to internal records, if a World-Ending class mech were to fully unleash its power in its prime state, it could directly destroy an entire star system. Hence the name World-Ending. World-Ending. Su Bingtian repeated softly. There aren't pure World-Ending class mechs in the present-day interstellar world. However, mechs above the Starfighter class do exist, Nwona murmured. Huh. Su Bingtian was perplexed. If there are no proper world-ending class mechs, how could there be anything above starfighter level? Aren't they the same? It didn't make sense. The 12 winged angels of the angelic race are mechs beyond the starfighter level, reaching half-step world-ending status, Mona explained. I see. Li Si nodded upon hearing this explanation. No wonder, back then, as an upper-level starfighter class mech, it was severely damaged by just one strike from the 12-winged angel. In fact, during your Great Qin period, that primordial dragon mech is also recorded to be a semi-step world-ending class above the starfighter level. After all, according to records, the primordial dragon mech once fought against the 12-winged angel and some other civilizations' top-tier mechs. So, it's estimated that the Great Qin's primordial dragon mech might even be closer to the world-ending level than the 12-winged angel. Mona said while resting her chin on her hand. Primordial dragon of Great Qin? Su Bingtian was somewhat confused. Mona nodded, then added with a sigh. Unfortunately, Great Qin has declined. In the conference hall, Qin Shang and Li Si's projections looked at each other wide-eyed. Is the primordial dragon a semi-step world-ending? Qin Shang asked, puzzled. I don't know either. Li Si shook his head. You're the prime minister, and you don't know? Qin Shang raised an eyebrow, questioning how Prime Minister Li Si, who had been with Great Qin since its beginning, could not know. Really, I don't. Li Si replied innocently. Just comparing the primordial dragon to Bai Qi, it is indeed much stronger. But because the entire body of the primordial dragon mech is made of divine rune metal, we assumed this was the reason. Li Si explained guiltlessly. So does the primordial dragon mech really only require 80% bloodline purity to control? Qin Shang questioned doubtfully. That cough should be. This made Li Si quite unsure of himself. So far, the primordial dragon mech has only been driven by the first emperor. When Emperor Primordial was able to drive the primordial dragon mech, he was an 8th realm cultivator. So, are you guessing that the requirement for driving the primordial dragon mech is 80% bloodline purity? Qin Shang helplessly supplied the rest of the sentence for Li Si. Li Si appeared somewhat embarrassed and didn't say anything. It was obvious Qin Shang was right. Qin Shang couldn't help but laugh wryly, not knowing whether this was good or bad news. Probably, it was still a good thing. After all, the primordial dragon mech was now more powerful. But now Qin Shang didn't know when he would be able to drive the primordial dragon mech. So, where did the technology for the primordial dragon mech come from? Did Great Qin Heavy Industries develop it themselves? Qin Shang brought up another question. By this logic, does Great Qin possess the relevant technology? Chapter 167. No gold in the outer universe. Not. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, those types of mechs are self-developed by Qin based on the remaining technology from Yin. But the Zulong mech isn't, Li Si said somewhat awkwardly. Then where does the Zulong mech come from? Qin Shang was also curious. It was obtained from Earth's ruins. It was when the first emperor was held as a hostage in the state of Zhao that he accidentally entered a ruin. It was inside that ruin that he obtained the Zulong bloodline and the Zulong mech. However, at the time, the first emperor wasn't capable of taking the Zulong mech with him. Only after the first emperor gained the Zulong bloodline did his rise begin. After unifying Qin, the first emperor sent people to retrieve the Zulong mech, but there were no other methods for further action. At the beginning, Qin had too weak a foundation and completely couldn't understand the technologies of those ruins. It wasn't until after Yin guided Qin to this outer universe and granted its technological knowledge that we understood what the Zulong mech was. Even the divine pattern alloy recipe was analyzed from the Zulong mech. Li Si explained. Earth? Qin Shang paused for a moment, realizing Earth wasn't simple either. Some ancient texts vaguely mentioned that the previous outer universe and surface universe used to be interconnected. So it is normal for there to be some ruins left on Earth. Li Si spoke up. Hearing this, Qin Shang nodded slightly. So now, are there Armageddon-level mechs within the Galactic Trade Guild? Su Bingtian subconsciously asked. No. Nona shook her head. Su Bingtian fell silent for a moment. Perhaps even if they exist, they wouldn't reveal them, which is certain. No matter how you look at it, the legacy of the Galactic Trade Guild continuing to this day is definitely not simple. But, the Galactic Trade Guild has the manufacturing technology for Armageddon-level mechs. Nona looked towards Su Bingtian with a half-smile. Su Bingtian's eyebrows rose. Really? Of course it's true. But don't worry about telling you. Your clan can't afford it anyway. If it were the once prosperous Qin dynasty, perhaps there might be a chance. Nona said with a smile. However, even if you could buy it, it wouldn't help. Nona added promptly. Why? Su Bingtian asked curiously. There are no materials. Many alloy materials needed to manufacture an Armageddon-level mech have disappeared from the entire galaxy. We don't know when they went extinct. Nona sighed in frustration. Huh? With your Galactic Trade Guild's capabilities, you still can't gather all those materials. Su Bingtian was surprised. After all, the business domain of the Galactic Trade Guild almost spans the entire star system universe. Such a vast organization cannot even collect these alloy materials? Nona's holographic image rolled her eyes. If we could gather the necessary materials since we already hold the relevant technology, do you think we wouldn't have an Armageddon-level mech yet? Su Bingtian was momentarily speechless. Indeed, that seemed plausible. I don't know what kind of precious materials are required, but even you at the Galactic Trade Guild can't gather them? Su Bingtian asked. Nona hesitated for a moment before raising her head. Fine, I'll give you a list. If you can collect the items on the list, we can trade with the Galactic Trade Guild. If you truly help us build an Armageddon-level mech, we would consider renting it out to you. Or, we might sell it directly to you if you pay the corresponding price. Subsequently, after a series of operations by Nona's hologram,
A list of data was transmitted through the Galactic Trade Guild's invitation. Naturally, Su Bingtian eagerly opened the contents of the invitation. Upon reviewing, Su Bingtian frowned deeply as well, because he had never heard of the materials listed on the list. Similarly, the content of the list immediately appeared before Qin Shang. Seeing the materials on the list, both Qin Shang and Li Si were startled simultaneously. They exchanged glances and found it hard to believe. These materials might seem very foreign to others, but both Qin Shang and Li Si recognized them. For instance, gold. Is there no gold in the outer universe? Qin Shang asked Li Si, puzzled. Li Si pondered carefully and nodded definitively. There really isn't any gold in the outer universe. Because upon coming to this outer universe, gold essentially became useless, so Li Si hadn't paid much attention. And Qin Shang found it hard to believe. How could such a vast outer universe not contain gold? It obviously didn't make sense. Moreover, gold shouldn't be rare, should it? It seemed like they could all be artificially produced, but no one in the outer universe had ever seen them, so they were clueless about the relevant methods. Moreover, many of the materials were common substances on Earth. Since the Galactic Trade Guild hasn't encountered these materials, it means they don't exist within this region of the outer universe, Li Si speculated. After all, with the vast influence of the Galactic Trade Guild, if these materials existed, there's no way they wouldn't have discovered them. Therefore, only one possibility remained. These materials simply did not exist in this part of the outer universe. So, building an Armageddon-level mech actually requires many materials from Earth or perhaps the surface universe. Qin Shang added. The possibility is very high. Li Si said conservatively. In a sense, it was almost certain by now. Both Li Si and Qin Shang were basically clear about this fact. For a moment, both felt excited because while others were unaware, they knew where to get these materials. So, can we obtain these materials now? Qin Shang asked. Qin Shang knew that the link between the outer universe and the surface universe was inside the Great Wall. Yes, though it would come at a significant cost. If we can acquire the technology for constructing an Armageddon-level mech, the necessary materials can be obtained from the surface universe, albeit with some expenditure. Li Si nodded, but then both fell into a brief silence. Even though the Galactic Trade Guild possessed the manufacturing technology for Armageddon-level mechs, there was no need to guess that even with the Great Wall added to Eagle's Nest, they currently lacked the resources to buy them. Don't worry, don't we already have a fully fledged Armageddon-level mech? Qin Shang suddenly grinned. Li Si's hologram also lit up with excitement in his eyes. That's right, deep within the Great Wall, that enormous mech was almost extracted from the divine pattern star iron. We don't even need to extract the corresponding technology from any mech. Just being able to pilot that one makes us practically invincible according to the current situation as described by the Galactic Trade Guild. Li Si analyzed. The mech sealed within the block of divine pattern star iron was undoubtedly an Armageddon-level mech. Chapter 168, Clues Emerging. However, both Qin Shang and Li Si knew that the operation of that thing would definitely not be easy. Currently, they couldn't even fully analyze this mech, let alone pilot it. But it wasn't a problem. As long as they had it in hand, there would always be an opportunity. These materials, why have I never heard of them? Su Bingtian looked at the list of materials in front of him and opened his mouth with confusion. As a high-ranking member of the Su family, inheriting from the remnants of the Yinshang dynasty, he was indeed well-versed in many things. But on this list, these materials were also completely unfamiliar to him, which made sense since Su Bingtian grew up in the outer universe. Xuanhuan was not surprised by Su Bingtian's puzzled face. Otherwise, why wouldn't their interstellar chamber of commerce be able to find them? We have accepted the list. If there is real progress, if we make developments, we will contact the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce immediately. Su Bingtian no longer dwelled on the issue of materials. So, Counselor Nuana, how did such powerful mech technology get lost? Shouldn't your Interstellar Chamber of Commerce still possess such technology? The specific situation is not very detailed in the records of the Interstellar Chamber. There is just a vague description of a great battle. However, I cannot guarantee whether there are other civilizations in the galaxy that might still possess the manufacturing technology for world-ending level mechs. But one thing is certain. Even if there are other civilizations with relevant production techniques, it is impossible for them to manufacture world-ending level mechs. Nuana said with confidence. After all, even their interstellar chamber could not gather all the materials needed to create world-ending level mechs, let alone other civilizations in the galaxy. I see. Su Bingtian nodded in agreement. That's about all the answers I can provide. I don't know if you're satisfied, Nuana said elegantly. Deep space elves themselves are an extremely elegant race. It's certainly very satisfactory. Let us estimate how much spirit pattern star iron we can trade. Secondly, we will check what items we lack roughly, and respond to your guild as soon as possible. Su Bingtian received Qin Shang's signal. Su Bingtian naturally knew that his family was not short of spirit pattern star iron, but he was also clear about the concept of monopolizing rare goods. Secondly, what needs to be exchanged with the interstellar chamber is not something he could decide. Nuana nodded. Once you bring out your list, we can prepare things for you. As long as they are not materials for manufacturing world-ending level mechs, their interstellar chamber can still provide them. Compared to spirit pattern star iron, a rare item, any exchange ratio is not a bad deal unless it's excessive. Oh, by the way, there's one point I can tell you, though I dare not guarantee its authenticity because even I have some doubts. Nuana suddenly spoke up. What? Su Bingtian was startled. According to some ancient records, actually, the world-ending level mecha isn't the pinnacle. There is another highest class mecha mentioned above it. As for the details of this, the records within our Interstellar Chamber of Commerce are also incomplete, so I can't fully assure it's true. So for this point, you need to deliberate among yourselves. After you prepare your list, you can contact the chamber through the invitation letter. That's all, I'll go first. After saying that, Nuana's 3D projection disappeared, leaving Su Bingtian standing there, stunned for a long time until Qin Shang and Li Si appeared. Your Highness. Realizing Qin Shang could call him uncle with respect, Su Bingtian quickly bowed, yet he didn't want to appear overly formal. Uncle, no need for too much ceremony. Qin Shang waved his hand. Did His Highness hear everything? Su Bingtian spoke up. Since Qin Shang and Li Si showed up at this moment, there was no doubt that they had been observing from the shadows all along. Qin Shang nodded. A mech beyond the world-ending level really exists. Su Bingtian laughed bitterly. Who knows? Anyway, it's the first I've ever heard of it. Without our clan's ancient documents, I wouldn't even believe in world-ending level mechs. Not to mention those above the world-ending level. Li Si also showed some doubt. Moreover, technological development, shouldn't it keep improving day by day? Why does it seem like our current advancements can't match past technologies? The most important question is, how did this kind of high-level technology become lost? Qin Shang shrugged. Counselor Nuana talked about it being related to a great war. What kind of war could have caused destruction on such an exaggerated scale? Li Si frowned. The final battle between the great Qin dynasty and the myriad races of the cosmos was already spectacular enough. Li Si experienced the massive final battle between great Qin and the myriad races of the cosmos. At the time, the two sides added up to hundreds of billions of ships and space combat units, affecting nearly 100 star systems. Just in the battle, as many as dozens of star systems were destroyed. So what level of combat could directly eliminate the inheritance of these mechas? Never mind, we cannot trace such things. It's too far removed from us. I'm wondering, could the giant mech inside that spirit pattern star iron possibly be a mech above the world-ending level? Qin Shang felt like he was daydreaming. Li Si shook his head at this moment and spoke. There is almost no possibility. Based on analysis of those ancient books and documents from the Su family, this mech must have had significant ties to the previous dynasty of Yinshang. It should be something prepared by the Yinshang dynasty for a last-ditch effort to turn the tide, though it remains unclear why this tactic wasn't used, but rather sealed away within this enormous spirit pattern star iron. The current findings suggest that the alloy material of this mech's body is much stronger than the divine pattern metallic gold used in the Zhu Long mecha. Are you saying you can analyze its composition? Qin Shang asked Li Si. Perhaps. We've got a lead. Li Si replied. However, at this very moment, it seemed as if Li Si was receiving an information projection which slightly distorted. After a short while, Li Si's projection became solid again. Good news, Your Highness, Li Si smiled and said. Upon comparing the list provided by the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, most of the required elements match perfectly. Li Si's voice carried a slight sense of excitement. Others might not understand those unfamiliar elements, but Li Si did. Previously, they didn't have any clues, but now with part of the materials list supplied by the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, Daqin Heavy Industries finally has a starting point. The hardest part is always the beginning. Now with a clue, the analysis at Daqin Heavy Industries commenced immediately. Sure enough, results came quickly. The recent message transmission was regarding the analysis situation received from the Great Wall of Daqin Heavy Industries. Having a clue is good. We don't need to rush. According to intelligence from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, there should be no civilization currently able to produce mechs on par with the world-ending level. Qin Shang chuckled. Chapter 169. Looking forward to future cooperation. If you have any needs, you can contact our Interstellar Chamber of Commerce through an invitation letter, and we will try our best to serve you. The transaction was successful, resulting in a substantial amount of divine pattern star iron, precisely 1 cubic meter of it, with a purity level reaching 99%. This is the largest portion of divine pattern star iron that we can cut at this moment, exceeding half of our reserves, Su Bingtian said, revealing a hint of reluctance on his face, indirectly implying that their stockpile of divine pattern star iron was also dwindling. However, in reality, this cubic meter of divine pattern star iron meant nothing for the Great Qin. This was merely some fragmented ore that had been smelted into divine pattern star iron blocks. It didn't even reach a fraction of the fragmented ore, highlighting just how incredibly vast the reserves of divine pattern star iron were within the Great Wall. Come to think of it, you're not losing out either. Nuna smiled slightly as she said this. Haha. Indeed, looking forward to future cooperation, Su Bingtian responded with a laugh. Indeed, there was no loss here. Although divine pattern star iron was extremely valuable, everything has its price. This time, the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce acquired these batches of divine pattern star iron at a price that exceeded the current market value by 30%. While this may seem like just a 30% increase, considering the immense value of divine pattern star iron, this additional amount was an astronomical figure. Furthermore, at this price, both Eagle's Nest and even the Great Wall behind it exchanged many essential resources from the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, there was absolutely no loss in this deal. As for the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, even though they overpaid, divine pattern star iron was rare and often existed in a situation where prices weren't determined solely by supply and demand. Therefore, the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce wasn't at a disadvantage either. They were merchants, and the potential value that could be derived from the divine pattern star iron in their possession would definitely far exceed the cost. There wasn't much more to say about this. It was simply the principle of specialization, and the profit they earned was what they deserved. Following this, the communication ended. The actual handover location for the items would be at the former Goblin territory, now serving as Eagle Nest's main base. As for the territory belonging to the Yin Yang clan, since the Goblin domain had already been taken over by Eagle Nest first, the relevant setup was naturally more complete within Eagle Nest's main base. Although incidents were unlikely, given the credibility of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce was still worth trusting, caution never hurt anyone. Besides, Li Si from the Eagle Nest side was still keeping an eye on things. For a moment, Qin Shang envied the convenience of Li Si being a data-based life form. He was truly omnipresent. As long as there was a connection to the data network, Li Si could go wherever he wished, and his capabilities entirely depended on the strength of data processing. At the same time that the transaction between Eagle Nest and the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce was completed, Eagle Nest's fleet was finally approaching their destination, the territory of the Star Swallowers. The upcoming system belongs to the Star Swallower race's Disk Galaxy, which is one of their frontier defensive star systems. According to intelligence, the Star Swallower race's expeditionary fleet is currently launching an attack towards the Dwarven Dragon civilization in another direction. The Dwarven Dragons control 30 stellar systems, and their power matches that of the Yin Yang clan. For the Star Swallowers to conquer the Dwarven Dragons, they must bring something significant to the table. Hence, the military strength inside the Star Swallower clan should not be too great at the moment. If we manage to capture more than half of the Star Swallowers' territory before their fleet returns, it will be easy for us. Moreover, we've already sent messengers to the Dwarven Dragon civilization. Li Si presented the analysis of intelligence via projection. Each individual from the Star Swallowers was immensely strong. Combined with the Star Swallower armor custom-built for them by the great Qin heavy industries in the past, they represented the pinnacle of ground combat capabilities. Additionally, after breaking away from the Great Qin, the Star Swallowers enslaved the Weasel-Tooth civilization. Unlike the Star Swallower race, the Weasel-Tooths lacked extraordinary physical strength. Superpowered beings among them were extraordinarily scarce. However, they were intellectually astute, with exceptionally high IQ levels. Initially, the Star Swallowers only subjugated the Weasel-Tooths, but as civilizational developments advanced, the marks of enslavement long disappeared. Now, there are members of the Weasel-Tooth race within the higher echelons of the Star Swallower administration. Almost all the interstellar warships and other high-tech creations of the Star Swallower race were under the Weasel-Tooth's control, whereas their core fighting force remained dominated by the Star Swallowers. Thus, the two races formed a symbiotic relationship characterized by mutual dependence. Uncle, please execute the battle plan. The Crown Princess and I can both serve as combat units. Qin Shang took a deep breath. Su Li hadn't conceived yet, so she was available to act as peak-level combat strength. It wasn't due to Qin Shang's lack of effort or any deficiency in their bodies. In truth, the stronger the powers of those who transcended, the harder it became for them to leave descendants behind. Perhaps this was some kind of restriction placed upon transcendence by fate itself. Qin Shang was currently a 6th realm ancestor dragon Qi cultivator, while Su Li had reached the 7th realm. Frankly speaking, this level of strength wasn't exactly low, so if they wished to leave offspring behind, Qin Shang still needed to work hard. Qin Shang quietly patted his waist, thinking that though the beauty was alluring, it was indeed straining for the waist. Then, they followed the old tactic again. The entirety of the 30,000 ships in the Eagle Nest fleet entered the optical refraction state and initiated electronic silence. This trick never failed against civilizations with slightly lower technological levels. As a frontier defensive star system of the Star Swallower race, the Disk Galaxy naturally had various warning outposts and deep space detectors scattered around it. But right under the eyes of these warning outposts and deep space detectors, the Eagle Nest fleet stealthily infiltrated the Disk Galaxy. Lock onto their important military bases and take them down as quickly as possible. Unmanned reconnaissance drones are being deployed. Initiate signal jamming. Be careful not to get discovered by them. After entering the Disk Galaxy, the arrangements made by Eagle Nest were carried out methodically. Soon, the most crucial military base of the Star Swallowers in the Disk Galaxy was located, and some other minor bases were also locked onto. In this way, about 2 days passed silently. Maintaining the state of optical refraction and electronic silence, the Eagle Nest fleet had been in the Disk Galaxy for 2 days, reacting continuously. However, those members of the Star Swallower race had no response at all. They hadn't noticed anything. There's nothing to do about it. They had become too accustomed to their comfort. In this area of the star domain, their race, the Star Swallowers, was the strongest civilization. They only invaded others, and since the Great Qin era, the Star Swallowers had never been invaded. Thus, the soldiers guarding the frontier star systems were almost entirely mechanized, simply punching in and out like clockwork. Who would dare to invade them? The surrounding star system civilizations could only pray that we wouldn't invade them. And so, Eagle Nest's relevant arrangements were almost complete. Are you ready? Conduct the final check on all aspects. Su Bingtian gave instructions. Not long after, reports came in one after another, all confirming readiness. Excellent. Detonate. Boom. Instantly, brilliant fireworks lit up all over the Disk Galaxy. Chapter 170. Taking over the Disk Galaxy. Compared to the vast Disk Galaxy, this explosion of fireworks was actually not very noticeable. However, the Star-Eating clan guarding this border star system was stunned. All Star-Eating clan interstellar units on external missions lost contact with headquarters in an instant. As for the people at the Star-Eating clan military bases within the Disk Galaxy, they had already turned into fireworks long ago. Supernova bomb. Without the Star-Eating clans even realizing it, the Eagle's Nest fleet had completely mapped out all of their military bases within the Disk Galaxy and delivered a big gift to each one. Drones loaded with appropriately sized supernova bombs were lurking near these star-eating clan bases. After the layout was completed, they detonated collectively, creating this current scene. Following that, Eagle's Nest fleet and Star Mechs immediately locked onto the Star-Eating Clan space teams who were out on duty. With the cooperation between the Star ships and the Star Mechs, the disoriented Star-Eating Clan's fleets were practically swept away effortlessly. Most of the Star-Eating Clans didn't even know what was happening. And just like that, hardly any effort was needed, as the Star-Eating Clan's border star system was taken over. Not even the entire Star-Eating civilization knew yet that they had lost control of their border star system. Subsequently, Eagle's Nest quickly took over the relevant defenses and continued to dispatch forces to push into the internal star systems of the Star-Eating Clans. Unexpectedly, it was so easy. Then what did we fight for before? Qin Shi Huang looked somewhat dejected at the holographic screen where the captured Star-Eating Clans were furiously resisting. It must be said, those ordinary members of the Star-Eating Clan seemed to be obediently staying in the corner, looking quite docile. But those extraordinary members of the Star-Eating Clans looked considerably more ferocious, somewhat resembling the werewolves from the vampire movies Qin Shi Huang used to watch back on Earth. Though their appearances weren't as rugged as those werewolves, they were relatively softer. His Highness the Crown Prince is taking things too much for granted. The reason why everything went so smoothly this time is because, besides our technological level far surpassing the Star-Eating Clans, the core reason is that the Star-Eating Clans within the Disk Galaxy had no alertness whatsoever. Li Si smiled and said. Qin Shi Huang thought about it, and realized it was indeed the case. Although Eagle's Nest technology was inherited from Great Qin Heavy Industries, compared to the true Great Qin Heavy Industries, there was still a gap. A lot of time was consumed in making all these arrangements. If the Star-Eating Clans had enough vigilance, even if routine patrols were tight, they would have detected some traces. After all, sufficiently powerful supernova bombs themselves have notable energy reactions, despite being masked through electronic silence and optical refraction coatings. Energy reactions can still be detected. In the battlefield during Gao Bulin's operation, the reason why the supernova bomb could be successfully deployed was due to the battlefield being already chaotic with energy currents everywhere, making it hard to detect the bomb's energy signature easily. But now, the Disk Galaxy was at peace, with no fighting going on. Ultimately, Eagle's Nest side caught them by surprise. The Star-Eating Clans never expected anyone to attack them. As for previous battles, whether it was the Gao Bulins or the Yin Yang clans, they were all well aware that Eagle's Nest was soon to arrive. Let's take advantage of the Star-Eating Clan's lack of response, tighten up our strategy, and strive for subsequent battles to be easily won. Qin Shi Huang responded and scrolled his hologram screen to look at another batch of prisoners. This was a race incomparably smaller than the Star-Eating Clans, the Weasel-Toothed tribe. The image of this clan somewhat resembled Rocket Raccoon from previous movies. Relax, Commander Su is still very skilled at this aspect, Li Si laughed and said. Then Li Si opened several other projections. On the starry sky side of the Disk Galaxy, we have fully taken control, but there are still quite a number of resistance forces within some planets. The footage showed the interior situation of a habitable planet within the Disk Galaxy. Hundreds, or even thousands of Star-Eating Clan superhumans, wearing peculiar armor, were attacking the Eagle's Nest facilities set up on those planets. It must be admitted, with the Star-Eating Clan superhumans equipped with those Star-Eating armors, Eagle's Nest ground forces were continuously retreating under their attacks. TSK, really formidable. Qin Shi Huang observed this scene with great interest. As for the facilities about to be overrun by the Star-Eating Clans, Qin Shi Huang wasn't concerned. It was merely a small portion of resource expenditure. There was no one in these outposts, only intelligent robots and Li Si. The primary function of the outposts was to house the mainframes, supporting Li Si's computations. After all, Eagle's Nest didn't have enough manpower. How could there be personnel dispatched here when even smart robots could handle all tasks? The moment the Star-Eating Clans who were staging resistance took over these outposts, it marked their doom. Every swing of the extraordinary Star-Eating Clan's sharp claws had the power to split mountains and cleave stones. It would take just 3 to 4 strikes for the alloy armor of intelligent robots to be torn apart by these Star-Eating Clans, then the core inside destroyed. Sure enough, as soon as the defense lines of the outposts were completely broken, an enormous energy beam suddenly shot down from the sky at an incredible speed. Though the extraordinary Star-Eating Clans noticed this, they had no time to retreat. Boom. A terrifying energy ripple instantly engulfed a radius of 10 to 20 kilometers around the outpost. As the energy slowly subsided, there was nothing left within the area that the energy had covered. Not even ruins or debris remained. Only a stretch of sandy soil. Everything was annihilated. This was the power of orbital weapons. Thus, in this interstellar era, what mattered was technology. Individual strength was truly insignificant. Even if there were some extraordinary individual abilities, they were still meant to serve more powerful technological means. For instance, the pilots of mechs. While the internal members of the Star-Eating Clan had great individual powers, before the orbital weapons, they were treated equally like everyone else. As for Eagle's Nest, although it indeed lost one of its outposts, as long as there were sufficient energy and resources, Eagle's Nest could produce endless numbers of such outposts. Did we send down any star mechs? Qin Shi Huang opened his mouth with doubt as he gazed at the heavenly destroying orbital weapon. Eagle's Nest had naturally encountered internal resistance on many planets. However, each time it was strongly suppressed by Eagle's Nest's armed robots. And now, this resistance by the Star-Eating Clans was undoubtedly the most powerful one yet. But it still didn't amount to much. just directly sending down star mechs to obliterate them. A single platoon mech could sweep away any group of star-eating clans below 10,000 units. However, when some powerful extraordinary star-eating clans cooperated in groups numbering hundreds to thousands, they indeed could rival the ordinary star mechs. But that was only normal space mechs. Facing Eagle's Nest standard mechs, based on calculations from previous battles, at least 10,000 extraordinary star-eating clans were needed to counter them. Chapter 171. There is. Lisi nodded. However, the extraordinarily strong resistance will of these star-eating races is particularly intense. The 2,000 star space mechs we dispatched are not enough to handle it. All mechs must be grouped into teams of 3 for missions because these star-eating races indeed have the ability to threaten our star space mechs. Lisi said helplessly. Qin Shi Huang fell silent for a moment. What's the reaction from the star-eating race? So far, there's none. They probably haven't been able to fully verify the loss of the disk galaxy yet. Lisi was somewhat exasperated. Looking at the star-eating race, they were truly corrupt. How large was their territory? And already so many useless people had emerged. Although they took over the disk galaxy very quickly, the star-eating race still didn't respond, which undoubtedly indicated internal issues. The Great Qin was once so powerful and did not experience such corruption problems. After separating from the Great Qin, the star-eating race, in just occupying 100 or so galaxies, already produced this level of corruption. But come to think of it, if the Great Qin had corruption on this scale, it would never have reached that level of prosperity. Lisi glanced at the Weiqi race on Qin Shi Huang's projection screen. Lisi roughly figured out where the star-eating race's problem lay. It was due to the twin race situation. The star-eating race itself had strong individual combat abilities, but their talent for technology was, frankly speaking, nothing much. Originally, the Weiqi race was conquered by the star-eating race and, after a long period of adaptation, gradually formed this dual-race civilization structure. Almost 90% of the high-tech creations of the star-eating race were controlled by the Weiqi race. Although they were a twin-race civilization, remember that the Weiqi were originally a conquered and enslaved race. Thus, there has always been some estrangement between the Weiqi and the star-eating race. Without alignment between them, it's understandable that this kind of corruption appeared within the civilization. If that's the case, then there's no need for us to be overly cautious. Send all the remaining warrior mechs and Iron Guard mechs to forcefully suppress the resisting star-eating race. It's enough to leave the Imperial Guard's mech for coordination with the 3 10,000-strong fleet of starships. And there's the Crown Princess and me as well. Qin Shi Huang made the arrangement. After pondering for a moment, Lisi nodded. No problem. Even though they've taken control of the disk galaxy, they need to completely take charge of this galaxy before the star-eating race counterattacks. Otherwise things might get complicated later. After all, the star-eating race, controlling more than 100 stellar systems, can still muster formidable forces. Hopefully, the dwarf dragon people can cooperate a bit. Qin Shi Huang clicked his tongue. Before Hawk's Nest made its move on the disk galaxy, they had already sent messages to the dwarf dragon people who were under attack by the star-eating race. The gist was that Hawk's Nest would collaborate with them. All they needed to do was to delay the star-eating race's main force slightly, while they seized the opportunity to act from behind. If they could inflict significant losses on the star-eating race, then the star-eating race might lose interest in dealing with the dwarf dragon people. Of course, actually, the next target for Hawk's Nest was the dwarf dragon people themselves. Once the star-eating race was dealt with, this relatively close dwarf dragon people civilization would likely be annexed effortlessly. It doesn't matter. Even if the dwarf dragon people don't cooperate, we can still defeat the star-eating race. It'll just take more time. Lisi smiled as he said this. Time flowed by. It wasn't until almost a week had passed, and the disk galaxy was entirely under Hawk's Nest's control, that the star-eating race officially confirmed the loss of the disk galaxy. But they still didn't know who their enemy was. So, only a few scattered reconnaissance fleets were sent out. Hawk's Nest had already made corresponding arrangements throughout the disk galaxy. Thus, when the star-eating race's reconnaissance fleets entered range, their movements were already being monitored. Mainly because most of the star-eating race's main forces were on the other side, nearly 200 to 300 light-years away from the disk galaxy, attacking the dwarf dragons. Since the situation regarding the disk galaxy was unclear at the moment, the star-eating race could only carefully probe. After all, Hawk's Nest moved too fast, leaving the star-eating race no chance to transmit intelligence. Just eliminate them outright. Don't let them gather any intelligence. Qin Shi Huang grinned upon seeing the star-eating race fleet displayed on the space radar. Following the order, the Hawk's Nest fleet swiftly set off, launched an assault, and those star-eating race fleets disappeared in the bombardment without even knowing what happened. Since the star-eating race is now paying attention to the disk galaxy, we can try to utilize our previous arrangements. Let's prepare a big gift for the star-eating race. Qin Shi Huang grinned. The Hawk's Nest fleet staying in the disk galaxy has accomplished more than just controlling this galaxy. Corresponding arrangements have already extended 5 or 6 stellar systems deep into the star-eating race's internal territory, completely without their knowledge. For example, space anchor points and similar configurations. Prime Minister Lisi, is there any reaction from the star-eating race on the interstellar network? Su Bingtian spoke up to inquire. The corresponding signal anchors have long since entered the star-eating race's internal star system, so Lisi had already been gathering intelligence inside the star-eating race's interstellar network. There indeed hasn't been much of a guesswork. Although the star-eating race and Weiqi race are cohabiting races of the same civilization, there have always been contradictions between them. Lisi said, The star-eating race still considers the Weiqi race as their slaves at heart, especially the extraordinary ones among the star-eating race, who persist with that notion. But within the Weiqi race, there are two voices. One side believes they already have the ability to try breaking away from the star-eating race, re-establish, or even directly carve out part of the star-eating race's territory as their own civilization. While another part holds that their own strength isn't strong enough, and they must still rely on the star-eating race to survive, Li Si answered. What doesn't belong to our kind will surely differ in heart, right? Qin Shi Huang smirked slightly. In that case, I'll set off with the Crown Princess first. Be cautious with everything. Don't worry. The Crown Princess is with me, and I also have a stellar-class mech under my command. Facing a star-eating race devoid of any stellar-class mech capability is not a challenge. Qin Shi Huang responded with a smile. As a spatial turbulence began, two massive shadows appeared amidst the stars. This was one of the interstellar systems belonging to the star-eating race, separated from the disk galaxy by 3 stellar systems. How is the situation, Your Highness? Qin Shi Huang asked. All normal. Maintain silence and head to the designated location, Su Li replied. Together, the two individuals in their two mechs plunged deep behind enemy lines. Chapter 172, The Factory of the Star Devourer Clan. In the silent starry sky, two massive mechs moved quietly under conditions of optical refraction and electromagnetic silence. They were none other than Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 and Su Li's Divine General Mech, traveling through the star system within the territory of the Star Devourer clan. But as for the Star Devourer clan, there was no trace of preparation whatsoever. During their journey, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li encountered some fleets, both civilian and military, but they showed no intention of reconnaissance at all. After all, the common folk inside the Star Devourer clan only knew that they were currently attacking the Dwarf Dragon clan, and with great advantage. They had no clue that a border star system in another direction had already fallen to an unknown enemy. Thus, this internal star system of the Star Devourer clan bore absolutely no signs of tension or alertness. Now, the Zulong Type 2 operated by Qin Shi Huang was unsurprising, but Su Li's Divine General Mech, an upper-class star annihilator mech entering deep into its own territory star system. This would be something not even the mighty Angel clan or Demon clan would dare to do. The destructive power that an unrestricted star annihilator mech could unleash was truly terrifying. In just half a day, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li arrived at their destination. This teleportation itself wasn't too far from the target location. After all, if it were too distant, it wouldn't have been convenient for doing work. However, as they approached the target, there were still some vigilance and patrol forces around. Yet the scale was small, not like those prepared for military threats, but rather resembling defenses against civilians. After all, when you have a large forest, every kind of bird can appear. There are always those who are aimlessly driving their starships, wandering randomly through the universe. A defense force of this level posed no challenge to Qin Shi Huang and Su Li. Ahead, a colorful, enormous planet stood out. This was their target this time. Of course, colorful wasn't the natural color of this planet, but rather the lights reflecting on its surface made it particularly conspicuous amidst the pitch-black depths of space. Here was the largest factory of the entire Star Devourer clan, a factory for producing Star Devourer armor, an entire planet dedicated to that purpose. According to data hacked by Li Si via the Interstellar Network, this planet still held nearly 100 billion sets of Star Devourer armors in storage. If gathered during a critical moment for the Star Devourer clan, combining their civilization's extraordinary members with 100 billion Star Devourer armors could unleash shocking power. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li had come. Their goal, naturally, was clear: to infiltrate and destroy such a vast planet, which only a Divine General Mech could achieve. Perhaps the Scaly Snake Mech in Qin Shi Huang's possession could also accomplish it, but currently, Qin Shi Huang couldn't yet operate the Scaly Snake Mech to unleash Star Annihilator level strength. About right here, this distance should be enough. Su Li controlled the Divine General Mech to stop, hiding within a cluster of nebula energy. These nebula energy clusters were filled with intense electromagnetic interference. Ordinary weaker interstellar civilizations, like the previous True One clan and the Tentacle clan, before receiving technological support from Eagle's Nest, these nebula energy clusters could even interfere with their interstellar warships. Of course, to Qin Shi Huang's Zulong Type 2 and Su Li's Divine General Mech, such electromagnetic interference was completely negligible. Alright, Qin Shi Huang nodded. Then, the Divine General Mech began assembling the colossal Star Annihilator bow. Once assembled, the bow began to charge. The quantum engine core of the Divine General Mech began to oscillate, pumping massive amounts of energy through its frame to supply power to the Star Annihilator bow. Simultaneously, a heavy burden was placed on Su Li, yet she had to maintain her current state, using her own chi to stabilize the energy flowing through the Divine General Mech. Compared to the tremendous amount of energy produced by the quantum engine core, even though Su Li was a 7th-stage cultivator, her internal chi seemed insignificant. But this slight amount of chi played an indispensable role, soothing and guiding the energy. Though the energy of the quantum engine core had already undergone compression and quantification to form the core, ultimately, it remained volatile, and the driver's personal energy served as the stabilizing and directing force. Humming noises resonated. As the energy continued to build up, waves of intangible energy ripples spread outward, causing the surrounding nebula energy clusters to begin trembling. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang piloted the Zulong Type 2, closely watching the colorful distant planet. At this moment, any disruption of the Divine General Mech would result in total failure.
Though this distance was actually quite far, nearly a light year away, with various meteor swarms, interstellar dust, and even several moons orbiting the massive planet interspersed between them. Qin Shi Huang also had to rely on the divine general mech to detect that enormous planet. Although it seemed far, 1 light year is actually quite near for interstellar civilizations. In fact, very close. Even civilian emergency radars could easily monitor targets and units a light year away. However, Qin Shi Huang had clearly overestimated the vigilance of the Star Devourer clan. All the way until Su Li's divine general mech was about to complete its energy storage, there was still no movement on that colorful planet. Good heavens. Qin Shi Huang slightly gaped. These guys' alertness was really too low. Even Gao Bulin from before could have detected some signs. This wasn't the fault of the people of the Star Devourer clan. After all, this was their core territory, 3-star systems away from the border system and amidst the stars. Although the high-ups on this planet had already received news of enemy incursions and that the border star system had lost contact, the higher-ups of the civilization were preparing to transfer part of the Star Devourer armors from here. But they didn't feel much impending danger. As the most powerful civilization in the surrounding star domain, they didn't believe anyone could infiltrate their internal star system. It was only after the divine general mech launched the Star Annihilator bow that the defense system on the planet emitted sharp explosions. What's going on? Detected an annihilating level energy attacking us. Where does this annihilating level energy come from? Aren't the front star systems yet to fall? What are the military personnel doing, letting them sneak in? Activate the satellite defense system. Immediately request reinforcements from the military department. As one of the key cores of the Star Devourer clan, the factory producing the Star Devourer armor naturally possessed considerable defensive capabilities. Even if a fleet of Star Annihilator ships arrived, it would be impossible to take down this planet in a short time. But, this time, what arrived wasn't Star Annihilator ships. Rather, Star Annihilator mechs. And upper-class Star Annihilator mechs. Even the ram-headed fortresses of the Yin Yang clan, given enough charging time by the divine general mech, could be directly shattered. And at this moment, the satellites surrounding that planet quickly gathered along the trajectory of the Star Annihilator bow. Chapter 173. Have you detected where the attack originated from? As they watched the satellites already intercepting on orbit, the upper management of these armor factories let out a sigh of relief. The source is inside a nebula cloud nearly 1 light year away, but we haven't detected any enemies yet. Waste, what about our security system? I don't think I'm mistaken. Our patrol and vigilance range should be 3 light years around the factory, right? Why can they sneak within 1 light year without anyone noticing? That nebula cloud is full of electromagnetic interference. Under normal circumstances, reconnaissance on those nebula clouds is directly skipped. Our reconnaissance crafts entering there would not necessarily be destroyed outright, but surely damaged. How did they manage to infiltrate then? Go settle accounts with you later. But do they really have a chance to settle accounts? Whoosh. A star-annihilating crossbow carried with terrifying momentum shot towards the planet. 2 asteroids blocked the path of the star-annihilating crossbow, creating an energy barrier that was terrifying. Even for a star-annihilating ship, it would take quite some effort to break through these barriers. It seemed like the enemy somehow got wind of our being the largest star-annihilating armor factory of the Star-Devouring clan. So, they smuggled in a star-annihilating ship or a star-annihilating cannon carrier. The latter has a higher probability. The star-annihilating ship and the star-annihilating cannon carrier are completely different things. A star-annihilating ship outclasses a carrier by leaps and bounds. As for star-annihilating mechas, they never considered them at all. In this surrounding region of space, let alone star-annihilating mechas, even star mechas were few. So what about star-annihilating mechas? Therefore, they unconsciously ignored the existence of mechas. Secondly, there were 2 such energy barriers. Plus, even if the energy barriers were breached, these satellites themselves would also serve as a line of defense. As for other directions, there were more satellites. There were 12 asteroids modified into satellites around the entire planet. These 12 satellites were the source of confidence for the management. However, time did not allow for mobilization of the others. So only the 2 closest could be called in. But just these 2 are sufficient enough. Because according to the detection, the opposing side's star-annihilating energy attack had only 1 beam. With merely 1 beam of energy attack, 1 satellite should suffice, though both had already been mobilized as a precaution anyway. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a purple glow emerged at extreme speed from deep within the stars. Penetrate. Indeed, the energy shield deployed by the entire asteroid was penetrated. After penetrating the energy shield, there didn't seem to be any sign of depletion on the purple star-annihilating bolt. Far away, Qin Shi Huang, observing from afar, snorted his disapproval. What kind of thing is this? This energy barrier conjured by the asteroid pales compared to the previous sheephead fortress of the Yin Yang tribe. Even the energy shield of the sheephead fortress couldn't stand up against a god general mecha at full charge. There's no way around it. Although these asteroids represent almost the pinnacle of star-devouring clan technology. Back then, the sheephead fortress of the Yin Yang tribe was guided by the hidden snake tribe and almost gathered the full might of their civilization to craft this creation. Impossible. The top manager of this planet apparently cannot accept this reality. These energy barriers are known to be able to block attacks from star-annihilating ships. So what exactly is this star-annihilating level energy attack? Why can't it be stopped? Asteroids. Move the asteroid bodies forward immediately. Intercept it at all costs. He shouted in near desperation. These asteroid-modified satellites are essentially their pride. 1 destroyed means 1 less. But given the situation now, there's no time for such concerns.
If this purple star-annihilating energy isn't intercepted, then everyone will die, including the planet itself, as well as the billion star-devouring armors on the planet. Since Li Si already knew of this planet and its billion star-devouring armors, how could he possibly be unaware of these 12 satellites? Still, Qin Shi and Su Li came, meaning that clearly, the God General Mecha has enough power to handle those satellites. Whoosh. Sure enough, the purple electromagnetic energy arrow was unstoppable. Having pierced through the energy shield, it proceeded to pierce through the asteroid-turned satellite entirely, maintaining momentum as it continued toward the next energy shield constructed by the satellite. Boom. Only at this point did the penetrated satellite explode into a shower of sparks across the sky. With 1 out of 12 satellites destroyed, they paid no mind to their sorrow. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! They stared fixedly at the purple energy light stream colliding with the energy barrier of the next satellite. Whoosh. Alas, they were disappointed. The second energy barrier was as fragile as an ordinary piece of paper and was directly pierced through once again. It was only now that a slight weakening in the might of the purple energy arrow could be discerned. But that was all. It's over. Almost everyone on the star-devouring side had faces ashen as death. At this rate, it was clear that the fate of the next satellite would be no different from the previous ones. Friends, while there's still time, leave your last words quickly. Looking at the energy arrow, a high-level manager of one of the factories muttered to himself, I don't want to die. No. At this point, reconnaissance drones finally captured the nebula dust in the area where Qin Shi and Su Li were located. By now, the nebula dust had long been dispersed by the terrifying energy ripples unleashed with the launch of the star-annihilating crossbow. Thus, Su Li and Qin Shi's 2 mechas were now clearly floating in the middle of the starry sky. Mecha. Though they had subconsciously ignored the presence of mechas, that did not mean they were unaware of their terror. No wonder we can't stop it. As they looked at the images of the General Mecha, combined with the current state of the General Mecha dismantling the star-annihilating crossbow, they already knew why they couldn't stop it. It was a star-annihilating level mecha. A fully charged star-annihilating mecha far outclasses the main cannon of a star-annihilating ship in power. And their alarm systems, though detecting the star-annihilating level energy, failed to discern the specific strength of the energy. After all, any attack exceeding that threshold is classified as star-annihilating level. It wasn't wrong. This planet holds more than 90% of the star-devouring clan's star-annihilating armors here. Since the enemy has directly locked onto this planet, it is obvious that their target must be our entire star-devouring clan. So, leaving last words is just redundant. Star-annihilating level mecha. Whoosh. The luminous arrow penetrated the last satellite blocking its path, then tore through the atmosphere of the planet and plunged down viciously. Chapter 174. Looking at the Star Knight armor factory planet, which exploded into a starry sky of fireworks. Qin Shi and Su Li quickly piloted their mecha away from this part of space. The explosion of such a huge planet would have no small impact on the entire star system. Moreover, with the mission already completed, it was natural for the two not to stay here waiting for scrutiny by the Star Devourer race. In the next period of time, key areas within the heartland of the Star Devourers were constantly being hit by devastating blows. This made the higher-ups of the Star Devourer race jump in anger. They dispatched large numbers of fleets to search for these elusive enemies. But they came up empty-handed every time. That mysterious enemy appeared like ghostly shadows. Furious, the higher-ups of the Star Devourers finally decided to recall their expeditionary forces and establish strict defenses. If they continued allowing that enigmatic enemy to keep striking, most of their core infrastructure would be destroyed. However, as the Star Devourers prepared to pull back their fleets, the Dwarf Dragon race launched frantic counterattacks against their fleet, even initiating suicidal offensives that disregarded casualties. This gave the now conservative Star Devourer fleet endless trouble. Dear, how are you doing? We should be about done. Shall we head back? Qin Shi asked with some concern, looking at Su Li, whose complexion had turned slightly pale. At this moment, the two were inside a small spacecraft, one brought along during the expedition. Naturally, it was stored using subspace compression technology on an accessory. Su Li's necklace contained the vessel of this small spacecraft. Otherwise, after being out for so long, the two couldn't just remain inside a mecha all the time. Even if running at its lowest power, a mecha still exerts some load. Over the past few days, Su Li consecutively condensed about a dozen Stellar Buster attacks. For a divine general mecha, this wasn't much of a problem. But for Su Li, the burden was immense. It's fine. The current confirmed targets are more or less complete. It's okay to go back. The Eagle's Nest should also be about ready to launch the final assault. Qin Shi said. The purpose of this trip was mostly accomplished, mainly laying groundwork for the upcoming major offensive. Subsequently, Qin Shi piloted the Zulong 2 mecha to set up the teleportation frame outside. These materials were carried on their person. As for energy, the small spacecraft already had sufficient power blocks installed internally. After all, only this small spacecraft was to be teleported, and the distance wasn't too far, so it wouldn't consume much energy. With a wave of spatial fluctuations, the small spacecraft driven by Qin Shi and Su Li disappeared into this vast expanse of stars. And naturally, the Star Devourer race was doomed to come up empty-handed. As for this small teleportation framework, it was a one-time use item. Once the teleportation was complete, it shattered and floated in the void, becoming space debris. Your Highness, Prince Consort, you're back. You've worked hard. The space anchor point of the teleportation was at a habitable planet of the Star Devourers where the Eagle's Nest fleet's main base in the Disk Galaxy lay. How's the preparation for the total attack going? Qin Shi asked the projection of Li Si. It's all prepared and ready to initiate at any time. 10,000 interstellar mecha are also all in position. Li Si responded. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Then we can proceed. This time around, the tactics involving supernova bombs couldn't be used again. After all, the disk galaxy had fallen, and the star devourer side had become cautious now. Setting up supernova bombs would easily get discovered. However, the Eagle's Nest main battle fleet had quietly entered the next star system and was positioned for action at critical locations. During this time, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li's assaults left the internal star devourer race completely chaotic, making news of enemy incursions uncontrollable. After all, the chaos caused was massive. The interstellar network of the star devourer race had been thrown into chaos, and many disturbances were occurring among civilians, all tying up the star devourer's resources. After all, suppressing civil unrest among the star devourer race was not an easy task since their individuals were extraordinarily powerful. There were disadvantages as well. Additionally, the main fleet hadn't returned yet, and with hundreds of billions of star devourer armors destroyed, the forces the star devourer officialdom could temporarily muster were extremely limited. This was exactly the best time to launch a full-scale attack. What was most lethal was that the Weaseltooth race had started to cause trouble. The more radical factions within the Weaseltooth believed this was the best opportunity to break free from the star devourer rule. Thus, the star devourer race itself began to experience turmoil within its ranks. This was one of the hidden dangers of symbiotic civilizations. After all, the Weaseltooth clan had initially been captured and enslaved. In this situation, the hidden dangers had been there all along. Things had gone too smoothly before, so it hadn't blown up until now. Now, with the star devourers suffering unprecedented setbacks, naturally this was their best chance to turn against them. The total attack began. Although the star devourers were prepared, under absolute power superiority, in just half a month, the Eagle's Nest fleet easily took over more than a dozen star systems of the star devourers. This threw the star devourer race into utter chaos. They had always been the ones invading others. But now, they didn't even know who the attacking enemy was when they had already lost over a dozen star systems. This made the sky fall on the star devourers. At this time, the main expeditionary fleet sent to the dwarf dragon race returned late. Your Highness, the star devourer long-range expedition fleet has returned. It seems those dwarf dragons aren't very capable. Qin Shi Huang grinned and said, they are not that strong in strength, probably equivalent to the Yin sheep race. Li Si shook his head. The star devourer race was incomparably stronger than the Yin sheep race back then. If everything goes smoothly, after taking down the star devourers, we might as well take over the dwarf dragons at the same time. Qin Shi Huang chuckled. Every reclamation of a civilization's territory could provide a wish-force reward. Moreover, the dwarf dragon clan had already been invaded by the star devourers, which indicates their proximity wasn't far. If it could be done easily, it would be the best scenario. At the moment, the main fleets of the star devourer race have returned. The remaining star systems may not be as easy to handle. Li Si said helplessly. A steady approach will do. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Meanwhile, the actions of the star devourers were also very swift. Upon the return of the main fleet, they immediately split their forces into two routes. One to suppress the rebellions of the radical Weaseltooth factions within, and another to direct most of their forces toward counterattacking the last lost star system. An overwhelming fleet numbering nearly 300,000 vessels set out. And this was still after having split off part of their forces to quell internal rebellion. It must be said that the star devourer race was quite powerful. This was merely their regular fleet strength. It didn't even include their extraordinary star devouring techniques and star devouring armors. Chapter 175, The Soaring Eagle Ship. This time, the total number of ships in the Eagle's Nest fleet added up to only 30,000. Not to mention, some of the Eagle's Nest fleet strength was still spread out suppressing the currently occupied star systems. Though reinforcements had been mobilized from the rear headquarters, they couldn't arrive in a short period of time. Currently, the Eagle's Nest side could only assemble a fleet slightly exceeding 20,000, though their 10,000 space mechs were fully organized. The star-devouring race's army had already arrived. Eagle's Nest responded naturally. This time, it was an open battlefield with no more twists and turns. A fleet of 300,000 stretched out in a single line. Magnificent and grand. Interspersed among them were extraordinary star devourers, whose star-devouring armors paired with their inherent powerful abilities granted them the capacity for space combat. What kind of rats dare to take advantage of our main force being away to sneak attack us, the star-devouring race? They sent over a message using the interstellar universal code. Looking at Eagle's Nest side, which had mustered up a pitifully small fleet of just over 20,000, the star-devouring race clearly did not put Eagle's Nest's fleet into consideration. Upon comparing the black eagle icon on Eagle's Nest fleet, they did not recognize it as belonging to any known civilization insignia. However, this was quite normal. The stars are boundless. Civilizations constantly rise, fall, or perish. It is entirely reasonable that there are civilizations they do not recognize. Is the soaring eagle ship ready? Qin Shi Huang looked toward Su Bintian. Su Bintian nodded. Your Highness, please rest assured, everything is ready. Then reply to them that your grandfather has come. Qin Shi Huang grinned. In the past, the star-devouring race submitted under Great Qin, and even the star-devouring armor they relied on for survival was originally created by Great Qin Heavy Industries. Now, facing the star-devouring race, Qin Shi Huang calling himself grandfather certainly wasn't inappropriate. But those on the star-devouring race's side were furious. Attack. Since the other party didn't know their place, then directly blast them into stellar fireworks. 300,000 versus 20,000. In every way possible, it was overwhelmingly advantageous for the star-devouring race. Even against the current celestial overlords, the angelic race, such numerical superiority gave them absolute confidence in a direct confrontation. Naturally, Qin Shang's side didn't think that in a head-on battle, a fleet of 20,000 could contend with the star-devouring race's 300,000. Even though the technological level of the Eagle's Nest fleet was indeed relatively higher than the star-devouring races, the disparity in numbers was too large. Even a small-scale regular army of the 21st century, when confronted with the vast forces of World War II, would have no choice but to rely on various tactics to have any hope. After all, millet plus rifles can kill, homemade bombs are still bombs. Direct brute force confrontation? Definitely cannot win. And now, since Eagle's Nest fleet stood face-to-face with the star-devouring race's main force of 300,000, they definitely had something prepared. As the star-devouring race's fleet of 300,000 opened fire, an overwhelming amount of firepower covered down, making Eagle's Nest's fleet of 20,000 seem so insignificant. Yet, the entire Eagle's Nest fleet remained completely motionless. Soaring Eagle spreads its wings. Upon Su Binshan's order, intangible energy expanded. Approximately 1,000 larger-sized starships detached themselves from Eagle's Nest's fleet. Between them formed an energy web, which rapidly solidified before the star-devouring race's attack arrived, forming a massive energy barrier. The energy barrier completely enveloped the entire Eagle's Nest fleet. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the massive assault bombarded the energy barrier. By relying on one energy barrier, you wish to withstand the firepower of our fleet of 300,000. Isn't that somewhat too naive? On the star-devouring race's side, seeing Eagle's Nest's action, a scornful smile appeared on their faces. The entire Eagle's Nest fleet had been engulfed by the firepower of the star-devouring race's fleet of 300,000, rendering them completely invisible. Gradually, the expressions of the star-devouring race's side turned increasingly grim. Because, on their interstellar radar, although the fleet was completely covered by their own firepower, the signals didn't diminish in the slightest. What did this mean? It meant the bombardment from their fleet of 300,000 had failed to injure those fleets in the slightest. Cease fire. The star-devouring race's commander quickly issued the command. As the energy ripples gradually dissipated, sure enough, Eagle's Nest's fleet reappeared intact before them. Even the energy shield formed by nearly 1,000 ships wasn't shattered. What sorcery was this? Could it be that the protective shield formed by over 1,000 interstellar warships actually resisted the firepower of their fleet of 300,000? That is simply too unbelievable. It seems the design of the Soaring Eagle ship has proven quite successful, hasn't it? Qin Shang grinned widely as he spoke. The Soaring Eagle ship, the latest version of Eagle's Nest starship, purely a defensive vessel. The inspiration for the Soaring Eagle ship actually came from the Yin-Yang tribe's ram-headed fortresses. However, in comparison to those roughly crafted ram-headed fortresses, the Soaring Eagle ships were far more powerful by an unfathomable margin. The ram-headed fortresses had almost no technological complexity. They were merely designed to be stable enough to support intense energy emissions and form energy barriers. And the one standout feature of these ram-headed fortresses was also their most wasteful aspect: their enormous, almost insane energy reserves. It was only after Eagle's Nest completely occupied the Yin-Yang clan that they learned how much energy these fortresses had drained from the entire Yin-Yang civilization. In contrast to those ram-headed fortresses, Eagle's Nest's Soaring Eagle ships were optimized many times over. Secondly, they were also much more expensive. To put it without exaggeration, the value of these 1,000-plus Soaring Eagle ships was incomparably higher than the combined worth of the 2 million ships in Eagle's Nest's fleet. Even adding the cost of the over 10,000 star mechs and the numerous Black Eagle ships would still not equal the value of these Soaring Eagle ships. Because the core engines of these 1,000-plus Soaring Eagle ships were quantum engine cores. Yes, genuine quantum engine cores used in the star-destroying level mech suits. Eagle's Nest certainly couldn't produce so many quantum engine cores. Even one would be impossible with its current resources unless they dismantled a scale snake mech suit. These 1,000-plus quantum engine cores came from the Great Wall. All these quantum engines were remnants salvaged from the destroyed star-destroying level mech suits during the ancient Great Qin's battles against countless interstellar races. Though they were all cores from lower-level mech suits, they were still quantum engine cores after all. Compared to the ram-headed fortresses of the Yin-Yang clan, the Soaring Eagle ships equipped with quantum engine cores directly resolved the energy problem. Furthermore, since they didn't need the same flexible control as a mech suit for combat, but rather just needed steady energy supply, the majority of what the Soaring Eagle ships were equipped with were load reduction devices. With these load reduction devices in place, low-tier extraordinary individuals were sufficient to balance the energy output from the quantum engine cores and could fully establish energy shields. Chapter 176, A Big Gift. The members of the Xizhong tribe could hardly believe their eyes when they saw the intact Ingchao fleet behind the energy barrier. After all, the energy shield formed by over 1,000 quantum engine cores was quite robust, despite the rather crude manner in which the quantum engine core's energy was activated through the Xuanhuan warships. However, the intrinsic quality was very high. Thus, even Su Li's divine General Mecha was at a loss facing this layer of an energy shield. At full charge, the annihilating star crossbow might withstand 2 or 3 strikes from this energy shield. The attacks from these 300,000 Xizhong tribe warships were scattered and disordered, failing to coalesce into one single impact on the energy shield. Under the constant energy supply from more than 1,000 quantum engine cores, it would be utterly impossible for them to breach this energy shield. The question was whether the energy of these 1,000-plus quantum engine cores would deplete before the energy of the 300,000 Xizhong tribe fleet arrived in time. But challenging a quantum engine core for energy? Any person with basic common sense in the entire galaxy wouldn't dare do that. So far, according to Qin Shang's understanding, the only thing capable of directly collapsing this energy barrier formed by more than 1,000 quantum engine cores is the hyperstar crossbow at the Great Wall. You guys enjoyed your bombardment, didn't you? Now it's our turn. Qin Shang, aboard the command ship, looked at the projected image in the interstellar space. From the Yingqiao fleet, more than 100 massive waves of energy emitted outward. Shush! Terrifying beams of energy pierced through the forward barriers and directly crashed towards the Xizhong tribe fleet. The energy barrier, naturally one way, came entirely from the Blackhawk star-destroying class warships. More than 100 main cannons of Blackhawk ships carried a destructive force as they hurled themselves toward the fleet of 300,000 Xizhong tribe vessels. Stop them. Of course, the Xizhong tribe also had star-annihilating class warships. Although weak in terms of mecha and high technology, the existence of Yuqi tribe kept the Xizhong tribe's starships up to galactic standards. Boom. The Xizhong tribe's star-annihilating ships also fired immediately, without additional defense measures prepared or star-destroying level mechas present. To intercept the attack of the star-destroying ships, there could only be equivalent star-destroying ships. The Xizhong tribe alone possessed nearly 300 star-annihilating ships, thrice the number of Blackhawk ships, making the interception not overly strenuous. However, soon after, the ordinary warships of the Yingqiao fleet began firing too. Not just that, but more than 10,000 starspace mechas behind also started unleashing firepower instantly. In this long-range firepower exchange, what stood out the most naturally belonged to the Yulin Guard mecha. With Gauss sniper rifles and electromagnetic energy throw spears, the terrifying output of firepower far exceeded ordinary starships, as even the star-destroying ships merely had sufficient power in their main guns. Considering attack frequency along with its potency, the suppression power of the Yulin Guard mecha wasn't much worse than the Blackhawk ships. For a while, dazzling fireworks bloomed across this expanse of starry sky. In the crazy outpouring of terrifying firepower, even though the Yingqiao fleet only had 20,000 ships against the Xizhong tribe's 30 million ships, being almost completely suppressed throughout the firepower exchange. Unfortunately for the Xizhong tribe, the Yingqiao fleet had more than 1,000 Blue Hawk ships projecting an energy barrier that made their 30 million fleet's frenzied bombardments completely ineffective. Free from worry about rear defenses, the Yingqiao fleet focused solely on attacking without defending. Most of their firepower was intercepted by the numerical advantage of the Xizhong tribe's fleet. Yet, prolonged defense will inevitably lead to failure. There were always moments of interception mistakes, where occasionally, units within the Xizhong tribe's fleet were struck by the Yingqiao fleet's firepower. As time went on for both sides exchanging attacks, apart from the energy consumption on the Yingqiao fleet side, everything remained undamaged. Conversely, the Xizhong tribe's numerically superior fleet suffered losses due to occasional interception errors. This made the Xizhong tribe's commander look extremely grim-faced, clearly expecting complete superiority. However, under such circumstances where the fleet exchanged fire, if continued, it would ultimately end in their own disadvantage. Xizhong Armor Squad launched the attack, split forces into two routes, infiltrating the battlefield from the flanks. Xizhong Armor Squad leads the way, splitting off a portion of the fleet to follow. Maintain heavy frontal firepower suppression. Looking ahead, the energy barrier only protected the front. This long exchange had already proven that attempting to break through the energy shield from the front was impractical. Therefore, the Xizhong tribe commander issued corresponding tactical orders. Flank attacks? Not worried at all. Qin Shang, seeing this, showed no concern. On the sides, however, some big gifts were waiting for them. Dense black dots surged out from the Xizhong tribe fleet, splitting into two groups heading toward both flanks. The 300,000 Xizhong tribe members split into two groups of 150,000, with each side further allocating 50,000 units to trail behind the black dots. These black dots were none other than the specialized single combat units of the Xizhong tribe. They were the extraordinary warriors of the Xizhong tribe clad in their distinctive armor. With their formidable individual capabilities, enhanced by the Xizhong armor, these warriors demonstrated significant power even on a cosmic battlefield. Meanwhile, the Yingqiao fleet seemed to take no countermeasures against the movements of the Xizhong tribe. It appeared as if they had simply given up any attempt at resistance. Seeing this, the Xizhong commander grinned in satisfaction. What would you do now? However, as the divided units reached both flanks, the grin faded from the Xizhong commander's face. Suddenly, terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from both sides of the battlefield. Boom. Vast waves of energy spread outward. Almost instantly, the Xizhong fleets and warriors heading toward both flanks were engulfed by this immense energy. The covered units lost all contact immediately. Supernova bombs. On both sides of the battlefield, drones armed with precisely measured supernova bombs had already been positioned by the Yingqiao side. This was a classic strategy of surrounding three sides while leaving one open, and the Yingqiao fleet deliberately exposed their flanks. By doing so, they lured the enemy to attack from these directions. In an instant, a total of 100,000 units, 50,000 from each flank, and several Xizhong tribe armors were wiped out by the supernova bombs. Clearly, these bombs had been waiting for them from the beginning. For those units caught in the explosion, survival chances were slim to none. Furious and shaken, the Xizhong commander's complexion turned green. What kind of enemies were these, playing such vicious tricks? At once, a third of their forces were lost. After such prolonged combat, the Xizhong tribe had only suffered losses of slightly less than 100 Star War mechas. Now, in a single blow, they lost a third of their fleet. This catastrophic setback was devastating to the morale of the Xizhong tribe. Chapter 177. And next, an action taken by the Hawk's Nest fleet completely devastated the star-devouring race. The Cyan Hawk ships that were previously spread out in front, constructing energy shields to block cannon fire, suddenly expanded towards both sides, enlarging the energy barrier. Following that, part of the Cyan Hawk ships retreated to the rear, redeploying the energy shield on the flanks of the Hawk's Nest fleet. Upon witnessing this scene, the commander of the star-devouring race was utterly enraged. It turned out that it wasn't at all the case that the opponent's energy shield couldn't cover the flank positions. It was entirely a deliberate opening to lure their attacks. At this point, although the Hawk's Nest fleet had already guarded the frontal and side positions, there was still one flaw in the Hawk's Nest fleet, which was the rear. If they could maneuver around to attack from behind, they would be able to avoid the energy shield. But the commander of the star-devouring race didn't dare make any rash moves. Who knew if the rear position at this moment wasn't another intentionally set trap? By the time this thought came to mind, the aftermaths of the supernova bombs on both sides had only just begun to slowly dissipate. A vast amount of space debris filled the area. From a 10,000-strong Starfleet to countless high-level individuals of the star-devouring race, only a meager few survived by sheer luck. The rest became nothing more than pieces of space junk. Thus, even though they still maintained some firepower advantage against the energy shields of the Hawk's Nest fleet, they found themselves completely powerless. Retreat. With no other options, the commander of the star-devouring race could only order a retreat. This time, he realized his defeat. All those supernova bombs had been carried by drones and hidden on both sides using optical refraction. Had he ordered an investigation before dispatching his fleet, this situation wouldn't have happened. But talking about it now was too late. That 10,000-strong fleet and the star-devouring armors had become cosmic waste in this region of the cosmos. The fundamental reason for this lay with the fleet that had just returned from fighting the dwarf dragon race. They had attacked the dwarf dragons with unstoppable momentum. The dwarf dragons were simply no match for their fleet when combined with the star-devouring armor assault, allowing them to break through the enemy's lines with very minimal casualties, one after another. In fact, during all the battles against the dwarf dragons, they hadn't suffered as much loss as they did in this single confrontation with the Hawk's Nest fleet. Carrying the pride from their previous victory, they entered the battlefield against the Hawk's Nest fleet. Pride goes before a fall. Soon enough, the star-devouring race organized their forces and turned back, retreating. The concentrated firepower from the Hawk's Nest fleet intensified, inflicting further losses on the retreating star-devouring fleet. Ultimately, watching the star-devouring race fleet vanish into the depths of the stars, Qin Shi Huang let out a satisfied smile. The development and production of the Cyan Hawk ship seemed to be very successful. Qin Shi Huang watched the current scene, smiling satisfactorily. In this battle, neither Qin Shi Huang nor Su Li participated in combat, but solely relied on the strength of the Hawk's Nest fleet to repel the star-devouring race fleet head-on. Although, in truth, the Divine General Mecha and Qin Shi Huang's Ancestral Dragon Type 2 Mecha did have designated combat missions. These just weren't utilized in the end. That was the big surprise located at the rear. Supernova bombs are usually effective when used unexpectedly. Their effectiveness would definitely diminish once preparation is made against them. So, if those members of the star-devouring race, who are still not deterred, attempt to encircle from behind again, the Divine General Mecha will be deployed. Let them understand the gap between the star-devouring armor and the Annihilator-class mecha. The individual power of the star-devouring race is quite strong. Paired with the star-devouring armor, indeed they can cause awe in starship battles on a large scale. However, facing the Annihilator-class mecha, even the most powerful members of the star-devouring race and their armor can only submit and accept their fate. Still, this did not alter anything. It should be noted that in past battles, almost everyone was initiated by the Divine General Mecha, relying on the immense power of the Annihilator-class mecha to open the battlefield. This time, the true credit went to these Cyan Hawk ships. No, Your Highness, the Cyan Hawk ship needs to keep improving. Li Si shook his head at this moment and spoke up. What do you mean? It performed pretty well, didn't it? Qin Shi Huang paused for a second, puzzled. Li Si activated a projection showing damage analysis of the Cyan Hawk ships, revealing that after merely one round of combat, the internal structure of over 1,000 Cyan Hawk ships had already sustained over 40% damage. Once the internal structures of the Cyan Hawk ships were damaged to 60%, the modules extracting energy from the quantum engine core would suffer functional degradation. In reality, if the star-devouring race had held on just a little longer, the hulls of the Cyan Hawk ships would have been severely damaged, making the energy shields fail naturally, Li Si sighed wryly. Although it seemed like an easy win, only Li Si knew how thrilling it had been. Even though we can smoothly draw energy from the quantum engine, we still underestimated the ferocity of the energy from the Annihilator-class mecha's quantum engine core. The main issue is that the material of the Cyan Hawk ship's body needs improvement. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Material problems are solvable. Right now, the Hawk's Nest has just completed a trade with the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, and all kinds of materials are in ample supply. Moreover, there's also divine pattern star iron, so the material issue is manageable. This point should be arranged for the Hawk's Nest factory to experiment and produce finished products as soon as possible. After all, the star-devouring race was just driven back, and before they find a way to counteract the Xuanhuan ship's energy shields, I believe they won't dare attack again anytime soon. Alright, the prince has already assigned it. Since the main forces of the star-devouring race have retreated, our offensive steps can slow down a bit. We will resume the attack once the upgrades and modifications of the Xuanhuan ships are fully completed. That way, we'll significantly reduce casualties. I understand, Your Highness. Su Bingtian also spoke up from the side. After confirming that nothing special was needed, Su Sheng led his beloved empress to retire for the night. On the other side, the retreating star-devouring race indeed began looking for ways to counteract the Xuanhuan ship's energy shields, just as Qin Shang had predicted. Who exactly are these people? In one engagement, they suffered heavy losses but were still unable to figure out their enemy's true capabilities. I don't know either. There's not a shred of information coming from the lost star systems. Logically, even if a star system falls, there should still be resistance forces on the planets providing intelligence about the enemy to their civilization. But now, from the occupied star systems, there's no word at all. Clearly, something is wrong. Should we request aid from the Beast People Alliance? Someone suggested. The star-devouring race, with bodies resembling wolf-headed or dog-headed beings, are also part of the Beast People Alliance. Otherwise, how could the nearby Yin-Yang tribe not be among their invasion targets? The Yin-Yang tribe is also a member of the Beast People Alliance. Chapter 178, Human King Mecha. Request for reinforcements? Let's not panic yet. This is just one defeat. Our star-consuming tribe isn't incapable of losing. The military strength of the opponent doesn't seem very numerous, but their technological level is higher than ours. Secondly, there's that special energy shield formed by their starships, which is abnormally tough. The main point is this: we need to figure out a way to counter those unique starship-formed energy shields. As for the fact that the Eagle Nest has already completely assimilated the Yin-Yang tribe, another member of the Shug Person Alliance right next door, the star-consuming tribe who were busy invading the Dwarf Dragon tribe, are completely unaware. This is normal, unless they've been closely observing all along. Otherwise, space is just too vast. Whatever happens somewhere, it would take too long to spread across the entire universe. Besides, the Yin-Yang tribe itself was only an obscure minor civilization in the entire universe. The rise and fall of such a civilization naturally wouldn't attract much attention. It's not like the previous Great Qin Dynasty where even its slightest move could quickly reverberate throughout the entire universe. So now the star-consuming tribe begins to consolidate its military forces, preparing to counter the mysterious enemy's attack. However, at this time, the Eagle Nest side had more pressing matters than attacking the star-consuming tribe. That Mecha of Doom has been fully released. At this moment, in the projection screen before Qin Shang, a massive black mecha stood silently in the center of the hall. Around it, many scientific instruments were trying to analyze it. But apart from the list of elements given by Nuan Na of the Star Chamber Trade Guild initially, no progress has been made. However, beneath this enormous mecha were two seal script characters. Human King. These two big words. This confirmed that this massive mecha of doom had some connection with the previous Inshang dynasty. Seal script is the exclusive human text in this outer universe. Great Qin uses small seal script, but the writing on this mecha wasn't Great Qin's small seal script. It was the seal script used during the previous Inshang era. According to the technological customs of the Inshang period, this mecha is called the Human King. Doom class, Human King mecha. Just that no one knows what happened back then. When Inshang perished, this Human King mecha was never utilized, but rather sealed within the divine pattern star iron. Grandpa Su, have you found any clues? Qin Shang turned his gaze towards Su Bingtian next door. Su Li also blinked her eyes, looking toward her grandpa. The Su clan was a remnant of the Inshang dynasty. The last empress of the Inshang era was the Ji of the Su clan. Thus, the Su clan was once royalty. Of course, now Su Li is the crown princess of Qin Shang, and according to current trends, it is definite that Qin Shang will ascend to the throne. So, the present Great Qin and the Su clan are royal relatives. But since the Su clan was once part of the Inshang imperial family, this Doom-class Human King mecha should theoretically hold some knowledge to them. Your Highness, I have no leads either. The records in those texts are all I know. After all, it's been too long. Su Bingtian said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang nodded slightly. That indeed was the truth. Great Qin had come to this outer universe over 20,000 years ago. Great Qin has been in decline for almost 10,000 years now. Those ancient texts are currently preserved in the Great Wall. However, they are unfortunately incomplete, and nothing substantial has been researched by the Great Wall side either. There is only a vague record, the sentence sealing this Human King mecha. The cockpit still has no way to be opened. Li Si shook his head helplessly. If we use brute force to break it open, there might be ways. But whether it would work is questionable. Moreover, even if it works after breaking it forcibly, it will definitely damage the mecha itself. At present, Great Qin Heavy Industries has absolutely no clue about the Human King mecha. If it gets damaged, we don't have the ability to repair it. Li Si looked at Qin Shang. Don't use violent means. Qin Shang shook his head. I'm thinking. At this moment, Su Li spoke up. Oh, Crown Princess has any leads? Li Si turned his gaze to Su Li. As far as I know, the protective amulets of Great Qin and the ancient dragon mecha left by Emperor First Sovereign can only be activated by those of the ancestral dragon bloodline of Great Qin's royal family. Su Li said, looking at Li Si. Upon finishing her sentence, everyone present paused for a moment. Crown Princess implication is that the Human King mecha also requires the corresponding bloodline power? But the royal family of Inshang has long been extinct. Li Si furrowed his brows tightly. This is quite natural. Great Qin fell into decline because all qualified descendants of the pure royal dragon bloodline died in battle. And now, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li work so hard every day just to leave behind descendants. Therefore, it is quite normal that the human king mecha, as a doomsday-level mecha left by Qin Shi Huang, has bloodline restrictions. I'm just making such a guess, Su Li said hesitantly. This is going to be difficult. Li Si frowned. Although the Su family are also remnants of the Qin Shi Huang dynasty, they don't have any royal bloodline from the Qin Shi Huang era. But according to the description in the classics, it seems like the royal family of the Qin Shi Huang dynasty didn't have any special bloodline. Li Si obviously had already contacted his contact at the Great Wall who was analyzing that classic book. Even if it's not restricted by bloodline, there should be some other conditions. Let's proceed this way for now and study slowly. Qin Shi Huang was somewhat helpless about this. This might be the only intact doomsday-level mecha in the entire starry universe at present. If we could use it, all the angel tribe and devil tribe would be swept away, restoring the past glory of the Great Qin. Moreover, the great cause that Great Qin failed to complete 10,000 years ago could also be accomplished in one go. Anyway, even if we figure it out, it won't matter since we currently don't have a pilot for this human king mecha. Qin Shi Huang continued. Everyone present fell into silence for a moment. This indeed was a fact. Speaking of which, it's truly a bit tragic. Currently, throughout the Great Qin Empire, Su Li, the crown princess, has the highest level of mech piloting. And Su Li hasn't even been able to fully unleash the full strength of a divine general mech yet. As for a doomsday-level mech, according to Li Si's AI calculations, at least a Qi practitioner of the 9th realm or higher, an ultimate-level Qi practitioner could achieve this. Currently, within the entirety of Great Qin, there is only one ultimate-level Qi practitioner, the First Emperor himself. The First Emperor now only has a thread of consciousness left, sleeping inside the Imperial Heirloom Jade Seal. Forget about all this for now. We'll proceed step by step. Our top priority right now is to consolidate the territory of the star-consuming tribe. We will launch a formal offensive once the Eagle Nest technology matures. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand dismissively. If things get too difficult, don't be stingy with the Divine Pattern Star Iron. Use the Divine Pattern Star Iron directly to ensure the stability of the Eagle Nest. Chapter 179. The Kanjing warship was not only the key to taking down the Shishing race at the moment. After all, a lack of manpower had always been an issue for Yingqiao. In every confrontation with an entire civilization, they almost always relied on the technological superiority of the Xinjiang mech suits. But this time, if they could stabilize the design of the Kanjing warship, it would not only be helpful in dealing with the Shishing race, but also greatly assist all future actions of Yingqiao. After all, having control over the Kanjing warship was almost equivalent to possessing an invincible shield. Keep in mind that among the engines within the Great Wall, there are more than 1,000 middle to lower tier quantum engine cores. Initially, when Qin retreated, almost all Starkiller-class mechs were damaged. The once nearly galaxy-unified Qin Empire had many more than just over 1,000 lower-tier Starkiller mechs. Of course, now with Divine Rune Star Iron and numerous materials traded back from the Galactic Chamber of Commerce, some parts of the Starkiller mechs have already started being recast by the Great Wall side. Li Si previously reported this during his various interstellar trade negotiations since Qin Shi Huang is the official spokesperson for Qin these days. Currently, the fleet sent out by Yingqiao only has 30,000, and 10,000 ships must remain dispersed to guard the territories they've already captured. According to the intelligence gathered by Li Si, once the Shishing race's main force returns, the Shishing race can mobilize close to 600,000 fleets. In addition, there are countless numbers of Shishing armor units. This is even after Qin Shi Huang and Su Li destroyed one planet, along with its billions of Shishing armors. Currently, the Shishing race can still deploy several billion Shishing armor combat units. For the Shishing race, Shishing armors combined with their extraordinary warriors form their true main force. Warships serve mainly as support, allowing the majority of their Shishing soldiers to penetrate enemy fleets and engage in close-range combat, where the terrifying combat strength of Shishing armored troops can fully manifest. Still, they aren't invincible. At least, against Qin, these Shishing armor units are laughable. After all, Qin also has similar single-soldier units, the Qin elite soldiers. Their personal battle armor can generate attack capabilities comparable to those of stellar war armor, and they are even capable of remote attacks. On the front battlefield, the elite soldiers of Qin overpower these Shishing armor units easily. However, as Eagle Nest cannot reveal its identity, it naturally can't use Qin's elite soldiers. But that isn't a problem. Once the Kanjing warship technology matures, they can just hide inside the tortoise shell and fight them. During this period, Eagle Nest did not initiate any active offensive campaigns. On the Shishing race side, there were only exploratory harassments. Both sides were striving for time. Eagle Nest was waiting for the Kanjing warship technology to mature. Meanwhile, the Shishing race was mobilizing its entire civilization, working overtime to produce Shishing armor. After all, losing hundreds of billions of Shishing armors was truly devastating for the Shishing race. This vast civilization has plenty of extraordinary powers, but without matching Shishing armors, even their extraordinary warriors are unable to fight in space. So, rushing the production of Shishing armor, while simultaneously researching how to crack that tortoise shell, became their utmost priority. Yet the Shishing race wasn't entirely fruitless during this time. At the very least, they made contact with the former Yin Yang race and learned the identity of this mysterious enemy before them. Humanity, the Su family. Indeed, the external identity of Eagle Nest currently was that of the Su family. After all, Su Li's status as a Starkiller mech pilot is quite identifiable in the galaxy. It serves well to conceal that Eagle Nest's background is actually Qin. Humanity? They should have inherited part of Qin's technology when they broke away from Qin. Throughout history, every now and then, some humans would try to make moves after Qin's decline. However, each attempt was squashed. Now, it seems the Su family has risen. So, let the task of suppressing humanity fall to the Shishing race this time. Preventing human development is everyone's responsibility in the galaxy composed of 10,000 species. After all, the former Qin Empire was too dominant. No one wants to see another Qin emerge. After all, many races in today's galactic galaxy originally broke off from the old Qin Empire. If a strong human civilization reappears, these breakaway factions will definitely face reckoning. A purple energy arrow, accompanied by purple thunder, and imbued with electromagnetic fields, soared forward. The Starkiller bow. The bow of the divine general mech suit. Ahead, an energy shield formed by 5 newly produced Qin warships stood ready. A week had passed, and Eagle Nest Industries, incorporating some divine rune star iron, had produced the latest Qin warships. Now, they were testing the intensity of the new Qin vessels. The 5 Qin warships were equipped with the quantum engine cores of 5 lower-tier Starkiller mechs. Even though these were just lower-tier quantum engines, blocking this single shot from a divine general mech's star annihilation crossbow shouldn't be an issue. The only thing to check is the load-bearing capacity of these latest Qin warships. After all, this was the maximum stored energy currently released by a divine general mech's star annihilation crossbow, which could even annihilate a star. To counter this attack, the energy of the 5 lower-tier quantum engine cores must burst out enough power. Such a one-time explosion of energy tests the endurance and load-bearing ability of these newly developed star annihilation warships. Boom. In the end, the star annihilation crossbow accurately struck this area of energy shielding. Indeed, this also proved Eagle Nest's calculation was correct. The star annihilation crossbow had been successfully blocked. But at the same time, the energy shield violently fluctuated. The hulls of the Qin warships showed slight deformation. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. However, he didn't say anything. After all, this was the strongest attack currently possible by the divine general mech. If the energy shield hadn't shattered instantly, it was already relatively impressive. On the front battlefield, 5 lower-tier Starkiller mechs might not be a match for a single upper-tier Starkiller mech. However, at this moment, the energy shield outlined by the 5 lower-tier quantum engine cores managed to block the strongest attack of the divine general mech. This fact alone actually demonstrated considerable strength. How about the load value of the Qin? Qin Shi Huang asked. Your Highness, it's still within expectations, only at 10% plus. Very good. Qin Shi Huang nodded. This was indeed within their forecast. This is still because the divine rune star iron alloy has been melted rather superficially. If we improve it further, we can make it even better, Li Si said with a smile. That's enough. At least it's sufficient to take down the Shishing race. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand decisively. Produce 2,000 Qin warships according to this template immediately. And also, send over the latest fleet produced by Eagle Nest. Even with the currently mobilizable fleet of 20,000, it wasn't enough manpower. But Eagle Nest was continuously producing more. After all, having annexed the territories of Jaoblin and Yin Yang races, they were still in the process of continuous digestion. Chapter 180. Ultimately, about half a month passed since the last time they repelled the Devouring Stars clan. This time Eagle's Nest took the initiative to strike, along with subsequent support from the main base. This time, the Eagle's Nest side gathered a fleet of 50,000 and 30,000 Starry Sky mechs. Of these 30,000 Starry Sky mechs, due to the existence of the Tsang-ing ships, 20,000 were Yulin Guard mechs, the rest being 5,000 warriors and 5,000 Iron Guard mechs responsible for flanking. As long as the Tsang-ing ship doesn't break, the Yulin Guard mechs can completely transform into super artillery bases, firing without any concerns. Secondly, their long-range firepower was the perfect counter to the Devouring Stars clan's Devouring Star armor units. Although the extraordinary members of the Devouring Stars clan, when paired with Devouring Star armors, possess great power, they have one weakness, essentially no long-range capabilities. Not that they have none. Within planetary ground battles, those extraordinary individuals of the Devouring Stars clan do possess some remote striking capability, but when placed in space warfare, their energy truly means nothing. If Qin Shi Huang had been less conservative, it would have even been possible to replace all 30,000 Starry Sky mechs with Yulin Guards. 10,000 Eagle's Nest fleets sailed majestically through the starry skies. The Devouring Stars clan quickly detected this 10,000-strong fleet of Eagle's Nest. How brave these humans really are. Even if their technological level is slightly ahead, only 10,000 fleets dare to launch an active attack. They are really asking for death. At this point, the Devouring Stars clan had already gathered a fleet of 600,000, double what it was before. In addition, in response to the human race's turtle shell tactic, the Devouring Stars clan had formulated many plans, now just waiting to test them. With these humans stepping out right now, it couldn't be more perfect. And most of the attention of the Devouring Stars clan was focused on those over 10,000 openly declared fleets of Eagle's Nest. They had no idea that after these 10,000 fleets attracted their attention, subtle fluctuations had already passed beyond the 10,000 fleets and flowed forward. Currently, the Devouring Stars clan here was keeping a close eye on this area where the human race was located. If their attention wasn't diverted beforehand, there was a high probability that covert operations would be discovered by the highly alert Devouring Stars clan. But now that the enemy has appeared publicly, naturally, most of their attention has been drawn away. Soon, the Devouring Stars clan's fleet appeared directly in front of the Eagle's Nest fleet. It was only a 10,000-strong human fleet after all, so the Devouring Stars clan did not dispatch the entire military force. But even so, half of their strength was mobilized. 300,000 interstellar fleets, plus tens of millions of densely packed Devouring Star armor combat units. Facing the front were interstellar fleets, while the Devouring Star armor units had spread out from the beginning, covering two sides and above and below to flank strategically. Humming sounds echoed. 500 Tsang-ing ships promptly took the forefront of the Eagle's Nest fleet. Compared to the first generation of Tsang-ing ships, what appeared now was already the fourth generation. 2 generations died during experiments. The fourth generation Tsang-ing ship, infused with divine pattern star iron, was officially born. It seems these humans only have so much capability. Because the design and image were basically the same, they had no idea that the Tsang-ing ships were already the latest version. Humming again. Swooshing wings extended. A vast energy shield once again appeared, protecting the front and side of Eagle's Nest's 10,000 fleet. Whoosh. Hundreds of massive energy beams fired from the Eagle's Nest fleet towards the Devouring Stars clan. Star Annihilators, the Black Eagles, were the first to fire. Of course, the Devouring Stars clan responded simultaneously with interception. An overwhelming numerical advantage meant the 300,000 interstellar warships possessed far more Star Annihilators than the Eagle's Nest fleet. Saturated assault. Terrifying firepower instantly covered the entire fleet of Eagle's Nest. The entire Eagle's Nest fleet was already submerged in various energy attacks. Meanwhile, those Devouring Star armor combat units scattered like locusts outward into space, apparently preparing to circle around and attack the single weak point, the rear of Eagle's Nest fleet's energy shield. This was the basic plan of the Devouring Stars clan targeting the human, turtle shell tactic, a direct saturated assault. No matter what kind of energy barrier it was, ultimately it had a limit. A straight saturated attack. With only 500 strange warships, they didn't believe that 300,000 fleet's energy reserves wouldn't overwhelm 500 bizarre warships' energy storage. Regarding the counterattack of Eagle's Nest fleet, it simply could not penetrate. Under complete saturated attacks and a numerical disadvantage, any attack would be handled immediately by the overwhelming cannon fire. Previous battles occurred because it was the first contact. The Devouring Stars clan temporarily hadn't understood Eagle's Nest's full capabilities and had been fooled. However, this time, the Devouring Stars clan was fully aware of Eagle's Nest's situation. The Devouring Stars clan originally planned an operation but didn't expect the human race to come out instead. Secondarily, the dispersed Devouring Star armors were their second prepared measure. Though the probability was small, if by any chance these means failed, they still had third and fourth contingency plans. Under the fierce blanket of saturated cannon fire, Eagle's Nest 10,000 fleet was like being trapped in deep mud, completely unable to move. Hee, serves you right for being so arrogant. Seeing Eagle's Nest's fleet already completely suppressed, those on the Devouring Stars side revealed a look of smug satisfaction. Although at this point, on radar they could see that Eagle's Nest's fleet showed no reduction in numbers. Yet, they were confident that the turtle shell would sooner or later be broken through. This was a saturation attack by 300,000 fleets after all. Only, they had no idea that inside the Tsang-ing ships was a lower-level quantum core engine providing energy. If they knew, one wonders if they'd remain as self-assured. It was equivalent to them attempting to use the energy reserves of 300,000 warships to deplete the energy of 500 aged stars. Though they were aging stars, they were still stars. At this moment, the deployed Devouring Star armor combat units were already in position, standing by. But currently, while the fleet continued with its saturation attack, it wasn't wise for the Devouring Star armors to rush in now. There was a possibility of being accidentally injured. As time went on, the saturation attack hadn't ceased. However, the energy reserves of the Devouring Stars clan's 30,000 fleet had already dropped to half. This shocked the Devouring Stars clan internally. Just how exaggerated were the energy reserves of those strange warships? What's the situation? Qin Shi Huang looked at the holographic projection before him. It was precisely the scene of Eagle's Nest's fleet under the full saturation attack of the Devouring Stars clan. Not bad. The load capacity of the 500 Tsang-ing ships has only reached 37%. Li Si observed the data analysis. Calculate the energy consumption of the Devouring Stars clan's fleet. Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. Assess their technological level. According to calculations, the energy consumption of the Devouring Stars clan's 300,000 fleet should be between 48% to 51% at this moment. Li Si continued answering. With such computations, these 500 fourth-generation Tsang-ing ships can effortlessly hold out until the enemy's energy is completely depleted. Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. Chapter 181. Deep Space Star Track Cannon. This is also the reason why, facing the attack of the star-devouring race, there were no other actions taken from the Eagle's Nest side. After all, the key to the strength of this layer of energy shield doesn't lie in the energy itself, but rather in the load that the Hawkship can withstand. Although a series of experiments have already been carried out, and even Divine General Mecha has been used for testing. But this thing will ultimately be used on the battlefield, and only the battlefield can provide the true test. At present, the saturation strike from the star-devouring race's fleet of 300,000 is a great test. That's why the Eagle's Nest did not take any other countermeasures, allowing the star-devouring race to launch a saturation fire assault on the 10,000 ships of the Eagle's Nest fleet. In theory, it should be fine. Facing Qin Shang's question, Li Si gave a slightly conservative answer. Qin Shang nodded slightly. After all, the battlefield changes in an instant, and no one dares to guarantee anything. Since we've reached a conclusion, then it's time to end this test. Qin Shang grinned as he looked at the star-devouring race's interstellar fleet. However, just as Eagle's Nest was about to take action, the star-devouring race ceased their saturation strike. Why did they stop? Qin Shang raised his eyebrows. Maybe they realized that what they were doing was futile. Su Bingtian chuckled from the side. I wonder if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Qin Shang said curiously. I have a rough idea. At this point, Li Si activated a projection screen. Qin Shang furrowed his brows as he looked at the contents of the screen. In the screen was a vast expanse of starry sky, at the center of which was a star completely encased by a structure similar to a Dyson sphere. Only, this sphere-like apparatus wasn't exactly a Dyson sphere. Though its functionality was akin to a Dyson sphere in terms of drawing energy from the star, it far exceeded an ordinary Dyson sphere in scale. Deep Space Star Track Cannon. Correct, this was a weapon. A superstellar weapon capable of cross-galaxy strikes. The hyperstar crossbow inside the Great Qin Wall is a type of deep space star track cannon similar to this one, albeit more powerful than a regular deep space star track cannon. This is why the myriad races in the stars are filled with apprehension towards the Great Qin Wall. The wall could stand for 10,000 years after Qin's decline, and it wasn't simple. It had more than one hyperstar crossbow. Centered around the star domain of the wall, the striking range of the hyperstar crossbows almost covers 5 to 6 surrounding galaxies. Do the star-devouring race possess such a thing? Qin Shang raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Li Si. Wasn't it said that the star-devouring race isn't skilled in high technology? The high-tech tools of the star-devouring race are largely controlled by the Weishu race. And a deep space star track cannon shouldn't be a technology that a civilization like the star-devouring race could control. The power of the deep space star track cannon is beyond doubt. Even Su Li's divine General Mecha wouldn't dare to confront its direct firepower. That means this deep space star track cannon possesses the power to break through the energy shield of the Hawkship. In space, under normal circumstances, only civilizations that rule over at least 10,000 star systems or more can wield the technology of a deep space star track cannon. After all, this thing is a mass destruction weapon. Even upper-rank annihilating mechas need to deter. Of course, the cost is also considerable. Just like the deep space star track cannon in the projection, when it fires, it basically destroys itself. Not because the quality of the deep space star track cannon is poor, but due to its astronomical energy consumption. Think about the hyperstar crossbow of the wall. As long as this cannon fires, the energy within its contained star will be nearly depleted, causing the star to immediately collapse or annihilate. Why didn't we find out about this deep space star track cannon earlier? Qin Shang seemed puzzled. Your Highness, you're putting me in a difficult position. My abilities are tied to my computational power, and this isn't the wall where I have limitless computing resources. Also, these are top military secrets with high levels of confidentiality. It was only when the star-devouring race activated this deep space star track cannon this time, and our reconnaissance drones detected energy fluctuations, that we discovered it. Li Si explained. Qin Shang also understood. This really wasn't Li Si's fault. Is it true that the star-devouring race plans to use this thing? Qin Shang frowned as he looked at the activated deep space star track cannon on the screen. It's truly like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. This thing could handle an upper-rank annihilating mecha in one shot. After all, it releases almost the entire energy of a star in a single blast. Using it to target this common fleet of 10,000 ships is simply overkill. Even if Qin Shang cared for his people, if these 10,000 fleets could trade places with this deep space star track cannon, he would not feel the loss was unjustified. I don't know. It's currently just in the activation state, so perhaps the star-devouring race may not realize how precious this item is. Li Si replied thoughtfully. A deep space star track cannon. Even the Great Qin Wall considers this precious. Where is the location of this deep space star track cannon? Qin Shang looked up and asked. Li Si switched the screen projection and opened the star chart. The distance is roughly 2 star systems. Based on calculations, the range of this deep space star track cannon should cover 3 or 4 star systems, Li Si replied. The power of a deep space star track cannon can vary in strength. The level of technology and the energy output of the internal star are crucial factors that affect its power. According to records, at the peak of the Great Qin era, a single deep space star track cannon could have a firing range covering nearly 100 star systems, and that massive energy star could support more than 10 launches of the star track cannon. Qin Shang was already contemplating whether it was possible to take out this deep space star track cannon. Although he was curious about how the star-devouring race had acquired a deep space star track cannon, now wasn't the time to trace such details. Your Highness, don't take any risks. Even Prince Consort Su Li's divine General Mecha would struggle to handle this thing. Li Si probably guessed Qin Shang's thoughts. Let's observe first. Are the star-devouring race truly planning to use a cannon to swat a mosquito? Qin Shang waved his hand. At this moment, the armies of star-devouring armors on the battlefield moved, circling towards the only gap in the energy barrier from all 4 directions, the rear. Of course, the starships of the Eagle's Nest fleet wouldn't sit idle. They unleashed their firepower against these star-devouring armor units. The firepower of the Eagle's Nest fleet was indeed not weak. However, the number of ships in the Eagle's Nest fleet was still too small, and the combat units of the star-devouring armors numbered in the tens of millions. Despite the continuous fire blockade from the Eagle's Nest fleet, Some star-devouring armor units managed to break through and reach the rear positions. But these star-devouring beings were far too overconfident. Indeed, there was a gap at the rear. However, with slight adjustments in the formation of the Eagle's Nest fleet and the repositioning of 500 Hawkships after their quantum engine cores were aligned, the entire energy barrier closed instantly, forming a spherical energy shield. Instead, those star-devouring armor units that broke through found themselves once again subjected to the firepower of the Eagle's Nest fleet. Let's wait and see if they will really resort to using the deep space star track cannon. Regarding the changes on the battlefield, Qin Shi Huang was not surprised. The Hawkships equipped with quantum engine cores were indeed insurmountable. Chapter 182. As the Blue Eagle ship changed formation, the intentions of those star-eating armor combat units were directly dismantled. Moreover, many combat units were also destroyed by the firepower of the Falcon's Nest fleet. These star-eating armors have quite a lot of limitations. Qin Shi Huang muttered after seeing this scene. Yes, the previous positioning given to them by Great Qin was for operations within planets. In the starry battlefield, the role of these star-eating armors is indeed limited. Li Si nodded. Qin Shi Huang took a look. Although these star-eating armors had significant limitations, their numbers were large. If they charged into the formation, it would still cause headaches. At this moment, the Star-Eater race made new moves. A dense crowd of star-eating armors charged up again. Seeing this, Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. What were these Star-Eaters doing? Hadn't it already been proven that against the Falcon's Nest fleet with intact energy shields, the star-eating armors were useless? Why keep coming to die? But soon after, Su Sheng noticed some different things. Although the firepower coverage of the Falcon's Nest fleet caused heavy casualties among the star-eating armor combat units, there were still too many star-eating armors, and many managed to cross through the firepower of the Falcon's Nest fleet, arriving at the energy shield erected by the Blue Eagle ship. Some of the star-eating armors attacked the energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship in close combat, but naturally, this had little effect. The main cannons of the space warships weren't able to destroy the energy shield. How could the close-range attacks of these star-eating armors break it? However, some star-eating armors indeed completely adhered to the energy shield. Yes, adhered, directly transforming into a puddle on the energy shield. What is that? Qin Shi Huang frowned. Acid, Li Si said while looking at the analysis report. In the video, white smoke rose from where the acid spread onto the energy shield. Strong acid. Qin Shi Huang smirked, too naive. Although strong acid does erode the energy shield severely, this only happens when the energy supply can't keep up. However, the core of the Blue Eagle ship is the quantum engine core. The moment the energy shield gets eroded by the acid, it regenerates instantly. The functions of the quantum engine core aren't something to joke about. We should not rush to reveal our backup plans yet. Let's see if the Star-Eater race's conventional methods will be incapable of affecting the energy shield of our Blue Eagle ship. Then we will decide whether they truly resort to using deep space star track cannons. Qin Shi Huang glanced at the deep space star track cannon shown in another frame. Currently, it seems like the Star-Eater race has no other ways to handle the energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship. We do not know whether they really intend to use the deep space star track cannon. Now if the other hidden fleets choose to expose themselves at this time, there might be a risk of being locked down as targets by the deep space star track cannon. There are still 40,000 fleets hiding in secret locations. If the deep space star track cannon fires, then sacrificing this 10,000-strong fleet displayed openly would be the best option. It may seem somewhat cruel in a way, but kindness doesn't win battles. This is currently the optimal strategy against the deep space star track cannon. Unless, one could go and resolve that single deep space star track cannon right now. Currently, near that lone deep space star track cannon, there is merely a broadcasting reconnaissance aircraft. Though it carries some small firepower systems designed to clear away meteorites, such firepower can't do much against the deep space star track cannon ahead. Moreover, it didn't carry any spatial beacons. Otherwise, by means of the spatial beacon, we could directly teleport over and deal with it. If the Star-Eater race indeed intends to use the deep space star track cannon, then this 10,000 fleet of Falcon's Nest will need to make sacrifices. Still, fortunately, there are countermeasures from the Falcon's Nest side. The fleet might be beyond saving, but the people aboard the ships could be saved, at some cost. Now we just wait to see if the Star-Eater race has really decided to employ the deep space star track cannon to counter the Falcon's Nest fleet. Intensify investigation efforts. Clarify if the Star-Eater race has more deep space star track cannons. It's already underway. Li Si had started arranging things without needing to hear Qin Shi Huang's order. After all, the deep space star track cannon is an ultimate superweapon. However, it is quite surprising that the Star-Eater race has one deep space star track cannon. The likelihood of having a second one is very low. Still, better safe than sorry, so we must check thoroughly. Sure enough, as time passed, the Star-Eater race realized that these star-eating armors combined with strong acid did not achieve any substantial effects on the Blue Eagle ship's energy shield. Such attacks are futile efforts leading to nothing but pointless sacrifices. Subsequently, the star-eating armor combat units began retreating. Commander, shall we use the ultimate method? Isn't this too extravagant? We only have one, and it was acquired at great cost from within the Union. What can we do about it? As for this turtle shell, whoever has a way to deal with it will get top credit from me. For a moment, the high-ranking officials of the Star-Eater race all fell silent. How long will the energy charging take? About half an hour. Keep the fire coverage for another half hour. Subsequently, over 300,000 fleets of the Star-Eater race once again unleashed full-scale firepower coverage against the Falcon's Nest fleet. On the other side, the deep space star track cannon in the footage completely extended. Judging from this, the Star Eaters are truly preparing to use the Deep Space Star Track Cannon, Qin Shi Huang said after observing the situation in the projection images. Then your highness, don't skimp on the energy now. Let's carry out the plan, Qin Shi Huang sighed. Yes. Subsequently, without the slightest clue from the Star Eater race, the Falcon's Nest fleet quietly began transferring personnel. Etheric teleportation. Almost every warship within the Falcon's Nest fleet is equipped with small etheric teleportation frames. By spending energy, internal personnel could be teleported directly. Anyway, under the current firepower coverage by the Star Eaters, the Falcon's Nest fleet couldn't retaliate. It might as well use the energy for teleportation. As time went by, the Deep Space Star Track Cannon of the Star Eaters grew brighter and brighter. On the Falcon's Nest fleet side, the personnel were quickly transferred away. The spatial anchor point was located in the star system that Falcon's Nest had occupied behind them. Since the distance wasn't far, the consumed energy wasn't much either. With the completion of personnel transfer, control of the Falcon's Nest fleet was fully handed over to Li Si. Due to insufficient computational power, it would not be realistic for Li Si to control a 10,000-strong interstellar fleet for attacks. Fortunately, Li Si only needed to maintain the status quo. At this moment, the Deep Space Star Track Cannon in the picture had completely lit up, resembling a giant light bulb. Intense beams radiated throughout the entire star system. Whoosh! In a sudden moment, a terrifying energy beam erupted from the core of the Deep Space Star Track Cannon, piercing straight through the entire star system. Chapter 183. A distance of 3 star systems, each star system being about 10 to 20,000 light-years away. Even at the speed of light, by the time this Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon reaches its destination, it would likely be too late. So unless it's something like the Superstar crossbow from before, targeting an object not far ahead, for now, such attacks across several star systems are not done through conventional methods. Instead, they directly lock onto a point in space and blast into deep space, almost as if folding space to deliver ultra-long-range strikes. Despite the distance spanning 2 or 3 star systems, it takes just 10 seconds for the Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon to strike the Eagle Nest fleet. Boom. A terrifying beam of energy erupted directly from deep space, almost instantly covering the 10,000 interstellar warships of the Eagle Nest fleet. The horrifying energy ripples reverberated across the entire battlefield, and the chaotic energy brought with it massive electromagnetic interference. In an instant, the 30,000 interstellar warships of the Star Devourer race temporarily malfunctioned. It wasn't just the Star Devourer's warships. The equally devastating electromagnetic interference affected the Eagle Nest fleet as well. However, unlike the 30,000 Star Devourer ships that had completely lost control, the Eagle Nest's fleet only experienced a failure in their optical refraction colonization armor. The technological inheritance from Great Qin Heavy Industries wasn't something to be trifled with. On the other hand, when the Star Devourers noticed the appearance of over 40,000 Eagle Nest fleet vessels behind their own 30,000 fleet, they were momentarily stunned. What was happening? However, faced with this current opportunity, Qin Shi Huang wasn't one to miss out. Su Bingtian reacted even faster than Qin Shi Huang. At the first moment of the intense electromagnetic interference, he already gave the order to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 40,000 Eagle Nest fleet ships instantly opened full firepower. The terrifying energy assaults crashed into the formation of the Star Devourer's 30,000 fleet. Amidst the powerful electromagnetic interference, the temporarily uncontrollable Star Devourer ships were like live targets. Against the Eagle Nest fleet's attacks, they could only stand still and be destroyed. Meanwhile, the energy beams of the Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon hadn't yet faded. For a moment, the attacks from both the Eagle Nest fleet and the Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon complemented each other. What the hell? Why aren't these human warships affected by the electromagnetic interference? Their technology, in terms of resisting electromagnetic interference, far surpasses ours. On the side of the Star Devourers, watching their fleet being wiped out like targets left them helplessly enraged. How much longer will the electromagnetic interference last? Probably until after the Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon's attack finishes. The Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon's attack is expected to end in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, the Eagle Nest ships firing at full power could almost wipe out more than half of the Star Devourer's warships. Whoosh, whoosh. At this point, the star-killing Black Hawk ships also completed their energy buildup. Compared to ordinary interstellar warships, the devastating attacks of the star-killing ships more directly penetrated the whole formation of the Star Devourer's warships. With just one shot from the star-killing cannons, a wide swath was cleared. Seeing this, the higher-ups among the Star Devourers were alarmed. In just over 10 seconds, 1/3 of their fleet of 30 million had already been eliminated. At this rate, within 30 seconds, these 30 million ships would likely all be wiped out. The Star Devourer armor can move. The actual electronic components in the Star Devourer armor combat units were minimal, so while affected by the electromagnetic interference, they weren't completely out of control. Star Devourer armor units, charge forward. Millions upon millions of Star Devourer armor units surged towards the Eagle Nest fleet. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang smiled wryly. I'll go out and see how good these things really are. Release all the Imperial Guard mechs. 15,000 Imperial Guard mechs rushed out from the Eagle Nest fleet. Originally, there were 5,000 Imperial Guard mechs among the tens of thousands of Eagle Nest fleets, but now they're probably entirely gone, erased without a trace by the Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon's energy beams. This single shot from the Deep Space Stellar Rail Cannon caused some minor losses for Eagle Nest.
mainly the 500 lower quantum engine cores aboard the 500 Song-ing warships and the 5,000 Imperial Guard mechs. But sacrificing those to take out the Star Devourer's deep space stellar rail cannon was definitely worth it. By now, the view from the deep space stellar rail cannon's position was no longer visible. After firing, that star either collapsed or exploded. Moreover, the electromagnetic interference released at the very instant the deep space stellar rail cannon fired was far stronger than what's currently happening on the battlefield. That reconnaissance drone had already lost contact during that period. The electromagnetic spear, combined with the Gauss sniper cannon, unleashed a terrifying barrage of firepower that almost instantly curbed the charge of these Star Devourer armor combat units. The advantage of the Star Devourer armor in the Starfield battlefield was simple: small size, agility, and overwhelming numbers. For regular interstellar warships, targeting and locking onto such small, agile entities wasn't easy. But this time, they weren't facing ordinary interstellar warships. They were up against the Yulin Guard mechs, specialized for long-range firepower. The target determination capability of the Yulin Guard mechs far outpaced that of an average interstellar warship. In front of the Yulin Guard mechs, the so-called advantages of the Star Devourer armor disappeared entirely. At this moment, a humanoid mech armed with a purple-blue mottled longsword appeared at the forefront of the battlefield. Just as the first wave of Star Devourer armor units approached, it unleashed its blade. A flash of sword light swept horizontally across the field. Like cutting through ripe melons or slicing vegetables, the Star Devourer armors collapsed instantly upon contact with the blade. Qin Shi Huang, witnessing this scene, smirked disdainfully. Turns out his anticipation had been unwarranted. These Star Devourer armors were as fragile as tofu blocks. With the Yulin Guard mechs intercepting the Star Devourer armors from all directions, the Eagle Nest fleet continued to steadily cleanse the remnants of the Star Devourer's fleet. However, this wasn't what filled the Star Devourers with the most despair. What truly made them despair was the reappearance of the Song-ing ships from the Eagle Nest fleet. Before the Star Devourer armor combat units could break through, a new energy shield had already formed. It was over. This time, the high-ranking officials of the Star Devourer race felt as though their hearts had turned to ash. The human tortoise shells had reappeared, and on a far grander scale. After all, among the 10,000 vessels in the previous Eagle Nest fleet, only 500 were Song-ing ships. Now, all the remaining Song-ing ships were here. Looking back at their own forces, the 30 million-strong Star Devourer fleet now numbered merely tens of thousands, spared only because their scattered formations prevented them from being annihilated by the main cannons of the Black Hawk ships. And at this very moment, the energy beam in deep space finally began to dissipate slowly. The attack of the deep space stellar rail cannon had come to an end. As for the target of the deep space stellar rail cannon, those 10,000 Eagle Nest fleet ships, the 500 Song-ing ships, and the subsequent energy shields, they had vanished without a trace. Under the horrifying power of the deep space stellar rail cannon, they had vaporized. Chapter 184. Super Light Brain Computational Center. Following the conclusion of the Deep Space Star Track Cannon's attack, the intense electromagnetic interference spread across the starry sky also came to an end. But of the 30,000 starships in the Starseed clan's interstellar fleet, fewer than 3,000 remained. Moreover, among these 3,000, not a single one was a Starseed ship. During their period of Shirkong, loss of control, the Black Hawk ships of the Eagle Nest fleet had all been targeting the Starseed clan's Starseed ships for fire. Even after 30 seconds had passed, it was miraculous if any Starseed ships of the Starseed clan still existed. Retreat. On the side of the Starseed clan, orders to retreat were almost gritted out through clenched teeth. The remaining 3,000 regular Starseed ships stood no chance against the forces at Eagle Nest. Secondly, the human fleet pushed out once again under the cover of that protective shell. However, they lacked another deep space Star Track cannon. The densely packed Starseed armors also retreated. Naturally, the Eagle Nest fleet wouldn't pass up the chance to strike while the iron was hot. Out of millions of Starseed armor units, they managed to leave behind at least 1 million. And of the remaining 3,000 fleets, nearly 1,000 more were abandoned again. Advance and take over this star system. Qin Shi Huang piloted the Zulong Type 2 at the forefront of the formation. This was a completely one-sided battle, and the Hawk ships truly delivered. It was just the cost that was too high. One Hawk ship's cost was almost equivalent to that of a lower-grade Stellar Annihilation class mech. After all, its drive core used a lower-grade quantum engine core, and the ship itself employed the alloy materials of divine pattern star iron. All of these were standard configurations for Stellar Annihilation class mechs. However, there were currently no suitable Stellar Annihilation class mech pilots within Great Qin, so having these materials was useless. Manufacturing lower-grade Stellar Annihilation class mechs would merely serve as showpieces. These Hawk ships simply needed to activate the engine energy and apply the weight-reducing device so that the hull material could withstand it. Of course, only lower-grade quantum engine cores could achieve such results. Higher-grade quantum engine cores would not allow Su Sheng to abuse them in this manner. As for uppermost-grade quantum engine cores, there were only so many within Great Qin, reserved for Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Su Li's divine general mech. Of course, the Zulong mech left by the first emperor did not count among these. The Starseed clan retreated, not just the remnants here before their eyes, but also the over 200,000 fleets remaining throughout the star system, because they could do nothing about the energy shield possessed by the Eagle Nest fleet. No one knew what kind of technological means it was, but the energy shield was astonishingly formidable. With the retreat of the Starseed clan, the entire star system was quickly taken over by Eagle Nest. However, Due to the vastness of the Starseed clan's territory and this region already being a war zone, the populations of the habitable planets within this expanse of the star system had largely been relocated by the Starseed clan. By now, Eagle Nest had seized over 20 star systems from the Starseed clan's territory. Of the over 120 star systems in the Starseed clan's domain, less than 100 remained. Moreover, on the Starseed clan's side, the nearby several star systems had already been cleared, all fortified into defensive lines. The quantum channels had been almost entirely destroyed. In short, all sorts of time-buying tactics had been employed. Seeing this, the Eagle Nest side instead grew unperturbed. They decided first to properly assimilate the current star systems they had captured. The Starseed side felt utterly aggrieved. Clearly, the number of human troops was incomparable with theirs. But with that energy shield, they really had no other way to counter it. Their only trump card was the deep space Star Trek cannon. Unexpectedly, the humans could once again project an energy shield. Without a solution to deal with the humans' energy shield, they could only be gradually devoured bit by bit. So before finding a resolution, they wouldn't launch an offensive. They could only request reinforcements. After all, they themselves belonged to the Beastmen Alliance. Additionally, being adversaries with the humans meant that as long as they paid some price, absolutely some civilizations would offer support. The power of Eagle Nest's faction continued to grow at breakneck speed. After all, manpower issues had temporarily been resolved. As long as resources and technology were in place, fleets and such weren't something where you needed them. They appeared. Half a month later, a massive computational center for the Light Brain was completed within the Xichang star system. Of course, this star system originally belonged to the Starseed clan's territory and was now shaped by Eagle Nest. The colossal computational center lay thousands of meters beneath the surface of a rocky planet, spanning nearly the entirety of the planet's underground area. This planet was not habitable and lacked an atmosphere. However, relatively speaking, this planet resided in a safe zone and was resource poor, having little other utilitarian value. Using it as a computational center suited perfectly. Naturally, this Light Brain computational center was prepared for Li Si. The extent of Li Si's abilities was closely related to the available computational power. With the support of this Light Brain computational center, it could ensure that Li Si's capabilities were maximized within Eagle Nest. Although it couldn't compare to the enormous computational center at the Great Wall, it was more than enough for Eagle Nest. To construct this Light Brain computational center, Su Sheng had even cut back on the production capacity of a portion of warships. Prime Minister Li Si, how does it feel? Qin Shang looked at the holographic projection of Li Si before him. It's quite impressive, unprecedentedly good. Though it can't match the Great Wall, there's no need for such a colossal functional consumption. Li Si nodded his head. In terms of energy, I've placed 100 lower-grade quantum engine cores in here. That should be sufficient by now. Qin Shang grinned. It was only because of Great Qin's deep reserves that Qin Shang dared to indulge like this. Using over 100 quantum engine cores just to power a computer, anyone would call that extravagance. But for the current Great Wall, lower-grade quantum engine cores weren't really worth mentioning. The technology? Great Qin had it. Stellar materials. Now that Eagle Nest controlled such a vast territory, resources were indeed plentiful. The key material for quantum engine cores was divine pattern star iron, which Great Qin currently possessed in abundance. Thus, Great Qin had already started producing quantum engine cores, but their target wasn't lower-grade ones. It was higher-grade quantum engine cores. In fact, from the moment they obtained the divine pattern star iron, they had begun working on it. However, so far, not a single higher-grade engine existed yet, while there were piles of lower-grade quantum engine cores. Otherwise, Qin Shang wouldn't have been wasting them like this. Lower-grade quantum engine cores, though used as the core for stellar annihilation class mechs, were in a way also considered failures, just like mid-grade quantum engine cores. That's right. They were all failed products from the production of higher-grade quantum engine cores. Ultimately, the essence of a quantum engine core involved compressing and updating stellar energy into a central engine. And this had to come from an aging star, because no civilization had managed to compress a young star successfully thus far. Chapter 185. The upper-level quantum engine core is an entirely updated energy successfully compressed. However, not all the manufacturing processes for upper-level quantum engine cores succeed, and those stars that fail during compression aren't impossible to remedy. One method is to subdivide the overflowing energy. After the failure of compressing one upper-level quantum engine core, it's common to obtain over 1,000 lower-level quantum engine cores. This is even after most of the energy has already dispersed. By normal calculation, one upper-level quantum engine core can at least be subdivided into nearly 10,000 lower-level quantum engine cores. Though the lower-level quantum engine core pales in comparison to the upper-level one. Remember, it's the energy of an entire star. Even splitting it into 10,000 parts still results in astronomical numbers. Energy collected to a certain extent forms a mid-level engine core. Since mid-level engine cores collect more energy, they also take longer to create. Therefore, when an upper-level quantum engine core fails, if processed as mid-level quantum engine cores, only around 10 to 20 mid-level quantum engine cores will ultimately be produced. That's why Qin Shang hasn't used many mid-level quantum engine cores for training. Moreover, there are the lower-level Annihilator mecha cores salvaged from the wreckage during the previous Interstellar Races battle. With these, the current stockpile of lower-level quantum engine cores at the Great Wall is actually quite substantial. How's the production progress at the Qin Heavy Industries? Qin Shang turned and asked Li Si regarding the matter. Following your highness's instructions, we have already produced some mid-level Annihilator star mechas. Li Si responded. Although Qin currently lacks qualified pilots for these Annihilator star mechas, preparation never hurts.
Hence, Qin Shi Huang still instructed Li Si to produce several mid-level Annihilator Star mechas at the Great Wall. As for the lower-level Annihilator Star mechas, no production was necessary because most of the lower-level quantum engine cores had already been used to build the Blue Hawk ships. Plus, there were no suitable pilots for the lower-level Annihilator Star mechas. In the future, if someone became a qualified pilot, giving them a lower-level machine would be a waste. So according to Qin Shi Huang's plan, the production started directly with mid-level Annihilator Star mechas. The computational center has now been completed, and it's time to continue our offensive. We should aim to swiftly seize the remaining territories controlled by the Star Devourer clan. Qin Shi Huang grinned. Li Si nodded in agreement. It's almost certain that the Star Devourer clan does not possess a second deep space orbital cannon. However, it seems the Star Devourer clan has been seeking aid from the Beast Alliance recently. Furthermore, after the completion of the computation center, I've managed to retrieve some information from the Star Devourer clan's interstellar network. Li Si looked at Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang stayed silent, waiting for Li Si to elaborate. It turns out that the origin of the deep space orbital cannon possessed by the Star Devourer clan cannot be attributed solely to their level of technology. They could not possibly have created such an advanced weapon on their own. Their first deep space orbital cannon actually came from the Golden Lion clan within the Beast Alliance. It appears that the Star Devourer clan made some kind of transaction with the Golden Lion clan. The latter provided technical support to help them construct the deep space orbital cannon. But, Li Si hesitated, what exact price was paid that convinced the Golden Lion clan to assist the Star Devourer clan in constructing this deep space orbital cannon? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brows slightly. The Golden Lion clan, a race civilization with a minor reputation across the interstellar community, is a core member of the Beast Alliance. Their territory spans more than 30,000 star systems, approaching 40,000 in number. Although having 40,000 star systems isn't considered overly large among the interstellar clans, for the Eagle Nest's current capacity, they are far too formidable to provoke recklessly. Your meaning is, now the Star Devourer clan likely seeks assistance from the Golden Lion clan? Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. It's not a matter of possibility, it's certainty. Li Si spoke definitively. Since the Golden Lion clan was willing to assist in constructing the deep space orbital cannon for the Star Devourer clan, it can be inferred that the original offer made by the Star Devourer clan must have been exceptionally remarkable. After all, the cost of producing just one deep space orbital cannon, even for the Golden Lion clan, was not low. To exaggerate, the effort might match or come close to the creation of an upper-level Star Annihilator mecha. Although its technical specifications may not demand such precision, the resources and materials required are certainly substantial. That said, this could indeed present some trouble. Qin Shi Huang frowned. What remains uncertain is how much support the Golden Lion clan will provide. Li Si furrowed his brow and replied, can we defeat the Star Devourer clan before reinforcements from the Golden Lion clan arrive? Qin Shi Huang evaluated the situation. Given the power of the Eagle Nest alone, it's unlikely. In the next few star systems, the Star Devourer clan has set up various interception methods. Although they don't pose much threat to the Eagle Nest, it will still take a lot of effort to deal with them. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. The Golden Lion clan is not directly confronting the Golden Lion civilization. They're only some volunteer forces, so we should be able to handle them. The only concern is how deep the bond between the Golden Lion clan and the Star Devourer clan can go. Reorganize the troops and set out. Since we already know the support force of the Star Devourer clan, we should also show some real strength. The territories of Gao Bulin and Yin Yang's clans have basically been fully absorbed by the Eagle Nest. With the support fleet from the rear and the newly assimilated 20-star systems production power of the Star Devourer clan. This time, the Eagle Nest side almost pulled together a fleet of 10,000 ships. Among these, there were over 3,000 Blue Hawk warships, more than 1,000 Black Hawk warships, and an additional 40,000 Star Mech suits. Excluding the defending forces, this was already the full force of the Eagle Nest. Looking at the Grand Fleet, Qin Shi Huang felt a sense of reflection in his heart. This was all that had been accumulated since leaving the Great Wall. But to tell the truth, it was already quite impressive. This force, apart from technical support from the Great Wall, was all that the Eagle Nest had built up from scratch during this period. Depart. Qin Shi Huang swung his arm and issued the command to depart. About a month had passed since the last victory against the Star Devourer clan, and the Eagle Nest fleet was setting out again. The destruction of the Quantum Channel naturally wasn't a problem for the Eagle Nest side. However, along the way, there were various unmanned star fortresses and occasional ambushes by some Star Devourer mecha. There were also many suicide attacks. The journey down didn't result in much damage, but it did consume a great deal of time. The Star Devourer clan had no intention whatsoever of resisting Deng Ly. They completely employed all kinds of tactics to delay time, and it was undoubtedly clear they were waiting for support from the Golden Lion clan. Chapter 186, The Lingua Tribe. Finally, you've arrived. Several high-ranking wolf-headed members of the Shishing tribe, along with a few extravagantly dressed whitish-toothed beings, looked at the three-dimensional hologram in front of them. You actually got beaten this badly? The thing that frustrates me most is how you wasted such an expensive deep space star cannon. We couldn't even beg for a deep space star cannon from those lions, and you used it to swat mosquitoes. The holographic projection in front of them helplessly chimed in with criticism. There's nothing we can do. Our usual tactics are utterly ineffective against the humans' turtle shells. The Shishing side also responded helplessly. Did they not know how precious the deep space star cannon was? Of course, they did. But facing the turtle shell, they really had no other choice. Moreover,
According to their intelligence, humanity declined entirely after the fall of the Great Qin Dynasty, especially due to being targeted by various interstellar races. Thus, the Shishing tribe subconsciously assumed that those under the turtle shell were all of the Su clan's last resources. Once this wave of human strength was eliminated, there would be no more threat left from humanity. Unexpectedly, the human side managed to assemble a much larger fleet, still shielded by that turtle shell. At this moment, the three-dimensional hologram standing before the high-level members of the Shishing tribe was the backup force they had requested from the Beastman Alliance. It wasn't, however, the Golden Lion tribe. Instead, it was another follower of the Golden Lion civilization, the Lingua tribe. The Lingua tribe also belonged to the Beastman Alliance. Their overall build didn't differ much from the human race, except for a pair of fluffy ears and slit-like pupils. They also had a flexible tail behind them. If Qin Shi Huang were here and saw this scene, he would definitely shout out loud, "Furry girls, cat-ear girls." This was the ultimate goal of any hardcore otaku. The Lingua tribe, although considered vassals of the Golden Lion tribe, was still an independent civilization, different from the symbiotic relationship between the Shishing tribe and the Weichich-toothed tribe. But it's not entirely your fault who says you have mech suits. The holographic projection of the cat-eared Lingua people giggled as they said this. Upon hearing this, the high-ups of the Shishing tribe and the Weichich-toothed beings remained silent, looking grim. This was their eternal pain, their inability to master mech suits. Shishing individuals who hadn't awakened extraordinary abilities were relatively calm by nature, but lacked the competence to pilot mech suits. After awakening extraordinary abilities, though their power met the requirements, their disposition invariably became overly excitable, making them completely unsuited for piloting mech suits. As for the symbiotic Weichich-toothed creatures, while their clever minds made them proficient with high technology, mech suits required exceptional physical strength, which they lacked entirely, leaving them incapable of becoming mech pilots. However, in this era of interstellar warfare, mech suits were absolutely the key technological force. Battleships and such were mostly appendages or supporting tools only. The true top-tier force was the mech suits. Although some conventional star mech suits could indeed be operated via intelligent means. For example, Li Si from the Qin Dynasty and earlier mechanical ascension civilization. High-tech approaches were something the Shishing race had no talent for, so they could only rely on the Weichich-toothed creatures to handle things. But even then, the Shishing race kept some guard against the Weichich-toothed, as the latter had once been enslaved by the Shishing tribe. Controlling interstellar battleships was manageable, but when it came to handling near-combat situations, these star battle armors easily handled the situation. Each star armor interior housed Shishing battle units, making it unrealistic for the Weichich to stage rebellion internally. Mainly, as long as there was a single Shishing battle unit inside, the Weichich race could accomplish little. After all, one Shishing battle unit could dismantle an entire regular interstellar ship from the inside. However, it was different when dealing with star mech suits. Even Shishing armor would incur heavy losses when confronting a star mech suit. And under intelligent control, defensive measures against these mech suits were genuinely hard to implement. Not to mention that previously, under the instigation of Eagle's Nest, some radicals among the Weichich had even launched rebellions. Though quickly suppressed by the main forces returning, this potential danger had already been sown. If given the chance, it was difficult to guarantee that the Weichich wouldn't cause problems. Still, it couldn't be helped, as the Shishing race simply couldn't do without the Weichich. Without the Weichich, the entire civilization of the Shishing race would collapse almost instantly. Currently, all high-tech within the Shishing race's civilization was basically controlled by the Weichich. Without going into specifics, if the Weichich stopped working now, all of the Shishing race's interstellar warships would be entirely paralyzed. While it should be noted that the Shishing race's main regular combat unit was actually the Shishing armor. However, without the starships, the Weichich race would essentially lose their place in the stellar battlefield. In response to the mockery from the Lingua tribe, the high-ranking members of the Weichich could only respond with a wry smile. Our clan has its special circumstances. It's just something we can't help. After all, they still needed the Lingua tribe's help in dealing with those humans, so the Weichich had no choice but to endure. Even though humanity has declined, they did once have a glorious past. Some of the technology they inherited is still quite impressive, especially this Su family. According to some records in the Alliance, this Su family actually existed long before the rise of the Great Qin. A human force that has lasted this long naturally has some tricks up its sleeve. Based on the performance of the Eagle's Nest fleet, not only the Weichich but also the newly arrived Lingua tribe regarded the forces of Eagle's Nest as representatives of the Su family. As for the Great Qin, in the collective understanding of the interstellar races, the Great Qin was still hiding like a turtle in the Great Wall Star system. The several super civilizations in the stars were all keeping a close eye on the Great Qin. They didn't believe that the Great Qin could re-emerge. And if it did, the super civilizations would suppress them immediately. Otherwise, do you think why the Angel race appeared during the resource point battles? Because the Angel race was already watching the Great Qin closely. However, seeing the Lingua tribe's nonchalant attitude clearly showed they didn't take the Eagle's Nest fleet seriously. After all, even the Weichich were viewed by them as an incomplete civilization. Lacking mechs doomed the Weichich's reach in the cosmos. So we've said before, if your civilization dissolves and integrates into our alliance, you refused, remarked the Lingua representative while giving a glance at the Weichich leadership and then rolled her eyes. The leaders of the Weichich stayed silent. Dissolving their civilization to integrate into the alliance meant living under someone else's shadow, and they were certainly unwilling. Even when they joined the Great Qin,
At least they maintained their cultural integrity. But don't worry, now that we're here, we'll resolve your current crisis. Prepare your army, and tomorrow we'll go on the offensive with you. With that, the 3D hologram projection of the Lingwei disappeared. Chapter 187. The Hawk's Nest had, in fact, already known about the arrival of the support from the star-consuming race right from the very first moment. After all, the Optical Brain Computing Center wasn't just for show. With the completion of the Optical Brain Computing Center, the interstellar network of the star-consuming race was almost completely open to Li Si. Isn't it the Golden Lion race? Qin Shi Huang looked somewhat surprised at the report provided by Li Si. The Lingwei tribe also belongs to the Beast People Alliance and is a vassal of the Golden Lion race, controlling more than 9,000 star systems with a comprehensive strength far exceeding that of the Hidden Snake tribe. Considering they have the backing of the Golden Lion race, the number of mech suits possessed by the Lingwei tribe wouldn't be small either. In fact, there is a high possibility of star-annihilating mechs appearing this time as reinforcements. Of course, upper-level mechs are impossible, but it definitely won't be like the Hidden Snakes, where even an old mid-level mech could be treasured. Upon hearing Li Si's analysis, Qin Shi Huang nodded slightly. This upcoming battle against the Lingwei tribe would likely be the toughest one since Hawk's Nest's emergence. If the army comes, we will face it. If water comes, we will dam it. We've been discovered for quite some time now, and this will indeed serve as a test. Qin Shi Huang paused thoughtfully. No matter what, tough battles need to be fought. No matter how you look at it, with Crown Princess Li Si and the Divine General Mech, our chances of success are still significant. Just that, casualties might be inevitable. Li Si glanced at Qin Shi Huang. Having come this far, Li Si naturally understood Qin Shi Huang's love for soldiers like children personality. After all, Su Sheng once spent a large amount of energy to transfer the people out when facing deep space stellar cannons. I understand, Qin Shi Huang nodded. Although due to previous personnel shortages, Qin Shi Huang indeed cherished every ounce of combat power he had on his side. But compassion isn't suitable for commanding an army. To reach the peak, one must step over countless white bones, both enemies and allies. Thankfully, the presence of the Tsang-Ing warship should mean little trouble. Even the energy shields of the Tsang-Ing warship require a great deal of effort from Divine General mechs to break through. The number of fleets belonging to the Lingwei tribe isn't much. Only just over 10,000 fleets came to support the star-consuming race. However, Qin Shi Huang knew well that the core support the Lingwei tribe gave to the star-consuming race weren't interstellar warships. It was the mechs, the Iron Fang star system. Originally, this was a mining system deep within the territory of the star-consuming race. In this star system, habitable planets were almost non-existent, but there were rather rich mineral resources. Most of the raw materials for the star-consuming race's armor were collected from this system. However, after all these years, the minerals in the Iron Fang star system were nearing depletion. What remained was the 100 billion set stockpile of star-consuming armor that used to be stored inside the star-consuming armor factories. But this stockpile had already been destroyed by Hawk's Nest. Now, the Iron Fang star system has become the newest defense zone of the star-consuming race. Almost all of the existing military forces of the star-consuming race were stationed here. Yet, the Lingwei tribe didn't seem to have any intention of staying behind to defend. According to the Lingwei tribe, they had other things to do and no time to waste here. After all, in their view, apart from that energy shield, the human race was almost incapable of resistance. As for that energy shield which required the star-consuming race to use deep space orbital cannons to resolve, it wasn't something they paid attention to. Since they already knew of the existence of this energy shield and dispatched forces accordingly, appropriate countermeasures must have been taken. As for whether or not these measures were effective, that's not something the star-consuming race could ascertain. Thus, the star-consuming race, with no other choice, gathered a fleet of 100,000 units and set off with the Lingwei tribe's fleet. A last force of 200,000 fleets was left behind to garrison the Iron Fang star system. Anyway, the core fighting strength of the star-consuming race wasn't interstellar warships. It was star-consuming armor. This time, the star-consuming race deployed nearly 5 billion sets of star-consuming armor. This was almost the maximum quantity of star-consuming armor that the star-consuming race could mobilize now. Of course, what the star-consuming race lacked wasn't extraordinary ability possessors, but star-consuming armor. After all, their base, with 100 billion sets of star-consuming armor in the star-consuming armor factory, had been completely wiped out by the Hawk's Nest fleet. Thus, a combined fleet of 1,300,000 fully loaded with military power moved towards the region occupied by Hawk's Nest. At this point, Hawk's Nest's 10,000 fleet was also advancing toward this area. Eventually, both parties encountered each other halfway in an uninhabited deep space. To be precise, it was the star-consuming race and the Lingwei tribe that discovered Hawk's Nest's 10,000 fleet. In reality, the movements of the allied forces of the star-consuming race had been largely monitored by Li Si. "Oh, seems like these humans can't wait to die," remarked someone from the Lingwei tribe while watching the radar showing the Hawk's Nest fleet. 50,000 fleet? Is that all the strength of these humans? A commander from the Lingwei tribe grinned. "Be careful, those humans might have hidden forces like before." A reminder came from the star-consuming race. "Rest assured, I've reviewed your battle replays," the commander of the Lingwei tribe said after glancing at their deployed reconnaissance units, which had found nothing. The commander of the Lingwei tribe shook his head, realizing he might have overthought it. After all, with the technological support from the Golden Lion race, they were definitely superior to the star-consuming race. Although the star-consuming race was also aligned with the Golden Lion race. Unfortunately, the star-consuming race wasn't suited for an independent civilization. As such, the Golden Lion race provided minimal technological support, aiming to wait for the collapse of the star-consuming race's civilization before absorbing them into the alliance. You go first and use your regular combat methods. We'll step in to support at critical moments. The commander of the Lingwei tribe instructed the star-consuming race. The star-consuming race had no objections. After all, they were in need. Star-annihilating ships began charging energy. Conventional starships locked on and fired. Meanwhile, billions of star-consuming armors spread across the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Without hesitation, the battle commenced. On Hawk's Nest's side, countermeasures were promptly implemented. Protected by the energy shields formed by 1,000 Tsang-ing warships, Hawk's Nest started exchanging bombardments with the star-consuming race. Thanks to the Tsang-ing warships, despite the star-consuming race having twice as many fleets, Hawk's Nest suffered almost no losses. On the contrary, occasional salvos managed to penetrate and destroy some interstellar warships of the star-consuming race. So this is the human race's turtle shell? Collect data, analyze its strength. The Lingwei tribe had no intention of engaging directly yet, but showed great interest in the energy shield protecting Hawk's Nest. Soon, the corresponding data was analyzed. Upon seeing the results, the Lingwei tribe's expression turned grim. According to the analysis, the countermeasures they prepared seemed to have little effect against this energy shield. Figure out a way to analyze the principle behind this energy shield. How did these humans manage to create such a strong energy shield? Chapter 188. The cutting ability of the Lingwei clan. Can we do nothing about those humans? Can you help by stepping in? The battle had been going on for a while, but there were no casualties on the Hawk's Nest fleet, as they could not break through the energy shield. This situation made it seem like the star-devouring race was suffering the attacks passively throughout. However, looking at the Lingwei clan's side, they clearly had no intention to fight. Facing the plea from the star-devouring race, the Lingwei clan was unable to help. They had no choice but to force themselves into the fight. Well, let us try this energy shield ourselves. Stellar Annihilator charging energy, claw mechs advancing. Swoosh. Almost 10,000 standardized celestial mechs burst directly out of the warships of the Lingwei clan. Claw mechs are standardized celestial mechs of the Lingwei clan and belong to the balanced type of mech. Equipped with super-frequency cutting claws, along with various long-range secondary cannons. Its armor is also not too fragile. It is both adept at long-range and short-range combat. This is also the true main force that the Lingwei clan brought for support this time. Although the human side also had standardized mechs in the combat footage provided by the star-devouring race, the Lingwei clan had other trump cards. Ling Cat, activate. Swoosh. Two huge figures rushed out. Compared to the claw mechs, the Ling Cat mechs were even larger, and their limbs were crouched, making them beast-type mechs. These two mid-tier Stellar Annihilator mechs represented the real strength of the Lingwei clan. Seeing how the Yin Snake clan valued one old relic scale snake mech. Now when the Lingwei clan stepped forward with two Ling Cat mechs, both the star-devouring race and the Lingwei clan knew about the existence of the Divine General mech. After all, during the previous surprise attack on the star-devouring race's key facilities, it was the Divine General mech that appeared. But what they knew was only that the Hawk's Nest had Stellar Annihilator mechs, not detailed information about the Divine General mech. According to their estimation, it would be at most a mid-tier Stellar Annihilator mech, possibly a lower-tier Stellar Annihilator mech. As for upper-tier Stellar Annihilator mechs, even the Golden Lion clan didn't have any. So, regardless of how you calculate, the two Ling Cat mechs already put them in an advantageous position. Now, the only challenge was the energy shield of these humans in front of them. Based on the collected data, it seemed like the Ling Cat mech was struggling a bit. For now, they could only give it a try under such circumstances. Boom, boom, boom. First to open fire were the Stellar Annihilator ships of the Lingwei clan, not many, just over 100. But the main cannon energy fluctuations of the Lingwei clan Stellar Annihilator ships were clearly stronger than those of the star-devouring race. Then, the Black Eagle ship of Hawk's Nest opened fire. There was no comparison, there was no harm shown. The energy beams of the Black Eagle ship were much larger. But since Hawk's Nest only had a fleet of 5 10,000s, they were still at a disadvantage in terms of firepower. However, all the attacks that penetrated through the Hawk's Nest firepower array were blocked by the energy shields of the Blue Eagle ship. Even though the Lingwei clan's warship joined the attack sequence, the energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship remained solid. However, under the cover of artillery fire, the claw mechs had arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of arc-shaped energy halos mingled among the artillery fire, hitting the energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship. The previously steady energy shield experienced its first fluctuations. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Shi Huang felt somewhat puzzled. Your Highness, according to analysis, the attacks from those claw mechs have a very strong cutting ability. The energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship, although powerful in resisting energy bombings, is unsatisfactory in resisting cutting. Li Si answered Qin Shi Huang's confusion. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nodded slightly. It was understandable. After all, nothing can be perfect. However, at this level, wanting to cut through the energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship is not really feasible. The power output isn't enough. It's just a little more load on the Blue Eagle ship. At this level of load, is the Blue Eagle ship okay? Qin Shi Huang furrowed his eyebrows slightly. No problem in the short term, Li Si nodded. Also, consider dealing with those claw mechs. Qin Shi Huang spoke up. Your Highness, I will arrange it. Su Bingtian responded at this moment. So, their weakness lies here. Seeing that the cutting attacks from the claw mechs produced some effect, the Lingwei clan showed smiles. It was good that there was a way. Artillery cover. Let the claw mech try to get close and perform cutting. The close quarters cutting capability of the claw mechs was the strongest. Their close quarters cutting ability might even threaten a stellar annihilator mech. This has always been one of the Lingyue clan's prides. And there were 2 Ling Cat mechs on standby. These 2 Ling Cat mechs were prepared specifically to counter the human stellar annihilator mech. As the star-devouring race and the Lingyue clan deployed their battle formations, more than 10,000 claw mechs were rapidly approaching. At this moment, within the energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship, changes also occurred in Hawk's Nest fleet. An even greater number of celestial mechs emerged from their warships, surpassing the quantity of the Lingyue clan's claw mechs. Exactly 20,000. Among them, 10,000 were Yulin Guard mechs. With the addition of the Yulin Guard mechs, Hawk's Nest firepower instantly multiplied several times over. The concentrated firepower of 10,000 Yulin Guard mechs surpassed that of 50,000 standard warships. Excluding the 500 Black Eagle ships, the firepower of regular interstellar warships simply could not match the Yulin Guard mechs. This was the absolute dominant combat power in the starry battlefield, mechs. And as the Yulin Guard mechs poured out their firepower, the approaching claw mechs suffered damage for the first time and were forced to halt their advance. Such a large number of standardized mechs. It seems these humans are quite skilled after all, said the Lingyue clan as they watched Hawk's Nest standardized mechs. Of course, for the Lingyue clan, these mechs weren't much. After all, they were just a support force for the star-devouring race. Alright, activate the Ling Cat mechs. No more playing around. If that stellar annihilator mech doesn't come out, we'll force it to. Whoosh. The 2 Ling Cat mechs that had been waiting on both sides immediately sprang into action. So fast, truly deserving of the name, Ling Cats. Whoosh whoosh. 2 enormous beams of energy blades appeared on either side, cutting through with impressive speed. In comparison to the energy blades of the claw mechs, these were incomparably larger. Cutting capability. This was the core selling point of the Lingyue clan's mechs. Compared to the claw mechs among the celestial mechs, the Ling Cat mechs at the stellar annihilator level were truly the master cutters. Whoosh. The 2 energy blades directly carved 2 slashes onto the energy shield of the Blue Eagle ship. However, thanks to the continuous energy supply from the quantum engine core of the Blue Eagle ship, the cuts were almost instantly repaired. Thus, no attacks managed to penetrate through. Chapter 189. Retreading the Old Path. Amazing. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but express his admiration. Su Sheng indeed recognized the cutting capabilities of the 2 Spirit Cat mechs. After all, the energy shields formed by over 1,000 Sang ships could even withstand attacks from Divine General mechs, Star Annihilator crossbows. However, the Star Annihilator arrow falls under piercing, an area where the energy shield of the Tongying ship excels in. But now, the cutting ability of these 2 mid-level mechs managed to cut through the energy shield of the Tongying ship, which was indeed surprising. Exactly as I thought. Seeing this scene, the commander of the Lingyue clan revealed a smile. Although, these human energy shields were indeed troubling and could withstand such massive firepower, truly impressive. Unfortunately, their weakness lies in resistance to cutting, don't they? And they just happen to be countered by our side's mechs. Excellent work. On the side of the star-devouring clan, excitement also showed on their faces. It turned out that the turtle shell of these humans' weak point was cutting. Had we known this earlier, we might not have wasted the deep space star track cannon before, nor would we need reinforcements. The people of the star-devouring clan considered that without the protection of this turtle shell, the human fleet's strength is something they could crush effortlessly. The only challenging part was the star-annihilating mech that had invested in various crucial bases of our civilization. The regular combat forces of the star-devouring clan indeed had nothing that could match up against the star-annihilating mech. Although the main cannon of the star-annihilating ship posed a threat to the star-annihilating mech, given the latter's agility, it was nearly impossible for the star-annihilating mech to get hit by the star-annihilating ship's main cannon. Everyone knew that the main cannon of the star-annihilating ship could pose a threat to the star-annihilating mech, but across the entire star system, the number of star-annihilating mechs truly destroyed by the star-annihilating ships was few and far between. Not to mention the star-devouring armor units. Against conventional star mechs, the star-devouring armor could manage a trade-off via numerical superiority. But when it came to facing off against a star-annihilating mech, no matter how many there were, they couldn't even get close. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible. If the star-devouring armor factory hadn't been destroyed, with hundreds of billions of star-devouring armors, they could wear down the star-annihilating mech pilots until exhaustion. However, previously, considering no wastage, the star-devouring clan still had one deep space star track cannon left. There was no star-annihilating mech that could endure the deep space star track cannon. But now, whatever was said, it was too late. The deep space star track cannon had already been wasted. It seems this is the Lingyue clan's move. Everything is here. Can Empress handle 2 Spirit Cat mechs? Qin Shi Huang asked. On the Hawk Nest side, the only mech that could directly deal with the Spirit Cat mechs was Su Li's Divine General mech. Relax, they're just 2 mid-level mechs. Their cutting capability happens to counter the energy shield of the Hawk ships. Su Li replied confidently. The Divine General mech has undergone several rounds of enhancement by now, far from being the hastily made mech at the beginning. Initially, while fighting against Scale Snake mechs, it was almost a complete domination, and if not for capturing them alive, the Scale Snake mechs would have been obliterated immediately. Now, however, there was no requirement for live capture anymore. Good, then let's advance. Primary target, the sharp claw mechs of the Lingyue clan. Just when both the Star-Devouring clan and the Lingyue clan believed things were going well, suddenly, from the flank, a colossal beam of energy shot through a group of sharp claw mechs that were searching for opportunities to charge. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2,000 of those sharp claw mechs were destroyed. What was happening? The commander of the Lingyue clan was taken aback. That was 500 Black Hawk ships firing the star-annihilating cannons. Ordinary space mechs simply couldn't withstand the main cannons of star-annihilating ships. Some powerful heavy mechs might stand a chance. But the sharp claw mechs are balance-type mechs and caught off guard completely. Then followed an enormous barrage of fire from the flank. Regular interstellar warships attacks were interspersed with electromagnetic spear projectiles from the feathered guards, as well as Gauss sniper cannons. Retreading the old path. Here we go again. Seeing this, the faces of the Star-Devouring clan turned grim. Before the battle commenced, they had warned the Lingyue clan about preventing this trick from the humans. Yet, they still fell into the trap. From the flank appeared another Hawk Nest fleet. The number was the same, 5 10,000s, and the configuration was practically identical to the front battlefield Hawk Nest fleet. Except this time, the special vessels used for creating energy shields increased by half. This time, the Hawk Nest fleet numbered a total of 100,000. There were only 50,000 on the front battlefield. The other 50,000 were hidden, ready for a sudden attack at any moment. Although it was a repeat of an old trick, under the lead in technology, unless the opponent conducted a painstaking search inch by inch, it would be hard to discover the hidden Hawk Nest fleet. But now that enemies had already appeared at the front, how could they possibly have the time for such detailed searches? Before they knew it, their preemptive sneak attack had already succeeded. Spirit Cat mechs, hold the line first. Though caught off guard, the Lingyue clan's commander promptly made targeted arrangements. Let the star-annihilating Spirit Cats take the pressure first, and then adjust part of the fleet's firepower accordingly. But a massive purple sword glow appeared out of nowhere. Accompanied by a field of purple electric energy, it ruthlessly covered the two Spirit Cat mechs. Trouble, it's their star-annihilating mech. Upon seeing this scene, the Spirit Cat clan commander's expression darkened. At this moment, the Feathered Guard's firepower had already spread across the array of sharp claw mechs from the Lingyue clan. Even though many evaded it, as long as hit, with the armor of the sharp claw mechs, although not immediately destroyed, all were damaged. Some unlucky ones, continuously struck, exploded outright. Sharp claw mechs, all scatter, free evasive maneuvers. Gathering together would only lead to being bombarded crazily by the enemy's firepower. Though the sharp claw mechs also possessed some long-range capabilities, the opponent's mechs were clearly designated for long-range combat, and they seemed to be of a high tier. In such a situation, only a fool would try to exchange long-range firepower with them. Star-Devouring clan, you withstand the frontal pressure first. We will figure out a way to deal with the ambush from the flank. Their reconnaissance crafts had failed to detect these hidden human fleets. This was something they really did not expect. Meanwhile, the Lingyue clan's gaze turned towards the Spirit Cat mech side. It was the star-annihilating mechs that were the true core. Just with this glance, the Lingyue clan commander's heart sank halfway. The power of these humans seemed stronger than anticipated. Could that mech be an upper-class star-annihilating mech? That was highly unlikely. An upper-class star-annihilating mech was extremely precious. All that could be seen on the battlefield was two Spirit Cat mechs, 2 against 1, yet being suppressed by the huge mech's sword and shield. Chapter 190. Upper-class Star-Annihilator Mecha? This was the thought that instinctively crossed the mind of Lingyue clan's commander upon witnessing this scene. However, he immediately dismissed the idea himself. How could it be possible? Upper-class Star-Annihilator mechas aren't as common as cabbages. It was probably just a mid-tier mecha with a relatively high grade at most, and judging from its appearance, it seemed to be a heavy one. The Lingmao mecha also belonged to the balanced type, so it would likely struggle to break through the opponent's defense in a short period. 2 against 1, we can delay it. There should be an opportunity. At present, we need to find a way to deal with those troublesome long-range mechas on their side. However, all of their long-range mechas were protected by those pesky energy shields. And the only thing capable of penetrating the energy shield was the Lingmao mecha, but now the Lingmao mecha was already tied up. As for the Lijiao mecha, while it did have the ability to threaten those energy shields, under the fire suppression from the opposing long-range mechas, the Lijiao mecha simply couldn't get close. For a moment, Lingyue clan's battlefield fell into a vicious circle. Not to mention the main battlefield where Shixing clan had absolutely no way to deal with the energy shield of the Kanjing warships. Currently, the seemingly resolute Lingyue clan didn't have any other methods either. However, Lingyue clan was much more flexible in thinking compared to Shixing clan. Under such circumstances, if they continued to drag things out, they would only suffer greater losses. There being no other way to reverse the situation currently. Thus, retreating at this moment was truly the optimal solution. With that thought in mind, Lingyue clan's commander hesitated not at all and issued the retreat order directly. You? The Shixing clan stood baffled, looking over at Lingyue clan's side. Right now, we can only withdraw first and prepare more thoroughly or gather additional support before coming back. Otherwise, continuing will only increase our casualties without purpose. Shixing clan remained silent, but Lingyue clan's fleet had already begun contracting their formation and started withdrawing. Even the remaining Lijiao mechas had all retreated back into the warship storage bay. In comparison, Shixing clan could do nothing but begrudgingly follow and contract their own formation, preparing for withdrawal. Lingyue clan had already begun reflecting on the reasons for this failure. There were mainly 2 points. The first point was underestimating the opponent. Knowing fully well that during their previous battle with Shixing clan,
the opponents had used ambushing tactics. They trusted too much in their unmanned reconnaissance drones and failed completely to consider the possibility of another ambush. Secondly, they underestimated the strength of the shields. While their Lingmao mecha could break through the energy barriers, the repair speed of the barriers was extremely fast, necessitating immediate counter-strategies right after breaking through. Regarding Li Jiao mecha, which was uniformly balanced type mechas, there was simply no way for them to break through the firepower blockade. Lastly, Star Annihilator mechas. That single Star Annihilator mecha of the enemy was stronger than anticipated. Two Lingmao mechas weren't a match for that human Star Annihilator mecha. All these situations led to the complete defeat in this battle. Naturally, both the movements of Lingyue clan and Shixing clan were detected by Ye Gao immediately. Thinking about leaving? Su Sheng smirked. Since you've come, you should leave something behind. I Fei, make sure to at least leave them one Lingmao. Although Su Li didn't reply verbally, her sudden intensification of offensive rhythm revealed everything. And Lingyue clan promptly realized Ye Gao's intention. All-Star Annihilator warships, delay your withdrawal and focus your firepower to assist the Lingmao mecha disengage. Any loss for other combat units would still be acceptable, but problems must absolutely not arise with the two Lingmao mechas. Despite Lingyue clan appearing generous by sending out two Lingmao mechas for support, it was merely out of compliance with the instructions of Qin Shi clan. In reality, the entire Qin Shi clan only possessed 10 Star Annihilator mechas altogether. Among them, middle-class Star Annihilator mechas comprised only 4 Lingmios, 2 of which were here. Additionally, 6 others were merely lower-class Star Annihilator mechas. If anything happened to the Lingmao mecha, it would genuinely be crippling damage for Lingyue clan. Facing Lingyue clan's actions, the Ye Gao fleet naturally wouldn't stand idly by and watch. Now, the forces of both sides had converged. An army of 100,000 Ye Gao fleet ships, with 3,000 Kanjing warships forming a vast energy barrier fully protecting the whole fleet in the center. 1,000 Haiying warships were also crazily unleashing firepower, intercepting the supporting firepower aimed at the Lingmao mecha. Magnetic hum. A huge purple thunder erupted, a sword swinging through space, forcing the two Lingmao mechas to retreat once again. In direct confrontation, the Star Annihilator mecha had no chance to accumulate energy and utilize star annihilation techniques. Therefore, both sides were employing standard tactics. Even so, the area where the 3-Star Annihilator mechas were fighting was filled with chaotic and terrifying energy, making it impossible for regular starships to stay inside. Even the Kanjing warships could only approach while maintaining their energy shields. As for mecha units, except perhaps for the Iron Guard mechas, none of the others on site would dare to get close. Not to mention Lingyue clan's Li Jiao mecha. The two Lingmao mechas were currently caught in a difficult situation whether to advance or retreat. The pilots of the two Lingmao mechas had already given up any hope of defeating the heavy mecha in front of them. The more they fought, the more alarmed they became, almost both believing that the human Star Annihilator mecha in front of them was an upper-class Star Annihilator mecha. After all, there were 2 of them, so they could slightly support each other, yet they still found themselves at a disadvantage against this single human mecha. However, because they were still able to hold on, they didn't dare confirm that the human Star Annihilator mecha was indeed an upper-class one. It wasn't quite to that extent. If it truly was an upper-class Star Annihilator mecha, not just the 2 of them, but even all 4 Star Annihilator mechas from the entire Lingyue clan combined would be crushed one by one. But despite the current retreat order, they couldn't leave. The 2 Lingmao mechas could together withstand the Xinjiang mecha for a bit longer while supporting each other. However, if there was only one Lingmao mecha, it would likely be obliterated instantly. Yet, neither dared to expose their backs to the Xinjiang mecha at the same time. What they didn't know was that the Xinjiang mecha was indeed a genuine upper-class Star Annihilator mecha. It was just that due to being recasted, the Xinjiang mecha had shifted from an originally balanced type mecha into a heavy one. Its body materials were nowhere near the level of an upper-class Star Annihilator mecha. So currently, the Xinjiang mecha couldn't fully unleash its potential power. Additionally, Su Li, being at the strength of a 7th-level Qi practitioner, couldn't fully utilize the complete capabilities of the Xinjiang mecha either. Otherwise, the 2 Lingmao mechas would probably have been damaged in just a single exchange. Despite this, in face of the offensive from the Xinjiang mecha, all they could do was endure. Chapter 191. The 2 Lingcat mechs simultaneously opened their mouths, spewing beams of energy. Although it was regular firing, powered by the mid-level quantum engine core, these 2 beams of energy were only second to the main cannon of a star-destroying battleship. But, electrical ion field. The defensive layer formed by the purple electromagnetic energy had already weakened these 2 attacks considerably. By the time the 2 energy beams approached, there was little remaining power. They were directly scattered by the Xinjiang mech's shield and sword. But when faced with the Xinjiang mech's electrical magnetic field attack and sharp blade light, they could only jointly defend themselves. Moreover, the powerful oscillation force caused damage to the bodies of their Lingcat mechs each time. Although the damage wasn't significant every time, accumulated over time, the 2 Lingcat mechs were now damaged by nearly 10%. They felt quite powerless as well. Their attacks were hardly a threat because the opponent was a heavy mech unless they hit head-on. But even then, the intensity of that external electrical magnetic field was astonishing. This is absolutely not a normal mid-level star-destroying mech. It's too exaggerated. The pilot of the Lingcat mech reported this situation to the commander on the Lingyue clan side. Lingcat mechs are good at cutting abilities, but they didn't dare to get close. Their one remaining advantage was their flexibility compared to the opponent. When they tried getting close, their cutting light claws could only scratch sparks and white marks onto the enemy's shield.
Instead, one of the Lingcat mech's heads almost got decapitated by a huge alloy longsword. There have been attempts of direct confrontation. The result was that the Lingcat mech's cutting light claws were directly shattered by the alloy longsword along with the electrical magnetic field in a single slash. There wasn't even a trace left on the alloy longsword. If they knew that both the sword and the shield of the Xinjiang mech contained Godwin Star iron alloy, they would understand. Find a way to disengage. Regardless of you or the Lingcat mechs, you are all precious assets of our Lingyue clan. I will sacrifice part of the fleet and launch a suicide attack. The commander of the Lingyue clan fell silent for a moment before giving his reply. The Lingcat mechs absolutely must not have any problems. Star-Eating clan, help us intercept the human fleet firepower at any cost to ensure the success of our next action. After this, I will find a way to persuade the Lion to act. The commander of the Lingyue clan locked eyes on the Xinjiang mech, believing that the Golden Lion clan would definitely be interested in such an unusually strong star-destroying mech. The Star-Eating clan had already prepared to retreat, but now, they could only turn back and help. As the Star-Eating clan spread out its vast star-eating armors once again, turning to block the firepower of the Falcon Nest fleet, the Lingyue clan's fleet also began to move. Except for the warships carrying the Razor Claw mechs, all other warships moved towards the battlefield where the 3 star-destroying level mechs were fighting. Suicidal attacks. Even the residual energy waves from the battle between the star-destroying mechs could directly destroy these starships. However, the purpose of the Lingyue clan now was to rescue the Lingcat mechs, willing to risk all the starships if necessary. Attack with full force, hold off the Lingyue clan's fleet. Su Bintian naturally realized the intentions of the Lingyue clan. Annihilating those fleets doesn't mean much. Regular space fleets can be mass-produced with resources and time. In just this short period, the Falcon Nest side has blown up so many fleets, which clearly shows that. What's precious are the star-destroying level mechs and their pilots. Consider the Great Wall. Lower quantum engine cores aside, there are also many mid-level quantum engine cores. Moreover, there are Godwin Star iron materials, and technology capable of manufacturing star-destroying level mechs also exists. However, up until now, apart from the remolded body of the Xinjiang mech, no new star-destroying level mech has entered combat. The only mid-level star-destroying mech, Lin Shi, is still in Qin Shang's hands and was seized from the Hidden Snake tribe, an ancient relic. This is precisely because, except for Su Li and Da Qin, there simply aren't any qualified star-destroying level mech pilots. To truly hurt the Lingyue clan naturally requires destroying their star-destroying mechs. However, under the pressure from the Lingyue clan, the Star-Eating clan went all out, sacrificing ships and Star-Eating armor units without restraint to intercept the Falcon Nest fleet's firepower. For a brief period, the Falcon Nest side was actually unable to break through the Star-Eating clan's interception. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lingyue clan fleet, also sparing no cost, wildly poured firepower towards the Xinjiang mech. Though it was true that, aside from the main cannon of a star-destroying ship, other normal space warship main cannons couldn't even pierce through the electrical ion magnetic field of the Xinjiang mech. However, their attacks could still influence the Xinjiang mech. At the very least, the energy ion magnetic field blocking the firepower also consumed energy. And consuming energy meant more had to be drawn from the quantum engine core, which whooshing ly increased the burden on Su Li piloting the Xinjiang mech. Thus, with the support of these warships' firepower, the pressure on the 2 Lingcat mechs instantly decreased. Now, the 2 Lingcat mechs were preparing to disengage. Thinking of running? It's not that easy. Iron Guard mechs, militia mechs, charge out and intercept the Lingyue clan's firepower. Qin Shang, observing the situation of the Xinjiang mech, issued his commands. Previously, in order to minimize casualties, almost all combat units except for the Xinjiang mech remained under the energy shield of the Blue Hawk ship. But in this current situation, if they simply let the 2 Lingcat mechs escape, it would be a significant loss. Even at the cost of some sacrifices, Qin Shang decided to capture these 2 star-destroying level mechs. Instantly, an overwhelming force of 20,000 Starry Sky mechs burst forth from the energy shield of the Blue Hawk ship. 10,000 militia mechs, 10,000 Iron Guard mechs. This expedition initially brought over 40,000 Starry Sky mechs, of which more than 20,000 were Imperial Guard mechs unsuited for direct charges. As these 20,000 mechs emerged, the 100,000-strong fleet of the Star-Eating clan immediately redirected its firepower toward them. Meanwhile, those densely packed Star-Eating armors attempted to surround them. Buzz. 10,000 Iron Guard mechs formed an oscillation force field defense. Effortlessly, they repelled the firepower of the Star-Eating clan's regular space warships while simultaneously charging their long knives. Then a flurry of sword light slashed outward. 10,000 Iron Guard mechs unleashed their sword lights. In an instant, they cleared the area ahead, leaving no trace of the encroaching Star-Eating armors within the range of the blade coverage. Fearsome indeed. This was the first time the Iron Guard mechs engaged in direct confrontation against the Star-Eating clan, shocking the latter who experienced the Iron Guard mech strength for the first time. Chapter 192. Originally, the star-consuming armored units of the star-consuming race could trade off some normal star mechs with the advantage of numbers. Similar to the Dwarven Dragon race that the star-consuming race was previously invading, they had star mechs too. But those star mechs could only be dealt with a certain amount of casualties when facing the star-consuming armor. However, they now faced highway mechs that inherited technology from Qin Heavy Industries. In interstellar space, these are all high-end goods, far surpassing the opposing star mechs. Moreover, There were an entire 10,000 Taiwei mechs. When deployed on this scale, their power became exceptionally exaggerated. Meanwhile, the martial infantry mech pilots had already charged into Ling Yu's fleet. These martial infantry mechs, wielding sword and shield alike, unleashed their own power. Streams of sword light complemented by secondary cannon fire causing the Ling Yu clan's fleet to immediately be overwhelmed, leaving them almost no energy to support the two Spirit Cat mechs. Without any interference from ranged firepower, Su Li, piloting the Divine General mech, displayed divine might once again. ZZZT. A vast surge of purple electricity erupted. In one negligent moment, one of the Spirit Cat mechs was directly sliced by the Divine General mech's alloy longsword, removing a large portion of its external armor, sparking with electric fire, and clearly losing balance. Fortunately, it wasn't a core component. Otherwise, this Spirit Cat mech would have been rendered completely useless. Seeing this scene, the commander of the Ling Yu clan bulged his eyes. Looking at the damaged Spirit Cat mech, the commander of the Ling Yu clan then glanced toward the martial infantry and Iron Guard mechs from Eagle Nest. There were only 10,000 martial infantry against Ling Yu's nearly 30,000 fleets. But these regular fleets were utterly outmatched by the martial infantry mechs. Except for the main cannons of the planet-destroying ships, just the shields of the martial infantry mechs could withstand attacks from regular mechs. These martial infantry mechs, or rather, the key components of all the mechs currently produced by Eagle Nest, included scraps of celestial pattern star iron. Even just a small bit of scrap represented a qualitative change for star mechs. Faced with this situation, the commander of the Ling Yu race gritted his teeth in the end. All claw mechs to sortie. Regardless of cost, intercept the human race's mechs to ensure the fleet can smoothly support the Spirit Cat mechs. SHHH. At this point, there were only slightly over 7,000 Spirit Cat mechs left. Facing 20,000 human mechs, these thousands of claw mechs would undoubtedly only serve as cannon fodder. It was already very clear. The commander of the Ling Yu clan intended to completely sacrifice these claw mechs in order to protect the two Spirit Cat mechs. But, clearly, his plan wouldn't work. When these 7,000 to 8,000 claw mechs rushed forward, they met up with the late-arriving 10,000 Iron Guard mechs. The situation seemed like a lower-spec version of the Divine General mech versus a lower-spec version of the Spirit Cat mech. Claw mechs were also balanced mechs, while coincidentally, the Iron Guard mechs were heavy mechs as well. Although Claw mech's cutting ability was quite strong, unfortunately, the large shields of the Iron Guard mechs were quite effective against the cutting abilities of Claw mechs. Compared to the energy shields of the Soaring Falcon ship, the shields of the Iron Guard mechs had inferior defense capabilities against energy attacks. However, being physical shields, especially those enhanced with materials, they naturally performed much better against cutting compared to energy barriers. As a result, more than 10,000 Iron Guard mechs began mercilessly overwhelming the Claw mechs with force. As for the martial infantry mechs that had already broken through the formation of the fleet, they remained unstoppable. Watching this scene, the commander of the Ling Yu clan felt utterly helpless. Initially confident in coming to support the star-consuming race, not only was the predicament of the star-consuming race unresolved, but now his own fleet and mechs would be sacrificed. At this moment, the Divine General mech focused its fierce assault on the damaged Spirit Cat mech. Even with the assistance of another Spirit Cat mech nearby, both being at full strength still couldn't match the Divine General mech, let alone now that damage had already occurred. Thus, the damage to that Spirit Cat mech continued to grow. For this, the Ling Yu clan side could only watch helplessly. Ultimately, observing the continuously retreating Spirit Cat mech shedding parts, and seeing the continuously retreating state of the fleet and claw mechs, the commander of the Ling Cat clan felt a tremendous pain in his heart, ultimately biting his teeth. Full army retreat. The damaged Spirit Cat, regardless of cost, blocked the human race's mechs. The other mech shall retreat. Continuing to delay would make it uncertain whether they could rescue the Spirit Cat mech, and all fleets and claw mechs would likely be needlessly sacrificed. If the Spirit Cat mech couldn't be saved, it would be all for nothing. Moreover, one of the Spirit Cat mechs was already severely damaged. It was clear that this Spirit Cat mech couldn't hold on much longer. If they continued to delay, after this Spirit Cat mech completely lost its momentum and only one Spirit Cat mech remained, it would absolutely be impossible for the sole remaining mech to handle the situation alone. If it really came to that, both Spirit Cat mechs would have to be sacrificed. So, instead, it would be better to make a drastic decision. Sacrifice one Spirit Cat mech in order to save the other. Additionally, some fleets and claw mechs could also be preserved. Subsequently, the surviving fleets and claw mechs of the clan disengaged as quickly as possible. As for the Spirit Cat mech with more severe damage to its body, instead of retreating, it began entangling the Divine General mech. Swish! A cutting light claw swung out. But the Divine General mech's shield held firm, accurately intercepting the Spirit Cat mech's light claw. At the same time, from the side of the shield, an alloy longsword carrying purple electric ion energy thrust forward. However, the Spirit Cat mech showed no signs of retreat. Its forelimbs simultaneously extended cutting light claws. Clang! The alloy longsword directly pierced through the Spirit Cat mech's body. ZZZT. Electric sparks flew everywhere. But right after that, the Spirit Cat mech extended cutting light claws from all four limbs even further, locking them directly onto the Divine General mech's arm, holding the alloy longsword. For a moment, despite the Divine General mech putting forth great strength, it couldn't withdraw the alloy longsword. And then, from the back of the Spirit Cat mech, light spines extended similarly and elongated under the influence of the electromagnetic field, circling around to the back of the divine general mech. The energy-sharpened spine struck fiercely at the back of the divine general mech. With its movements locked temporarily, the divine general mech truly had no way to defend against this rear spine. This tail spine was one of the Spirit Cat mech's trump cards, rarely used. It was employed only at critical moments because of its high consumption. Similarly, it had immense power. An ordinary counterpart of Star Destroyer mechs would have been directly penetrated by this single tail spine. But now, zap! The light energy spine struck the back of the divine general mech. A cascade of electric light sparked. Chapter 193. When Qin Shi Huang saw this, he instinctively raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, please rest assured. The overall outer layer of the divine general mecha has already been reinforced with divine pattern star iron. The protection of the core cockpit has also been replaced with divine pattern gung metal. At this moment, Li Si spoke up. Furthermore, data analysis shows that the body of the divine general mecha has not suffered too severe damage. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang finally felt a little relieved. As the electric sparks dissipated, the results were also revealed. The tail spike penetrated into the body of the divine general mecha by about 1 meter. That was already quite remarkable. After all, the outer protection had been reinforced with divine pattern star iron alloy. 1 meter, for the massive divine general mecha, was merely a superficial wound. Clang. At this moment, the divine general mecha slammed its shield onto the body of the Ling Cat mecha in front of it. The alloy shield was entwined with purple electric ion energy. Boom. The entire body of the Ling Cat mecha trembled. The already heavily damaged Ling Cat mecha once again scattered a pile of parts, flying out along with the purple electric ions. Clang. Another slap. At such a close distance, the slight advantage in agility that the Ling Cat mecha originally had was completely useless. Moreover, since the Ling Cat mecha had locked one arm of the divine general mecha, wasn't it also equivalent to the Ling Cat mecha being locked in front of the divine general mecha? Clang. Another strike. 3 powerful impacts from the shield. The limbs of the Ling Cat mecha locking onto the arm of the divine general mecha gradually began to lose their kinetic energy. Subsequently, the shield of the divine general mecha was raised high and crashed down again. However, this time it wasn't a frontal slap, but rather a fierce stab with the bottom of the shield onto the body of the Ling Cat mecha. After all, the shield of the divine general mecha was cast from divine pattern star iron alloy. In addition, the bottom was specifically designed to be sharp. Also, after being accompanied by electric ions, this blow was no weaker than a slash from an alloy longsword. Graze. With this, electric sparks flew everywhere. Large pieces of parts fell off the body of the Ling Cat mecha. The pilot of another Ling Cat mecha, upon seeing this, silently withdrew his gaze. He had already driven another Ling Cat mecha far away. At this moment, the fleet of the Ling Yu clan and the Claw mech suits had already retreated. Just in this short while, out of 300,000 mech suits of the Ling Yu clan, only 80,000 remained. After all, an attack regardless of cost, plus facing 10,000 soldier mech suits intercepting them, not being completely wiped out already meant they had done pretty well. As for the Claw mech suits, out of originally 7,000 Claw mech suits remaining, this time only more than 2,000 managed to escape. Adding on top of that one wobbling Ling Cat mech suit. This time they had truly taken a huge hit. And at this moment, the Eagle's Nest mech suits were still pursuing them. As for the other side, the fleet of the Star Devourer race didn't even need to be mentioned. Out of 10,000 ships in the fleet, only more than 2,000 remained. Out of billions of Star Devourer armor combat units, only over 1 billion remained, similarly suffering heavy losses. Especially regarding the Star Devourer armor combat units. These Star Devourer armors were already the largest batch of Star Devourer armors the Star Devourer race could assemble in the short term. After all, the 100 billion Star Devourer armors previously destroyed by the Divine General Mecha truly amounted to a fatal cut into the main artery of the Star Devourer race. At this moment, the Divine General Mecha had already extracted its arm from the lock of the Ling Cat Mecha. Whoosh! A flash of sword light. The long tail of the Ling Cat Mecha was directly severed. Subsequently, the Divine General Mecha thrust its alloy longsword back into the body of the Ling Cat Mecha, then let go of the alloy longsword, freeing its hand to pull out the tail of the Ling Cat Mecha attached to its back. Casually tossing the tail away, it then grabbed the hilt of the alloy longsword again and pulled the alloy longsword out of the body of the Ling Cat Mecha. Massive purple electric ion energy covered the alloy longsword, sweeping horizontally. Crack! A shower of intense electric sparks flashed as the colossal head of the Ling Cat Mecha was decapitated, and with another strike, the entire body of the Ling Cat Mecha was cleaved in half. Releasing the shield, it automatically returned to its magnetic position behind the Divine General Mecha. Following this, the arm of the Divine General Mecha directly probed into the now thoroughly shattered body of the Ling Cat Mecha. Amidst another shower of sparks, the Divine General Mecha directly extracted the mid-level quantum engine core of the Ling Cat Mecha. Then, the alloy longsword also automatically returned to its position, freeing the other hand, which directly grabbed the flying-off head of the Ling Cat Mecha. The cockpit of the Ling Cat Mecha was located in the head. The most valuable things of an entire Ling Cat Mecha were the quantum engine core and the pilot. Now, they were both in the hands of the Divine General Mecha. And at this moment, the fleets of the Ling Yu clan and the Star Devourer race had already retreated far away. Qin Shi Huang did not pursue further. After this battle, the Ling Yu clan would absolutely suffer heavy losses. As for the Star Devourer race, according to the intelligence collected by Li Si, they basically had no power to resist anymore. The only concern was that behind these two clans stood the Golden Lion clan. It was unclear whether the Golden Lion clan would still offer support in the future. We won. The Divine General Mecha has already returned. It brought back one mid-level quantum engine core and captured one Catgirl, the starfighter pilot of one of the Ling Cat mech suits. Compared to this victory, the losses on the Eagle's Nest fleet side were almost negligible. Thanks to the energy shields of the soaring Eagle warships, none of the fleet ships on the Eagle's Nest side were lost. Only the hull damage to the soaring Eagle warship was somewhat severe. After all, withstanding such massive firepower and holding out was already quite impressive. The only casualties occurred among the Iron Guard mech suits and soldier-class mech suits that engaged in direct combat. Even though they were at an advantage, there were still over 100 losses. Following the route of the Star Devourer race and the Ling Yu clan this time, the Star Devourer race once again lost nearly 20 star systems. Since both the Star Devourer race and the Ling Yu clan no longer had the strength to fight another war, facing the constantly expanding front lines of the Eagle's Nest fleet, they could do nothing but retreat again and again. Perhaps you should dissolve your civilization. The Ling Yu clan advised the Star Devourer race once more. The Star Devourer race stared at the star map before them and remained silent. Their journey as the Star Devourer race had truly been difficult. To simply dissolve their civilization and become vassals to other races. They found it very hard to accept, but facing the aggression of humanity, they no longer had the strength to fight. As for the Ling Yu clan, although they had lost, they had no grounds for complaint. Did they not give their best effort? More than 10,000 high-grade star mechs, 2 Star Destroyer-class mech suits, and one of those Star Destroyer-class mech suits was already lost. What right did they have to complain? What about the Golden Lion clan? What's their stance? A senior member of the Star Devourer race asked hopefully for the last time. They say they will arrange support appropriately. Appropriately. Chapter 194, The Beast Folk Union's Feast. Your Highness, rest assured, I've gathered some information through the Great Wall channels. In the short term, it's unlikely that the Golden Lion tribe will support the Star Devourer tribe. Li Si was reporting the situation to Qin Shang. The Great Wall channel. Qin Shang looked at Li Si with a puzzled expression. Li Si grinned and said, Your Highness wouldn't really think that the Great Wall is merely holed up in the Great Wall system, would you? Isn't that the case? Qin Shang asked reflexively. Even though before your arrival, the Great Wall was indeed entrenched in the Great Wall system, we do have scattered resource points, Li Si said defiantly. Yes, every year several dozen of those resource points get wiped out by the various galactic races. Qin Shang grinned. Li Si fell silent. It wasn't incorrect. The Great Wall was under such intense surveillance that previously dispersed resource points, despite providing some returns, left the Great Wall overall losing more than it gained. And each resource point didn't last long before being traced by other galactic races and obliterated. Unless, like Eagle's Nest, it conducted ultra-long-distance ether transmissions directly from inside the Great Wall, thus avoiding detection. But doing so meant regular resource points couldn't even break even. The resource's feedback likely wouldn't be enough to cover the energy consumed in transmission. It was only because of Qin Shang's presence that Eagle's Nest had to remain specially confidential, not giving the galactic races any handle. Thus, they had to activate ultra-long-distance ether transmission regardless of cost. Only after Eagle's Nest began officially providing feedback did the Great Wall finally achieve income exceeding expenditure. Otherwise, the remaining capital of the Great Qin Empire wouldn't hold out for long either. These scattered resource points were nothing but desperate measures. While we are spreading these resource points, aren't we also setting up surveillance nodes? While the 10,000 galactic races are watching us closely, aren't we also watching them closely? Li Si said defiantly. Oh, Qin Shang genuinely didn't know this fact. What specific preparations have been made? Qin Shang asked. Then Li Si explained. Su Sheng understood that every time resource points were scattered, Li Si always left some contingency behind, leaving something like an information anchor node nearby. These were mainly used to collect information and had no other function. Collected information would be periodically transmitted back to Great Qin via a secret ether refracting signal. This ensured it remained undetected. Through these information anchors, while the Great Wall might be hunkered down and seemingly inactive, it continued to grasp the latest trends and dynamics of the galaxy. I see. Qin Shang slightly nodded. Li Si, after all, was a renowned minister of the Great Qin, and as a data-conscious entity in this interstellar era, had survived for tens of thousands of years. Old age without death makes one crafty. Li Si's skills naturally extended beyond just this. Subsequently, Qin Shang looked at Li Si and asked, What's the situation with the Golden Lion tribe? Previously, Li Si mentioned that the Golden Lion tribe wouldn't be supporting the Star Devourers. As for the specific situation of the Golden Lion tribe, I'm not entirely clear. Faced with Qin Shang's baffled look, Li Si quickly added, cough cough, because the Golden Lion tribe isn't within the listening range of the Great Wall. After all, what the Great Wall usually monitored were super civilizations similar to the angelic race. Although Great Qin had declined, civilizations of the Golden Lion tribe's level were still considered small ones in its definition. Naturally, they wouldn't be on the Great Wall's monitoring list. However, the Beast Folk Union, where the Golden Lion tribe resides, is within our listening scope. The Beast Folk Union, among the stars, was a monstrous organization. Naturally, it fell within the Great Wall's monitoring range. Now, a major event is occurring within the Beast Folk Union. Most of the higher-tier civilizations within it have their attention focused there. So, naturally, they don't have time to deal with the Star Devourer tribe right now. Hearing this, Qin Shang felt a bit curious. What event? It sounds pretty grand. The Beast Folk Union was actually a rather loose, yet unimaginably vast organization. What could possibly attract the full attention of the entire union? A feast. An exomech tournament was held within the Beast Folk Union. Li Si opened a projection screen. An exomech tournament? Qin Shang seemed a little perplexed. Exomechs constituted absolutely core combat power in the stars. An exomech tournament meant piloting exomechs in battle. Not just the Beast Folk Union, but many civilizations throughout the galaxy would hold exomech tournaments to select outstanding pilots. The ancient Great Qin would regularly host exomech tournaments to choose its own exomech drivers. So theoretically, an exomech tournament wasn't exactly a grand event. As if reading Qin Shang's thoughts, Li Si gave a mysterious smile. What if this mech tournament is divided by civilization, with the prize being an upper-level Star Annihilator mech? What? Upon hearing this, Qin Shang was momentarily stunned. What nonsense? An upper-level Star Annihilator mech as a prize? Who's that generous? Qin Shang asked curiously. An upper-level Star Annihilator mech. It goes without saying how valuable it is. Even during its peak, the Great Qin regarded such mechs as invaluable treasures. In the stars, lower and mid-level Star Annihilator mechs are also called pseudo-Star Annihilators. Only the upper-level ones qualify as true Star Annihilator mechs. This is because only an upper-level quantum engine core contains the compressed energy of an entire star. Lower and mid-level quantum engine cores are actually defective products. Even civilizations like the Angel race and Demon race now couldn't be so generous as to offer an upper-level Star Annihilator mech as a prize. It's merely a game between two major civilizations. This particular upper-level Star Annihilator mech was jointly created by the Kirin clan and the Black Dragon clan within the Beast Folk Union. But both clans desire this upper-level Star Annihilator mech. After endless disputes, they drew the attention of other civilizations in the Beast Folk Union. So they proposed holding a mech tournament and using this upper-level Star Annihilator mech as the prize. The power gap between these two civilizations is actually very small, neither having 100% confidence in defeating the other. So instead of risking a clear defeat, they chose to complicate matters. After discussing, they decided to expand the scope of this mech tournament to the entire Beast Folk Union. Any civilization within the Beast Folk Union can participate in this mech tournament. And, under the guise of accommodating weaker civilizations, they imposed a limit on this tournament. Star Annihilator mechs cannot participate, nor can renowned Star Annihilator mech pilots from major civilizations. And thus, the entire Beast Folk Union was set aflame with excitement. Li Si patiently explained the cause and effect to Qin Shang. Chapter 195. The championship prize of the upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha. This is truly a magnificent feast. The Qin clan and the Black Dragon clan are both large civilizations within the Beastmen Union, almost comparable to angelic races. Of course, within the Beastmen Union, there aren't just these two major civilizations. Now, an upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha has been thrown into the competition, and it's restricted so that only mecha under the Star Annihilating class can participate. This will surely drive everyone crazy. Although, everyone knows deep down, this is merely a game between the larger civilizations. But since they have set restrictions, it cannot stop many smaller civilizations from having ideas of fishing in troubled waters. What if one of them wins? An upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha. Everyone also understands clearly, as middle and small civilizations, even if they get their hands on an upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha, they really wouldn't be able to hold on to it. After all, the strength of a civilization is all-encompassing and not just decided by a single upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha. However, as long as they obtain an upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha, they could exchange it with those larger civilizations for numerous benefits. Moreover, in order to create more chaos and attract people from the smaller and medium civilizations, it wasn't just a single upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha up for grabs. The Qin clan and the Black Dragon clan also contributed some mid-level Star Annihilating Mechas as rewards for the second and third places. All top 10 civilizations would receive Star Annihilating Mecha rewards. Under these circumstances, virtually every civilization in the entire Beastmen Union went into a frenzy. Perhaps, only special case civilizations like the Star-Eating Tribe wouldn't care about this mecha competition. But how many civilizations like the Star-Eating Tribe actually exist? The Lingwei clan could come for support. Haven't they participated? Qin Shang thought of something. Naturally no, they simply send out some support under the pressure from the Golden Lion clan. Li Si shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang nodded slightly. Then Qin Shang lowered his head in deep thought. Upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha. Mecha below the Star Annihilating level participating made Qin Shang quite tempted. Prime Minister Li Si. Before Qin Shang could finish his sentence, he was directly cut off by Li Si. Don't even think about it, Crown Prince. Li Si seemed to know what Qin Shang was thinking about. Isn't it an upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha? Prime Minister Li Si, are you not tempted? Qin Shang tried to say. Tempted? Li Si honestly nodded. But an upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha is not as important as Your Highness the Crown Prince. Who isn't tempted by an upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha? However, the key to Qin's rise now is Qin Shang. The risk of snatching the upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha from the Beastmen Union is naturally self-evident. Even scheming with tigers wouldn't go beyond this. Besides, what the Great Qin lacks right now isn't an upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha, but trustworthy pilots. The Bai Qi Mecha and War God Mecha, two upper-class Star Annihilating Mechas, don't have pilots yet. Li Si rolled his eyes. Qin Shang sighed regretfully, feeling pretty attracted by this upper-class Star Annihilating Mecha from the Beastmen Union. But it's not impossible. Li Si suddenly changed tone. looking meaningfully at Qin Shang. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Your Highness, if the crown princess could make a little progress in her condition, then should anything happen to you, the great Qin wouldn't be caught completely unprepared. Li Si chuckled. Qin Shang rolled his eyes. It's not like I'm not trying. Unfortunately, the specificity of the ancient dragon bloodline requires a natural conception for the offspring to perfectly inherit the bloodline. Otherwise, with scientific methods, Qin Shang and Su Li would already have grandchildren galore. According to preparations, the mecha tournament is estimated to take place in about a month within the territory of the Black Dragon clan. If your Highness could impregnate the crown princess within a month, I'll let you go safely. Li Si smiled and said. Qin Shang also understood that the danger of such an endeavor is extremely high. Should they be exposed, it would be certain death. After all, the technology level of the leading civilizations within the Beastmen Union is also very high. Even pretending to be a civilization within the Beastmen Union in front of them is not easy. Alas, letting it go like this is quite a pity. I feel we need to take a gamble somehow. Qin Shang sighed. Can we arrange for someone else to disguise themselves and participate? Qin Shang continued to speak, knowing full well that Li Si would definitely not allow him to take such a great risk. Previously taking action in battles, although there was some danger involved, overall, it was still controllable. However, this matter was entirely uncontrollable. Zhenhu, Li Si was also somewhat helpless. Currently in the Great Wall, the person with the highest mecha proficiency is the Crown Princess. The second option is for your Highness to go. Although you indeed have great talent in mecha piloting, your power is unfortunately limited. Besides, the most skilled pilot among us is Commander Meng Xiao. Qin Shang had trained with Meng Xiao and naturally knew that his level was not low. To some extent, as long as Meng Xiao's strength improved, piloting a star-annihilating class mecha would not be impossible. Meng Xiao had excellent talent for mechas, but unfortunately, his aptitude for chi cultivation left much to be desired. Qin Shang was actually in a similar situation. However, Qin Shang had an additional force crystal that could boost his abilities. With his current skill level, driving a star-annihilating class mecha would already be more than sufficient. Unfortunately, a 6th realm chi cultivator still couldn't withstand the load of a star-annihilating mecha. Moreover, the harder it becomes to improve one's strength as one progresses. Currently, since they hadn't yet conquered the star-eating tribe, Qin Shang's strength hadn't improved much through personal cultivation during this time. Qin Shang resigned himself to the fact that he still heavily relied on the force crystal. Your Highness, there's no need to overthink this. We still have a human king mecha within the Great Wall. Instead of daydreaming about that upper-class star-annihilating mecha, we might focus more on how to unlock the human king mecha, Li Si said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Shang snapped back to reality and let go of his desire for the Beastmen Union's upper-class star-annihilating mecha. Indeed, the human king mecha was a world-ending class mecha beyond the star-annihilating class. As long as it could be activated and driven, any star-annihilating class mecha would easily be destroyed. And we still have an ancestral dragon mecha in the Great Wall. Li Si chuckled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang nodded slightly. It was true. According to their calculations, when his ancestral dragon chi technique reached the 8th realm, he would be able to drive the ancestral dragon mecha. Additionally, based on the estimation by Nona from the Galactic Trade Association, the ancestral dragon mecha of Great Qin and the 12-winged angel mecha of the angel race were both entities that approached the star-annihilating class. Since that's the case, then let's take advantage of this opportunity to seize the territory of the star-eating tribe directly. Qin Shang grinned as he suggested. Chapter 196. The Resisting Shi Clan. Support? There's no support anymore. After the Showrun Alliance officially issued the notification for the mech competition, the Lingyu clan immediately abandoned the Shi clan and left. Who wouldn't be moved by an upper-class Gen-Star mech? Because the Showrun Alliance hadn't officially announced this matter yet, plus the pressure from the Golden Lion clan, the Lingyu clan had come to support the Shi clan. Previously, there were only rumors that the Black Dragon clan and the Kirin clan were competing for something. Unbelievably, it turned out to be an upper-class Gen-Star mech. As for the grudge held by the human race for destroying the Ling Cat mech, in the face of the temptation of the upper-class Gen-Star mech, it had to take a back seat. After all, if they were lucky enough to win the upper-class Gen-Star mech, even trading it could get them countless Ling Cat mechs. As for whether the Shi clan lives or dies, who cares in this situation? Within the Showrun Alliance, civilizations at the level of the Shi clan are simply too numerous. Thus, the Shi clan fell into despair. Almost simultaneously with the departure of the Lingyu clan, the Eagle Nest fleet set off again. The remaining forces of the Shi clan were utterly incapable of resisting the large army of the Eagle Nest. In just a short month, out of the 120-plus star systems belonging to the Shi clan, nearly 80 have already been occupied by the Eagle Nest. This was merely due to the insufficient manpower transferred during this period to manage, which slowed down the progress. There was another reason as well. Those extraordinary members of the Shi clan inside the habitable planets were truly difficult to discipline. These individuals, with their violent and impulsive natures, knowing they were already in enemy territory, about 9 out of 10 extraordinary Shi clan members would rise up in rebellion, fearlessly facing death. There's nothing to be done. This is the battle style of the Shi clan. Even on the interstellar battlefield, the fighting style of the Shi armor combat units is also characterized by such fearless sacrifice in overwhelming numbers. Ordinary members of the Shi clan are quite obedient. Compared to those extraordinary members, ordinary ones are like dogs, while the extraordinary ones are like wolves. The difference between wolves and dogs. This is hard to handle. Considerable effort is required to suppress them, to the extent that some intelligent combat robots within the conventional planets are not even a match for these extraordinary Shi Huang clan members. As for why the Shi Huang clan has such a fearless battle style, it's because they reproduce incredibly quickly. Almost every litter of the Shi Huang clan produces 7 or 8 offspring. Currently, the population of the Shi Huang clan approaches 100 billion, and the proportion of extraordinary Shi Huang clan members is almost half. Suppressing these extraordinary Shi Huang clan members on various planets consumes significant effort. Otherwise, the pace of the eagle nest could be even faster. This won't work if we continue this way. Seeing the projection showing an extraordinary Shi Huang clan base on a habitable planet being completely pulverized by a main cannon shot from a Star War armor, Qin Shi helplessly voiced his thoughts. Following this trend, even if they took over the Shi Huang clan's territory, they would at least have to slaughter more than half of the entire Shi Huang population. Moreover, ordinary Shi Huang clan members might also awaken extraordinary abilities. In that case, the number of people slaughtered would be even greater. How did the Great Qin conquer the Shi Huang clan initially? Qin Shi looked at Li Si, somewhat frustrated. At that time, the strength of the Great Qin was far beyond their comprehension. Li Si chuckled. It was they themselves who surrendered their whole race. All right, we need to find a way to solve the resistance problem from these extraordinary Shi Huang clan members. After all, aside from territory, population is also a resource. Maybe we can consider making them surrender, Li Si said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi pondered for a while. It seemed not entirely impossible. Now the Shi Huang clan is left with only 30 or 40 star system territories. With a population approaching 100 billion, more than 700 billion are under the occupied zones of the Eagle Nest fleet. Alright, let the fleet stop attacking and first consolidate the current occupied territories. Later, contact the higher-ups of the Shi Huang clan. See if we can persuade them to surrender, Qin Shi grinned. Currently, the basic situation of the battle against the Shi Huang clan has stabilized. There is no longer any need for Qin Shi to move with the fleet. The number of fleets in the Eagle Nest has now swelled to 20,000. Among them, the number of star mechs has reached 10,000. There are also tens of thousands of Black Eagle ships. However, due to the restrictions of lower-grade quantum engine cores and unwillingness to waste too much divine pattern star iron, the number of Blue Eagle ships is only 5,000. Currently, the Eagle Nest fleet is divided into 5 routes. 1,000 Blue Eagle ships form one core. 3 fleets are attacking the Shi Huang clan, wreaking havoc. 2 fleets are guarding the currently occupied territories. After the Ling Yu clan withdrew, the Shi Huang clan can no longer affect the energy shields of the Blue Eagle ships. This is the reason Qin Shi dared to split the Eagle Nest fleet into so many routes. By the way, regarding the issue of the energy shields of the Blue Eagle ships being weak against cutting resistance, is there any solution? Qin Shi looked at Li Si. Li Si slightly shook his head. It's been improved a little, but not much. After all, it's not a physical shield. There will always be some shortcomings. This was common sense. In interstellar space, most energy shields share a common weakness. They fear acid. This is why the Star-Devouring clan used acid to target the energy shields of the Blue Eagle ships from the start. Unfortunately, they underestimated the core of the Blue Eagle ships. That core was a lower-grade quantum engine core, capable of supplying energy at a frequency that far exceeded the speed at which the acid could erode the energy shield. Aside from increasing the load on the Blue Eagle ships, the acid had almost no effect. So, the acid from the Star-Devouring clan posed no real threat to the energy shields of the Blue Eagle ships. Not that it couldn't threaten them. If the acid erosion were combined with powerful individual combat units, like the slicing ability of the Ling Yu clan's Ling Cat mechs before, it might have been possible to breach the energy shields of the Blue Eagles. But unfortunately, the entire Star-Devouring clan didn't have even one mech. Though thanks to the support of the Ling Yu clan, the Star-Devouring clan now knew the weakness of the Blue Eagle ship's energy shield. With large parts of their territory already lost, the Star-Devouring clan lacked the means to mount such a powerful cutting attack against the energy shield. After the authorization through the Tiger token, orders were issued. Thereafter, Qin Shi didn't need to worry about anything for the time being. Thus, he returned directly to find his crown princess for training. Since the Star-Devouring clan basically had no more resistance, Su Li also didn't follow the fleet into battle. As for how the training would go, that's none of your business. Currently, capturing the Star-Devouring clan was a foregone conclusion. After harvesting the Wish Force, Qin Shi would be able to enhance his strength once again. Qin Shi was quite looking forward to it. After all, ever since conquering the Yin Yang clan last time, Qin Shi's bloodline power had remained stuck at 63%, and his strength as a level 6 Qi practitioner hadn't advanced an inch. Chapter 197, Persuasion to Surrender. Well, how's your consideration going? Su Bingtian looked at the high-ranking members of the Shi Huang clan and the Weiqi clan. Su Bingtian was persuading the Shi Huang clan through a remote 3D projection. The resistance put up by the extraordinary members of the Shi Huang clan indeed gave Hawk's Nest a headache. In such circumstances, even if Hawk's Nest took over all of the Shi Huang clan's territories, they would still have to expend significant resources dealing with the resistance from these extraordinary members of the Shi Huang clan. Conventional suppression would only backfire. Under those conditions, with the current scale of Hawk's Nest, it was unclear how much time would be required to fully assimilate all of the Shi Huang clan's territories. Of course, Li Si also submitted a relatively less labor-intensive solution to Qin Shi based on this situation, the Starburst plan. However, this plan was rather cruel. If the Shi Huang clan refused to surrender unto death, This plan could save Hawk's Nest a great deal of time and rapidly assimilate the Shishing clan's territory. But this would require drastic measures, cutting away a large portion of their assets. This plan was to obliterate entire planets. Rather than using conventional methods to suppress the sworn resistance from the extraordinary members of the Shishing clan, which would consume a great deal of Hawk's Nest's energy, there was another resolution method. That is, to relocate all ordinary members of the Shishing clan living on habitable planets to already cleared habitable planets. Then, bomb the habitable planets that still had rebel groups of extraordinary Shishing clans using Black Hawk ships, along with all those who remained. Without the protection of the Shishing armor, the Shishing clan did not possess the capability to traverse the stars. Of course, under such circumstances, many habitable planets would be wasted. Although current technology could easily modify some planets for habitation, natural habitable planets with complete ecosystems were relatively rare and valuable. In such cases, drastic action must be taken. It is like cutting off a big piece of flesh. Moreover, apart from the Shishing clan, there were many other creatures on naturally habitable planets. Such actions would lead to the extinction of all life forms on an entire planet. Therefore, this was the worst-case scenario. If it came to that point, Qin Shi Huang would not hesitate. After all, Hawk's Nest couldn't afford to spend its energy gradually suppressing the resistance of the Shishing clan. And regarding this starburst plan, Hawk's Nest did not conceal it from them. They directly laid everything out before the Shishing clan's higher-ups. The reason they were persuading them to surrender was due to the headaches caused by the resistance army of the extraordinary Shishing clan. If the Shishing clan refused to surrender, Hawk's Nest would continue attacking the Shishing clan. Once the entire Shishing clan's territory was captured, the starburst plan would be executed. Ultimately, we are still members of the Beast Alliance, and we have the Gene's Lion clan as our elder brother. Even though the Gene's Lion clan is too preoccupied with the mech tournament in the Beast Alliance now to pay us any attention. Aren't you afraid that the Beast Alliance will come after you once everything settles down? Asked a high-ranking member of the Shishing clan, addressing Su Bingtian's 3D projection. Ho ho, the Beast Alliance. Smiling, Su Bingtian responded, do you really think we don't know the Beast Alliance well enough? How reliable is such a loose-knit organization? Would they really fight your battles and take your side? Moreover, in interstellar space, things like connections or friendships don't exist. By the time your Shishing clan is completely consumed by us, can you guess whether your so-called older brother, the Gene's Lion clan, would care about you when you have nothing substantial left to offer or repay them with? After hearing that, the Shishing clan fell silent. They knew that what Su Bingtian said was true. In the vast reaches of the universe, there's only interest, no friendship. This was the Black Forest rule. Back then, the deep space stellar cannon cost the Shishing clan dearly to obtain it from the Gene's Lion clan. Throughout the history of the Beast Alliance since its inception, countless small and large civilizations had fallen victim to conquests. Sometimes, even the civilizations within the alliance itself engaged in mutual warfare. Not the same. You guys are from the human race. A senior leader of the Shishing clan continued, eyeing Su Bingtian closely. Indeed, humans in interstellar terms, thanks to their legacy from the great Qin Empire, held a unique place. You've got the Su family, whose power has grown too quickly, which will inevitably attract the attention of other strong races out there in the universe, the Shishing official noted. Upon hearing this, Su Bingtian smiled nonchalantly. Yes, we're human. The ancient Qin managed to rise despite adversity. Why do you think we, with the Su family behind us, cannot achieve the same? Su Bingtian shot a meaningful glance towards the leaders of the Shishing clan. And let's not forget, the historical foundation of the Su family may not necessarily be weaker than that of the Qin. At this statement, the Shishing officials fell quiet. Indeed, when the original Qin first arrived on the scene, its circumstances weren't better than the Shishing's now either. Back when the Inshang civilization collapsed, the Great Qin arrived, and, although it inherited some of its technology, there was almost no time to peacefully assimilate all of it. They could only fight while digesting the technologies they had inherited from the Inshang. Under those circumstances, even Great Qin struggled greatly. It wasn't until the advent of Great Qin's ancestral dragon technology that the situation began to gradually turn around. Following this, Great Qin rose from adversity, and within 10,000 years, grew into a colossal power nearly capable of unifying the entire star system. Great Qin, do you truly have the ability to rise like Great Qin did? For so many years in the stars, countless human races that rose were eventually suppressed. The high-ranking member of the Shishing clan hesitantly asked, looking at Su Bingtian's projection. In fact, the Shishing clan still fondly remembered the days they spent under the Great Qin. After all, with Great Qin as their elder brother shielding them from above, they could comfortably pick up leftovers as younger siblings. Moreover, Great Qin treated them well. The current state of development of the Shishing clan was all thanks to the star-eating armor technology left behind by Great Qin. However, due to the overwhelming force of the myriad races back then, it became impossible to resist. When a whale falls, life blooms for others. If they hadn't broken away from Great Qin, they would have been wiped out by the other races. In such dire straits, they chose to separate from Great Qin in order to survive. Who knows? Perhaps we will be the next Great Qin? Su Bingtian said with a mysterious smile. They were not just going to be the next Great Qin. They already were Great Qin. So if we surrender, what conditions will there be? The higher-ups of the Shishing clan were already wavering. Compared to being completely subjugated through brute force, surrender seemed like a viable option. Moreover, if Su's family could indeed rise again like Great Qin, their decision to surrender would be an exceptionally profitable one. The general situation can remain consistent with your previous surrender to Great Qin. Then, Su Bingtian shifted his tone. However, because of your past history of deserting Great Qin during crucial times, we will need to impose certain restrictions. The Shixing clan didn't betray Great Qin in combat. They merely detached themselves from Great Qin. Thus, it could not be called betrayal, but rather an act of desertion. Chapter 198. The Human King emerges, the Star Realm submits. The grand finale. As for what restrictions were to be imposed, Su Bingtian made a clear and decisive proposal. Firstly, the Siju clan and Weiqi clan must be separated. The position held by the Weiqi clan will be replaced by personnel arranged by the human race. Secondly, this Su family would take responsibility for developing new Siju armor for the Siju clan. Though it was not explicitly stated, this move implied that the humans would leave back doors in the Siju armors. As for the Weiqi clan, the human side would naturally make proper arrangements. After much contemplation, the higher-ups of the Siju clan indicated their acceptance. There was no choice but to accept, because without the support of the Beast People Alliance, their eventual fate could only be to be devoured entirely. Subsequently, the Siju government officially announced its surrender to the human race. An unprecedented amount of active willpower surged into the essence crystal. Too much. After all, this was the territory of over 100 star systems, with nearly 1 billion population. Immediately, Su Sheng authorized through the Tiger token, transferring full authority over all subsequent related matters of the Siju clan to Li Si. Su Sheng himself retreated into seclusion with Su Li. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The Eagle's Nest had thoroughly assimilated the over 100 star systems of the Siju clan. Qin Shang and Su Li emerged from their seclusion together. The active willpower within the essence crystal was completely depleted. Su Sheng's strength had reached the 7th realm. Bloodline purity, 72%. And although Su Li was still in the 7th realm, she was already very close to the 8th realm. Actually, the willpower provided solely by the Siju clan wasn't enough to sustain such an exaggerated improvement. However, after the 2nd month, upon integrating the forces of the Siju clan and obtaining Qin Shang's authorization, Li Si directly launched an expedition, subjugating the dwarf dragon race as well. This provided another influx of willpower, allowing them to reach this level of enhancement. Your Highness, you've emerged from seclusion. Li Si was the first to arrive. Then, noticing Su Li's slightly rounded abdomen, Li Si's eyes widened dramatically. The crown princess is pregnant. Li Si asked incredulously. As you see. Su Sheng smiled broadly while saying this. Su Li caressed her own abdomen, blushing red without saying anything. Moreover, I can also control the divine general mech now. Let's arrange for the crown princess to return to the Great Wall to rest during pregnancy. Qin Shang said with a smile. No problem. Li Si cared more than anyone. Since Su Li was pregnant, this time for the super long distance teleportation, Li Si ensured ample protective measures. Actually, given Su Li's strength, it wouldn't have affected her at all. But Li Si remained cautious, hence implemented many protections. Naturally, Qin Shang returned together. With such a large area occupied by the Eagle's Nest, the energy required for teleportation was easily attainable. After ensuring Su Li was settled, Qin Shang came to the workshop. Looking up at the towering human king mech in front of him, he felt a sense of reflection. It had been so long, yet this was Su Shang's first official stand in front of the human king mech. However, currently, regarding the human king mech, there had been no practical progress on the Great Wall side. Guarding the gold mountain, yet unable to use it truly brought about helplessness. Buzz. But right at that moment, the human king mech suddenly vibrated. A mysterious light radiated outward from the human king mech as its center. Alarm, alarm, alarm. An urgent alarm sounded. All Daxing technicians present froze. What happened? For so long, the human king mech had shown absolutely no signs of activity, but it suddenly moved. Swish. Li Si's projection appeared immediately. The human king mech has moved? Qin Shang stared fixedly at the human king mech, feeling a premonition in his heart. Buzz. At the same time, a beam of light emanated from the human king mech, locking directly onto Qin Shang. Your Royal Highness. Li Si exclaimed in shock. Qin Shang waved his hand. No issue, it's a good thing. Qin Shang felt excited. As expected. Subsequently, Qin Shang stopped resisting. Under the guidance of the light column, Qin Shang's feet gradually left the ground, entering the interior of the human king mech. Buzz. The eyes of the human king mech lit up sharply. Li Si became fully energized as well. Could the crown prince drive the human king mech? At this moment, the human king mech slightly raised its hands, moving its feet. Human king mech, human king, human king. Only the human king can drive it. Now, although the Great Qin may have declined, humanity still recognizes Great Qin as its king. Although Qin Shang did not inherit the throne, the current Great Qin is under Qin Shang's rule. Therefore, though Qin Shang nominally lacks the title of human king, he essentially possesses the reality of the human king. Next, the human king mech abruptly lifted its head. Flash. The human king mech vanished instantly. Space shift capability. Doomsday class mech, standard feature. Where is he? Subsequently, Li Si raised an eyebrow and opened a holographic projection. It was precisely the battlefield outside the Great Wall. The massive human king mech directly appeared on the battlefield. These were the usual harassments by the myriad interstellar races against the Great Wall. The massive mech alone left all those harassing interstellar races stunned. A single strike. Just one stroke. There was no gleam of a sword, only an invisible ripple. The interstellar units that had been troubling the Great Wall disintegrated and exploded one after another. including 2 starfighter-class mechs. Terrifying as such was the Human King mech. Prince Qin Shi Huang piloted the Human King mech. All previous plans were instantly overturned. The Great Qin Dynasty set out again. Though Qin Shi Huang's 7th realm strength could not fully unleash the complete combat power of the Human King mech, he was still invincible wherever he went. The first target was the Beast People Alliance. The new upper-class starfighter mech won by the Black Dragon clan in the Beast People Alliance's mech competition was like a toy before the Human King mech. Meanwhile, half a year later, the Great Qin rolled out a large number of lower-tier and mid-tier starfighter mechs, and their pilots were none other than the extraordinary Star-Devouring race. With their formidable individual strength, the Star-Devouring race made perfect pilots for the starfighter mechs. But due to their lack of talent in piloting mechs, after the Human King mech suppressed the Beast People Alliance, the Great Wall acquired a technology from the Golden Lion clan that allowed smart control of the starfighter mechs via technological means, still requiring extraordinary members of the Star-Devouring race as pilots. For these mechs, the Star-Devouring race didn't need to pilot them directly. They only needed to bear the load and provide energy for traction. This also explained why the Golden Lion clan had always sought the dissolution of the Star-Devouring civilization. With top-tier forces, they now possessed the peerless Human King mech. At the grassroots level, they had billions of starfighter mechs. The Great Qin struck again, this time with an invincible posture across the galaxy. As countless interstellar civilizations were reclaimed, the terrifying willpower also propelled Qin Shi Huang's strength upward rapidly. 8th realm, ascended to lead the Great Qin, to become the Qin Emperor. The ancestral dragon mech had already become obsolete, though it could be passed down to the new crown prince of the Great Qin, Qin Shi Huang and Su Li's son, whose bloodline purity was a remarkable 55% at birth. Finally, with the support of willpower, Qin Shi Huang achieved his goal of reaching above the 9th realm. 10th realm, Qi Practitioner. With this, the power of the Human King mech was basically unleashed in full. During the final great battle, the Human King mech, in its unstoppable form, split the angel race's 12-winged angel mech in half with a single slash. This war ended with the Great Qin emerging victorious. In the end, the Great Qin finally completely unified the outer universe galaxies.